You go live and tell everyone to believe in science. But then you turn around and shout with a peachwood sword, monsters, eat this sword from me. This is because, as the only heir of the demon suppression temple, you accidentally awakened an anti-feudal superstition system while cultivating. As long as you break feudal superstitions live on stream, you can earn rewards. So, in order to gain system rewards, you started a crazy death-seeking spree, trying everything from paper figures eye-opening, Bloody Mary, dancing on graves, to the Four Corners game, and even watching Sadako's videotape. What you need to break today is the midnight white rice incense from the 10 methods of seeing ghosts. At this moment, you are facing the camera in the live broadcast and saying, "Brothers, how about I tell you a story?" Immediately after, you deliberately cough twice, and the terrifying background sound follows. It is rumored that at exactly midnight, if you find a ghostly crossroads, place a bowl of white rice, then insert 3 incense sticks and light them, continuously banging on the rice bowl. After the incense burns out and you eat the rice, you will never see the sun of the next day. The eerie music combined with the atmosphere you deliberately created instantly scared the viewers in the livestream, making them tremble. What the hell? Starting with 0 frames, is it that scary? How about you, streamer? Just don't go and get yourself killed? But there are also bold ones who like to watch the excitement. I know this rumor. Streamer, hurry up. As long as you really prove this is feudal superstition, I'll directly give you a rocket one. Hearing this, you moved your fingers a bit and smiled slightly. Brothers, there's no need to rush. I have already found a suitable place. In front of you, not far away, there is a crossroad that seems to have been forgotten in a corner. With a chilling howl carried by the occasional cold wind, you walk slowly forward, take out a bowl of pre-prepared white rice from your bag, and then take out 3 incense sticks to insert directly into the rice. Seeing this scene, the people in the live stream became interested. Quick, 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 the host is so exciting. It's too thrilling. After all, in this world, there are many people who have never heard the story of the midnight white rice and incense, so the audience's curiosity is not surprising. As the clock strikes midnight, you hesitate not at all and directly light 3 sticks of incense. The 3 red dots stand out particularly in the darkness, and everyone becomes tense, their eyes fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any scene. However, 7 or 8 minutes passed like this, and the incense had burned for more than half, yet nothing strange happened. Everyone has seen it, right? There's nothing going on. This is just the feudal superstition passed down from ancient times, specifically meant to deceive people. You shrugged your shoulders and said with some helplessness. However, the next second, your expression suddenly changed, and your eyes, which were unpredictable, kept looking at the bowl of rice and the 3 incense sticks. The people in the live broadcast room also noticed the change in your expression, and many of them understood something, saying, "Look, these 3 incense sticks have burned into 2 short and 1 long. The host is in trouble." I see more and more netizens asking what's going on, and you slowly begin to explain. The most taboo for people is 3 long and 2 short, and the most taboo for incense is 2 short and 1 long. 3 long and 2 short represent coffins and boxes, either put into a coffin or into a box, while 2 short and 1 long represent heaven, earth, and humanity, which clearly indicates that one side does not allow me. You have been learning Taoist theory and feng shui knowledge from your chief master since childhood, and even the 8 trigrams of the universe were involved. At that time, you thought these were completely useless, but coincidentally, this incense burned in this way. Didn't the system tell me to oppose feudal superstition? How am I supposed to do that? While pondering, you couldn't help but reach into the cloth bag, tightly gripping the golden talisman and peachwood sword from the beginner's gift package. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room who understand this aspect still do not shy away from making a big deal out of it. Live streaming host, don't be timid, just eat your meal and face it head on. You might even see the sun tomorrow. And don't forget, you said before that you are a Taoist disciple, right? Your destiny must be very strong. So don't be timid. This is definitely caused by fragrant materials. Let me show you how to break superstitions. At that moment, you suddenly shouted loudly, startling everyone. Well then, Taoist, before you boast next time, could you put down the peachwood sword in your hand? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind howled through the surroundings, with sand and dust hitting your face, causing the robe on your body to rustle. This cold wind was extremely strong. Logically, the rice bowl on the ground should not be able to withstand it, but unexpectedly, the rice bowl seemed to be firmly fixed to the ground, not moving an inch. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but take a step back. Although you are the master of the demon suppression temple, you don't know any thunder or magical techniques. If you really provoke something strange, the peachwood sword and golden talisman in your hand would be useless, and it would truly be dangerous. Take a deep breath, and smile slightly towards the live broadcast room, as you can all see, right? But there's no need to be nervous. The summer nights in Rongqing do indeed get windy. It's a normal phenomenon. So don't worry. Immediately, under the gaze of everyone, you grabbed the white rice from the bowl and started eating. But as soon as it entered your mouth, you felt a sour and stinky taste. Anchor, you should still run. I see that things around are getting more and more strange. I am also from Rongqing, and although I don't believe in feudal superstitions, it's better to believe there might be something than to believe there is nothing. However, you paid no attention to the netizens' advice, as you were horrified to find an old man standing in front of you, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He was dressed in a white shirt, his skin like dry tree bark, and his whole being presented a sickly gray-white color, with a pair of murky eyes flickering with a sinister light. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room seemed unable to see the old man. Seeing you staring blankly ahead, they couldn't help but feel it was strange, and soon began to send barrage messages asking. At that moment, the old man spoke. Young man, thank you for your meal. After so many years, I have finally waited for someone fated to meet me. Just let it be quick for you. A hoarse voice echoed from his throat, and as he spoke, a faint light flickered in his eyes, as if he would pounce at any moment. But at this moment, you clearly felt a massive sinister energy gathering around your neck. Your face flushed, and you felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. Wow, you really came. Who is the streamer talking to? And there's nothing on his neck. How could black smoke be coming out? He can't really be entangled with something, right? Many attentive netizens have already noticed something is off. At the same time, feeling an increasing sense of suffocation, you took out the golden talisman from your pocket. Die! Your face twisted in rage. You bit your tongue and spat out a mouthful of pure yang blood. The golden talisman was instantly activated, emitting a golden light that appeared incredibly brilliant in the darkness. A beam of golden light transformed into a sharp sword and shot out, easily severing the black arm. A strange, tragic scream echoed through the quiet intersection. Even the viewers in the live stream heard it. The previously skeptical netizens began to flood the chat with question marks. Everyone, don't be nervous, it's all part of the show. Please wait a moment for the host. Seeing the golden light talisman so powerful, you feel a surge of confidence. Before everyone can react, you have already drawn the dark red peachwood sword from your back, and the golden light talisman is affixed to the sword, emitting a faint golden glow. Today, I will break your feudal superstition. Everyone saw you wielding a peachwood sword that emitted a faint golden light, constantly swinging it in the air, and from time to time, they could hear a series of miserable screams. Although you lacked internal energy, your agility was still quite good, and with the support of the peachwood sword and the golden light talisman, you quickly reduced this wild ghost to ashes in just a few strikes. As the strange disappearance occurred, the howling cold wind around gradually dissipated. The 3 incense sticks, 2 short and 1 long, inserted in the rice bowl, had the longest one break, making all 3 sticks the same length. Watching the golden talisman in your hand lose its spirit, the talisman paper also tore apart. You pretended that nothing had happened and hung the peachwood sword back behind you. Everyone, that was just for show. You must believe in science. After my verification, this midnight rice with incense is nothing but feudal superstition. Saying this, you kicked the bowl of rice on the ground and shattered it. Taoist, stop pretending. What you just pulled out of your pocket is the real Taoist talisman, right? You said everyone should believe in science, but you're hiding your cultivation from us, aren't you? But at this moment, you have no time to pay attention to others. A system sound rings in your ears. Congratulations, host, on breaking the feudal superstition of midnight rice and incense in front of everyone, and receiving the rewards of the golden light spell and 3 spirit nourishing pills. It has been detected that the host has not yet entered the golden light, so a special gift of 10 years of golden light is provided. The spirit nourishing pill has a slight effect of cleansing the marrow and cutting the veins. Containing spiritual energy, consuming one can enhance the golden light for a year. Listening to the voice in your mind, you were suddenly startled. It was actually the golden light spell, one of the 8 great spells of Taoism. How considerate, knowing that I hadn't mastered the golden light spell and specially gifting me 10 years. In the next moment, you could clearly feel a warm golden light flowing through your meridians, as if with just a thought, the golden light could manifest. Although your 10 years of golden light can only emit a faint glow for now, with the spirit nourishing pill, you should be able to start your cultivation. It took you a while to come back to your senses. A gift special effect kept flashing on the pop-up screen, and Zhangchen immediately revealed a wide smile when he saw this. Thank you all for the gift of the branding iron. Thank you Ji Lao Tai for the cloud-piercing arrows. Thank you branding iron for great healthcare. Zhangchen came to continuously thank the gifts. His afterglow glanced at the background and found that after removing the platform share had already talismanized more than 2,000. End of chapter. This live broadcast platform is a platform that incorporates all the live broadcast software on the entire network, which is why Zhangchen had close to 2,000 people watching his first broadcast. This traffic can be much more massive than all the live streaming software in the previous life. Jiang Chen's hardcore anti-sealing behavior made people who watched the live broadcast call out asterisk 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 asterisk. Some people even edited the video overnight and sent it to the short video software, because the subject matter attracted a lot of attention. And for a while Jiang Chen attracted even more people's attention. One night passed. One of the most liked videos even reached 100,000, and the comments were 6 or 7,000, and the number of broadcasts reached 10 million, and it was already completely on fire. And this blogger is also the Daoxian real Jiang Chen 8 below. These days it's true that all kinds of bulls and ghosts have come out. They all dare to be disrespectful to the ghosts and gods. They're crazy for fire. Fake, isn't it? Special effects it. The whole thing is pretty much the same. The screams do sound a bit weird. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a strip of light on the mahogany sword? How come it's still glowing? What do you guys know? This is a live broadcast from late last night. I was there at the time. Dao Xianjinjin is really something. It's a well-known fact that you can't live broadcast Photoshop. And it's true that everything that happened yesterday was bizarre. For a time the big words midnight white rice inserted incense directly rushed to the hot search of the major websites. Jiang Chen was completely on fire. Magic City Save Energy Life Headquarters. Inside this high-rise building, the department in charge of the adventure class section also pulled up Jiang Chen's livestream at this time, because Jiang Chen is the first day to register an account and live broadcast, so there is no super tube presence within the live room. Who would not have thought that a newcomer's first day of live broadcasting will have 2,000 people to watch? Supervisor Chen, this is the live streaming data of real Daoist Chen from last night. A pretty-looking woman pulled out the backstage data. The man on the side looked shocked as well. The first day's live broadcast data is actually so high. And they are all real people. Breaking feudal superstitions and going into natural science? This person is really not afraid of death. The person in charge is a genuine Taoist disciple. She then pulled up Jiang Chen's registration information. The info is sketchy. Only real name authentication and then only a certificate of dowsing. Look at the content of his live broadcast. There are so many people watching his first live broadcast. There must be a good program effect. Maybe after a year there will be another 10 million big anchors. Supervisor Chen's eyes twinkled. Within moments the live replay was pulled up. Only the more the two watched, the weirder it became. And the content of the live broadcast behind it was even more shocking to the two. Special effects? Supervisor. It's real. There's no trace of synthesis. Supervisor Chen stiffly twisted his head to meet his eyes. And at this moment, it was as if the two men's worldviews had been hit by destruction. Other people might suspect that it was a special effects synthesis, but they were the insiders of Saving Power Live, and they were able to check the status of Jiang Chen's live data and the abnormalities. After several comparisons, I finally came up with the answer that the content is true. In other words, Jiang Chen had indeed messed with something unclean by making the midnight white rice and inserting incense, and a fight had broken out between the two sides, except that they could only see a stream of black gas and the glowing mahogany sword. As for who Jiang Chen was fighting, they weren't clear at all. Supervisor, this person's live broadcast is very influential. Should we block him? Nope. I can't block it at all. Cue me actually having no power. What? Let's see. After trying several times, Supervisor Chen finally believed that they were actually unable to block the account of this Daoxian real person, and that they, as insiders, were actually prompted with insufficient authority. The power of life and death is in his hands in the live rooms of all the anchors on the adventure boards. This is the first time I've encountered this, and it's a hell of a thing. Shao He, don't take the liberty. This man is a real high achiever in Taoism. Since he wants to broadcast, let him broadcast and give him traffic to try. I'll report it to the board. Okay, Supervisor. Shao He knows that their Chen supervisor is also a materialistic person. He does not believe in ghosts and gods. Someone in front of him to mention feudal superstitions, he is very disgusted. Supervisor Chen didn't say how much traffic to give. So let's start with a 1 million traffic placement. A million traffic is just a sprinkle of water for the live streaming platform. And 1,000 conversions from a million traffic is good. But Shao He didn't expect Jiang Chen's live broadcast bonding to be very high. And at this moment, Jiang Chen was huffing and puffing inside the demon suppression watch. Taoism is all about a do-nothing approach, the way of nature, and living in harmony with nature. Whenever I wake up, I will do my homework. Of course, Jiang Chen is the only one left in the demon temple, so it's up to him whether he does his homework or not. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. What is it? Jiang Chen sat up violently from the bed with his eyes wide open. Ding! detected that the host's shock points exceeded 1,000, and 5,000 shock points have been deducted. The system store is open. What the hell, you just docked me 5,000? Vampire you! Turn off the queue for me first. Jiang Chen's words fell instantly. The entire world cleared. It was then that he dived into studying the system store up. The system shop, as the name suggests, is a place to buy things, where you can buy anything, but you need shock points to do so. Pills, 9 turn golden pills, 999. 9 billion shock points. 8 turn golden pills, 888. 8 billion shock points. Essence blood category, Panga's essence blood, 100 billion shocking points. Ancestral dragon's essence blood, 500 billion shocking points. 3 Qing's essence blood, 600 billion shocking points. Nima. Jiang Chen just glanced at it and hurriedly gave it a close. The horrifying numbers made Jiang Chen feel desperate. How many people were there on Blue Star? Even though it was twice the size of Earth, the population was only 30 billion. That moving hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars of merchandise was like a thick mountain crushing Jiang Chen. Name, Jiang Chen. Training, 10 years. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Items, Spiritual Elixir *3. 50 years Peachwood Sword. Spell Hey Wholesale Robe. Point of Shock, 8,523, growing. A dowser who knows something but not much is the equivalent of a really high gong in Blue Star. The others are not shown directly. Ugh, a long way to go. The system pulls up what I can buy for now. A live broadcast can make more than 8,000 people believe that feudal superstition is false is really not easy. After all, the audience's eyes are bright. Want to fool them cannot be simple. Spirit containing pill, 1, 000 shock points. Spirit raising pill, 10, 000 shock points. Golden light pill, 100, 000 shock points. Nima, directly into a tenfold increase. Why don't you go and grab it? Give me 8 pills of Yunling Dan. End of chapter. Deducting 8, 000 shock points. The 8 impregnating spirit pills have been released to the system space. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved in the palm of his hand. A jade bottle appeared. Opened the bottle mouth, a burst of fragrance suddenly escaped in the room. A single Yunling Dan can increase the golden light for 1 year, while 8 of them can increase the golden light for 8 years. Jiang Chen directly swallowed 8 inner spirit pills in one gulp without the slightest hesitation. A wave of warm energy flowed through his body for a while, eventually merging with all the golden light within his dantian. The golden light within the dantian was even more brilliant, as blinding as a dazzling sun. When Jiang Chen didn't use the golden light mantra, the golden light in his body wandered throughout his body's meridians, hidden from view within his body, growing 8 years of golden light at once. His golden light has accumulated to 18 years, and my fleshly strength has all increased by a large margin. Jiang Chen swung his fist twice. 2 cracking sounds rang out in the room. I'm afraid the power of my punch is around 800 or 900 pounds. Even Tyson would have to be beaten into a teddy in front of me. Being able to fight is the same as being able to resist a punch. This was still Jiang Chen's power without opening the golden light mantra. If he opened the golden light mantra, his power might be in the 500 pounds upwards. The golden light mantra, also known as the golden light divine mantra, is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism, and has many wonderful uses, with body protection and defense being the most basic. The strongest thing was that the golden light divine mantra could fix the spirit, and the golden light emitted had a restraining effect on all weird energies. After the golden light divine mantra reached a certain depth, it could even be transformed into a golden light weapon against the enemy based on the intention, because the golden light divine mantra could then be cultivated. Jiang Chen didn't need to cultivate any other techniques. He only needed to activate the golden light instead of spiritual energy. Jiang Chen got up from the bed and stood naked in the middle of the room, his mouth chanting as he began to activate the golden light mantra. Heaven and earth are the basics, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Jiang Chen only slightly opened his mouth, but his voice was like a bell, and his aura was awe-inspiring. His voice was as loud and thick as a bell, and exuded an aura of righteousness that made people feel awe at the very first moment they heard it. The golden light in his body surged and appeared to flow on the surface of his body, because it was now daytime. If he didn't look closely, he could simply see the golden light on Jiang Chen's body surface. A strong power filled the whole body. Although the golden light in his body was constantly depleting, there was no problem in maintaining the golden light spell for half an hour just like that. Jiang Chen's mind moved the golden light to conceal the body and everything returned to normal. Only then did he pick up his cell phone and look at it. Although last night to break the midnight incense sticking feudal superstition, but there are still many people do not believe that he is just in the show. All is the effect of the program. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, the content of his live broadcast last night hung high above the hot search, and the comments in it were mixed, most of them mocking and even cursing him. And of course there are plenty of people who support him. At this point his private messages had exploded. Do you live tonight, Taoist? This Taoist master, your live broadcast is good. Do you have any idea to sign up with our Kuan media? Dare you, Taoist master, to bounce on a grave? Jiang Chen saw this private letter, immediately disdainfully laughed. Grave bouncing is considered what feudal superstition? When I was a child and do not know what to do. There are many people have done this kind of silly things. But the next moment he found an interesting private message. This was commented on by a man named Tianxue Guishu. Kid, cut out these show effects. There are some things you can't get your hands on. If you persist, you'll suffer the consequences. He Jiangchen laughed disdainfully, then gently clicked on this person's homepage. Homepage is also all the video clips for other people's fortune-telling. Looks like a half-assed peer. Not even joining a Taoist temple. Barely a godly man. Jiangchen knew that he would move these people's cakes as soon as he started the live broadcast. After all, he broke the feudal superstitions. People don't believe in these anymore. How else can they cheat money? Of course, there is no lack of some real skills. But nowadays the world is all messed up by those godly men. Once these godly men speak of your smoothness based on your personality and daily life, with a little touch, it's a good idea to pay the money and you're on the right track. Before Jiang Chen disdained these charlatans, and now Jiang Chen, who had successfully cultivated, was even more disdainful of them. As far as these old dens are concerned, he'll do as many as come. And with his live broadcast binding system, no one could block his live broadcast. Jiang Chen didn't give a damn about him, but instead took his cell phone and walked out of the room, utilizing the system's camera to shoot a video, which was his first time showing his face. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen, Taoist named Dao Xianjin Zhenozhen Demon Guan Master. Tonight at 11:30 you do not see. I will once again collect a feudal superstition, to bring you into the science. The video is simple and amounts to a teaser and an introduction. As soon as the video was posted, fans who followed him got the message the next second. Half an hour passed, and the video released by Jiang Chen directly exploded onto the hot search. Only half an hour the number of likes reached a staggering 300,000, and the data is rising wildly. What a certain Quinn collapsed the house. A certain rocker is going to have a concert are all topped. Jiang Chen had also saved that Kuan's life in disguise. The comments at the bottom were one after another. Among them was the heavenly water fortune telling. Dare you find a country lane and take 13 steps at 12 midnight, calling out your name with each step? Dare you answer? 13,000 likes. Holy, I guess that the Taoist master was young. I didn't realize that he was actually so young and still the head of a Taoist temple. 9,000 likes. Zhang Daolong, so young, physical strength should be very good. Do not engage in this live broadcast. Want to come to Magic City with me? 7,000 likes. Jiang Chen was originally thinking about what program content to engage in at night, but he didn't think that this Tianxue Guisha was actually so kind as to give him a recommendation. Then Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't waste his painstaking efforts, and then replied to him. Wait. Seeing Jiang Chen reply, these people are even more excited. The night and can watch Save Energy live content, although a little scary but exciting. On the other side of Cloud City, inside an unknown alleyway, a fortune-telling store was open here. A man with thieving eyebrows and a withered face. He was hunched over as if he was carrying an unspeakable secret. His hair was disheveled, like a mass of tousled grass. His face was waxy. The thin lips were always slightly upturned, with a wry smile that made people catch on. He was wearing a tattered robe that hung loosely on his body, further emphasizing his lewdness. The entire person looked devoid of any righteousness, living like a half-assed cleric. But the more so the more one feels not to be messed with and looks as if he has real skills. Zhao Broken was squinting his eyes at this moment, his hands constantly pinching, and he looked as if he was wandering in the sky. In front of him sat a middle-aged woman respectfully, and next to her stood a somewhat handsome young man, who looked at with the eyes of a caring retard master. The faces of the seated women, on the other hand, were a little tense. She was waiting for Zhao Broken's answer. End of chapter. Ms. Chen, is your son's name Zhou Tianxiong? At this time, the godly Zhao Jian opened his eyes and looked as if he had spied on a heavenly opportunity. The woman froze at the words, and then a look of excitement appeared on her face. This master is really a capable person. He counted what her son's name is at once. All of this was naturally seen by Zhao Broken, who smiled disdainfully in his heart. The agent recommended you to me long ago when your whole family's information to me. I not only know what your son's name, even your 7 aunts and uncles' names know. Master, yes. Have you calculated what my son will do in the future? Zhao broke his eyebrows to look at the side of the country face, height of 1.85 m or so. The body looks very stout, with which he actually some heart weakness, but years of experience in the scamming business didn't reveal him. He pinched again, followed by an excited smile on his face. Ms. Chen, Your son will at least start out as a mayor in the future. This statement was made. The scene fell into tranquility for a while, and the corner of Zhao Broke's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the two freeze. Oh no! I'd blown it big time. Zhao Jian wanted to slap himself, but he couldn't take back what he had said, so he could only think of a way to come back. But the next moment there was the sound of MS. Chen's delighted laughter. Ha ha ha, my son will at least start out as a mayor in the future. Do you hear me, son? You quickly thank the master. MS. Chen pulled aside Zhou Tianxiong, who was cold-faced. Zhou Tianxiong took a few deep breaths. He wanted to lift the table of this godly man and then call the police, but his mother kept pulling him to make him annoyed. His family believes in feudal superstitions. He's the only one who doesn't. He had long since looked at this lewd clergyman in a bad light, and now he wanted him to say thank you, not even adore. He's not going to pull that off. Son, what's wrong with you? You're usually so polite. Why are you so unintelligent now? MS. Chen reprimanded her son while looking apologetically at Zhao Broken. Alas, it doesn't matter. Young people have a thin face. Zhao Break at this time palms are also a cold sweat. Luckily the pig was convinced. If it were anyone else he would have really flipped today. Master, how much will I transfer to you? Said MS. Chen anxiously pulled out her cell phone. Zhou Tianxiong on the side wanted to stop it, but he couldn't even pull it. MS. Chen, give a 18,000 count a thought on the line. Seeing that MS. Chen was dressed in expensive clothes, Zhao Broke also said with a lion's mouth. In no time close to $20,000 was transferred. Zhou Tianxiong, who was watching all of this, fiercely clenched his fists. After I pass the patrolman's joint examination and become a patrolman with power, I will definitely arrest all of you assholes. Zhou Tianxiong was a patrol academy student, and with his grades the chances of passing the patrol joint examination were as high as 90%. All of this was made up by Zhao Jian. But what he didn't know was that Zhou Tianxiong had climbed up the ranks at an extremely fast rate in the next 5 years to become the extremely powerful chief of patrol. Zhou Tianxiong's name has also become a taboo in the hearts of the nation's godly men. Godly men Terminator, Crook's Nemesis, Patrol Nova and many other titles on his head. Waiting for the two to leave. Zhao Broke's body instantly revealed a lewd look as he opened his cell phone and looked at the deposits inside the bank. He's been cheating here all these years. No, telling fortunes has been living a peaceful life. Do not have to stay on the flyovers like those godly men to tell fortunes. Suddenly a notification message pops up from Shake Shack Video. Zhao Broke directly clicked in to read it and then directly exploded with anger. His face immediately grimaced. He originally wanted to scare Jiang Chen to let him give up live broadcasting this kind of content. Did not think that Jiang Chen was not afraid of tigers even if he was a newborn calf, but actually also hard with him. He also had to be chosen tonight to propose the breaking of feudal superstitions. Isn't this a disguised slap in his face? When have I ever been so angry when I was so used to being treated with respect and being high and mighty? Things that aren't afraid of death. Do you really think you can eat this bowl of cake just because you get some program effects? Tonight we'll show you what terror means. This is your own death. Zhao Broke laughed twice grimly. Don't others know if the superstitions he puts forward are true? This superstition is one he learned in his master. Decades ago because someone tried this superstition that night directly died a violent death. Died very tragic. As if the life of something tortured. After that the superstition was banned and there were no cuties. Keep trying again. Even his master, Shake, had warned him that it was okay to cheat but never to die. When Jiang Chen accepted Tianchui's request for fortune-telling, many of his peers were also staring, each with a watchful attitude. Although Jiang Chen's behavior was tantamount to provoking them, as of right now, it couldn't shake their cake. Jiang Chen in the midst of the demon-suppressing one was cleaning the ancestors' hall with a chicken feather duster in hand, and a duster was placed under the statue of the ancestor. The handle of the duster was no longer smooth and flat, and the dust filaments had lost their former integrity and whiteness. It is worn and broken in places. Despite the breakage, the duster still had an air of resilience. This duster, according to his master, is 200 years old and has been enshrined in the ancestors' hall, which is like a witness to history, carrying the weight and vicissitudes of history. When he inherited the sect leader Jiang Chen looked through the core records of the Jin Demon Guan. And according to the records the Jin Demon Guan's enshrined Taoist weapon had always been a bronze sword, but it does not know what reason has become a duster. And the record is limited. Jiang Chen does not know. In the old days, Jiang Chen could only feel that the duster was ancient and looked a bit tattered, but for Jiang Chen, who now possessed a golden light, he could now clearly feel the rich scent of incense within the duster, as well as a hint of hidden divine power. Looks like that master of mine still has a lot of secrets he hasn't told me. Alas. Jiang Chen stepped forward and bowed to the ancestor master, then stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on top of the duster, the golden light in his body surging and attaching itself to the palm of his hand, and a ball of bright and dazzling golden energy flickered continuously. It was like a sun that had shrunk an unknown number of billions of times. The golden light surged within the duster, and the duster seemed to be alive at the moment. Jiang Chen felt that the duster was actually absorbing his golden light. Not long after the duster changed, a trail of golden strokes emerged from the handle of the duster, and these complex strokes in turn outlined a rune. These runes were intertwined and sacred. However, Jiang Chen didn't let this bottomless whisk continue to suck it down. He wanted to restore the golden light, could need to keep running the golden light mantra to absorb the sun's energy. He believed that with his golden light mantra embedded every day, at some point in the future this duster might be able to regain its former divinity. His golden light was several times better than even aura. Cultivators ran their gong methods to absorb aura, and then practiced the golden light mantra to transform the aura into golden light, while Jiang Chen directly practiced the golden light mantra because of the system. End of chapter. Today, Saturday, Rongqing had a day of clear drizzle. The rain did not fade the scorching heat of Rongqing, but instead made it a bit humid and stuffy, making it even more unbearable. Halfway to midnight, Jiang Chen opened the live broadcast through the system, and as soon as the live broadcast was opened there was a large number of people pouring in, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was rising by leaps and bounds. 1,000, 2,005, 5,000, 20, 000. The number of people directly soared to over 100, 000 people. In addition to the traffic Jiang Chen was given by the staff of Saving Power Live, Jiang Chen's own heat was also frighteningly high. Late night stalls, many rubbing anchor directly swept by Jiang Chen. Even that heat is the same high degree of listening to the water to identify the treasure at this point in the heat than Jiang Chen. A barrage flew across the room so fast it was impossible to react. Woohoo! Number 1. Long Jiang Dao, show your face. Show your face quickly, this lady has something urgent. What's the big deal about the anchor tonight? Didn't you see the preview upstairs? Tonight, Taoist Master Jiang is going to break the feudal superstition of the one who once died. I just don't know if the Taoist Master is powerful enough. Taoist Master Jiang is the real person who is the head of the demon-suppressing one, and is in charge of a Taoist Guan. So if you guys don't understand what the concept of head is, then Hard Kong understands why the demon-suppressing one has the word demon-suppressing in it. But, as far as I know there is only one person in the demon-suppression temple, Taoist Master Jiang. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit our branch negative treasure? Jiang Chen was also surprised to see the number of viewers tonight. He knew that there would be a lot of people on the live broadcast tonight. He didn't expect that there would actually be so many people. And this moment had already reached a staggering 180,000 people. Supertube, Lone Wolf enters the airwaves. Supertubes, Iron Mask enters the airwaves. Supertubes, Master Cyanide enters the broadcast room. The Imperial Patrol Division enters the airwaves. Bunny Military Worker enters the airwaves. The Rongqing Patrol Division enters the broadcast room. The Institute for Transcendental Biology enters the airwaves. Supervisor is to Save Power Life software has a very big power position. The position of the supervisor also overrides the head of all the anchors. Even if it is 10 million big anchors do not dare to offend the supervisor. Each supervisor below the management of the 20 management. And the back followed in 1 by 1 blue V official account is to use the cattle and force of the description can only say that too much bombing against the sky. The moment these bigwigs entered the broadcast room, 2/3 of the pop-ups were directly missing. Afraid of getting a water meter check for a slip of the tongue. Welcome to the live broadcasting room. Today let's see how poor Taoist breaks down feudal superstitions and brings everyone into natural science. Jiang Chen's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. It was still the familiar image of the wilderness. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was no telling where Jiang Chen was at this moment. All anyone knew was that Jiang Chen was still continuously moving forward. Anchor, no need to bull ********. I have long been looking at those godly clowns are not happy. You quickly hit the face of that Tianshui fortune telling. Today that only pitched my mom $20,000. This person was none other than Zhou Tianxiong. Does Taoist Jiang want to go to a mass grave and find a grave to pop for everyone? Mordor's little puffer, give out piercing arrow *100. I love hot dog buns, give out piercing arrows *100. I have a mine in my house, send piercing arrow *100. Jiang Chen has not even spoken, a cloud piercing arrow rises up to the sky, directly occupying the center screen of the live broadcast room. Hundreds of cloud piercing arrows launched directly to the live broadcast room pushed up to the climax. 100 piercing cloud arrows was $100,000. These three people swiped it without blinking, and through their names it looked like they were the godly among the godly. Qin burning, all came to see the Taoist master live. Not only is there Qin burning, there's also national husband Wang Xiaonia. This I have a mine in my family, big brother. At this point I truly believe you have a mine in your family. Thank you all for the gifts. And that resident bouncing on someone else's grave is a bad behavior. It's not only disrespectful to the deceased, but also to the deceased's family. This kind of damaging een and virtue thing poor Taoist won't do. Breaking down feudal superstitions is just to keep people from being fooled. And bouncing on someone's grave is disrespectful to the dead. Not only will it damage the yin and yang, but you'll be arrested by the governor. Just today I looked around Rongqing for a long time, finally found a very suitable countryside path. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's exciting to save up for the show that's just around the corner. How about a different one, Taoist master? Actually, I'm not really suggesting that you break this feudal superstition. After all, it was a real dead man in the first place. Yes, Taoist master, how about a different one? What are you guys talking about? If the Taoist master is changed, doesn't it sidestep the fact that the feudal superstition is true? Well, all the residents don't need to be persuaded. You have to believe in science. It's 2420 years old. Actually, people still believe in feudal superstition. I swore when I became the real person in charge of the demon Jingguan that I would break all the feudal superstitions in the world. And in my opinion, the feudal superstition that Tian Shuiguoshu said is nothing more than folk superstition. I, Jiang Chen, have never believed in any of this. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at a countryside path. The ground was still slightly muddy because it had just rained lightly all day. On both sides of the road is planted with rows of straight acacia trees. Dense branches will be the moonlight at night are covered. A walk into the intersection can be felt on the face of the cool. Far away in Cloud City, Zhao Broken's entire body looked incredibly excited when he saw the acacia tree on the side of the road. At first, he was a little worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to die, but the moment he saw the acacia tree he let his heart drop. His master said that the acacia tree belongs to the Yin, which means that it is split into wood and guile, which means that guile is raised under the wood, and that the acacia tree is not suitable for planting in the house, or it will bring disaster. Because the acacia tree will often have small bugs fall down. People will be these bugs called hanging ghost's child. And there is a rumor that acacia trees do not go on the house, meaning that the acacia tree cannot be used as a material for house construction. Cannot just cut down. There is a possibility of inviting the bizarre. It's simply the right time and place. Jiang Chen, let's see if you die this time. However, Zhao Broke saw that someone in the live stream had reminded Jiang Chen of this, which made him angry. Midnight, acacia trees, muddy paths. Who understands the gold content? How much gold is in it? I don't know. I just know it's going to be exciting later. Blah blah blah. No sperm after the founding of the country. Anchor, you're not right with this superstition. Legend has it that this superstition involves you leading a paper cow 13 steps and calling your name at each step. You're not being rigorous at all. That's when this pop-up appeared and instantly caught the attention of the crowd. There was a rhythm in the live broadcast room. Jiang Chen naturally saw this pop-up screen. Don't be in a hurry. All the residents, come one by one. I'll try the depths of the unattractive cow first. Although Jiang Chen possessed more than a decade's worth of golden light, he didn't want to play big and invite something that was even more powerful than him. Ever since the last time he saw that lone ghost, he knew that the world wasn't really that simple anymore. All this weirdness he was really having. End of chapter. What about this feudal superstition that everyone knows I'm challenging today, which came from a man named Tianxue Guishu? Actually, I've been gathering some rumors about this feudal superstition today. Jiang Chen said as he took out a piece of cloth from inside his pocket and patted it on the shoulder of the road, then sat on his butt on the ground. Before explaining, he exchanged 2 Yunling Dan in passing and threw them into his mouth, and the golden light in his body was raised for another 2 years, reaching the 20-year level. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it going to start? Don't be afraid. Newcomer, the one who honors my true name will protect you for the rest of your life. Anchor, you look horrible in this image. Anchor, there's someone behind you. Nima, isn't this the road to my old home? I remember these 2 rows of trees perfectly. The crowd in the live broadcast room was still cracking jokes to try and scare Jiang Chen. Suddenly an eerie background noise sounded. The pop-ups in the live room diminished with the naked eye. Bunny Military? Institute for Transcendental Biology? Hibiscus Governor? Magic City Little Puff. Do you want to be so startled and scare the old man? I love hot dog buns. Are they shriveled up? Dog's head. Zhao Broke in Cloud City was watching the live broadcast intently, and he was trying to find out the traces of Jiang Chen's fakery at all times. But the sudden music almost scared him to death. Naya. Damn thing. Zhao Bro's chest continued to rise and fall, and he could hear his heart beating. Zhao Broke, who was originally a bit leggy, turned on the lights in the room with great speed. It took the illumination of light to dispel the darkness in his heart. Keep pretending. There will be a time for you to cry later. Zhao Broken immediately smiled grimly. Magic City Save the Power Live headquarters. Supervisors and Supervisor Chen who stayed up late to watch Jiang Chen's live broadcast have been taken aback. And if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't block Jiang Chen's live broadcast, he would have wanted to give it a direct ban. Don't be nervous. His last live broadcast also had this part. It's all about program effects. Program effects. Supervisor Chen smiled sarcastically. The same scene is playing out in various parts of the country. In conjunction with the terrifying background sound of the live broadcast, Jiang Chen's hoarse voice rang out. Rumor has it that at the stroke of midnight, one chooses an eerie woodland path and then takes 13 steps toward the darkness, calling out one's name with each step. When you finish your walk and turn back, you will realize that you have opened the path to hell, and there will be a netherworld of ox heads and horse faces waiting for you. And bullhead and horseface are the underworld's underworld, the things that lock up souls in the netherworld. And naturally, there's no need to say much about the final end. But I, Jiang Chen, just don't believe in evil. Bullhead and horseface are the underworld's netherworld priests, responsible only for hooking souls, and I haven't yet reached the end of my young lifespan. So what right do they have to hook me? As a netherworld, if you hook the wrong soul, you will be punished. And what kind of person is Oxhead and Horseface? How could he make such a mistake? Needless to say, this is an exaggerated and outrageous rumor. Taoist master is powerful, worthy of being the real sect master of the demon-suppressing temple. I think the Taoist priest is right. The gate of hell should be the ghost gate. It's outrageous that mortals can open the ghost gate by relying on a feudal superstition. And it's still a toss-up whether the ghost gate exists or not. Let's not talk about all this nonsense and hurry up and get started. What's the use of saying so much now? This superstition is strictly prohibited by the state. Don't compel others even if you want to make a fool of yourself. Hey, brothers on the fall, when you put it this way, that Tianchue Guoshui is trying to put the live broadcast to death. The more the crowd thought about it, the more horrified they became. You can't say that. After all, the Taoist master himself said that he broke the feudal superstition. So how can you blame people for that? Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhao Brok also hastened to defend himself. If Jiang Chen dies, the governor will certainly investigate his head, and then he may have to follow the disaster. There is no need to argue, monks, and the time has come for me to begin. Watching Jiang Chen get up, the crowd stopped arguing. Midnight. The forest path was like a mysterious world hidden in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura, especially with the cold wind blowing through the acacia trees on both sides constantly shaking. Leaves rustled as they rubbed together, and every now and then you could hear the cries of unknown animals. Not to mention midnight, even 10 minutes past dusk for someone to come down this road. As the cold wind blew, Jiang Chen's Dao robe swayed slightly. Under the gaze of countless people, Jiang Chen swaggered into the path wrapped by the acacia tree, and the screen of the live broadcast moved along with him. As soon as he walked into the section, Jiang Chen could feel a chill. It does get a little cooler in here than outside, but it's not a big problem. Step out. Jiang Chen. 2 steps out. Jiang Chen. His voice seemed so eerie as it echoed through the forest. Until the 13th step out. He had also shouted his name 13 times, and 13 steps out didn't go very far. He had stopped at that point. The crowd in the live room was straight up excited. One by one, their titanium eyes were wide open, ready to see what would happen next. You know that people who used to play this superstition died very badly. One marketing number that smells traffic has already recorded a screen. Jiang Chen turned his head to find that nothing had appeared. The rumored gates of hell weren't there either. And what with the bull's head and horse's face being even more absent? You residents don't have anything. Jiang Chen smiled. There's something behind you. Maru Spice. No offense. The live broadcast instantly brushed up the 4 big words rhythm. No offense. Jiang Chen saw the audience, so look face suddenly sank. Without the need to live in, the crowd prompted. The body of 20 years of golden light Jiang Chen on the surrounding environment changes naturally clear. Didn't a creepy face appear behind him? And this weirdness didn't hide his form, but directly revealed it. So the crowd in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. How dare you? How dare a lone ghost be so arrogant? Give the poor Taoist death. Jiang Chen's sudden roar startled the crowd in the live broadcast room, only to see Jiang Chen pull out a yellow talisman from inside his yellow cloth pocket and throw it out. The exorcism talisman that sensed the bizarre aura immediately flashed with golden light, from which a golden sword was shot out to penetrate the bizarre face. A miserable shriek resounded through the forest path. The weird black mist also disappeared. The yin qi emanating from this weird body was even trashier than even that wild weirdness from last night. Jiang Chen couldn't raise any interest at all and didn't even turn on the golden light spell. A mere exorcism talisman had decimated him. This talisman was carved out by Jiang Chen with the golden light inside his body, and it was simply not too easy to deal with this kind of weirdness. What are you all afraid of? This is just a poor Taoist program effect. That was just a blindfold just now. Any magician can do it. Is that a talisman suspended in the air? Taoist master. You have to admit it. Naya. I thought the Taoist master was done with it, but I didn't realize it was that weirdness that was done with it. So that's how you break down feudal superstitions, is it, Taoist master? End of chapter. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Mordor's little puffer, give out piercing arrow *100. I love hot dog buns, give out piercing arrows *100. I have a mine in my house, send piercing arrow *100. Night raid on the tribe of women, delivering great healthcare *5. Jiang Chen watched the system panel shock points continue to increase. A wide smile also appeared on his face. It's just that the rate of growth disconcerts him a bit. The anchor admits it. I knew it was all a program effect made by the anchor. The feudal superstitions are all fake. I'm an advanced magician. And I'd say I can't do this kind of blindfold. And I reckon it's true. Bull ********. It must be a program effect. I don't care if it's true or not. Taoist Jiang said it's a program effect, so let's say it is. Know it all. Get out of here if you know the king. Originally, he was still very happy to see Jiang Chen invoke the bizarre Zhao broken. But once he saw the talisman suspended in the air emitting a golden color, he directly sat down on the ground. If others don't know, doesn't he know? Although he was half a bucket of water, his master had real skills in his body. To know that even his master had been drawing talismans for decades, he could only activate a talisman when he was at his peak. And this Jiang Chen was actually able to activate the talisman as well. This was an awe at the same level as his master. Crap, I'll be dead if I'm targeted by Jiang Chen. Zhao Broke was aware of how terrifying it would be to provoke a disciple of the Dao sect. His master had told him that he would rather mess with a monk than a Taoist. If you mess with a monk, you can apologize and pay for it. The Taoists will not accept your apology or compensation. They will either collect your hair, nails or your birth date. Even if you don't believe this, you always feel unsettled in your heart. Now Zhao Broke had also messed with a Taoist master who possessed real skills. Nope, he must have drawn this talisman by chance. A real talisman can only be drawn by a decades-old Gaokun. How could he? Why don't we just get him killed? Determined, Zhao Broke picked up his cell phone and began to rebut Jiang Chen. Daoist Jiang, you're not being rigorous at all. Didn't someone say before that we should hold the paper ox? Aren't you fooling everyone? That pop-up did come out and some people did start to bring up the tempo. Jiang Chen sneered twice after seeing Tian Shui's fortune-telling. Jiang Chen loved the way these godly men looked at him and couldn't do anything about it. I already knew that you godly men would say that. Later on, you Taoist masters will not only lead the paper cow, but also drag the paper man. The poor Taoist would also like to advise all the residents to never believe in science, and not to go to the godly men on the flyovers to have their fortunes told. These words were also the words that completely pissed off those godly men. I'll measure you. You. Your mom. No good. Ha 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 ha. These godly men are in a hurry. The dog is jumping over the wall. The godmothers who realized something was wrong immediately stopped sending out pop-ups, and they then reacted to the fact that Jiang Chen was setting them up. They then turned to their target to privately message Jiang Chen, only to find that Jiang Chen had actually even turned off his private messages. This pisses them off to no end. Jiang Chen was no longer paying attention to these clowns at the moment. At this time he was holding a paper cow behind him and dragging two paper people step by step. Every step also shouted his name again. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Until the 13th step. The surrounding gale. All the surrounding sounds seem to have disappeared in general. Silence. This place is like isolated from the world. The wind whistled, and the rich coldness came over the face, as if there were weirdness hissing around. Jiang Chen opened his eyes after a slight sensation. The magnetic field around him had been altered, and the place was shrouded in a densine chi. A special territory has been created, commonly known as the Ghostbusters. Regular people who accidentally broke into this place would naturally die for sure, but it was not enough to fear for Jiang Chen. The Yin Chi here couldn't even invade a meter of Jiang Chen. Fellow monks, there are actors who are afraid of the environment here and are in a hurry to go back, so the poor Taoist will take care of it first. Jiang Chen left the picture just like that. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the picture, a dense white mist rises from within the forest path, and between the white mist there is an eerie green light. An illusory and terrifying weirdness appeared out of thin air between the white mist, and the moment these weirdnesses saw Jiang Chen, their eyes shone fiercely as if they had seen their prey. They felt the rich power of pure yang in Jiang Chen's body. If they could devour Jiang Chen, their power would at least grow a few times again. You can even stop limiting yourself to this bull ***** psychic ritual and have no problem coming out late at night to suck people's souls. Two of the bizarre figures flickered, appearing 2 meters away in a single flash, and the distance between them and Jiang Chen was closing. Don't you just want money? Do you need to yell to get off work? Jiang Chen's expression was bland, and the golden light in his body roared like a rushing torrent as his Dao robe shook. Heaven and earth are the basics, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Jiang Chen's voice struck the depths of his brain and shook his heart. His thick voice was like thunder resounding throughout the forest path, and the special domain condensed by the yin qi around him shook. In the middle of the dark night, Jiang Chen opened the golden light mantra, and his body surface was wrapped in golden light, exuding a glorious golden light. The golden light was pure and holy, exuding a transcendent aura. It was like auspicious light from the heavenly realm, sacrosanct and inviolable. Wherever the light touched, evils receded and turbid qi melted away. The two creeps that were rapidly approaching were directly vaporized by the golden light spell, and the dozen or so creeps in the rear were illuminated by the golden light to emit eerie shrieks. The voice sends chills down your back when you hear it. What's the commotion? Didn't you say, Taoist master, that it was the actors who had to clamor to get off work? Is this green light a light struck by the Taoist priest? And what is this golden glow? What are you doing picking up the microphone again this late at night, Taoist master? The sound effects are pretty good. Are you the right actor, Taoist? Is that sound something a person could make? The crowd in the live feed was eager to see what was going on, but all that could be seen in the picture was the acacia tree, and the golden glow that illuminated the road. At the moment, the busy Master Jiang didn't have time to return to the pop-up. These shenanigans couldn't carry his golden light at all, and died when they touched him, because Jiang Chen's golden light couldn't yet do anything to coalesce into an object to attack. He could only trouble himself with some close combat. It's a good thing these creeps can't get out of the area. The acacia trees along the road are hiding places for these creeps. All that awaits them is death. After a few minutes, the green light was dispersed by the golden light, and the weirdness was sent to God by Jiang Chen with a few slaps. Everything around returned to normal, and the place didn't feel eerie anymore how you look at it. Gurus, I have arranged for the actors to return. Ah, what you say about the light just now? That's the light I had someone hit. As for this feudal superstition about ghosts and gods, it's probably because it's the weekend and there's no work. End of chapter. God didn't ing work. Do ghosts and gods have to work too? Do you think I look like such a stupid person, Taoist master? I'm a poor reader, Taoist Jiang. But don't lie to me. Bunny military, do you still have that talisman? Will it also emit golden light when it's attached to a missile? Ultimate Biological Institute, can we have the actor that the anchor just had for our research? No matter how much it costs. Hibiscus Inspector, either you report the location, or I'll send out the police. Are you guys serious? Wasn't that just an anchor program effect? What's the origin of this anchor? So many bigwigs are actually giving him props. A bunch of idiots still don't get it. At this point, the super tube is already trembling. Right. Just ask you this live room you dare to seal? Mordor's little puffer, give out piercing arrow *100. I love hot dog buns, give out piercing arrows *100. I have a mine in my house, send piercing arrow *100. Magic City little puffer, can Taoist Jiang add a WeChat? I love car hot dog buns, can Jiang Daochang make a friend? My family has a mine, +1. Jiang Chen naturally saw the cloud-piercing arrows rising in the picture. No problem. The three karmic masters are destined to be with me as soon as they look at me. This blink of an eye is another 150,000 yuan of revenue. The background watching the Saving Power Live Chen supervisor has been confused. Spending $100,000 just to add Jiang Chen's WeChat is really godly. Taoist master, watch your mouth. Damn. If the three of you swipe me $100,000, everyone in the live broadcast room is related to me. The Taoistich's mouth is exactly on display. That was fast. Jiang Chen then exchanged WeChat with the three. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. The shock points within the system panel were increasing at an extremely fast rate, regardless of what the audience thinks. This feudal superstition was broken by him anyway. The pop-ups as well as the gift effects in the live room were dazzling, and if you didn't clear the screen you couldn't see the picture at all. Thank you for the gifts of all the residents. But poor Tao once again advised everyone, do not imitate the anchor threatening to operate. Please do not imitate or consequences. Don't worry, Taoist Jiang. Even if we borrowed 10 of our guts we wouldn't dare to try it. Awesome. Do you want to come to our starry media? We'll definitely make you a hit. Jiang Chen laughed at the situation and shook his head. He had reminded the crowd in the live broadcast anyway. Fellow monks, today's live broadcast will come to an end. The poor Taoist should also go back to rest. This big night also came out to give you guys to get the program effect is really tired of me. Listening to Jiang Chen's complaints, the fans in the live broadcast room were instantly confused. Jiang Chen, who has more than 100,000 viewers, is directly off the air at light speed, and this number of people, if replaced by other anchors, shall not be broadcast to death. It had only been 50 minutes or so since Jiang Chen had started broadcasting. The black screen of the live broadcast only left countless question marks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the feudal superstition of 13 steps to call back the name, rating S, and obtaining the top-level Taoist Heavenly King spell. The complete book of elementary talismans. Heavenly King mantra. Use majestic golden light to inscribe the Heavenly King talisman, and then use the Heavenly King talisman as a medium to lure the Heavenly King's Dharma body with golden light to descend to suppress all evil spirits in the world. Awesome! The Heavenly King Dharma body can even be summoned. Jiang Chen was filled with shock. Now that's a true deity. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 20 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Items, 50 years peachwood sword. Spelling hey wholesale Taoist robe. Primary exorcism talisman *10. Shocker, 39,000, and counting. A dowser who knows something but not much is the equivalent of a really high gong in Blue Star. System redeem 3 spirit rising pills for me. Jiang Chen had no choice but to exchange the spirit rising pill. It was reasonable to say that the spirit-embracing pill was priced at 1,000, and a single one could raise the golden light for 1 year. He could exchange 39 of them, which meant that it could raise the golden light for 39 years, while the spirit-rising pill was priced at 10,000. One could only raise the golden light for 5 years, and even if 3 were swallowed, it would only raise the golden light for 15 years. However, as his golden light increased, the effect of the Yunling Dan had been greatly reduced, and he could only exchange for stronger pills if he wanted to increase his golden light. Deducting 30,000 shock points, 3 spirit rising pills have been placed in the system space. Ascending spirit pill, it has the effect of detoxification and detoxification, widening the meridians and strengthening the body, and contains a large amount of aura that can be transformed into golden light, which can be enhanced by 5 years of golden light for those who take it. Jiang Chen took out the elixir. A rich fragrance filled his nostrils. Just the scent alone made the entire soul instantly feel uplifted and relaxed. As soon as he stuffed it into his mouth, the elixir slightly exploded at his throat into pure aura surging into Jiang Chen's body. As the golden light mantra operated, a large amount of aura was directly transformed into golden light with ease, eventually hiding in all parts of Jiang Chen's body. Golden light boost for 15 years. This time, Jiang Chen's golden light directly reached 35 years, and Jiang Chen felt that he was one step closer to transforming into a golden light. At this time, the golden light mantra was turned on, and a rising golden flame had appeared on the periphery of the radiant golden light, which did not harm him, but instead made him feel very warm and comfortable. This golden light was simply the nemesis of any evil energy. His physical strength directly broke through the power of 1,000 kilograms, and he might be able to reach 4,000 kilograms of power with the golden light on. It's already Superman. Jiang Chen put away the golden light, then sent a location to the governor of Rongqing in a private message. Although the weirdness here had been eliminated by him, but the acacia trees on both sides of the road were in after all, so it would be bad if they attracted weirdness again. Jiang Chen had wanted to take a car to leave, but at this point and so remote, he couldn't get a car even in the metropolis of Rongqing. Looks like we'll have to get a mobility scooter sometime. The 3 divine heroes had swiped 300,000 out in one night, and the rest of the gifts counted for roughly 30,000, making a total of 350,000. Plus his assets had reached over 600,000, enough for a very nice car. In a deep mountain somewhere in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, there is actually a military camp here, and there is even a bright laboratory underground. The lab is called the Institute for Transcendental Biology. Minister Wang, the live broadcast analysis is out. We compared the data sent by Saving Power Live, and we finally found that everything that happened in Jiang Chen's live broadcast was true. A burly soldier stood upright and reported from the sidelines, and there's no way that sharp, piercing sound could have been made by a human being. As you know, Minister Wang, I'm a psychologist, and I analyzed Jiang Chen's facial expression based on the fact that he was fooling the fans within the live broadcast. Beside Minister Wang stood a valiant woman, who simply pulled up the screen of Jiang Chen's changing facial expressions. End of chapter. As you know what the Institute for Transcendental Biology exists for, the world seems to have changed, and weird things are happening all over the country. Jiang Chen may be appeasing everyone to believe in science through the live broadcast, but of course the odds are that it's also an eyewash, and his ideas are always good. Minister Wang removed his own glasses and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. You should rest. Minister Wang, you've been studying this for a long time and stayed up all night watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast. The soldier stretched out his hand and pointed to a corpse lying on a bed, which was pale to the core, covered in white downy hair, with fingernails that were harder and more elongated than normal, and the skin of its mouth already somewhat protruded by its fangs. but the body had been tied up and fastened dead to the bed. You can feel a chill just standing next to this body. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely instantly recognize what exactly this was. It's a zombie undergoing necrophilia. When it was first dug up, the body was still soft. In a day's time, this body has become indestructible. Even pistol bullets can't break it. It's really amazing. They didn't know exactly what the corpse was, but personally they all knew that it was undergoing a magical transformation. Let's go out. My body has been getting worse lately. It looks like I have to follow you guys to exercise. Minister Wang stretched his somewhat painful waist and said seriously. Minister Wang is joking. Your body is tough as nails. The burly soldier laughed. Minister Wang, do you think it's because you stayed with this corpse for a long time? So, Su Yun is a psychoanalysis expert. She is very sensitive to subtle changes in the human body. She has some guesses in her mind. Minister Wang froze at his words. His eyes glanced at the corpse, then lost his smile. I don't think so. Chen Yun, you've also been too tense lately. Take a good rest and rest. Rumors were not to be taken as true. After all, they at the Overwatch Institute had little direct proof that ghosts and gods existed in the world. Just make it through the next few days. There's already some kind of organization being set up there that specializes in this kind of weirdness. And from now on, we'll be doing our research in the back at the Overdrive Institute. Yes, Minister Wang. The three walked out of the room and the soldier pressed a switch, the heavy bulletproof door slowly closing, and the fingers of the corpse lying on the bed suddenly moved minutely. Only the three didn't notice. At the hidden gate of the barracks, two warriors were standing sentry with steel rifles in their hands. The two men's bodies were erect like pines, only that a touch of excitement was revealed in their clear eyes. A sudden gust of cloudy wind appeared out of nowhere, and the two men shivered in unison. Limbo, didn't the internet say that for new recruits, the squad leader and company commander might come to touch the sentry when they stand sentry? Su Koan leaned his figure to the side and whispered, don't lean over. If the instructor sees the two of us standing sentry and groping for fish, it'll be a disaster. Limbo's complexion changed, hastily opened his mouth to remind. Hey, no, the squad leader is usually so strict with us. If he comes to touch the sentry, we'll just pretend we don't know and hold him down. Su Koan thought about it and laughed at once. Limbo's expression lit up at his words. And what if the company commander? How stupid you are. How dare you press the company commander? Stupid. Really? How come it's getting colder and colder late at night in the resident these days? Kinda. The two took a deep breath and continued to look around. After an hour and a half of this, the initial excitement the two had felt had faded, leaving only a wave of drowsiness, and their eyelids were beginning to fight. Looks like they're not going to meet the squad leader to touch the sentry. A cold wind rustled through the dense bushes outside the compound, and the two didn't pay much attention to it, but the next moment a sound of a slight stomping on a dead wood branch resounded in the middle of the woods. Click! The voice instantly caught the attention of both men. Bozy, cheer up. It should be the squad leader touching the sentry to come. The squad leader is really smart, actually went out before we stand sentry. Who to scare? Su Kwon tightly gripped the steel gun in his hand. Maybe it's really the class president, who is usually bad. Limbo also thought that his class president was messing with them at the moment. After all, before their squad leader had let a squad of them go digging graves inside the mountain in the middle of the night, which had almost scared the piss out of them at the time. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all inside the woods. Wait here. I'll go check it out. Quinn, don't go. It's pretty scary in the middle of the night. Scared less. Su Koan took the gun and moved his legs before heading into the middle of the woods. Limbo waited anxiously in place for a few minutes in the middle of the woods, but there was no movement at all. And only then did he realize that something was wrong. Asterisk. Safety on. Live rounds loaded. Koan, you say something? Limbo shouted. Still no movement. He hastily opened the night vision device, instantly found Su Koan's figure. He rushed inside the woods without saying a word. The instructor inside the monitoring room of the barracks had just returned from his bed check when he saw Limbo rushing inside the woods. Asterisk. What's with the newbie? Just then all the images inside the surveillance room blurred. Zip. The situation being an instructor, he was dumbfounded. He had never encountered this before. A barrage of gunfire woke him immediately afterward. Beep. Ninth Company Emergency Assembly. Combat gear? This is not a drill. He grabbed his whistle and rushed out of the surveillance room. And the next moment a loud, shrill whistle sounded. A simple building lights up instantly. But a minute within, the building is crowded. 3 minutes time, all the people are assembled. What happened? Ninth Company Zhang Gang walked quickly carrying an anti-material sniper rifle. Company commander, something's happened at the gate of the camp. Anyway, get to the gate. A group of men rushed toward the barracks entrance with steel guns in hand. In fact, the barrage of gunfire had awakened them before the whistle blew. Not only the Ninth Company, but the other companies within had assembled. and even the tanks had been activated. The entire barracks was operational and lit up. The speed of the crowd was fast, and Chen Gang Company spotted the two Limbo when they reached the door. At this moment, Limbo dragged Su Koan with great force, and his frightened eyes looked into the middle of the dark woods. Company commander, instructor, squad leader, there are ghosts. The moment he saw the crowd appear, Limbo hastily wiped hot tears from his eyes. Chen Gang saw Su Koan's face was pale. His arm uniform was torn. His arm had a few black scratches, and his chest had a deep wound. He rushed forward to check it out and had it bandaged. Ghost? Chen Gang frowned, and it was obvious to the naked eye that this company commander was furious. What the hell is going on? Did you make that shot just now? Yes, I did. If I hadn't shot him, Su Koan might not be alive. I told you to get to the point. Hundreds of brothers are here, and you're afraid of what you're going to say if you stutter. Chen Gang's tiger eyes stomped, and his voice was so loud that it even dispelled the fear in Limbo's heart. End of chapter. The next day, the live broadcast of Jiang Chen's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions was posted online. As the video exploded, Jiang Chen what attracted more attention, but in 2 days his account had already reached more than 300,000 followers. The followers are all real people. That's a rocket ride in terms of the speed at which the powder rises. Many people have already discovered that the name Jiang Chen has already made it onto the hot searches of major platforms and websites. Dao Xianjinjin. Underneath one of the hottest hits, the comments have reached hundreds of thousands. This dude is awesome. I thought Lu Bu was already invincible, but I didn't realize there were actually such ruthless people. Whose ministry is this? This charlatan has caused such a big social impact by making a script. Why hasn't it been blocked across the internet? This is not something you should be concerned about. At that time, so many big brothers in the live room did not say anything. What are you more excited about? It's really hard to persuade the damned ghosts with good words. Jiang Chen's heavenly court is hidden. His light dissipates, and his hall of imprints is slightly black. There will be a disaster coming in the near future. This is the price of disrespecting the ghosts and gods. Tianshui fortune-telling and still active in the major platforms and websites, and with his set of words, but also some people fooled a rash. Jiang Chen's head was directly labeled by these people as disrespectful to ghosts and gods. Jiang Chen, who woke up at sunrise, happily picked up his cell phone to see how many fans he had gained, only to find screenshots from netizens in his comments section. Jiang Chen was instantly enraged when he took a look. Pick up your cell phone and start recording. I measure you asterisk. Last year bought a table of. Early in the morning you ing curse me not to die well is it? Tianshui fortune-telling do not let me know where you are. You'd better sleep with one eye open for me at night. You old cleric. And you've got the damn nerve to give the Orthodox Taoist temple master a face reading. The sky is still dark. I'm thin. Do you understand? The Hall of Darkness me? That's because I didn't turn on the light last night. You son of a. Jiang Chen breathed out a full minute of reasoning finally released. The strange thing is that the Shake Shack video platform actually has no moderation and the next thing you know, it's posted. This video is a great way to call out Joe Broken. Laughing my ass off. This is the real master. This Tianshui fortune-telling is really laughable. People's Taoist masters are just thin. If people's Taoist masters are considered to be obscure in heaven, then isn't he himself not living long? Jiang Chen, who had posted the video, didn't surf the internet anymore. It really pisses me off. Do I call this disrespecting ghosts and gods? Am I not eliminating the weirdness to break the feudal superstition? In a relaxed mood, Jiang Chen walked into the ancestors' hall to begin his daily cleaning as usual. After the incense, Jiang Chen walked towards another room. This house is not large, but it hangs a plaque that is about the same size as the ancestors' hall. Temple of all gods, 3 gilt characters. The font is simple and mellow. The brushwork is steady and atmospheric, exuding a majestic and expansive momentum. As you walk into the room, the rich scent of incense hits you. Although it was called the Hall of All Gods, the only idols enshrined here were the ancestors and some of the magi. Anyway, master, he's gone, so let's find some time to carve out all of the heavenly orthodox gods. Jiang Chen made up his mind. Before his master was there, he had also proposed to get some more idols to worship, but his master pointed his nose at him one after another and lectured him about disrespecting the gods. For a long time he didn't bring it up again, and now that he is the master of Jin Demon Guan, how he wants to arrange it is also up to him. After cleaning up, Jiang Chen willed the gate and left. Hibiscus asked for the 4 sons of the car store. Jiang Chen walked into the hall wearing a simple cultivated Taoist robe. Although the people here had odd gazes when they saw Jiang Chen in a Taoist robe, but there wasn't any taunting or anything like that in the episode. A short while later a smartly dressed saleswoman greeted us with a smile. Is the Taoist priest here to see the car too? Oh, I'm not here to look at cars. I'm here to buy them. Ha? Buy a car? The sales of Ask the Sky Automobile froze at the words, but she quickly recovered her composure. I don't know. What model does the Taoist master need? I can detail it for you. That new ask of yours that came out M9 is very nice. I like it a lot. I wonder how much it costs now. Jiang Chen pointed to a side hall where a large with beautiful lines could be seen through the transparent glass SUV parked. Taoist priest, you really have a good eye. Now the activity price. Together with the regional differences. Our questioning Sky and Ronching M9 full drop price is around 550,000. Sale saw this and gently brushed the hair beside her ear and opened her mouth with a smile. Is there a current car? If it's a normal process then there's no current car. But today because a customer didn't want it for some reason. So it just so happens that we have a current car in the store. Then the poor man is really in love with this car. Swipe your card. Full payment. Ha? Oh. Female sales face from the look of surprise gradually changed to excitement. If the full payment, if this single down, she can also commission more than 10,000. And did not expect the company this problem led her to solve. She carefully stepped on her high heels with the Longhua bank card and led Jiang Chen towards the front desk. We'll need Jiang Chen's signature later. Under the puzzled gazes of several staff members at the front desk, the swipe machine spit out a small ticket for $55,800,000. The transaction was successful. Jiang Chen directly wrote his name on the purchase contract. The news that spread instantly. And it just so happened that today was a special day. And this was the first sold. Jiang Chen had paid full price enough to buy the Ask the Sky M9. So the manager upstairs also greeted Jiang Chen personally. Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. We'll take care of any problems for you within 2 hours. And you'll be able to get your license plate and drive away today. Then I'll trouble the manager. Manager, who watched as Jiang Chen's figure became more and more familiar and seemed to have thought of something, he hurriedly opened his cell phone and looked at it. Discovery. Isn't this the who is the head of the demon suppression temple that exploded on the internet? Jiang Chen. Taoist Xian. The name is right too. May I ask if you're Taoist Master Jiang from the demon suppression temple? Manager, who shouted with an agitated expression. It's me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha. I am your fan. Jiang Daolong, you said earlier you want to purchase a car if I give you the internal price. Manager, who was as enthusiastic as if he had met his idol. Again. He had a fruit plate served and a whole bunch of gifts delivered. Taoist Jiang, I know you have real skills. You're not like those swindlers on the runway. Manager, who that's all a program effect not to be taken seriously. I get it all. Manager, who had an I know it all look on his face. Jiang Chen smiled twice. You get it if you get it. Taoist Jiang, originally I wanted to visit you after work today. And this just happened to meet you. Oh, I don't think it's Manager who yourself. Taoist Master is indeed a Taoist Master. I'm not going to hide it from you. Taoist Master. My cousin said that her son most likely encountered a ghost. That's why I wanted to come to you for help. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered superstition. Please go to the host to break the feudal superstition. Rewarding the top-tier Taoist art, the Celestial Master's Chi-looking art. End of chapter. Where are the ghosts and gods these days? It's 2,420 years old. Manager, who is my fan, can never believe in feudal superstitions. Jiang Chen reminded in a serious tone. Yes. Taoist Master, I definitely don't believe in it. I'm a true materialistic person. Manager, whose demeanor was corrected with an I get you look. Jiang Chen also stopped talking at first glance. He knew that Manager who was misunderstanding again. So, Taoist, you're saying yes? Taoist teachings don't go empty. We all eat on merit. You should know that. Understand. I understand some of these. As long as the Taoist priest for my cousin to solve the difficulties of 100,000 hands-on. Manager, who patted his chest in assurance. Jiang Chen sniffed the corner of his mouth, slightly twitching. He just wanted to say to give a 10,000 on the line. Did not expect this manager actually so bold. Jiang Daolong, you don't understand. I grew up with my parents leaving. Alone and lonely. It's all because my cousin brought me up from a young age. Now that I've made a name for myself, I'm going to return the favor to my cousin anyhow. In that case, you can tell me what's going on. Jiang Chen mobilized the golden light in his body and patted Manager whose shoulder. But he didn't detect any evil energy in Manager whose body. Manager who glanced around, then approached Jiang Chen and whispered, my own nephew is now in his senior year of high school, about to take the college entrance exam. But a month ago his grades suddenly plummeted. And now they're down to the 60th percentile of the year. If his grades hadn't slipped, he'd definitely be in the top 10 of his grade. Maybe he could have gotten into one of the 211s and 985s. So my cousin suspects that he's being haunted by something unclean. Jiang Chen drifted off. Causing a decline in academic performance has many possibilities. Now I have not seen your nephew cut, not jump to conclusions. See you in the evening. No problem, Dao Master Jiang. Dao Master, my cousin is also a fan of yours. If she knew you made a move, she would be very happy. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. All the information on the vehicle was processed in the afternoon, at which point the license plate was completed. Jiang Chen sat on the main driver to familiarize himself with some of the car will be driven out. The co-pilot sat who manager personally for him to explain all the functions of the car. The talk was very detailed and went on for half an hour. The two agreed to meet in the evening at 8 o'clock at the Wangjiang Pavilion Hotel. Jiang Chen, who had returned to the Demon Jingguan, parked his car outside the main gate. The Demon Jingguan was still too small. There were only 2 rooms to live in. And then there was an ancestors' hall and a hall of all souls. And in the middle was a place to practice. It's the equivalent of a quadrangle. Because the Jin Demon Temple is not open to the public. Many local people in Rongqing do not know that there is a Taoist temple in the suburbs. And although his master goes out to take jobs, the honorarium he receives is only enough for 2 people to live. Therefore, the Jin Demon was very small in scale. And if Jiang Chen hadn't chosen to take over the Jin Demon, perhaps it would have been demolished by this time. Jiang Chen sat down under the statue of the ancestor god and began to comprehend the complete book of elementary talismans in his mind. Elementary talismans contain 108 of them. For example, amulets, talismans, amulets to protect the house, amulets to drive away evil spirits, amulets to suppress corpses, and so on. These runes were not at all the same as the talismans passed down from the demon suppression one. Jiang Chen was already certain that the talisman that had been passed down was a castrated version. There were only a few of these talismans that were exactly the same. The talismans handed down from a Taoist temple actually have only a few that are correct, and the rest have all been modified. His master has said that the Jin Demon Temple has been built for 700 years from now. 700 years of inheritance are like this. Then what about other Taoist temples? I'm sure the underpinnings that have been passed down are even worse. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed slightly. He wanted to record all the talismans in his mind. This was the orthodox underpinnings of Taoism and should not be lost in the river of history. With the passage of time, the sky was already darkening, and it soon came to the time he had agreed with Manager Hu. 108 runes, thousands of variations. Several hours passed, and even the golden light-enhanced Jiang Chen couldn't record them all. 89 runes. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is truly profound. Only with a deep understanding of the changes could one understand how shocking these 108 runes were. He stretched himself, then drove away from the Taoist temple. More than 10 minutes later Jiang Chen came to Wangjiang Pavilion as promised. To be precise, he was a few minutes late. Today the traffic jam was extraordinarily serious. Jiang Chen, who had parked his car, saw Manager Hu welcoming him. Beside him stood a woman, and next to her a somewhat quiet-looking boy with glasses. This look is someone else's boy, born with the holy body of mathematics, science and chemistry learning. The boy's dark eyes looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Being good at mathematics and chemistry, he had a great belief in science. He wanted to see what the master his uncle was talking about was capable of. The crowd walked into the middle of the Wangjiang Pavilion box. Manager Hu, his cousin, was very enthusiastic, and only after everyone had eaten did she begin to ask about the reasons that led to the decline in her son's grades. And at this moment, the system that detected that Jiang Chen was in the process of breaking down the feudal superstitions unexpectedly opened the live broadcast automatically. The live broadcast screen suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen, a screen that Manager Hu's few people couldn't see. Asterisk 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 system, why are you suddenly appearing like a ghost? Messages popped up all over the country for Jiang Chen to turn on his live stream. Manager Hu, do you mind if I start a live broadcast? Jiang Chen inquired. He pulled out his latest sports camera from among his pockets. He was also just trying to cover up. The system was already on live and he didn't have a cell phone or anything like that in his hand. It wouldn't be good if Manager Hu was scared silly when he saw it. Live broadcast? Of course I don't mind. I never thought Hu Han, would have a day on TV. Manager Hu and his cousin didn't mind. The live broadcast was opened for just a minute, and the number of people had already risen to 100,000 plus, and the 2 live broadcasts directly made Jiang Chen burst into flames, and the heat was naturally high. Why did Taoist Master turn on the live broadcast so early today? Is this because you're worried about brothers staying up late and hurting their bodies? The title continues to be into science. So let's see how scientific today's program really is. How is this at dinner? How does dinner break the feudal superstition? Isn't this the manager of the new Ask the Sky Auto 4 Sun store in Rongqing? Manager Hu and his cousin saw so many people watching in the live broadcast room at this time is also a little nervous. Hello again, monks. Today is an alternative breaking of feudal superstitions. And here's the thing. Jiang Chen briefly explained what had happened. Laughing my ass off, the Taoist master can't get a cab back to the Taoist temple after doing the effects of the program. These days Taoist masters are buying cars, and I'm still a cow and horse. The Taoist priest is right. There are many causes for a person's grades to drop. The Taoist priest is a truthful person, did not say anything about messing with something unclean. However, the next moment Jiang Chen said something that shocked everyone. End of chapter. Actually, cousin guessed correctly. Her son did get into something unclean. So his mind was not open, causing his grades to drop drastically. Jiang Chen glanced at his cousin, then said indifferently. Manager Hu and his cousin looked stunned at the words and were a little scared in their hearts. If something unclean is haunting her son, doesn't that mean that thing is also within the box at this time? The two of them immediately felt a chill on their backs, and it even felt like something was staring at them from behind in general. The boy on the other hand scoffed. His body he knew. He wasn't haunted by anything unclean at all, and in his opinion Jiang Chen was a complete and utter godly man. Not to mention the boy. The viewers in the broadcast room were dumbfounded. Master Ah, didn't you say goodbye to anti-feudal superstition? What kind of operation are you doing? Sure enough, the package of contrasts. Before the live broadcast all the program effects. I think later is to open the mouth to ask for money. What a good calculation. First you create heat with scripted program effects and then you start taking jobs offline. This is fraud. Don't jump to conclusions yet. There might be some misunderstanding. Right. Anyway, I do believe that Taoist Zheng has real skills in him. I feel like he's a lot more powerful than even my grandfather. This last pop-up is from the same netizen who popularized the knowledge of burning incense earlier. The two of you don't need to worry. Since there is something bad haunting your son, then according to my Taoist thinking is that it's not just to supersede her. Jiang Chen saw this and gently smiled to appease the two of them. The two were also relieved. It was fortunate that Taoist Zheng was there, or else her son's grades might not have made it into the top 100 in his grade. The top 100 of the grade here is the top 100 of the entire senior class in Rongqing. Then I'll trouble Taoist Zhang. Just as my cousin said, as long as my son's grades are restored 100, 000 payoffs a penny. Her cousin's family suffered a lot growing up, and then an opportunity arose for her cousin to climb up to the position of manager, and after that she worked very well. The family is also considered to be suffering, and 100,000 is still easy for the family to take out. $100,000 was nothing to them, but it was a huge amount of money to some people in some live rooms. My God, what do I hear? $100,000? Nima might as well go and rob it. I thought the godly man on the footbridge charging me 500 was tops. I didn't realize there was actually this kind of wrongdoer. Schmuck. I don't want $100,000. I just want $50,000 to solve your family's problems. For a time, the beats of the live broadcast were all over the place, and Jiang Chen's reputation instantly fell. From being a true guru in the beginning, he has become a fraudulent charlatan. Jiang Chen didn't say anything in response, and manager Hu and his cousin were startled when they glanced at the phone. Jiang Chen was accused of 1,000 things. Everyone, don't slander Taoist Zhang. 100,000 was the payment we offered. It was never something Taoist Zhang asked for. The reason why we offered such a high price is because our nephew is the hope of our family. His grades are very good. He will definitely get into a very good university in the future, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than ours. Manager Hu explained with a bitter smile. In this society he knows the importance of education. With his ability could have continued to climb up, but because of his college education, the manager of the top he has never been able to climb up. However, the majority of the crowd on the live stream couldn't care less for whatever reason. Anyway, in their opinion Jiang Chen talisman money is wrong, because Jiang Chen is a disciple of Taoism. Should make an example. Collect a few $100s on the line. In layman's terms these holy mothers and people who hate the rich are morally kidnapping Jiang Chen. However Jiang Chen, who was deeply imbued with the core theories of Taoism, would not spoil them. You bunch of stinking. The poor Taoist eats with his ability, and needs you to point the finger? Look at it or get out. Morally kidnapping the poor Taoist? I'm sorry, the poor Tao has no morals with a black heart. Jiang Chen some bitter reasoning down. The rhythm in the live room is also considered to be a little smaller. Manager Hu and his cousin who were at the scene were considered to have truly felt Jiang Chen's power. Not used to these black fans at all. SuperTube, you see him. Do you still care? If you have the balls to initiate a connection, you'll see if I spray you or not and be done with it. I'm going to report you. Just like the way you guys look at me and can't do anything about it. You can try suing me against my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters Mansion and Ask Mountain's Tianyi Taoist Temple, and Yinyang Mountain's Taiji Taoist Academy, Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion, Ask Mountain Tianyi Taoist Temple, Yinyang Mountain Taiji Taoist Temple. These three Taoist temples are the best preserved trio in the Dragon Kingdom. They are also the leaders of Taoism nowadays, and although they are in charge of the national Taoist temples, they have no power to check the internal affairs of the rest of the temples. And Jiang Chen's master had said that the demon-suppressing sect used to be a superb Taoist sect, only that it had fallen out for some reason. So, Jiang Chen, who was the sect leader of the demon-suppressing one, had even less reason to be afraid. The person who was able to sanction the demon-suppressing one had not appeared since ancient times, and you want him to start a streak. Go eat your own ass. The two of you don't need to pay attention to these jumping clowns. Let's get back to business. Jiang Chen picked up a teacup and sipped, his expression unconcerned. With his perennial qi-nourishing breathing technique, he had long been happy and angry, and no one could guess what was in Jiang Chen's mind. Even Chen Yun, who was a top expert in psychology, could only analyze Jiang Chen's micro-goddess with difficulty. Then may I ask how Taoist Jiang is going to transcend this unclean thing? Cousin asked with an open mind, and manager who was also concentrating on the question. This unclean thing isn't actually bad. I can't make a move to supersede this thing. Instead I need you to make a move yourself, cousin. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. In fact, the moment he saw his cousin and his son, he used his golden light to feel it, and there wasn't a trace of evil aura on the two of them, which meant that they hadn't encountered anything unclean. It was a well-intentioned lie, and if it hadn't been said, maybe things wouldn't have worked out. Ha! Let me come to overthrow. I have no skills, how can I do that? Cousin's face collapsed at the words, and a chill ran down her back. That's not true. Who says you don't have what it takes? I'm not giving you a move? Jiang Chen picked up his yellow cloth pocket and rummaged through it, not looking at a single talisman in it. Instead, he directly pulled out a thick book. This book looks a little old. The Earthstore Bodhisattva's True Wish Sutra? How is this a Buddhist scripture? Taoist Jian? Ugh, don't care about the details. Zhang Daolong, this behind Jiangnan printing houses? I was interested in buying and reading it before. The content is the same, so don't worry about it. Jiang Chen tactically took 2 sips of water. The boy on the side almost didn't get pissed off at the sight of the situation. This is not bullying the little cutie, is it? No, his mom was not a little cutie. Then what should I do? Taoist Jian? Cousin inquired. Still serious. End of chapter. Then what should I do? Taoist Jian? Simple. Whenever your son is studying in his room, you recite the scriptures in your own room, and you must recite them word for word with sincerity in order to do so, and once a day. You'll see results in a week. Does it really work? My cousin asked with some confusion. She always felt a little strange but didn't know where to start. Laughing my ass off. Are you serious? Taoist Jian? Taoist Jiang. Aren't you discrediting yourself? Big sister, don't be fooled. No, he's just fooling you. Damn, is $100,000 so good? However, Jiang Chen ignored them. Don't you know if it works or not if you go back and try it yourself? Remember, you must wait until your son is studying before you read it. Don't ever read next to your son, or that unclean thing will be even more powerful. Jiang Chen said with special emphasis. Okay, Taoist Jiang, I'll keep that in mind. It just so happens that there's a mock start at my son's school in a week's time, and the city's mock exams are all one set of questions, so it's just a matter of seeing how many places my son can get to. That's good. It's getting late, you two better go home early. There's no need to rush about the payment. It's not too late to talk about it after a week. That's good. I'll be sure to testify for your name when the time comes. Taoist Jiang. A few people walked out of Wangjiang Pavilion, and Jiang Chen drove off alone. Car. Residents don't need to be anxious. Whether I'm a liar or not will be known in a week. And where else in this world is there something unclean? I've said that everyone must believe in science. Jiang Chen smiled bashfully, not affected in the slightest by the black fans in the live broadcast room. After a bit of small talk, it was off the air. Since there wasn't much of a save show today, there was only a couple $100 backstage. Nothing to do with a meal for nothing, but also a few $100. Really comfortable. On the other side of the farewell, Jiang Chen's manager, who was also ready to send his cousin, nephew back. Uncle, mom, you'd better stay away from that charlatan. You is cheated. Can grow heart. The boy sighed in a serious tone. You little brat really flipped out, and lectured mom. This thing you don't care. You must be haunted by something. Nephew, you have to believe that Taoist Jiang has real skills. After all, the previous 2 live broadcasts, manager who couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that mysterious ebony claw, and that mournful scream. That's a live stream, not a video. The boy sighed helplessly. After 3 days like this, Jiang Chen hadn't been live streaming, and even when the netizens commented to him about the feudal superstitions, he didn't respond. However, the heat on Jiang Chen has remained high, which has caused some stars in the entertainment industry to be very distressed. Their company couldn't Jiang Chen even if they smashed millions into it, and the leaders above seem to be indifferent to Jiang Chen, since they have stepped in to accuse Jiang Chen and do not cut his heat. Hot search 1, is Jiang Chen really competent? Dao Xianjin. Hot search number 2, can you get $100,000 in a week by reading scripture books? Hot topic 3, why is a dilapidated demon town watch not open to the public? Hot search 4, who is Jiang Chen who stirred up the whole internet with his own power? Hot search 5, Dao Xianreal has not lied for 3 days. Is not the previous behavior offended the ghosts and gods have been sacrificed to heaven? Jiang Chen still didn't have any stance on this. As the saying goes, let the bullets fly for a while. It's only been 3 days now and the fermentation hasn't been completed yet. He was sure that after this wave, he would be able to talismanize a large wave of shock points. The system pulled up my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 35 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Items, 50 years peachwood sword. Spelling hey hey wholesale Taoist robe. Primary exorcism charm asterisk 136. Shocker, 18. 600, and counting. A dowser who knows a little but not much is the blue star equivalent of a really high kung fu. A real humanoid beast. Jiang Chen wasn't idle these days either. He first recorded all of the primary talismans to keep them properly, and then he drew 136 primary talismans with golden light. Jiang Chen, who had crossed over, had seen the Uncle Ing movie in his previous life, and many times in the movie, when Uncle Ing was dealing with evil spirits, he ran out of talismans without realizing it. Jiang Chen was a genuine dragon nation, and his underfire syndrome had reached a severe, incurable level. It's always good to have more talismans on hand. 136 primary talismans was the limit of the brush, not Jiang Chen's. It doesn't. The last talisman ended. The brush in his hand that had been passed down for 3 generations had broken, and the unusual object could hardly withstand the golden light within him. It's still not good to have too much energy. Jiang Chen was helpless for a while. The system opens them all to see what brushes I can redeem. Mortal calligraphy brush, 1000 shock points. 50-year-old sandalwood open brush, 10,000 shock points. 30-year-old mahogany open brush, 15,000 shock points. Redeem me the 30 years peachwood enlightened brush. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and redeemed it directly. 30 years of mahogany enlightenment brushes, with a slight effect of concentration, able to withstand the power of 60 years of golden light. The tip of the brush has a hint of pure yang breath. The pen is calm and steady. The pen walks like a dragon and snake, ancient and simple and thick. The brush appeared in his hand. The grip was dark red with tiny Taoist gilt runes on it. The brush was well made. The nib was round and full. The shaft was smooth and delicate, like a work of art. Golden light mobilization attached to the brush. The entire brush emits a slight golden light, looks divine. It's true that expensive has its reasons. This $15,000 is worth spending. This enlightened brush was able to withstand the power of golden light for 60 years, which was more than enough for him now. Jiang Chen placed the brush under the statue of the ancestor god with incense, got up and moved around a bit. 100 or so talismans would be able to be used for a while without any surprises, and now he had other things to do. That was to carve out all the rest of the Pantheon's idols. Luckily, the Pantheon was small, and the idols inside were only about as big as his arm, so he decided to carve out 2 idols within the remaining 4 days. Since that's the case, then let's start with the 3 clearances. Carving a divine statue wasn't that easy. It was even more serious than even drawing talismans. Jiang Chen did what he said he would do. There was also a lot of good sandalwood left within the backyard warehouse. A wood that was extremely expensive and in quite good condition. It was the family fortune left to him by his master. If the relevant personnel to protect cultural relics to see certainly will be completely crazy. This is the best sandalwood. Outside is priceless things. There's actually a bundle of them in the backyard of this dilapidated demon control center. If you don't want to take over the demon suppressing one, you'll sell all the bundles of sandalwood in the backyard. Enough for you to live in style for the rest of your life. These were his master's original words, and he had never forgotten them. He didn't do that. This is where he grew up, after all. End of chapter. On the other hand, cousin believed Jiang Chen's words so much that whenever her son came back at night to study in his room, she would then start chanting in the middle of her room. At first she didn't even recognize some of the fonts within the scriptures, and then she slowly looked them up to understand them. From taking 5 hours to read in the beginning, it now takes 3.5 hours to read. By the time she finished reading, her son would have finished studying and gone to bed. Seeing her son resting so sweetly, she herself was relieved to return to her room to rest. Soon a week passed. She noticed that her son's complexion had changed for the better, and his whole person had undergone a radical change, as if he had returned to the state of a former schoolmaster. Her son just took his test yesterday and today is when the results come out. At this time she is at home waiting for good news about her son. Not a moment too soon. Her son then returned with a confident and relaxed smile on his face. "How are your son's grades?" she asked hurriedly. "Mom, don't you have any confidence in your son making a move? See for yourself." Words. She took the phone suspiciously and quickly found her son's ranking. Not in the 100, nor is it in the 60th percentile. At 18, it actually jumped a couple dozen places at once, and the grade went right up by more than 20 points. Good. Taoist Jiang was really right. It only takes a week to see the results, and I expect that the unclean things in you should be transcended. She looked agitated and wandered back and forth in the middle of the living room, thinking back to how anxious she had been before. She had also stopped being anxious and was in much better spirits since she had recited the scriptures, and her son's grades recovered. This is all thanks to Jiang Chen. Taoist Master Jiang is truly a man of high character. No way. The reward hasn't been given to Taoist Master Jiang yet. So let's ask Taoist Master Jiang to come out for a meal tonight. Or let him see if you've exercised the things in your body yet. She had also brushed up on the news online this week. And now Jiang Chen hadn't been live streaming for a week. And the netizens were still slagging off Jiang Chen. There were already many netizens mocking Jiang Chen today. Today she had to prove it for Jiang Chen. Upon hearing his mother's words, the boy was also stunned. He was so busy with his studies these days that he had almost forgotten about that jungle goddess. When he thought about his elevated grades, he wondered a little if he had really messed with something unclean. It was a little strange, but he couldn't say anything. What if people are really able to see things that normal people can't? Alright, Mom, just make the call. She took out her cell phone and called Manager Hu. Evening. Jiang Chen arrived as promised, and the location was still Wangjiang Pavilion. 7 days past Jiang Chen opened the live broadcast, and now it is time to cut leaks. As usual, the numbers went up miserably. Jiang Chen turned on the live broadcast. A rumor spread. 100 rumors spread. Yo liar, actually not dead yet. Is the money not enough? Wasn't it a slap in the face? It's really ridiculous. Aren't you breaking down feudal superstitions? How did you end up fooling people too? How much do you guys charge to post a comment? Can you take me? Say something. Taoist Jiang. These little cuties. It's just like a human machine. The live stream was dominated by black fans, and there were many fans who defended him. Long time no see everyone Jusher. Let's lift the secret for everyone today. It just so happens that the person in question is here as well, so please respectfully watch. Jiang Chen didn't look at the pop-up screen even after he said that. Manager, who was already waiting at the door by now. The crowd walked into the restaurant. You really are a god. Taoist Jiang. My nephew's grades have indeed recovered, and they both look much better. Mother and son. Manager, whose expression was a bit excited. The flesh on his face shook a few times. Hee, but anything that can be solved by careful observation. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. A week passed. The two men's complexion was flushed to the naked eye. How on earth did you know that? Taoist Jiang? Can it be that I'm really being haunted by something? The boy, who had always been silent, unexpectedly spoke up, his innocent eyes full of longing for the unknown. You really want to know? Jiang Chen's words changed. The boy nodded, even as the two men on the sidelines were filled with eagerness. Not to say that everyone in their live room was filled with curiosity. Is it hard to really reverse it? Ha 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 ha. What a reversal. I knew that Taoist Jiang wouldn't believe in making things up. I guessed that he must have seen something. Fart. This must be a dead duck. We'll punch him in the face later. Speak quickly. Taoist Jiang. Did you use some kind of immortal cultivation spell before? Jiang Chen shook his head and lost his smile when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Where are the spells and ghosts and gods? I have said long ago that everything should believe in science. In that case then I will tell you. The crowd gathered and washed their ears. I learned about your family from Manager Hu long ago. Manager Hu said that his nephew is preparing for the college entrance exam, and time is getting tight. Thus your cousin also wants her son to get into a good college. And she is also anxious, brainwashing your nephew's ears all day long. The child is already under great pressure to prepare for the college entrance exams, and the learning environment is very stressful. Coupled with your cousin's complaining and brainwashing, your nephew will be damned if he can learn it. That's why I said your son is haunted by something bad. But this bad is not that bad. Jiang Chen had made it obvious. Jiang Chen's words were like a bomb that exploded in the minds of countless people, setting off a huge tremor. It was only then that they reacted to the fact that the bad thing Jiang Chen had said was Manager Hu's cousin, because she talks too much for her son to settle down and study. Over time, her son's grades will naturally drop. Naya, this is science. Ha 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 ha. So that's what happened. I knew there was a reversal at the end. Mothers also want their children to get into a good college, not realizing that they will end up botching it. Just realized I'm such a clown. I thought there was really something unclean. Manager Hu and cousin also came back to God at this moment. Cousin's expression is a little complicated. I did not expect that in the end it was her who made a mistake. Her son was also filled with dismay. But it seemed that when he thought about it, he did have an easy time studying after his mother didn't bother him. But why didn't you just say it explicitly before? Taoist Jiang? The boy asked curiously. Do you think your mother would have listened at that time in her mood? If I didn't get a well-intentioned lie, would your mom take it so seriously? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. The boy was speechless for a moment. Then he raised his head to ask one last question. Then why did you make my mother read the scriptures? Some people in the live broadcast room were frantically posting pop-ups after this statement. This I know. End of chapter. I know this one too. What Jiang Taoist gave your mother was the Earth Store Bodhisattva's True Wish Sutra, which has a very large number of words, and some of the scripts are difficult to understand. An ordinary person may take half a day to read this scripture, and even if they are very skillful, it will take 3.5 hours to finish it. This is Jiang Daoji's way of shutting your mother up in disguise and creating space for you to learn. There was no lack of smart people in the live broadcast room, and after Jiang Chen reminded them of one point, they instantly analyzed the causes and consequences. And reciting scriptures for a long time, it's hard for your mind not to be quiet, and when your mind is quiet, rest is good, and when you're rested your chi is naturally better. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Low IQ, your mom talks too much crap. High EQ, you're being haunted by something unclean. Taoist Jiang is really a high-level person. It's a shame that I misunderstood Taoist Master Jiang before. I'll admit I was a little loud before. My girlfriend already asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream. Perhaps my son's academic achievement is also due to this reason. It seems I can't delay my son's studies too much. But I didn't delay my son's studies. So why did my rebellious son score 9 on the test? Upstairs, can your kids be compared to other people's kids? Jiang Chen also signaled the boy to look at the saving power live. Several people also learned the answer they wanted to know. Manager who ended up crying and laughing, and it turned out that everything went wrong with his cousin. Cousin was so anxious that her eyes were a little red, and had she known that Mom, it's okay. It's not your fault. After all, you just want me to have a good future too. The boy comforted his mother. Poor parents. As parents they should guide their children properly and encourage them instead of just passing on negativity to them. Didn't some great man say that a momentary failure is nothing? Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. I've been taught. Taoist Jiang. Cousin got up and bowed respectfully. If Jiang Chen hadn't woken her up, I'm afraid she would have been even more completely wrong. Taoist Jiang. $100,000 of remuneration is not a penny less. I've already transferred it to your account. Manager who was also a man of his word, and didn't withhold the money without Jiang Chen contributing anything to it. Good. However, I didn't put in much effort either way. You three take these 3 talismans. 1 Anjia and Jinshui talisman, capable of suppressing the house, and 2 amulets of protection, capable of avoiding danger once. A few words and 100,000 talismans. This makes Jiang Chen embarrassed. With that, he rummaged around inside his yellow cloth pocket for a while and found 3 yellow talismans. Why don't you stop this, Taoist Jiang? After all, didn't you say you believe in science? Manager who said snidely, but his hands weren't slow. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to react, the talisman had already been carefully put away by the 3 of them. Jiang Chen lost his smile. It seemed that Manager who was also a man of character. Believing in science is naturally fine, but not believing in me can be a problem. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said something meaningful. Manager who nodded his head in a hurry. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was the one with real skills. This talisman came from Jiang Chen's hand, so it must be a divine object as well. Yeah, I'm so angry. I want to tie up the Taoist master and rummage through his pockets carefully to see how many goodies he has. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wanna play upstairs asterisk asterisk T? Don't tell me. The Taoist master is really like just Doraemon. This is the real master. If it is replaced by the Jianghu clergyman, no 1 million can't come down. I remember you upstairs. That's not what you said just now. Just at this time the 3 big gods who had been silent for a long time finally couldn't help themselves, and the screen full of special effects flew up and directly pushed the live broadcast to the climax. Magic City Little Puffer, deliver Carnival asterisk 300. I love hot dog buns, give out Carnival asterisk 300. I have mines in my family, send Carnival asterisk 300. After the big 3, there followed a series of Emperor title fans and King title fans. Wind, give out Piercing Arrow asterisk 100. PPD, give out Piercing Arrows asterisk 100. Legendary Union, give away Piercing Arrow asterisk 100. Thank you for the gift of the branding iron. You all are really polite. Why don't you make a request? Or else this money poor Taoist will not be able to receive it. But to do or not to do poor Taoist is not guaranteed. After all, our Taoism preaches to do nothing and do as one pleases. Jiang Chen bared his 8 large teeth and laughed. Underage refunds. Hey, this resident. Words unfavorable to unity should not be spoken. Jiang Daolong, your mouth is no one else. Today's internet is only listening to the water to identify the treasure's mouth can be compared to you. This can make the poor buddies in the live broadcast room envious. Today is really an eye-opening experience. Today's live broadcast backstage reached more than $2 million in gifts alone. Jiang Chen could be said to have become famous in one battle. The heat that had been stored up for 7 days was finally being vented at this moment, and the word effective carnival was floating on the top of all the saving power platforms. It's finally time to reap the rewards. There should be a lot of people who don't believe in feudal superstitions now. It's a lot of effort to break down feudal superstitions, Jiang Chen said in his heart. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. The system's voice was frantically ringing at this moment, and Jiang Chen directly blocked the sound. Looking at the rapidly increasing number of shock points on the panel, Jiang Chen could hardly stop smiling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking his cousin's feudal superstition, making more people believe in natural science, and obtaining the top Taoist art, the Celestial Master's Qi-looking art. The power of the system is ghostly and directly enlightening. Memories flashed instantly in Jiang Chen's mind, but in just 3 seconds he had completely mastered the Celestial Master Qi-looking art. The first turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-looking technique, peeping into the faces of mortals, gaining insight into good and bad fortune, and reversing destiny, no problem. The second turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-watching technique, insight into feng shui and geomancy, most of the special energies, yin and yang calculations, and no omissions. The third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-looking technique, penetrating the direction of the Earth's terrain, searching for the traces of the world's Qi, and searching for things for thousands of miles is easy. The fourth turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-watching technique, watching a country's Qi, inspecting the direction of the dragon vein, and forcibly reversing the Qi of the dragon vein. The fifth turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-looking technique, the operation of the 5 elements, the 5 directions and 5 Qi, the changes of yin and yang, and the infinity of the Qianquan. The Celestial Master's Qi-looking technique cultivation to the fifth turn would be similar to cultivating immortality, and he had only mastered the first layer. Enhancing the Celestial Master's Qi-lookout technique required a huge amount of merit power to do so, and did not rely on cultivation buildup. Prying into the heavens but need merit, not enough merit that will have to pay the price of life. The price cannot be said to be not big. Jiang Chen was also a bit vague about merit. His master had once given him a mention of it, and it was said that doing good deeds and helping others would accumulate merit. It took a long time for Jiang Chen to return to his senses. Manager whose family, who learned the truth of the matter, had nothing to worry about. A meal everyone ate very happy, if not to drive. Manager who hard to pull Jiang Chen drink. End of chapter. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 35 years of golden light. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The Celestial Master's Qi Lookout Technique. Items, Embodied Spirit Pill *3. 50-year Peachwood Sword. 30-year Peachwood Open Pen. Spell Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist Robe. Primary Exorcism Talisman *136. Shocker, 130. 000, and counting. A dowser who knows something but not much is the blue star equivalent of a really high kung fu. A real humanoid beast. The system directly gave me 10 spirit rising pills. If he cultivated step by step, he might not be able to gather a trace of golden light even if he cultivated for a night, so he might as well get high. Deducting 100,000 shock points. 10 spirit rising pills have been stored in the system space. Jiang Chen took out the elixir with a thought and swallowed it as usual, eating sugar beans. The spirit rising pill and the spirit embracing pill transformed into a dense mass of energy that entered the body after the throat, fusing with the golden light of the entire body in no time. These 3 elixirs were omitted from the article. Golden light boosts for 36 years. In the meantime, Jiang Chen's body exuded golden light, and the golden light of 71 years was visible to the naked eye even in the daytime. 10 spirit rising pills can only raise the golden light for 35 years now. The effect is getting worse, and the effect of the Yunling Dan effect is even more minimal. It's not a good thing to raise the golden light too quickly. The brush I just bought for drawing talismans won't be able to use it for a few more strokes. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed as he looked at the sky. If this sentence were to be heard by a cultivator living in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests, he might be directly exasperated to death. They could only cultivate for 10 years to raise their golden light for about a year, while Jiang Chen had already resided in golden light for decades. Now let alone pistol bullets. Even rifle bullets wouldn't be able to break his golden light defense. If his golden light had been stronger, he could have managed to dodge bullets. Jiang Chen, who had nothing else to do, walked into the middle of the room and began to carve the idol. The 3 purities are just short of Shangchang Ling Bao Tianzun. Mainly his tools didn't work. The long-placed sandalwood was a bit hard and the sharpness of the wound-breaking wind blade didn't work, resulting in a slow speed. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Now that I have been in the body for 71 years of golden light, try to see if I can coalesce golden light into an object. Say it and do it. The golden light mantra operated. The brilliant golden light shone. Jiang Chen's entire body was wrapped in golden light, and unlike when he was defending the enemy, at this time, the golden light was soft and warm. With that in mind, the golden light in the palm of his hand slowly condensed. A small knife the size of a scalpel gradually coalesced. Jiang Chen was overjoyed at the sight. Sure enough, he then tried coagulating a golden tang sword, but only half of the golden light was coagulated before it collapsed, and no matter how Jiang Chen coagulated it, it could not be formed. The golden light was never able to achieve unity. It seems I'm still a bit far from this realm. He could only use the golden light to condense a small knife as well as some trinkets, but there was no way to do so with something as small as the size of a basin. Fortunately, the small knife of golden light that coalesced was incomparably sharp, and the sandalwood was directly sliced by a single cut, and the cut was neat and flat. With the help of the golden light dagger, Jiang Chen's speed increased. It only takes an hour or two to carve an idol. After the three purities, there were naturally the 4 gods and 5 elders, the Big Dipper, the earthly deity, the divine magistrate, the heavenly king, the divine sovereign, the star sovereign, the divine general. Almost all the positive gods that Jiang Chen knew of could not be missing one. Only after these idols are returned to their places. This will be called the real Pantheon. Jiang Chen also didn't know why Blue Star was lacking so many gods. With the explosion of Jiang Chen, more marketing number perceived a large wave of traffic have sent Jiang Chen's famous scene operation, but also let more people see what is called the real head of the road. Just as Jiang Chen was heating up, a blogger named Fake Bull jumped out. He posted a video. The various operations of this Taoist priest to break up feudal superstitions. I admit that he is a ruthless man, but he ended up using feudal superstitions to fool people. And what was supposed to be a trivial matter cost the other person's cousin $100,000. And I have seriously studied this Taoist master's live broadcasts, and I can very seriously as well as definitely say that this Taoist master is just better at playing the internet than those godly men, and there is definitely a team operating behind him. At the request of the general public, I have decided to fake this Taoist priest, and tonight I also midnight white rice inserted incense. Zhang Dingyou is also an anti-feudal superstition anchor, and he has tried the feudal superstitions put forward by netizens, and he knows that all bull **** feudal superstitions are lies. Why Jiang Chen gets some realistic program effects can attract hundreds of thousands of fans, and today's fans have almost exceeded 1 million, while he played the internet for more than 3 years before he did 1 million fan accounts. Originally, he thought Jiang Chen would just play with the internet, but who knew that yesterday he learned that Jiang Chen had earned 100,000 in a few words, which made him how to stand it. Why could Jiang Chen make money just by moving his lips and he couldn't? And now that Jiang Chen's hotness is on fire, even listening water treasure appraisal is strongly pressed by him, and he released this video to rub off on him. After all, the internet is a circle of know-it-alls. If you eat meat, won't you let your brothers drink soup behind your ass? Sure enough, he posted this video with high traffic, and in no time it rushed to the top, and after being seen by the majority of netizens, it was directly topped on the hot search. This Zhang Dingyou is as reckless as ever. He was the first to jump out when all the other bloggers were watching. Is Dingyou going to make a move on Dao Lord Jiang? It just so happens that I'm also curious about Daoist Jiang. Awesome Dingyou. Go and reveal the secret behind Jiang Daoliang. He was also thrilled to see such a great response from his online fans. He has seen the splash of riches going to fall on his head. As long as I fake Jiang Chen, I might just take off completely. And in the future, I'll be the first brother in the fake live streaming category. Zhang Dania fantasized inwardly. Just as he was fantasizing, the phone rang, bringing him back to reality. Brother Dingyou, I heard that you're going to fake that Jiang Chen? Joe Broken's voice came from the other end of the phone. That's right, Lao Zhao. What's the problem? Zhang Daniu was a bit puzzled. It just so happens that you are also in the Cloud City. You come to my place. The phone inside a time to say it is not clear. Let's say it face to face. What's wrong with you, old Zhao? Why are you so secretive? But so it is well, I am not free at present, and I should be at your place in the evening. Okay, hang up. Tianshui fortune-telling Zhao knew Zhang Daniu a long time ago, and Zhang Dania naturally knew that Zhao was a charlatan, yet he always kept in touch with Zhao. Zhao Broken's master was a man with real skills. Zhang Dania had always wanted to get to know his master, but he never had the chance. So Zhang Dingyou has been hanging out with Zhao Jian for a long time. Together, the two have conned 4 or 5 people over the years, adding up to $300,000. End of chapter. Master Jiang, who had been carving the idol seriously for a day, finally ended the work in hand at nightfall. There were 13 lifelike idols in front of him. These idols are either seated in an upright posture with a solemn look, either standing tall with a sacred sword on their backs, or looking at them angrily and standing with their spears across their backs. Jiang Chen walked into the Pantheon holding these idols with golden light. First, the 3 pristine ones were placed in the upper position, followed by the Haotian Great Heavenly Father, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, who was located in the main position. with the 4 Imperials standing on his left and right. Triple clear. The Jade Clear Heavenly Father of the Beginning returned to his position. The Taoist Heavenly Father of Tai Ching returned to his position. The Supreme Clearing Lingbao Tianzuan returned to his position. Lord of Heaven and Earth. Haotian Jin K Supreme Nature Wonderful Morocco's Supreme Jade Emperor God returns to the throne. 4 Defenders. The Great Emperor of the Violet North Pole in the Middle Heaven returns to his position. The Southern Antarctic Everlasting Emperor returns to his position. The return of the Emperor of the Upper House of Hukchan to his throne. The Queen's Royal Earth Spirit returns to its place. 5 Old Ones. The Eastern Green Emperor Green Spirit begins the return of the old 9 Air Heavenly Kings. The Southern Red Emperor Dan Ling Lao's 3 Air Heavenly Kings return to their positions. The Central Yellow Emperor Xian Ling Huang Lao, the 1 Air Heavenly King, returns to his position. The Western White Emperor Hao Ling Huang's old 7 Air Heavenly Kings return to their positions. The Black Emperor of the North, the 5 Spirits of Xian Lao, and the 5 Air Heavenly Monarchs return to their positions. The golden light on the surface of the bodies of the 13 gods flickered slightly the moment they returned to their positions, and the next moment they disappeared without a trace. The incense and cooking smoke in the Hall of All Gods transformed into a wisp of incense breath surrounding the 13 gods. You big guys are really suffering. Tomorrow the kid will go to the city to buy goods. Must burn a big incense, as thick as the arm. Seeing all the big brothers sucking happy, Jiang Chen is also relieved. He is still afraid that his temple is small not to be recognized by all the big brothers. I didn't realize that the big boys didn't talk about that at all. It's just a pity that the Grandmaster, in front of this crowd of bigwigs currying some not enough Jiang Chen hadn't thought about it that much before, but this was embarrassing. But looking at the incense still surrounding the statue of the ancestor, it looked like he should not be blamed. The ancestor enshrined by the demon-suppressing one was the god of the Northern Dominion, the 9 heavenly demon-swinging ancestor, also known as Jinwu Dadi, and the Middle Heaven Ziwei Arctic Great Emperor among the 4 Imperials is the Jinwu Great Emperor's top boss, which means that this big brother is Jiang Chen's Grandmaster's Grandmaster. It was only after the 13 idols returned to their positions that the Pantheon didn't look so monotonous. The system pulled up my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 71 years of Golden Light. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The Celestial Master's Qi Lookout Technique. Items, 50-year Mahogany Sword. 30-year Mahogany Open Pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist Robes. Primary Exorcism Charm * 136. Shocker, 69,755, and counting. Taoist priests who know a little but not much can already rule Taoism and Blue Star. Like a reincarnated heavenly master. Jiang Chen didn't even know where the limit of his physical strength was at this point. All of them had been small fights so far, and there simply wasn't a single bazaar that could withstand a single slap from Jiang Chen without dying. Ding! Detected that the hostess strength actually still wearing a spelling Shishi robe simply lost majesty, is now issued by the celestial teacher task. Go to Rongqing University within 7 days to overthrow the souls of the wrongdoers. Reward for completion of the mission, Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Yin Yang Dharma Robe, untainted by mortal dust. Warm in winter and cool in summer, turning bad luck into good fortune and driving away evil spirits. The system had thoughtfully attached a photo, which made Jiang Chen's eyes water. In contrast to the vestments, the Taoist robes he wore to spell high paled in comparison. This Yin Yang Dharma robe was already at the level of a magic weapon. Going to Rongqing University to override the spirits? Jiang Chen was puzzled. How can there be a wronged soul inside a university? And it's still Rongqing University heavy university. No matter what, it's better to go and take a look before it's too late. Jiang Chen mused. Tonight is fine. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and was ready to surf the meeting wave to see the live broadcast of the Hearing Water Treasure Appraisal. No one is helping me to be green. I will tread snow to the top of the mountain. As soon as he entered the live room, he heard the soundtrack played by the luxurious Imperial stereo, as well as listening to Water's strenuous shouts. Welcome big brothers and sisters into Listening Water's live room. I've turned on the continuous microphone. Welcome the treasure holder on the microphone to appraise. Listening to the Water with a big head in front of the camera. Listen to the Water, you're a minute late. Did you not eat today? Why are you shouting so quietly? I can't even hear you downstairs. Quickly identify the treasure. I've done the math. And it's going to be another crappy night. Ragged night +1. Jiang Chen did not open the live broadcast in the past few days. The happiest person is listening to the Water. The number of people in his live broadcast room has flowed back, and returned to an average of 300,000 people. And once Jiang Chen started broadcasting, his numbers dropped by at least half. But the good thing is that Jiang Chen live broadcast is very fast. The fastest even half an hour off the air. So Listen to the Water did not care much. After all, there's nothing he can do about the fact that his brothers like to watch him. Dogan Real enters the broadcast room. Suddenly a message popped up. ********. Who's coming? How come Taoist Jiang also came to watch Listening Water live? Why isn't Taoist Jiang himself broadcasting live? You're lazy, aren't you? The rhythm was instantly brushed off. Listening to the Water also saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and he saw Jiang Chen's prompt to enter the live broadcast room at once in the background. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Taoist Master has come? Taoist Master actually came to my live room. It really makes my little brother's live room fluffy. Could it be that Taoist Master also likes to see treasures? Listening to the Water saw the situation with a happy expression. This was heavenly traffic that was delivered to his mouth. Do like to see babies. Jiang Chen also posted a pop-up on a whim. As we all know, there are two kinds of treasures inside my live room. I don't know which kind of treasure the Taoist Master prefers. Hearing Water raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he asked. Old fans know that listening to Water is a whole show effect again. Jiang Chen was also cooperative with him. Naturally, I like a long, white, good-looking baby who can open doors. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Taoist Master really sympathizes with me. I also like this kind of treasure that opens doors. Is this still a Taoist priest? Aren't Taoist priests monks? Who upstairs told you that all Taoist priests are monks? There's a difference between other Taoist priests. But Taoist Master Jiang is able to get married and have children. So it is. Listening to the Water. Seeing the number of people rubbing up against each other. The mouths and faces were on full display. It seems that the Taoist Master is also a man of nature. The Taoist Master is in Rongqing, right? Someday I will come to find the Taoist Master to exchange the culture of our dragon kingdom? Naturally. No problem. Jiang Chen under the statue of the ancestor god did not stop smiling. Or else people listen to the Water can have today's achievements. But then again, do you know that someone is faking you? Taoist Jiang? Hearing Water said with a puzzled look. What counterfeiting? Just do a search for fake bulls. Jiang Chen glanced at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. The next moment he knew what was probably happening. He had heard of the fake blogger, but he didn't expect someone to actually fake it on his head. Taoist Master. That Zhang Dinyo is going to hit the fake midnight white rice and insert incense. Suddenly a pop-up appeared in the middle of the screen. Oh no! Someone's going to die. Jiang Chen's face changed, and he left a pop-up and withdrew straight away. The end of chapter. Where is the Taoist priest? That's a bit of a deep meaning from the Taoist Master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't that mean there will be a good show later? A time the pop-up screen swish 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 appeared. Listen to the Water did not even react to what happened. People are running out. From over 300,000 people in the beginning to about 30,000 now. The time before and after was only about 10 seconds. No, where are you going? Brothers? Come back guys. I'll show you the treasure. The one that opens the door. Don't go. Holy. Listening to the Water sitting in front of the computer, people are confused. He had thought that he was rubbing off on Jiang Chen's real-time heat, but he hadn't expected Jiang Chen to take away hundreds of thousands of his brothers with a single sentence. Anyone with an ass knows that these people have run off to hit the fake bull's booth. Listening to the Water face green. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you that someone had faked you. And the helpless Listening to Water showed the Listening to Water cat expression again. Why aren't you smiling? Anchor? Is it natural not to smile? Laughing my ass off upstairs. Shrimp and pig hearts. Shui don't identify the treasure. Right. Check the room to go. Yeah guys. No more baby appraisals today for the time being. Let's go check out the room. Not to mention I'm kinda curious about what's going to happen later. Listening to the Water looked brightly at once searched the live room of the counterfeiting bull. Damn. Sure enough all of them came here. Hearing Water cursed. At this time, the counterfeiting bull live room can be described as lively in which the audience of the Archfire is definitely the majority. At this moment, after the black fans in the live broadcast room watched Jiang Chen enter the live broadcast room, they immediately asked all kinds of questions in a provocative manner. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to this group of people. Yin and Yang are reversed. Qiankuan is limitless. Insight into its god. Jiang Chen silently recited the mnemonic. The golden light in his body boiled. The golden light flashed in his dark eyes. And at this moment, the picture Jiang Chen was looking at was different. Although Zhang Dinyo's expression in the picture was complacent, his aura had changed, and his face was filled with grayish gas. The top of his head was already surrounded by a thick cloud of black fury chi. And how fragile the trace of golden chi on his forehead looked, as if it would be devoured by the black fury chi in the next moment. The entire face had gradually become dead, and once the golden aura was devoured, a closed loop would soon be formed. If it really comes to that, this Zhang Dinyo will be dead. Zhang Dinyo, I don't know why you're trying to fake me out, but I solemnly advise you to stop your behavior immediately, or else woe be unto you. Jiang Chen exhorted with a grave look on his face. However, Jiang Chen's words were like a drop in the ocean in front of the countless pop-ups in the live broadcast. Oh Taoist priest, are you in a hurry to break defense? Taoist master, you learn well. Zhang Dinyo, this is called fighting fake feudal superstition. You are only a special identity. There is the layer of skin of Taoist priests before the heat is high. You claim to be breaking down feudal superstitions, but isn't what you're talking about now a superstition? The brothers are right. I've realized today that you, Jiang Chen, are nothing more than a godly man. In that case, then I'll break your feudal superstition. Jiang Chen was also speechless when he saw this. He knew that it was hard to believe, but according to the face insight by the celestial teachers Qi Lookout, this Zhang Dinyo was already gradually stepping into a dead end. The golden light on his forehead on his face points to the east, which means that the person who can save him is in the east. Jiang Chen knew he was the only one who could save him, but this Zhang Dinyo doesn't believe it. Zhang Dinyo, I know that you lost your father at the age of 8 and your mother at the age of 9, and were brought up by your grandmother's hard work, and your grandmother died when you were in junior high school, so you dropped out of junior high school and didn't study. You went into an electronics factory, but you fell in love with your team leader, and then you stole your team leader's underwear, but you were caught, and because of that you lost your job, and you were blacklisted from all the factories. In the later rise of the internet industry, many people stood on the wind above. You are also one of them, but you did for several years still not hot, but also because of the offense of the industry seniors, almost blocked. Later you befriended Zhao Jian, that is, that day the water fortune-telling magician. The two of you together cheated several people. The amount involved amounted to more than $300,000. Am I right about all this? The celestial master's Qi watching technique could be more than just looking at Qi. Even things that Zhang Dinyo had once done could be insightful to him. After Zhang Dinyo on the other end of the phone saw the pop-up screen sent by Jiang Chen, his pupils shrunk violently, like pinholes, and he couldn't help but shiver. Goosebumps rose all over his body, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the sky. Jiang Chen was absolutely right. He even knew that he had stolen the underwear, but he knew he could never admit it at this point, and there was no way he could. At this time more than 400,000 people in the live broadcast. If he reveals the cloven foot can be completely finished, the internet this meal he has never eaten. You fart. This is pure slanderous rumor mongering on your part. You're trying to ruin my job. Zhang Dinyo roared with a fierce expression on his face. Believe it or not, you don't listen to good advice. You still want to eat the internet this bowl of rice? You can survive more than 3 days before you say it. Should not say you kid ate quite hard. Jiang Chen had already done enough, and he also persuaded Zhang Dinyo out of humanitarianism. When he said everything, the golden light on Zhang Dinyo's forehead flickered slightly, but Zhang Dinyo didn't believe that the faint golden light had completely disappeared. All that was left overhead was a thick purple and black fury. When the purple and black furies come out, either a prison sentence is imminent or death is imminent. Jiang Chen projected that this Zhang Dinyo would not only go to jail, but would also die in prison. At midnight on the third day, he had already told everything, but he couldn't do anything if Zhang Dinyo didn't listen to his advice. He has been as kind as he can be. Is the Taoist priest really as evil as you say? Looking at Zhang Dinyo's appearance, it seems like he's broken his defense. Could it be that the Taoist priest was really right? At Cloud City Governor. At Cloud City Governor. Tao Master, tell me more carefully. This Zhang Dinyo still thinks you're investigating him. What's there to say? I've already revealed everything. Zhang Dinyo wants to make a fool of himself. There's no turning back for him. Either go on and die or go to jail for 10 years or more. And he can be very serious. Jiang Chen sneered twice. He didn't really feel that there was anything left to say right now. Bull. He's just lying to you. Hurry up and get on with it, this is almost time too. You don't say that this godly man is still talking the talk, and the sows are getting on the trees. What if what people say is true, dog's head? Why don't you just stop continuing, Zhang Dinyo, and simply listen to the Taoist master? I think you're a bit unable to grasp it. Humph, he definitely can't grasp it. My father said he'll surely die. And although my father is also a half bucket of water, there's water inside a half bucket of water. End of chapter. Magic City. In the middle of a fine villa, a smaller girl was watching a live stream holding a flat screen larger than her 2 hands, her legs still covered with white lace stockings. The pink feet bobbed up and down constantly. After her exquisite face saw Jiang Chen's pop-up, she looked excited as she hugged her tablet and ran down the stairs with her slippers. Dad, you know how to read faces. Come and see if this Zhang Dinyo is dying? Downstairs on the couch sat a man with a middle-aged look, his eyebrows like a single word, his eyes gleaming, and his temples actually bulging out instead of being slightly sunken. Even sitting on the sofa, he is like a green pine, exuding full righteousness. Watching his daughter dart all the way down the stairs, he rolled his eyes at once. You're not afraid of falling and flying out and knocking out 2 teeth? Geez, Dad, look at this guy's face. Lin Wan'er sat on her butt next to Lin Jingxiong and handed over the tablet in her hand as soon as she did so. Don't you know that you can't read people's faces at will? This is against the rules, and in serious cases, you'll lose your life. Lin Jingxiong poked Lin Wan'er's white forehead without any good sense of humor. But it seems that other people, Taoist Jiang, have shown this Zhang Dinyo. Although my daughter, I know that you are half a bucket of water. I'm sure you'll be fine? What Taoist Jiang? What age are you still believing in Taoist priests? Lin Jingxiong said suspiciously. But aren't our ancestors also Maoshan heirs? Lin Wan'er's watery eyes gazed at Lin Jingxiong. Alas, where are any real Taoist priests left nowadays? In that case, then I'll take a look. Lin Jingxiong took the tablet. It was the first time he had ever read someone's face through a screen, and he wasn't sure if he could do it at his level. Concentrate. The essence is united, and the body is in a special state. After a minute or two, he was finally able to see the looming black fury chi on top of Zhang Dania's head. Lin Jingxiong's face turned slightly white even as he hurriedly withdrew from that kind of soul-fluttering state. The entire process was less than 5 seconds, but he had also gotten a preliminary glimpse of Zhang Dania's trigrams. The black fury's chi infuses the top of his head and the richness dissipates. It has formed a closed loop. Unless someone reverses his destiny by virtue of his great strength, it can already be said to be hopeless. Lin Jingxiong was slightly out of breath, his chest heaving. His slightly trembling palm picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Peeping into someone's trigrams through a screen can be very distracting. If Lin Jingxiong hadn't practiced martial arts for a long time and was full of essence, he might have wilted in less than 3 seconds. Dad, are you alright? Lin Wan'er hurriedly reached out her small white hand to pat Lin Jingxiong's back. Stop. You're old man. I'm suffering from a loss of essence. What are you doing patting my back? It's not like I'm dying. Lin Jingxiong slapped Lin Wan'er's hand away with one hand. Che can't see that half a bucket of water father still has some skills. Cough. Lin Wan'er suddenly coughed violently before she could finish her sentence. Wan'er. This scared Lin Jingxiong to death. It's okay, Dad. It's all old stuff. I'm going upstairs. Lin Wan'er waved her hand without a care in the world. Lin Jingxiong opened his mouth slightly, but nothing could come out of his mouth. He looked at Lin Wan'er's back with his fists clenched tightly as he got up and walked to the desk where the Lin family ancestors were enshrined. He took out a handful of incense offerings and lit them. The age of spiritual extinction. The gods do not show. Ancestors are also unresponsive. Ancestors must bless Wan'er. He was afraid that by the time he reached his generation, the Lin family would have completely broken its legacy. He's a half bucket, but he's an aspiring half bucket. Grandpa, there's a call. Grandson is calling you. A sudden quirky ringing of the phone brought him back to reality. What kind of ringtone is this stinky girl setting for me? Lin Jingxiong smiled faintly. Pick up the phone. Dong Lin, the chairman of Changha Group said he wants to see you tomorrow. I can't do it tomorrow. Let's do it the afternoon after. He had just spent a large amount of his essence peering into Zhang Dania's trigrams, and a night's time would not allow him to recover. Okay, I'll pass it on to Mr. Zhen. Aha. Lin Jingxiong hung up the phone, opened the short video platform Shake Hands, searched the fake bull blogger, as well as the account of Daoxian Real. After following Jiang Chen, he clicked into the counterfeit bully's live room. Daoist Qian realist? That's a bit interesting. At this moment, Zhang Daniu was methodically carrying out his preparations. This godly cleric should be afraid that I'll reveal his secrets, so he's broken his defense. So everyone just watch me perform. Zhang Dinyo Qi laughed. Jiang Chen didn't say anything when he saw this. He made a fool of himself. That was fast. Zhang Dinyo had prepared everything, and he even followed Jiang Chen's example of playing scary background music to explain a bit. It was only after an operation that he began to light the incense and knock on the porcelain bowl. The crossroads that Zhang Dinyo chose was even better than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen's crossroads had just been newly rebuilt, while Zhang Dinyo chose this one that had been deserted for a long time. Crosswalks are like pale ghostly paths in the dull light, hinting at an unknown danger. Ding, ding, ding. The wooden chopsticks knocked on top of the porcelain bowl with a crisp sound, which seemed unusually eerie in the darkness of the night. Jiang Chen really is a program effect. Everything is a lie. This is half burned yet there is no wind. What cloudy wind? That's a silent hairdryer. Okay. You all see the fundamental purpose of some bull Dogen realist. The end of the end is to bring goods even if it's not to be a godly man. The end of the anchor is all about the bandwagon, isn't it? Laugh me to death. Don't talk too much. How long has it been? And that slap yesterday didn't whip you into a frenzy? Here comes the guard dog. I don't believe in bull Taoism. I only believe in God. Yu. The live broadcasting room is arguing, and Zhang Dinyo at this time in the heart some fear. This time he did not bring a team member, just really only him. He always felt like there was something behind him in general, but he didn't dare to look back. Over time, that incense, however, appeared as an extremely bizarre phenomenon. 2 short and 1 long. Zhang Daniel instantly exclaimed at the sight. The panic in his eyes couldn't even be hidden, and he panicked visible to the naked eye. He instantly thought of what Zhao Brok had said to him at night. If the incense becomes 2 short and 1 long, don't think anything about running away right away. Yet the horror doesn't end there. Snap! The sound of the porcelain bowl in front of him actually shattered. And the sound of the bowl shattering was crisp and sharp, as if it was a clap of thunder in the silence. Ah! Zhang Daniel was so shocked that he sat on the ground with his face in disarray. How? The guy who sold the bowl gave me fake goods? Zhang Daniel cursed and cursed. I went to driving school to practice, so I'm a lot late with my typing. End of chapter. A car across the intersection whizzed by in its high beams, its glow illuminating the intersection. Zhang Daniel's eyes were slightly squinted by the blinding light, and he couldn't open his eyes. However, the car drove fast and the darkness enveloped the surroundings again as the car departed. He was about to swear, but he saw that dozens of meters away on the opposite side of the road, there was a woman dressed in white standing on the side of the road, her long hair shrouding her face. Zhang Daniel's face was as white as paper. His legs were trembling like chaff. The whole person seemed to be in the ice cellar. The coldness from the bottom of the feet straight up to the top of the head. Creepy. Ghosts. Zhang Daniel shuddered and screamed. Then the screen in the live broadcast room up and down around the scene constantly backwards. You can also hear the sound of Zhang Daniel's rapid breathing. Do not have to think to know that at this time Zhang Daniel was running away. No buddy? You're asked to fight a fake god and you get program effects too? Nima. Wasn't there a flash of something on the screen just now? So abstract? 1 second you had a disdainful face, and now you've changed your face? Anchor, is there a ghost behind you chasing you? Didn't the brothers upstairs hear Zhang Daniel say there's a ghost? This reversal. It directly made the hundreds of thousands of brothers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Listening to the water to identify the treasure. Send love *1. Listening to the water to identify the treasure. Brother, you're quite good. I did not expect you actually really messed with something. Really open the door, brother. It's no accident that listening water was able to go from a small anchor to his current volume within a year. He's an eye that's been able to see obscure things since he was a kid. As he became an adult, he could even see ghosts when he got serious. Even hearing water didn't dare to look at things randomly. But just now the image flashed and he saw it clearly. That thing was definitely not human. Instead, it's a real ghostly shadow. Listening to the water today is also open to the eyes. A happy he directly sent Zhang Daniel a penny love. Before, the Taoist master had said that people would be killed, and I didn't know who was going to GA. But now it seems that it's this Zhang Daniel who's going to GA. Is it really that evil? Isn't it a program effect? Whether it's a program effect or not, it's just cool to watch. Anchor, it's a shame you don't go running sprints with this speed. You run really fast. Zhang Daniel at this time is sweating like a pig. The back has been drenched in cold sweat. Just a few dozens of meters of distance he took out the strength of his milk. He has never been so desperate in his life. He could already feel the cool air coming from behind him. It was as if the thing was blowing on him right behind him. But in just a few seconds Zhang Daniel ran to his car. His hands were shaking so badly he was ready to ignite the car and drive to jailbreak. However, at this point he was unable to start the vehicle in any way. Asterisk. What kind of dog thing ghost-produced car? Can't fire when it matters. Zhang Daniel slapped the steering wheel with an angry face. I don't know if it was the god's eye, but I heard the engine ignite with a boom. Nope. Someone must have scared me. If you dare to scare me, I'll run you over. Zhang Daniel turned the car around, only to find the woman standing where he had burned incense earlier. Anchor, you don't be impulsive. Bumping into people is punishable by jail. You're deliberately killing people. At Cloud City Governor. That's more 8 the Cloud City Governor now. However, the crowd's discouragement was simply useless to Zhang Daniel, who was already furious at this point, and he already had the intention to kill. Boom! The SUV's engine let out a roaring sound like a brute charging out at the woman. His cell phone had fallen out of the car and the crowd had no idea what had happened. Bang! Wow! The vehicle seemed to have hit some kind of obstacle, and the cell phone flew straight up inside the car. Asterisk. I can't believe I actually flew watching a live stream. There's been a car accident. Zip. Suddenly the phone went off the screen and the picture disappeared completely. The phone had fallen to pieces. The live feed was gone, and everyone had been ejected from the broadcast. Zhang Chen inside the demon Jingguan's face was unperturbed when he saw this. Self-inflicted. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and took out a handful of burning incense from inside a drawer on the side and lit it to offer to the ancestor. He took incense, never said a few times. A handout at least is more than 10-20. In his opinion, making offerings to an ancestor was like a person smoking cigarettes. Naturally, the more the better. Jiang Chen stretched out and went to sleep. Yet it was not a peaceful night. General Directorate of Cloud City Patrol. Propaganda Department. Li Wenjie went to the toilet to return to his workstation. Idle. He is ready to brush will be shaking hands, but found that he operated the account information 99+. What's going on? Li Wenjie clicked in to take a look but found that they are all live 8. The live broadcast has ended. Li Wenjie cannot see. You can only see private messages saying that someone intentionally killed someone. This took Levanti by surprise. He quickly tapped his hands on the keyboard and quickly searched for the live video of the counterfeiting bull more than 10 minutes ago. These were posted by Netflix just now. Li Wenjie looked up curiously, and the next moment his face went from disdain to doubt, to shock, and finally to horror. Oh no! Something's wrong. Li Wenjie entered a string of numbers on top of the landline, and the call was answered in a short while. The director just. More than 10 minutes later the night shift of the governor cadres were all centralized and ready for the meeting, and the behemoth that was the general directorate of the governor of Cloud City was running straight into action. 2 hours later, an official vehicle of the governor stopped at a deserted intersection. Chief, there are obvious signs of car tires rubbing on the ground. I can see. The crowd's eyes followed the tire friction traces to the corner of the intersection, where the guardrail has been broken. Because of the special geography of this place, below is a wooded area. The drop is at least 5 or 6 meters. Look! The chief of the division waved his hand with a grave expression, and more than a dozen governors searched downward with spotlight flashlights. A quick glance showed the broken down SUV below. The front end had been badly broken and 2 wheels had flown off somewhere. Man! People are here! Suddenly a voice drew the crowd. The crowd rushed there, only to find a bizarre scene. Zhang Dainio knelt in front of a tree as if he had lost his soul, and was using his face to hit the rough surface of the tree so hard that his face was already bloody. But he kept on crashing as if he didn't know the pain anymore. Bang! 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 A collision sound was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. Let the crowd how to call out, he did not respond. So bizarre scene, crowd, or the first time to see. You're all old governors? What big scenes have you not seen before? Hold him down and take him back. The chief of department's face was unperturbed, as if he had seen more horrific scenes before. Yes. 2 stabmen stepped out to press Zhang Dainio to the ground with one hand. Zhang Dainio, who had been stopped, raised his head violently. What a pair of eyes that was. End of chapter. Eyes as black as the abyss stared at the 2 men dead on, looking at them one more time as if a ghostly hand was pulling them into the abyss. What are you waiting for? Do it! Suddenly the chief roared. His voice was so loud that it hit everyone's eardrums and resounded throughout the forest floor. The 2 stalwart men were back in their element at this point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You swindlers still dare to stare at me. One of the governors couldn't help but slap him in the face. It was a solid slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Zhang Dainio's eyes instantly cleared up quite a bit after the slap. There's a ghost. There are ghosts. Zhang Dainio was trembling all over. His face covered in blood. He looked a little scary at this moment. Several of the governors had some heartburn. 2 hours ago, they contacted the Saving Power Live staff to interface with them, and they watched the live replay without any problems. The series of bizarre things on the live stream had them all a little scared inside. Don't think nonsense, take it away. The director of the division scanned the surroundings with a pair of sharp eyes, then said in a deep voice, yes. More than 10 people directly escorted Zhang Dainio away. Several cars whizzed away. Last car. Hey team leader, do you think we need to make such a big move to catch a fraudster? Even the chief of department has been alarmed. A governor who had only joined for 2 years asked curiously. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. This isn't that simple. The leader of the group exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a low voice. Ooh, the governor nodded in confusion. The leader of the group in the front glanced at Zhang Dainio in the back seat without thinking. What a mess. And you don't look at your own weight, the leader of the group secretly said in his heart. After that, the Cloud City governor's headquarters contacted personnel to deal with the junked car, dealt with the problem of Zhang Dainio's injuries, and photographed and documented everything, because Zhang Dainio stabbed the basket. The Cloud City governor also had to publish the message online: do not gullibly feudal superstition, believe in science. Anyway, the first time to appease the masses. It was morning after all this had been taken care of, and the inspectors were a little tired after working intensely for hours on end, but they were all used to it. The internet is exploding at night, and our Jiang Chen is still huffing and puffing. Until morning, warm sunlight shone through the window on Jiang Chen's buttocks, and one hand picked at the itch before slowly rising from the bed. A look at the time. What a degradation. No one even supervises my morning practice after master left. My invincible heavenly dipper fist technique is almost deserted. System? Let me see how much has been harvested in one night's time. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 71 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Chi Lookout Technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany open pen. Spelling Hey wholesale Taoist robes. Primary exorcism charm asterisk 136. Shocker, 1986,000. Continues to grow. Taoist priests who know a little but not much can already rule Taoism in Blue Star. Like a reincarnated heavenly master. Asterisk. 190,000 shock points. Taoist master, I'm finally not a poor Taoist. Say nothing. Consume. Redeem a golden light pill for me to taste. Deducting 100,000 shock points. The golden light Dan has been placed in the system space. Golden light pill. The taker instantly generates 10 years of golden light on his own. Solidifying the body. Strengthening the body. And driving out impurities. The golden light Dan was golden yellow in color. About the size of a sugar bean. And smelled like nothing. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and threw it directly into his mouth. Kanamitsu boosts for 10 years. Huge golden light erupted from the depths of the dantian. And the dantian vibrated with golden light fusion. The golden light on the surface of his body flickered slightly, but it was only an instant before it was hidden once again. Jiang Chen's golden light directly reached 81 years. He had no intention of exchanging for other items right now. Right now his shock points were rising very slowly, and he was in possession of 2 top divine spells. One can be used for both offense and defense, and one can be used for deterrence and suppression. And with the Celestial Master Qigong technique, walking outside is not false at all. Buzz. Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. Picked it up and realized it was an unfamiliar number. Crooked? Which one? Hello, Taoist Jiang. I'm the director of the Saving Power live streaming platform. Our platform would like to sign you up. Of course we can fulfill all of your requirements. Head of Saving Power Live Chen? Want to sign me? Yeah. Any request I can make? Right. As long as you sign with us, live time as you please. We won't even care. We'll also give you huge traffic. And we don't want to share. As long as Taoist Jiang can live on our platform. Jiang Chen, what am I supposed to say when you're done talking? Supervisor Chen, you've taken the road too wide. Naturally there's no problem if that's the case. Saving Power Live is a behemoth. He has fused several live broadcasting platforms. His daily profit is said to reach 10 million. And he doesn't know how many super anchors are under his hand. The other platforms are simply not comparable to the Siba platform. Because Jiang Chen had been rumored to be a godly man a few days ago, the top management of Saving Power Live had hardened the matter of signing up and suppressed it. Now that the truth is out, they acted at the first opportunity. Jiang Chen's heat is too high. Once the name is dipped Dao Shenjinjin, there is no one with less than 30,000 likes. Even Jiang Chen's appearance had attracted a large number of new users to Saving Power Live. Sure enough, losing a little bit of small money to be able to sign Jiang Chen was something the top brass could definitely accept. That's really great. Taoist Jiang, I'll have Vivian add your WeChat. Vivian will be docking exclusively for you from now on. She'll only serve you alone. Okay, when's the signing? It should be in 3 days. I'll personally come to Rongqing. We'll see you then. Good. By the way, Taoist Jiang, I heard that you like open door babies. Vivian is a very open door baby in our company. Roll. Okay. Soon a verification message popped up on his WeChat. The avatar was a classical portrait photo, and a quick glance at the circle of friends confirmed that it was me. Look out! Jiang Chen used the Celestial Master's Chi-looking technique to take a look and realized that Vivian was really open. If the Ancestor Master knew that Jiang Chen was using the Celestial Master's Chi-looking technique to look at the treasure, he should have directly swindled up to give Jiang Chen a big mouth. It's so by close E. Please look at Vivian squarely. Jiang Daolong, hello. I am your personal assistant Vivian. Please take care of it in the future. Man bouncing on grave, okay Vivian. Please look squarely at Vivian. Jiang Daoliang, your screen name is really bold, but it fits your style. If the law does not allow it, perhaps you really dare to do so. Grave bouncing man, show you this by E close to people. Others are afraid that you cannot look at you even the poor Taoist, almost Taoist instability. Please look squarely at Vivian, shy. The point is that she's not drooping and hanging down. She's towering. End of chapter. Deep in the mountains of Wulongling. It still doesn't work. What with all the antibiotics and nutrient solutions we've tried? Su Kuan's color is just getting worse every day. And it's already a miracle that he's lasted this many days. Inside the room of the Simple Field Hospital building, several military doctors wearing white coats reported to the company commander Chen Gang with a grave expression. How could this happen? Xiao Su is only 20 years old. He absolutely can't have an accident. If something happens to him, how can I explain to his family? Su Kuan's squad leader shouted. Don't mumble. Listen to what Comrade Army Doctor has to say. Company Commander Chen Gang also looked gloomy. The whole thing is full of weirdness. First Limbo said he heard footsteps in the woods. Then Su Kuan was strangled by a woman. and the surveillance in the monitoring room was partially disabled. If this wasn't deep in the Dragon Kingdom, he suspected it was a trick of enemy super agents. By now Su Kuan's arm is still black, his face is as white as paper, and his breathing is weak. Comrade Company Commander, prepare yourself mentally. According to our speculation, Comrade Su Kuan won't last more than 3 days at most. We've done our best. The medic shook his head. This was the first time he had seen Su Kuan in this situation. At that, the company commander clenched his fists. He looked at the wound on Su Kuan's arm with a cold light flashing on his face. Later, the company commander might have saved Su Kuan. Suddenly the squad leader spoke up. What's the solution, you say? While handing out cell phones a few days ago, I watched the live stream and found a very powerful and ruthless man. This man is a Taoist priest, but is strongly opposed to feudal superstition, and his live broadcast is very special, like a program effect and not like a program effect. He should be interested in them, should he? The corners of the class president's eyes were parted in meaning, and there was a glint in his steely eyes. Comrade squad leader, your thinking is dangerous. As a soldier, how can you believe this? The company commander glared at the squad leader with hatred and resentment. Company commander, then do you think there's anything we can do now? And even Minister Wang hasn't figured out what's going on. Chen Gang sniffed in silence. After a moment's reprieve, then he looked up. It'll have to do. Early in the morning, the official account of the Cloud City governor then announced the matter of Zhang Daniu, and accompanied by a photo of the scene with a text. Anchor, a big cow has been controlled by the Cloud City governor. The vehicle was also towed away by the relevant departments. According to last night's scene search, there is no trace of a big cow driving a car and hitting people. The case is under further investigation, and once there is a new breakthrough in the case, the Cloud City governor will be the first to announce the news. Please don't believe the rumors. The announcement shot to the top of the Hot 100 in no time. Asterisk. Zhang Dinyo's appearance is really scary enough. Did the governor hit him with this? How did his face get like this? A car accident couldn't have caused this. Taoist Jiang said yesterday that he wouldn't live past the 3rd day, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. Not buddy, a car accident governor should not be the first time to send the injured to the hospital? Look at the picture how Zhang Dinyo is still in the governor's department. At this time, after the governor of Yun City gave the governor of Rong City some buttresses, an investigation team was set up immediately afterward. Zhang Daniu had a previous record. They knew it when they checked, and this morning they were also reported by several people, all of whom, without exception, reported Zhang Daniu for fraud. The investigation is well underway. There were indeed deals between these people and Zhang Dinyo, and Zhang Dinyo was also in close contact with a kung fu sorcerer named Zhao Jian. There were also large transfers between the two. However, the relationship between the two may seem subtle, but there is nothing wrong with it. Even those bills were handled in a reasonable manner. Even if the governors knew that Zhang Dinyo and Zhao Broke had problems, they couldn't do anything about these two in a short period of time. After all, arrests require evidence. If it was a simple car accident, they'd have to release them today. Asterisk. This is clearly a gang up to bully honest people. They even make people pledge their ID cards and fingerprints. It's just lawless. Hey, there is no way. All the procedures are legal and reasonable. If you cannot find a breakthrough, can really be released. The governor wanted very much to bring Zhang Dinyo to justice, but there was no way to feel outraged. Is it just going to go away? That Taoist Jiang is also a godly man. He actually made it clear what Zhang Dinyo had done. It's really powerful. I don't know what's wrong with this Zhang Dinyo. He keeps screaming about ghosts at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's driving me crazy. Team leader, Zhao Broken is here. A man walked into the room and spoke. I see. The crowd looked at each other, then sighed and followed in unison. Zhao Broken was standing in the hall at the moment, and he was wearing a white and gray tang suit. After seeing the governor and the others come out, he hurriedly licked his face and greeted them. Needless to say, I know you're here to pick up someone, right? And you take them. Zhao Broke froze when he heard this. I didn't expect the pickup to go so well. The two governors brought Zhang Daniu out from inside the holding cell, and Zhao Broke instantly shrank his neck when he took a look at Zhang Daniu's miserable condition. Although the blood on Zhang Daniu's face had been cleaned, it still looked frightening now. He had stitches in some parts of his face and his face swelled right up. He was like a shell from which the soul had been withdrawn. His eyes empty and dull, his face bloodless, his lips dry and cracked and white, as if the vitality of life was passing from him little by little. Zhang Daniu's eyes lit up the moment he saw Zhao Broken, and he gained a bit of strength in his body. Old Zhao, save me. Something is haunting me. It was watching me at the door last night. It said it was going to tear me apart, and when it comes to me I'll be hopeless. Only you can save me now. Zhang Daniu fought to swing himself out of the two governors' control, and he reached out his hands to try to grab Zhao Broken. There was still some blood and dirt inside his nails. Zhao Broke stepped back a bit in disgust at the sight. What are you doing, old Zhao? Zhang Daniel looked a bit puzzled, and his face suddenly became gloomy. The governor who stood aside and watched the show were puzzled. According to their investigation, this Zhao Break is not and Zhang Daniel is a good buddy? There seems to be a situation now. Mr. Governor, is it true that I took the people? Take it away. Suddenly a neutral voice came from upstairs, and a group of governors didn't say anything after hearing this voice. Here we go then. Zhao Broke didn't hesitate to take Zhao Broke and leave in a hurry. After the two left, the director also came down the stairs. Is the director just going to let it go? Forget it? This matter is not that simple. Yesterday that son of a made so much noise that I couldn't even rest. I wanted to throw Zhang Dinyo out yesterday. And what do you mean by that? Zhang Dinyo doesn't need to be investigated. Prepare to collect his body in 2 days. Just wait for the news to be announced in 2 days. These 2 chapters author June think the writing is a little bad. Repair and change finally grinding out a chapter. No surprise if there are 2 chapters in the evening. End of chapter. He also had some guesses in his mind. He knew that Zhang Dania had really messed with something unclean, and he didn't want his brother to mess with something unclean. Since Zhang Daniu and that Zhao Jian are good brothers, let them both take the blame together. Anyway, based on his guess, that thing should still have been pretty mean last night. The Taoist Haigongs have said that he will surely die within 3 days. So what's the point of him investigating? Zhou Broken's residence. Old Zhao still has to be you. They all look at me funny. None of them care about me. Zhang Dinyo was in old tears, sitting on the chair and crying one after another, talking about how scared and fearful he was yesterday. I told you yesterday to run away immediately when you realized something was wrong. Why didn't you listen? Now that you've been reduced to this, you won't be able to eat the bowl of the internet in the future. Zhao Broke said as if he had a point. Old me is ruined. That son of a Jiang Chen. He knew that this would mess with something unclean. He actually didn't state it directly and said that Laozi wouldn't live for more than 3 days. It was all planned by Jiang Chen. Zhang Dania's face was filled with grimness and his eyes were filled with infinite hatred. Zhang Dinyo, who is used to making fast money. He is absolutely impossible to go to work honestly. And now it is estimated that the whole network has gone crazy, and there is not a single enterprise that is willing to accept him. He blamed Jiang Chen for everything, not to mention you. Even my business has fallen to pieces, and now there is no one. Once the fat pig also deleted me. Speaking of Jiang Chen, Zhao Jian is also full of anger. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. But old Zhao, that Jiang Chen seems to be something. He said I won't live for 3 days. What should I do? Zhang Dania said with some worry. Don't worry. I'm here. Zhao Broke's eyes signaled Zhang Dania to feel at ease, only to see him take out a dark yellow talisman from inside the drawer. According to your statement that something is haunting you, and I think it is something that you have summoned through the ritual of summoning spirits. This is the amulet that my master once left to me. Now you take it. With the amulet in place, that thing won't dare to come back to haunt you. Zhang Dania's pupils trembled, tears swirled in his eyes, and his lips shivered unceasingly as he clenched his palms tightly, trying to suppress his excitement. However, the excitement was like a flood that broke the dike, and could not be suppressed. The talisman left by the master. That's great. Now I don't have to worry anymore. Old Zhao, you saved my life. Good deal. Just introduce me to 2 more businesses in the future. I'd give you my wife. Not to mention 1 or 2 business deals. But of course I don't have one. Zhang Dania reached out his trembling hand to carefully receive the amulet. The moment the talisman entered his hand, a warmth surged into his body, and Zhang Dania felt magical. This gave him more confidence. And the moment Zhao Broke took the talisman out of his hand, he suddenly shivered, as if he was being watched by something. Zhao Broke didn't care in the slightest. With his insight he simply didn't understand what his move amounted to. This was equivalent to him reversing the fate of heaven for someone who was bound to die, yet he didn't have the strength to do so. And this karma naturally fell on Zhao Broken first. And at this time Jiang Chen drove leisurely to the headquarters of the Rongqing Inspector General's Department. No way. The Rongqing Inspector General's Department wants him to come in to prepare a case, and they also want him to take a statement. It was the first time Jiang Chen had come to the Rongqing governor's headquarters. There's a huge special energy suppressing the entire patrol division. It should be the national fortune. Jiang Chen curiously glanced at the sky. Jiang Chen glanced at the pattern within the building. It was found that the construction of the building and the layout laid down were of superior quality, and should have been looked at by a Haigong specifically. Hello, Taoist Jiang. I'm the minister of the Rongqing Inspector General's Department, Gao Pangyuan. The minister is the position under the director. In the entire governor's department can be said to be a person under 10,000 people. The hands have great power. The personal reception of such a figure was also heartening to Jiang Chen. Minister Gao has long been admired. I didn't expect that it was actually you who greeted me personally. It really gave the poor Taoist a big shock. Jiang Chen shook hands with him and smiled. Ha 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 ha, please, Taoist Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and followed Minister Gao up the stairs. When he passed by the second floor he saw that the people inside were full of sadness. They were gathered around seemingly discussing something. The entire second floor wasn't like the first floor where there were a lot of rooms. A large portion of the place had been converted into a flat floor for easy access to offices, with only a few important rooms storing information. Jiang Chen inadvertently looked up at the sign on the doorway. Major Crimes Unit. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, then withdrew his gaze. Some things aren't just to be read. Jiang Daolong is fine. We did run into some trouble, but we can detect it. Although Minister Gao's tone of voice did not care. Still, Jiang Chen could tell through his demeanor that he was merely putting on a strong front. Jiang Chen didn't say anything when he heard this. Since Minister Gao wasn't willing to say anything, he wouldn't inquire deeply. He also didn't use the Celestial Master's chi-looking technique at random. This place was suppressed by the national fortune, and if Jiang Chen casually caved in on the inspector's trigrams, he might suffer a powerful backlash. Although he was equipped with 80 years of golden light, he wasn't sure if he could resist it. He wouldn't do anything that he wasn't sure of. Lu Yu, come here for a moment. Minister Gao shouted inside. Soon a light footstep sounded inside. Ta-da-da-da, it was the sound of flat heels hitting the ground. A female inspector was seen walking briskly with a confident stride. Lu Yu's height looked to reach 1.7 meters. Her delicate face had little expression, cold and absolutely beautiful. Her eyes were like cold stars flashing in the night sky, exuding a unique charm. Her long black hair was coiled into a high ponytail, giving her a clean and valiant look. Even though Lu Yu was wearing a governor's uniform, she still couldn't stop her proud body and perfect curves. Soon she came to Jiang Chen and Gao Pangyuan. Minister Gao, you're looking for me. Lu Yu's cool and pleasant voice rang out. Well, Lu Yu, you go and make a statement for Taoist Jiang and just prepare a case. Minister Gao said with a smile on his face. Words. Lu Yu's eyebrows frowned slightly, but she still nodded. Let's go this. Taoist Jiang? After she finished speaking, she didn't care about Jiang Chen before walking towards a room alone. Jiang Chen was a bit baffled. Alas, Jiang Daolong, you forgive me. The whole serious crime team are a little irritable these 2 days. Lu Yu, she is only face cold. Her heart is not cold. She is also our Rongqing patrol, the most good-looking girl. I think you young people should be able to chat with each other. Takabe smiled twice, then explained. I can see that the face is cold, but if the heart is cold, how do I know if I haven't touched it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but spit out a sentence before following Lu Yu. Gokong is Gokong. Talking is fun. Gao Kong, a name given by outsiders to Taoist masters, referring to those who have real skills. Minister Gao shook his head, then adjusted himself and walked into the building. He was one of the 2 ministers of the Rongqing Patrol Department, and he specialized in the Serious Crimes Unit, and his office was also on the 2nd floor. End of chapter. Inspector Lu, I've spoken clearly. I've given you the causes and consequences of the matter. Why are you still asking questions around this? Hey, you think I believe what you're saying? Believe it or not, don't you just go out and check? Humph, what an attitude you have. Pa. Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed as she slapped the top of the table. The pens on top of the table shook. Of course, not only the pens shook, but also Lu Yu's high and proud bosom. Hey, what are you doing? Hit someone? Jiang Chen's eyes were like they were on autolock, precisely locking onto his prey. Lu Yun's peaks continued to rise and fall as she was exasperated. Was it good? She spoke word for word through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the security cameras filming, she would have wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Good, not right. Inspector Lu, what exactly are you going to ask? You make it quick, okay? Jiang Chen helplessly touched his forehead. This woman was really stubborn and a cow-like. Tell me honestly, how in the world did you know about Zhang Dania's bottom line? If you don't say, this is suspicious. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said slowly, do you really need to know? Say, reading the trigrams is fine, right? I'm a Taoist priest. It should make sense that I can read the trigrams. Looks like you still refuse to tell the truth. Believe it or not, I'll detain you. Ryu was going crazy. Already annoyed, she was now even more annoyed. She violently braced her hands on the table, her body instantly leaning forward, the waves of aura constantly pressing down on Jiang Chen, and her eyes that were bubbling with fire stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. Jiang Chen was all startled by this woman, and his entire body fell backwards. The distance between the two was only between 2 palms, and Lu Yu's exhaled gas carried a ripe peach-like scent. It was as if she had just taken a bite of the juicy fruit. The fruity scent spilled from her lips and teeth and filled the air. Hey, that Lu Yu is just like that. At this time, as soon as Gao Pangyuan pushed the door open, he saw a dumbfounded scene. The cool Lu Yu actually jumped onto Jiang Chen's body. Gao Pangyuan suddenly pushed the door in to startle Lu Yudu, and she suddenly fell into Jiang Chen's arms without her body holding on. Jiang Chen, who was already confused, was dumbfounded. He held up his hands to show that he hadn't done anything. Gao Pengyuan coughed twice and turned his back to the two as if nothing had happened. You. Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly red. She pushed Jiang Chen away and got up. She coldly grunted. Her beautiful eyes glared at Jiang Chen for a moment. Then she left without saying anything. No. She's still aggravated? She jumped on me. And there's a surveillance camera here to prove it. Grass. Master Dao, I even let a woman take advantage of me? AI. Taoist, don't be angry. Lu Yu just transferred over from the Supreme Inspector Academy less than a year ago. Some dead brains. You don't want to generalize with her. Gao Pengyuan said with a smile. That's just you. Minister Gao. If it were anyone else. See if I don't take this advantage back. The corners of Gao Pengyuan's mouth twitched as he sniffed. What? You want to touch it back? By the way, I have a question for you. Taoist Jiang. Gao Pengyuan suddenly had a straight face. If you say so, Minister Gao, I will answer nothing. It's that eerie forest path where you broke up the feudal superstitions before. Taoist Jiang. Aren't there a lot of acacia trees on both sides of that road? I wanted to ask if I could get rid of all these trees. I heard you say before that if you cut down the acacia trees you might attract something unclean to haunt you. Listen to the words. Jiang Chen looked solemn. Hey, Minister Gao, you're an official, you don't talk nonsense. When did I say that it would attract unclean things? And also before that was all the actors I hired. Yes. I was the one who said it wrong. The corners of Minister Gao's mouth twitched slightly even as he hurriedly changed his words. Don't I know whether it's an actor or not when I check? That's all. You're a Taoist high achiever, you say what you want I guess. Minister Gao, those actors have all been driven away by me. You directly let someone go and cut it down, no problem at all. You can come to me anytime if anything goes wrong. Jiang Chen opened his mouth meaningfully. I see. It's good to drive away. Minister Gao was also a human being. He naturally knew what Jiang Chen's words meant. He knew that Jiang Chen had sent those actors to the 6 paths of reincarnation. No. Probably couldn't even get in on the rounds. If that's the case then that's it. Hard work to you, Taoist Jiang. If you encounter any difficulties in your Taoist temple, you can always approach our official department. I'll make a note of that. Then, Jiang Chen thought carefully. That Hillingen demon view seems to be about to expire, so let the relevant departments in Rongqing solve it when the time comes. He didn't have the money to take it out anyway. Gao Pengyuan didn't know that his casual promise cost the municipal division several $100 million. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen had just come out from inside the governor's department, and Gao Pengyuan was just too enthusiastic to invite him for lunch. But Jiang Chen really can't stand Lu Yu that can escape and politely refused. Kill. It's also time to visit Rongqing University and stop by for dinner. Jiang Chen hadn't read any books when he came to this world. He had grown up in a Taoist temple to learn about Taoism. He also misses college life a bit, and today he happens to go to Rongqing University for a meal. He drove his askance to the entrance of Rongqing University just as it was time for the noon dismissal, and a college student wandered on the road. A casual glance reveals long white legs. Security guard uncle, make it easy, chant, I'm here to visit the academy. Jiang Chen lowered the car window and shouted at the gate guard uncle. No problem. What caused the janitorial uncle to change his face quickly was the extra wazoo in his hand. The doorman uncle saw Jiang Chen driving a car with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Should not be a bad person. Simply let Jiang Chen in. Just like that, Jiang Chen drove into the campus very smoothly. Asterisk. The new Ask M9. What kind of car is this? It looks so big and luxurious. This car big, hundreds of thousands of dollars it. I do not know which schoolmates bow teacher to suffer. Driving inside a college is so damn cool. Looking at the surrounding students exclaiming their excitement, Jiang Chen smiled back. It's all coming together. And it's all going to have its own car in the future. Nope. Poor me, I can't find where the cafeteria is. Jiang Chen then found a boy to get into the car to show him the way. But the boy also brought along his 3 righteous sons, and as a price Jiang Chen invited him and his righteous sons to dinner. Dog, is this the car you took out alone to buy? The boy with glasses on the passenger side asked. Oh, why do you say that? Classmate, you're obsessed. Jiang Chen was surprised. Are Taoist priests so profitable? The whole thing makes me want to become a Taoist priest. He then asked, his eyes full of curiosity and clarity. A unique aura belonging to college students. Taoist priests don't make money. It's just me who makes money. I bought this car with full payment. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Taoist? Ask the Sky M9 manager who I remember. You are the Taoist Xian, the head of the demon Jingguan's real person. Jiang Chen, is that the natural science doyen that's been blowing up the internet? Asterisk. Four students growled excitedly in the car. Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything, but the next moment a boy's mouth uttered a sentence that almost didn't make him kick that boy off the bus. Did you come to the academy to get a girl, too, Taoist Jiang? End of chapter. Inside the cafeteria, Jiang Chen and a few others found a spot with fewer people. You're so powerful. Taoist Jiang, do you know how to read the trigrams? The boy with glasses suddenly turned his head and asked. Jiang Chen glanced at the boy and realized that there was something wrong with the boy's mood. I don't read trigrams. I'm a proper Taoist priest. Is there something you want to ask? The boy fell a little silent and shook his head. I know about Jiang Dao. He's not chasing after the girl he likes, but that girl never gave him an answer. The boy on the side laughed and explained. So, what was the chase? We've known each other for quite a while, over a year, and I've given her favorite gifts, and I mean it. This time the glasses boy spoke. It's been over a year or friends? She hasn't had a boyfriend? Talked about it. Split up 2 months ago. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Truth be told. Spare tire. Jiang Chen's simple words were appalling, and his expression did not have the slightest ripple. The spectacled boy fell silent. Actually, he knew everything. He just kind of didn't believe it. Take your time eating. I have to go before I go. Jiang Chen patted the boy's shoulder and immediately got up to leave. Not long after Jiang Chen leisurely arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Rongqing University, and after wandering around for a while he finally identified a building. 4 buildings. There's a faintly sinister aura, so it does seem to be an unjust soul. Jiang Chen muttered. Ha, is that a student cosplaying as a Taoist priest? It still looks decent. I'm from the anime club. That guy isn't from our club. It can't be the real Taoist, can it? Holy, didn't I hear in the past 2 days that the 4th girls' dormitory is haunted? And is this Taoist priest here because of that? That's right, because of the rumors of haunting in the past 2 days. The school can't resist the pressure. Some students have moved to the 5th building, and there are still some students who don't care to live in it. Jiang Chen glanced around and realized that there were more and more students around, and he was ready to leave. Creepy wouldn't come out during the day, and he didn't have that strong of a Taoist skill to directly overpower Creepy during the day. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, suddenly a pair of cruisers were spotted coming out of the middle of the 4 girls' dormitory buildings. The leader also happened to be Lu Yu. The people on the opposite side also noticed Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's battle-damaged Dao robe was just too conspicuous. Lu Yu also frowned when she saw Jiang Chen. Jiang Shanlang? How did he come here? Lu Yu led the people to Jiang Chen with quick steps. The 1-meter-7 Lu Yu stood in front of Jiang Chen and also had to raise her head slightly to look at him. Why are you here? You goddamned fool? Say, what's your purpose? Lu Yu questioned with furrowed brows. This condescending tone caused Jiang Chen to be a bit offended. What do you care where Master Dao I appear? Jiang Chen's face was slightly cold. There was a flash of golden light in the deep eyes, directly frightening Lu Yu, who couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You godly man. Lu Yu felt that her majesty had been provoked, and her face huffed a bit. However, Jiang Chen didn't argue with this woman. In his opinion, this woman was a bit busty and even had a somewhat underdeveloped brain. A kind reminder that there are some things that are not yours to fix. Don't think that you can be fearless just because you are protected by righteousness. There was a faint corpse gas lingering on the body, and there was a fury in the corpse gas. This group of people should have contacted a corpse within 3 days, and this corpse was still not a normal death. That yin qi could actually erode even positive qi. Somewhat interesting. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Lu Yu and the others looked at Jiang Chen's departing back and fell into deep thought. Jiang Chen left after first went to a dragon wholesale to buy a trunk of burning incense. Each burning incense at least have arm thick. These many bigots wouldn't have to grab the incense. He didn't know why, but the big brothers carved out by Jiang Chen with golden light seemed to have a divine charm. And every time he burned incense and lit it, these incense flames would surround the many big brothers. Jiang Chen, who had returned to the Taoist temple, first offered incense to the many bigwigs, and then it was time for another busy afternoon. This time he carved much faster, and in half a day's time he directly carved the 4 heavenly kings, as well as the marshal of soldiers and horses, Tota Heavenly King. Jiang Chen looked at the Tota Heavenly King with a slight whimsy in his heart. If I cast the Heavenly King incantation with the help of the Heavenly King idol, I wonder if it will work. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen immediately became interested. Jiang Chen came to the courtyard of the demon suppressor Guan with the statue of the Heavenly King in his hand. Heaven and earth are the basics, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Jiang Chen recited, and as the golden light divine mantra was recited, the golden light in his body roared like a flood, destroying everything, like thunder roaring. The golden light merely flickered for a moment, and in an instant it covered the entire body. The brilliant golden light rendering the martial arts arena. The golden aura roaring and burning. Powerful strength carries through the body. Jiang Chen squeezed his fist, feeling his own power. He felt that his punch was able to destroy houses. This was the first time he had ever cast the Golden Light Divine Incantation at full strength. He was going to cast the Heavenly King mantra next, and the system had reminded him that casting the Heavenly King mantra required a huge amount of aura support, so Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The mighty spirit of the Heavenly King appears to subdue the demons and protect the universe. The spirit of the pagoda shines brightly, and all evil spirits are dispersed, subduing demons and defending the right path. The demon-suppressing tower rises up. Evil spirits enter it. The heavenly might is vast, and the divine power subdues the 8 directions. The Heavenly King's mantra is complete. Subdue the demons. As the hand and mouth instructions were completed in unison, a unique divine charm in the firmament instantly fell into the idol, and Jiang Chen's golden light within his body whistled without leaving any room for prodding. The statue of the god of Heavenly Kings of Tota seemed to come to life as if it was suspended in the air, and his eyes were shining with golden light. A mysterious and imposing rune slowly emerged, and eventually countless runes formed a Heavenly King who was a full 2.5 meters tall, with an upright and sturdy body and angry eyes. The pagoda Heavenly King had his right hand behind his back, his eyes looking down upon all beings in the world, and he was clad in battle armor made of immortal gold. In his left hand, he was holding a 7-treasure linglong pagoda that looked to be only 60 centimeters tall. Shun. Heavenly King face majestic roar, left hand gently thrown, but half a meter size of the 7 treasures linglong tower rose against the wind. In the air unexpectedly evolved a 5-meter-sized pagoda. At the same time the golden light inside Jiang Chen's body was draining away at an extremely fast rate, and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a minute. Ran. The 7-treasure linglong pagoda carried a terrifying force and divine might as it blasted down. Holy, the golden light can't hold out. Greetings to the Chief Marshal Ma, Tota Heavenly King. Jiang Chen no longer hesitate to quickly withdraw the golden light to send off the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King's shadow only its shape without its god, and did not do to invite the real Heavenly King to come down to earth. Of course Jiang Chen didn't have the strength. After the disappearance of the Heavenly King's shadow everything returned to calm. If that terrifying 7-treasure linglong pagoda fell, the gate of his Jin demon view would be gone. End of chapter. That's really terrifying. Jiang Chen calmed the golden light in his body, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. That aura was really strong. No wonder it was really enough to suppress all evil spirits. However, this is also a blue-consuming bull, which is still urged by the golden light divine spell. If it is urged by the aura shall not be pumped into a dry corpse. Jiang Chen put away the pagoda Heavenly King in his hand and placed it back in the hall of all gods for worship. In the future, if he encountered an unbeatable weirdness, he would directly invite the Tota Heavenly King who had been worshipped for a long time, and even a super tank would have to be crushed into pieces when that pagoda went down. Jiang Chen also didn't know just how powerful the Tota Heavenly King who was worshipped by incense could be. A Tota Heavenly King is so powerful, it would be heaven-defying if we could invite the Ancestor Master and the other greats. The Tota Heavenly King was only the Heavenly Court's protector god, and if he was so powerful, then the other big brothers were naturally even bigger bulls. But one Heavenly King spell was enough for now. The Heavenly King mantra rewarded by the system wasn't just being able to invite the Tota Heavenly King. The 4 Heavenly Kings under Tota Heavenly King were naturally able to invite. The system pulled up my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 81 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Chi Lookout Technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany open pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist robes. Primary exorcism charm asterisk 136. Shocker, 138. 600. Continues to grow. System mission in progress. Taoist priests who know a little but not much can already rule Taoism in Blue Star, like a reincarnated heavenly master. As the video festers, the shock points continue to rise. Ding dong WeChat popped up with a message alert. Please look squarely at Vivian. Are you going to go live at night? Jiang Daolong? You haven't gone live for a few days. The heat hasn't dropped, but the netizens can't wait for it. After Jiang Chen saw the message, he rang the quest released by the system. It's not good when the heat goes down. How am I going to harvest shock points when the heat goes down? I'm a model of labor for breaking down superstitions. Just in time. It's going to be live at night. Jiang Chen thought about how it seemed like it had been a week since he had gone live. He still wanted to wait for Zhang Dingyojie before going live. He glanced at his Shake Hand account and realized that his followers had risen from a few 100,000 to over 1.5 million in the past week. Please look squarely at Vivian. So, do you want to post a video preview of Jiang Dao? Please look squarely at Vivian. And Jiang Dao long your video is so little up. You have time to post a few more videos. The playback is also money to earn. Oh. Grave Bouncing Man, okay, post it when you have time. Grave Bouncing Man, show your dress my friend has one too. Send it over and I'll show you. Please look squarely at Vivian. I've heard all about your calculations in magic. Mr. Jiang Dao. Shy. Ding dong. Please look squarely at Vivian for sending a picture. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Vivian was very uptight and directly flung Jiang Chen a photo that almost burst the screen. The poor Taoist seriously appraised it. Your clothes are a real treasure. Very open door. It was comfortable talking to Vivian. Unlike that Lu Yu, who was so high and mighty that he couldn't move without talking about detaining others. Are all the high achievers from the Supreme Patron Academy like this? Jiang Chen sympathized a little for that. After talking to Vivian for a while, a simple video was taken and posted. The moment the video was posted, there were people coming in to grab first place. More and more fans then received notifications. Suspected missing person returns. Has Taoist Jiang always been this brave? The rumors of the haunting of Rongqing University are spreading. Many students are saying they saw ghosts. Isn't Taoist Master Jiang afraid? Afraid? Where do you put me? Dao Xianzhen, the head of the demon suppressing one. Jiang Dao Chang? All I know is that I'll get to see the effects of the show again tonight. Yeah. Great show effects. The video was featured on top picks as soon as it was posted. And the Shake Shack short video platform is way out of the way. Time passes quickly. The moon is already high up. Dark clouds like ink in the sky, quietly swallowing the stars of the faint light. It's a little depressing tonight. Jiang Chen put on his Dao robe to organize his things. And then he opened the live broadcast through the system. The moment Saving Power Live opened, the number of people skyrocketed as if on a rocket. SuperTube enters the live room. Magic City's Little Puffer enters the airwaves. Bunny Junkyard enters the airwaves. The Hurricane Patron enters the airwaves. The Institute for Transcendental Biology enters the airwaves. I love eating hot dog buns into the live stream. I have a family mine into the live feed. Nerd Girl Bully enters the airwaves. Major brands, major official accounts, major famous 10 million fan bloggers and godly big brothers have flocked to the live broadcast. This scene could only be seen within Jiang Chen's live broadcast. The Taoist is awesome. Voice breaking. So many big men have made me afraid to speak. Anchor. You said before that Jiang Daniel would GA within 3 days. It's already been 2 days. He even released a video this morning. I see that he's still quite active. Are you scaring him? Yeah. Anchor, you go back to that for a second. What's the answer to that? Isn't it only the second day? And it's late at night. Just because he's active during the day doesn't mean he's active at night. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. The crowd was a bit surprised to see that Jiang Chen didn't avoid the topic. Anchor, are you being tough? Did you orchestrate what happened to Jiang Daniel? What the hell are you babbling about? Can even Taoist Jiang watch Jiang Daniel's live broadcast and plan everything? Even I'm not that good. Just kidding, of course. This sentence is the Magic City small pouncer. Also even become the Shanghai Emperor Qin burning scent. He didn't dare to talk nonsense with so many big men in the live room. It looks like someone hired a water boy. It's just a string. Seeing that Taoist Jiang is ignoring you, are you going to break defense? Well, everyone do not need to pay attention to these black powder. As the saying goes, people are doing the sky. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. And I will put the words here. Within 3 days Jiang Daniel does not GA. I will be since karma. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. Asterisk. Playing this big? Ha. I've recorded the frequency and am paid to post it. It seems that Taoist Jiang has a lot of confidence in himself. Suddenly, Ultra Creature Research gives away Carnival *1. A gift effect washed over the pop-up beats in the live room. Taoist Jiang, I have an important question for you. Can you answer it for me? The golden pop-ups from the Ultra Limit Bio Research Institute were conspicuous in the live broadcast room. Oh, then please tell me. I'll answer anything I know. This was the first time a big brother had taken the initiative to ask a question. And Jiang Chen was happy to answer it. It is when an ordinary person is wounded by an animal. The wound may heal but it is not cured. And the wound takes on a dark color and is a little cold. And the patient's complexion gets worse every day. Do you know what causes it? End of chapter. Wounded by an animal? The wounds heal but do not recover. And the ebony color is cold. Is it? A flash of light in Jiang Chen's mind seemed to have come up with something. He was only seen searching the bookshelves in the room in front of countless people, looking for a long time without finding anything. Where did it go? I remember seeing it earlier. Jiang Chen was full of doubts. And while rummaging around, his afterglow suddenly saw a corner of the bookshelf. So it's here. In the end, Jiang Chen pulled the book out under the corner of the bookshelf, which had been gotten by Jiang Chen to pad the bookshelf. Jiang Chen found a page of the legend record in 3 tries, and he covered the rest of the book's text, revealing only the picture to display in the live broadcast. This resident, can you see if the wound looks like this? See only. The picture has an arm wound with a blackened area around it, and it looks a bit eerie. Right, that's the way it is. Do you know how to heal it, Taoist Jiang? Inside the Institute of Ultra-Limited Biology, Minister Wang excitedly patted his thigh. Did not think that it was really the same as that squad leader guessed. The Taoist temple may have recorded this kind of injury. This is already involved with the Taoist temple. So it means that the thing that hurt Su Koan can really be something unclean. That Limbo fighter wasn't lying. Minister Wang, we don't know how to heal it yet. And it can't be taken seriously. We're treating a dead horse as a living horse. Chen Yun, who was standing respectfully at the side, said helplessly, there must be a way. If it's written in the book, there must be a way. Minister Wang, however, was extraordinarily convinced. The few special forces warriors around them just stood guard without speaking. Jiang Chen's voice sounded immediately afterward. Trying to heal this injury is a bit difficult to say the least. But then again, it's not that difficult. Just move the patient to a popular place. Focusing on a place with a lot of men, not women, to rest. And then what about letting him go out in the sun during the day without worrying about him getting heatstroke? And finally you just pair it with this talisman. In the middle of the picture, Jiang Chen casually picked up a talisman on the desk, which was the evil expelling talisman that he had previously drawn with golden light. Anchor, are you right? Didn't you say it was an animal scratch? How did you pull out the Taoist talisman? Biggie, you said animal, is it still an animal? It's not right. It's so wrong. The Taoist master is still the same Taoist master as before. The skill of opening one's eyes and talking nonsense has not diminished in the slightest from before. No at all. Institute for Transcendental Biology, is it really possible? The patient hasn't recovered in 7 days. 7 days? It's a bit troublesome. You have to do what I said as soon as possible. Also, this talisman looks like you won't be able to get it in a short period of time. Prepare for the aftermath. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, it's been 7 days since the Yin Qi entered the body. Jiang Chen didn't know whether the charm of exorcism would work or not. People have their own destinies and can only depend on God's will. Give me an address. Taoist Jiang. And I'll have someone come pick it up within 2 hours. Okay. See private message. The Institute for Transcendental Biology exited the broadcast after leaving a message. Jiang Chen also gave him an address of Rongqing University. As for what came to take the talisman, that was none of his business. Immediately notify the Rongqing military unit and have someone retrieve the talisman within 2 hours. Minister Wang put down his cell phone and said with a serious face, yes, Minister. The special warriors left the institute. Inform the men to have Su Koan move back to the company and follow the orders of Taoist Jiang. Yes. Chen Yun also left the institute. That left only one squad of fighters inside the institute. After giving the 2 orders, Minister Wang rubbed his somewhat tired eyes and rested his entire body against the chair, falling into a deep sleep in no time. Hibiscus, the Highplay nightclub, was seized by the Inspector General's department, and in an alley 2 streets away from the nightclub, a team of inspectors cordoned off the area. Lu Yu and the others crouched in front of a corpse with a grave expression. This is the 6th time a murder has occurred, and the modus operandi is exactly the same as the previous times. She clenched her hands tightly into fists. Her knuckles were white. Her originally clear features seemed to be covered with frost at this moment, and her eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames. Damn it! 6 modus operandi. Each time a wonderful woman. Still pretty to look at. Each time the wound was at the neck like the previous ones, and the blood was drained from the body. The gods and the people are angry. Several of the heavily armed governors were furious, yet they could do nothing. Would they tolerate such a horrible and sick murderous maniac? Haunting the inside of the city. Lu team, check it out. The lower body is intact. The motive is not wealth, nor is it color. The side of the governor's face is a bit heavy. Damn it! Lu Yu slammed his fist on top of the cold wall. 6 consecutive such horrific murders in Rongqing, with the exact same modus operandi, had caused a shock at the top. The leaders are very angry and have ordered the governor of Rongqing to solve the case and arrest the culprit within half a month. But it's been almost a week and they haven't the slightest clue. Team Lu has found something. Suddenly a man exclaimed, only to see that the man had already lifted the female dry corpse to one side, and in the place where the female dry corpse had just been lying, he actually found an extremely fine hair. Hair! The crowd rejoiced. This hair is greenish in color, not like the yellow hair of the girls. The crowd speculated that it should have been accidentally left behind by the suspect in the crime. With the hair, we can do DNA comparison, which is an important breakthrough clue. May be able to arrest the suspect at once. The inspector put on gloves and carefully put the hair inside the dust-free bag, then treated the scene and covered the female dry body with a white cloth. That's when the victim's family arrived. The victim's parents and loved ones came. Both middle-aged parents were paralyzed with fear the moment they saw the body. And perhaps neither of them would have recognized it if not for the identification inside the victim's bag. Lily, why are you like this? How can we live without you? A group of governors to see the tragic appearance of the victim's parents. The crowd turned their heads a little intolerant. And the heart is also angry eruption. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I really want to give that a pike, one of the old governors said angrily. After the female body was taken away by the governor, the victim's parents staggered to Ryu, the mother reaching out with a death grip on Ryu's arm. Mr. Governor, you must arrest the suspect and give my daughter an explanation. Ryu sniffed and nodded heavily. Needless to say, she will bring that person to justice. In a short while the crowd removed the cordon and then dispersed the pedestrians who had been attracted by the alarm bells. A group of governors had stepped up security around the perimeter, and the owner of the hi-fi nightclub had been called in for tea. End of chapter. Night. The sleeping jailbreak seemed to hear someone calling him, and the already light sleeper woke up straight away. Danio? Zhao Jian gasped and tried to call out to Zhang Danio next door. However, Zhang Danio did not respond to him. Zhang Danio, are you shouting for me? Zhao Broken shouted again with fear in his heart. Still no response. It should be that I misheard. Waking up still a bit pissed, Zhao Broke got up and headed to the restroom. When he was done he shook himself and went to the sink to wash his hands. But turn on the faucet but has been gurgling sound. Actually did not release water. The water's out? Zhao broke and turned on the faucet again. Coo coo coo. Put. Suddenly the faucet directly exploded, and a stream of bright red liquid kept spraying out, and this liquid directly sprayed Zhao Broken's face. Zhao Broke all but collapsed to the ground from the suddenness. What the hell? Zhao Broke rubbed his face and raised his hand to find that his hand was already red with blood. A fishy odor rushed into his nostrils. Blood was still gushing from the faucet, all over the ceiling, above the walls. There are ghosts. There's a ghost. Zhao Broken's entire at this moment instantly came to his senses. He thought nothing of it and pulled at the toilet door like a madman. Yet the door would not open as if it was welded shut. It's indestructible even if you let Zhao break it. Zhao Broke turned around in horror to find that a horrible ghostly face had appeared in the middle of the washstand mirror, and a dry, black hand had reached out from it. Zhao Broke was instantly shocked into incontinence, and his legs were constantly trembling. Zhang Danyu! Zhao Broke shouted frantically. The amulet his master had given him was on Zhang Danyo, and now only Zhang Danyo could save him. Unfortunately, Zhang Danyo couldn't hear Zhao Broken's voice at all. The ghost hand grabbed Zao's shoulder and dragged Zao directly towards the mirror. A hand was actually so powerful that it was able to lift a grown man up and play with him. Put. Cluck. All that was left of the toilet door were a few bloody handprints, and immediately afterward everything was back to normal. Late at night Jiang Chen came all the way to the entrance of Rongqing University. I believe everyone knows about the haunted matter of Rongqing University, right? I absolutely don't believe in the matter of haunting, and you all know that I'm an anti-feudal Taoist priest. There is no tolerance for these anti-feudal superstitions, poor Taoist. Yes, you're right about everything, Taoist master. But how are you going to get in, Taoist master? Do you have to go over the wall? If you want to go over the wall, go to the east side. There's a gap there. There are no cameras and we often go over. Don't worry, we won't report you. Well, I didn't realize that there were actually students from Rongqing University in the live broadcast room. You guys quickly go down the line to see if it's a program effect. I'd like to, but it's just that the doors downstairs are locked, and the dormitory building windows, I'll be damned. I saw the Taoist master come in easily with a flip. Great hands. A few boys saw Jiang Chen's figure when they stood above the balcony. They saw Jiang Chen come in with a single leap, his body as light as a swallow, and the power of his explosive force. You know, even if there is a gap on the east side that is 3 meters high, there is also a borrowing point. But Jiang Chen did not borrow the force, just such a gentle leap over. This left a few gym students dumbfounded. The Taoist master is a good fighter. Anchor, if you go to participate in the high jump Olympics, is not easy to get the gold medal. Taoist master, I am a national level high jumper. Can you tell me how you practiced? Just eat more vegetables. Well, now that I'm on campus, everything you're going to see next is fake. It's a movie I've prepared to record beforehand. Jiang Chen gave some serious instructions with a serious face. We all know it's a program effect, so start your operation. Jiang Chen was walking alone on the campus, and soon he arrived at the 4th building of the girls' dormitory. The Yin-Chi is several times that of the daytime. If we let you continue, I'm afraid that you won't be satisfied with the entire 4th building. Jiang Chen's complexion slightly moved in his heart and thought, how are you going to get in, Taoist? The building is already locked up and there are students living among the 4 buildings. That's right. My girlfriend is on the 4th floor. I asked her to move to the 5th building today, but unfortunately it didn't get done tonight. Just when Jiang Chen was about to prepare to force his way into the girls' dormitory, a striking pop-up appeared. Rongqing School Division, Jiang Daolong, you rest assured to break the feudal superstition. I have already greeted the dean of Rongqing University. Just inside there are still some students. Never disturb the students inside on the line. The Department of Academic Affairs is equivalent to the Ministry of Education on Earth, managing all the academies within the city of Rome. Even the head of an academy can be changed at the drop of a hat. With this statement from the school division, the next step was much easier. In that case, then I thank this resident for his understanding. Jiang Chen then didn't hesitate anymore. His left hand index and middle finger combined into one flick. A tiny golden light shot out. The surrounding surveillance equipment was instantly destroyed. Jiang Chen stepped to the front door. The iron door had been locked up. Calling the host inside to get up and open the door thought it was impossible. Maybe they'll even be treated like hooligans. Who's a Taoist priest coming to the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night and claiming to have the leader's permission? Next moment, Jiang Chen's palm coalesced with golden light, and the golden chi flame lifted the door lock. And in an instant, the lock core inside was melted by the ultra-high temperature chi flame. There was a as the lock was opened. Click. It seems to be that this lock should be too aged to touch and open. Jiang Chen said with a slight nod. Are you serious, Taoist? Anchor, did you use some hidden lock-picking technique? It opened in one go. Jiang Daolong, you really know how to joke. This lock was changed by a student from the logistics department. Last time we can try. This lock can't even be smashed open. Ahem, don't worry about the details. Jiang Chen had already entered within the dormitory building, casually flinging out a golden light to form a special boundary. Although that thing couldn't get out of the dormitory building. But just in case, the sound of Jiang Chen's footsteps alone resounded within the building, the regular footsteps echoing within the building. As Jiang Chen walked upstairs, the yin chi in the building became even more intense. What the hell? At least it's a famous university. There's not even a single light inside. That can't be right. We have lights in the boys' dorms. How can there be no lights in the girls' dorms? Didn't you guys see that? There are lights in the ceiling, just not turned on for some reason. Taoist Jiang will be on the 4th floor soon. The 4th floor is the most haunted. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared above the building. She looked a little frightened, sobbing while looking backward from time to time. It seemed as if something horrible was behind her. She was instantly excited the moment she saw Jiang Chen, and she sobbed as she tried to jump into Jiang Chen's arms. However, Jiang Chen used one of his hands to hold it back from advancing the slightest bit. End of chapter. This girl, what are you? Jiang Chen said as he forced the corners of his own mouth to wonder. Taoist priest, save me. There's a ghost inside the toilet. It's chasing me. It wants me to die with it. This woman in a school uniform sobbed in a small voice and grabbed Jiang Chen's small arm in a death grip. Jiang Chen glanced at the woman. This person's face was a bit pale, not at all the color that a normal person should have, and there was a cold sensation coming from her arm, and there was no scent of a living person on her body. All indications are that the in front of us man is not human. Girl, since you know that I'm a Taoist priest, but aren't you shocked and surprised that I appeared in the girls' dormitory? Jiang Chen sent out a soul-torturing question. The woman froze for a moment, looking a little stiff. It lowered its head and didn't say anything. Only the corners of its eyes flickered with a regal red light. It's okay if you don't talk, but it's been this long since the ghost you said didn't show up. You should have just been blinded. Then will you send me back, Taoist master? I'm scared. The woman slightly raised her head to reveal her innocent face. It lightly biting red lips winks like silk. Seems to be suppressing some kind of impulse. Its upper body slightly twisted, chest inadvertently touching Jiang Chen's arm. However, every time it was about to take a step closer, it was met with Jiang Chen's hand against his head with only one hand. Except for this creepy woman. The live broadcast room was also flying with pop-ups at the moment. Taoist, this is my girlfriend. A moment of silence for upstairs. Looks like your girlfriend doesn't love you. She just met the Taoist master once and tried to seduce him. Nope. My girlfriend has a birthmark on her neck and this woman doesn't, and I've known my girlfriend for 2 years. She would never do that. I'm sure it's not my girlfriend. Asterisk. Should it be so exciting? Is it another effect of the Taoist program? All I know is that there's a saving grace program later. I love to eat hot dog bread, really hard to envy. Jiang Daolong Yen Fua. Magic City Little Pouncer, this is a good fortune that ordinary people dare not enjoy. Wang Xiao Onion, do you want to try it? I love hot dog buns, roll. Jiang Chen didn't notice the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Good. Killing intent surfaced in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he nodded slightly with a smile on his face. This creepy wasn't just any lone spirit. It had become a climate and no longer relied on instinctive killing like the lone spirits. Not bad for a system-defined grievance. There are still a lot of living people sent here. Such as if this thing haunts the students once they do it, it will not be good. Jiang Chen wanted to see what it was up to. The woman didn't seduce Jiang Chen anymore. It reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm with force. The strength was far more than that of an adult man. Perhaps because she was afraid that Jiang Chen would run away. Turning around, its eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the corners of its mouth rose slightly to reveal an eerie look. Is the next one something we can watch? Jiang Daolong didn't go live for a week, and he's playing this big after his return? The marketing brothers can record the screen. The living Sushian? Dona Jiang Daolong. How come you didn't resist the temptation? Jiang Chen didn't care about the pop-ups. He just let the creepy pull himself to the entrance of a corner dorm room on the 4th floor. Creak. The somewhat rusty door made a strange sound. The door of the room opened. It was pitch black inside, and only with the help of the weak light could he see that there was no one inside. Only 5 bed frames and not a single bed. Gurus, I'll trouble you to wait at the door. Before we set out tonight, poor Taoist made a fortune for himself. Poor Taoist calculated that his destiny will have a calamity here. Perhaps this is poor Taoist's calamity. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? With a look of righteousness, Jiang Chen firmly took his footsteps and followed the woman inside the dormitory. A chilly wind blew past, and the door to the room behind him closed with it. It was as if Jiang Chen had walked into an abyss. Audience member, no dude. My pants are down and you're showing me this? Stepping into the room, a piercing coldness came to his face, as if he had instantly fallen into the ice cellar. The room was terribly quiet, only the sound of the wind if there was any, as if it was a ghostly shadow whispering beside his ears. The bizarre woman just stood in the middle of the room with her back to Jiang Chen. The next moment an ear-piercing sound of bones rubbing together rang out, only to see that weirdness directly perform a mechanical dance for Jiang Chen. And after a twitch, it stopped moving. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the bizarre head directly rotated 360 degrees. The ghost face took on an eerie greenish-gray color, as if it had been eroded by the aura of death for a long time. The face was covered with twisted lines, like ancient runes. Those 2 eyes bulged out. Blood-red eyeballs seemed to roll down from their sockets, staring viciously ahead, and there were even 2 lines of blood tears hanging from the corners of their eyes. Chilling. However, Jiang Chen observed that there were 2 bloody holes in the creepy's neck, which seemed to have been pierced by some kind of fangs. Creepy wants to be scary, he has to show his pre-death appearance, and it seems that this creepy is not a normal death either. Otherwise it wouldn't be a grievance. Not allowing Jiang Chen to think deeply, the bizarre one appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a single breath. Bold sinful beast. I knew you weren't human the first time I looked at you. Jiang Chen roared. His eyes flashed rapidly with golden light, and his palms were also covered with golden light as a powerful slap fell directly. The golden light dissipated the yin chi on Creepy's body, and the slap carrying 10,000 pounds of force landed on Creepy's face. Slap. A slap doesn't sound like a slap, but a slap on the face is extraordinarily crisp. The horrible ghost face was slapped back hard, turning 360 degrees round in place. This slap went down riposte without hurting the brain, and its bloodthirsty eyes cleared up quite a bit. The slap was so loud that it reached the live feed as well. The next moment within the dormitory room resounded a strange miserable screams. Screams even more and more high, followed by the sound of the bed frame colliding with the wall issued by the sound, as well as Jiang Chen's low roaring voice. What is this? Playing SM? Nonsense. Cause it. I'm afraid Taoist Jiang used his 9 cows and 2 tigers. Can't the students in the entire building hear the sounds of the fight? Actually, I can do it. I'm sure I can last longer. Inside the dormitory, only to see Jiang Chen single-handedly holding the weird neck, lifting it in his hands like a chicken. More than 10 pits appeared on the ground, and a human-shaped groove appeared on the wall. A mere minuscule Taoist act dares to come out and seduce the poor Taoist. Now you're happy. Ha! Creepy trembled and shrunk his neck without speaking. His bloodthirsty gaze had long since disappeared, and only endless fear remained in his eyes. Is there any justice? Who the hell is Creepy? Anyway? Die for me. Room in the golden light like obsidian descending. Hot air flame whirring. The hands of the bizarre screams are not issued on the evaporation. The cold temperature in the room was also dispersed by the golden light. Just a bilocation? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. End of chapter. Jiang Chen slowly walked out of the room, and his figure appeared in the picture once again. Taoist, looks like you're not enjoying yourself. Taoist master, what about the girl who looks similar to my girlfriend? Dude, your girlfriend has ascended to heaven. Don't you panic? You fart. I told you that's definitely not my girlfriend. Jiang Chen also glanced at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room at this time, and was also a bit surprised to see this pop-up. Don't worry, this resident. That's not your girlfriend. It's all a program effect. Is the pit inside your room serious? Taoist? Is it okay? What do you say about it? It's asleep, so we'll leave it alone. Jiang Chen smiled and thoughtfully closed the door. Now that the girl has rested, let's get on with it. I heard online that students often see ghosts in the 4th building of Rongqing University, between the 4th and 5th floors, so let's take a look. Jiang Chen said as he took out a handful of primary talismans to repel evil spirits from within his yellow cloth pocket. Put the exorcism charm on the next dormitory as you passed by. Now that the whole building is covered with yin qi, the talisman and sensing the aura of evil spirits will be automatically attached to the door, and unless a person tears it with his hands, it will not fall off. Every time you pass a dormitory room, an exorcism charm is placed on the door. The exorcism talisman flickered with a faint golden light in the darkness, and no one noticed Jiang Chen's actions. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about disturbing the sleeping students. After his celestial master Qi-looking technique insight discovered that the girl's color was very poor, and one of them had even shown signs of illness. It's like popularity was sucked up by something, and there's a bit of a captive feel to it. With the whole building being this weird charge of students, the hostility of this unjust spirit seems a bit big, actually keeping the whole building captive, neither killing them nor devouring them, just absorbing their popularity little by little. One person's popularity in a day may be nothing, but what about a dozen? What about dozens? One person a day, that's dozens of days. It is estimated that there are at least a couple hundred more students in this building who have not moved out. What a big heart. 2. Jiang Chen shook his head. After 20 minutes or so Jiang Chen plastered all the doors and windows with evil-repelling talismans, so now he didn't have to worry about this thing running around. If this thing was going to run, Jiang Chen would have to waste some more effort. Not long Jiang Chen passed the corner of the building, found a pair of legs exposed outside, approached to see a girl fell to the ground without moving. It is not exactly the girl who seduced Jiang Chen before, looks exactly the same, except for the birthmark at the neck. Only the earlier one was made of weirdness, while the one in front of him was a real living person. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wasn't this girl sent back to her dorm room by the anchor? I saw with my own eyes that she didn't come out from inside the dormitory. Gotta grow a brain. Daoist Jiang, this is my girlfriend. Help me see what's wrong with my girlfriend. Maverick sends a sports car asterisk 1. This fan gave away a sports car straight away. There's no need to rush the student. Let me take a look. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head, his eyes flickering with golden light as the celestial master Qi-looking technique operated. The Yin Fury Qi entered the body. The golden fortune Qi was weak, and of the three fires of heaven, earth, and man, the human fire had already been extinguished. We must stabilize the human fire for it first. Jiang Chen's brows were furrowed. Although he didn't know this type of Taoist technique, he could use the golden light to introduce his Yang Qi to temporarily burn in place of the human fire first. Every bit of time delayed the girl became more and more dangerous, so it was lucky that it was discovered early, otherwise it would have been a problem. Just see Jiang Chen heart meditation golden light mantra, a slap on the girl's shoulders, a ray of Yang Qi fusion golden light puffing burned up, temporarily replacing the human fire burning. With that, he took out a candle from inside his yellow cloth pocket and lit it. A fire burned in the darkness of the night like a flame of hope. Wake up! With a gentle point, a ray of golden light vanished into the girl's brow, and her eyes instantly opened. Ha! She inhaled deeply, her eyes slightly confused. Where am I? You should be sleepwalking. Don't worry, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. Sleepwalking? That's not right. I clearly heard Hao Xiao calling out to me. Then I couldn't control my body out of the dormitory, and I saw Hao Xiao right here with my own eyes. She suddenly cried out in shock, her pupils trembling and a look of horror in her eyes. Hao Xiao, Jiang Chen mused. Hao Xiao is the wronged soul of this mission. She has been dead for 4 days. There are still 3 days to go before the 7th day of her life. Please host to overpass her as soon as possible. That's when the system unexpectedly reminded. What? That Hao Xiao came back for my girlfriend. They are good girlfriends. How could they hurt my girlfriend? No matter what, thanks to the Taoist priest for saving my girlfriend. Hao Xiao is the woman who died a few days ago, right? It's a pity. It's too evil, doesn't it? This all feels like it was arranged. This isn't a script. I'm afraid? Zhang Daolong has said before it was originally a program effect. It was you who believed it. Hey, you're Taoist priest? Why did you appear in the girls' dormitory? Mao Rong reacted and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, looking a little wary of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. Don't care about that detail. You take this candle and remember, never let the candle's flame go out. Jiang Chen solemnly handed the candle to Mao Rong. Oddly enough, what happens when it goes out? Mao Rong skimmed her mouth and asked casually, but she still received the candle in her hands. For some reason, she didn't even doubt Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen just gave her a very special feeling. Actually, this feeling was brought about by the strand of Yang Qi that Jiang Chen had ferried into her body. Out. If the candle goes out, your human fire will also go out with it. There are 3 fires in a person. Extinguish one and you might hit something unclean. Then Hao Xiao gets the opportunity to take advantage of it. Jiang Chen casually explained, his expression unchanged. However, it startled Mao Rong and hurriedly blocked the candle flame. Learned. Another new knowledge. Every time Long Jiang Dao opens his live broadcast, he learns a new pose. What did you cave into upstairs? You can drive on this Thai road? Awesome. Upstairs. Is there any big brother who knows what he's doing to explain whether what Taoist Zhang said is true or just made up? There's no need to be skeptical. I can tell you unequivocally it's true. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My brother taps me on the shoulder every time I play poker. Maybe it's my brother's fault every time I lose money. It is true that extinguishing one of the 3 fires will bring bad luck, but there are those who are physically strong enough to recover within a day's time, and at the most, it's just a cold. And it's not as easy as a tap on the shoulder to get the 3 fires out. Zhangchen couldn't help but laugh even as he looked at the pop-ups within the live broadcast. End of chapter. According to Mao Rong, the wrong spirit Hao Xiu wanted her to accompany her down. Mao Rong's human fire had already been extinguished, and the hostile spirit Hao Xiu's hostility could have easily taken Mao Rong away. Yet it did not do so. This is so not a creepy move. Can you take me back to my dorm room, Taoist master? I'm a bit scared. Mao Rong tugged at Zhangchen's Taoist robe and begged bitterly. She always felt like Hao Xiu was staring at her from the shadows. An indescribable feeling. Zhangchen glanced at her in contemplation for a moment before finally speaking slowly. I'm afraid not. Mao Rong's legs couldn't help but tremble at the words, and the fear was visible to the naked eye. There are so many people in the whole building. Hao Xiu preferred to draw out Mao Rong, so it can be seen that Mao Rong should not have a shallow relationship with Hao Xiu, and Hao Xiu directly hid after utilizing her doppelganger to test Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could suppress it if he wanted to, but he would need to use the Heavenly King mantra to suppress the entire building. Not to mention whether Jiang Chen had such a strong golden light. Jiang Chen wouldn't have chosen to utilize the Heavenly King mantra under the watchful eyes of so many people. There is an optimal choice right in front of you. Use the girl in front of you to lure Hao Xiu out. Jiang Chen didn't intend to tell Mao Rong about this plan. After all, it was too shocking and wouldn't be accepted by the general public. Just follow me. Perhaps out of Jiang Chen's status as a Taoist priest, Mao Rong hurriedly nodded her head. The two of them returned to the building. Mao Rong found that all the surroundings were plastered with yellow talismans. Mao Rong wanted to exclaim but saw Jiang Chen signaling her to be quiet. Mao Rong took 2 deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. Jiang Chen led Mao Rong all the way to the rooftop of the top floor, and every 5 meters would be labeled with an evil repelling talisman by Jiang Chen. Although Mao Rong didn't know what these talismans were for, she had seen with her own eyes that they all shimmered with golden light when pasted on the walls. Do you really think there's nothing you can do about it just because you're hiding? The system pulled up my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 81 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Chi lookout technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany open pen. Spelling hey wholesale Taoist robes. Primary exorcism charm asterisk 136. Shocker, 35,733. Continues to grow. System mission in progress. Taoist priests who know a little but not much can already rule Taoism in Blue Star. Like a reincarnated heavenly master. Redeem me 3 golden light pills. Deducting 300,000 shock points. 3 golden light pills have been put into the system space. Jiang Chen directly took it out and swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Golden light enhancement for 30 years. At this moment, a huge golden light burst out of nowhere from the depths of the Pantheon. The golden light whistled and set off a burst of waves. Jiang Chen's golden light was producing earth-shattering changes. His golden light was taking a qualitative leap. More than 100 years of golden light. I've been able to condense things in golden light. Jiang Chen was excited inside. But right now business is important. The golden light sensed faintly, pulling in 108 exorcism talismans. Exorcism. 108 exorcism talismans emitted brilliant light at the same time. And the entire girls' dormitory seemed to be in the midst of a divine kingdom, bathed in warm golden light. The yin qi that filled the air was shattered and dissolved by the radiant light. The moment. It's like dawn. Ah! A miserable and eerie cry came out from the middle of the hallway. Only a weird black shadow emerged from among the walls, and was eventually swallowed up and dissipated by the golden light. The talismans Jiang Chen posted were not randomly posted, but according to the Celestial Master's Chi lookout technique to peer into the pattern of the whole building, and then according to the layout of the Big Dipper. The evil exorcism formation is complete. The evil spirits dissipate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dawn. Is that what you call a program effect, Taoist? Who just made that scream? Creepy as hell. My girlfriend asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream, and she followed suit after one look. Although the fans in the live broadcast room were boiling, Jiang Chen's expression was slightly solemn. The exorcism array has become a reality. The yin qi has been vaporized. But why hasn't the wrong soul shown up yet? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly he thought of something and reacted. So you're hiding here. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and a cold light flickered under his eyes. He turned to look at Mao Rong. It was only at this point that Mao Rong's face had fused with the ghostly face that had appeared before. After Hao Xiu realized that she wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, she simply hid inside Mao Rong's body. Jia. Taoist priest, you calculated everything, but you didn't think that I would hide in Maoron's body, right? Aren't you very powerful? You have the guts to kill me. All you have to do is kill me and it will all be over, and Maoron will die. Hao Xiao was bleeding horribly from the corners of his eyes. A pair of eyes like the abyss exuded a regal cold light, and his yin and hostility were so thick that the whole person was shrouded in shadows. A pained look appeared on Maoron's face as she was suffering immense pain. The candle in her hand had gone out at some point, and the temporarily burning human fire had naturally died out. Nima, is that a program effect? Holy, Hao Xiao, you son of a. If you're dead and you're still pestering my girlfriend. A moment of silence for upstairs. How long are you going to pretend, Taoist, that this glow is also the light your team set up? Mordor's Little Puff Street sends Carnival *500. I Love Hot Dog Bread sends Dragon Ranger *500. I have a mine in my house and I'm giving away a spaceship *500. Why are you doing this? Isn't this girl your best friend? Jiang Chen wasn't the least bit flustered, and asked with some suspicion. Why did I do it? I'm not happy. Why am I the only one who died? And they are alive and well? She gets good grades. She has loving parents. She doesn't have to worry about anything, and why do I have to put up with this pain? I want all of them buried with me. I'm going to suck out their popularity little by little so that I can get out of this million ants devouring my heart pain. Asterisk. Stubborn. It's true that weird brain circuits are just not normal. Why are you the only one who died? Don't you know what you went and did at night yourself? Don't you know what you are yourself? The poor Taoist will transcend you and send you to Hades. His lips pursed, the corners of his mouth slightly downward, revealing a cold and majestic, so that people do not dare to look directly at. That angry shout, as if the nine-sky thunder explosion, shocked the hearts and guts all trembling. Do you really think I can't do anything about you just because you're hiding inside a living person? There was a flash of golden light within his body, and the strong golden light condensed at his fingertips. No! How dare you lay hands on me? Maoron will die too. You'll lose your yin virtue. Hao Xiao's ghostly eyes were shocked. The flash of golden light just now had pressed it a little. It didn't have the slightest doubt that Jiang Chen would be able to whip himself to death with a slap. It even didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually dare to kill it. Doesn't he care at all about this woman's death? End of chapter. Jiang Chen's fingertips slightly pointed at Maoron's brow, and raging golden light entered Maoron's body. This golden light did not harm normal people. However, it was fatal to Hao Xiao. But in an instant, Hao Xiao's ghostly shadow was forced out of Maoron's body. Hao Xiao was jerked away by the golden light and knelt on the ground. It raised its head in a hurry, and at this moment, it no longer had the horror it had before, but it was the same as it was before it was born. Good looking and tall. It's hard to imagine how horrible it was just now. And Maoron fainted. Heavenly Master, forgive me. Heavenly Master, spare my life. I just took the wrong path for a moment. Please, Heavenly Master, give me a chance. Hao Xiao knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed in supplication, even inadvertently revealing a snow-white spring light in front of his chest. However, Jiang Chen didn't take it well and watched with cold eyes. Give you a chance? You've sucked the living chi of so many people to cultivate. You're already beyond heaven's justice, and you're almost at the level of an evil spirit. This heaven and earth is afraid that it won't be able to tolerate you. Furthermore, the poor Taoist here only transcends, and does not leave anyone alive. But I'm innocent too. I was bitten to death by a thing. Hao Xiao's ghostly face shifted back and forth, and the hostile aura on her body became even more intense. What? Bitten to death? It seems that this Hao Xiao died an unnatural death. No wonder it can be the wrong soul that the Taoist master said it was. It's so damn exciting. I'm really out of my league in this life. I've actually seen a female ghost. Alas, this girl is also suffering. Or live you let it go. Upstairs Madonna. Deadwood. Dog Saint Mother. That female ghost is not sucking your daughter to death. Wife, is it? Send this female ghost to him and be honest. Oh, you yourself want to fairy jump blackmail people. You are also powerful. Blackmail who? I'm not good to go blackmail, forget it. More to say, no good. You have wasted a lot of my time. As Jiang Chen's words fell, he gently waved his hands. Two whips condensed from golden light formed. Swoosh! The whips lashed out in the air with a wind-breaking sound. Pa! The golden light whip lashed at Hao Xiao's body to send it flying out, and the sizzling characteristic erupted to collide with the yin chi, burning out of thin air. Ah! That scream, like a sharp steel knife, cut through the silent sky without warning. Sharp and creepy. It seemed to have been torn raw from the depths of the soul, with endless pain and despair. But in 3 seconds Hao Xiao was burned out and her soul returned to heaven and earth. Everyone has seen it. It's getting late, actor, forget it. That's it. Jiang Chen didn't explain. Anyway, at this point it was already impossible to explain clearly. So many people aren't blind. There's no way to synthesize that ghost face. Plus his conversation with Hao Xiao could have been overheard by fans. Ha 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 ha, Taoist Jiang is probably tired, so he simply stopped pretending. Awesome. Voice breaking. Damn handsome. What was that golden whip just now? The Taoist master's special lightsaber? Taoist Jiang is awesome. My father said that you are the true high achiever of Taoism. Ha 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 ha. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Jiang Chen's head got big looking at the pop-ups. The system was asking him to break down feudal superstitions and spread natural science. But there were shenanigans on the blue planet. What a way to make people believe in natural science. Jiang Chen could only force an explanation and take one step at a time. He was tired now anyway. After dealing with Hao Xiao, he then proceeded to relight the human fire for Mao Rong before sending her inside a dormitory room in the process and recycling the entire building's exorcism talismans. Although these primary talismans had been used once, the golden light within the talismans hadn't consumed much, so they could still be used at least once. After doing this, Jiang Chen re-entered the rooftop. Under the dark dome of the night, a 6th-generation fighter jet cut through the sky and whistled. The technology of the blue planet was more advanced, and the Dragon Kingdom was the world's hegemonic country. Generation 6 technology has long since matured and is fitted with mini nuclear power engines. Fighter jets are very quiet and do not disturb people late at night. On top of the rooftop, the 6th-generation stunning fighter landed vertically and eventually came to a steady stop on top of the rooftop. The cockpit opened and a soldier jumped straight out of the fighter. His face was like a knife and axe chisel, with sharpened hard lines, and his high nose was like the spine of a mountain range, towering straight up in the center of his face, giving people a sense of integrity. Hello, Taoist Jiang. I'm Colonel Long Feng of the Western War Zone. Long Feng saluted Jiang Chen in an unassuming manner. Long Feng? Don't you have a brother named Long Feng? Taoist Jiang, you are truly a god. You know all this. Long Feng was shocked, and in his heart, he respected Jiang Chen more and more. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that there was actually such a character as Long Feng. I've been ordered by the headquarters to come and pick up something. By the way, Taoist Jiang, the headquarters asked if you have any more talismans in your hands. We're willing to buy them for 100,000 each. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, then quickly reacted. 100,000 apiece? It's so cheesy to talk about money or not. I have exactly 108 of them here. You guys should be able to find out my card number. Just hit my card when you get there. The corner of Long Feng's mouth twitched. He took the stack of talismans in Jiang Chen's hands. By the way, I'll tell you headquarters. This talisman can only deal with animals. Stronger animals can't be dealt with. Anyway, you guys use it depending on the situation. Jiang Chen reminded. I understand. Farewell. Taoist Jiang. You excused yourself. Jiang Chen was about to ask Lang Feng how he was going to climb the 3-meter-high fighter and if he wanted help. But he didn't expect Lang Feng to directly fight his way up and jump directly into the cabin. Surname Lang really doesn't have an easy one. The Dragon Kingdom Special Forces are just awesome. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of emotion as he felt Long Feng's thick qi and blood. The fighter started up, the engine only emitting a slight vibration. A deep blue pulse erupted from the belly of the fighter, and the fighter actually lifted directly into the air vertically. After reaching a certain height, the stunning fighter jet cut through the sky and disappeared into the sky. It's the first time I've ever watched our country's amazing fighter planes so close. Miniature nuclear power engines? I ask who else? A national treasure. It's still the great Taoist Jiang. May I ask if you have more talismans? Taoist Jiang? The price is not a problem. Just name it. You're the only one with money, aren't you? Endless money. You two calm down. Taoist Jiang, don't pay attention to the two of them. I'm also heavily seeking talismans. It just so happens that my dad's birthday is coming up, so I'll give him one for defense. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly when he saw the pop-ups of the 3 godly heroes, getting deeper and deeper on the road of being misunderstood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully overtaking the wrong soul Hao Xiao, and obtaining the system reward, the Yin Yang Dharma robe. The Yin Yang robe has been placed in system space. Finally finished the mission. A single wrong soul is so difficult. If we encountered evil spirits and severe ghosts, wouldn't that be even more difficult? End of chapter. Ding! Triggering the hidden chain mission. Suppressing and killing corpse puppets. System reward, top-level Taoist art. Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art. Corpse puppet? I guess it should be the thing that bit Hao Xiao. Jiang Chen didn't even think that the thing that bit Hao Xiao was actually a corpse puppet. And the probability of this kind of thing appearing was even lower than the probability of the lottery in reality. This time, however, The system didn't give him a time limit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of today's broadcast, so please make sure you believe in science. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen decisively went off the air. Without the influence of the yin qi, the students in the middle of the dormitory building would be able to regain their health in 3 days at most. It's time to leave. With this in mind, the golden light divine spell covered Jiang Chen's body, transforming into a golden light that directly leapt down from the roof of the building, disappearing into the darkness of the night in a few flashes. A camera somewhere in Rongqing University was flickering with a bit of light, and the direction the camera was pointing at was exactly the direction where the golden light was dissipating. Serious Crimes Unit, Department of Hibiscus Inspectorate. The crowd watched the end of the live broadcast. One by one fell into a deep thought, unable to speak for a long time. It was Minister Gao who took the lead after a while. What do you think about this? The people wanted to say something, but the words could not come out. They wanted to say that all of them were false, but after the technicians analyzed it, it was true. This shocked their 3 views and prevented them from accepting this fact for a short time. Hao Xiao, who has been cremated, has actually turned into an unjust spirit and is thinking of continuing to harm people and absorb their living energy. This is all really weird. Clueless, one of them shook his head. Is it true that the murderer is not human? A governor said in disbelief. The crowd immediately remembered Jiang Chen's words from earlier. There are some things that you can't solve. Jiang Chen's words lingered in their minds for a long time and couldn't be dispersed. Fear of what? Does it matter whether the murderer is a human being or not? So what if it kills now? We must catch it. Is it not afraid of bullets? Right. We've got subthermal weapons in our hands. The nemesis of carbon-based organisms, the heat weapon. Well, continue to send a team out to enhance the alert, and have Lu Yu and the others pay more attention to those shady alleys. Yes. Gao Pengyuan's hands were propped up on the table, his eyes staring deathly at the pre-mortem photos of several girls on the whiteboard, and the surface of his eyeballs already had a lot of blood on them. Boom! The last shell inside the woodland exploded, and everything around it was blown up. Halt! An order was transmitted to the entire heavy artillery company. The muzzle of a missile launcher emitted a hot breath, and the odor of smoke filled the entire hill outside the camp. Because of Su Koan's matter, the superiors were very angry. Ordered Chen Gang with the heavy artillery company must be within 10 minutes to level the opposite side of the hill. No matter whether it is a woodland or mass graves, but wherever looking a little eerie places are destroyed. Anyway, there was one thing in the words. No threats were allowed outside the camp. Not only Chen Gang's company, but even a few other companies had pulled out. One missile car lined up, all loaded with incendiary bombs. The sound of artillery in the 4 directions of the entire camp, southeast, northwest, and north, resounded for half an hour. The previous barracks were nestled in a depression between several large hills, surrounded by tall, dense trees, and now after enduring a shelling and extensive incendiary destruction, there's just one bare mountain left. The smell of smoke filled the sky for a long time. As several companies pulled out to bombard the hill, the creepy corpse from earlier actually came to life. The corpse made a weird hissing sound while extending its sharp claws to smash the super bulletproof glass. Dang! Dang! Knock! A dull crashing sound echoed throughout the laboratory. A squad of special fighters outside protected Minister Wang to death, and these special fighters exuded a faint killing intent in their eyes, without the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. Minister Wang, why don't you just withdraw first? Just leave this place to us. Chen Yun, who was on the side, hurriedly advised. No way. I have to figure out why this corpse suddenly came to life. This corpse is valuable for research. Minister Wang firmly shook his head. There was no emotion in this corpse's eyes, only bloodlust and killing. It gets very excited when it sees a living person. Minister Wang, information has come from the Taoist Association in the country. There are scraps of records of this thing. At this time, Chen Yun handed the cell phone to Minister Wang. Let's see. Minister Wang took the phone and flipped through it carefully. Stalemate, also known as zombies, Stiff People Cave. There are zombies in the cave. The corpse is still there. The reason that nothing cannot be transformed. The spirit does not move the way, but the corpse has no sense of God. Things like the puppet-like, invulnerable to knives and spears and have infinite strength, preferring the blood of the living, covered with necrotic poison, exuding a fury. The living may not come into contact with it for a long period of time, and those who are bitten or injured will surely be transformed into zombies. How could there be such a thing? Minister Wang was shocked. The books were exactly the same as this corpse, which was also dug up by the warrior from inside the ground. I didn't realize it was actually this kind of thing, thanks to me wanting to study it. Finish it off. Minister Wang is not a pedantic person. This thing obviously has no research value. It's a scourge to keep it. Yes. At this point the zombie was staring at the crowd in a ghostly manner. Still working tirelessly to smash my bulletproof glass. but the bulletproof glass of the Dragon Kingdom is notoriously hard. And this glass is still upgraded. Even missiles cannot be blown apart. This zombie, while it did have a lot of power, it couldn't get out no matter what. It's also a good thing this thing was strapped down to begin with and placed in an unoccupied isolation chamber, or I really don't want to think about what would have happened. The special warriors first escorted Minister Wang out of the lab after being ordered. Minister Wang's last remaining light only saw the warrior open the bulletproof glass, and the zombie leapt out and hit the ground heavily. The warriors also just circled around with this zombie and didn't go up to fight hard. Brothers, draw this thing out. Understood, Captain. I've been fading out lately, so I'm going to have a lot of fun later. Don't be careless. You all heard what Minister Wang said just now. There's no humanity to be found in this thing. The captain dodged and spoke at the same time. Minister Wang had already left the lab, and step by step, the crowd lured this zombie out as well. Shoot! The moment the fighters outside saw the zombies, they started pulling the triggers, the muzzle fire flickering constantly. Put, put. Although the zombie was invulnerable to bullets, the bullets were shot into the body, but the zombie didn't have any problem at all. At this moment, bang! A loud and clear gunshot sounded. This is the sound of the Barrett sniper rifle. A round of armor-piercing bullets directly hit the head of the zombie. That instant, like a watermelon, exploded, turned into thin mud. Zombie body was also a huge impact, rushed to the ground. Even so, the zombie body is still twitching, but also want to struggle to stand up. The ebony claws were still waving, and the tenacity of life was mind-boggling. Change the 180mm man-portable bazooka. The captain didn't want to waste any more time, and directly told the men to change to heavy weapons. Eventually a shot was fired and the broken flesh was consumed by the flames. End of chapter. Shin Demon Watch. The system's voice sounded without warning. Detected the host's disguised physical breaking of the rumors of a haunting. Extra reward, a complete list of intermediate level talismans. 72 Taoist talismans that emitted divine light appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. A golden rune mingling with each other and emitting endless divine radiance. The light emanating from these 72 intermediate talismans was several times more powerful than the primary talismans. Naturally, the runes are more complex and obscure. Intermediate talisman. There's actually a windfall. Not bad. Jiang Chen was satisfied. This time, although the Overwatch Cloud Ring had wasted a lot of time, it was good to have something extra. Intermediate talisman. Even among the Jin Demon Guan also records are few. Only a fragmented Jinwu swinging demon talisman, and Perennial also suffered incense offerings in the Ancestors' Hall. And now in Jiang Chen's mind, there were dozens of talismans to drive away evil spirits and quell demons and the like, such as, the 5 thunderbolts to quell the evil spirits, the Big Dipper to ward off evil spirits, the 8 trigrams to drive away evil spirits, the Jinwu to swat the devil, the 7 stars to cut off the demons, the Samadhi fire, and so on. Later on, there is also the category of praying for blessings and sacrifices, cultivation aids, spell enhancement, and sealing and confinement. All sorts of things are included. Talismans that touch on the sealing category are even rarer compared to the exorcism and quelling category. However, this type of talisman Jiang Chen couldn't use right now. At least there hadn't been any great terrors that had appeared that needed to be blocked and suppressed with talismans. Ding dong. Please look squarely at Vivian. Zhang Dao Chang is awesome. Data map. Please look squarely at Vivian. The background traffic is over 10 million. The number of people who have seen it is over 3 million. And the number of people online in real time is over 400,000. Please look squarely at Xiaowei. Zhang Daolong, you can now be said to be the first brother of the Save Power Live broadcast platform. Your live room inside many Big Brother and God ho it. Grave Bouncer Man, oh. It all comes with the territory. It's all just the show blowing up. Please look squarely at Vivian. I Zhang Daolong. My supervisor wants me to ask you that counterfeiting Zhang Dinyo really will be GA in 3 days? This is already late at night the next day. Please face up to Vivian. If the fake bowl doesn't GA, there will certainly be a lot of black powder net exposure to you by then. Vivian sent a screenshot to Jiang Chen of the photo of the fake Zhang Dinyo and the accompanying copy. Zhang Dania's face had more than 10 stitches, and his face was swollen like a pig's head tied with gauze. Vivian was quite concerned about Jiang Chen, or one could say that they were worried about outside influences that would cause Jiang Chen's persona to collapse and be labeled as a godly man. When the time comes, the Saving Power Live broadcast platform can only have no choice but to terminate the contract with Jiang Chen. It had just seen Jiang Chen burst into flames, but he didn't want Jiang Chen to crash directly. Jiang Chen naturally knew what Vivian meant. Jiang Chen glanced at the photo, and then used the Celestial Master's Qi-looking technique to penetrate Zhang Danio's trigrams. And this time, the golden light that was catalyzed was even more massive, because it's just a picture. However, Jiang Chen's total amount of golden light had already reached over 100 years, so this amount of consumption was nothing at all. A large amount of golden light frantically catalyzed the Celestial Master Qi-looking technique. but in just 5 seconds, Zhang Dania's trigrams were clear. Surrounded by Yin Qi. That thing is still wrapped around Zhang Daniao. The Black Fury Qi has completely transformed into Death Qi, and is already a dead man's face. And the Heavenly Court's rich golden Qi has actually reappeared for a moment, but it's about to be extinguished as well. It seems that someone wanted to change Zhang Dania's fate against the heavens, but the means were so low that they even said they could only extend his life for 1 day. If that's the case, then the one who goes against the heavens can't escape death. What a good brother! Exchanging his own life for a comfortable night's sleep for Zhang Daniao. Zhang Chen didn't know what this person was thinking. Grave bouncing man, don't worry, Zhang Daniao will die tomorrow night. Please look squarely at Vivian, okay? Mr. Zhang Dao. It is likely that there will be skepticism tomorrow. Do we need to step in? Grave bouncer man, no. Just let everything go with the will of God. Please look squarely at Vivian, okay? It's very late. Vivian won't bother Taoist Zhang to take a rest. Bye-bye. Zhang Chen turned off his phone and looked at his system panel. Name, Zhang Chen. Cultivation, 111 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Qi lookout technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany open pen. Spelling hey wholesale Taoist robes. Yin Yang Dharma robes. Primary exorcism charms * 28. 11 shocking points, 167. 300. Continues to grow. Corpse puppet quest in progress. It has reached 100 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon Kingdom Taoism. Can really wear the Taoist purple robe. My cultivation has reached 100 years of golden light before I can truly wear the Heavenly Master's purple robe. Are the requirements so strict? But it seems that the purple robe of the 3 great Taoist temples doesn't seem to be as powerful as I am, right? It should be. No, right? The system evaluated that he could already command the Blue Star Taoist Church. The system does not make errors. That is, these celestial masters in purple robes are not strong enough. Or the system's standard is that of Taoist celestial masters from hundreds of years ago or even further back. Zhang Chen simply didn't want to think about it, so he could do whatever he wanted. There was no talk all night. The sky in the east steeply appeared a touch of fish belly white, and the first ray of pure yang qi or innate purple qi between heaven and earth sprinkled onto the earth. Wisps of pure yang qi or innate purple qi seemed to be tugged by something and slowly drew closer to the depths of the great mountains all over the world. These large mountains were invariably very high and exceptionally treacherous, with the tops of the mountains being haunted by mist all year round, as if they were legendary immortal mountains. And on top of a towering mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, a thinly built Taoist man sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, facing the house sun. His face was flushed, his abdomen and chest vibrated in a strange and regular way, and his breath was long and thick. He looked a little hard at the moment, as if he was tugging at something. A wisp of innate purple qi hovering between heaven and earth was pulled and surged into the Taoist's body, and in a split second the Taoist's Tao broke through the bulge. His face turned even redder, and his body's qi and blood trembled. Ha! Suddenly the Taoist roared. His black hair fluttered about and his Taoist robe shook in the wind. The mist on his body was all shaken away. Ha 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 ha! Master Tao, I'd become a success. 50 years of cultivation. 10 years since the innate purple qi entered the body. The poor Taoist has finally broken into the A rank. Cultivation realm, mortal realm, decal stage, nonal stage, xin stage, gung stage, hexal stage, E stage, D stage, C stage, B stage, A stage. Cultivation realms to ascend to the immortal realm, hidden Yuan realm, Dongming realm, Yaoguang realm, Kaiyang realm, Yuhong realm, Tianquan realm, Tiangui realm, Tianshu realm, Yuhua realm. Poor Taoist can finally try to draw primary talismans. It's been 10 years of bitter cultivation in this heavenly dragon mountain. It's time to go back to the Taoist temple to see how Master, Uncle and these old people are doing. He was in his 40s when he left the Taoist temple, and his masters and uncles were in their 70s, and he missed his masters, his uncles a little after 10 years. Thinking of going back and being bestowed with a real yellow robe, the Taoist's heart that had been dormant for years couldn't help but be excited. A real yellow robe? That's a lot of Taoist lives. Taoist cultivation since childhood in the Taoist temple. Cultivation talent belongs to the top of the group. Now cultivation for decades job. An epiphany to break the armor order. I'm begging for recommendations and monthly votes. Thanks for the support from the big guys. The little author kneels to thank you. End of chapter. Lao Zhao. What's for lunch? Why don't you have anything at home? Zhang Dania slept this sleep directly until noon. His complexion has recovered a little, but he still looks like a short-lived ghost. Zhang Dania rummaged through the hall for anything to eat and couldn't find anything. Calling out to Joe Broken didn't get a response either. He went to his room and found no one among the rooms either. Should be out getting dinner. Suddenly Zhang Dinyo felt some urge to urinate, and then walked towards the toilet. But Zhang Dinyo, who walked to the door of the toilet, was confused. There were actually 2 bloody handprints on the toilet door. Zhang Dinyo immediately remembered the ghostly figure that appeared that night. Lao Zhao, are you in there? Don't you scare me. What are you up to? There was no sound coming from inside the toilet, and Zhang Dinyo gulped. He slowly pushed open the toilet door and a foul odor hit him. The scene inside the toilet instantly entered Zhang Dinyo's eyes, and the bloody scene instantly made Zhang Dinyo's face turn ashen, as if the blood on his face was instantly drained by an invisible force. The entire person was directly paralyzed with fear as a dark yellow unknown liquid appeared on the ground. His lips began to quiver uncontrollably, opening and closing with a slight as his teeth chattered cackle. Like a puppet that had lost its support, his eyes were filled with terror and despair, his mouth slightly open. Inside the toilet, Zhao break the upper half of the body leaning against the corner. The head was directly twisted off for a week. The bloody face can only be seen as Zhao break. A pair of eyes were gouged out by something. Indescribable horror. The tiles in the restroom had been stained red with blood, and on the wall there was a large, bright red inscription that was extremely visible. Although the font was disorganized, Zhang Dinyo was still able to recognize the word, die. Zhang Dinyo remembered again what Jiang Chen had said, that he would die within 3 days. He's made it through the next night. Today is 3 days. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then he definitely wouldn't survive the night. Zhang Dinyo hurriedly felt out the talisman paper inside his pants pocket. The moment he took out the talisman paper, Zhang Dinyo collapsed. The primary body protection talisman had broken into 7 or 8 pieces at some point, and the bright red vermilion runes had dimmed and lost their divinity. Zhao Jian is dead. The dead talisman is broken. It's over. I'm finished. Zhang Dinyo's eyes were lifeless. He hates it. He regrets it. At first, Jiang Chen had persuaded him, but he didn't care and scoffed, even mocking Jiang Chen. Where did he know that Jiang Chen was really trying to save him for a bit? Jiang Chen. No. I'm still saved. Zhao Brok said that Jiang Chen has real skills. Now only Jiang Chen can save me. If I directly ask him to save me, he definitely won't do it. I'm going to mobilize public opinion to get him to save me. Right. Just morally kidnap him. Zhang Dinyo's face was vicious. You can't ignore the moral kidnapping of your fans if you want to hang out on the internet, and you'll have to save me when the time comes. Zhang Dinyo panicked and took out his cell phone and started shooting video. Zhang Dinyo had just finished shooting a 1-minute video when there was a knock on the door, which almost scared him out of his soul. But before he could react, a group of governors forced the door to be broken and rushed in. Hands up. Don't move. Downstairs, the ceiling is reported to be bleeding, and I seriously suspect you of murder at this moment. The 2 governors held Zhang Dinyo down, and the rest of them all took out their pistols to be on guard. You are Zhang Dinyo? Suddenly the leader of the team recognized Zhang Dinyo. Zhang Dinyo didn't say anything, he just used all his strength to send the video out, and was then honestly held down on the ground. Captain, a big smell of blood. Captain, a body was found in the restroom. The captain's face changed as he sniffed and rushed straight over. Seeing the scene inside the toilet, he also felt a chill down his back. Say, why did you kill Joe Broken? What's your motive? Realize he's only led you out for a day. Why? 3 stern-faced governors in the interrogation room took turns reviewing it. I didn't kill old Zhao. It killed someone. I can feel that thing near me. He's ing flipped, acting all cute and cuddly for me. Right. Someone turn off the surveillance and the accompanying video. Report. The autopsy report came out. It was done by unarmed hands. There were no marks of any weapon strikes. The cervical vertebrae was a fatal injury, and there was no found on Zhang Dinyo DNA. According to the investigation of the Serious Crimes Unit, there can't be that much human blood, and a lot of it doesn't belong to Zhao Broken. In an instant, an eerie silence fell over the interrogation room. The crowd glanced at Zhang Dinyo, who was hiding in the corner and shivering. Cool. Jiang Chen opened the window and stretched out facing the sun. After changing into a set of understated and plain green-colored Taoist robes, he first came to the Ancestor Hall to offer incense individually, and then came to the Hall of All Gods to offer incense to a group of bigwigs. Then he used the golden light to contain the floating dust under the statue of the ancestor god. Jiang Chen, who was in possession of the Celestial Master's Qi lookout technique, was able to clearly see that floating dust was not simple, proving that his previous guess was right. Nothing to carve idols today. Jiang Chen came to the center of the martial arts arena and sat down cross-legged. Then his right hand waved golden light like an arm, instantly condensing into a thick golden light whip. The long whip came directly to the backyard to wrap the 2 thick sandalwood and came, and the 2 sandalwoods were at least 1,000 pounds. A golden whip but can be lifted easily. It is really divine. The Golden Light Divine Spell is worthy of being one of the 8 divine spells inherited by Taoism for 10,000 years. This ability to defend, attack, and trap is really nothing to sneeze at. 100 years of golden light is strong and incomparable. Extending 10 meters to drag 2 sandalwood is no problem at all. However, Jiang Chen would extend it by 5 meters at most. Any longer and the golden light would be lax and unstable, and the attack power would be greatly reduced. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's divine tactics. Shock point +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's divine tactics. Shock point +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's divine tactics. Shock point +1. Suddenly there was another rapid shock point boost from the system panel. Bring up my system panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 111 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Chi lookout technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany open pen. Spelling Hey Hey wholesale Taoist robes. Yin Yang Dharma robes. Primary exorcism charms * 28. Points of shock, 197. 300, and counting. Corpse puppet quest in progress. It has reached 100 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon Kingdom Taoism. Can really wear the Taoist purple robe. This moment's time had increased by more than 10,000 shock points, and the speed was so fast that Jiang Chen was puzzled. End of chapter. Jiang Chen put down the sandalwood and took out his cell phone to read it. It didn't take long to brush up to the video of Zhang Daniu's bitter plea, and the words meant that Jiang Chen should save him anyway. The key was that there were still many holy mothers who sympathized with Zhang Daniu, thus morally kidnapping Jiang Chen to save him. Jiang Chen, as the head of the Taoist temple, should be compassionate and should save Zhang Daniu by turning a war into a war. Zhang Daniu is quite a truthful person. He even invited me to dinner. So Jiang Chen, save him. This child looks really pitiful. If you have the means to do so, show some kindness and save him. You saints are disgusting. People. Jiang Daolong has warned him before. It's him who wants to make a fool of himself who is to blame for this. Now he's coming back to kidnap Taoist Jiang. That is. And isn't Zhang Daniu still alive? Wasn't he just captured by the governor? A lot of cruisers at the end of the video. Saying he killed someone? Taoist Association, Dao Xianjinjin, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. The dustless realist of Yin Yang Mountain, the Taoist Association really has a mouth bigger than its feet, hee. Asked MT. King Baldy, is this the Taoist Association calling the shots? Since when does an association have so much power? Puzzled. Little disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, holy. Yin Yang Mountain Big Brother. Asked the Mountain Big Brother. Shocked. Heavenly Mountain Xianling Taoist Master. Had dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. The poor Taoist follows an incense burner. Arrogant. Deng Xianqingsong Taoist, what the hell? What does moral kidnapping mean? There's something I don't understand. Can someone explain it to me? Curious. ********. A lot of Taoist bigwigs. The Taoist Association came out and blew up a lot of bigwigs. The real person from the Taiji Taoist Temple on Yin Yang Mountain came out. There's not only the Taiji Taoist Temple on Yin Yang Mountain. There's also the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple in Wuji City. The Dengxian Taoist Temple in Kunlun Mountain. The Tianyi Taoist Temple in the Mountain of Asking. As well as the junior disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion. But of course I don't believe that he's just a junior disciple. There were holy mothers who morally kidnapped Jiang Chen. And there were also many Jiang Chen's fans who angrily disliked him. These saints are just disgusted with the mentality of others. Jiang Chen wanted to laugh a bit as he watched these holy mothers' speeches. Especially the remarks issued by the Dragon Kingdom Taoist Association. It was even more offensive to Jiang Chen to the extreme. The Longgui Taoist Association was established 100 years ago, and in the beginning, it was indeed for the revival of Taoism, and it did make a great contribution, but after the seniors who were in power at a high level of seniority passed away, over time the Dragon Kingdom Taoist Association has changed. Some of them have enjoyed power from on high for a long time and have become completely lost in it. Their original intentions have been forgotten. The association has become a tool for them to enrich themselves, and they are good at using the name of the association to oppress other Taoist temples, and secretly they have not done a lot of disgusting things. A few years ago, the country's top brass made a strong move, and the Dragon State Taoist Association no longer enjoyed official power. Now the other Taoist temples won't be able to care about these scumbags. Over the years it has been much better, but not as good. But most of the people in it are Taoists, and there is no shortage of disciples who are not righteous, and who have been expelled from the various great Taoist sects. The Taoist Association and the great Taoist monasteries have become incompatible, creating a situation where they are at loggerheads with each other. The state has not taken any stance on this and has just watched with one eye open. After all, this is the Taoist Church's own business, and the leaders can't say anything about it. As long as the Taoist Association has not done anything to harm the world, the top will not step in. A Taoist association speaking actually blew up so many seniors of the Taoist temple. It really made Jiang Chen feel breathtaking, and it was evident that many seniors were disgusted with the association. This is an association that is not recognized by all Taoist temples. To this, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't spoil this group of holy mothers. He picked up his cell phone and tapped his hands on the screen over and over again. His hands were coming out in stumps. Half an hour later, after Jiang Chen's, this group of holy mothers finally quietened down a lot. Hard words. Dao Xianjingjin, whatever you like. Don't affect the poor Taoist's good mood for a day. How can you curse, Taoist master? Though I'm cool with hearing it. How is this mouth of Taoist Jiang so sweet? Little mouth blathering. Can't stop at all. Not only is the Taoist master great with his hands, he's not bad with his mouth either. You can race cars on this Thai road upstairs? Put me down. This isn't a bus to kindergarten. You monks are wrong. They are looking for curses themselves. The poor Taoist is fulfilling him, and it would be the poor Taoist's fault if he can't make their hearts happy. As expected of Taoist Jiang, he never lets us down. High, really high. Learned. Taoist Master Xianling of Tianshan, Tianchi Jiang really has a good heart. The poor Taoist should really learn from it. Taoist Xian Yuanjian, I don't dare to do so. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Yin Yang Mountain Dustless Realist, Heavenly Master Jiang humbly asks if he can find the time to come to my Taiji Taoist temple to teach and coach his disciples. Dao Xianjinjin, the Heavenly Master doesn't dare to be. Little disciple of the Heavenly Master, idle. Come to my Longhu Mountain. The old Tianchi said he would give you the Tianchi seat. We can't even stop it. Taoist Xian Yuanjian, a group of Tao masters couldn't stop the old Heavenly Master. The old Heavenly Master really has not lost his power. It was also Jiang Chen's first time to chat with these people from the Taoist temple, and the first impression they brought to Jiang Chen was quite interesting. These Taoist masters are all talented, and they speak interestingly, with very deep connotations. It was also the first time for a group of netizens to see so many Taoist masters chatting, and some geniuses even chatted with these Taoist masters. Fellow Taoists, I would like to ask. Jiang Chen was crying and laughing as he watched. Kyoto. Inside the Taoist Association building, a man in a black Taoist robe sat in the room. Damn the people of the three great Taoist wonders. How dare they go against me? Wan Feng looked at these comments with his face constantly changing. The word anger was written all over his face. The Taoist Association may seem to be above the Taoist temples, but a number of Taoist temples simply disobeyed the directives issued by the Taoist Association, even to the point of disdain. This made Wan Feng, the heavenly master of Tongyu, feel extremely angry, but he couldn't do much about those Taoist temple people. Other people didn't know about the underpinnings of these Taoist temples, but he knew everything. Although he had top-notch cultivation talent, he had cultivated the breathing qi practicing method for decades before he could only just barely reach the B level. He would need heaven-defying luck to even try to draw a primary talisman, unlike the Tao masters of the Great Air Realm, who could already initially cultivate primary talismans, and could even master a few primary talismans. And most of those Taoist master-level characters are grade B, and those at the level of Taoist are even grade A. Of course, there is no lack of pretenders, and these kinds of people are not recognized by the various Daodong One. The association did not dare to suppress these Taoist temples too hard, or else if the temples did not exist, their association would naturally fail to live up to its name. The Taoist Association wants to replace the great Taoist churches, and the great Taoist churches want to eradicate the tumor that is the Taoist Association. Hope big brothers forgive. The family old man died. I have to help. I try to stabilize the update. After all, the real book results are quite good. Update slowpoint, do not scold the author. End of chapter. After a busy morning, Master Jiang carved the 12 main gods and goddesses, and then stopped his hands. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged under the statue of the ancestor goddess running the golden light mantra after his meal. Slight flashes of golden light covered the entire body, and with the regular undulation of the abdomen, the golden light also expanded, contracted, and coalesced. If that deep mountain Taoist had previously had his innate purple qi enter his body for 10 years, and had an epiphany into the Great Air Realm, he could have used 10 years worth of spiritual qi, as well as 5 years worth of innate purple qi stored in his Dantian. That Jiang Chen with 100 years of golden light was an unknown number of times the Taoist. You can see how big the gap between the two is. After running for a few large weeks, the golden light removed all the mundane dust from Jiang Chen's body, and all the spirit that had been expended in the morning was restored, with his entire body in peak condition. It was time to start working on drawing the next intermediate level talisman. Jiang Chen was going to draw down a few major talismans that repelled evils and suppressed demons as well as the sealing category. And the first one was the true martial demon slaying talisman. The true martial demon-slaying talisman, which was also inherited by the demon-suppressing one, was just as well mutilated. So Jiang Chen decided to draw the true martial demon-slaying talisman first. Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to comprehend the talisman in his mind. Among the crowd of sacred runes, Jiang Chen instantly locked onto the rune of the true martial demon-swinging talisman. The other runes seemed to be conscious of the general active vaporization, and the entire sea of consciousness true martial demon-swinging talisman instantly enlarged a few times. This was even more conducive to Jiang Chen's comprehension of the true martial demon-slaying rune. Intermediate runes were much more complex than beginner runes, and the divinity was much more profound. Jiang Chen realized that he was actually unable to gain any insight into the divinity of intermediate-level talismans with the first turn of his celestial master Qi-looking art. System: my golden light can be enhanced with elixirs. Is there any way to enhance the celestial Qi watching technique? A list of what can be exchanged has been made for the host. Dao Fa Dan, 1. 000 shock points. Qian Kuan Dan, 10. 000 shock points. Xin Yun Dan, 100. 000 shock points. Dao Dan, taking it increases the proficiency of Dao control. Shen Kuan Dan, taking it can greatly increase the proficiency of Dao mastery. Divine Rhythm Elixir, taking this elixir can help the user to realize the subtle origin of Taoism, and can quickly help the user to comprehend Taoism. As for the elixir system after that, it's not listed. There was no need to think about it to know that Jiang Chen couldn't afford to redeem it. A poor man is still a poor man. Redeem 5 Qian Kuan Dan for me first. Ding. Deducting 50. 000 shock points. 5 Qian Kuan Dan have been placed in the system space. Jiang Chen's mind moved. His hands immediately appeared an exquisite porcelain bottle. The surface of the bottle had exquisite patterns. The texture of this porcelain bottle is delicate. Like sheep fat white jade is warm and smooth, cool to the touch. However, Jiang Chen's didn't care about the porcelain bottle. What he cared about was the Qian Kuan Dan inside the bottle. The bottle cap opened, and a faint fragrance surged into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Without the slightest hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth as if he were eating a candy bean. The Qian Kuan Dan was different from other cultivation enhancement pills. These types of pills only enhanced one's enlightenment and helped one comprehend the Tao faster. The elixir entered his mouth for but a moment before it turned into a surge of energy into his body. At this very instant, Jiang Chen's brain seemed to be struck by a mysterious aura, and his brain instantly opened a tightly closed door of wisdom as if by a magical key. The originally chaotic thoughts were as clear as the clouds were lifted, and at that moment, a hint of surprise and brightness flashed through his eyes, as if the entire world had lit a bright light for him at that moment. The way of operation of the second turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-looking art instantly became clear, and was resolved head-on. A divine radiance constructed a clear blueprint for Jiang Chen. Spiritual eyes penetrate the path of feng shui, yin and yang calculations into my hub. The Qi contains the special abilities of the Qian Kuan, and there is nothing left out in the investigation of the mystery mare. The general outline of the entire second turn of the Celestial Master's Qi lookout technique constantly surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. The Tao rays of light intertwined and intermingled with each other, forming a beautiful and marvelous scene. The golden light and the blue light merged with each other, giving birth to a dreamlike purple intent at the intersection. So it is. With the help of the 5 Qian Kuan Dan, Jiang Chen was enlightened, and the Celestial Master Qi-looking art instantly made a breakthrough, directly reaching the second turn. Ding! The Celestial Master Qi-looking art has broken through the early stage of the second turn. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and there was actually a hint of purple light in his golden pupils, but that purple light also flickered away. The Celestial Master Qi-looking technique breaks through the second turn. Everything around me is clearer. I've been able to gain initial insight into the direction of the terrain. I was surprisingly able to gain a clear insight into the wisps of aura wandering between the heavens and the earth. It's far too strong compared to the first turn. There's actually a Tao family pattern within the floating dust under the ancestor god statue. Is it possible that it's a formation? Jiang Chen was shocked. Compress the formation to an extremely small point before incorporating it into the floating dust. Jiang Chen thought to himself that he couldn't do it at this stage. At this moment, the Celestial Master Qi lookout technique had also broken through to the second turn, and there shouldn't be any problem in penetrating the intermediate level talismans. Jiang Chen's consciousness entered the sea of consciousness once again and began to comprehend the true martial demon-slaying talisman. The complex Taoist runes were suddenly simple at the moment. The system redeemed 10 sheets of mid-level blue talisman paper for me. The talisman paper exchanged with the system were all of the very best grade. The better the talisman paper, the stronger the runes engraved, and the longer it was preserved. Jiang Chen had also only heard him talk about the grade of talisman paper, but had never seen it before. Solely, try redeeming 10 directly in the system. Ding! Deducting 100. 000 shock points. 10 intermediate blue talisman papers have been put into the system backpack. The next one is much better. But in just over 10 minutes Jiang Chen had drawn the first true martial demon-slaying talisman. The entire talisman was natural. The spiritual light flickered, emitting a unique divine charm. A rune outlined the appearance of the true martial emperor, which was divine and extraordinary. The next thing was the 5 thunders ensure talisman, and the Samadhi true fire talisman. Jiang Chen directly drew 8 intermediate talismans in one go. The other 2 were of the sealing type, the demon seal charm, and the forbidden spell binding charm. Demon sealing talisman, used to seal powerful demonic creatures. The talisman contains a powerful sealing power that can seal a demonic creature in a specific space or object so that it cannot escape. Forbidden spell binding charm imposes a forbidden spell that binds the enemy's movement and power. It can put the enemy in a bind, unable to cast spells or make effective attacks, creating favorable conditions for your side. Inscribing intermediate level talismans is really mentally exhausting. No wonder the broken intermediate level talismans can be used as the base of a Taoist temple. At this moment, 10 blue talismans were placed on the desk in front of Jiang Chen, and the red vermilion sand engraved on top of the blue talisman paper actually transformed into purple. There was a hint of golden light flickering in the purple, revealing a touch of nobility, as if an ancient mystical incantation was dancing on the paper. But right now, Jiang Chen had a full 10 intermediate level talismans in his hands. If the real people of other Taoist temples knew about it, they would be scared to death. Now the only remaining remnants of the true martial demon-slaying talisman within the demon Jingguan could also be retired. End of chapter. Magic City. In the heart of Lujiazui, Thompson's, inside a luxurious large flat, a man was lying on top of a leather couch with a confident smile on his face, his hands cradling his cell phone and his hands constantly tapping on the screen. I want to buy a piece of land. What kind of land? You're dead center. Boring. You've got a great circle of friends photo. You've got something on your face. It can't be a bit pretty, can it? We really do have a heart-to-heart. How did you know what I was going to say? Speechless. Wang Xiaoanian kept sending out replicated earthy greasy love words, trying to get the attention of the goddess on the opposite side. But the goddess across the street simply didn't reply to another message. Wang Xiaoanian sighed depressingly. These few words were already the best that Wang Xiaoanian thought, and they were carefully selected by him. But the goddess across the street simply ignored him. Even if he buys a building and gives a car, the goddess across the street doesn't care, which makes him very bitter. Ordinary girls, high-class celebrities would want to burrow into Wang Xiaoanian's arms as soon as they saw him. But the goddess across the street was different from other women. The person on the opposite side was Big Mimi, the controller of Jiaxing Entertainment. How come you still can't realize how good I am? Wang Xiaoanian was puzzled. Suddenly, WeChat popped up a message. Wang Xiaoanian hurriedly glanced at it and found that it was Qin Bern, the simpleton, and his face immediately collapsed, directly choosing to ignore it. But the news of Qin burning was like Gatling constantly bombarding. It made Wang Xiaoani even more annoyed. Wang Xiaoanian, you licking dog aren't still licking Big Mimi, are you? Not returning messages? Calling you a dog licker. You're really a dog licker. That's all you are. Wang Xiaoanian, a single playwright has hung you up? What a waste. None of your business. Simpleton, don't bother me with nothing. Go find your Netflix. Ha 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 ha. Do you want me to give you a trick? Maybe you'll really hold a beauty. On the other side, Qin Bern crossed his legs and couldn't help but laugh at Wang Xiaoanian's message. Just you? You're no better. And you're giving your brother a handout? You? Wang Xiaoanian sneered disdainfully. Yes, yes, yes. Who doesn't know that, mister? Wang is rich and powerful. But are you sure you don't want to listen? Che, who cares? I'm not going to be able to help you get your hands on a beautiful woman. But there's someone who can. Who? Daoxian real Jiang Chen. He's a real Haigong. Don't all Haigons know how to read feng shui and change patterns? You let Taoist Master Jiang get you a peach blossom feng shui pattern. That goddess shall not jump into the arms of Wang Dishao? Wang Xiaoanian instantly became energized when he saw the message sent by Qin Bern. Right. I can find a way to get Taoist Jiang to help me. Wang Xiaoanian immediately sat up straight from on top of the sofa and instantly found Jiang Chen's chat box. Wang Xiaoanian had added Jiang Chen's WeChat before, and because she was afraid of disturbing Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaoanian hadn't sent Jiang Chen a message, and today he couldn't help himself. In order to chase Big Mimi, he decided to try Jiang Chen. Are you there, Taoist Jiang? In. Jiang Chen, who was resting, directly replied in seconds after seeing Wang Xiaoanian's message. Wang Xiaoanian is one of his karmic masters, who has brushed more than 2 million in the live broadcast at least before and after. That's great, Taoist Jiang. I wanted to ask if you could help me change the feng shui or pattern of my home. Feng shui layout Portao also just know a little bit about it. Can I ask Wang Jusher change feng shui? Pattern is for what? Jiang Chen was a little curious as to what exactly Wang Xiaonan was motivated by. To know that Wang Xiaoanian is the son of the richest man, He bought the house is bound to be very luxurious. So the feng shui of the luxurious house. The pattern is naturally not bad, which makes Jiang Chen feel puzzled. Hey, it's not a big deal. I just want the Taoist priest to help me get a pattern that will make my peach blossom luck skyrocket. Or get me some kind of peach blossom formation or something like that. You're not chasing someone else, are you? Sure enough, I can't hide it from Taoist Jiang. It's for a goddess inside the entertainment industry. I've been unable to chase after her. It's been 3 years. That's why I'm in a hurry. Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoxiong to be such a Wang Xiaoxiong, the high-strung son of the richest man in other people's eyes, and the dog-licking Wang Xiaoonian in reality. It was the first time he knew that there were actually godly men who were so dedicated. Wang Jusher, you're saying this poor Taoist is a bit moved, but unfortunately poor Taoist doesn't know any feng shui patterns, as well as the legendary formations you're talking about anymore. If there was such a good thing, the poor Taoist would have used it for himself a long time ago. Or else the demon-suppressing one wouldn't have been the only one in the poor Taoist. Zhang Daolong, I understand. Taoism preaches that the law does not go empty. After the matter is accomplished, 1 million no. $5 million with both hands. Wang Jusher thought you must have misunderstood my meaning. The poor Taoist means that there is nothing I can do to help. Wang Jusher must believe in science. Jiang Chen was more than capable of doing it. Ha, that's fine. Through the screen Jiang Chen could feel Wang Xiaoonyan's disappointment. It's a pity that Wang Xiaoonyan's goddess is going to end up marrying someone else, but there was no way around it. At least Jiang Chen didn't know anything about feng shui patterns at this stage, unless one transcends the corpse puppets and obtains the top Taoist yin-yang feng shui secret art. Corpse puppets. Although corpse puppets are not simple, they have a fatal weakness. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Trying to find corpse puppets during the day is impossible. Even at night, it was extremely difficult to find. And the corpse puppet had become so refined that it knew the strength and weakness of its opponents. And once it encountered something that was unbeatable, the corpse puppet would simply run away. The headquarters of the Department of Inspector Generals in Rongqing. The entire Serious Crimes Unit was catching up on their sleep directly in their offices. However, at noon the crowd was awakened by a loud shout. And the crowd looked at the center in a trance, only to see their captain, Lu Yu, actually arguing with Minister Gao for some unknown reason. Lu Yu, Captain Lu. You only need to carry out the orders of your superiors. The rest is not for you to worry about. Gao Penyuan's face also looked a bit worse. He was the minister at the headquarters of the Rongqing Governor's Department, and now his subordinates were actually openly defying his orders. Wasn't this an eye-opener for him? Lu Yu is a talent that came out of the Supreme Governor Academy, and he cherishes the talent. But it doesn't mean that you, a governor who has just worked for a year, can charge your superiors at will. Besides, Lu Yu's position was still one that he had forcefully and single-handedly promoted. Isn't this slapping his Gao Penyuan's face? I respect you, Minister Gao, and I absolutely obey your orders, but you're asking me to ask that godly man to help us solve the case? Letting my peers know about it is simply laughable. We can't afford to lose this man in the Rongqing Serious Crimes Unit. Lu Yu had a tough attitude, not noticing at all that Gao Penyuan's face looked very bad. Member of the Major Crimes Unit? Live Dad, please stop. It's not important that we lose face. The important thing is to solve the case quickly or we'll all die of exhaustion. End of chapter. Good. Since you, Lu Yu, are so confident, then I order that you must solve the case within 3 days. Another murder has occurred and the director of the division is already on the verge of not being able to appease the anger from above. If within 3 days, you are unable to solve the case, then you will personally ascend to the heavenly peak for me, pay homage to the demon Jinguan, and welcome the Taoist Xian realist. Or you get your ass down to the base. For your captain position. The other 2 co-captains are senior and capable enough to take the position. Gao Penyuan's authority has been provoked is also exceptionally angry. A hand will be in the hands of the documents thrown in the arms of Lu Yu. As soon as Lu Yu heard that she couldn't keep her position, her lips opened slightly to say something. Well, old Gao, you don't want to be angry. My criminal investigation team can help. I will transfer all the people under my hand to you. Lu Yu is still young after all. She also wants to prove herself, isn't it? Does proving yourself defy the orders of your superiors? Alas, this said, you did not give her 3 days time. If she cannot do 3 days, she certainly will not have any complaints. Young people well have impulse, you also know. The other minister wrapped his arm around Gao Penyuan's shoulder and left. But the 2 men's voices were clearly heard by the crowd. Although the 2 left, Gao Penyuan's furious voice echoed within the office of the Serious Crimes Unit. The entire Serious Crimes Unit was looking a little down. The 2 standing lieutenants looked at each other without speaking. It would be a lie if they didn't want to go further. If they were to trip up on this matter, at the current rate of progress, it would be an absolute certainty that Lu Yu would be transferred to the grassroots level. They can then go further. But they didn't want to drive away Lu Yu in this way. Although Lu Yu was a little bit more arrogant in person, she was definitely better than them in terms of professional skills. It was just that her brain was missing a tendon. Simply put, you can't see the coffin. The people knew in their hearts that this case was simply beyond their ability to handle. Lu Yu looked at the document in her hand, her face stunned, a touch of disbelief in her eyes. The last line of the document. The Hibiscus crime unit was disbanded and reorganized. I didn't realize that the leaders above were already so angry. If the Rongqing crime unit couldn't solve the case in 5 days, not to mention her, Lu Yu, even the entire serious crimes unit would have to return to their original unit. She then realized why Gao Pengyuan was so angry. Noon. The house sun hung high in the dome of the sky, dropping endless scorching rays of light. The weather was so hot that people couldn't breathe. Every breath felt like inhaling flames, and the earth was like a huge iron plate, baked by the high temperature and emanating hot air. Even walking outside, the soles of my feet were unbearably hot. There were naturally a lot less pedestrians on the streets of Rongqing, but for a first-tier metropolis like Rongqing, it didn't have much of an impact. It's just that the electric bill for every home is going to skyrocket again. It was also hot in the mountain town next door. There were also many pedestrians climbing on a not too high or not too short peak, and their destination was the True Dragon Temple halfway up the mountain. No, to be precise, it should be the once True Dragon Temple, now named Golden Buddha Temple. This mountain is called Crouching Dragon Mountain, not high but stretches for 10 miles. The mountain range goes like a real dragon, so that's how it got its name. And at the foot of the mountain a Taoist man in rags, with a slender beard and coiled black hair stood in the doorway. True Dragon View has developed very well this decade, actually engaged in tourism. The Taoist man was smiling, his eyebrows revealing a sense of pride. The Taoist walked straight to the door, but was stopped by a staff member. The Taoist was puzzled. Taoist, are you going up the mountain? The uniformed staff member first curiously sized up the Taoist in front of him, then curiously opened his mouth and asked. That's right, the poor Taoist is naturally going up the mountain. The Taoist returned. Taoist, you can't go up without buying a ticket. You have to scan the code or cash to buy a ticket first. The staff doesn't care what kind of person you are. Anyway, when you come to this scenic spot, even the immortals have to buy a ticket. Buy a ticket? The poor Taoist also needs to buy a ticket to go home. Say how much? The Taoist looked a bit shocked, but he didn't question it too much. 70. The Taoist rummaged through his body and finally realized with embarrassment that he had no money on him. The Taoist looked a little embarrassed. That monk? The poor Taoist just came down from the mountain with no money on him. Can we just let it go? Besides, do I need money to go home? No money? You still want to enter the scenic area without money? Walk away. Don't affect the people behind you. As soon as the staff heard that the Taoist didn't have any money, their faces changed, and they drove the Taoist away in a fierce and vicious manner. But he realized that he actually couldn't push this thin and weak Taoist in front of him. This made him feel a bit humiliated, and his face became even more ugly. Alright, I'll pay for the Taoist's ticket and leave it at that. A pleasant voice suddenly came out from behind the Taoist man. The staff's face recovered a bit once they heard that someone had helped with the tickets. A little while later the Taoist and the college girl went in. The girl, thanks a lot. You have helped the poor. This you take this, evil spirits do not invade, but also has the effect of tranquilizing the spirit. The Taoist took a while longer, and eventually took out a large piece of 5 imperial coins inside a cloth bag. What are you doing, Taoist? You're really... The girl cried a little. This is copper money. If it's real, it'll cost thousands to sell. The Taoist insisted that she take it, and she couldn't argue but eventually took the coin. The copper money has been coiled in the pulp. There is a faint scent of incense and fire on it, and it feels very comfortable in the hand, and the weight is not light. She often watched listening to Water's live broadcasts, and her first impression of this copper was that it was a big open door. She wasn't going to sell it. She was going to let listening Water see if it was any good tonight. $70 for a copper is a hell of a lot of money. What are you doing up the mountain, Taoist master? Zhou Duo blinked her big watery eyes and asked curiously. Of course I'm going home. Poor Taoist is a Taoist priest of the True Dragon Temple, under the tutelage of Wang Tianyuan, my master. His old man's Taoist name is Tianyi, and he is also very prestigious in Taoism. What? Taoist master? You are a Taoist priest of the True Dragon Temple, and under the tutelage of Taoist master Tianyi? Now Zhou Duo was shocked. Tianyi sect master is one of the high merits of Taoism, and he also has a very high status in the 3 great Taoist courts. Stomping his foot is also a figure that can make Taoism shake 3 times. But Master Tianyi died 5 years ago. Doesn't this Taoist priest know that? Doesn't this Taoist priest know that the True Dragon Temple is no more? Now there's only the temple of the golden Buddha on the mountainside. Duo's expression was a bit complicated. She didn't know whether or not to tell the Taoist, and she didn't know how to open her mouth. The moment this Taoist in front of him said the word home, there was a deep sense of longing in his eyes. Duo was silent. She chose not to speak. You know my master's name too, girl? Ha 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 ha. Poor road is my master's only true heritage. Poor road number true dragon. This is the master to me by the talisman. Poor road when I was a child master his old man, said poor road has a true dragon's phase. The Taoist was a little proud to raise his head slightly. His eyes were sharp and godly, just like a sharp sword. End of chapter. The Taoist wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain. He was already at the foot of the mountain anyway. Noticing that Duo, who was with her, was a bit weak, he simply took over her backpack and the two of them traveled together, all the way up. The true dragon Taoist also looked at the scenery along the way and lamented from time to time, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. 10 years, true dragon view has developed so well, but why don't we see our former senior brothers? Doesn't senior uncle, his old man, often go back and forth up and down the mountain for exercise? There was some puzzlement at not seeing his master's brother, the Taoist. Along the way, many climbers could be seen, and all of these people, without exception, looked curiously at Taoist true dragon. The Taoist can still hear what a golden Buddha is or isn't. Could it be that a golden Buddha hall has been built across from the true dragon temple? It's not right. Master, his old man can tolerate this? Since ancient times Wulong Mountain Dragon head of this mountain are true dragon Quan territory. To his master's temperament is even more unlikely to let what temple repair in the Taoist temple opposite. Is it hard to believe that something is wrong? The Taoist was instantly a little disturbed. Girl, there's still more than 100 meters to go before we reach the mountainside. You climb slowly. I'll go up first. True dragon Taoist returned the backpack in his hand back to Duo, and then 3 or 2 steps turned into one swiftly swept across the stone steps, and the people around could only see a white silhouette continuously moving upwards. Taoist, you don't go. You wait for me. Duo's face was in a hurry, and he actually exploded his own potential, constantly surpassing the people around him towards the mountainside. Wow, that's awesome, this Taoist master. What kind of friendship does the Taoist priest have with the monks in the temple? What do you know about it? This is the argument going on. Crowds of people have taken out their cell phones to record videos to post online. This wasn't actually true dragon Taoist's true speed. If he went up the mountain with all his might, it was fast as hell. Whereas a regular exerciser might take 2 hours, he takes just over 20 minutes. The Taoist's figure was like a swimming dragon, going straight up to the green clouds. This was a type of true dragon view's fist and footwork called the wandering dragon heavenly deity steps, which was not only capable of refining the strength of the legs, but also capable of stepping on evil spirits with the feet. In less than 10 seconds the Taoist scampered over 100 meters to the mountainside. It was only when he saw the scene in front of him that he was somewhat confused, shocked, and furious. Monstrous anger coalesced in his heart. His hands trembled continuously, and his confused eyes looked at everything around him. The plaque of the True Dragon Temple is gone. Those buildings are still of the True Dragon Temple. All of them have been renovated and put up the plaque of the Golden Buddha Temple, and the ancestor inside, Lei Zhu, is gone. All of his masters and uncles were gone, as were his brothers and sisters. The Taoist man ran his aura and let out a long, furious whistle. The roar of the Taoist could be heard throughout the mountainside. Taoist. It was only at this time that Duo climbed up, looking at the Taoist in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. I was happy to go home, but I found it gone. Who did this? Damn it! Where is Laozi's true dragon view? Where's Laozi's master and uncle? Master and brother? I had to buy a ticket to go home, and I came home to find that my home was gone. Damn. You group of dared to invite his old man, the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puwa heavenly venerable thunder ancestor, out of the true dragon view. You group of will be struck by lightning sooner or later. Mud. Taoist looking at all this in front of him directly broke defense, pointing at the monks inside the temple and cursing, even the scenic staff standing outside the kiosk on the side. It is also difficult to escape a curse. This group of fat-headed monks still wanted to reason, but they were directly disliked to death by the Taoist. It's a bunch of monks with their tongues wagging. One man cursed a group of monks dumbfounded. Tao Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep this from you. The masters and uncles that the Tiani sect leader and you were talking about died in immortality 5 years ago, and your masters and brothers were taken in by the great Taoist sects. The celestial master of Longhu Mountain personally organized the spell for your master and uncle. Master, senior uncle, poor Tao has not yet given me you guys to do your filial piety. The Taoist fell to his knees weakly at this news. Suddenly, the grief-stricken Taoist raised his head and glared at the group of monks with blood-filled eyes. The crowd of monks were so frightened that they hastily backed away. afraid the Taoist true dragon would make a move against them. You guys wait for me. I'm going to ask Thunder Ancestor, his old man, to send down thunder to strike you bastards to death. The Taoist was furious to the extreme, directly turned around and flew down the mountain. That speed looked at the pedestrians was a shock. Soon the Taoist returns home, only to find that his Taoist temple is gone, and the news of his threat to ask the Thunder Clan to split the Buddhist temple spreads all over the internet. Alas! You say this is messed up. The good true dragon temple was occupied by monks for some reason, and the key is that there are still a lot of people who go to worship. Do you think it's angry? Listening to the gossip, the Tani sect master was forced. It was someone from above who used improper means, but who knew that the Taoist temple became a Buddhist temple? It's not just a monk charging to the top. Do you guys think the Taoist was really able to ask the Thunder Father to split the Buddha hall? And you still believe this? It's supposed to be the Taoist who cursed them. What about the Dogen master? The effect of the program. Ha 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 ha, what a program effect. No matter what or watch it. I really hope that Lei Zu's old man descending thunder split this golden Buddha hall. Mama crossed the last time to cheat me $1,000. Expand upstairs? Numerous bloggers and marketing numbers are also sniffing out the opportunity to burst into flames, and some have even traveled to the mountain town of Wulongshan to directly open the live broadcast. Less than 10 minutes after the start of the broadcast, tens of thousands of people flocked to the live broadcast, and the scrapyard on the other side of the hill town. Do you want this crappy table of yours, Moncler? How come you're out picking up rags so young? It's really pathetic. The whole scrapyard you want something, you take it yourself. The Moncler outlet store also has a good heart, and with a wave of his hand directly let the Taoist choose at random. Moncler outlet store, the scrapyard earns $1 million a year. This stuff is not even worth mentioning, and it's fine if you don't make money for a day. You're such a good man, master. In return I'll read your fortune, True Dragon Taoist said seriously. Then you give Moncler outlet store a fortune teller to see. Let Moncler outlet store me see if you can do it. The Moncler also smiled as he took out a stool and handed it to Taoist True Dragon. True Dragon Taoist spread out Moncler outlet store his hand to run the crouching dragon guashu technique. According to Moncler outlet store, the palm of his hand, the Taoist's mind trigrams continue to flicker. At the same time the aura in his body was depleting. The life of the rich and powerful, happy children and grandchildren. Golden light flashing real for the big good people. Lifeline long at least can live to more than 90 years old. Recently have the fortune of the trigrams. In the south, the True Dragon Taoist convergence aura deeply looked at the front of this plainly dressed grandpa. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Outlet, I don't know if you're right or not. Moncler outlet store, I just know that my son runs a charity. My daughter-in-law is a professor at a major university, and the family is indeed quite happy. Online Moncler. But Grandmaster, I happen to be going to the south of the city tomorrow to collect scrap. That you know. Taoist master is really good at this. Moncler outlet store give the Taoist a thumbs up. Then the poor Taoist will congratulate the great master on his fortune. Well, that's good enough for you. Moncler outlet store, he actually doesn't care. He earns $1 million a year, and he's already not short of clothes and food. So what else do you need to get rich? He just didn't know what level he would receive tomorrow. End of chapter. I'll take this crappy table. Moncler. I'll take these broken bowls of yours too. Grandpa. You've got some nice wood here too. I'll take that too. The grandfather looked at the back of the True Dragon Taoist's departure and picked the back of his head. That's weird. This Taoist took all the worthless ones. Moncler outlet store without thinking much about it. He turned around and continued to sort the rags. Late afternoon. Wulong Mountain opposite that hill above the muddy and wet ground. I don't know when here actually set up a simple magic altar. The True Dragon Taoist's eyes were shadowy as he looked across the street at the glittering lights of the Golden Buddha Hall. Even though it was evening, the mountain was still crowded with people. There are those who pay a lot of money to come to the temple to cultivate their minds, those who come to worship the Buddha and see their destiny, and young couples waiting to see the sunrise the next day. How nice it would be if the True Dragon View was still around. In the afternoon he had already learned on the internet what had happened to the True Dragon Temple and why it had become the Golden Buddha Temple. While others didn't know what was going on, he knew that the Taoist Association was behind this. The more he thought about it, the angrier the Taoist became. Bullying my master, my uncle and their weakened chi and blood, and their high age. Bullying my senior brothers and sisters for not having enough Tao. Right? Today I want you to see the wrath of the poor Taoist. Rumble. Suddenly a booming sound of thunder exploded in the sky, seemingly in response to the Taoists. Elder Lei Ancestor is angry. You bunch are really damned. Brothers, don't be anxious. The anchor is going up the mountain with all his might. More than 100 meters away from the mountainside, there were 2 or 3 people who were struggling to make an impact on the mountainside. It's a live team. The anchor is a huge sea. He recorded Jiang Chen live clips during this time and put them on the internet to burst into flames. Jiang Chen didn't stop him from continuing to post live clips either. Pang Hai guessed that Jiang Chen should have acquiesced to his behavior. After seeing that video of the online Taoist today, his sharp intuition felt that this was an opportunity. So he took a plane from Mordor to Mountain City at the first opportunity. Half an hour ago, he had witnessed the true dragon Taoist carrying one thing after another up the mountain. Pang Hai guessed that Taoist true dragon must be up to something, so he quietly followed behind and turned on the live stream. He now has 100,000 people on his live stream. Anchor, you walk faster, ah. Run up, ah. Are you any good? Thin dog? Dahai, why is this body of yours so weak? Don't you often work out at the gym? The audience in the live room couldn't wait. But Fatty Hai was exhausted. Fatty Hai paused to gasp for air. The two assistants behind him were also as tired as dogs. What do you know about hammers? There's no road in this crappy mountain. I can only follow the Taoist master's footprints. And the Taoist master's footprints are so far away in one step. How can I follow them? It was a barren mountain with an unknown amount of weeds, and his shoes and pants were already covered in dirt. Dahai, you are just false. Look at others, Zhenlong Taoist master. That speed is called ah. And they moved a table it. No need for words. You're the dish. Okay. You guys are the big brothers. Whatever you say is what you say. Anyway, there are still a few dozen meters to go up soon. Pang Hai didn't say much more nonsense and quietly moved up with a few assistants. A few minutes later, Fatty Hai and the others reached the mountainside, and a few people quickly spotted the figure of true dragon Taoist. I only saw a simple Taoist altar set up on the side of a mountainside crag, with a statue of the god in the center of the table, and the god's medallion on either side. In front of it was a blank yellow paper, as well as a mahogany sword and a magic seal. What is this true dragon Taoist going to do? You're stupid. You've never been to a Taoist temple? This is a ing altar. It looks a bit simple. Passwords. Can it be that he really wants to ask the Thunder Ancestor to send down thunder to split the Golden Buddha Hall? Won't the Buddha step in? Who knows? Won't you just read on? Pang Hai looked at the pop-up screen of the live broadcast without saying anything, and the three of them just hid inside the grass and looked at it, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. This was the first time they had seen a real Taoist priest open the altar in practice. Come out since you're here. I can see you guys. Your lights are a bit conspicuous. True dragon Taoist was a bit speechless. Forgive me, Taoist, we didn't mean to peep. Fatty Hai hurriedly apologized with a sincere attitude. A few people snapped and laughed a few times, panicking about the broadcast and forgetting to turn the lights off. It was embarrassing. It's not a problem. Don't get close to the poor Taoist later. Understand? Taoist true dragon earnestly instructed. Seeing how serious he was, Fatty Hai and the others nodded their heads one after another. Just don't kick them out. Taoist master, are you inviting Leizu? Fatty Hai's eyes looked towards the idol on the Dharma altar and asked curiously. It would be awesome if the poor Taoist could invoke the gods, but as far as I know there doesn't seem to be this kind of who has this ability in the entire Taoist religion, even if it's the old heavenly master. Taoist true dragon shook his head and laughed. And you are? I am incapable of invoking the gods. I can only appeal to the ancestor through the Dharma altar, hoping that his elder will send down thunder to blast those turtle grandchildren to death. Ha? Sue the grandmaster up top? Okay. It's all just a little trick. A different magician can do it. Isn't there a magician on the internet who is very good? He can even fly in the air. Unfortunately, true dragon Taoist was unwilling to explain that much. A few people were helpless, listening to the advice. He stood 5 meters away behind Taoist true dragon and watched. After cleaning his hands, he only saw the Taoist man draped in a Taoist robe with the 8 trigrams printed on the back, which was given to him by his master when he broke through the Grade B realm. It was just a very plain yellow robe, and it didn't get a real recipient. Clad in bagua, wearing yin and yang on his head, his righteousness is immense. What a Taoist! True dragon Taoist's entire aura instantly changed. Unknown. Taoist true dragon picked up the peachwood sword on the Dharma altar. His feet stepped on the Big Dipper, and his sword walked on the yin-yang blade. Brother Hai, I used to have someone die in my hometown and that master didn't seem to be like that? That master looks like a madman with a bunch of demons? *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** walks the Big Dipper's steps, specifically used before the Dharma altar ceremony. Peng Hai had also gone through a large number of ancient books since he had watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast, and he more or less knew a little bit about it. Oh, the assistant nodded dumbly. Ha ha ha, can a magician be compared to a Taoist master of a famous and true sect? The little assistant is so silly and cute. Don't talk, be careful of disturbing the Taoist master's opening of the altar to practice. Poor Taoist number true dragon. Real name Wang Zhang, teacher of the lineage of 9 heavens Ying Yuan Thunder Sound Po Wa Heavenly Honors. Boom Thunder. Suddenly there was another burst of angry thunder above the sky. It shook the hearts of the people, and the ghosts and gods were terrified. The true dragon Taoist looked up with a joyful expression. God help me! The Taoist temple has been forcibly occupied and has even become the Golden Buddha Hall. The elders have died in immortality. The masters and brothers have fallen into despair. And the ancestor has been forcibly invited out of the ancestor hall. While that golden Buddha has taken over the nest, so outrageous that heaven will not tolerate it. Today, the ungrateful grandson Wang Zhang is incapable, so he can only appeal to the ancestor, praying that the ancestor will give true dragon Guan justice. End of chapter. After the true dragon Taoist went up to the court, he didn't drop two things to read the trigrams like the godly man did. Instead, he ran his entire body for 10 years of spiritual energy. The next moment the original calm mountainside, even out of nowhere a gale, the true dragon robe of the 8 trigrams of the Taoist robe fluttering, soughing, spirit and chi are 3 in 1 and in peak condition. He picked up the brush on the Dharma altar and injected his entire body's spiritual energy into it. Click! The brush broke, unable to withstand such a huge amount of aura. This scene could have dazzled the 3 people in the back. True dragon Taoist's face changed. Then a hand threw away the broken quill pen ruthlessly. Eyes flashed a touch of ruthlessness, as if he had made some kind of decision. Under the gaze of countless people in the live broadcast room, he directly bit through his finger and forced out a drop of innate essence blood. This innate essence blood can be different from the blood of ordinary people. These blood can be an innate purple chi catalyzed Chui Lai, which is the most important essence blood of the Taoist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So tough? You guys pay attention. When this bloodstream came out, Taoist true dragon's complexion was much worse all of a sudden. It's still true. I think I've heard my grandfather say that some high-ranking people have their own essence blood, because the essence blood is in their body, so it makes them much better physically than normal people. Once the essence blood is forced out or overused, the heaviest case will be death, and the lightest case will be reduced to an invalid. A talisman that can make the true dragon Taoist force out his essence blood even to draw it. I'm curious about perhaps the true dragon Guan's underpinnings. Lori, you tell us more. People are curious. No more. No more. It's rude to say more. Instead of using vermilion sand and brushes, the Taoist no longer uses his own innate essence blood to draw the talisman. He would use his lifelong spiritual energy to draw a Lei Zhu Tianzun talisman to appeal to his ancestor. This Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father talisman was one of the true Dragon Guan's true treasures, a genuine intermediate level talisman, only it was crippled. Because the talisman that had been handed down was missing, he could only carve it himself. Taoist True Dragon understood that he hadn't even mastered primary talismans yet. And what would happen to him if he tried to skip primary talismans and carve intermediate talismans with his grade A Dao? He has already prepared for the death of the body and the death of the road. That is why he did not spare any effort to tell Moncler Outlet Store his fortune in the afternoon, and did not drive away Fatty High and other people. As the true dragon Taoist's fingers stroked, he seemed to enter a special state. The bright red blood was actually flashing a touch of purple light on top of the yellow paper. Only the crowd didn't notice. This talisman took a bit longer to draw. Surprisingly, it took more than 10 minutes. Taoist True Dragon's face flushed red, as if he was enduring something. An intermediate level talisman directly drained all of his aura. But he didn't care. He still had 5 years of even more pure innate purple chi, leaded with the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Charm. Thunderfall. The Thunder Ancestor Celestial Talisman flickered with purple light. Yet nothing happened. Just dark clouds above the firmament. Put. True Dragon Taoist spewed out a mouthful of blood, which stained his Dao robes red. He faltered, as if at the end of his rope. Dao Lord. Behind them, several people from Pang Pang High were shocked. Ugh, you guys go help him lift the altar of the law up as high as you can, and finally let him try again. Suddenly a pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was particularly conspicuous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Taoist Jiang. What's a Taoist master or not? You have to be called a real person. Anchor, quickly do as real Jiang instructed. What does this say? Lori Lin, you know a lot of things to come out and explain. I don't know. My grandpa didn't tell me about it and my dad doesn't know anything about it. This time the well-informed Lori Lin didn't know what was involved. The crowd speculated, but Jiang Chen didn't say a word. Pang Hai and the others also saw Jiang Chen's words, and without saying a word, they stepped forward to raise the table, and the moment the altar of the Dharma was raised, the True Dragon Taoist instantly felt a bit more relaxed. Taoist True Dragon, real Jiang asked you to try one last time. Fatty Hai shouted out of breath. He didn't know what was going on. The table clearly looked light, and he would have no problem lifting it with one hand if it were normal. But now the three big men together all lifted their legs trembling, as if they had lifted thousands of pounds. Thank you. 3 monks. Innate violet chi. True Dragon Taoist's body began to glow as the 5-year innate purple chi erupted and an even more powerful wave of chi swept away. Fatty High's cell phone was tossed aside. Unfortunately, the netizens in the live broadcast room can only hear the buzzing sound, cannot see what is happening on the scene. I am under the order of the 9 heavens Inyuan Puwa heavenly honors. Thunder fall. The intermediate thunder ancestor heavenly father talisman in Taoist True Dragon's hand slowly rose into the air, its purple light gleaming, and suddenly burned out of thin air and dissipated into a grain of light. There seemed to be a tug in the sky above, and the sound of angry thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth. A meter-wide thunderbolt fell from above the 9 heavens, cutting through the sky like a sharp sword plunging straight into the earth. This angle of the viewers within the live broadcast room was just enough to see the huge thunder falling from the sky. The pop-ups in the live room stopped and fell into an eerie silence. Rumble dash the angry thunder fell with precision on the head of the Golden Buddha Hall. The entire Golden Buddha Hall suffered a general blow of destruction. The roof tiles turned into powder. The Golden Buddha was split into pieces. The entire house collapsed. The earth trembled. Flying sand and stones. None of the monks inside the Black Heart were spared. The odd thing was that even if pedestrians stood outside the Golden Buddha Hall, none of them were injured, while the kind little monk inside the Golden Buddha Hall was not hurt at all. The Buddha did not appear even when the angry thunder fell, and the Golden Buddha Hall was destroyed in the eyes of the True Dragon Taoist. The True Dragon Taoist hemmed and hawed, and then he could no longer hold back another mouthful of blood, finally collapsing helplessly to the ground. Taoist, Pang Hai rushed forward to check the situation. Guru, you and I have a destiny. When the poor Taoist dies, you will bury the poor Taoist here. This is the poor Taoist's home. In return I will bless you. Should be able to. True Dragon Taoist didn't have the strength to speak even after saying this, and his eyes looked at Fatty Hai bleakly. Fatty Hai, you will now immediately, within half a day, send him to the demon Jingguan. Ah, Mr. Jiang, do you think Taoist True Dragon can still hold out for half a day in this condition? He's not going to die directly in front of me, is he? Cut the crap. He can't die yet if you make it quick. As long as you send him to me, I say he can't die, and it's useless even if Hades comes. Well. Pang Hai also didn't want to see the True Dragon Taoist die in front of him. If the governor came after him it would be troublesome. And just now, the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't see what was happening, but he could see it clearly. To be able to induce a devastating thunderstrike with just a talisman was simply not too terrifying. Is this the real high power of Taoism? If this True Dragon Taoist could survive, he would have thanked me. Pang Hai, I have carried the Dharma altar for him and sent him to the Demon Suppression Temple to save his life. So I am simply his great benefactor. End of chapter. Just 10 minutes ago, Zhang Chen's system suddenly released a quest. Ding! How can you be the head of a temple and not have any Taoist priests under your command? For rescuing the True Dragon Taoist Wang Zhang, the system rewards you with the foundation building technique, the Shanqing Qi refining technique. Jin Demon Guan has no one but Zhang Chen. Indeed it is a bit cold. At least it's a Taoist temple. How can there be no Taoist priests down there? Zhang Chen thought about the fact that as the head of a temple, he actually had to personally clean up every day, so it would be nice to have a Taoist master who did chores every day. Moreover, this True Dragon Taoist master was also a Taoist master who possessed real skills, and was an extremely respected existence when placed outside. This is not more able to set off His Majesty. Late night, inside the headquarters of the Cloud City Inspector General's department, several governors walked out from inside the door of the auditing room, exhaustion visible to the naked eye on several faces. Forget it for now. Let's go have a snack first. It's unbearable to not eat anything all night. Also, let's go. Say, was Zhao Jian really killed by Zhang Daniu? How do I look at Zhang Daniu? He doesn't look like a murderer. And the scene is extremely horrifying. Don't say it. A few people winced. Anyway, Zhang Daniu won't be able to see the sun until the murderer is identified. The figures of several people slowly disappeared around the corner. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Daniu was immobilized in the chair. The little security he had left after a few people left was also taken away. He always felt that thing gazing at him from somewhere. His ploy to morally kidnap Zhang Chen to save him didn't work either. Even if Zhang Chen chose to save him, Zhang Chen couldn't trespass on the Inspector General's department. A normal person wouldn't do that. Zhang Daniu is already bound to die. Suddenly the temperature in the entire interrogation room plummeted, and the surrounding environment was like diving headfirst into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. The cold turned into countless steel needles, piercing every inch of skin, and the blood seemed to be frozen. A coolness rushed straight to the back of his head, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. It's coming. Zhang Daniu struggled like crazy, wanting to break free from the handcuffs on the chair. However, the handcuffs were so hard that Zhang Daniu could not break free even with all his strength. Tick-tock. A drop or two of liquid flowed down on Zhang Dania's face, and the cold blood stimulated every inch of Zhang Dania's skin as his adrenaline spiked rapidly. Zhang Dania's eyes moved down to stare at the liquid on his face. No, not liquid. Instead, it was bright red blood, which was cold and piercing, as if it had been frozen, emitting a fishy and disgusting odor. It smelled exactly like the blood in the toilet in the morning. Zhang Daniu's upper and lower lips shivered, stiffening as he slowly raised his head. All that could be seen was a creepy in a white dress hanging from the ceiling with blood dripping from above the dress. In a flash, an incomparably terrifying ghostly face fell violently, and Zhang Dania's legs kept struggling and trembling. The surveillance in the corner flashing a faint red light recorded it all. 2 or 3 o'clock late at night. Several silhouettes hurriedly climbed up Lin Tian Peak. Before the door of the demon Jingguan was knocked on, an anxious shout came from outside. Taoist Jiang opened the door quickly. I've brought you Taoist True Dragon. After the three of them, Pang Hai placed the True Dragon Taoist on the ground. They sat on their asses on the cold stone steps to rest. This Lin Tian Peak is steeper than even Wulong Mountain. After climbing 2 mountains before and after, Fatty Hai several people feel that they are not far from ascending to heaven. Guru, you, wow, True Dragon Taoist suddenly uttered. Before he could finish his sentence another large mouthful of blood was sprayed out before he fainted and passed out again. True Dragon, stop talking. Do you know how much effort it took to bring you to this Lin Tian Peak? Fatty Hai cried and laughed. He was afraid that the True Dragon Taoist wouldn't be able to take a breath and directly ga. True Dragon Taoist had sprayed several mouthfuls of blood along the way. The gate opens. Help the person in. Zhang Chen glanced at the True Dragon Taoist on the ground. He was able to feel that Taoist Master Zhenlong's meridians were broken by inches. His aura was all gone, and his qi was slowly dissipating. If it was exactly the same as what he had guessed, forcibly using his essence blood to draw intermediate level talismans and presuming to sue Ancestor Falling Thunder with the help of the talismans. Although the Ancestor hadn't been invited, he had at least used the talisman to call down the thunder, and it was fortunate that rain would fall tonight. As the saying goes, there's a time and a place. Zhang Chen also had to admire this person's courage. Even if he died, he still wanted to split the Golden Buddha Hall. The three of them, Pang Hai, carefully helped the person into the Ancestor Hall and just placed him on the futon. Yin and Yang are reversed. Shenkuan is limitless, and insight is given to its god. The second turn of the Celestial Master's Qi Lookout technique. The golden light in Zhang Chen's eyes flashed and like and swept through, and the Taoist's body was seen through by Zhang Chen. X-ray. The direction of the body's meridians was also clearly seen. System. What kind of elixir is needed to save this Taoist? Black Jade Severing Pill. Priced at $100,000. Black Jade Severing Elixir. Not only can it connect the limbs that have just been broken soon, it can also make the broken meridians in the body to repair. A rare and exceptional healing elixir in the world. How are you going to save Taoist Jiang? Taoist True Dragon? I feel like he's dying. Fatty Hai curiously observed Zhang Chen. It was the first time he was this close to Zhang Chen. Don't worry, he can't die yet. The 8 characters are a bit hard. Hades won't accept them. Essence blood was all forced out. Aura was all gone. And even more so, he carried the backlash. And the final price was just an inch break in the meridians of his entire body. You can't die by dying, but it will be an invalid who will have to lie in bed all day. I'm sure this is the real death for the True Dragon Taoist. System, show me my panel. Zhang Chen thought in his heart. Name, Zhang Chen. Cultivation, 111 years of golden light. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The Celestial Master's Qi Lookout technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey wholesale Taoist robes. Yin Yang magic robes. Beginner's exorcism talisman * 28. Intermediate talisman * 10. Shocker, 35,733. Continues to grow. Corpse puppet quest in progress. It has reached 100 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon Kingdom Taoism. Can really wear the Taoist purple robe. Damn. You've spent 100,000 shock points on nothing since you arrived. And you'll be given all the chores to do from now on. Redeem the Black Jade Severing Pill. However, in order to build the foundation technique, Zhang Chen still chose to exchange 100,000 of the Black Jade Sequel Dan for a foundation technique is simply blood money. Deducting 100,000 shock points. The Black Jade Severing Pill has been placed in the system backpack. Zhang Chen took out the potion with a thought. Opened the bottle cork, a stench came. Beside a few people smelled the smell have flashed away, and showed a touch of disgust. And you guys are still disgusted. Just this little trinket. It's worth a fortune out there. Forget it, you guys don't understand, so there's no point in talking about it. Not a bad conscience. At least 3 of them. Jiang Chen poured out one and stuffed it into Taoist True Dragon's mouth, then gave him a mouthful of water. End of chapter. The True Dragon Taoist's essence blood was forced out, and after his aura was all gone he injured his foundation. His appearance became a bit old, or this was his true appearance. Looks like a man in his 50s, already middle-aged. The previous appearance looked like he was only in his 30s, in the prime of his life, and that was quite a change. The system will exchange 2 golden light pills for me, deducting 200,000 shock points. The golden light pill has been placed in the system backpack, under the watchful eyes of Fatty Hai and the others. Jiang Chen pulled out another jade bottle from inside his Dao robes, but this one opened its cork to emit a refreshing fragrance. Gulp. Fatty C gulped. Somehow deep down he was craving what was inside. However, he saw Jiang Chen pour out 2 golden pills before stuffing them into his mouth in one gulp. Golden light boosts for 20 years. Jiang Chen felt that the golden light in his body had once again risen a notch, and the golden light had become even thicker. Now the golden light would at the very least extend over 15 meters. What? You guys want to eat candy beans too? Jiang Chen glanced at a few people and smiled. A few people nodded dumbly. Go buy your own. There are plenty of sugar snap peas out there. Still want to take the golden light pill? Go ahead and eat it if you want to fart. This is something that Jiang Chen would need to spend 100,000 to exchange. And he can't even just eat it all. He had eaten several golden light pills already, and the medicinal effect was still strong, enhancing the golden light for 10 years. Such good things are beyond the reach of mortals. Is Zhang Daolong so on the line? Master Jiang, are you sure that fishy-smelling pill won't poison Master True Dragon? Are you sure that's something a human can eat? Jiang Chen glanced at Taoist True Dragon. The medicinal effects of the black jade severing pill in his body had begun to kick in, and a soft force wrapped around those inches of his meridians, slowly repairing them. Maybe it's all hooked up when you wake up. Well, that's just fine. By the way, Taoist Jiang, there are a lot of bloggers on the internet posting your live clip material, and I'm one of them. I don't know if you're caring or not. Taoist Jiang, no harm in posting as much as you like. Jiang Chen smiled. This was his main source route for shock points. How could he not let these people send them? Fatty Hai nodded happily. By the way, the demon Jingguan is a bit small, so I can only trouble the 3 of you to hit the ground running. Or if you mind, you can go down the mountain. It's fine. We'll just hit the ground running. A few people weren't willing to go down in the middle of the night. A few people got Jiang Chen's permission and then hit the ground in the ancestor hall, which had a faint scent of incense that smelled very comfortable. Unlike that golden Buddha hall inside, the aroma of incense is strong. In the inside to stay a long time, perhaps head still dizzy. There was no talk all night. Jiang Chen got up early in the morning and found that several people from Pang Hai were actually busy in the kitchen, and soon a large pot of rice porridge was served up in the hall next door. You're up too, Taoist Jiang. Come eat. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. After the meal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the system's reward for the Foundation Establishment Technique, the Shanqing Qi Refining Technique. A merit law just appeared in the system backpack. Jiang Chen arrived in the Ancestor Hall and found that Taoist True Dragon had already woken up. Where is this place? The 9 heavenly demons swinging ancestor. This is a Taoist temple? Taoist True Dragon looked at everything around him with a dumbfounded look on his face. As soon as he got up, a strong pain came from his chest, but the pain was still within the range of being able to tolerate, and he forced himself to stand up. I'm not dead? You're awake. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. Only then did Taoist True Dragon notice Jiang Chen in the doorway. Taoist True Dragon noticed the purple and gold patterns on Jiang Chen's Dao robe, and his pupils instantly shrank. The purple and gold patterns on top of the Dao robe could only be worn by the Lord of Aguan. Wang Zhang, Taoist named True Dragon meets sect leader Jinren. Taoist True Dragon bowed respectfully. Even the little cutie could also understand that it was the young man in front of him who had saved himself. Poor Taoist Jiang Chen. Taoist named Dao Xian is the head of this demon Jingguan. The True Dragon Taoist was even more surprised when he heard it. The Demon Watch? The existence of a superb Taoist temple hundreds of years ago, in which a single word from the seniors could make the entire Taoist religion tremble, only to suddenly decline hundreds of years ago. No. To be precise, all Taoism and Buddhism have fallen. Except that Buddhism is even more corrupted than Taoism, and many of the high priests don't show their faces anymore. Jiang Chen seemed to have seen the True Dragon Taoist's doubts. My master passed away a few weeks ago, and now I'm the only one in the Demon Suppression Temple. Jiang Chen explained with a smile on his face. I see. True Dragon Taoist was in deep mountain seclusion and cultivation for 10 years, isolated from the world and uninformed of many news. Many thanks to the sect leader for saving his life. Wang Zhang has nothing to offer in return. No harm done. From now on you will stay in the demon Jingguan. When the sun rises every day, There are many innate violet chi and pure yang chi that will enter into the Lin Tian peak, so you can feel free to cultivate. What? Daoist True Dragon was startled. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to see that he was a cultivator at a glance, but he smiled forlornly at the thought of being wasted. The poor Taoist no longer has the luxury of cultivation. From now on be a Wendao. Taoist priests are divided into civil and military. He used to be a civil and military man. He forcefully split the golden Buddha hall and watched with his own eyes as it was destroyed by thunder. And he had already gotten rid of the obsession in his heart. Ha! Doesn't that strike you as odd? You can't stand up with a broken meridian. You'll be all recovered in 3 days at the most and everything can start from scratch. Zhang Chen shook his head and smiled. The true dragon Taoist then reacted, looking at his body in disbelief, his hands trembling with excitement. He's not wasted. He can still practice. Although he didn't know how Zhang Chen did it, he knew that Zhang Chen was his savior, like a regenerative parent. Many thanks to the sect master for saving his life. Wang Zhang is unable to return the favor. Alright. Stay within the Taoist temple and cultivate properly in the future. And give you a good thing after you've recovered more or less. That's right. You owe the 3 Pangon High people a karma. Without the 3 of them you wouldn't have passed last night. Zhang Chen reminded. Yes, master. You should familiarize yourself with the Taoist temple first. Zhang Chen then walked over to sit under the statue of the ancestor god and took out his cell phone to start surfing. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. He'd already noticed the shock points increasing by leaps and bounds. So it's Zhang Denyo Ga, and also Ga in the interrogation room. Really miserable After that weirdness killed Zhang Danyu, it also followed and dissipated in the world, which was equivalent to a reincarnation and a closed loop. Under the suppression of the chi of the governor's office, that weirdly getting Zhang Dania killed was already against the sky. End of chapter. A few days passed in a row. Zhang Chen's daily life was either carving intermediate level talismans or sculpting the gods of the heavens. And now there were a full 70 to 80 gods placed in the hall of 10,000 gods. The system rewarded foundation building technique. The Shangqing Qi practicing technique he also read. It was a pure method of cultivating aura, which could indeed be cultivated in this day and age. But it was simply useless to Zhang Chen. He bought a cell phone for Wang Zhang a few days ago. Ever since Wang Zhang registered his social account and saw a series of hardcore live broadcasts of Zhang Chen, he has been dead set against Zhang Chen, the kind that can't be driven away. Because Wang Zhang called the heavenly thunderbolt to strike the golden Buddha hall. The Taoist name of True Dragon also resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Even though Wang Zhang had already announced to the public that he believed in science and not to spread rumors, the fans' worship of Taoism was at its peak and they simply didn't care. Countless fans wanted to climb Lin Tian Peak and lift the mysterious veil of the demon Jingguan, but they were afraid that this move would disturb Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had earned hundreds of thousands of shock points in the past few days. Name, Zhang Chen. Cultivation, 131 years of Golden Light. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The Celestial Master's Chi Lookout Technique. Items, 50-year Mahogany Sword. 30-year Mahogany Light Opening Pen. Spelling Hey Wholesale Taoist Robe. Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Beginner's Talisman *302. Intermediate Talisman *29. Shocker, 537. 300. Continues to grow. Corpse Puppet Quest in progress. It has reached 100 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon Kingdom Taoism. Can really wear the Taoist purple robe. I, Zhang Chen, have never been so rich. Sect Master Zhenlun I can already start cultivating. I still intend to cultivate the innate purple chi. A voice came and pulled Zhang Chen back to reality. What technique did you cultivate before? I cultivate the True Dragon View's innate breathing technique, which is even more powerful than the primary breathing technique. That's not still breathing techniques, either. Wang Zhang smiled sarcastically. This is already the best breathing technique of the True Dragon Guan. Many Taoist Guans don't even have many primary breathing techniques. For hundreds of years, all the Taoist priests of the True Dragon Guan had practiced the True Dragon breathing method. Back to the sect leader. The True Dragon breathing method is already very powerful. It can condense the innate purple chi, and my peak is 10 years of spiritual power. Wang Zhang proudly stroked his beard, and immediately added, and my Dao has already reached grade A. How much? 10 years? No wonder it takes so much effort to draw a talisman. So it's a little karami. But what cultivation level are you talking about? Class A? How come I don't know? The sect master's realm doesn't know the cultivation levels? The cultivation levels are as follows: Cultivation Realm, Mortal Realm, Deck Stage, Non-Stage, XIN Stage, G Stage, Hex Stage, E Stage, D Stage, C Stage, B Stage, A Stage. Cultivation Realms: Dengxian Realm, Hidden Yuan Realm, Dongming Realm, Yaoguang Realm, Kaiyang Realm, Yuhong Realm, Tianquan Realm, Tiangui Realm, Tianshu Realm, Yuhua Realm. And I don't know behind the Feathered Realm. I only know that if Grade A wants to break through the Hidden Yuan, any kind of special chi needs to reach 100 years, and every 100 years is a realm and a sky. Special chi includes Golden Light, Pure Yang Chi, Innate Purple Chi, and 5 Elements Chi. And one of them, Golden Light, is firmly at the top of the list. Zhang Chen sniffed in sudden realization, because he hadn't practiced Taoism since he was a child. His master hadn't told him this. If he followed what Wang Zhang had said, he was now in the second realm of the Immortal Ascension Realm, the Cavernous Realm. Hard resistance to missiles. Evil spirits do not invade. The Force can open mountains. Chi and blood like Mercury. All these are not to say. The most important thing is insight into the self. View my own. After reaching the realm of insightfulness, one could clearly view oneself. Zhang Chen had cultivated the Celestial Master's Chi-looking technique, and was able to gain insight into oneself at the second turn. Under the realm of insight, one could only feel the changes in the body, but not take a look at them. Wang Zhang, according to what you said, the later cultivation level should condense the 7 stars of the Big Dipper engraved in the body, but there is 1 star missing. What about the Tianxian realm? Zhang Chen found something wrong and asked strangely. Wang Zhang sighed slightly. Master, sect master. That's because the cultivation method for the Tianxian realm has been broken. There are no techniques that can be cultivated beyond Yaoguang, and my master once said that no one in the entire Taoist religion has reached Yaoguang in their cultivation, and that the most powerful one is the old heavenly master. The cavernous realm. Only when the 10 realms are united can one step ascend to immortality. Wang Zhang told all that he knew. System: can the Golden Light divine incantation be cultivated to the Tianxian realm? The Golden Light mantra is one of the great divine mantras of Taoism. The purest energy in heaven and earth, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, cultivating an immortal golden body. And as long as there is enough golden light, it's enough to ascend to immortality. That means that if the golden light piles up enough, then I can eventually unite with the 10 realms. Zhang Chen also had nothing to worry about. Follow me. Zhang Chen left behind a sentence to walk towards the middle of the ancestor hall, and behind him, Wang Zhang followed suspiciously. Take this and cultivate it, and try to recover your peak as soon as possible. Zhang Chen took out the system rewarded foundation building technique from among the drawers. Wang Zhang took it, and the moment his fingertips touched it, it seemed that a weak electric current spread throughout his body, causing the mind to be shaken. It was a heavy texture, and the carrier of the gongfu was an ancient parchment scroll that emitted a faint scent of ink. Shanqing Qi practicing technique. 5 large words were reflected in Wang Zhang's eyes. It's a kung fu. You don't need to cultivate your true dragon breathing technique. Cultivate this in the future. Wang Zhang sniffed and looked at the parchment scroll in his hand with a grave expression. A golden-colored font instantly presented itself in his mind. The sky is clear, the earth is clear, and the chi gathers in the 3 clearings. The beginning of vomiting, the door of the mystery mare. Breathe in as if swallowing mountains and rivers. In the yellow court in the abdomen. Exhale as if dispersing clouds and mist. The turbid gas out of the body from the god. Xian is the sky and Koan is the earth. And the yin and yang interplay is dense. Draw the power of the Big Dipper above and the yellow springs of the earth below. The Danzhong gathers gas and condenses like a pearl. And the 2 veins of the Rin and Duda chakra enlighten the spiritual roots. Every word Wang Zhang recognized, but several words in series Wang Zhang felt confused. This technique is my Demon Jingguan's foundation building method, which leads straight to the hidden Yuan realm. Powerful. Too damn powerful. Wang Zhang exclaimed, closing the ancient parchment scroll in his hand as soon as he could, fearing that others would see it. Not only did his true dragon breathing method require the condensation of a wisp of aura, but it could only draw the first wisp of chi from heaven and earth in the early morning when the sun was first born, slowing it down to the extreme. It took him decades of cultivation to achieve 5 years of innate purple chi, and this Shanqing Qi practicing technique not only contains the general outline of breathing, but also contains the way of operation. At any time, any moment can cultivate the spiritual chi, but also can be directly in the body of the spiritual chi, refining the special chi, no longer limited to early morning when the sun is rising. Sect leader, true lord, is this the true depths of the demon Jingguan? This is too important for me to have. Wang Zhang's face was full of seriousness as he wanted to return the gongfu to Zhang Chen. Where did the Jin Demon Guan come from to have any kind of heritage? Isn't the real bottom line right in front of you? Take it. I've already said that it's just the Demon Jingguan's foundation building technique. It's not that important. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said somewhat breathlessly. End of chapter. Isn't this important? This would be enough to cause a bloody storm in the inhuman world if it were placed outside. The corners of Wang Zhang's mouth twitched. Could it be that you're not cultivating this technique? Sect Master True Lord? Naturally. Could it be the Golden Light Divine Spell? Wang Zhang had seen live clips of Jiang Chen using the Golden Light online, but he wasn't sure if that was a Golden Light spell or not. It was important to know that in the entire inhuman realm, only the last old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion could cast the Golden Light curse. Now that old angel is out of the question. With this technique you'll need at least 10 more years to recover your peak. It's too long, I can't afford to wait. Take this elixir as well. This time, Jiang Chen took out a jade porcelain bottle from within his cuffs, which contained 10 inner spirit pills. Each inner spirit pill was able to enhance the golden light for 1 year, but for someone like Wang Zhang who cultivated innate purple qi, it should be able to enhance it for about 5 or 6 years. This is an elixir? Could it be that you, sect leader, are a legendary alchemist? Wang Zhang was once again shocked as he looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. You guessed correctly, poor Tao is indeed an alchemist. These 10 pills should be able to allow you to condense more than 10 years of Reiki and 5 or 6 years of innate purple qi. Doesn't that mean I can recover my peak in a day? Wang Zhang excitedly looked at the elixir in his hand. Go practice. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Wang Zhang said goodbye with a respectful face, took the pills in his hand and ran towards the cabin next to the demon Jingguan. This cabin was built by Wang Zhang himself. At one time, he had lived in caves in Tianlong Mountain, and this wooden house had been the best shelter he had lived in for 10 years. Careful. Slow down. Minister Zhen Demon View has arrived. Jiang Chen heard the commotion outside and came to the door. From the governor of Rongcheng? Jiang Chen looked suspiciously at the dozen or so people at the door, of which there were 2 more that had been carried up, their faces as pale as paper as if they could leave at any time. Lu Yu's face was no longer delicate, but gray, and there was a wound on her arm, as if she had been cut by some sharp object. Her face was a little stunned, and there was some complexity and guilt in her eyes. Minister Gao is all haggard. As soon as Jiang Chen got close to these governors, the golden light inside him trembled. They had a very strong corpse aura on them. This corpse aura was stronger than the hostile aura of the unjust souls before. Now Jiang Chen could be certain that the Rongqing governor's people should have encountered the corpse puppets and there was a struggle. The corpses on the previous few were still relatively light, and Jiang Chen was a little unsure. Come in. The condition of the 2 wounded was already somewhat serious, and if they were not treated, they might turn necrophiliac by nightfall. At this time, Wang Zhang also heard the commotion, and cultivation was out of the question. Sect Master this is. He saw the injured man at a glance, and the blackened wounds on his arms and chest gave him a heart attack. The wound is similar to the one the zombie caught. He was targeted by a zombie a few years ago when he was hunting deep in the Tianlong Mountain, and the situation would have been dangerous at that time if he hadn't had his weaponry with him. Zombies are very scary. No one has any humanity to speak of, only know how to kill. Monastic people once encountered can kill to kill. Cannot kill also want to do everything possible to seal it up. Even the ancient records of the great Taoist temples have only a few words. In short, zombies are very dangerous. Jiang Chen signaled him to keep quiet. A few people carried the 2 fainted dead wounded to the middle of the ancestors' hall. The people entered this ancestors' hall instantly felt a lot of relaxation, and the aroma of incense made a few people feel at ease. Taoist Jian, I know that you're very powerful. I beg you to save little Li and little Yang. See that thing? Saw it. That thing wasn't even human. Pistol bullets couldn't get through it. But it was so dark we could only see the remnants of it. We had a fight with it last night inside the steel mill, and Li and Yang were scratched by that thing. It was too fast for us to react. A few people were now a bit stunned, and were talking a little too much. Wang Zhang, go get a bowl of raw glutinous rice water. Wang Zhang nodded his head and walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen then looked at Minister Gao again. Carefully tell me what happened last night. After a few days last night it suddenly attacked us and then. Words. Jiang Chen pondered. There is a faint guardian of national fortune on the governor, and the chi of national fortune has a suppressing effect on evil spirits. So how could the corpse puppet attack the governor? And isn't it good for it to go and attack ordinary people? Unless, there's only one possibility. Among this group of governors were those born in the year of the Een, the month of the Een, the day of the Een, and the hour of the Een. Only then would this corpse puppet attack this group of governors. Tell me your births as expected. And by the way, it's the divine calendar. Suddenly Jiang Chen asked expressionlessly. The crowd looked blank and stared at each other. 1986, 10, 30, 1979, 12, 23, 2001, 1. It wasn't until Lu Yu said that her divine calendar was born as expected that Jiang Chen raised his eyes slightly to stare at her. The atmosphere was a little odd. Lu Yu was also stared at a bit by Jiang Chen. Daoist Jiang, is there something wrong with this? Gao Pangyuan couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Are there 6 dead? What? I said, the victims aren't 6 dead. Yes. We're all 6 of the dead women of wonderful age, and the divine calendars were all in the cloudy year, the cloudy month, the cloudy day, and the cloudy hour. Cao Pangyuan sniffed his head and kept speculating back. Suddenly he came up with an answer. These girls all have the same divine calendar birth as expected, all the same as Lu Yu. Also, she's about to be the 7th. Jiang Chen's sentence caused the crowd of governors to feel their hearts palpitate. A coldness rushed straight from their backs to the back of their heads, and the crowd turned their stiff heads to look at Lu Yu. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Lu Yu unnaturally pulled up a forced smile. The thought of those bloodthirsty eyes last night couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I am now certain that the thing you have encountered is a corpse puppet. And a corpse puppet is neither creepy nor a zombie. It has developed its own way of thinking and is capable of distinguishing between strong and weak enemies. Although I don't know how it appeared in Rongcheng, I can tell you clearly that the corpse puppet this is going to feed on 7 marvelous women born on 7 specific days. And these types of people have what it needs in their bodies. As for why it puts Lu Yu at the end, I think it's because the Yuan Yin is still in Lu Yu's body. And it has the air of a nation. This scumbag wanted to break through to an even more terrifying existence with this chi. The crowd was shocked at his words. The target of that thing last night was indeed always on Lu Yu's body. And Lu Yu doesn't have a boyfriend. Everyone knows that. She's a chick. At this time Wang Zhan walked into the ancestors' hall, his hands holding 2 bowls of glutinous rice water. Jiang Chen directly poured it down to the 2 men, the spilled glutinous rice water wetting the 2 men's collars. Glutinous rice is young, able to restrain corpse chi. The 2 are fine, don't worry. End of chapter. The 2 people who had taken the glutinous rice water looked a little pained, and little by little, the chi of pure yang collapsed the corpses in the 2 people's bodies. Wang Zheng took a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it hard on the wounds of the 2 men. Bear. A burst of white smoke unexpectedly emerged from the wound and was accompanied by a foul odor. Wang Zheng's palm was spread out, and the glutinous rice inside his hand had turned pitch black. Glutinous rice can pull out corpse chi, and no amount of treatment will help if the wound is left untreated. Seemingly seeing that the few people were a bit confused, Wang Zheng patiently explained. After several repetitions, the glutinous rice finally stopped reacting. Both of them have kind of regained a little bit of their breath. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light emerged from the 2 men's bodies, surging straight into Jiang Chen and Wang Zheng's bodies. Wang Zheng didn't notice. However, Jiang Chen felt the change in energy at the first moment. Merit +2. This is merit. I didn't realize that what the master said was actually true, and that rescuing others would really gain merit. Wang Zheng will carry these 2 out, just so the sun can shine. Yes, sect master real. With the help of several men the wounded were carried outside to receive the sun. Gao Pangyuan curiously examined the wounds of the 2 men. Last night the municipal hospital had tried everything to make the wounds of the 2 men better. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to solve the problem with just a handful of glutinous rice. I guess I'll have to keep some sticky rice at home when I get back. Since you know about this thing, Daoist Jiang, you should have a way to deal with it. Gao Pangyuan did not forget one of the real purposes of their visit. It's true that it can be dealt with, but the corpse puppet has already been born with a spirit, so it's a bit difficult to deal with. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and didn't agree at the first opportunity. Gao Pangyuan sniffed and glared at Lu Yu, who was standing dumbfounded on one side. It seemed that the events of last night had turned Lu Yu's perception upside down, causing her to not even react now. At Gao Pangyuan's gesture, Lu Yu then squirmed and opened her mouth. God! Gao Pangyuan's gaze assaulted him. Please, Taoist Master Jiang, take action to subdue the demons and rid the people of evil. We won't let you do it for nothing. Everyone will thank you. Instead of requesting Jiang Chen's help, Lu Yu's words were more like a moral abduction of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't expect any good words to come out of this woman's mouth either. Only, resolving the corpse puppets would still require Lu Yu's contribution. The last one to morally kidnap poor Tao has already died, and died a miserable death. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The crowd looked a little creeped out by the smile. I didn't. Willow Jade lowered her head. That's just it. Who told me to be kind? So you guys just go back and wait at the bottom of the hill for the night. Corpse puppets aren't like Spooky. They have to be there until midnight. As long as the night falls, corpse puppets have the possibility to appear. Alright, Daoist Jiang, we'll leave first. If these 2 wake up, make them jump. They still have remnants of corpse energy in their bodies. Understood. A smile appeared on Gao Pangyuan's face when he knew that Jiang Chen was going to make a move himself. After sending a few people away, Wang Zheng came to Jiang Chen. Sect Master Real, I'm afraid this thing is not easy to deal with. Can you suppress this thing? Wang Zheng asked with some concern. Corpse puppet. He also heard his master and a few master uncles said, a few hundred years ago appeared a corpse puppet, but caused many people to die. Even the Taoist temple within the Haigong also died a lot. Whether it's suppressed or not you'll know when the time comes. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously, then walked inside the ancestor hall. Seeing this, Wang Zhang also had no choice but to return to cultivate within his own house. Time is like a wisp, day is a shuttle, and at some point, twilight falls. The stars hang in the sky above the dome of the sky flickering slightly. The night is like a huge black curtain, shrouded in the earth. All the music is silent. Jiang Chen had already changed into his yin and yang robe at this time, which was black and white, with thunder and fire patterns on the cuffs, a bagua pattern consisting of different colors on the back, and a large yin and yang pattern on the inside. His eyes looked inside the wooden house. One could only see a dense mass of innate purple chi converging on top of the house, which had formed a funnel star cluster, with a huge aura surrounding it. After a few minutes the innate purple chi and aura dissipated. Wang Zhang walked out from within the house with a refreshed look. Ha 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 ha, Master Dao, I've become a success again. Wang Zhang excitedly looked up to the sky and couldn't contain his excitement at all. 10 of the most basic implicit spirit pills directly allowed Wang Zhang to return to his peak. And even more so, he had cultivated the Shangqing Qi practicing art to the introductory level. Class A paragraph. Many thanks to the sect leader True Lord. Wang Zhang bowed respectfully at the sight of Jiang Chen's figure. Cut the crap. Go inside the ancestors hall and get the guy thing. Today you'll take you to meet that corpse puppet. Replace this again. Jiang Chen threw out a dark yellow Dao robe in Wang Zhang's arms. The entry is delicately textured and thick. This is a real Taoist robe. A yellow robe that is subject to the Torah. Wang Zhang did not see the hunting joy no nonsense directly replaced. The Taoist robe Jiang Chen was wearing was such that even he couldn't tell what grade it was. And he thought that it wasn't any worse than that old celestial master's purple robe. Soon the heavily armed Wang Zhan walked out from within the ancestor hall. The waist spanning the yin and yang yellow cloth bag was filled with the primary talismans Jiang Chen had drawn during this period of time. Behind his back hung the mahogany sword Jiang Chen had exchanged earlier, and on his chest was the bagua mirror his master had bestowed upon him. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. If you are really scared, you can go and invite a heavenly king. With the heavenly king sheltering, the evil spirits won't dare to come near you. He, that's better. I won't disturb the rest of the big boys. These heavenly kings are following Jiang Chen. Also preliminary understanding of the heaven's immortal gods. The original legend of the immortal gods is not only the Taoist ancestor. The legend is true, only that the inheritance and records have been broken, so that all people only narrowly know that there are only a few immortals, while the ghosts and gods are countless. What about you, Sect Master Shinran? Wang Zhang glanced at his equipment, then looked curiously at Jiang Chen. Me, I'm casual. Jiang Chen took a step towards the mountain. The speed made Wang Zhang smack his lips. No more nonsense, buried his head and followed. Foothills. An SUV is parked here. A group of governors waited patiently for Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang here. They might not quite understand just how strong Jiang Chen's methods were, but Wang Zhang's hand at summoning heavenly thunder was a shock to their hearts. Such a powerful Taoist was yet respectfully staying by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen's methods were definitely not simple. The two Taoist masters are here. Suddenly a man exclaimed. The crowd looked in the same direction, only to see the figures of Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang appearing on the side of the road. The crowd also froze in unison when they saw the two figures. Especially Wang Zhang's heavily armed appearance made the crowd realize that the corpse puppet was truly not simple. They had never seen a Taoist priest in full armor before. In fact, don't look at Wang Zhang's equipment to bring quite a lot. Even he still felt unsafe. Taoist Master Wang, Gao Peng Yuan greeted him. End of chapter. The vehicle started up towards Rongqing. The co-pilot, Gao Peng Yuan, looked up frequently, looking at the two Jiang Chen from the rearview mirror. Are you in any doubt, Minister Gao? Feel free to tell us. Wang Zhang opened his mouth. It's fine. I just read on the internet that powerful Taoist priests wear yellow robes, and I was wondering why Taoist Master Jiang was so powerful that he didn't wear yellow robes. Gao Peng Yuan asked suspiciously. Minister Gao, you've only learned a little bit. Those who are great at fighting do wear yellow robes. Those with high seniority wear purple robes, but those who are even more powerful wear Dharma robes. Vestments? Not to mention Gao Peng Yuan. Even Wang Zhang was dumbfounded. Dharma robes are enlightened Taoist robes. They can also be purple robes or yellow robes. And Taoist robes are not limited to these two colors. Each has unique attributes. For example, I give Wang Zhang's yellow robe as open light. Lonely souls and ghosts do not dare to get close to the body. Even if a person long look at the back of the gossip will be dizzy. It was then that Wang Zhang realized the importance of his Dao robe. But Minister Gao has to believe in science. Our Taoist robes are factory assembly line production. Those what to meet evil luck exorcise evil spirits are all fake. are blown out of proportion. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Pangyuan nodded his head hurriedly. Then where are we going? Go where the gloom is. Lu Yu and Gao Pangyuan, who were driving the car, looked at each other. There's a mass grave 30 kilometers outside of the city. It won't be long before it's bulldozed, and an international airport will be built there. Lu Yu suddenly spoke out. A mass grave? Very well, go there. No words on the way. 20 minutes later, before and after a few cars SUV slowly stopped. Here overgrown. People get off, the landing position are difficult to find. And from time to time you can see one or two graves. There were also many flying insects in the air that swooped into the faces of the crowd, causing some annoyance. Sect Master Jing'an here is a bit serious, Yin Chia Wang Zhang said in a low voice. Not only does the Yin Chi have a seriousness to it, the corpse Chi is also roaming the sky. It's very likely that this is the hiding place of that corpse puppet. Jiang Chen looked at the sky and slowly spoke. Wang Zhang's pupils shrunk as he surveyed his surroundings with some gravity. Minister Gao, you have someone search around me. Don't go out 30 meters to see what you find. What about you, Taoist Jiang? Don't we open the Dharma altar? Doing nothing? Me? I'll start a live stream. The corner of Minister Gao's mouth twitched. Then he nodded. He had already told his superiors that they couldn't handle this case, but they didn't believe him. Gao Pangyuan hopes that his superiors can see this live broadcast, right? Jiang Chen communicated with the system to directly open the saving live broadcast, and the next moment the number of people in the live broadcast room went up crazily. I don't give a damn about your feudal superstitions. I'll just line up. Zhang Daolong, I've been waiting for you for so long, you're finally on the air. Finally. I don't have to watch it live at midnight. Taoist Jiang, you're completely on fire. You said that Zhang Dingyou will definitely die within 3 days. Then Zhang Dingyou really didn't survive past the third night. That's not true. The photos released by the governor of Yun City really scared me to death. Zhang Dingyou's neck was directly broken. What kind of program effect is Taoist Jiang today? There's someone from the governor's department again. And it's also someone from the governor of Rongqing. Holy, is that Taoist Master Wang who called upon the heavenly thunder to strike the Golden Buddha Hall? Didn't Lori Lin say that Taoist Master Wang would die 9 deaths? It looks like Taoist Wang is in good shape. It must have been Taoist Master Jiang who saved Taoist Master Wang. Can't you see that Taoist Master Wang has been standing next to him? Ultra Limit Bio Research Institute, the stuff you gave us last time by Taoist Jiang really worked well, and the warriors have recovered from their injuries, and are training with wailing vigor. Rabbit Military Engineer, do you think we can inscribe the runes above the talisman on our missiles, Taoist Jiang? As long as it works. As for engraving runes on top of missiles, poor Taoist is not very suggestive. There's no need to rush everyone. Just be patient and watch. Poor Taoist is here this time to help the governor of Rongqing capture the murderer. Only that the murderer is a bit difficult to handle, so it needs poor Tao's help. This time, Jiang Chen didn't play a horrible soundtrack for everyone, but just explained it casually. Good. We all get it. It's true that Rongqing has been a bit unsettled lately, with 6 consecutive horrific murders, and many of the hotels have closed down for the time being. It's something I've heard about. The minister has found something. Suddenly a voice came from one side, and the crowd rushed there. A governor was seen crouching on the ground, his flashlight shining on the ground. There's blood here, and there are footprints, and no shoes, and very small feet. The inspector spoke what he had analyzed. The blood is from the murderer's body, and the footprints are small because it's a bit dried out, so the footprints are small as well. Jiang Chen spoke faintly. The crowd felt a little shady behind them. Then what should we do, Taoist Jiang? Gao Pangyuan asked in a low voice. Everyone except for Lu Yu go back to the car. Turn the vehicle off the windows and turn off all the lights, including the flashlight. Jiang Chen swept his gaze to everyone. The crowd looked stunned. What are you waiting for? Just do it, Gao Pangyuan hurriedly ordered. The people returned to the car, and for a moment all the lights went out, and everything was shrouded in darkness. All people have a certain fear of the dark. It's unavoidable. Be careful with everything. Gao Pangyuan left a sentence and closed the car window behind him. Now only Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang, as well as Lu Yu, were left outside. Then what should I do? Lu Yu turned her head to Jiang Chen. You take off your clothes. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. Asterisk. Beautiful inspector undressing? Is this part of the show's effectiveness? It's really worthy of saving the live broadcast platform. A single deduction of a 6. Quickly remove your armor. Did you not understand when you told the Taoist priest to remove his armor? What? Lu Yu exclaimed, her hands covering her perky chest. Don't think too much. It's just to make your tantalizing smell spread a little farther. Otherwise how can you lure that thing out? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yu with a smile on his face. Only that smile made Lu Yu feel trembling in fear. Wang Zhang also couldn't help but shiver. They say it's dangerous to follow the Taoist master. And it's really dangerous enough. With so many men appearing here at once, there was a bit too much yang qi, and it was impossible for the corpse puppet's IQ to not be able to distinguish the problem. So Jiang Chen could only let it resist jumping out on its own. I believe that Lu Yu's will definitely be able to lure the corpse puppets out. You want me to go and lure that thing out? Lu Yu gulped and glanced at the dark surroundings. Lu Yu was a little scared. In the end, she is just a little girl, a person in the middle of nowhere to draw out the corpse puppet. Not to mention her, even if it is a man to be afraid. Miss Lu don't need to be afraid. Take these 5 Zhang Zhan golden light talismans. If that thing comes near you, the talismans will blow hot to shelter you. Wang Zhang counted out 5 talismans from inside his bulging yellow cloth pocket. Can Taoist Master Wang give more? Lu Yu revealed a smile that was worse than tears. She clearly saw that there was still a lot more inside. Nah, the poor Taoist will give you 3 more Vajra charms. No more. Elementary talismans he couldn't draw right now. These were all given to him by Jiang Chen. He couldn't afford to use one less than the other. End of chapter. Lu Yu clutched the 5 golden light talismans and 3 Vajra talismans tightly, and was worried about tearing the talismans by accident. It was true that she didn't believe in Taoist priests, monks and the like before, but after last night's events, it made her believe that they were real. All you need to do is go deeper, and the poor Taoist will follow not far behind you. Willow Jade nodded slightly, and then took off her jacket, which she wore underneath as a short-sleeved summer cruiser. The jacket faded to reveal Lu Yu's perfect body, her full chest holding the dress up, the 3 buttons bearing a great deal of pressure. The audience in the live room was in for a treat. It was a little chilly in this mass grave, and Lu Yu rubbed her arms and glanced uneasily at the darkness ahead. A flash of light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, as if she had made up her mind to slowly walk towards the darkness. A breeze blew by, the weeds shook and made a sasha sound, stimulating Lu Yu's nerves all the time. Inside the car, none of them made a sound. All of them held their cell phones and watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast. The screen was too dim to see clearly, only knowing that Jiang Chen's plan was to have Lu Yu go alone to lure that thing out. Minister, wouldn't this be too dangerous? You also know that that thing is not something that a human can deal with at all. If Captain Ryu and that thing meet, perhaps in less than 3 seconds Captain Ryu will be. Last night that thing just swung its claws and flipped 2 strong men out over 10 meters. Stop it. If I can draw that thing out, I'll never back down. Besides, didn't Taoist Jian say he'd follow? And Lu Yu has a magical talisman in her hand given by Taoist Master Wang. And you know how powerful talismans are, so she should be fine. The 2 in the back nodded at that and stopped talking. All eyes were focused on the top of the live feed, more than 10 meters away. Wang Zheng, you find a place to hide. Once poor Taoist fights with that thing, you take care not to let it get away. Understood. Wang Zheng took out a piece of compass from inside his yellow cloth pocket, then scurried directly into the weeds in a puff of smoke and disappeared into the shadows in no time. Jiang Chen swept his surroundings by running the Celestial Master Qi lookout technique. With a glance, he saw that Lu Yu was only 50 to 60 meters away from him, and as he collected his breath, he put a hidden breath talisman on himself, and then followed him. Can't Taoist Jiang make a light? It's a bit hard to see. The picture quality of Jiang Dao Chang's live broadcast is very high. You can still see the picture with the help of the moonlight by turning the light of your cell phone to the maximum. That's right, Taoist Jiang has said it's to capture the murderer. So surely we can't reveal our position. Just this how decent is? Murderer. Tianshi Mansion. Under a pavilion in the back of the mountain, a young man in green Taoist robes sits cross-legged on a Taoist regiment, and he is not cultivating or enlightening the Tao or memorizing the Taoist scriptures, but rather, he is. Watch live. It's really God's help. It's hard to touch my cell phone, and then I bumped into Real John live. This time, Xiao Dao will learn from Real John's golden light. Ordinary people only knew that Jiang Chen was a Taoist priest and the head of the demon-suppressing one, so they addressed him as Taoist master. And only a foreigner knows the gold content of Jiang Chen, not to mention the identity of the head of the Jin Demon Temple. Just that terrifying golden light and the unknown number of primary talismans. It is worthy of the word, real person. Further, it is true that you can learn a lot of things within Jiang Chen's live broadcast that are not available within the Taoist temple. His senior grandfather, the old Heavenly Master, had said that as long as Jiang Chen was interested in the position of Heavenly Master, his old man would immediately abdicate without saying a word. So he could imagine Jiang Chen's power. Perhaps only Jiang Chen didn't know how powerful he himself was. All of the high gongs of the Heavenly Master's mansion had seen the golden light that Jiang Chen had cast live, and that radiant and pure golden light was simply not something that their golden light could compare to. The old Celestial Master guessed that Jiang Chen was probably cultivating the true golden light divine incantation, and the golden light mantra they practiced was only a remnant and did not have a divine nature. Practicing to the point of insight was already the limit, and without a heavenly chance they could not break through the Yao Guang. Xiao Dao held his cell phone with both hands and looked at it seriously. The small animals barking around him couldn't disturb him at all. Actually, he doesn't. Every time he sneakily took his cell phone, his master knew that he just didn't dismantle him because at this time, all the cultivating Taoist priests in the Heavenly Master's mansion were watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast. The inner courtyard is not open to the public and regular people cannot enter. The Taoist priests who were unable to practice in the outer courtyard were still doing their jobs. It is the outer courtyard that is accessible to visitors, not only to Tianshi Mansion, but basically to all the open Taoist temples. In this way Jiang Chen always kept a distance of 50 meters behind Lu Yu, and the deeper Lu Yu went, the more graves inside increased. Weeds are also more lush. Here the weeds stand up actually half a meter high, has reached Lu Yu's thighs. Weeds in the eerie wind swaying, rustling sound, as if hidden in the shadows of the ghosts in the shuttle wandering. The surrounding area was horribly quiet, with only the sound of the wind, the sound of the grass, and unknown strange noises intertwined. Every movement seemed like the unwilling resentment of the dead at work, making one's scalp tingle and spine chill, as if one had stepped into accursed territory of death. There was no turning back from the bow. Lu Yu had already been gone for so long, so it was naturally impossible to go back. Willow Jade's forehead was covered in silky cold sweat, and her back was already soaked. Didn't the stinking Taoist say he would follow me? How come there's no sound of footsteps at all? Lu Yu couldn't help but pout. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen was just a few dozen meters behind her, just with a hidden aura. Wang Zhang, who was squatting inside the weeds, suddenly noticed the abnormalities of the compass, and the needle inside the compass was actually spinning madly at the moment. Thinking about it, none of the zombies he had encountered had appeared like this. Naya, this thing is really fierce. Without the slightest hesitation Wang Zhang drew the dark red mahogany sword behind himself, his eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. His body couldn't help but tense up, like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity. A gust of cold wind blew. Lu Yu's cheek pang hair was blown from side to side, and a foul odor suddenly hit her face. This disgusting smell instantly alerted her. Willow Jade knew that the thing had appeared last night and was not far from her. She did not hesitate to draw the large caliber pistol at her own waist, and with her left hand, she grasped the talisman Wang Zhang had given her. The golden light talisman was already flickering with brilliant golden light, and the next moment 5 golden light talismans bloomed with dazzling golden light at the same time, and the golden light formed a barrier behind Lu Yu. Bang! A huge force came from behind her. Zzz. The golden light touched the corpse chi with a piercing sound. Lu Yu didn't even react before he was sent flying by a residual shadow, and his entire body rolled out a full 10 meters to the front. The wound on his arm split open instantly, and the clean gauze was already stained red with blood. End of chapter. Lu Yu rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground. The whole person fell a bit confused. His eyes were on the verge of laxity. Ryoju had received this training while she was patrolling the highest academy, and she forced herself to bite the tip of her tongue to bring herself to her senses. What the instructor teaches really does work. Lu Yu came to her senses at the critical moment and looked up with difficulty, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes staring dead at her from within the shadows in front of her. The bloodthirsty gaze flickering light was shaking continuously. To be precise, that corpse puppet was approaching Lu Yu. Perhaps it thought that Lu Yu wasn't much of a threat, or perhaps it was injured by the golden light. Its movements were a bit slow. Hiss, The sound was as coarse as a worn-out saw forcing its way through rusty iron bars. Every hint of sound accompanied by the sharpness and dryness of sandpaper sanding. Goosebumps rose all over Lu Yu's body. Bang! 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 In the silence of the dark night, an abrupt gunshot rang out, and the tongue of fire from the muzzle continued to roar, seemingly venting Lu Yu's anger. The sound of gunfire also alerted the governor, who was in the car, and Wang Zhang, who was watching from the periphery. The crowd moved in unison. What's the commotion? It's the pretty governor who fired the shot, and it seems like something just appeared behind that pretty governor. Little disciple of Tianshifu, this is the legendary corpse puppet, asked Mountain King Baldy. Naya, does real Jiang need any help? I'll shake people immediately. Deng Xian Sheng Song Dao Master, it's too late to shake the people. Your Ask Mountain is also in the Heavenly Province, but you're a few hundred kilometers away from Rongqing, aren't you? Asked King Baldy of the mountain. I can. Is it hard to just let this corpse puppet recreate and kill? Taoist Master Xianling of Tianshan, one can only hope that real Jiang will be able to suppress this scourge. What are you talking about? Taoists? Are we watching a live feed? What on earth is this corpse puppet? Where are you? Little Lori Lin? Come out and explain. I've read my family's ancestral records. Only the records are directly broken, and there's only one sentence on the corpse puppet records. That is, don't even think about encountering this kind of thing, and use all your strength to run away. Yin Yang Mountain Dustless Realist, alas corpse puppets are not in the 6 realms. They are even more terrifying than even zombies. 100 years of birthing wisdom, 1,000 years of molding, and every time they appear, people die. Doesn't that mean Taoist Zhang and the others are in danger? Am I there talking about murderer? Whatever. Positive energy, believe in science. Voice breaking, the Taoist Society, prepare for the aftermath. Shady Hill Dustless Real, I bought a watch last year. The Inhumans who were secretly observing in the live broadcast room had already set off a monstrous tremor in their hearts the moment they saw the corpse puppet, while the fans had gone completely crazy. Scum! Come on! Lu Yu's face was as frosty as a furious roar. The last time the pistol bullets couldn't penetrate the body of the corpse puppet and made them suffer a big loss. Today her pistol bullets had long since been replaced with large-caliber armor-piercing bullets with red warheads. Unfortunately, things like corpse puppets were not only invulnerable to knives and guns, they were also protected by a rich corpse chi, and bullets were unable to cause damage to them at all. The result was naturally that the corpse puppet was getting closer and closer to Lu Yu, but in a few breaths the corpse puppet appeared in front of Lu Yu. It was only then that Lu Yu saw the thing for what it was. A head of thin tufts of sticky black hair was draped over the back of his head. His deeply sunken eye sockets had only 2 eyeballs dangling from them, and his parched face was devoid of the slightest bit of blood, with fangs that glinted with a chilling light exposed. The fingertips were long and sharp, like curved hooks made of black fine iron, and on closer inspection there was blood and dirt between the nails. The corpse puppet opened its mouth, releasing its own necrotic aura. The golden light talisman once again flickered faintly to block the corpse gas, but in a second's time the golden light was blown out by the dark corpse gas. The corpse puppet growled and grabbed at Lu Yu's shoulder with both hands, and at the crucial moment the Vajra talisman manifested to block the ebony claws. Dang dash! A lilting sound erupted from the claws colliding with the adamantium defense barrier, and the Vajra talisman was reduced to pieces just like the golden light talisman. The corpse puppet was also shaken back a meter. After failing to catch Lu Yu twice in a row, and the ever-present temptation of the Yuan Yin within Lu Yu's body, it could no longer hold back, and its bloodthirsty light flickered once again. Its speed surged by a large margin. Lu Yu was in a trance when the black shadow came crashing down on him. Is it going to end? A flash of despair came through Lu Yu's eyes. The sinner still dares to be reckless. A thick voice rang out, shaking away the despair in Lu Yu's heart. In Lu Yu's pupils, 2 long golden whips broke through the air, and above the long golden whips were burning with horrible flames. The long whips wrapped around the waist of the corpse puppet, and the powerful force erupted to pull it back more than 10 meters, and smashed it heavily on the ground. Roar! The golden light dispersed the corpse puppet's corpse aura and inflicted great damage on it. Its power would be weakened little by little, and the corpse puppet's furious arms grasped the long whip of golden light, wanting to tear it apart. But 100 years of golden light was hard, and in a short period of time the corpse puppets could not tear it apart. The dog thing has sucked the Yuan Yin of 6 girls and is already powerful to this extent. If you are allowed to continue, won't it turn the world upside down? Only Jiang Chen stepped out from the shadows, 2 long golden light whips waving behind him, surprisingly attacking on his own. The corpse puppet actually used its claws to directly grab his long golden light whip with flames attached to it, which startled Jiang Chen. Die! Suddenly Wang Zhang came sprinting. His legs exerted force to jump up violently high. The innate purple chi infused into the mahogany sword. The sword body flickered with a faint purple light in the dark night. There! Wang Zhang made every effort to suppress the corpse puppet that was about to get up again, and the peachwood sword in his hand actually only pierced in about 3 centimeters. Wang Zhang's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart was shocked beyond measure. This peachwood sword is the magic weapon of the sect leader's real person, and it's subject to incense offerings, but it was actually blocked just like that? No panic. The poor Taoist still has hundreds of talismans. Wang Zhang hurriedly drew out a large handful of talismans from inside his yellow cloth pocket, and didn't care if they were talismans all stuffed into the corpse puppet's mouth. The light rose for a while, and black corpse chi continued to erupt. A flash of sparks. Roar! The corpse puppet's hand swung the mahogany sword to break into 2 halves, followed by a claw that sent Wang Zhang flying. There were also a few shards of golden light charms falling in the air. The crowd in the live broadcast room was directly stunned at the sight of this scene. Nima! Hundreds of open talismans just flung out? Shouldn't you be shocked? Hundreds of talismans stuffed in your mouth couldn't kill this thing. This golden light. It's so thick. Really big. It's so long. It seems like I've still underestimated real Jiang. This tactic is ghostly and unpredictable. Taoist Jiang just whipped me hard with this golden whip. Upstairs. You can drive on this tie road? Put me down. This isn't a ride to kindergarten. End of chapter. Asterisk. Gao Pangyuan and the others arrived to see Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang, already fighting with that thing, while Lu Yu had all been scared silly. Fire! Gao Pangyuan yelled. Bang! 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 More than a dozen guns spewed angry tongues of fire, their orange-red trajectories like nimble vipers, wreaking havoc in the darkness. Only a dazzling spark could be heard erupting from the bullet shot on the corpse puppet's body. Not only did it not cause any effective damage to the corpse puppet, the crowd's behavior made the corpse puppet even crazier. It didn't change its goal. It wanted to suck on Lu Yu's Yuanin until now then breakthrough, and then finally suck on everyone else. Jiang Chen naturally knew its purpose. Roar! The hissing roar of the inhuman and non-beast was particularly creepy under the dark night. The scarlet gaze shifted constantly. Ka-ra. Click. 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 The long whip condensed from the golden light unexpectedly made a cracking sound, and the cracks became more and more numerous, as if it would shatter in the next moment. It can't be. Even the golden light of the sect master's real person can't bind this thing? Wang Zheng clenched his teeth in disbelief as he looked at this scene. Wang Zheng, Mo Do. Suddenly Jiang Chen's voice came. Yes, Pom. Minister Gao, come and help me. Wang Zheng threw one end of the ink dipper to Gao Pangyuan, then tied the other end on top of a rock and constructed a barrier in a few dashes. Miss Lu, come behind us. Minister Gao, later as soon as that corpse puppet rushes over we'll let go. Understood. Gao Pangyuan looked at the tiny silk thread in his hand and was a little frightened. Does this stuff really work? This ink bucket was prepared by Wang Zheng a long time ago, covered with vermilion sand and rooster blood, and finally soaked in black dog blood for half a day. Mo Do Royal Corpse Method, the core method of all Taoist temples. This means of dealing with the bizarre has always been a secret that is not passed on, and outsiders who want to come into contact with it cannot come into contact with it. Ink bucket line is a carpenter used to standardize the shape of wood tools, representing the rules. Even if the corpse puppet is again heaven belongs to the category of zombies. Zombies are against the rules of nature. Will be ink bucket line rules suppression. If only I had the true Dragon View's 5 Thunder Suppressor Talisman. Where could I let this be so arrogant? Wang Zheng cursed angrily. Mao Shanlin, surprisingly, it's the Murdoch Imperial Corpse technique. Taoist Jinlong is good at it. Tianshan Shinling Taoist, I'm afraid the ink bucket can't suppress this thing off. If there is an intermediate level talisman it would be good. Dengxian Xingsong Taoist, intermediate level talismans can only be inscribed by the old celestial masters. Each talisman is where the Taoist temple's heritage lies. And as far as I know the Jin Demon Temple also has a heritage. The bottom line of the demon suppressing Guan was naturally the crippled demon swinging true martial talisman. Crack! The golden light whip eventually shattered into segments, and the segments of golden light dissipated in the air. The golden light shook and the corpse energy erupted. Jiang Chen's golden light was also shaken and churned, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The footprints were about 4 or 5 centimeters deep into the ground. The young disciple of the heavenly master's house, Nima. Is this corpse puppet really so heaven-defying? Even the golden light of Jiang Jinren can tear it apart? If my master was on it, wouldn't he be torn to pieces in minutes? Jiang Shenling, heavenly master's mansion, sinful disciple. Sneaking around in the back of the mountain playing with your cell phone again, right? You'll have a good time tomorrow. As much as I want to laugh right now, it's dangerous for Taoist Jiang right now. Don't panic. Didn't Taoist Master just say that Taoist Master Jiang also has an undercard? I'm new here. May I ask if this is a Hollywood sci-fi movie set? Newcomers watch and learn well. I just want to know which god the war correspondent is. It's awesome. You don't understand that photographers are conceptual gods. And the corpse puppet's arm was almost corroded by the golden light. A piece of broken flesh was still sticking to the white bone, and a large portion of the corpse chi all over his body had collapsed. The corpse puppet turned its head violently to look at Jiang Chen, the scarlet gaze landing on Jiang Chen's Dao robes. A touch of scorn actually revealed in its emotionless eyes. The persimmon picks the soft one. The corpse puppets that had suffered a great deal of yuan qi didn't dare to fight with Jiang Chen anymore, and Jiang Chen's golden light restrained everything. So the corpse puppets didn't dare to get close to Jiang Chen's body. However, Wang Zheng's few people did not have a golden light to protect their bodies. Both Lu Yu and Wang Zheng were its targets, and Wang Zheng's innate purple qi that had just erupted also had a great attraction to it. The corpse puppet did not hesitate to rush towards Wang Zheng and the others. 100 years of golden light you were able to resist. What about 200 years of golden light? Jiang Chen, he narrowed his eyes slightly. His narrow eye slit shot out like an icy cold light, like ice blades flashing in the cold night. Check the panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 131 years of golden light. The realm of insight and brightness. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. The celestial master's chi lookout technique. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey wholesale Taoist robes. Yin Yang Dharma robes. Beginner's talisman asterisk 198. Intermediate talisman asterisk 38. Shocker, 737. 300. Continues to grow. Corpse puppet quest in progress. It has reached 100 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people, can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master, commanding the Dragon Kingdom Taoism, can really wear the Taoist purple robe, redeem 7 golden light pills for me, deducting 700,000 shot points. The golden light pill has been placed in the system backpack. Jiang Chen didn't move and took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Golden light boost for 70 years. Shasta. The golden light in the body that was originally hidden and dormant seemed to have been awakened by a force that was so majestic that it was like a surging golden tide of fury that boomed and expanded dramatically. That golden light took on a staggeringly swift momentum. The energy tier soared dramatically like a rocket ascending into the sky, and it actually hardened and plucked 70 years of profound golden light in the blink of an eye. As this majestic golden light surged wildly, a brand new and vast aura spread out from around him. 200 years of golden light surprisingly into a qualitative leap. The bottleneck that had originally shackled itself fell apart like a fragile glaze under the impact of this powerful force. After a brief flash of brilliance, he successfully crossed over to the mysterious and lofty Yaoguang realm. The moment, Jiang Chen was like a newborn star, blossoming a bright and dazzling new light in the vast starry sky of cultivation, exuding a powerful aura that made all around him tremble. A huge, bright star coalesced above Jiang Chen's Dantian, orbiting and emitting an ancient and heavy aura. Yogi stars. One of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Jiang Chen had reached a realm that countless otherworldly people aspired to at the moment, and all he knew was that he had a flood of power within him. If the Jiang Chen from before was able to collapse a dangerous house with a single punch, then now he could collapse it even if it was reinforced concrete. You can flip over a tank with one hand without any problem. The most crucial thing was that after he condensed the Yaoguang star, his golden light unexpectedly had a faint power of Yaoguang, which was above the special chi and above the golden light. He was only able to mobilize just a sliver of it. Strong. It's too powerful. At this moment, the corpse puppet did not know what kind of flood beast it had just provoked by what it had just done. The meta was flicked away from the Murdoch line in a flash. The faint power of the and the pure young aura corroded its corpse chi. Rules. End of chapter. Large strands of corpse chi spewed out of its mouth, and with each spew of corpse chi, its strength weakened by a few points. Wang Zhang was overjoyed at the sight. The poor Taoist thought how powerful you were. But I didn't expect this? Wang Zhang taunted between holding the ink pot and constantly flicked out, and did not notice that the line of the ink pot in his hand was getting shorter and shorter, and the vermilion sand, rooster blood, and black dog blood on it were getting less and less. Taoist Wang is awesome. Get him. Several governors yelled behind them. Cao Pangyuan didn't even think that the tiny ink bucket thread in his hands just now was actually so powerful. Seeing the legendary corpse puppet being suppressed by himself, Wang Zhang also became confident at this moment, and surprisingly approached the corpse puppet step by step. Ouch! Where are you running to? I play, me. Wang Zhang stiffened and looked down at his hand, realizing that there was no longer any Murdoch thread, and then turned back to look at Cao Pangyuan behind him. Noticing that Cao Pangyuan was also looking at him with a bitter face, he also saw Lu Yu stretching out her finger to point behind him, her finger trembling a little. The Murdoch line is gone. Wang Zhang turned around and ran without looking back. He could already feel the cold, necrotic aura behind him. Even if he was in possession of the innate purple chi and more than 10 years of aura, he didn't dare to get tough with the corpse puppet. Earlier he couldn't even pierce into the corpse puppet's body with his full-strength sword. Just when Wang Zhang was about to be caught, a voice echoed in the darkness of the night. The voice was like a loud bell, vibrating in the air. Each syllable seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. Thick as a lofty mountain, indestructible and bottomless. There was an innate sense of justice in that voice. The corpse puppets were all trembling in shock at the voice. A terrifying aura filled the air, and the dense corpse chi was compressed into a ball. The crowd's mouths slowly opened wide next as they saw a scene they would never forget in their lives. The mighty spirit of the Heavenly King appears to subdue the demons and protect the universe. The spirit of the pagoda shines brightly, and all evil spirits are dispersed, subduing demons and defending the right path. The demon-suppressing pagoda rises up. Evil spirits enter it. Heavenly might is vast. Divine power subdues the 8 directions. Word after word came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, and a magnificent and majestic catalog appeared in the minds of the crowd, an aura that made the crowd unable to resist worshipping. It was like a mortal meeting an immortal. Respect from the depths of the soul. The Heavenly King's mantra is complete. Subdue the demons. Jiang Chen pinched his hands. Golden light filled the air. A radiant pattern outlined a 5-meter-high statue of a god silhouette. Li Jing, the Heavenly King of the pagoda, stood behind Jiang Chen, his stance as upright as a pine and cypress, awe-inspiring and inviolable. He was clad in golden battle armor that shone with strange light, and the patterns on the armor seemed to have a spiritual rhythm, and his head wore a gorgeous phoenix-tailed golden helmet, and the tassel of the helmet fluttered with the wind, just like a burning flame. showing his supreme status. The Toda Heavenly King held the Linglong Pagoda, emitting radiant divine light like a small sun, and carried a golden battle sword at his waist. The only pity was that the silhouette of the Pagoda Heavenly King that was outlined could not be seen as a true face. Only endless divine light filled it. The air exploded under the pressure of the faint divine might. The governor and the others could no longer control their trembling bodies and all knelt on the ground. Even Wang Zhang was scared to his knees. This shadowy figure, he knew who it was even if he couldn't see his face. This is the Toda Heavenly King enshrined by the demon suppressor Guan. He suddenly remembered that before he left, Jiang Chen seemed to have casually said that he could invite a Heavenly King out if he was afraid. He had thought that the idol in there was just a decoration, but he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. The Heavenly Kings posed in the lower position inside were so powerful. If the 9 heavenly demon swinging ancestor was invited out, how powerful it would be. Pathfinder Wang Zhang respectfully greets the Toda Heavenly King. Wang Zhang respectfully knelt on the ground and couldn't help but shout in excitement. "Sinner! Look at who I am!" Jiang Chen roared, like a heavy hammer blasting into the hearts of the crowd. The corpse puppet stiffly turned its head, and it saw a god statue's shadow in the air. The next moment it kneels. That's it. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting it go. This thing was a scourge if it stayed in the world. It would be better to just transcend it. Die. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the Heavenly King of the pagoda in the air was tugged and threw out the Linglong Pagoda in his hand, which rose in the air against the wind. It transformed into a huge pagoda that was 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, and the base collapsed the air and fell with a loud bang. The gusts of air waves swept away in terror. Boom! Before also arrogant corpse puppet. At this moment even resistance will not be directly by the golden light bombardment of ashes. More than 20 meters in a circle of the earth were collapsed 1 meter. The yin chi within the mass grave was also destroyed to the bone. The graves were all blown over, and the temperature around them warmed up quite a bit. Gulp! Hiss! The crowd's eyes widened in horror at what was happening in front of them. Lu Yu pinched her rounded thighs hard, and it took the pain reaching her brain to convince her that it was all true. Cao Pinyuan was also shocked beyond belief. The sect master's true nature can even invite the Toda Heavenly King. Can it be that he is the reincarnation of an emperor in the sky? With Wang Zhang's little brain, he simply couldn't figure it out. Jiang Chen put away the Heavenly King mantra, and the Heavenly King idol behind him slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth without the slightest bit of attachment. It seemed as if it was disdainful of suppressing such small trash. Although the Toda Heavenly King was not very strong among the gods and Buddhas of the sky, but when put on the blue planet it was an existence that dominated billions of lives. At this moment the Heavenly King had dissipated. The crowd could not return to their senses for a long time. 200 years of golden light casting the Heavenly King mantra is also difficult to support, and this has directly consumed 100 years of golden light in less than a minute. Jiang Chen lamented the strength of the Heavenly King mantra. To Jiang Chen's surprise, even though the Heavenly King mantra was a blue-consuming divine skill, the power of the Heavenly King mantra had increased as his Tao increased, almost exponentially enhanced. If I reach the pinnacle of the feathered realm, can I then cast the Heavenly King mantra to extinguish the Little Daybreak Island? Suddenly an idea surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. The system seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's faith and actually responded to him surprisingly. Little Day Island is filled with the power of evil spirits, and we are now releasing a mission to heaven, with a cultivation level of Feather Realm, to suppress the evil spirits of Little Day Island. System reward, 9 heavenly swords of the sky, innate treasure. Jiang Chen? This mission is very challenging. It seems that the island of small days are all bizarre. Right. Who asked me to have a good heart? Let me take this pain. The Taoist priest, is this not acting? Taoist master Wang Zhang, a 1-star king, mistakenly entered the Tong Tian Peak tournament? Is this also a program effect? Taoist Jian? Say something. I'm scared if you don't say something. I passworded it. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, and I pulled her with me, and she went straight to her knees. 2. Intentionally brushed 2. God forbid. What kind of deity is this? It seems that our Dragon Kingdom Taoist deities don't have this one. Could this be the ancestor of the demon suppressor Guan? Screw your grandmother's ancestor. The ancestor of the demon suppressing Guan is the 9 heavenly demon swinging ancestor. Be careful that Taoist Jiang scrapes you alive along the netting. Kowtow. Wrong. End of chapter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden chain mission, suppressing and killing the corpse puppets. System reward, top tier Taoist art. Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art. At the same time a font appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. These subtle and incomparable fonts strung together into a sentence, expounding on the yin-yang Win supreme principle. Yin and Yang is the way of heaven and earth, the program of all things, the parents of change, and the origin of birth and death. This secret art was created by the ancient sage who studied the theory of yin and yang and penetrated the mechanism of creation, containing the subtle method of yin and yang changes. It can pass through the divine, reach the subtle, solve the life and death, and measure the good fortune and bad luck. And it is the supreme treasures for practicing the secret art of yin and yang. The general outline of the secret yin and yang feng shui techniques all had a few million words, and even Jiang Chen had difficulty comprehending them for a while when he used the second turn of the celestial master's chi-looking technique. Back to God. Gentlemen, just now it was just top-notch projection technology. This seat was specially prepared for that thing to scare him on purpose. And besides, where are the gods in this world? Wang Zhang's throat moved, finally wanting to say something else. Gao Pingyuan and the others also realized that they were out of line, so they got up in a hurry. Just the sunken earth in front of the crowd spoke of what had just happened, with the scent of scorching heat still lingering around them. The way 1 and 2 looked at Jiang Chen also looked very respectful. Abbot Renha of the Golden Light Temple, found it. There is a record on the broken record that has been passed down for thousands of years, that the imaginary figure is the protector heavenly king of my Buddhism, named Toda Heavenly King. The person who recorded it was a crazy monk 1,000 years ago. This seat thought it was fake without a hint of reference value, but I didn't expect it to be true. The young disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion, I'll go to the top floor of the book depository tomorrow to take a look. The Heavenly Master's mansion with 1,000 years of inheritance should also have corresponding records. Zhang Shenling, Heavenly Master's mansion, adverse disciple. You still dare to sneak off to the Heavenly Master's mansion book pavilion, don't you? This Heavenly Master will break your legs. I'm new here. What just happened? Why aren't there many pop-ups and the hundreds of thousands of people online? How come the live broadcast room is full of Taoist priests and monks? This pop-up seemed to have activated hundreds of thousands of people in general, but in an instant countless pop-ups flew across the room, directly drowning out the many Taoists' pop-ups. Awesome. Intentionally brushed to, God forbid, +1, +10,086. Ciphers, that thing was directly suppressed by the pagoda to ashes. If I'm not mistaken, the mass graves seem to have been blown over. You just explain, Taoist Jiang, and count me as a loser if you listen. There's no use in worshipping a great immortal in my house. I'm going to worship the statue of Taoist Master Jiang in my house. That's right, the townhouse map in my house doesn't feel like it's of much use, so I might as well make an offering to Taoist Master Jiang, who can summon the gods. Not buddy, people inside the Taoist temple Taoist priests are materialistic. To Jiang Taoist you, while the mouth says no god, while hands pinch the trick to invite Gaijin, sure right? Because of Jiang Chen, many people went inside the Taoist temple to ask if the Taoist priest could practice and if the talismans he drew were useful. Yet these Taoist priests answered invariably that they believed in science and looked at things objectively, and that they would not practice. But when it came to the demon suppression temple, the only two Taoist priests were one more rebellious than the other. True dragon Taoist mountainside anger to invite real thunder split the Buddha temple heat has not yet dissipated. After the Tao Xian real one-handed invitation to the Gaijin high combustion scene, ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstition, triggering the trait, living beings worshipping, shock points +2, ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstition, triggering the trait, living beings worshipping, shock points +2, ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstition, triggering the trait, living beings worshipping, shock points +2, ding! True Dragon Taoist Wang Zheng completely belongs to the demon Jingguan. Opening the sharing system, Wang Zhang breaks the feudal superstition. The host will gain shock points. It can also trigger characteristics? A little more shock points. I can gain shock points even if Wang Zhang breaks a feudal superstition. And there's this kind of feature? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. So will I be able to continue stacking by taking in more dowsers? Shock points don't seem to make much difference when there are more of them, but a large number can cause a qualitative change. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 211 years of Golden Light. Yao Guang Realm. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. Celestial Master Chi Looking Technique. The Secret Art of Yin and Yang Feng Shui. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist robes. Yin Yang Dharma robes. Beginner's Talisman *198. Intermediate Talisman *38. Shocker, 897. 300. Continues to grow. Has reached 200 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon State Taoism. Can really wear the purple robe of Taoism. Open the sect. Preaching the way of the living beings. In Jiang Chen's gaze, the shock points were growing at an extremely fast rate. In no time the shock points went straight past 1 million. Jiang Chen directly closed the live broadcast. Still the same as before. No matter how many people were online. At this time, in the Magic City Imperial Mansion, In a villa. Asterisk. How did Taoist Zhang actually shut down the live room? I haven't even rewarded him yet. Qin Burn looked at the black screen of the live room before slowing down. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Old Chang? What's going on here? Qin Burn put down his cell phone and looked at the man beside him in confusion and asked. Old Qin sees God and gets rich. How dare you not worship it? Asterisk. Why didn't you kid just remind me? But it's almost as bad if you worshipped as I did. It's just a shame I didn't swipe the gift. What kind of person is Zhang Dao? He surely doesn't care about this point of yours. Quickly get ready for the opening of the market. Directly buy into the A shares. The man got up quickly from the floor and scurried over to the computer. Don't worry. The stock market opens tonight, and the two are ready to play with $500 million. So to speak. No one is trenchant to speak of. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoanian inside the Thompson Epine was equally chagrined. Only he saw the end of the live broadcast and then immediately found her goddess again from WeChat. Since it's over, we'll leave first. Zhang Chen walked slowly at this time. Be well, real Jiang. Xiao Chen sends the two Taoist masters off. Gao Pengyuan called for a man. The three of them got in the car and left. By the time Zhang Chen and Wang Zhang arrived at the Demon Jingguan, the night was already a bit late. I'm sorry, Sect Master Real. Suddenly Wang Zhang's voice came from behind him. What makes you say that? Zhang Chen turned his head slightly. I broke the peachwood sword of the sect leader's true master. Wang Zhang lowered his head and shook his head in remorse. You say this if it's broken, it's broken. And it wasn't you who broke it. Even I didn't expect that corpse puppet to be so strong. End of chapter. We, led by the previous headmaster real person of the three giant Daoguan, the headmaster real person of each Daoguan was invited to open a video conference. After all, times have moved on and dogs use smartphones. The previous sect leaders of the three great Daoguan were invited, and the sect leaders of each great Daoguan did not dare to be slow, and attended the meeting at the first opportunity. The meeting didn't say anything either. Just by the Taoxian real Jian Chen Tianchu's position, and by Wang Zhang yellow robe, accurately speaking, none of them are qualified to receive Jiang Chen, because they are not qualified to receive Jiang Chen from the position of strength, even though Jiang Chen was younger than any of them. But among the Inhumans, whoever has the biggest fist, his word is the truth. Why else would the great Inhumans respect the old heavenly master so much? Just a name won't be able to keep these foreigners in check. A few days later, a furious shout came out from the Demon Jingguan. Only Jiang Chen was seen casually sitting on the stone steps at the entrance of the Ancestor Hall, looking down with a smile on his face at the constantly flipping figures in the martial arts arena below. Down below, Wang Zhang practiced martial arts in the martial arts arena every morning on time and on the dot. During this period of time, because the suppression of the corpse puppets had made too much of a fuss, the entire internet was now spreading the mystery of Jiang Chen and the demon suppressing one. So much so that in recent days many people had wanted to climb the heavenly peak and catch a glimpse of the demon suppressing one. However, Lin Tian Peak was not open to the public, and it was simply impossible to go up the mountain without being an official person, or with Jiang Chen's permission. They could also only zoom in with the help of the camera to watch the Demon Jingguan, but the Jin Demon Guan was just a few rooms, and there was nothing mysterious and unique about it, at least from the outside. The crowd was a little disappointed, but a little resigned, so the more he traveled through the gods, and now the internet was saying that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of an emperor. And the whole thing almost made him believe it. Officials also turned a blind eye, and Jiang Chen did not step in to explain. His shot points increase a lot every day he wakes up. The happy Jiang Chen directly gave Wang Zhang 3 bottles of Yunling pills, and after absorbing the pills, Wang Zhang's cultivation reached the peak of grade A. With 80 to 90 years of innate purple energy and hundreds of years of aura added to his body, he was already undaunted by most of the shenanigans. At least among the Inhumans it's also top. Wang Zhang's heart of cultivation was firm and unshakable, and did not float because of the great increase in strength. This is not the case. Early in the morning in the martial arts arena to practice hard, Jiang Chen had naturally not been idle these past few days, and the number of immortal gods in the Hall of 10,000 Gods had already reached 1 or 200, almost filling the offering tables in a pyramid shape. At the same time, he inscribed intermediate level talismans and enlisted in the secret art of yin and yang feng shui. He, who was at the beginning of the secret art of yin and yang feng shui, found that the layout of the demon suppressing guan was very special, looking at the construction on top of the cliff, but it was in the center of the Lin Tian Peak, and it was not different. It was just like when Jiang Chen first discovered that ancestor floating dust was not simple. As Jiang Chen's strength increased, he realized that the secrets of the demon Jingguan were becoming more and more mysterious. Suddenly there was a murmur of voices outside. Wang Zhang had already opened the door, and Gao Pengyuan's group of governors walked into the demon suppression temple with a man in a suit. Lu Yu also followed him, her hands holding 2 crimson banners. Real Jiang, your request has been implemented. Now the entire Lin Tian Peak belongs to your personal property. Cao Pingyuan was full of redness, since the corpse puppet case was over. His back didn't hurt, his legs didn't hurt, the whole person was much more relaxed. Oh, pretty efficient, it's only been a few days. Real Jiang, thanks you for saving me that night. I was wrong before. I am here to sincerely apologize to you. Lu Yu stepped out from the crowd and bowed respectfully. It's not a problem, and I didn't take it to heart. As his realm improved, Jiang Chen viewed things with a different mindset, and even Wang Zhang had the image of a Taoist high priest. That little thing didn't even affect him in the slightest. It's like the elephant doesn't give a what the ant thinks. Mensch Jiang, this is specially given to you by our governor of Rongqing in order to thank you. Lu Yu stroked the hair around her ears and unfolded the banner in her hands. Above the crimson banner there are a few gilt lettering Dao Yi Zhashao the sun and moon, the law of the mighty He He Qianquan. Underneath is Rongqing Governor Division to Jiangxinjin, and in the back of the Jin Demon Quan 3 big words, He He kind of you. Jiang Chen didn't refuse to accept it. On the side of Wang Zhang joyfully touched the smooth banner. This banner is the official gift, meaning is not the same, and above the banner with a strong national luck. It's the same as the one for the Qi within the Rongqing Patrol Division. It's not bad to put it inside the Taoist temple, so maybe we can use it someday. Taoist Wang has you too. Lu Yu smiled, then unfurled another banner. The 4 gilt characters subduing demons and removing devils are simple yet majestic. Wang Jingdu did not expect that he also has. Teeth are almost smiling, lovingly looked at his hands of the banner. Ha ha ha, the official banner given by the officials is really something. I wonder if your old man, the master, can see it in the spring. Real Jiang, in addition to this application succeeding your request, your superiors have also prepared a gift for you. Suddenly Gao Peng Yuan smiled mysteriously. A gift? Jiang Chen was puzzled. The man in the suit stepped out of the crowd. Hello Mr. Jiang, my humble self, Gao Fu Shui, is the chairman of the Longting Construction Company? This is my business card. Jiang Chen shook hands with him and took the yellow business card while being a bit puzzled. It's like this. We took into consideration that your demon suppressor one of Mistress Jiang is in disrepair and we're afraid that it will be defined as a dangerous building. So, our leaders have approved a construction quota of $50 million specifically for you. That is to say, we are officially building a demon-suppressing concept with a standard of $50 million for you, Mr. Jiang, free of charge. Listening to Gao Pengyuan explain this way, Jiang Chen drifted off. Sect Master Real, this is a heavenly favor. It's not easy to pay back. Wang Zhan wasn't smashed out of his mind by the $50 million of Taoism. Naturally. But people have said so. How can this be refused? Tell you what, this seat won't take advantage of you. Here are 3 intermediate level talismans and 20 primary level talismans as a token of appreciation. Jiang Chen took out 3 dark blue talismans, and 20 yellow ones, dazzling the crowd. Although they didn't know how powerful intermediate level talismans were, they knew that the last time that Corpse Puppet had attacked Lu Yu several times but couldn't do anything to him, it was all because of that yellow talisman. Moreover, they heard Wang Zhang say at that time, if there is an intermediate level talisman, you can teach that Corpse Puppet to be a corpse. One could imagine the power of an intermediate level talisman. These 3 intermediate level talismans are called Swinging Demon True Martial Talismans. When you encounter something like the last Corpse Puppet, throw it directly at it. Use with caution. As for these 20 yellow talismans, all of them are suppressor talismans and exorcism talismans. As for how to use them when the time comes, I'll have Wang Zhang explain them to you. You're really too kind. Real Jiang. Gao Pengyuan knew this was something good and hastily took the talisman away. End of chapter. Jiang Chen originally intended to repair some Taoist temple, but not enough funds, some elbow strain. A few million in the hands of Jiang Chen smashed down a little bit of up to rebuild a small Taoist temple out. At most, it would be wider than the current demon suppressor's view. I didn't expect that the Inspector General's department would actually directly apply for a construction quota of $50 million, which was a solution to one of Jiang Chen's troubles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel that even people in cultivation would be confused by money. Jiang Chen only needs to give drawings and feng shui layout on the construction of the Taoist temple. As for the rest of the full power to the Dragon Construction Company. Then, Real Jiang, how about you pick a good day? Gao Fu Shui said with a flattering face. This seat is not excited about all this here. We can officially start construction tomorrow. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lose his smile at his words. He was all anti-feudal superstition. He didn't care about the good day or anything like that at all. Yes. Gao Fu Shui nodded his head one after another. They also had to invite a master to perform the ceremony when the construction site started, and then they had to choose a good day to do so. But he was relieved when he thought of Jiang Chen's ability. At that moment, a silhouette appeared at the entrance of the Taoist temple, and its dusty aura instantly caught Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang's attention. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, with a thin but resolute face, deep and godly eyes, a head of black hair neatly coiled up, and a kind smile, making people feel very good to get along with. He was dressed in a black Dao robe, clean and tidy, but appeared a bit wide, with purple flowing Dao patterns on the cuffs, the corners of his coat gently swinging with the wind, his posture upright as a pine, his pace calm and sure, show the extraordinary temperament between hands and feet. There seems to be a peaceful aura around. One cannot help but feel awe and respect. Contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Xianling. Wang Zhang always felt that he had seen this person somewhere, and memories kept surfacing in his mind. Finally remembered who this person really was. He had followed his master to visit Longhu Mountain more than 10 years ago, and on that occasion, he had met with his own eyes Zhang Tianshi, the eldest among the Inhumans, the reigning Tianshi who was only in his 30s, now having sat in the position of heavenly master for more than a decade. His face still hadn't changed much, and he always wore a near-people smile on his face. This temperament is low-key and easygoing, unlike Zhang Chen's harsh and sharp. The two seem to be two extremes. In stark contrast, Zhang Xianling's gaze slowly looked towards Zhang Chen in front of the gate of the Ancestor Hall. The two of them had radiant eyes, pure golden light flickered, and a shocking aura invisibly emanated from the two of them. Wang Zhang and the others only felt that the air was a little thin, and there was a faint sense of suffocation, as if there was something pressing on their chests. However, for a split second Zhang Tianshi's golden light was suppressed, and the 100 years of golden light could not make the slightest wave. Humph! Zhang Xianling stifled a snort. His chest blocked the entire person took 2 steps back, stepping heavily on the ground. The diamond was crushed piece by piece. Ha ha ha! Zenith Jiang is indeed a true celestial master. Truly the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. I am willing to bow down to him. Zhang Xianling laughed up at the sky and walked into the Taoist temple, arriving in front of Zhang Chen to salute. The jaws of the crowd on the sidelines dropped. This is the living heavenly master of Taoism. Last year's Taoist group photos were all of the figures wearing the venerable purple robes and sitting in the very center. When I see Zhang Chen today, I have to bow respectfully. No, senior is discounting the late generation. Zhang Chen hurriedly reached out to hold down Tianshi Zhang's arms. Zhang Xuanling's physical strength was also extremely powerful, but it was of no use in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Xianling shook his head helplessly, carefully looking Zhang Chen up and down as if he was viewing a rare treasure. There was always something strange about being looked at like this by a Zhang Xianling. Zhang Chen cried and laughed a little. It was also the first time that Zhang Chen had seen the leader of the Taoist religion, and he was also a bit curious. Although Zhang Xianling had just tested him, he was able to sense that Zhang Xianling didn't have the slightest bit of malice. It was just that Zhang Xianling's golden light had caused Zhang Chen's golden light to be agitated. True Dragon Wang Zhang. See Heavenly Master Zhang. Wang Zhang looked a little excited and bowed respectfully. This person in front of him was an existence that even his master had to respect. The breath is calm and long. The chi and blood are majestic and thick. That thunder actually didn't kill you. Your kid's 8 characters are really as hard as a rebar, as your master said. Zhang Xianling raised an eyebrow and flirted with Wang Zhang. He. I've had a hard life and good luck since I was a child, but it was thanks to the sect master's real life saving me. Wang Zhang laughed nervously. True Dragon Daoist Wang Zhang. I'm afraid that only in front of Tianshi Zhang and Zhang Chen was he docile as a cat. I don't know what is Heavenly Master Zhang's business in coming to my demon Jingguan all of a sudden. Zhang Chen asked at this time. I don't dare to be a Heavenly Master. I'm a bit older than you. Why don't you call me Uncle Zhang? I'll call you Tianshi Zhang. You call me Uncle. We'll talk about each other. Zhang Xianling suddenly smiled and opened his mouth, looking as if he was somewhat not wanting to have a face and take advantage of Zhang Chen. This Uncle Zhang. The man in front of him had a reputation for prowess that spread throughout the Inhumans. His master had praised him, and could afford to have Zhang Chen call him uncle. Good. In fact, what poor Taoist wants to do this time? Zhang Xianling glanced at the governor and the others on the side. The meaning under his eyes was very obvious. Obviously the next words were not to be heard by outsiders. Real Jiang, Heavenly Master Zhang, we have official business to attend to, so we'll leave first. Minister Gao could naturally understand. After the crowd left, the entire demon Jingguan instantly went cold. In fact, the poor Taoist came here this time because he wanted to invite Heavenly Master Jiang to participate in this session of the Taoists' Longhu Mountain Dao discussion and performance of martial arts. But of course this Dao discussion is just a sparring match between juniors. At the end of the assembly, the Celestial Master's office will receive the title of Celestial Master for you in the presence of all the foreigners. Zhang Tianshi, your Tianshi position. The poor Taoist is not qualified to receive the talisman for you. Even my master, his old man, is not qualified. So when the time comes we will go up to the 9 heavens to ask the ancestor to receive the talisman. Only I. Longhu Mountain. in the whole of Taoism can succeed in uplifting the 9 heavens, and the ancestral master manifests himself. Speaking of this, Zhang Xianling raised her head slightly with some arrogance. Receiving the position of heavenly master? Zhang Chen mused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission to participate in the Taoist once-in-a-decade Dragon Mountain Discourse on Taoist Drill. Reward for completing the mission. A complete list of high-level talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the serial hidden mission. Living Heavenly Master. Successful in being awarded the position of Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master. And completing the mission reward. The complete book of Taoist formations. 2 more hidden quests. The rewards are actually so generous. The power of the intermediate talisman was already very strong. And the purple advanced talisman was even more powerful to the point of being limitless. Since you, Uncle Zhang, have traveled thousands of miles from Longhu Mountain to personally invite me, then the kid will agree. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Seeing Zhang Chen agree, Zhang Xianling's face smiled even more. Wang Zhang, at that time, the Heavenly Master's office will also accept the talisman for you, the real yellow robe of high merit. With your Taoism, perhaps in a few years you will again accept the talisman of red robe of high merit. The red robe was second only to the Celestial Master's purple robe, a symbol of status and strength. End of chapter. The yellow robes of the average hermit Taoist had reached the top, while Wang Zhang's strength had long since skyrocketed because he had refined the Yunling Dan that Zhang Chen had given him. It had already reached the peak of grade A. If he went further, it would be 100 years of innate purple chi protecting his body and breaking through the hidden Yuan realm. Wang Zhang is not the head of the real person, did not receive the qualification of the purple robe, can only receive the red robe of high merit. This kind of Taoist priests are all martial arts, without exception. All of them are capable of killing weirdness and suppressing evil spirits, but there are very few red-robed high-functioning ones today. The few remaining realms were unable to break through for a long time. They were already over 100 years old and would come to the end of their lifespan in another 10 years at most. There are no outstanding disciples below to top them, so Taoism is going downhill. As for Wang Zhang, he was an extremely outstanding existence amongst the second-generation disciples, even more powerful than some of the Taoist temple's sect leader real men. And Zhang Xianling was very optimistic about him. Wang Zhang has the most potential to be subjected to the red robe. Many thanks to Heavenly Master Zhang. Wang Zhang looked excited. The yellow robe was originally his lifelong dream, but after following Zhang Chen, his strength had skyrocketed, and the red robe was not a dream either. By the way, did the few people from Heavenly Master Zhang just look for you for something? Zhang Xianling suddenly asked. It's not much. It's just that I did a big favor for the Rongqing Governor's Department the other day. They allocated the mountain to me and gave me a $50 million quota for the construction of the Taoist temple, sort of a support for the poor. I see. Jin Demon Temple is indeed to be rebuilt. These years you have had a hard time. As a Heavenly Master's dojo, how can it be so shabby? Longhu Mountain also contribute $50 million, just to make up $100 million. Jin Demon view directly according to the kind of scale of Longhu Mountain repair. Zhang Xianling waved his hand, full of concern. Although Taoism has fallen, some out-of-body things can still be taken out. ********. 100 million. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Actually, if Heavenly Master Zhang can give me 3 intermediate-level talismans, good man. So you're waiting here. Just gave Gao Pong Yuan their talisman. You old boy Noah. No problem, Uncle Zhang. It's just 3 intermediate talismans for $50 million. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xianling laughed happily. Don't look at the fact that he was now at the peak of hidden Yuan, but it was still very difficult to inscribe intermediate-level talismans. One of them had to be very precious blue talisman paper. The second required the person drawing the talisman to have an extremely deep mastery of talismans. And the third required a brush that could withstand a huge amount of aura. And it depends on God's will. Several are missing. After so many years, they only had 5 intermediate-level talismans from Longhu Mountain. Now $50 million for 3 intermediate-level talismans is not a loss at all. A steady business. The two sides are not unlike each other in their thinking. Name, Zhang Chen. Cultivation, 211 years of golden light. Yao Guang realm. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Celestial Master Qi looking technique. The secret art of yin and yang feng shui. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey Hey wholesale Taoist robe. Yin Yang Dharma robe. Beginner's talisman * 245. Intermediate talisman * 43. Shocker, 1, 207, 300, and counting, has reached 200 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people, can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master, commanding the Dragon State Taoism, can really wear the purple robe of Taoism, open the sect. preaching to the living beings. Jiang Chen originally had 49 intermediate-level talismans, and after giving Gao Pengyuan and the others 3 intermediate-level talismans and Zhang Xianling 3 more, he still had 43 left on him. Zhang Xianling had wanted to invite Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang to stay at the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain for the first time. After all, the construction of the demon-suppressing guan would begin tomorrow, but Jiang Chen refused. The initial layout of the demon Jingguan still needed Jiang Chen to personally oversee it, as well as the Ancestors' Hall and the Hall of 10,000 Gods being untouchable. The several people talked to each other for more than an hour, and gave the architectural style of the Heavenly Master's mansion, as well as suggesting the characteristics of the various great Taoist paths for Jiang Chen's reference only. Zhang Xianling then left first. Early in the morning of the second day, a large number of people came outside the Jin Demon View. All of these people wore helmets, and the clothes on their backs were printed with the logo of the Longting Construction Company. The leader was none other than Gao Fu Shuai. When the crowd stepped into the sacred place of the demon-suppressing guan, they couldn't help but be quiet for fear of disturbing the ancestor master inside. Gao Dong. This is the architectural drawings of the Jin Demon Guan. Inside the Ancestors' Hall and the Hall of 10,000 Gods can't be moved. They must be situated in the main center. As for the rest of the house, follow the drawings above. By the way, no one may be allowed to enter among the Hall of 10,000 Gods and the Hall of the Ancestors during the commencement of the construction. Not that there are any taboos. It's just that I'm worried that the workers will move into something by mistake. Understood. Don't worry, Makoto Jiang. I'll personally keep an eye on this project. It'll only take a month or so to ensure that the new demon-suppressing guan will be constructed, and we're all made of the finest materials, so it won't collapse even in a magnitude 7 earthquake. Gao Fu Shuai still has this confidence. Well, you can always find me if you encounter any difficulties. Wang Zhang and I will be staying inside Rongqing for the time being. After the explanation, the workers started to move, because the Lin Tian peak is too steep. Large equipment cannot go up, can only transport some small equipment to go up. Some steep places need to be directly pushed flat. Anyway, the plans for the new town Demon View were very large, and sooner or later these places would have to be bulldozed. Wang Zhang saw with his own eyes that his wooden house had been bulldozed and his age-old house had been overturned, and only the Hall of All Gods and the Hall of Ancestors remained intact. The two halls would not be repaired at this stage, and would only go to the back when they were completely and almost finished, and at that time it would be under Jiang Chen's personal supervision. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang drove to the outskirts of the city in the afternoon. The two didn't want to parade around the city in their robes. Jiang Chen directly rented a storefront in a suburb not far from the Taoist temple. Magic City. Wan Air, how are you doing? Do you still feel uncomfortable now? Lin Jingxiong tightly gripped Lin Waner's palm. The tall and sturdy Lin Jingxiong's eyes were actually red and hot tears were swirling in his eye sockets. At this point, Lin Waner was lying on the bed with a somewhat pale face, covered with several thick quilts. Yet her body was still trembling slightly. Dad! It appeared again. Lin Wan Air, her eyes had also lost their usual spirit and luster. With a hint of exhaustion and powerlessness. She wasn't scared. She was just a little sad to see her father go. Damn it! It was clearly agreed upon for 5 years. And it's only been 3 years. Has it recovered? Lin Jingxiong suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart. Dad! Maybe this is my fate. Lin Wan Air smiled miserably. Cut the crap. You should have lived your life happily. Just get that thing killed and you'll be fine. Lin Jingxiong squeezed his iron fist filled with heart calluses. The muscles on his arm were like gnarled dragons sticking up, and there was actually gas flowing in his veins. This was a symbol of Lin Jingxiong's qi and blood being thick to a certain extent. Although he, Lin Jingxiong, was only half a bucket of water in terms of Taoism, his body and blood were even more terrifying than Wang Jingdu's. This was a genuine martial arts practitioner. The chakra burst was able to kill Creepy with a single punch. End of chapter. But despite his terrifying qi and blood, Lin Jingxiong, whose divine fire was flourishing, was no match for that thing, unless he was able to advance a few notches in his cultivation in the Dao realm. Reaching the peak of grade of perhaps he would have the qualifications to spar with that thing. He often blamed himself for his lack of ability. Otherwise, how could his daughter have been haunted by that horror? Dad, don't do anything stupid. I don't want to lose you. Lin Wan Air held Lin Jingxiong's big hand tightly. The Lin Wan Air in front of her looked so heartbreakingly compassionate. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in a flash of Lin Jingxiong's brain, and in the next moment a flash of light flashed in his eyes. It's true that your dad doesn't have the strength, but maybe someone else does. If that real Jiang nods to save you, he might be able to suppress that thing. Lin Jingxiong got up violently. He did not dare to condense the essence and spirit 3 in 1 to project Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength is too horrible that the cause and effect is not something he can withstand. He didn't want to go ahead of himself before he could see Lin Wan Air recover. Click! Just then a Bagua mirror hanging on the wall suddenly appeared a crack in the center. the Bagua mirror's divinity disappeared, turning it into a ruined Bagua mirror. It seemed to portend some bad sign in general. Humph. Lin Jingxiong snorted coldly, then picked up 3 yellow talismans from the bedside table and put them into Lin Wanner's hands. The Bagua mirror on the wall and these 3 talismans in Lin Wanner's hand were specifically left behind by his father in the first place, in order to prevent that thing from finding Lin Wanner again. But that thing was too strong and had no fear of primary talismans, and all of his father's final preparations were of little use. It was all just his father's idea. Dad, it's better if we don't bother real Zhang. That thing is so powerful. It wouldn't be good if it stared at real Zhang. Lin Wanner shook her head. Although that thing has become a climate, it certainly can't make any waves in front of real Zhang, who is capable of summoning the gods, knowing that real Zhang is in existence capable of suppressing corpse puppets all by himself. Regardless, I'm taking you now. Lin Jingxiong took out his cell phone to contact his secretary and arrange for his own private jet. He was going to take Lin Wanner and bring her to Rongqing now. No matter what the outcome was, he was going to work for this last ray of hope. Not long after, a luxurious private jet took off from the Magic City airport and rushed to Rongqing at an extremely fast speed. Deep in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, this place is uninhabited all year round, with beautiful scenery and mountains. The air is clear enough to make one feel unusually masterful, and the mountains are surrounded by a thick mist, so that every now and then 1 or 2 animals can be seen scurrying past. Next to a pool of water here stood an exquisite small Taoist temple. The layout of Longhu Mountain was surprisingly a quan within a quan. Such as if Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely be able to see that a large and a small Taoist temple formed a unique and profound formation. Longhu Mountain is not high. In the mountains actually able to form so dense white mist, which contains a wisp of aura, seems to be attracted by this big formation. The aura can only be attracted into the mountain but not out of it, creating a kind of closed loop. Cultivating here would certainly result in twice the effort with half the effort, and the speed of cultivation would increase dramatically. At the edge of the water pool stood an old Taoist fishing. This old Taoist priest stood still. He had a slender and upright posture, and a moonlight white Taoist robe flicked in the wind, which was ancient and simple. Surprisingly, this old Taoist looked to be 80 or 90 years old, and that one hair strand was surprisingly dark in color, and the amount of hair was even more terrifying than that of a young man. His black hair was coiled up by a white jade hairpin, and he wore a black Taoist hat on his head. His cheeks had many creases. His temples had a few strands of white hair floating around. His eyes were a little tiny, and when he smiled he couldn't see his eyes at all, making him look a little funny. He exuded a metaphysical aura around him, as if he had returned to the basics. He had been alive for more than 300 years, and his body had an aura of more than 300 years, terrifying to the extreme. Zhang Xianling came to the edge of the water pool and bowed respectfully to the old Taoist. Master, apprentice has met the Daoxian realist Zhang Chen. The only person who could make Zhang Xianling treat him so respectfully was the legendary old celestial master who didn't ask about the world's affairs. Well, the old celestial master didn't turn around, a kind smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the water at all times. Simply unimaginable. It looks like he's only double 10 years old, and his strength may have already reached the peak of cave brightness. But my disciple was suppressed in a split second. Mistress Zhang cultivates the pure golden light mantra as well. However, Mistress Zhang's golden light has a divine nature. It's not something we can compare to. While feeling his golden light, the apprentice felt the suppression of a force of heaven and earth that seemed to come from Yaoguang, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. But the apprentice is not sure. But he has already agreed to the position of heavenly master, and just following him, Wang Zheng's strength has already reached the peak of grade A, with 70 to 80 years of innate purple qi. Zhang Xianling said it all in a brain. The old heavenly master, who was still breezy, instantly changed his aura when he heard Yaoguang. That raging aura made even Zhang Xianling of the cavernous brightness realm feel alarmed. This aura had already reached the peak of cavernous brightness, and any further would be that Yaoguang. When you reach Yaoguang, you can say that you are a land god. It's not a problem for the old celestial master to live another 200 years. Yaoguang offer master understands. You guys go down and get ready. The Dragon Tiger Discourse martial arts performance in a month's time will be the most pinnacle one. By the way, tread lightly when you walk. Don't delay master's fishing. The old heavenly master casually waved his hand full of concern, and his aura returned to calm in an instant, as if nothing had just happened. There was only the slightest wave from the clear pool of water. Master, how can you fish without a fishing line? Zhang Xianling was a little sweaty, pointing to the wooden fishing pole in the old Skymaster's hand. Odd thing. Where is old Tao's fishing line? The old celestial master's eyes widened and his face seemed to be a bit unsettled. Master, my disciple will leave first. Zhang Xianling shook his head helplessly, then lightly left the waterhole. So what if old timer doesn't have a fishing line? There are 10. 000 ways for old-timer to get fish if he wants to eat them. All he had to do was do what his master said. The old celestial master saw Zhang Xinling leave. The few strands of white hair on the old heavenly master's temples suddenly kept bulging out, only to see the old heavenly master's golden light coalesce to form a fish line, which was violently pumped into the water, and a fat Christian carp was ripped up by the old heavenly master. Old Tao's fishing technique is really getting more and more skillful. Even without the use of fishing line he can still catch fish. How can those fishing masters out there be old Tao's opponent? The old celestial master smiled. He took the carp in his hand and began to scale and dissect it, skillfully building a fire to begin roasting the fish. Not long after the water pool side of a burst of meat smell, the old celestial master hands of the grilled fish has been baked golden. The fire grasp is just the right time. End of chapter. Saving up for the live streaming platform. A blogger named Batman Kung Fu Godbrother is live streaming, and in the middle of the picture he is actually lifting a bucket of water parallel with one hand in his small arm, which is filled with water, but smoothly, with hideous muscle bulges on his arm. Brother God wore a Batman mask on his face, revealing only his chin, and wore a black tank top, with those pecs resembling two thick pieces of armor, which could be described as a tiger's back and a big waist. This would have been a general in ancient times. Old fans know that this is just an appetizer at the beginning of the broadcast, and what comes after is the real anticlimax. Drinking fountain bucket of water is not heavy. Often exercise adult men can also be lifted up with one hand, but want a small arms parallel lift up is not simple. Not only need a strong force, also need certain skills, not to mention lifting 2 buckets of water. This is already a super slugger in the eyes of the unusual. Welcome big brother and big sister into God's live room. God has no talent. Directly to big brother and big sister to perform a finger to break the turn of the head. Old fans know that God is more realistic, only to see that he took out 2 pieces of the rotating head and stacked them on top of each other, and then stretched out his right index finger, not even storing up any strength to directly chop at the rotating head. Bang! The sound of a collision rang out. The bricks couldn't withstand Brother Shin's strength and were split in half by a single finger, and in some places, they were shattered into several pieces. Has anyone told me for a second that he's always been this fierce? Awesome dude. How long have you been practicing this? I've seen bricks broken by inches of fist, and I've seen bricks split by palms, but it's the first time I've seen bricks cracked by fingers. Calm down. Calm down. This is all a basic operation for God. God's hardcore style of making videos has amassed millions of iron fans for him, many of whom are martial arts practitioners, fitness practitioners, and anyway, some fierce men. He's had good traffic every time he's been on the air. Shattering bricks with an inch fist? Splitting a turn with your palm? I know these too. Let me perform a palm-splitting wrench for you all. Without saying a word, Shin grabbed a heavy wrench from under his feet and threw it on the ground. Ding! The wrench made a crisp sound as it collided with the ground to prove that the wrench was real and not a prop. Then I heard the God sound of, and the phone vibrated every time the iron palm fell, so I could imagine how powerful God was. Humming and hawing, but in 2 or 3 strokes, the thick wrench was bent right out of shape. No buddy? You play like that. Nima, don't your hands hurt? According to scientists, if you work on bone strength in one place for a long period of time, most of the body's bone density builds up in that place and decreases elsewhere. Is that true for you too, Anchor? I know what you're saying upstairs. Those Muay Thai practitioners are like that too. Their calf tibia density is scary high. You're practically a Superman. Brother God looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room and hemmed and hawed. He had practiced this body of kung fu from childhood. All of them were the horizontal training kung fu handed down by his family. Naturally, there would not be anything that was strong in one place and weak in another place. He's not going to argue with the people on the air about anything either. They just don't get it. I admit that the anchor has a little something in him, but to be compared to real Jiang that's naturally 100,000 miles away. Doesn't the upstairs mean the demon suppressor Guan Zhongjinjin? Who else could it be if not that one? It's true that the anchor is a Superman in our eyes, but if it's in front of Zhongjinjin it really doesn't count for anything. What kind of existence was Jiang Chen? This next instant the entire live broadcast was brushing Jiang Chen's rhythm. At first, God didn't care, but the rhythm simply didn't stop, and God was getting a little upset. He grew up under his father's care and concern to develop a full set of skills. He thought his horizontal training kung fu has reached a certain level, no worse than anyone else. And this Jiang Zhenran that the crowd in the live broadcast room swiped, could it be that he was a Taoist priest? Looking at the crowd in the live broadcast room belittling himself in such a way, Brother Shin became a bit angry. Were these people bullying him for being an honest man? You guys don't brush off any Jiang Zhenran. My Brother Shin isn't any worse than anyone else, Brother Shin said with some depression. Brother God, our old fans all know your strength. What they say that what Jiang Zhenjin is just getting the program effect. Just that group of cuties. Really? That is. Brother God. You're also in Rongcheng. Why don't you go directly to the demon Jingguan to fake that real Jiang? There's sure to be a big flow. Why are you still in a hurry? People's Jin Demon Guan supports door-to-door counterfeiting. Why don't you guys let Brother Shin go and fight counterfeiting? A bad voice rang out in the live room. It instantly caused a battle between Jiang Chen's fans and God's fans. Both sides quarreled, and the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to rise. God has never been in this situation before. You guys stop arguing. I am not going to fake others. Let's just do well for ourselves. Who's listening to you? Aren't you afraid? His own fans are disgraced. Yes, if you have the guts, go and fake the demon Jin Guan. Since you can show us whether or not real Jiang is really capable, you can also see whether or not the content of your live broadcast is fake. That's when that war-inducing pop-up appeared again. Except that the crowd was on top of their airheads and naturally didn't think about it so much. Who would have thought that Yokozuna Master God would be so honest that he would actually be counted on? Who's afraid? Since that's the case, then I'll go to the demon suppressor Guan to fight the fake. All of you stay put. Angry Brother Shin slammed his fist on the table. With a bang, the four-square table could not withstand God's strength and fell apart in front of so many people. The crowd was also startled by this. Holy, if Jiang Jinjin can't hold his own, God should show mercy. I've looked at this Brother God's work, and it seems that this Brother God is also a super ruthless person. Brother God, you have to think clearly. Brothers also went to see the live broadcast of that Jiang Chen. The opposite side seems to be a bit uncomplicated. Some sensible viewers in the live stream rushed to persuade. After all, the bizarre death of that Zhang Dinyo before was still in the brains of the crowd for a long time. But certain people would not let these fans get what they wanted. And one after another, they intensified the conflict, making God, an honest man, angry. Whoever's fans in the live room, you all listen. And the video number 2. I, God, am not doing this for the traffic heat, but for the breath in my own heart. I'm not trying to ruin people's jobs. I just want to prove myself. God really did look like an honest man, and was easily counted on. However, God was completely unaware of it. God wore his own even Batman mask and drove off in his Toyota Buster. Of course, not forgetting to bring his cell phone with him for the entire broadcast. End of chapter. Night. Lin Jingxiong's private jet landed at the Rongqing airport. Then after inquiring around, he learned that the Jin Demon Temple was being renovated. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, rented a storefront on the outskirts of the Taoist temple for a temporary stay. Jiang Chen was a celebrity. One only had to ask around to find out. Half an hour later, Lin Zhangxiong and Lin Wanair appeared outside the suburb's facade. The stores around here were all just constructed, and because there wasn't much foot traffic around them, there weren't any businessmen renting them. It was dark all around, and there was only one store with light. Just see Jiang Chen sitting in front of a table, peacefully sitting quietly. His posture is upright, legs coiled on the futon above, spine straight like a pine and cypress, a Taoist robe naturally hanging down. The robe gently flicked, exuding a transcendent and serene aura. It was as if time had stopped for it, leaving only that portion of the Taoist heart to flow languidly between heaven and earth, while Wang Zheng carefully cleaned up on the side. Ever since Wang Zheng had seen Jiang Chen's divine might that night, he had regarded Jiang Chen as a god in his heart, the kind that no one could insult. When Lin Jingxiong and Lin Wan'er appeared on the curb outside the store, Wang Zheng noticed it at the first moment. Master, sect master, it's just as you said. Someone will really come to the door tonight. Wang Zheng stopped his hands. Jiang Chen stopped comprehending the yin and yang feng shui secret art. His eyes opened slightly, and the moment they opened, it was as if an invisible force was released from the bottom of his eyes, spreading out in all directions like ripples, and the magnetic field around him was surprisingly changing. This was a vision caused by Jiang Chen's participation in the secret art of yin-yang feng shui, but no one was able to detect this vision. Ever since condensing the first star, Jiang Chen felt the pull of the world's opportunities a little more clearly. Just 2 hours ago, Jiang Chen felt a mysterious opportunity surround his heart, as if there was some fated chance. It is too subtle and extraordinary to be expounded upon. Jiang Chen's gaze looked to the roadside, and the figures of the father and daughter were reflected in Jiang Chen's eyes. The two monks, please come in. Wang Zhan led the two in. As soon as Lin Jingxiong and Lin Wan'er walked in, Jiang Chen then felt a scorching aura on Lin Jingxiong's body, and his three divine flames were incomparably vigorous, with those bulging temples and that lanky body, giving off a feeling that he was not to be messed with at first glance. There was actually a flow of gas between one breath and the other, and the muscles hidden under the skin were trembling slightly. This was surprisingly a harmonization master. The most notable characteristic of a Huan Jin martial artist is that he uses softness to overcome hardness, and uses force to borrow force, and combines both hardness and softness. Don't look at Wang Zhang, a Taoist priest at the peak of the A-rank realm, with the strength of 1,000 pounds in one hand. Once Lin Jingxiong succeeded in getting close to him, It would only take 3 moves for Wang Zhang to be dried out on the ground. This was the toughness of a martial artist. Unless Wang Zhang broke through grade A to reach stepping into hidden yuan. At that time the innate purple chi erupted. One hand could erupt with the force of 10,000 pounds. And it was not a matter of opening mountains and cracking rocks. The well-behaved Lin Wan heir on the side had a huge yin chi covering her body. Even the corpse chi of the corpse puppet before could not be compared. This yin chi was bizarre to the extreme and was eating away at Lin Wan heir's lifespan all the time. No wonder Lin Waner looked so thin and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Lin Waner was actually an inhuman. Only that her realm was just the lowest peak of the declining order, and she was still at the stage of polishing her body. It does not have an aura on it. When Lin Jingxiong and Lin Waner walked into the store, they saw Wang Zhang and Jiang Chen's gazes constantly sizing up the two of them. I, Lin Jingxiong, with my daughter Lin Waner, have met real Jiang and Taoist Master Wang. It's unavoidable to visit late at night. Please forgive me. Real Jiang. Lin Jingxiong saluted respectfully, starting with a standard without error. Wang Zhang was a bit puzzled. Is it possible that this person is also from the same sect? Lin Waner has met Zenith Jiang and Taoist Wang. Zenith Jiang, I'm your iron fan. I'm the Lin family's little lowly. The moment Lin Waner saw Jiang Chen, a glimmer of adoration also rose in her eyes. In my family inheritance Mashan Shangqing school, only because of some reasons split out, Lin family inheritance so far has fallen. Seems to be able to see Wang Zhang's doubts explained. I can't believe I'm actually a descendant of Mashan. The Lin family is also an inhuman family. I've heard my master say that. Wang Zhang arched his hand in solemn respect and saluted. The descendant of Mashan was indeed worthy of his salute. Mashan is also a Taoist religion, except that there is no longer any Mashan. He had once read an ancient book that contained only a few words about Mashan. It seemed that because of a crisis, the Mashan foreigners had ended up fighting for nothing in order to protect something, and the legacy had been broken. He asked his master, and his master didn't say much to him, and the many seniors kept their mouths shut about it. Perhaps only the old celestial master who had lived for hundreds of years knew what had happened. And Jiang Chen could see the figure of that Taoist master in Lin Jingxiong. That iconic unibrow made Jiang Chen couldn't help but guess toward that one. Is your ancestor Uncle Lin Jiao? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. You know all this about Jiang Zhengyan? Lin Jingxiong was stunned. Then he was shocked. Ever since the Lin family fell a few hundred years ago, many of the foreigners now didn't know about the Lin family. And as for those who knew the name of the Lin family's ancestor, Uncle Lin Jiao, they were even fewer. Not to mention Lin Jingxiong was shocked. Even Jiang Chen felt shocked in his heart. He had only asked casually, not realizing that Lin Jingxiong's ancestor was really Uncle Lin Jiao. Back to God. Ahem, you two might as well tell me what you're looking for from me. I think you're in trouble. Mr. Jiang, I want to ask you to save my daughter. Besides you, I really don't know who else can save my daughter. As a reward I'll give you the gongfu that has been passed down for hundreds of years in my Lin family. This technique is also from the core technique of the Maoshan Shangqing sect, called the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture. It's only been passed down for a couple hundred years, and there's already a lot missing back there. Lin Jingxiong took out a black ancient book from his bosom, and the words the Great Cave of Shangqing True Scripture were reflected in the two men's minds. What? The Supreme Qing Great Cave Sutra is actually in the hands of the Lin family. Wang Zhang's face was shocked and his pupils were trembling. When the news of the appearance of this merit law first appeared, the entire inhuman realm went crazy. It set off a storm of bloodshed. The foreigners all knew that the golden light curse of the Heavenly Master's mansion was incredibly strong, but they didn't have the guts to dare to break into the Heavenly Master's mansion to face the old Heavenly Master. But the Supreme Clearing Great Cave True Scripture is not bad compared to the Golden Light Mantra, because the cultivation method of the Tianqian realm was recorded on it. The numerous foreigners wanted to take this technique into their own hands even though they didn't have such a high cultivation level. The entire inhuman community nearly died at that time. If it wasn't for a few major Taoist religions stepping in, there might have been a few times fewer inhumans on the entire planet. No one knew where the Great Cave Scripture of Shangqing ended up other than the three great Taoist wonders. Some people say that the Great Cave Scripture of Shangqing is in the hands of the old Heavenly Master. Others say it is on the Mountain of Inquiry, and others say it has disappeared. However, all of them believe that the Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture was in the hands of the old Heavenly Master. End of chapter. In fact, the Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture has always been in the hands of my Lin family's ancestor, and no one was able to take this technique away from my ancestor in the first place. But my Lin family ancestors also paid for this with their lives. If not that bloody storm he Lin family, and why this? Such as if there is a bottom left. Face that ghost king, his father will not die. One heir will not be fine. Success also lies in the Grand Cave Scripture of the Upper Qing dynasty, and defeat also lies in the Grand Cave Scripture of the Upper Qing dynasty. What exactly have you guys encountered that would cause you to take out all of this merit law? Wang Zhang also realized at this moment that things seemed to be a bit tricky. A ghost king. Lin Jingxiong looked up at Wang Zhang. What the hell? Are you sure it's the ghost king? The yin qi on your daughter's body is indeed terrifying. But, Wang Zhang asked with some uncertainty. It's the ghost king. At this time, Jiang Chen slowly spoke, only to see him turn to look at the huge yin and yang pattern on the wall. Several people's gazes looked at Jiang Chen's back. If Jiang Chen couldn't even deal with that ghost king, then Lin Wan'er really had no hope. As for the old Tianchi master of the Tianchi mansion, he didn't think he had that much face to be able to ask the old heavenly master to make a move. In the beginning, their Lin family had already owed the old heavenly master a huge favor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. How dare the ghost king show off? Please kill the ghost king and protect the last innate Taoist body in heaven and earth. Reward for completion of the mission, the complete Upper Qing Great Cave Sutra. Lin Jingxiong looked at Jiang Chen's back, and saw that the last glimmer of hope in the bottom of Jiang Chen's eyes dissipated after a long time without a sound. Real Jiang is indeed some Lin. The two of you will stay here. I'll keep your daughter Lin Wan'er. Before Lin Jingxiong could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around to look at the two. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body seemed to emit endless light, dispelling the despair in Lin Jingxiong's heart, and Lin Jingxiong revealed a look of excitement. Are you really saying that, real Jiang? Lin Jingxiong's eyes instantly turned red and his hands were trembling. Jiang Chen nodded lightly with a smile on his face. Sect leader real. Doesn't that mean the two of us will be quacking and messing around killing ghost kings again? You take care of the messy kills, and I'll take care of the crunching in the back. Wang Zhang, on the other hand, was somewhat energized. Last time, it hadn't been long since he had recovered to the peak of the A rank, and he hadn't yet cultivated the true Dragon Taoist Temple's core Dao method, the Puhua Tianzuan Thunder method. So much so that the last time they dealt with corpse puppets they could only use ink buckets. Lin Jingxiong clenched his fists fiercely. A celestial master and a Pika rank Taoist master combined their efforts. If that ghost king dares to come again, directly let it fly into dust. Let your daughter go to the bed and lie down to rest. If it wasn't for your daughter's special physique, such a horrible yin qi into the body for anyone else would have died long ago. Yes, real Jiang. Lin Wan'er passed out not long after lying on the bed. Already weak and having traveled a long distance by plane, she now couldn't hold on and fainted. Your daughter is very weak right now. Just let her rest while you tell me what's going on. Several people turned toward the door. Lin Jingxiong pulled out a box of dragon cigarettes and handed Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang a cigarette. There are not a few people who smoke at Haigong in Taoism, which is about doing what you want and doesn't have many precepts. Snap, the lighter ignites. Lin Jingxiong first lit it for Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang before lighting the dragon smoke for himself. The cigarette was instantly ignited. A small reddish glow, a wisp of green smoke rose up, and with a deep inhale, the smoke quickly burned a small amount. The picture of the three of them just smoking cigarettes in the doorway was a bit anticlimactic. Lin Jingxiong's eyes seemed to become a little lost with the drifting smoke. The whole person seemed to be immersed in a kind of thoughts that belonged only to himself, and between each mouthful of gulps, he seemed to be releasing some kind of unspeakable emotion. More than 20 years ago, my wife died after giving birth to Wan'er, and my father said it was because Wan'er's destiny was too special for her mother to suppress. At midnight that night, a large group of ghostly pawns dressed in black robes broke into our house, led by that ghost king, which injured my father and forcibly contracted a 20-year-old plutonic marriage with Wan'er. We had no way to stop it. After that my father visited his former close friends, hoping that they would help. But those ungrateful guys all closed their doors when they heard about the ghost king. My father was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Late at night on the day Wan'er turned 20, the ghost king arrived as promised, still with a group of ghost pawns. But that ghost king did not even think. My Lin family descendants will not be afraid of it. My father and I and the elders of the village prepared everything to deal with that ghost king. In the end, that ghost king was seriously injured. That ghost king was afraid of my father. In fact, it did not know that my father was also strong. In the end, it made a deal with my father to have an underworld marriage after 5 years, and my father forced a 5-year lifespan for Wan'er. We didn't compromise, and these 5 years were actually just a delay. My father explained to me to find a way to save Wan'er. He did his best, and 2 days ago that ghost king appeared again, but it didn't reach 5 years before it recovered from its injuries, and I knew that it definitely wouldn't let go of my Lin family. Lin Jingxiong told everything about everything, because Wan'er, the entire Lin family village elders are dead. That's why Lin Jingxiong went crazy to make money and give back to the offspring of the Lin family elders. Over the years he had practiced martial arts desperately, but during that great battle yin qi had infused his body, and although he had recovered, he was still left with dark wounds that he couldn't recover from. He was also unable to go any further in his martial realm to reach Clasping Dan. So it is. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Just then a car pulls up outside the door in Shen. Wearing a Batman mask, gets out of the car. This is that what's his name Jiang Jinjin renting a storefront, right? Brother Shen glanced at the store, and then his eyes fell on the few people who were smoking. Doctors smoke too? What's wrong? Only you are allowed to smoke but not the Taoist master? The Taoist master not only knows how to smoke, but also knows how to smoke better than you. This scene is hilarious. Ha! Isn't that Lin Jingxiong, the chairman of the Lin Group? How come he appeared here in real Jiang? Brother God, go and fight the fake. The brothers in the live room are watching. Lin Jingxiong stubbed out his cigarette and raised his eyebrows. His eyes glanced at Brother Eyes before withdrawing his gaze. A little guy at the peak of Ming Jin is just a little guy. Not worth mentioning. Who is Jiang Jinjin? Brother God of the Saving Strength Live Batman has come to visit and spar in martial arts. Brother God took big strides to Jiang Chen and the others and asked in a Wang voice. Jiang Chen? Wang Zhang, is this dude here to be funny? Lin Jingxiong, I admire your courage. Wang Zhang's face is not happy with a mouthful of cigarettes spit out. Cigarettes like a bullet, turned into a black residual shadow shot into the grass. Cutting? Visiting for a sparring session is welcome by my Zhendimingguan, but you're not qualified to challenge the sect master realist, so let me try your hands. Wang Zhang walked out. Jiang Chen didn't show anything, and Lin Jingxiong didn't even blink an eyebrow. A guy at the peak of Ming Jin was indeed considered a superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people, but he couldn't even raise the slightest interest in the eyes of the three of them. End of chapter. Hearing Wang Zhang's words, God was a bit unconvinced. He was at least a peak Ming Jin martial artist. Even 5 or 6 special forces were no match for him. Against ordinary people it's more like chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. Listening to Wang Zhang's tone didn't seem to place him in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God brother opposite some look down on you quickly go to beat him down. The man's Taoist robe stripped down then hung on the wall of your house. It is well known that the walls of God's house are lined with the Emperor's armored visor, the Zero Ultraman mask, Superman's S-panties, Iron Man's mask, and Captain Rice's shield. Go God! The brothers are looking out for you. Aren't all Taoist priests pretty much the same as magi? Taoist priests who can be called mages. I've never met one in my life anyway. Just that skinny-looking God is afraid of one punch. Does Taoist Wan need me to make a move? Lin Jingxiong softly inquired. Wang Zhang shook his head. Although Taoist priests do not cultivate the martial realm, but with the cultivation of the physical quality is also extremely strong. Not to mention the subtle innate purple chi body protection. A peak Ming Jin martial artist was nothing. Be gentle with your hands. Jiang Chen left a sentence behind before calmly watching from the sidelines. Don't worry, real Jiang, Brother Shen, have a sense of propriety in what I do. Brother Shen slightly arched his hand. Then after securing the cell phone, he walked forward to unfold his stance. Jiang Chen looked at Brother Eyes with a somewhat subtle expression. Wang Zhang just stood 2 meters in front of God. In God's eyes Wang Zhang's whole body was broken. Please. Wang Zhang stretched out his hand and slightly hooked it. His expression was indifferent. Watch the move. Shen yelled as he stepped forward. His muscles bulged and his aura changed violently, like a bloodthirsty tiger descending from the mountain in an appalling manner. Lin Jingxiong nodded slightly at the sight. Being a martial arts practitioner he could tell at a glance that the man in front of him wearing a Batman mask and looking a bit funny was using the fierce tiger fist path. Traces of the Buddhist body refining technique Vajra grinding will can still be seen on the body. The Vajra grinder Lin family also has in its collection. There is nothing wrong with this spell. It is just a relatively not bad body refining spell. Only to see his right foot stomping the ground. Force rising from the ground. Waist and horse united. His huge fist blasted out at Wang Zhang's chest. Speed as fast as lightning erupted, a sound of breaking wind. He didn't use his full strength. This punch just looked like a bluff. He only used 30% of his strength. His strength was about 100 pounds. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Wang Zhang lightly raised his hand and actually directly held Brother Shen's fist. Bang! There was a dull sound as the fist made contact with the palm of the hand. What? Brother Shen's face changed as his unbelievable gaze fell on the palm that landed on Wang Zhang's hand. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, this punch wasn't something an ordinary person could block. In today's society adult men who can explode over 100 pounds of force in one punch are considered strong. However, Wang Zhang's body that didn't look strong actually contained so much power within it. That Taoist on the opposite side was actually able to resist a punch from Brother Shen. It seems like he underestimated that Taoist. By the looks of Brother God, I don't think he used his full strength. This anchor is really a bull. Some time ago that fake Zhang Dinyo died so tragically. There are actually people who go to fake will Zhang real. God, use your full strength. Use your iron fist to that Taoist up. You can even break steel bars. Can't you get a skinny Taoist priest? God's fans in the live broadcast room were frantically swiping their pop-ups, and seeing that God didn't knock Wang Zhang down with a single punch, a group of fans felt their faces were a little shineless. Are you tickling the poor Taoist? Wang Zheng grinned, showing a row of big white teeth, and laughed, thinking that when he was alone inside the primitive forest, his aura-enhanced kick sent the zombie with a body like steel flying 7 or 8 meters. His strength surpassed 1,000 pounds under the aura enhancement. Even if he didn't use his aura at this point, he would be able to knock this godbrother down. Cut the crap. Watch the move. Brother Shen snorted coldly and didn't care. After all, he hadn't used his full strength yet. His expression recovered, and in his heart, he no longer despised the Taoist in front of him. Ha! A sound of breaking wind once again came to Wang Zheng's ears as the powerful whip leg attacked. The Ming Jin martial artist's power is direct, fierce and overbearing, without so many fancy movements. Cohesion of the whole body's power in a point. From point to point, killing power is amazing. Brother Shen had been hammered for a long time under the Vajra grinding plate body refining method. His bones were already like hard iron, and his muscle density was several times that of a normal person, which was amazing. Wang Zheng's eyes flashed to make a taiji shoulder lean, dodging the whip leg at the same time. The whole person compressed in a ball like a spring, and crashed hard into Brother Shen's chest. Brother Shen only felt a huge force coming from him, and a surge of air and blood rushed through his chest as he kept taking a few steps back. The heavy footsteps crushed the bricks on the ground, and only then did they completely dislodge Wang Zheng's strength. But without waiting for Brother Shen to react, his right arm was grabbed by Wang Zheng, and another taiji skimming fist was used, and with the strength of his body's center of gravity, it was enough to throw Brother Shen out more than 10 meters away. Lin Jingxiang's expression lit up. This Tai Chi was used beautifully. To deal with this kind of recklessness, you have to use Tai Chi. Hitting the body riposte does not hurt the brain, but also to show their pattern. Everything was expected. God was no match for Wang Zheng, but in 3 moves Shen was defeated. Instead, there was silence and shock in the God brothers' live room. Oh my God, Bodhisattva! What did I just see? A 200-pound strong man being thrown out over 10 meters? Holy, beat my God brother into a bull horse and the Batman mask fell off. I'm a little overwhelmed by the results. This seems to be Tai Chi. Isn't Tai Chi for health? Why haven't I seen this move before? Is the Tai Chi you were exposed to upstairs the same as the Tai Chi handed down by the Taoist master? It was only at this time that Brother Shen climbed up from the ground. His chest then seemed to be churning with shocking waves. His eyes were wide open, full of shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that he would be knocked down so easily. The only thing that was left was the chi and blood in his chest that was surging like a tide, constantly impacting his senses and leaving him a bit dazed and confused for a moment. The clean white undershirt was dusty and had many scrapes on his arms. At this moment, Shen looked a bit wretched. He had just used his full strength, but it still didn't help, and he was easily knocked to the ground by the Taoist in front of him. He had realized at this moment that he was no match for this Taoist in front of him. My grandfather told me that there are very few people in the world who are my match, and I didn't realize there was one right in front of me. God moved his somewhat bruised shoulder a bit. This is still Wang Zheng stayed his hand. If he was directly smashed on the ground, on the strength of that just now, he would have to be wasted even if he didn't die. Brother God picked up his Batman mask somewhat forlornly and slowly walked over to Jiang Chen's trio, then said in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, I lost. I'm indeed no match for real Jiang. End of chapter. It's okay Brother God, you're already great. You were just thrown out more than 10 meters and still managed to stand up. If it were me I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. Upstairs you do talk. A martial arts practitioner meets an immortal cultivator. You didn't lose unfairly. Brother God. Brother God, if you had known before what the two standing in front of you actually were, you wouldn't have been foolish enough to come to the cut. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where are those few who led the battle before? Bullying my God brother for being honest. Ha! Is this the strength of Jin Demon View's double flower red stick Wang Zhen? God, I suggest you go straight down the line and rip the guys who started the war alive. +1. Plus 10,086. Jiang Chen unexpectedly looked at this Brother God in front of him. He had thought that Brother God was here to provoke, but he didn't expect Brother God to be so honest. Was it really an itch to come and cut a deal? Brother God, right? You're already pretty good. There aren't many people who can still succeed in practicing martial arts in this day and age, so you may not be unable to become a party master if you hammer away at it in the future. Seeing that this person in front of him was a bit comical, perhaps he was a bit shy about his talent, Lin Jingxiong then couldn't help but open his mouth. As he spoke, Lin Jingxiong slightly released a trace of his own aura. The unique aura of a Huanjing master made Brother Shen unable to resist trembling, but the next moment only excitement and adoration remained in Brother Shen's eyes. The one who had just stood aside and watched was actually a harmonization master. The status and identity of a Huanjing master is similar to that of a heavenly master in Taoism, and is respected and worshipped by martial artists. Thank you, senior. God directly watery upright. A 200-pound strong man stood in front of Lin Jingxiong just like a good boy. To be able to obtain the approval of a Huanjing master was simply the dream of all martial artists. I didn't think that he, brother God, would actually have such a day. The corners of God's mouth had been as hard to press down as, and this time coming to cut was simply the best choice he had ever made in his life. AK. Not bad. The young man's body is quite strong from practicing. Jiang Chen wore a smile on his face as he gently grabbed God's shoulders and just lifted them up and shook them, then gently put God down. It wasn't at all obvious that Jiang Chen had exerted any force. Even the muscles on his arms weren't tightened. It was like lifting a pound of feathers. Shen blinked his clear eyes dumbly, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He looked at Wang Zhang, then Lin Jingxiong, and finally his gaze landed on Jiang Chen. He then realized that the three people in front of him were one more heaven-defying than the other, and dealing with him simply shouldn't be too easy. I've made the three seniors laugh. Brother Shen smiled twice and scratched the back of his head, while praising people for practicing well, while lifting them up and swinging them in the air a few times. Jiang Zhenrun is still as contrary as ever. Real Jiang, this is also a program effect, is it? I just want to ask, when will Real Jiang broadcast live? You've been resting for many days. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare you to rest so much. Ding! Wang is exploding in front of the crowd. Shocking the crowd. Shock point +1. Ding! Wang is exploding in front of the crowd. Shocking the crowd. Shock point +1. Ding! Detected the host making a small display in front of the crowd. Triggering the trait. Martial Sage in the world. Shock points +2. Ding! Detected the host making a small display in front of the crowd. Triggering the trait. Martial Sage in the world. Shock points +2. This brother God was simply a money-giving boy. And another 100,000 shock points were credited for this wave. God had already turned off the live broadcast, and it was really a bit impolite to hold a cell phone and shoot at people. Brother Shen, since the sparring session is over, you should go back first. It's getting late. We should rest too. Lin Jingxiong spoke out at this time. After all, Lin Wanaer was still resting inside. Yes. Senior, I'll leave right away. But can I add a WeChat of Senior? God nodded his head obediently, then weakly took out his cell phone. Then add one. There aren't many martial artists left in the Dragon Kingdom, and this kid in front of him looks like he's only in his 20s at the peak of Mingjin, so he's still a bit talented. Perhaps it was because there were no more body refining techniques that caused Brother Shen to be unable to advance further in his martial arts realm. Give this kid some pointers and maybe he'll be able to break through the dark power. In the end, God added Lin Jingxiong's WeChat and drove away in his car with a satisfied heart. The three of them went back inside the store. Suddenly Lin Waner's body began to tremble. A touch of icy mist actually rose on her face. Frost actually began to appear at the corners of her eyes, and her lips became somewhat black. Even the inside of the store became a little cold. Not good. The yin qi is acting up again. How come it's so frequent? Lin Jingxiong was shocked at the sight. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen uttered. Lin Jingxiong and Wang Zhang retreated to the side and watched. The next moment Jiang Chen's body surface flashed dazzling golden light. The purest and most sunny golden light dispersed the coldness in the room, and the golden light entered Lin Waner's body, and a large share of yin gas was forced out of Lin Waner's body, transforming into a strand of strange mist rising into the air. Purple-black mist coalesced in the air to form a blurry ghostly face with empty eyes staring at the crowd. Scatter! Wherever the golden light passes, the evil spirits have nothing to hide, and the rich yin qi is all melted away, only to see Lin Waner's qi suddenly recovering quite a bit, quietly lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Is this alright for real Joan? Lin Jingxiong inquired carefully. She's fine. It's just that her body has been irreversibly traumatized from years of being attacked by yin qi. But it's not a big problem. What does the system need to do to restore Lin Waner's innate Dao body? Spirit healing spirit liquid, 10,000 shock points. A mere 10,000 shock points. Not even thinking about directly redeeming them. Subsequently exchanged a whole packet of herbs with the system. On the year, the system was quite conscientious. The amount of 2 weeks was only 1,000 shock points. Ordinary herbs were very cheap, and only one of them cost 800 shock points. This herb was called Spirit Spectre Ginseng, and it was the main medicine. Jiang Chen went up to the second floor and materialized the herbs, then wrote down the prescription. Boil out the medicinal liquid according to the method above. Here are the herbs. Pay attention to the fire. Jiang Chen handed the prescription and a big bag of herbs to Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was a little puzzled. He was the one who cleaned the second floor. Where did such a big bag of medicinal herbs come from on the second floor? No problem, Palm Master Real. However, Wang Zhang didn't inquire. He had long treated Jiang Chen as a god in his heart, and it was very reasonable for Jiang Chen to be even more mysterious. How easy it is to cook medicine, a skill that all cultivated Taoists know. After Wang Zhang glanced at the prescription, he carried the herbs to the doorway and just squatted there to set up a stove and started to work. You go help too. You probably won't be able to sleep tonight. It's fine. I have no problem staying in peak condition for 3 days and nights as a martial arts practitioner. Jiang Chen naturally knew that Lin Jingxiong was in good health and didn't say anything. What I say to you next. You must remember carefully and never make a mistake. End of chapter. Give a bowl of medicine to your daughter to take at the hour of midnight. This is the time when the yin qi between heaven and earth is at its heaviest. And your daughter signed a contract with that thing for fear that the yin qi will regenerate. Understood. Lin Jingxiong nodded heavily. Let your daughter drink another bowl at the ugly hour. This time of the year when the human body is all recovering on its own. It's a very good period of recovery. Let your daughter rest at the 2 stages of C, M, and E, M. At the end of the hour, let your daughter drink the last bowl. At this stage the human body's digestive function is at its peak, and it is able to better absorb the medicinal liquid. With such a cycle, your daughter's dark wounds will be restored after a month. I've remembered realist Jiang. Lin Jingxiong nodded heavily. Thank you for your help, Mr. Jiang. If you hadn't stepped in, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Lin Jingxiong once again bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. Your daughter has a special physique. If she really becomes an underworld marriage, when that thing's strength rises greatly, I'm afraid that she will have to create deep killings. This seat naturally can't let that thing continue to be arrogant. It can only overpower that thing. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't put that ghost king in his eyes. The only thing that was more tricky was that ghost contract. Even though Lin Wanair was forced to do it, once the contract was signed, but there was no way to break it if you wanted to. But just because this seat is out of the way doesn't mean that your daughter is infallibly safe. Is that the ghost deed? Lin Jingxiong's brows were furrowed and his expression was somewhat heavy. As a descendant of the Lin family, he naturally knew the power of the ghost contract. That's right, it's the very same ghost deed. Alright, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. If you want to carry out an underworld marriage you can have to have the presence of a hell netherworld priest, and nowadays in the age of spiritual extinction, the ancestor who is close to us doesn't even respond, let alone that mysterious hell. But, I saw the hellish netherworld with my own eyes late that night in the first place. Does seeing it with your own eyes necessarily make it the netherworld? Did you see that thing sue hell? Did the gates of hell open? Did a row of Yin soldiers appear? Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Jingxiong throwing out 3 questions in a row that hit the soul. Lin Jingxiong looked stunned, and then a flash of light flickered in his eyes. Yup, that thing may be fierce, but how could it invite the netherworld? Lin Jingxiong then reacted that what he saw with his own eyes was not necessarily true. What if that thing is just a fox? Real Jiang, what should we do then? Your daughter is here. Don't worry about anything. Wait for it to come to you on its own. Lin Wanner's innate Dao body had a huge attraction to this kind of thing. Just like the corpse puppet sensing Lu Yu's aura, the purpose of this thing was actually similar to that of a corpse puppet, wanting to devour the innate Dao body and allow itself to reach a new height. Lin Jingxiong looked at Jiang Chen's back and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, then he walked towards the door and squatted next to Wang Zhang. He was shocked when he saw the herbs inside. 100 years of wild ginseng, 100 years of intact Ganoderma lucidum, pure sun root that can only be grown on cliff faces. Several of these herbs are notoriously priced and have very strong medicinal properties. Even hammering his body was enough for him. Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Jiang Chen in his heart. Even if he had invited the old celestial master to take action, perhaps the old celestial master wouldn't be able to temper Lin Wanner's dark injuries. The firelight wavered in the faces of the 2 men. 2 big men just watching the fire so carefully. The sect master realist seems to be quite attached to your daughter. Actually taking out so many valuable medicinal herbs. Could it be that he has his eyes on your daughter? That's also true. After all, the sect master's true talent is only double 10 years old, and it makes sense to pursue one's love. The corner of Lin Jingxiong's mouth twitched slightly at his words. He couldn't help but glare at Wang Zhang. Had, just kidding. My sect master real is naturally an existence capable of attaining immortality. So naturally I won't be stuck on top of male love feelings. Hearing Wang Zhang's words, Lin Jingxiong couldn't even help but think in that direction. Real Jiang was indeed very handsome, and very powerful, and it would be good if Wanair could really get together with real Jiang. Wanair has a special physique and is naturally close to the Tao, so she must be able to achieve the position of heavenly master in the future. Wanair is the last hope of my Lin family. Lin Jingxiong didn't have much talent in Taoism, but his talent in martial arts was extremely unbelievable. The Lin family has been passed down for thousands of years, and what they are best at is formations and talismanic arts. It's basically the opposite direction when it comes to him. So what kind of a thing is this? Hey, you don't really want to, do you? But it's good to think about it. It's impossible. Wang Zhang glanced at Lin Jingxiong then shook his head. Wang Zhang, although he hadn't followed Jiang Chen for very long, he was able to clearly perceive that Jiang Chen's heart towards the Tao was very firm. Perhaps it would only be when Jiang Chen was immortalized that he would think about this. Lin Jingxiong didn't say anything and honestly looked at the stove. Wang Zhang watched the time and threw in one herb after another according to the instructions on top of the formula. As far as this medicinal liquid being able to restore the dark wounds of the human body is concerned, placing it in the inhuman world would cause a monstrous shock. As long as the news is released, the Inhumans will all pour their money into buying it. It's simply a miracle for the entire medical community in the world. But this prescription was thrown to me without even a glance from the sect master. Really don't know how expensive it is. Do you dare to believe that I've only been following the sect master for less than a month? Lin Jingxiong raised his eyebrows quietly listening to Wang Zhang lamenting. But if there's such a good thing in the future, just hit the poor Taoist's head heavily. Hee Wang Zhang smiled stinkily. Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but lose his smile even as he watched Wang Zhang's smelly appearance. He glanced at Lin Wanner inside the store, and a determination was revealed in his eyes. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Rongqing Inspector General's department, 5 or 6 people, both male and female, appeared on the side of the road, dressed in black trench coats, with a look of condescension as well as disdain in their cold eyes. Several people were stopped by 2 inspectors. What man? Psychic Bureau, get out of the way. The man at the head of the group pulled out an ID. The 2 governors looked at each other. They didn't know what the Psychic Bureau was, but they saw the stamp of the highest organization. Seeing this seal, no one has the authority to interfere, no matter who it is. You could say it's almost as good as the old Jinyui. The 2 men slowly moved out of the way. The tall man nodded his head, crossing over to the 2 men. The few behind him glancing at the 2 men condescendingly. The godly look irritating the 2 governors. Asterisk. What a guy. What a drag. All social. Which organization recruits them anyway? What a bull. Psychic Bureau. Look at me, they're the weird ones. Okay, cut the crap. Maybe the notice will come down tomorrow. The 2 walked into the duty room with a depressed look on their faces. End of chapter. Inside the office of the head of the governor's department in Rongqing, Director Lu Dingfeng, Minister of the Serious Crimes Unit Gao Pangyuan, Minister of the Criminal Investigation Unit Lu Tao, the 3 of them were in the office. Lu Yu took a leave of absence. So absent. And there were still those 5 or 6 people from the Psychic Bureau in the middle of the room. Director Lu. Xiang Lei nodded slightly as a greeting. Aha. Lu Dingfeng could not help but feel a little displeased at the sight. Although the person in front of him was a captain of the Psychic Bureau, and his rank was at best comparable to that of Lu Yu, the team leader, and he is the head of a division. Wouldn't he salute when he sees a higher rank? It's so unqualified. However, Lu Dingfeng did not show his colors, but only made up the person in front of him in his mind. Other people didn't know how the Psychic Bureau was formed, but he still knew a little bit about it. The people in the Psychic Bureau were special talents recruited by specialists all over the country. The quality of these people varied from high to low, and although they had received some simple training, they were still a bit condescending. Who called them special talents? Lu Dingfeng didn't bother with these people too much. Director Lu, my squad received orders from the higher-ups to come and help you deal with the serial dry body case. Let your people bring out the dossier for us to take a look. Xiang Lei didn't talk too much nonsense and went straight to the point. Lu Dingfeng couldn't help but snicker in his heart at this. The culprit of that case had already been blasted out of existence by Jiang Zhenran, and after that thing was gone, there really hadn't been any more cases of dried corpses in the entire city of Rome, and the case was closed before the Psychic Bureau came in. Is it specifically to see our jokes? This made Gao Pangyuan, who was on the side, a little angry. The dossier? What dossier? This dry corpse case is already over. You guys are too late. Gao Pangyuan spoke with a smile on his face and some disdain in his heart. Xiang Lei and the others were instantly displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean? The case is closed? As far as I know, the serial dry body case shouldn't be an ordinary case. And we've watched the video you guys uploaded of your fight with that thing. And I don't think you guys are a match for that thing. That thing was so invulnerable to knives and guns that bullets erupted into a shower of sparks when they hit it. And it wasn't something the governor could deal with at all. But it didn't seem like a big deal in their eyes. Humph. Do I need to make it any clearer? The case is over. There are no more serial dry body cases in Rongqing. This person was exposing the governor's face in front of them, and Gao Pangyuan wouldn't give them face either. It's just a small team leader of the Psychic Bureau. What's with the high and mighty tugging? Good. Since you say the case is closed, may I ask how you resolved it? Where's the law enforcement video? What about the dossier report? Take it out and let us take a look. In the end, how to say or we have to decide. After all, this case is now starting to our full responsibility. Xiang Lei laughed back in anger, his tone filled with questioning. Videos? Isn't the internet full of law enforcement videos? Go search for it yourself. Gao Pangyuan wasn't the least bit accustomed to retorting. With all the videos online from that time, are these guys the ones who didn't even brush up? What do you mean? When the Psychic Bureau is on a case, all units cooperate fully. Are you going to disobey the order? A youth behind Xian Lei stepped out to force the issue. Gao Pangyuan sniffed and wanted to say something. When the director of the division spoke up, "Alright, Minister Gao, why don't you take them to see the file, and then give them a clear explanation of the video and how the case was closed?" Lu Dingfeng didn't want to talk much with these people. What to do is what to do. Anyway, this matter is already known to the higher-ups. Let's just say the Psychic Bureau was late, and it's not like it had anything to do with them. Yes, Director. Gao Pangyuan sniffed and said nothing more, respectfully nodding his head, then led several people towards the file room. As for the Minister of Criminal Investigation on the sidelines, he couldn't interject a word. Inside a beautifully decorated room in the Mingyuan neighborhood of Rongcheng, the wound on Lu Yu's arm was wrapped in gauze, and she didn't realize that the wound was changing anymore. All she could feel was a surge of pain as she rolled over on the bed full of agony. She lay helplessly on the bed, her body as limp as if her sinews had been removed, her brows locked into a deep chuan, cold sweat seeping thinly from her forehead, soaking the pillowcase. Her lips quivered slightly, and every now and then she squeezed a few weak moans from her throat. I don't know what happened yesterday, but her body suddenly got a little weird. Every time late at night, her whole body would ache, and after she fell into sleep, she would dream about the corpse puppet from that night, and the horrible appearance woke her up straight away. It was as if the corpse puppet hadn't turned into flying ash, but had been gazing at her from her side. Suddenly, a sharp pain like a drill came from his fingertips. Lu Yu screamed miserably, his hands directly into a claw shape. His body was trembling continuously. The whole person was curled up in a shape to endure great pain. Her back had been drenched in cold sweat, and the covers had become a little icy. Lu Yu's horrified eyes looked at his hands, only to see that the originally white hands had turned black at this time, and the nails had actually become longer. Just like that previous corpse puppet, the veins on his arms were already rendered black, and even more so, they were still spreading to his shoulders. Hands? No, I should say claws trembling. She hastily lifted the quilt. The sharp claws unexpectedly flashed a flash of cold light in the air, and the cool quilt was directly torn into a corner, the broken fabric flying all over the sky. The bizarre changes frightened her. Real Jiang said that after being scratched by that thing, it will be infected with corpse poison and will soon turn into a walking corpse. That is, a zombie. But I wasn't scratched by that thing, and at that time, even if I was scratched, with Real Jiang's eyesight, I would have naturally seen it. Lu Yu didn't dare to continue to imagine. She directly rushed inside the toilet and looked at her paws by the light. The palms were already indistinguishable from the claws of a corpse puppet. Look at yourself inside the mirror. The veins in her neck also turned from green to black, and her eyes emitted a faint reddish light, and a gust of black mist emanated from her body. When the pain dissipated, all she felt was power inside her, as if a slap could send a security door flying. Crazy, crazy. It must be that corpse puppet's obsession still pestering me. Tomorrow I'll go find Real Jiang. The panicked Lu Yu didn't realize that the wound on her arm had recovered, and her entire body was still in a state of tightness at the moment. A few minutes later, a sense of weakness surged through him. In Lu Yu's gaze, her ebony claws were rapidly retracting, and her ebony veins were gradually transforming into a greenish color. Before her eyes closed, she saw her body return to normal, but the next moment, she fainted and died inside the toilet. All this was not known. Who knew that Lu Yu had just taken a sick leave and something so horrible would happen the next night? End of chapter. And at the headquarters of the Rongqing Inspectorate, several people from the Psychic Bureau in the dossier room looked at the dossier in their hands in disbelief. Minister Gao, you're saying that the Taoist priest invoked the gods to subdue that thing? Xian Lei's eyes widened as he stared at Gao Penyuan at the side. Is it still a fake? It's impossible for the dossier to be messed up. You've seen the video, and we were there at the time. Gao Penyuan pointed at the big screen. Are you kidding me? This is afraid that you guys are not fooling us. How can someone be able to invite the gods? It's too far-fetched to be believable at all. The psychics looked at each other in disbelief. Video in the moment when that great shadow appeared, a powerful oppression hit the soul directly, so that people could not help but bow their heads, and the yin qi in their bodies actually trembled, as if the next moment would be overthrown. The energy that used to be so powerful and incomparable did not even have the courage to face that great figure straight on. If you don't believe me, you can go to the mass graves outside of the city to take a look. You'd better not bother Real Jiang, or else there will be serious consequences. Gao Penyuan's implied gaze swept a glance at a few people, then kindly pulled up the replay of God's live broadcast from the previous hour or two. When they saw Brother God breaking steel bars with his bare hands, splitting wrenches with his iron palms, and shaking rebar with his iron fists, one or two of them became a little silent. Such ruthless people were practically superhuman before they became tricksters, and they could only do so if they used their powers. However, this is such a ruthless person. In the hands of the Jin Demon Temple cleaning, Wang Daode could not walk 3 strokes. More than 200 pounds of strong man was thrown out more than 10 meters. Jiang Chen, who always wore a smile on the side, was even more unfathomable, like an abyss like the sea, and the lanky Lin Jingxiong appeared to be tougher than Brother Shin as well. Otherwise, God wouldn't have been so well behaved in front of Lin Jingxiong. As for this Taoist Master Wang, you guys can take a look at his deeds and know what the netizens call Taoist Master Wang? What? Xian Lei asked with a slight turn of his head. Contemporary double flower red stick of the demon suppressor Guan. Gao Pengyuan left after glancing at a few people. There was only a group of people left there looking at each other in dismay after looking at the miserable state of the Golden Buddha Hall. Just this terrifying power was enough to wipe out their squad. No, it was fine to wipe out their entire group. The most crucial thing was that this was still just one. A Taoist master who cleaned up in the demon suppression temple. And how terrifying is that mysterious master real person? The following day at high noon. Only then did Lu Yu get up from the ground in a daze. And after a while of trance, the memory images of last night kept surfacing in her mind. She rushed to the mirror to look at her appearance. At the moment she was back to normal. She pinched her cheek, the slight pain convincing her that what had happened last night was real. She wanted to go to Jiang Chen, but she was afraid that Jiang Chen would see her as a trickster to strike at her. After all, Taoist priests are on a mission to subdue demons and eliminate devils. Willow Jade decided to keep her own affairs hidden from anyone. On the other hand, several people from the Psychic Bureau had already arrived at the mass grave. The 10-meter square collapse in front of them impacted several people's brains, and despite the fact that some days had passed, the place still contained a faint pressure. The aura alarmed them. I'm afraid that the demon Jingguan is a true Taoist high-merit Taoist temple, not to mention our squad. Even the entire group combined cannot compare to the demon Jingguan. Xian Lei slowly spoke. What? Captain, you're not wrong. I'll admit that those 2 Taoist priests are a bit of something, but it's also possible that they're just blindfolds. Lu, when you just joined the Psychic Bureau and still don't understand a bit. Taoism is a force that has been passed down for thousands of years. Even though it's fallen out of favor now, it's not something our squad can touch. Do you know how powerful the 5 elders are? Do you know how powerful that hidden old celestial master is? None of them are any kind of trickster who harnesses the power of trickery. They are genuine immortal cultivators who have already set foot on the path of cultivation. Even missiles can't kill them. Those old things aside, just a single Gaokong who is subject to the yellow robe of the talisman can suppress our squad. What they have at their disposal completely restrains us. Do you understand? These are the secrets of the Psychic Bureau, not accessible to ordinary people. The cold disposition Xian Lei looked grave, and his words were surprisingly a bit much at this time. Behind him, Lu Wen also nodded his head dumbfounded after hearing Xiang Lei's words. In his impression, Taoist priests were all big god dancers, not to be feared at all. He didn't expect Taoism to be so terrifying. Perhaps only the highest echelon of the Spiritualist Bureau exists to fight with the high kung fu of Taoism. I understand, Captain. Then Captain, according to you, wouldn't it be counterintuitive for Taoism to be so powerful? They who cultivate all want to get a glimpse of that immortal realm. As long as it's not a crisis of the overthrow of the Dao lineage, these old guys won't make a move. And how can the realm of immortals be possible? These are just their fantasies. Speaking here, Xian Lei lit a cigarette, spit out a mouthful of smoke and shook his head disdainfully. What is the difference between pursuing the realm of immortals and that of 1,000 emperors pursuing immortality? Drip drip drip. Xiang Lei's satellite cell phone began to vibrate. This is Ghost Harnessing Team 1. Squad Leader Xian Lei. Xian Lei answered the phone. Ghost Harnessing Team 1 mission is cancelled. The serial dry body case is over. Headquarters ordered your team to assist other Ronqing teammates to build Ronqing Psychic Bureau Main Bureau. You can move around as you like, but no unauthorized contact with Jin Demon View. Demon Jingguan rating, unknown. Sect Master Jiang Chen rating, SSS. Wang Zhang rating, a grade. And what if it makes contact? The voice on the opposite side of the room paused for a moment at these words, seemingly in thought. And then the voice on the opposite side of the room raised its voice a few degrees. Nonsense. Of course I'm befriending it. Don't tell me you've messed with the demon Jingguan. Report, we didn't. Just asking. It's for the best. Xian Lei listened to the calm voice on the other end of the phone, as well as the rated sentence, which was like a bomb exploding in his mind, setting off a wave of shock. What did the captain's superiors say? Are we going to the next mission site? A few people gathered around and inquired. The cereal dryer case is over. We don't have to worry about it. Now our mission is to assist the other teams in building the Ronqing branch. Our first team can do it on the cheap. And the demon Jingguan is rated by the above as unknown. Jiang Chen is rated as SSS grade, and Wang Zhang is rated as a grade. What's Unknown rating? Jiang Chen's rating is 3 S's? Even Ghostly's rating is only SS. This is too outrageous. Damn. My current rank is only D. The captain's rank is only C+, right? Wouldn't the rank be able to wipe us out with the move of a finger? SSS. The crowd sputtered. Alright, the above requires that we must not contact the demon suppressor view without authorization. If we do contact it, we must befriend it. All remember that for me. Understood. The crowd responded loudly in unison. Xiang lay threw the still half-empty cigarette on the ground and stomped it out viciously. End of chapter. Deep in the mountains of lamentation, inside a dark and damp rocky cave, suddenly the entrance of the cave was riddled with stray vines and thorns, and dim light entered the cave, making it look even more bizarre and eerie, only to see an old Taoist in a grey Taoist robe actually walking and carrying a broken coffin on his shoulders. That old Taoist was hunched over, a grey robe loosely draped over his body, his cheeks thin and waxy, like a broken candle shrouded in gloom. A pair of eyes flickered with a ghostly cold light in the deep-set sockets, and a seemingly evil smile hung at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of mangled, yellow and black teeth. Walking footsteps dragged in noiseless, like a wandering black smoke, exudes a creepy evil atmosphere, so that people from afar will be afraid to see, do not dare to approach. As he walked into the cave, a chill came over him, and the roof and all 4 walls were rough rocks, with water constantly seeping out and dripping down, echoing in the silence. Something seemed to be creeping around the corner, and there was an occasional rustling sound that made one's scalp tingle. However, the old Taoist was full of concern for everything around him. This was the place where he had settled for years, and he knew how many rats and maggots were in it. And inside there was a bed and a program table, which he had set up as a Dharma altar. Old Rena, 20 years ago you asked me to help you find a good cemetery. I didn't lie to you. I helped you find a good Dragonfly Waterpoint cemetery. But the old Taoist accidentally made the snowflake roof a concrete roof. And you won't be able to sleep peacefully anyway, so why don't you help the old Taoist? GGG. The hoarse laughter of the grey-robed old Taoist resounded within the cave. Boom! His palm directly pushed the broken coffin boards apart, and a corpse that had already turned necrotic inside came into view. The old Taoist looked agitated, admiring the art as his eyes continued to survey his best friend's corpse. Green-faced fangs, body like adamantine, claws like sharp blades. The adamantine corpse has become the legendary Vajra corpse, which was a little more powerful than even a corpse puppet, had actually been cultivated by him. Old Run, you are really powerful. I thought that cultivating a copper-armored corpse was already the limit, but I didn't expect that the old Taoist had actually cultivated a Vajra corpse. The smile on the old Taoist's face was piled up into a chrysanthemum. Ho! Suddenly, the corpse's mouth opened and spat out a foul-smelling corpse gas. The coffin was only opened surprisingly with the sign of revival. The old Taoist covered his own mouth and nose with his Taoist robe, and then took out a somewhat tattered intermediate 5 Thunders suppressor talisman and pasted it on the forehead of the Vajra corpse. As soon as the power of the talisman came into contact with the corpse chi, it instantly became firm and solid, sticking to the forehead of the adamantine corpse in death. The blue talisman flashed with light, and the Vajra corpse was suppressed at this moment. Ha 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 ha, as long as I'm able to harness this adamantine corpse, I'm still in charge inside the association. The old Taoist's reckless laughter echoed within the cave. The old Taoist suddenly noticed something. He hurried to the front of the Dharma altar and suddenly realized that his disciple Zhao Broken's soul lamp had actually gone out. This soul lamp is specially set up by the old Taoist. As long as the soul lamp will not be extinguished as long as Zhao Breaks alive and well. Once the soul lamp is extinguished, that is to say that Zhao Breaks dead. Odd thing. My well-behaved disciple shouldn't have died so early. At least there's still half a year left. The old Taoist was full of doubts. Forget it. If you're dead, you're dead. It's just that after harnessing the Vajra corpse, you'll go and refine my disciple into a zombie as well. Let's hope the funeral home hasn't cremated them yet. Otherwise they'll just have to be refined into ghosts. The old Taoist set up the soul lamp as not more concerned about their own disciples. But Zhao Breaks the fate of special. After death, a great deal of resentment can be refined into a zombie for him to use. That was the reason why the old Taoist had taken Zhao Broken as his disciple. However, he had already cultivated the Vajra corpse now, so Zhao Broken didn't care anymore, only to see the old Taoist gather his mind, take out a peachwood sword, and after preparing the other materials, he chanted in front of the Dharma altar, and the movements of his hands kept waving. Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, there is a path in the underworld to lead the soul. All evils are ordered to be avoided by the 3 Qing's edicts, and I drive the corpses to keep on walking. The souls of the dead listen to my orders and take one step at a time to return home. Rise! A ray of black light erupted from the peachwood sword in the old Taoist's hand and surged towards the forehead of the Vajra corpse. The old Taoist's aura was directly drained out of his body, instantly losing all his strength, and his entire body directly sat down on the ground. His somewhat cloudy eyes stared deathly at the adamantine corpse in front of him. See only. The Vajra corpse's arms trembled slightly, then violently raised his hands and swung them ferociously, and the rocky walls were all scratched with several deep traces before they stopped moving. Come here, the old Taoist commanded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The adamantine corpse took one somewhat stiff step towards the old Taoist and finally stopped in front of him. The scene was extremely weird and scary. In fact, the old road are some palpitations. After all, this is a Vajra corpse, and the corpse puppet has the same spirituality. If there is no control of the Vajra corpse, he withered bone old road will be dead. Luckily, the adamantium corpse was under his control, and it was a big killer. If that group of guys in the association were to be rude to him again, he was going to make all of them turn into feed for the adamantium corpses. Even the president might not be a match for the Vajra corpse. It's time to set out. It's also time to see how my disciple really died. If it was an accidental death then that's all, but if it was a vendetta, then don't blame the old Taoist's Vajra corpse for being cruel. The old Taoist's figure became even more stooped. In order to control this Vajra corpse, his lifelong spiritual energy had been drained. Wanting to recover without a few years was impossible, but he has a way of getting tougher. That's his bottom line. The old Taoist put away some of the spells on the altar, then ordered the Vajra corpse to break the altar, and then went to bed by himself. That Vajra corpse just stood still and looked at the old Taoist, and that black throat actually made a gagging motion. The old Taoist was somewhat chilled at the back by this ghostly gaze. This was after all a Vajra corpse. Even if it was under his control, it still craved for blood in the deepest part of its heart. The blood of the old Taoist was the only thing within the cave that had the most seductive power over it. Hee, how do you want to eat old Tao? I'm your master and you dare to have thoughts about me? Get your ass to the wall. The old Taoist instantly rebuked angrily when he saw this. The adamantium corpse hesitated for a second or two, then retreated into the shadows to face the wall over. The old Taoist's grim gaze glanced at the back of the adamantine corpse. Damn, this Vajra corpse really isn't easy to control. It's only been a short while and it's already given birth to a trace of spiritual intelligence. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if it were allowed to suck in fresh blood? Looks like I need to make preparations early as well, so as not to fall in the gutter when the time comes. End of chapter. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang went up the mountain to take a look at the situation on the mountain, and found that everything was in the middle of an organized process under the command of Gao Fu Shui. He returned to the Taoist temple but saw Lin Jingxiong and Lin Waner basking in the sun at the entrance. The hot breath made Lin Waner feel very comfortable. Lin Waner's qi in her body was obviously a little better after Jiang Chen dispelled it, and with the aid of the medicinal liquid, she at the very least looked almost like a normal person after resting for the night. Seeing Jiang Chen's figure, Lin Jingxiong patted Lin Waner's arm. Lin Waner blushed slightly as she quickly walked to Jiang Zhenwen and bowed deeply. Her hair slipped gently with the movement and covered half of her face, but her shoulders that were slightly trembling from excitement could still be seen. For a long time, only slowly did she straighten up and hand over the carefully prepared gift in her hand, her hands trembling slightly as she said, Jiang Zhenwen thanks you for dispelling the yin qi that has plagued me for many years. I specifically had someone buy this to thank you. It's just a pity that I'm a little unwell and I didn't pick it myself. Lin Waner's eyes revealed a color of expectation, and her soulful eyes blinked adorably. Slightly lowering her head, she only saw that Lin Waner's hand had an exquisite gift box with a rectangular piece of jade within it. This rectangular piece of jade is a superb piece of jade, with its warm and delicate texture, rich and deep color, sharp angles, smooth and natural lines, and just the right amount of twist and turn at every turn. Jiang Chen could see that this piece of jade was worth a lot. Most of all, he actually felt a pure aura within this piece of jade, which could be directly absorbed by an inhuman. It's too expensive, and the payment from your father is more than enough. Jiang Chen smiled, and didn't take the jade stone at first. Not valuable, not valuable. Lin Waner saw that Jiang Chen did not accept his gift, heart anxious. A moment of excitement, white hands grasping the corner of Jiang Chen's Taoist robe. Lin Waner reacted to the fact that she had been rude, and only then did she lower her head and let go of her hands, standing timidly in front of Jiang Chen. Just take it, real Jiang. If you hadn't stepped in, Waner wouldn't have survived this month. A gongfu isn't as important as Waner's life, and it's one of Wanda's intentions. Alright, your gift is enjoyed by this seat. Jiang Chen thought about it but still took Lin Waner's gift. A coolness came from his hand, but the next moment the whole jade emanated warmth. It really is a piece of superb jade nurtured between heaven and earth. Lin Waner had a smile on her face after seeing Jiang Chen accept the gift. You guys do what you need to do. Jiang Chen walked towards the second floor after waving his hand. In the middle of the room, the system pulls up the panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 211 years of golden light. Yaoguang realm. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. Celestial Master Chi Looking Technique. The Secret Art of Yin and Yang Feng Shui. Items, 50-year mahogany sword. 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist robe. Yin Yang Dharma robe. Beginner's talisman asterisk 245. Intermediate talisman asterisk 43. Shocker, 2,467,300. Continues to grow. Hidden quest. Participate in Taoism's once-in-a-decade Dragon Mountain Taoist exercise. Reward for completing the quest. A complete list of high-level talismans. Hidden quest. Living Heavenly Master. Succeed in being ordained as a Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master. And complete the mission reward. The complete book of Taoist formations. Current mission. Kill the Ghost King. Protect the last innate Taoist body in heaven and earth. Mission completion reward. Complete Upper Qing Great Cave Sutra. Has reached 200 years of golden light. In the Blue Star Taoism has been 10,000 people. Can enjoy the name of the Heavenly Master. Commanding the Dragon State Taoism. Can really wear the purple robe of Taoism. Open the sect. Preaching the way of the living beings. That's right. Zhang Chen was going to further enhance his strength again. After learning that there were actually so many cultivation realms, Zhang Chen still felt a bit uneasy. And after his cultivation condensed the Yaoguang star, the effect of the 100,000 apiece golden light Danon plummeted. What could have boosted his golden light for 10 years could now only boost his golden light for about 3 years. Zhang Chen had no choice but to exchange pills that were more expensive than the golden light pill. The system will redeem 6 of them for me. The golden mangled sacred yang pill, and all the rest for the divine rhythm pill. Deducting 2,400,000 shock points. 6 golden mangled sacred yang dan and 9 divine rhythm dan have been placed in the system backpack. Golden mang sacred sun pill. 1 pill can enhance the golden light for 20 years. Further strengthen the golden light chi flame. Enhance the strength of the physical body in all aspects. 1 pill can enhance the force by 10 tons. Strong. It's too powerful. An elixir. Zhang Chen skillfully took out the porcelain bottle and poured out 6 golden glittering pills, and without even thinking about it, he directly suffocated them in one mouthful. Shasta. A majestic and hot power in the body like a raging wave rushed up. The golden light as if ignited bright star river. The original intensity of the light instantly jumped up. The energy contained in it was actually hard to raise 120 years of the depth of the bottom. In the midst of this surging energy vortex, the light and shadow of the Kaiyang star gradually became clear, like a mysterious celestial body from the depths of the vast universe, slowly coalescing and taking shape within the body. The starbursts and golden light it emitted were intertwined and entwined with each other, and each ray of light seemed to contain the greatness of opening up the heavens and the earth, and the Dantian was directly opened up on the ground that belonged solely to itself. The power of the stars made the meridians around his body, all of which were illuminated by this splendid and powerful light, transparent and bright, and his body seemed to have been reshaped by this power, and his bones emitted bursts of low humming, seemingly cheering this metamorphosis of shedding his bones. The muscles and tendons were even moisturized by the power of the golden light stars, and were filled with explosive power, as if they were able to erupt at any time with a powerful strike that was enough to tear apart the heavens. Zhang Chen's eyes shone with radiant golden light. His body's aura constantly erupted, erupting into a deafening roar, and the 2 ancient and vast star silhouettes glittered behind him. Downstairs, Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiong felt the choppy aura at the first moment, like the waves of the deep sea washing over them. The 2 men's bodies kept shaking. Wang Zhang wanted to run the Shangqing Qi refining technique to mobilize the innate purple qi in his body to resist this aura. However, he found that he didn't know when he had become like an ordinary person, and he couldn't mobilize his 80 or 90 years of innate purple qi. Wang Zhang could no longer hold on, directly slumped down. If the body has 1,000 pounds of force suppression in general, the face is red. On the other hand, Lin Jingxiong's strong physique on the side wasn't so quick to be suppressed, but it was just 2 breaths of time, and the peak Huanjing master was also suppressed on the ground. However, Lin Wanner on the side did nothing. Her body even had wisps of golden light surrounding her. She only felt like she was wrapped in a warm blanket. Incomparably comfortable. End of chapter. The Yaoguang star and the Kaiyang star were intertwined. One circle after another of starlight waves spreading out, and channels of starlight intertwined and surrounded above the Dantian. Zhang Chen could no longer suppress this vast power within his body and couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Ha! The majestic and thick voice resounded for 1,000 meters in a circle. Even motor vehicles parked on the side of the road 1,000 meters away were startled into giving out ear-piercing sirens. In addition to the golden light being elevated for 120 years, the Kaiyang star coalesced. Another effect of the golden mangled sacred sun pill began to appear. Zhang Chen only felt a majestic power like a raging tsunami explode within his body, instantly breaking through the original power limit. This added strength actually weighed 6 tons. and every inch of muscle and every tendon bulged under the infusion of this enormous force, as if it was about to burst through the skin. Casually, he waved his hands. The air around his body was twisted and distorted by this powerful power fluctuation, making crackling sounds, terrifying in the extreme. Jiang Chen didn't even know how powerful his physical body strength was anymore at this point. He only knew that when he was at the peak of the cave bright realm, he had already shaken 180,000 pounds with one arm, which seemed to be the limit of force. And after breaking through Yaoguang, the strength of the physical body was already incalculable, and now it is condensing the Kaiyang star, leaving aside the enhancement of the physical body by the various elixirs. Just the two major stars gave Jiang Chen the strength to carry the mountain. Not long after, the raging golden light within Jiang Chen's body slowly fell silent. Everything outside returned to normal with it. The next step is to enhance the Celestial Master's Qi Lookout technique. The reason why Jiang Chen had upgraded the Celestial Master Qi Looking Art was because the third turn of the Celestial Master Qi Looking Art could give insight into the direction of the terrain, seek out the traces of Qi in the world, and search for things for thousands of miles. Once he reached the third turn, he could track thousands of miles based on a little bit of scent, and if he encountered something like a corpse puppet that had a spirit, then he wouldn't have to wait for the corpse puppet to appear on its own. Jiang Chen would be able to track it based on the Celestial Master Qi Looking technique, and even if he hid at the ends of the earth, he would be tracked and localized. That's one. The main thing is that you can mobilize the power of the terrain to suppress the evil spirits. The blue star is several times larger than the earth in the previous life, and the power of the terrain is thick and heavy throughout the blue star. Even if you can only mobilize a little bit, you can still give Creepy a heavy blow. Back to God. Jiang Chen swallowed 9 divine rhythm pills as soon as he could, and began to enlighten himself on the Celestial Master Qi watching technique. Jiang Chen's posture is upright, his clothes fluttering, and his body seems to be surrounded by spiritual rhythms, as if he is one with the nature of heaven and earth. His eyes closed lightly, and then opened at first, his gaze as if it had turned into a substantial spiritual aura, penetrating through the heavy mists and false appearances of the earthly world. Wherever that line of sight reached, the veins of Qi were clearly presented, as if a mysterious and grandiose picture scroll of mountains and rivers was spreading out in front of its eyes. The vitality and aura of all things in the world were revealed in various streams of color and form, and a wisp of Dao rhythm flowed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was only still very vague, and it could only be said that it felt the direction of the earth's veins, and didn't see it too clearly. The effects of the divine rhythm pills still continued. Time passed by. The distant sky had been rendered by the setting sun. A few auspicious clouds piled up like the eyes of the great heavens, while Wang Zhang and Lin Jingsheng downstairs didn't dare to come up and disturb Jiang Chen. The terrifying aura from before was still fresh in the two men's minds, that ancient and vast aura that could only be found by condensing the legendary star above the Dantian. I'm afraid that this strength is more powerful than even that old heavenly master. Wang Zhang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The old heavenly master was a legend among the inhuman world, but these inhuman people didn't know that there was another person in the demon Jingguan whose strength was more unfathomable than even the old heavenly master. On the second floor, Jiang Chen retreated from his state of enlightenment, a regal golden light flashing in his eyes. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his mouth, bursting out 4 or 5 meters away. Early stage of the third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi surveying technique sudden. The effect of the divine rhythm pill is far too powerful than the effect of the Qin Kuan pill, and the Celestial Master Qi Looking Art has successfully broken through to the third turn. After the Taoist breakthrough, Jiang Chen had automatically mastered the ability to track 1,000 miles and penetrate the direction of the Earth's veins, and was able to mobilize a sliver of power from the Earth's veins below. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 331 years of Golden Light. Mid-opening Sun Stage. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi Lookout Technique. The Secret Art of Yin-Yang Feng Shui. Items, 30-year Mahogany Light Opening Pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist Robe. Yin-Yang Dharma Robe. Primary Talisman * 245. Intermediate Talisman * 52. Shocker, 9. 300, and counting. Hidden Quest. Participate in Taoism's once-in-a-decade Dragon Mountain Taoist exercise. Reward for completing the quest. A complete list of high-level talismans. Hidden Quest. Living Heavenly Master. Succeed in being ordained as a Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master. And complete the mission reward. The Complete Book of Taoist Formations. Current mission. Kill the Ghost King and protect the last innate Taoist body in heaven and earth. Reward for mission completion. The Complete Grand Cave Sutra of the Upper Qing Dynasty. Having reached 300 years of golden light, there are no humans in the blue planet who are your rivals anymore, and you can enjoy the name of a true lord, start a sect, and preach to all beings, though you are still a mole in their eyes. The realm has reached the middle stage of Kaiyang. and the system's evaluation has changed. But, who the hell are they? Zhang Chen captured the special words inside the system evaluation. That's just it. I can't think about it now. A big blue star. Zhang Chen naturally would not feel that there were no hidden secrets that no one knew about. Even the Earth in his last life, human exploration of the ocean was only 5%. Who knows what might be on the bottom of the ocean? Not to mention the fact that Blue Star was several times larger than Earth and had about 10 times the population. Gather your mind. Zhang Chen straightened his Dao robes, then headed downstairs. Footsteps sounded in the stairwell, drawing the attention of Lin Jingxiang and Wang Zhang, only to see Zhang Chen's figure slowly appear. The two men looked stunned. Zhang Chen seemed to have undergone a radical change in general. His temperament was completely different from before. The calmness and youthfulness that used to be between those eyebrows gradually faded away, replaced by a deep silence, so deep that it was hard to catch. More than a few points of calm and unruffled temperament. Walking pace seems unhurried, but every step seems to measure the heaven and earth Qiankuan, through an invisible majesty. Its eyes are a qualitative transformation. Once the diffuse and wandering all gone, replaced by a sharp and determined gaze like a starburst, without thinking about the gaze, can make people feel awe and shock. Raising his hands and feet contained an understanding of the Tao, and his body carried a faint trace of an ancient and vast aura. Sect Master True Lord, you have been practicing for most of the day. Wang Zhang had a respectful look on his face, as if the one standing in front of him was an earthly deity. A small breakthrough in cultivation on a whim. Words. The two men's mouths twitched. Although they didn't know exactly what realm Zhang Chen had reached, it seemed that one who could do something so terrifying at Zhang Chen's age had yet to appear. End of chapter. And so the greater part of the month passed. After Lin Wan Er's body was free of yin qi, coupled with half a month of conditioning, her complexion got better and better every day, and she regained her previous lively and jumpy personality. Wang Zhang also liked this lively girl. Nothing to do, and Lin Waner sat in the doorway to talk about the things of the former Taoist temple. After the crowd had eaten, night fell a little, as if there is a pair of invisible hands shrouded between heaven and earth in general. Heavy and oppressive breath, suffocatingly heavy. In the past the night, although there are also dark shadows floating, but there are still stars flashing. Not so heavy, but this night, dark clouds such as ink, tightly covered the sky. A ray of light are not penetrated. Surrounded by a dead silence. Take a step can hear their own footsteps. In the empty darkness echo, each step seems to be stepping on top of the taut heartstrings, emitting a dull tremor. That evil energy, like there were countless pairs of eyes peering in the dark, but without seeing them, only made people's bones creepy, and called for more chills and worries than any other night in the past. It was as if a spell of immobilization had been cast on everything around them. Lin Jingxiang, who had thick qi and blood, had already sensed the unusual nature of this night, and Wang Zhang had already put on his Bagua Taoist robe at this time, with a 100-year-old mahogany sword hanging behind him. This peachwood sword was a piece of peachwood that Lin Jingxiang had purchased for a large sum of money, and it was finely carved with Taoist runes by Zhang Chen and condensed with golden light. A piece of peachwood made 3 peachwood swords, and the 3 peachwood swords were engraved with 3 kinds of intermediate level runes, which were the 5 Thunders Jinshui Talisman, the 3 Marginal Fire Talisman, and the 7-star Demon Slaying Talisman. And his yellow cloth pocket was still full of talismans. After so much time had passed, he had managed to master more than 30 primary talismans under Zhang Chen's guidance, and they were complete primary talismans. A breeze blew through the area, and the small trees on either side of the road swayed as if they were dark figures gazing at the store from the shadows. Wang Zhang walked to the door and glanced at the sky stonily. His sixth sense informed him that this night was afraid to be uncomplicated. Half a month has passed. That ghost king is coming. Within Lin Zhengxiang's smooth and soothing tone, there was a monstrous anger that was hidden and suppressed. Get ready. Zhang Chen came to the doorway and handed Wang Zhang a Bagua mirror. This Bagua mirror was his master's perennial subject to incense offerings, after which he used his golden light to contain the Bagua mirror every day, which contained the power of his golden light. Unusual shenanigans are difficult to withstand this golden light. Yes, Sect Master Real. Wang Zhang hung the 8 trigrams mirror on his chest and used it as a heart protector. Compared to the heavily armed Wang Zhang, Lin Jingxiang on the side was a bit monotonous, but he was a Huanjing master, and his pair of fists filled with majestic qi and blood was the most powerful weapon. You take this? With the jade talisman in the creepy dare not get close. Zhang Chen's rectangular jade talisman was handed to Lin Waner. Lin Waner looked stunned at the situation. This is the piece of jade you gave me earlier. It's a good piece of jade that can withstand Taoist runes and can be utilized over and over again. I carved an intermediate level talisman in it called the Big Dipper Evil Resisting Talisman. What? An intermediate level talisman is engraved inside the jade? Isn't the intermediate level talisman mastered by the demon suppressing one the true martial demon slaying talisman? Lin Jingxiong and Wang Zhang were shocked beyond belief at what they heard. Lin Jingxiong was shocked that Jiang Chen's strength was so strong that he could actually engrave intermediate-level talismans onto jade. Making jade talismans could be much harder than paper talismans, and it consumes money, God, and effort. If you don't pay attention to the waste of your own aura, not to mention the expensive jade will also be wasted. That's why mages don't usually inscribe talismans on top of jade. But the jade talisman also has a benefit. That is, can be repeatedly utilized. The more extreme grade of jade its body will be able to withstand even more huge aura. As long as there is aura can be catalyzed. Reiki can also be injected when it's gone. And you can continue to use it next time. And the power won't decay. Lin Jingxiong and Wang Zhang knew that Jiang Chen practiced the golden light mantra. And that it was a golden light mantra with divinity. And that the golden light he infused was definitely a bizarre killing machine. And Wang Zhang was shocked that Jiang Chen actually still mastered so many intermediate-level talismans. Knowing that each Taoist temple had only handed down one intermediate-level talisman, the true Dragon Guan was good at thunder magic. So what was passed down was the 5 thunders and 1 breath talisman, which belonged to the killing class of lightning summoning talismans. He had forcibly carved this talisman in Wulong Mountain before. The intermediate-level talisman passed down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain is called the Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edict Amulet, which has the effect of harnessing the power of evil spirits and suppressing the 4 directions. However, Longhu Mountain, as a giant of Taoism, is said to have more than one intermediate talisman, and this Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edict Amulet is only on the surface. The same is true of the other 2 giant Taoist temples. The rest of the Taoist temples all only had one intermediate level talisman, and these talismans were all crippled, and some of them didn't even have intermediate level talismans anymore. The even more heaven-defying high-level talismans had even been lost, becoming the stuff of legends. To know that Jiang Chen had carved down 3 different intermediate-level talismans in a row a few days ago had already made Wang Zhang feel anticlimactic. But now Jiang Chen had taken out another intermediate-level talisman. Wang Zhang was a bit numb at this point. My true Dragon Guan's intermediate-level talisman must have been by that group of people snatched away. That is, bullying my master's heart is soft. If it were the poor Tao would have called on the thunder to split your group of scumbags a long time ago. Wang Zhang looked at the jade talisman with a flash of grimness under his eyes. The remaining people in the Golden Buddha Hall thought that Wang Zhang would not come after them after splitting the Buddha Hall, but they didn't realize that Wang Zhang was a notorious vindictive person of the true Dragon Temple in the past. After this, the poor Taoist will definitely go up to the Golden Buddha Hall again. Right. And my true Dragon Clan's inherited magic weapon, the true Thunder Seal. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lin Wanner stretched out her hands to carefully receive the warm jade talisman, then clasped it to her chest with both hands, revealing a bright smile. As a descendant of the Lin family, she naturally knew the gold content of the intermediate-level talisman engraved in the jade, and as long as this jade talisman was in her possession, the Ghost King could not pose a threat to her. And with a peak grade A Taoist Master Wang, and her chi and blood-thick Huanjing father, as well as a true monarch of the Taoist religion sitting in her midst, she didn't feel afraid. Go and set these things up nearby. This seed is going to lay down a simple runic array. I'm going to make these things have no return. Jiang Chen pointed to a pile of yellow cloths placed in a corner of the wall. Wang Zhang was a bit puzzled and Lin Jingxiong exchanged a glance, then walked over and opened a yellow cloth. A rune appeared in the eyes of the two. Opening it up a bit more, he realized that it was actually a super enlarged version of the talisman, and there were at least a dozen of them piled up. Each yellow cloth was 2.5 meters wide and 8 meters high, and it's all ing golden light charms. No problem, Master Sect Master. Lin Jingxiong and I will go and set it up right now. The two of them looked at each other and picked up a bunch of amplifying talismans respectively and went out, disappearing into the shadows in no time, which now left Jiang Chen and Lin Wanner alone in the entire store. It was a lot cooler. End of chapter. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about the safety of the two men. The yin qi in the heavens and earth hadn't reached its peak at this time, and there was still a trace of yang qi present in the heavens and earth. And with a grade A Taoist master and a harmonization master, there was no need to worry about their well-being. The two of them hung more than a dozen array talismans all over the roof of the building from a rope all strung together. As soon as they let go of their hands, all the array talismans would fall down, forming a closed golden light talisman array. The oversized version of the super talisman was also called a formation talisman, in that when activated, light would flow along the lines of the talisman and generate powerful energy fluctuations as a means of trapping or destroying the enemy. The principle was similar to the functional amplification of a small talisman, utilizing the power of the runes contained in the talisman and combining it with the rules of a formation to form a more powerful spell system. However, Jiang Chen didn't know any formations, and could only construct a closed space from a large number of talismans, making it impossible for Creepy to escape for a short period of time. Zhang Chun didn't use a more powerful intermediate talisman. Firstly, because of the limited number of shock points that couldn't be exchanged for huge intermediate talisman paper. And secondly, carving huge intermediate formation talismans was too costly in terms of golden light. An hour later the two returned to the store, and in the process put an exorcism charm on the store door as well. Everything is ready, just waiting for that ghost king to come to the door. Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiang were sitting at the door with solemn expressions, while Zhang Chen was lying on a chair playing with his cell phone, and Lin Wanner was busy inside the store. Have some tea, Mr. Jiang. Lin Wanner brought a cup of tea and put it on the table. Well, many thanks to Wanner. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and smiled, then took a sip of hot tea to moisten his throat. Grave Bouncing Man, live at night. Please look squarely at Xiaowei. Zhang Daolong, you're finally going live. I'll arrange for someone to increase the servers. Grave Bouncing Man, trouble. The site of the Saving Power live streaming platform learned that Zhang Chen was going to be broadcasting live, and also took the initiative to publicize for Zhang Chen. Time passes by and the oppressive aura grows heavier and heavier. Lin Zhengxiang's closed tiger eyes opened as he glanced at the night. The scene was exactly the same as it was a few years ago before that ghost king appeared, as if it was a sign. Zhang Chen also turned the live broadcast on at this time. Countless people flooded into the live broadcast at the same time. Woohoo! Real Zhang has finally opened his live broadcast. I've really waited for it. What kind of program effects does Real Zhang have today? Didn't you see the title of the live broadcast? Breaking Feudal Superstitions, bringing you into natural science. Surely it's breaking feudal superstitions. What kind of feudal superstition is it anyway? Real Zhang's comment section is now piled high with feudal superstitions, and so many netizens are waiting for Real Zhang to break them. Ha! After not seeing you for so long, why do I feel as if Real Zhang has changed? I hadn't realized until you said so. It seems to have gotten even more handsome. Do you guys know that in 2 weeks the Taoist Church is going to be ordained to the position of Zhangjinjin Tianshi? And I heard that this ordination is not simple. So many bigwigs will participate. Brother, you're behind in your news. This time the Taoist Church is not only going to give Zhangjinjin the token of Heavenly Master, but also hold that very mysterious once-in-a-decade discourse on Taoism. If only I could see it. Long time no see everyone. Welcome to our live broadcasting room. Tonight this seat is going to break the feudal superstition. Een souls, Een marriage is also called underworld marriage. Each place is called differently, but they all mean the same thing. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Then his voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Ilua saw just How long has it been since we've seen Zhang Jinran calling himself the seat? Nonsense. I'm already invincible in the earthly realm. Do I still need to act with you mortals? I told you that Real Zhang is cultivating immortality. And you guys were taunting me before. Don't even argue. Real Zhang should still talk about what a feudal superstition a Een marriage is. What kind of feudal superstition is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Of course you haven't heard of it. This Een marriage is very weird. Very few places have passed on the feudal superstition of Een marriage. Maybe only the older generation knows about it. Those who understand. The feudal superstition that Zhang Jinjin broke is not superstition. You know. Still know it all. Is Zhang Jinran's violent breaking of feudal superstitions not a feudal superstition? Een marriage is actually the dead and the living sign a ghost contract finally forming a Een marriage. Since the Lin family's matter was too special, Zhang Chen couldn't say much about it, mainly because he was afraid of the heavenly Dao River Crab Great God. Of course, as you know, what this person hates the most in his life is feudal superstition, and these ghostly Fandai feudal superstitions make this seat very angry. It's bull ***** that a good living person is forced to force a marriage contract with a dead person. It is outrageous to subject a living person to such a shadow, so that the dead cannot have decency. Moreover, the one who signed the ghost contract was also the last innate Taoist body between heaven and earth, and was even the descendant of Uncle Lin Jiao. Sounds chilling. Scalp numbness. And to bury the living, it's just ho-hum and lawless. Zhang Jingyan doesn't talk much nonsense. Start your program effects directly. The brothers do believe that you, Zhang Jingyan, have the strength to break this superstition. It looks like the actors aren't in place yet. Mordor's Little Puff Street sends Carnival *500. I Love Hot Dog Bread sends Dragon Ranger *500. I have a mine in my house and I'm giving away a spaceship *500. Magic City Little Puffer, nothing to say, first support a wave. I love hot dog bread, Real Zhang. That thing I said before, do you have a solution now? I have a mine at home. Zhang Jinjin heard that recently the Jin Demon Temple is being rebuilt. I took the liberty of adding an extra billion. What do you think? Psychic Bureau HQ goes on air. The Magic City Psychic Bureau enters the broadcast. The headquarters of the Magic City Patrol Division went on the air. Bunny Junkyard enters the airwaves. Ask the Mountain. With the gift opening and after the platform-wide briefing, A bunch of bigwigs all entered the live broadcast room. Military industry big brother, you do not study military industry properly. What is the meaning of watching the live broadcast of the real Zhang? Could it be that the military isn't getting enough money? I can't even smoke one a week to keep up? Rabbit military industry, you guys are wrong. We watch the live broadcast is also a good study of the military industry. Rabbit military industrial headquarters. Sure Bin, the chief designer of the ICBM, watched the live broadcast while looking suspiciously at the camouflage giant ICBM in front of him that was more than 30 meters long and 6 meters wide. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely feel shocked. It was because there were Taoist runes inscribed on this ICBM, and they were the runes of the Golden Light Talisman. Only this rune was carved by the super nano cutter little by little, and afterward its shape did not have its spirit. Chief engineer, sure. Why don't you take a break? It's useless for you to study this thing. The assistant at the side looked at the cigarette butts piled up on the ground and said with some concern, how is it not working? Don't you know what happened in the southern military camp last time? If it wasn't for the brigade commander's order to shell the deep mountains, the situation would have been even more serious otherwise. Where would all this be if there was such a super missile going down? Generalissimo sure waved his hand, still watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast. But chief engineer, sure. Other people's runes are drawn on by hand, while this is instrumental cutting for us, the assistant said helplessly. Suddenly Chief Stone seemed to think of something and jerked up from his chair to glare at him. The assistant's heart thumped, and she hurriedly thought back to see if she had said the wrong thing. End of chapter. What's wrong with you, chief engineer, sure? The assistant inquired carefully. What did you just say? Chief engineer, sure's somewhat vice-like yellowed eyes stared at assistant. I'd say the runes on real John's talismans are drawn on by hand, while the runes on our ICBMs are engraved by machines. It is. It must be. Ugh. After the surprise, Chief Engineer sure helplessly sat back in his chair with some sadness on his face. As far as he knew, the only ones who could inscribe talismans were the Haigons of Taoism, but these mages were as weak as if they had smoked marijuana after inscribing the runes, and with an ICBM this big, if these mages were to carve runes, they wouldn't be able to drain them dry. Chief Engineer sure looked somewhat helplessly at the ICBM in front of him. Eyes returned to the live feed. Thank you for your strong support, Qin Ju sure. You're so polite. This home mineral dweller. How does this make this seat feel? This Wangshao onion resident. This seed is still the same. If there was really a way this seed would have been filled with peach blossoms a long time ago. The three divine magnates were so polite that Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. Well, that being said, you residents better watch the live program. Jiang Chen chatted with the netizens in the live broadcast room in a calm manner. Now every time he broadcasts live, those who hang in front of the ranking are the head netizens of the major live broadcasting fields, as well as a group of big brothers, as well as the emperor and god, as well as the Taoist masters who hang a small number to watch the live broadcast. As time went on and it got later and later, everything outside suddenly went quiet, as if under a spell. Even the cries of small animals were gone, and the neighborhood seemed to be in a specific space. Phew! A cloudy wind whistled by, and the trees on both sides of the road outside began to shake violently. The ground was also stirred up with sand and dust. Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiong squinted their eyes and took up their hands to shield their eyes. This cloudy wind hit one cold and harsh, not at all like the spontaneous breeze of a summer night. At the same time the compass pointers on Wang Zhang's legs began to rotate violently, but they were never able to locate the direction. Coming! Wang Zhang shouted. Lin Jingxiong instantly tensed up, his temples bulging slightly, qi and blood circulating in the meridians of his entire body, his body radiating heat. Lin Wanner obediently hid behind Jiang Chen, her hands tightly clutching the jade talisman in her hand. What's coming? What else could be coming? The actors, of course. Holy crap! Did the weather in Rongqing broadcast a gale today? The items in the store hung by this wind are shaking, as if something is crying and howling. Should it be so horrible? Didn't wait for the netizens in the live broadcast to react. The end of the road ahead actually appeared a strange green light. Black gas rose up to haunt the green light, in which a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Amazing Yin Shi appeared from that green light. Lin Jingxiong clenched his teeth and said, "This is even more massive than the Yin Shi from a few years ago. That Ghost King has indeed recovered his vitality. Asterisk it and be done with it." Wang Zhang put the compass aside and picked up the dark red mahogany sword. His left hand reached inside the bag and grabbed a handful of talismans. Lin Wanair looked at the ghostly green light at the end of the road. Her body couldn't help but tremble, and she couldn't help but lean behind Jiang Chen, only to see a terrifying red light suddenly rise from that green light. Two skinny ghosts jumped out of the green light, holding a red lantern in their dry hands with the word in scarlet Shi. It was a very festive font, but the word was drawn in bright red blood, and there was a bloody palm print on the back of the lantern. She. It reeked of a foul odor. An eerie smile appeared on the faces of the two ghostly pawns. jumping at a stiff pace to open the way ahead. Behind then a pale, horrible ghost pawns followed, and in the center there were 4 tall bodies dressed in black and white robes, carrying a bright red bizarre palanquin of weirdness. All of their bodies were filled with a monstrous aura of resentment, and there was no telling how many lives they had in their hands. Immediately afterward a sharp and ear-piercing music rang out, except that it sounded chilling to the back, as if it were horrifyingly like a wailing funeral. Naya, is this what you call an actor? We found an honest man upstairs, so let's bully him. I thought the feudal superstitions inside Real Jung's comment section were already heaven-defying, but I didn't realize that the feudal superstitions Real Jung broke were even more heaven-defying. Is this a shady marriage? Could it be that the well-behaved girl behind Real Jiang is the one who signed the ghost contract? Isn't that Lin Jingxiong's daughter? How did the contract get signed? Cut the crap and just watch the live effects. Cameraman, record the details. The piercing and eerie sound of the oboe echoed through the air straight to the soul. Ah, the poor Taoist can't take it anymore. Wang Zhang shook his head, his eyes like electricity, waving his Taoist robe while running his body's aura attached to the peachwood sword. The activated peachwood sword emitted a faint glow in the dark night. Die! Wang Zhang stepped on the Big Dipper steps, and the true Dragon Yin Yang sword technique was wielded in one move. And in an instant, the 2 ghostly pawns were torn apart and dissipated in the sky and earth. I've come to help you, Lin Jingxiong roared. The strength of his feet erupted unexpectedly, stepped on the floor. The whole person turned into a cannonball. General shot out, between 1 fist and 1 foot, waving majestic hot chi and blood, bizarrely touching death. These are just cannon fodder to start the battle, and the real show is behind them, and both of them know it very well in their hearts. The ghost pawns didn't even think that there were actually mortals who weren't afraid of death who dared to strike at them. The only way to face the terrifying duo is to be overpowered. Is this the strength of the double flower red stick of the demon suppressor Guan? Can you come big and tell me? Is that a laser sword in Taoist Master Wang's hand? Why is it glowing? I'm Lisa. Just you tell me this is the chairman of a public company? Where would an ordinary person dare to make a move when they see this scene? Probably their legs are soft. Exciting. It's so damn exciting. Jiang Zhenrun, say something. Is this also the effect of the program you're talking about? Jiang Chen glanced at the rapidly scrolling pop-ups in the live broadcast room without speaking, his attention all focused on the battlefield outside. The group of ghosts had been startled. A stream of yin qi erupted like a fountain, and the pressure on the 2 men increased violently. Only 2 people could be seen flying up and down amongst the ghosts. What you all see is the procession of the Ghost King welcoming the bride. These things in front of the front line are all cannon fodder. Simply put, they are just to support the scene. And those 4 spooky carries in the center are the Ghost New Year's sedan chair. The sedan chair can't land the whole time. Once you encounter an unexpected situation, something will come out to solve it. Of course, everything you see is an effect of the program I arranged in advance. These are just the actors I hired, so just settle down. Jiang Chen unhurriedly came to the door to introduce everyone in the live broadcast room. End of chapter. Yes, Mr. Jiang, we all understand. The netizens in the live broadcast room were swiping. Suddenly several tall creeps in black robes flew out from amongst the ghosts. Their arms could actually extend to attack the 2. Stab. The peachwood sword engraved with intermediate-level runes cut off the hard and cold arm with a single stroke, and the aura-inspired peachwood sword unexpectedly appeared as a blazing flame out of thin air. Flame contact yin qi instantly become violent and surging. 3 meters in a radius of the weird algae-baked smoke disappears. Yet even so the ghost swarm still didn't see a decrease, and the eerie bloodthirsty eyes stared at the 2. Nubizi, you seek death. Just then a few erratic and bizarre, sharp claws flashed with a gleam of cold light under the darkness of the night sprang out from amongst the ghosts. A coolness rushed straight to the back of Wang Zhang's head, and Wang Zhang raised his peachwood sword to mobilize his innate purple chi to protect his body. Black, dry claws slapped against the mahogany sword. Zzz. Yin qi and golden light collided, making ear-piercing sounds. Humph. Wang Zhang stifled a grunt. Wang Zhang only felt a huge force came. The whole person was knocked back more than 10 meters. The key time Lin Jingxiong leaped up to top Wang Zhang. Both of them landed on the ground. It's these damn things again. Lin Jingxiong's voice was a bit low, as if he was suppressing the anger deep within his heart. These 4 creeps were the right-hand men under that Ghost King, and it was these 4 dogs that had killed several elders of the Lin family a few years ago. ********. The double flowering red stick was actually repelled? This side suggests that Real Jung directly bring the effects of the program to the big screen. Those 4 things seem to be more powerful than even how show from before. Ask Mountain Wang Baldi, it's really exciting. Poor Taoist also wants to come and follow Realist Jiang, my sect leader, the real person, has been preventing us from going down the mountain. It's suffocating me. Xianxi funeral a dragon. Hey Wangbald, how come you haven't changed at all after all these years? Deng Xian Qingsan Taoist, just Wang Baldi, you can't even top around up there. you can't laugh me to death. And upstairs you don't brag. Honestly, do your funeral a dragon. Xianqi funeral a dragon, I go you give me in the argument will wait. See father not? Asked MT. King Baldy, the poor Taoist has the same intention. Little disciple of the heavenly master's house, the quality of the effects of Real Jiang's program is as good as usual. I can't help but worship Real Jiang already. Don't get excited. Monks, these four are also the actors that this seat has specially found. They play the level of the lead ghost level of weirdness. The lead ghost is even more powerful than the evil ghost, the injustice soul, and the previous Hao Xiu is at the peak level of the injustice soul. The fans and viewers in the live broadcast room perked up their ears and listened attentively, but also took notes, fearing that they would miss any details. The group of ghosts swarmed up to surround Wang Zhang and Lin Zhengxiong once again, seemingly wanting to consume the two to death amongst the ghosts. I'll hold off two of them for you, and you can take care of the remaining two. That ghost king hasn't even appeared yet. It's definitely observing in the dark, and last time it was ambushed by my Lin family. This time it even came directly with the ghost spirit. With the ghost spirit's enchantment, its strength has been unfathomable. There are at least two more ghost generals behind us that haven't appeared. Don't be impulsive. Lin Jingxiong pulled Wang Zhang's arm and reminded him. Don't worry. Look at the poor man. The evil ghost level shenanigans were out. So naturally he wouldn't be stupid enough to physically fight, knowing that he was a mage. Only to see Wang Zhang's internal aura completely transformed into a purple innate purple chi. As his abdomen vibrated between his breaths, a dull sound was emitted, just like a true dragon breathing. He pinched his hands together and mouthed the words, "Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law." Wang Zhang's large hands crossed and waved. Thunder flashed in his palms, and a thunder taiji pattern was formed between the strokes of his hands. True Dragon Guan's untold secret. Puhua Tianzuan's thunder method. Kill. Wang Zhang rushed into the group of ghosts with thunder in his hand, just like no man's land, killing the two ghost level creepy retreating, and the creepy didn't dare to get close to him within 3 meters of the surrounding area. Lin Jingxiong looked at Wang Zhang, who was casting lightning spells, and his eyelids jumped wildly, while there was some envy in the bottom of his eyes. Back to his senses, the ground trembled with each footstep. Qi and blood vibration. Lin Jingxiong, who was a master of chemical power, had a qi and blood as thick as mercury, and between the qi and blood vibrations killed the bizarre screams. Even the two stern ghosts didn't dare to collide with it. However, Zhang Chen didn't think that the two of them would be able to destroy these few stern ghosts. What was weird and awesome wasn't its own great power, but from the rich yin qi on its body. Have you ever seen one of those horrible creepy ones killing people with their claws? Usually the first thing we dowsers do when we come across a situation like this is to take note of the location, then tactically retreat and wait until it's safe to start shaking people down. Certainly not enough for a strong celestial master to fear at all. Don't look at the two of them fighting quite happily now. This behavior of the two of them is tantamount to seeking their own death. Once they go deep into the ghost group, there can be no turning back. No, it was only a minute or two before the innate purple chi in Wang Zhang's body was almost consumed. The thunder in his hand also worked sometimes and sometimes not, and although Lin Jingxiong still had his physical strength, he couldn't hold up to the assault of so many ghost pawns. Wang Zhang, relying on the power of the 8 trigrams mirror and the talisman, beat the two heads of weirdness to the point where their bodies were like shadows, as if they were going to dissipate in the next moment, while Lin Jingxiong had already torn the two heads of weirdness alive. Just as Lin Jingxiong came to help Wang Zhang, an even colder yin qi erupted from the ghostly spirit, and the two men's gazes instantly laxed. Suddenly standing motionless in place, the surrounding ghost pawns let out mournful cries and swarmed up. The talisman inside Wang Zhenghuangbu pocket suddenly bloomed with brilliant golden light, forming a hard barrier blocking all the weirdness. The primary talisman, the Ice Heart Talisman, was also exuding its effects, but for a time, it was unexpectedly unable to awaken the two men's consciousness. The more powerful existences among the ghosts have struck. The bizarre means are terrifying to the extreme. The most powerful is the illusion. The more you are afraid of something, what will appear in the illusion? Until you are scared to extinguish the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man. One of the fires goes out, then it doesn't matter if you're hit by the illusion or not. By this point the trickery has been able to control your body and play people off of each other. Zhang Chen said indifferently with his hands behind his back. At this time among the ghosts flew out of the two, covered with black fog haunting the bazaar, 2 people wearing a life jacket, arms drooping on both sides. On this so suspended in front of Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiong's body. Holy! I didn't realize creepy was actually this scary. Cave 2. I got it again. I seriously doubt that the old lady next door to me is possessed by a creep. Every time I come home from work at night she stands motionless in the doorway, and last night she nearly scared the old man to death. Don't doubt it. You're definitely screwed upstairs. Watch out for her knocking on your door at night. Naya. Someone's knocking on my door. Silence. Good to go. What will real Jiang do now? Won't something happen to Taoist Master Wang and my father? Lin Wanner looked anxious as she held Jiang Chen's Taoist robe. End of chapter. The eerie green light continued to distort, and a tall figure in a tall body slowly appeared, and it was followed by two bizarre ones in tattered pitch-black armor. In that eerie gloom, the Ghost King figure loomed. It was tall and twisted, as tall as two people, surrounded by strands of black smoke emitting a putrid odor, just like a cursed shadowy soul haunting. Its body was wrapped in a tattered and ghostly black robe, which was embroidered with bizarre runes that flickered from time to time, and every time they flickered they were accompanied by a piercing coldness that filled the air. The dry arms stretched out from the black robe. The fingers were like sharp claws, half a foot in length, and the nails took on a ghostly black color, and a touch of metallic luster even appeared under the moonlight. Ha! The Ghost King slowly opened his mouth, and a cloud of the coldest and most chi filled the surroundings, and the temperature of the surroundings plummeted, like falling into an ice cellar. In the wide grinning mouth, sharp fangs were crisscrossed and densely packed, and the tips of the teeth hung with threads of dark black mucus that glistened sickeningly in the faint light, as if they had just torn flesh and blood from the body of a living being. The ground was also slowly by that cold chi knotted a thick layer of frost, only that endless fear and death aura as the shadow. It faced thin flesh and bones jagged, surprisingly not a miserable appearance. In addition to the face pale to the extreme, looks an ordinary people and no difference. The deep-set eye sockets, the only 2 points of green phosphorus fire flickering jumping. Its gaze left no trace as it landed on Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's soul seemed to be frozen by that endless coldness and her back chilled just by a single glance from its gaze. It was this look, and she had dreamed of this at every other January for years. It's you Lin Jingxiang again. To think that you still presume to fight against this king. It merely slightly opened its lips, and that hoarse voice unexpectedly surrounded everyone's ears. Even those elders of yours, including your father, are no match for this king? You don't think you can deal with me by finding a peak grade in Abizi, do you? The Ghost King seemed to have found a heavenly joke, leaving no trace of mocking Lin Jingxiang. In its eyes, Lin Jingxiang and Wang Zhang were nothing more than slightly more powerful ants. Asked MT. King Baldy, I'm yet. A ghost king with 500 years of Dao? Is there still this kind of terror after the founding of the country? Xiangxi funeral a dragon. Little disciple of Tianqifu, Zhang Jinjin my master said never to fight it hard. That thing has already condensed a ghostly spirit. It is a great evil. It is able to harden the Yao Guang. Little master you say it more carefully what is a Yao Guang? A great evil? As fierce as me? Sister expresses her displeasure. Confirmed. The upstairs does indeed have a once-in-a-century murder weapon. You guys are really not paying any attention to the dynamics of my official release. Yao Guang corresponds to one of the stars of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and the official announcement of the cultivation realm was made a week ago. Since it's all been announced then I won't pretend anymore. I've already reached the legendary Tianqian realm. I can do anything in the heavens and on the earth. As long as you V me 50, I'll take you to shatter the void. Believe him? Or believe I am the first emperor? Little disciple of the heavenly master's mansion, if you want to eat Crazy Thursday, just say so, don't blow your might. As far as I know even the legendary Tianqian realm can't break the void. Talking like it's real, but it turns out it's trying to eat Crazy Thursday. Laughing my ass off. Don't even argue. Real Jiang is going to make a move. Jiang Chen lost his smile when he glanced at the reminder of a group of fellow disciples in the live broadcast. Can the Ghost King condense the ghosts to be able to stand up to Yao Guang? Pity. This seed has already condensed the Kaiyang star and has a body of more than 300 years of golden light. What do you take to harden this seat? Don't wake up yet. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Jiang Chen's voice was like a bell ringing between heaven and earth. Each syllable seemed to be able to shatter the void, causing the air around him to shake and tremble. Its sound wave wherever, as if the waves beat the shore, can make the heart and soul are shocked, although the volume is slightly reduced, but still permeated with unquestionable authority. Silk drilled into the ears of the crowd, directly into the depths of the soul, as if in the bottom of the heart engraved under the inviolable instructions. 2 golden light whips burning with hot flames lashed in the air. The golden whip swept across thousands of armies, and wherever it passed, the yin chi collapsed, the weirdness died out, and the miserable screams continued for a long time. Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiang's brains shook, their eyes instantly regained their color, and the two of them shook their somewhat tingling heads. Only then did they react to the fact that they had been caught in an illusion, and it was Jiang Chen who had saved them. The two men's backs were already completely wet with sweat, and their hearts were in fear. The two of them drew back in a hurry. Many thanks to the sect master. Many thanks to real Zhang. Jiang Chen nodded slightly at his words, then waved his hand. The hand waving isn't helpless, but the old man still has to practice. Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiang naturally knew that the back was not something the two of them could cope with. and then quietly retreated behind Jiang Chen. Golden light? Who are you from the Heavenly Master's house? The Ghost King's tone was a bit grim when it saw this, but it didn't make the first move, as if it was afraid of something. You? What qualifications do you have to question this seat? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in disdain. Arrogant. Since you want to die, then this king will fulfill you. The Ghost King's words fell a pitch-black claw that instantly appeared above Jiang Chen's head and fell violently. Jiang Chen was unperturbed, and just as the sharp claws were about to land on top of his head, a golden light barrier appeared, easily burning the claws, vaporizing them, and finally turning them into nothingness. Damn golden light spell. The bullnose of the Heavenly Master's house is really hard to deal with. Why don't they all go to hell? The Ghost King's face was already pale, making it impossible to see through the changes in its expression. One could only tell by the boiling yin qi that the Ghost King seemed to be very angry. Even if Jiang Chen didn't answer it, it knew that Jiang Chen was definitely someone from the Heavenly Master's mansion. The Golden Light Mantra is an untold secret of the Heavenly Master's house and has always been the symbol of the Heavenly Master's house of Nubizi. This king advises you to mind your own business. This king has already signed a ghost contract with Lin Wanner. This marriage has been recognized by the Netherworld. Are you defying the hell? The Ghost King no longer made a move. It was not sure of taking Jiang Chen down. Although it was stronger than it was a few years ago, it was still a bit intimidated when facing the Nubizi of the Heavenly Master's mansion. After all, it didn't even have the qualifications to watch that great battle a few hundred years ago. Since that's the case, then take out the contract and show it to this seat. If there's really no problem, this seat will naturally not block this marriage. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Lin Jingxiang behind him anxiously, Wang Zhang took his arm and shook his head slightly, signaling him not to be in a hurry. Lin Jingxiang backs away unwillingly. The Ghost King didn't speak. Only two greenish ghostly flames flickered in its sunken eye sockets, making it impossible to guess what exactly it was thinking. To be able to get to the point of reaching this level of sophistication, it would not be an exaggeration to say that one could describe it as sophistication. It's no longer possible to second guess it with normal human thoughts. End of chapter. Inside a courier company in Rongcheng, detected a huge yin qi fluctuation in the western outskirts of the city. Grade. Level SSS. What? Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't class show up in Rongcheng? Wasn't there in the small days SSS rank shenanigans? You retest to see if there's been an error. The staff tested it again a few times, but the result was SSS grade. No error at all. This courier company is the headquarters of the Psychic Bureau in Rongcheng, and the staff here are all from the Psychic Bureau. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, so it's not the time to announce the news. The courier company is just a front for the Psychic Bureau. Xianlei's few people leaned powerlessly on their chairs, their expressions somewhat desperate. Just then, the door was pushed open. A tall figure walked in with large strides. His name was Duan Xiu, the director of the Spiritualism Bureau of Rongcheng. It is also the most powerful presence in the Psychic Bureau of Rongcheng. Grade A. All the personnel of the Ghost Harnessing First Team all rose after seeing the visitor. SSS class. Already able to threaten a city. Once that thing goes on a killing spree, no one will be able to stop it. Pass my order. Report the news upwards. Before the minister's support arrives, the Rongcheng Psychic Bureau is prepared to fight to the death. Yes, the Ghost Harnessing First Team yelled in unison. Their faces no longer had the careless, lofty look they had before, but only the determination to face the darkness. Remember the oath of the Psychic Bureau? All of them looked at each other and slowly placed their right hand in a fist on their chest. If the dark abyss descends, I will burn the blazing fire in my heart. We are the heralds of the dawn. We are the long knives that cut through the night. Ghost Harnessing Team. Swear to die. 1 inch. Next moment, alarms were sounded inside the courier company, and one by one, employees wearing courier overalls took off their clothes and replaced them with uniform pitch-black trench coats. A team of people headed towards the center of the energy fluctuation. There was a sudden silence outside the store, and for a moment the atmosphere was a little eerie. Ryoko. Only then did that Ghost King slowly open his mouth, as if he had finally made a decision. Could be. The words fell. An ancient contract similar to a cowhide scroll appeared spinning in the Ghost King's hand. The cowhide scroll was haunted by pitch-black gas, with a few small lines of scarlet characters on it. The record is that Lin Wan'er, a descendant of the Lin family, voluntarily entered into another marriage with it. This is the deed. The Lord of the Underworld is next to me. Can we get out of the way now? The Ghost King's limited patience was already a little too much to bear. This is the end. The contract is signed. Even if Real Jiang has the strength to exterminate the ghostly creature, he wouldn't dare to make a move. It will be reversed. This loop after loop is better than I've ever seen in a movie theater. It's a real treat for me. Is this a special effects synthesized show effect? It looks so realistic. How could a nice girl be contracted? What a pity. Zhang Xianling, it's not right. It's so wrong. How could there be a being contracted? I presumed it to be false? Deng Xianqingsan Taoist, Zhang Tiancher has spoken, the deed must be fake. It's simply impossible in this day and age. Tianshan Xianling Taoist, Zhang Zhenjinjin, make a move. This dog is fooling you by seeing how young you are. The crowd of highly accomplished Taoists in the live room quickly became very sure that the pact was fake. If they could see it, Jiang Chen could naturally see it. Jiang Chen's celestial master Qi-looking art had reached the third turn, and his pair of eyes could not only see the direction of the terrain, but also the nature of all things. The cowhide contract suspended in the hands of that ghost king was not a contract at all, but a broken canvas ghost artifact with the effect of illusion, and the netherworld behind him is naturally fake. The two ghost generals were of such a creepy level that they actually dared to pretend to be the netherworld. Jiang Chen laughed coldly twice, a flash of intense killing intent in his cold eyes. To actually snub him with a broken ghost weapon was tantamount to provoking Jiang Chen. This ghost king was really treating Jiang Chen as a rashaw. The golden light whip moved to roll the contract in the ghost king's hand into Jiang Chen's hand. The ghost king hadn't realized how serious things were. A contract? Taking a broken ghost weapon to fool this seat? Only Jiang Chen cupped the left and right corners of the cowhide roll with both hands and easily tore the contract in half. The destroyed compact was suddenly revealed in its original form. A piece of black smoking broken canvas ghost weapon appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and a ghost face could be seen roaring in the black smoke. Ah! The ghost king let out a long whistle, followed by his bloodthirsty gaze staring at Jiang Chen in death. How dare you destroy my ghost weapon? The ghost king's pale-to-pale face was cloudy and uncertain, and a cloudy aura erupted from all around his body. The ghost king was no longer in disguise when he saw that he had been exposed. The overwhelming yin qi enveloped a 300-meter radius. The ghostly spirit formed in a flash, and at this moment the moonlight above the firmament was swallowed up. The ghosts formed, and the surrounding area was already a special space. This is the land of the Ghost King, and the Ghost King is the king here. It was pitch black in the ghostly world. Unable to reach out, Wang Zhang and Lin Zhengxiang's senses were shielded, and a ghostly face kept appearing around them. Is this the ghostly world? Wang Zhang's eyes surveyed the surroundings, and actually the compasses had failed, and he couldn't even distinguish between southeast and northwest. The jade talisman in Lin Wanner's arms was currently suspended in the air, emitting a burst of divine light, and the spilled golden light formed a circle of protective shield that wrapped Lin Wanner in it. The ghostly hands sticking out all around them were unable to do any damage to them. Please, Mr. Jiang, make a move. Lin Jingxiang shouted respectfully as he struggled to resist the invading ghostly hands. Please, sect leader, true lord. Wang Zhang also shouted respectfully, and his hands were not idle. He directly took off his yin and yang Taoist robe and threw it over his head. The yin and yang pattern covered the heads of all the people. District Shao Dower Jiang Chen was calm and relaxed. The purple lines on the black Dao robe seemed to be activated at this moment, emitting a purple golden glow. And surprisingly, it was windless. Heaven and earth are the basics, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light divine spell. Open. Jiang Chen only slightly opened his mouth, but his voice was as loud as a bell, and his righteousness was awe-inspiring. His voice was as loud and thick as a bell, and exuded an aura of righteousness, and all the weirdness around him was shaken away. The majestic golden light in the body at this moment completely ignited the outbreak. Seems to be suppressed for a long time. The flame golden light, even some violent, turned into a wisp of cyclone suspended in the body of Jiang Chen. Chi flames flew backwards. Golden light enveloped, just like a super scion, Taoist robes hunting in the wind. Wang Zhang, three people could not help but worship, just like the bright golden light of the sun. In a moment will be half of the ghostly spirit within the yin gas all evaporated. The ghostly spirit corner was also torn open, a huge mouth. Rushing to the sky, golden light into a sharp sword rushed straight to the clouds. The bright golden light fell on the dazed faces of the three Wang Zhangs. It turns out that the monstrous sky is not only filled with ghostly yin qi, but also the brilliant golden light of the sect master's real person that rises straight up into the sky this night. End of chapter. Suburban Avenue. 2 kilometers in a circle has entered the control territory. From the map here formed a red triangle. The center of the area, a black-clothed people appeared here, surrounded by the water. They stood in the shadows as if they were one with the darkness. It was difficult for regular people to spot them. They all had one thing in common. That is, with wisps of black smoke coming out of all of them, and a somewhat grimace on their faces, sort of resembling a creepy look. They were already in a fighting state. A state referred to as human creepy unity, with bizarre powers but with a mind of their own, still essentially human. This state is referred to by the Psychic Bureau as harnessing guile. The crowd seemed to have sensed something had made way, and Duan Xiu walked out from the crowd with a few captains. Director, The center of the energy eruption is up ahead, and the front has been shrouded by a ghostly spirit, and it can already be surmised that the culprit is an SSS-ranked creepy. Ghosts? Duanxiu's expression was grave. Some time ago, the depths of Tianshan Mountain similarly erupted with SS-level energy fluctuations, and a silver-armored zombie that had become a spirit ran out from inside the deep mountains. It led to the massacre of most of the villages at the foot of the mountain, with not a single living person left, and even the cows and sheep were sucked into dry corpses. The headquarters of the Psychic Bureau had sent out 3 commanders, and they were hard-pressed to do anything with that zombie. Finally, Tianshan Taoist Temple's head of the real people learned the news rage. The first time to gather 5 big red robes of high power to suppress that head of zombies within a pair of golden coffins. The scene was so shocking that even the real person who was the head of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple drew blood. 5 big red robes of high power suffered serious injuries. 2 almost died on the spot. The remaining 3 are also injured. The entire Taoist Temple losses. And that's just a SS-level silver armor zombie. And at this moment, there was actually an enroaching SSS-ranked ghostly spirit. Can you find out how this ghostly creature appeared? Duanxiu turned back slightly and asked in a deep voice. It's been checked out clearly. This ghostly creature was coalesced by a ghost king. And the target of this ghost king is Lin Wanner, the daughter of well-known entrepreneur Lin Jingxiong. Lin Wanner was targeted by the ghost king because Lin Wanner signed a contract with that ghost king. But Lin Jingxiong sought out the help of the general realist. So the Ghost King was angry that the ghostly spirit had enveloped a few people. As to why the Lin family signed the contract and now backtracked is unknown. The staff spoke all the news gathered online and transferred Jiang Chen's live broadcast screen to Duanxiu. Real Jiang? But the sect leader of Zhen Demon Guan's real person? Duanxiu suddenly grasped the point and spoke with a somewhat agitated expression on his face. That's right. It's that was rated as Jiang Zhenlan who. SSS the staff confirmed. Duanxiu who heard this was instantly relieved. He naturally knew Jiang Chen's information, and they all knew when Jiang Chen was born and when he became a Taoist priest. The Psychic Bureau has a very powerful intelligence system. Anyone can investigate as long as they are within the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen's rating was also SSS, and even though that Ghost King had coalesced into a ghostly spirit, it shouldn't be that easy to get past Jiang Chen, right? Duanxiu kept analyzing in his heart. Suddenly the earth trembled, and the crowd was actually a bit unsteady when they were not paying attention. Golden Light Divine Spell. Open. Before the crowd could react, they heard a thick voice exploding in their ears, and at this moment, the yin qi in the bodies of all the guile harnessers present suddenly began to tremble, as if they had seen some great terror. Under the crowd's shocked gazes, the ghostly spirit in front of them was suddenly torn open with a large opening, and a sharp sword emitting bright golden light rose up into the sky, hanging above the crowd's heads like a great sun. A hot and furious aura swept around. The high temperature caused the green belts on both sides of the road to burn out of thin air. And the environment, which was originally somewhat dark, was illuminated by this dazzling golden light. The crowd just felt the dawn. These 2 ghost generals dare to pretend to be Yin Shi. If you were given 2 ghost king subordinates, wouldn't you be that Fengdu emperor? Only Jiang Chen's figure appeared in the crowd's gaze. His body was shrouded in golden light, and his entire body transformed into a wheel of a great sun grinder emitting a terrifying aura, and his aura burned the nearby air with some distortions. As Jiang Chen walked, a burnt mark followed on the ground. He was bathed in divine golden light, and countless people could no longer see Jiang Chen's facial features. They could only see a silhouette within the golden light. He was reflected in the minds of the people like an ancient god and could never be forgotten. Everyone in the live room worshipped at the sight of this scene. The pop-ups went completely crazy at this moment, and one by one, God-blessed pop-ups appeared in the live broadcast. Not to mention them, even Wang Zhang and Lin Jingxiong behind Jiang Chen were shocked. The brilliant and radiant golden light spilled onto their faces, and even the depleted aura and chi and blood in their bodies were slowly recovering. And in front of him, the Ghost King has been burned by that most pure and sunny golden light. It wants to yin chi to put out the golden light, but the golden light on its body is like a maggot attached to the bone, generally cannot be extinguished. Also cannot be extinguished. Once the yin chi surged, the golden light puffed and burned more fiercely. Ah! A mournful scream echoed in the air. The Ghost King who was burned by the golden light was also revealing his true face at this moment. That is, the most horrifying appearance before death. That hideous and disgusting appearance, making the audience in the live broadcast room feel chills in their hearts, and the hairs of sweat shrugged. The Ghost King's face became extremely distorted as he watched the ghostly spirit he had only condensed over hundreds of years be directly destroyed by the golden light for the most part. Nubizi of the Heavenly Master's Palace, why don't you all go to hell? This king is at war with you. The Ghost King roared to the sky. Half of the air at this point was still void of gloomy ghosts, while the other half had been burned. Black, gold colors occupy a corner of the sky, and the golden light was under Jiang Chen's urging. and the only remaining half of the ghostly spirit was starting to burn at the moment. The greenish fire in the eyes of that ghost king had already turned scarlet red, and it even directly grabbed the two ghost generals on the side and stuffed them into its mouth, in order to enhance its own power and restore the yin qi that had been burned by the golden light. Its abdomen began to tremble continuously, and two ghostly faces tried to rush out from it, and miserable screams came out from it. Jia Jia Jia! Turn into the power of this king, Nubizi of the Heavenly Master's Palace. You forced this king to do this. If you want this king to die, this king will let everyone present be buried with him. The voice sounded like it came from the bottom of a deep ice cellar, raspy and cold, as if every syllable was pieced together with broken ice prongs, scraping against one's eardrums and causing one to shiver. Its scarlet gaze swept over everyone present. Jiang Chen naturally noticed the situation around him. All these people had yin qi bubbling up from their cuckoo, but strangely enough the yin qi emanating from these people did not have a killing intent. It was the same as the weird yin qi but a little different. But Jiang Chen didn't have the time to pay them any attention right now. That thing actually swallowed the other two ghost generals. End of chapter. Wang Zhang looked at the ghost king in front of him in surprise. At the moment it no longer had the compulsion to make an appearance, and now it looked woefully out of shape. Even after devouring the two ghost generals, it had no way to extinguish the golden light on its body. The golden light of the Kaiyang realm was not that easy to extinguish. Who dash the ghost king opened his mouth and whistled. Suddenly appeared around a cold wind. Some still very small weak harness the weird in the body of the yin qi was directly blown out. He was even more by the body signed a contract of bizarre backlash, completely transforming into a terrifyingly bizarre. He began to attack his companions like mad. For a time, the guile harnessers suffered heavy losses, and screams of misery rose up. Everyone gather their power on me. I'm going to cast a forbidden domain. Duanxiu shouted at the sight. The next moment a looming black shadow appeared behind him, more than 2 meters tall, looking like a two-dimensional creature Black Paper Man, a class forbidden yin domain. Duanxiu's hands condensed, his eyes instantly converted to pitch black color, and an invisible black field spread out in all directions, eventually forming a field that was 100 meters in circumference. The appearance of the forbidden domain instantly warded off most of the yin wind. Nonetheless, Duanxiu's forbidden realm was still being blown around. It's the director's forbidden yin domain. Everyone gather all their power to the captain. The forbidden field dissipates and all of us have to be here. Everyone gathered all the power in their bodies at this moment to supply Duanxiu alone. The powerful force surging into his body was already beyond Duanxiu's range of tolerance. This force both enhanced the power of the forbidden yin domain, but it also wanted to tear Duanxiu's body apart all the time. Ha! Duanxiu's body's guile qi rushed to the sky, and his entire body had been shrouded in guile qi. He had gathered the power of all of them and had temporarily reached at this moment's rank. The difference between S-class is only a little bit, but it's just a little bit like a moat that's insurmountable. The A-class in the S-ranked forbidden yin domain was already almost as good as a ghost general. Nevertheless it could only barely withstand the yin wind emitted by the ghost king. Holding on for 10 minutes might be a luxury. Wild Ghost E, Fury Ghost D, Injustice Ghost C, Night Ghost B, Evil Ghost A, Ghost General S, Ghost Marshal SS, Ghost King SSS. Want to fight for your life? You don't have the qualifications. This Ghost King wanted to burn everything and then pull everyone down with the help of the power to detonate the ghost spirit. If it was a normal first-time Yao Guang realm entrant, then there was a real possibility that it would be planted here. But it was a pity that it was facing Jiang Chen, who was in the middle stage of Kaiyang. Wang Zhang rise to formation. Yes. Wang Zhang lifted the dust sprinkled on the ground with a sliding shovel, revealing a rope that had been prepared long ago. In a flash, more than a dozen huge yellow formation talismans suddenly fell from the roof of the nearby building, enveloping that ghost king and the rest of the weirdness in all of them, and the vermilion sand encountered the yin qi coupled with Wang Zhang's and Lin Zhenxian's aura to catalyze it, instantly emitting a blinding golden light. The power of a formation talisman could be far too powerful than a small beginner's talisman. Not long after all the weirdness was evaporated, and only the ghost king in the golden light array did not have anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. I actually even have a formation. Isn't this ghost king so heaven-defying? It hasn't even died until now after being scorched by Real Zhang's golden light? I'm new here. May I ask if this is the Yokohama scene shooting a fight movie? Fear. That ghost king is actually immune to the golden light of the formation. Zhang Xianling, that formation was not meant to target the ghost king. Normal formations can't do anything to take the ghost king, and among my Taoist religion, only the Lin family has the inheritance of formations. But, alas, Heavenly Mountain Xianling Taoist, it's actually a formation talisman. Real Jiang has really made all the preparations. Xianxi funeral a dragon, Su Laodao you do not go to recuperate from the injury. You watch a hair live ah. Tianshan Xianling Taoist, Where are you? This guy is it. Next time believe it or not, do not introduce you to business? Xiangxi funeral a dragon, wrong. Taoist master, I'm wrong. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go to the Taoist temple for further study and learning. Otherwise I won't know what these Taoist masters are saying. Upstairs, you don't want to think about it. I've been in the Taoist temple for more than a month now. Every day is either chanting or reading. All day long there are Taoist priests telling me to believe in science. These Taoist priests say things I've never even seen. Die hard. These things are the core of Taoism at first glance. It's impossible for ordinary people to access them. Zhang Xianling, welcome all residents to learn about Taoist culture and pass it on. He. Inside a county in western Hunan, an old Taoist was concentrating on watching the live broadcast. And when he saw those of his friends also watching the live broadcast, he flirted with those friends. But as soon as he saw that Taoist Xianling was not going to introduce him to business anymore, his mouth suddenly opened, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, unfortunately missing 2 incisors, which looked a bit funny. The old Taoist quickly picked it up and smiled, recognizing his mistake. The appearance of the formation talisman in the middle of the screen blocked the Ghost King's gloomy wind. The psychic bureau was rescued and a large number of people fell. Duanxiu also couldn't hold on any longer and sprayed out a mouthful of crimson blood and fainted on the ground. The whole person directly lost more than 10 pounds and looked extremely weak. This was the price of forcibly using a power beyond one's own. And if one was not careful, one would also be devoured by the strangeness within one's own body. Inside the Golden Light Formation, even that Lin Plan's 2 embodied voodoo formation couldn't do anything to this king. Do you think relying on this trash can stop this king? All die for me. The ghostly energy was as if it had been clutched together viciously by a giant invisible hand, compressing infinitely at that point. Space was distorted and light seemed to be swallowed up. Everything around him trembled under this powerful force, until it could no longer withstand the extreme compression, like a detonated nuclear bomb, exploding with a bang. The energy raging in all directions with a mountainous momentum, destroying everything in its path mercilessly. Although the Golden Light Divine Incantation could easily withstand energy, it was unable to envelop several hundred meters in a radius within the Golden Light. After all, his Golden Light was only 300 years old. Up to 100 meters of coverage. He could be left alone. And Wang Zhang's few people didn't have to worry about the danger. But those psychic bureau people will really have to be buried with them. Zhang Chen wouldn't let so many people die under the Ghost King for all the right reasons. It was a large amount of merit. And the identity of these people was still a mystery. Zhang Chen wouldn't let these people leave until he could figure out what was going on with the yin qi on these people and what could be weird in their bodies. All this thought was but in a moment. The mighty spirit of the Heavenly King appears to subdue the demons and protect the universe. The spirit of the pagoda shines brightly, and all evil spirits are dispersed, subduing demons and defending the right path. The demon-suppressing pagoda rises up. Evil spirits enter it. Heavenly might is vast. Divine power subdues the 8 directions. The Heavenly King mantra is complete. Subdue the demons and remove the devils. Jiang Chen condensed the power of the 2 stars, Yao Guang and Kai Yang, within his body, and outlined a gigantic Heavenly King silhouette. Toda Heavenly King was still the same as before, never dragging his feet, and the Linglong pagoda in his hand fell with a loud bang, suppressing all of the energy that had erupted from the ghostly creature at a single point. It couldn't spread out no matter what. End of chapter. The ghostly energy kept compressing and expanding, and finally exploded at the bottom of the pagoda without a single bit of residual power spreading out. Only a gust of wind scattered in all directions and dust flew. Many of the psychic bureaus were flipped over. According to the agreement, Blue Star could not have a character as powerful as you, Nubizi of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. You have forgotten the agreement that the Ghost Emperor would not. Before the Ghost King could finish his words, he was directly suppressed by the remaining power of the Heavenly King mantra and completely dissipated between heaven and earth, with only that unwilling voice still echoing in the ears of the crowd. With the death of the Ghost King, the dense yin qi also dissipated slowly, at a very slow pace. This was after all the Ghost King who had spent hundreds of years to condense the yin qi. Buzz. The formation talisman was also hard to bear at this moment and turned into a piece of debris that fell down. Everything around them returned to calm, except for the huge deep pit in the middle of the road, and the traces of destruction around it, telling of what had just happened. Ahem. This is the horror of a shadowy marriage. If that is a real contract, even I can't stop it. Of course I prepared all of this in advance, so we must all trust in science and never learn from the dangerous maneuvers of this seat. Zhang Chen's voice brought everyone in the live broadcast room back to reality. Zhang Junwen's old fans all believe in science. And what bulls and snakes came were directly beaten into bulls and horses. No buddy. That's busting superstition. Even after seeing that magnificent god for the second time, it still makes one unable to resist worship. It's a pity that it's actually a Buddhist protector heavenly deity. It would have been better if it was a Taoist one. Upstairs this is not true. Since ancient times, Buddhism and Taoism have a long history of development in many intertwined situations. People should know how to adapt. I've already enshrined the portrait of real Jiang. I don't know why I feel at peace every time I see it. That's psychological upstairs, isn't it? Whatever. Worship the big guy. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Jiang Chen could only see the shock points rising crazily. It was only a second's time that they had directly risen by tens of thousands. This speed was just like riding a rocket. Lin Wanna shed 2 lines of hot tears as she looked at Jiang Chen's back. Her grandfather and the elders of the entire Lin family village were killed by this ghost king. When the Lin family gathered all the hidden Yuan elders in order to save Lin Wanna, they moved out all the Lin family's reserves, laid down the 2 instruments vermilion array, and in the end, they even paid a painful price to seriously injure her. And so the horror of the Ghost King, in the hands of Jiang Chen with a toy as arbitrary pinch, even the Ghost King last fish death, with the help of the ghost explosion were easily suppressed by Jiang Chen. Lin Wanner's mind at the moment was filled with Jiang Chen's figure bubbling with golden light. Lin Jingxiang was also deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's obsidian-like golden light. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen's golden light would be so terrifying. I'm afraid that even the old heavenly master can't match the strength. Jiang Chen was currently checking out the complete version of the Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture that the system had rewarded him with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to protect the last innate Taoist body in heaven and earth. Mission completion reward, the Great Cave of the Upper Qing Dynasty True Scripture. Merit plus 5,000. Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture, the core technique of the Shangqing sect, leading directly to the heavenly pivot realm. Although Jiang Chen practiced the Golden Light Divine Mantra and was able to go straight to the Great Tao, but the Golden Light Divine Mantra which didn't carefully explain the division of realms. Jiang Chen was very curious about that legendary Tianxian realm. Tianxian is located between Tiangui and Tianshu. Without being able to condense Tianxian, one would not be able to unite the 10 realms to ascend to immortality. And this step was also a crucial step in ascending to immortality. The SSS-ranked Ghost King was just taken care of? Are we saved? What a rich yin chi. Quickly let me take a breath. Cool. One puff and I'm on the verge of advancing. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Jiang Chen gazed at the silhouettes and the shadows around him, and then directly closed the live broadcast without the slightest hesitation. The identities of these people are unknown, and it's better to keep them under wraps for now. As Jiang Chen's biting gaze swept in, the hearts of the crowd thumped. Jiang Chen, they knew, was a genuine Taoist priest, known in the outside world as a real person, and was recognized by the Taoist religion as a living heavenly master, even if he was not yet under a talisman. Captain, what if Jiang Zhengyan makes a move against us? A girl from Ghost Harnessing Team 1 asked softly. All of their yin chi was almost depleted, plus the chief had fainted from serious injuries, and now the most powerful of them were the 3 captains. If Jiang Chen made a move against them, they would be in deep. I don't think so. Xiang Lei is a bit uncertain. Gentlemen, who is the talker? Suddenly Jiang Chen's voice came out, only to see Jiang Chen leading the 3 of them. Wang Zhang, to Xiang Lei's face. Jiang Chen sensed that apart from the one who fainted and died, only the 3 people in front of him were slightly more powerful. Real Jiang I am. The 3 captains looked at each other. Then Xiang Lei walked out of the, even if Xiang Lei is from Kyoto, but facing Jiang Chen he can be a little arrogant and dare not have. Afraid that Jiang Chen body golden light slap him to death. Why do you have a yin energy in your bodies? Meeting Jiang Chen's questioning eyes, an invisible aura crushed in. Xiang Lei's pupils shrunk violently, as if his heart was being clutched by a large hand. Xiang Lei didn't dare to tell a lie. It's because by chance 6 months ago I went back to my hometown. It was late when I was on the road because of the traffic jam. And on the road I got weird. The creepy appeared out of nowhere in my passenger side. It almost scared me to death at the time. And before I could react it grabbed me by the neck and ended up inside me. It wanted to devour my soul. But in the end it didn't succeed. It didn't have the means to make a contract with me. And I absorbed the yin chi to help it become stronger. And it fed back power to me. Xiang Lei gave it all away. Release that thing inside you. It's good. Xiang Lei had wanted to refuse because releasing that weirdness would be the same as exposing his weakness to Jiang Chen. And once Jiang Chen made a move against him, then he would lose the power of the weirdness. He'll turn back into an ordinary man. Xiang Lei, who has seen the weirdness of this world, doesn't want to become an ordinary person. Everyone has selfishness even if they are great. And Xiang Lei is no exception. But when he thought of Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, he finally compromised. Xiang Lei released his yin chi, releasing the weirdness that was staying inside him. A tall bazaar with a greenish-purple face appeared behind Xiang Lei. As if possessed by a martial spirit, the bazaar's eyes were as black as the abyss, and its claws were long and sharp. The yin qi on its body was actually so majestic, and it was still a horizontal death ghost. It was a bit angry that Xiang Lei was actually such a wimp and actually sold out his teammates. It looked intimidating, but stood seeing Jiang Chen as well behaved as an elementary school student and stood at attention. End of chapter. Lord Heavenly Master, I, Zheng Fugue, have not harmed a single person. I was still weak before, and I only dared to bully a melon goon like Xiang Lei. I didn't try to devour this melon goon's soul. I was just teasing him. Otherwise I wouldn't have sat in his co-pilot for more than 10 minutes. I would have gotten him killed a long time ago. The reason why the yin qi on my body is so heavy is because this melon goon went to the mass grave and absorbed a lot of yin qi. That's why I became so powerful. Lord Celestial Master, spare my life. What I said is not false at all. The creepy head, dripping with blood, explained with some emotion and made a point of tucking in his claws between gestures, looking aggravated. It also made an effort to shiver a few mouthfuls of the yin qi that wandered between heaven and earth as it spoke. Puff. The two captains beside Xiang Lei couldn't help but laugh, and even the team members behind him couldn't help but laugh. Xiang Lei has always been portrayed as tall and majestic, fearless. Who knew that he was actually so timid before becoming a guile master? Is this still the captain of Ghost Harnessing Team 1? It can be said that the persona has collapsed. Xiang Lei's face also changed for a while, reddened by the suffocation. Zheng Fugue, what the hell are you doing exposing me? Why the hell did you say everything? A trickster who makes a contract with a trickster can communicate with his or her trickster in his or her heart. I'll you up. I haven't even said you're selling out your teammates. You melon goon. You're afraid of this Taoist priest, aren't I? Zheng Fugue, afraid? If he leaks a little bit of his golden breath, you're damn well prepared to suffer a yin qi backlash. Zheng Fugue growled at Xiang Lei in his heart. It is now only sea level only. Jiang Chen, a trace of golden light it cannot suffer. Once it died, Xiang Lei will be subjected to yin qi backlash. Light loss of several decades of life. Heavy direct death. How can you want to borrow weird power without paying for it? Xiang Lei didn't say anything even after hearing this. Only his face reddened even more. But do you think I'm going to believe in bull asterisk? Grandpa Tianshur, I, Zheng Fugue, kneel for you. Zheng Fugue was scared to death when he heard it. The ghost face changed green and purple for a while, and even really watery, and kneeled down. Alright, off back. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Zheng Fugue scurried into Xiang Lei's body in a puff of smoke. Jiang Chen wasn't willing to care about these people, since they all liked to use weird powers and had signed a contract. If Jiang Chen made a move to override the yin qi in their bodies, maybe these people will even hold a grudge against him. These people looked like they were from some organization, and they should have sensed the majestic energy of the ghosts here. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. These people wanting to deal with the Ghost King is tantamount to a fool's errand. Even the fainting guy on the ground, it's hard to say if he can survive the night. Real Jiang, this is my identification. We are not some evil cultivators inside a novel. Xiang Lei smiled twice and handed out his identity proof with both hands. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and took a look. Name, Xiang Lei. Grade, C. Affiliation, Psychic Bureau Headquarters. Captain of the 1st Detachment of the Rongqing Branch. Codename, 9527. There was also an official seal on it, and the document had a faint aura of qi, so there was no doubt that it was real. You guys should be able to do aftercare. Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Will, aftermath work we can do. Xiang Lei and the others hurriedly nodded their heads. Alright, I'll leave it to you guys to wash the floor. Let's go. Jiang Chen led Wang Zhang and the three of them towards the store. That leaves only the Psychic Bureau personnel. This is the yin qi of the Ghost King. It's 100 times denser than the graveyard above. What are you waiting for? Wash the ground. Xiang Lei yelled. The crowd only then reacted to go toward the place where the yin qi is the most dense. 1 or 2 meals are not so active. It was true that there was still a lot of yin qi left here, but with so many people taking a sip each, it was pretty much sucked up within a few moments. Jiang Chen, who was at the entrance of the store, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he looked at the appearance of these people. If you guys had told me, I would have suppressed that Ghost King and let you suck it up. Well, at least it's a waste of money. It's also really bad. I, Lin Jingxiong, have no way of repaying Jiang Zhenren's great favor. Lin Jingxiong made a move to kneel on the ground, but he was unable to do so because he was dragged by a golden light that dragged his body. How can a harmonization power master kneel down so easily? Think about how elegant your ancestor, Uncle Lin Jiao, was. If his old man knew that his descendants were so bad, he might have to come into his dreams tonight to teach you a lesson. Lin Jingxiong's expression was stunned at his words. You sound like you've met my ancestors. No matter what, real John, you not only saved 1 or but you also avenged my father and the elders of the Lin family. You won't let me pay my respects. Then this is something you must keep." With a serious face, Lin Jingxiong took out a well-preserved book from his arms. The book was not thick, only about 2 or 3 centimeters, and the cover had the words Mashan Formation Chapter written in large letters. This was passed down from my Lin family. This is the formation chapter of Mashan. Unfortunately it's crippled a lot, but there's still an intermediate level grand formation in it. 2 embodied voodoo grand formation. It was with the help of this formation that the Lin family elders seriously injured that Ghost King back then, killing him and finally agreeing to a 5-year contract. I, Lin Jingxiong, have been hiding for so long, and now that I've appeared in the eyes of the foreigners, they must be thinking of the great cave of Shangqing true scripture as well as the Mashan formation chapter in my hands. I am giving you these 2 secrets not only as a token of my appreciation, but also for my own sake, though I am not afraid of them. I know that the foreigners will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. With these 2 secret books in your hands, I'm sure they won't dare to hit you. Lin Jingxiong held Lin Wan air and talked a lot. A piker can't be held responsible for a crime. Since that's the case, then I'll keep it for you. No one can take the secret book away from me in my hands. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Mensch Jiang, in the future, the people of the demon suppressor Guan can practice the Great Cave Sutra of Shangqing. He came from Taoist Maoshan. So let's go back to Taoism. Lin Jingxiong glanced at Wang Zhang and laughed. The meaning of this sentence was already very obvious. That is, Wang Zhang could cultivate this gongfu without having to ask for his Lin Jingxiong's consent. This was both the Lin family's underbelly and also became the underbelly of the demon suppressor Guan. Without the supreme clear cave true scripture and the Maoshan formation chapter, Lin Jingxiong instantly felt a lot of relief on his body. He was also a little tired of hiding from the Inhumans for the past few decades. Why does it look a bit like explaining the aftermath? Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease. I have decided. Go back and buy all the villages. Then recultivate and return to cultivation as the Shangqing sect. The inheritance of the Maoshan Lin family cannot be broken. When I'm done refurbishing the Shangqing sect, those extra money will be donated to the poor children inside the mountainous regions. My trillions of assets should be able to help them get through the hard times. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang sniffed and wanted to slap this guy to death. Listen to this. Is this human language? Trillions of dollars in assets are pretty good for donations though. It's kind of a big deal. End of chapter. At this time, the system's voice once again sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hardcore breaking the Ghost King's marriage to break the feudal superstition and obtaining the top Taoist spell, the Tongtian Talisman. Tongtian Talisman, created by the great masters of the Shangqing sect. It requires no preparation and draws a talisman in the void, using spiritual energy as ink and the earth and sky as paper, with a power far exceeding that of a paper talisman. It's actually a Tongtian Talisman. I didn't expect that breaking the Ghost King's marriage would actually be able to obtain such a powerful Dao. It was important to know that Jiang Chen was in possession of the complete book of primary talismans, the complete book of intermediate talismans, and had mastered all of them. If they were paired with the Tongtian Talisman, that would be a walking talismanic Gatling. There is also no need to prepare so many paper charms at all in the future. With the Tongtian Talisman, Jiang Chen's combat power instantly skyrocketed by a hair. It's a bit strange. This Ghost King is so strong and has a ghost spirit to add to it. It's only logical that it should have ghost marshals and ghost monarchs under its command. Why is it that there are only 2 ghost generals under this Ghost King's hand? Wang Zhang was a bit puzzled. A few years ago this Ghost King did have ghost marshal and ghost ruler subordinates under his hand, and was exterminated by my Lin family elders who destroyed 2 ghost marshals and seriously injured 1 ghost ruler, while this time he didn't show up. There's only one possibility. This Ghost King should have devoured all the powerful existences under him in order to recover from his injuries. Once this Ghost King succeeds in its marriage and cultivates with the help of Lin Wanner's innate Dao body, then it will go one step further, and as long as it can go one step further, any number of sacrifices will be fine. At this time, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. It wasn't easy for a Ghost King to recover from a serious injury, and its men were the best tonic. I see. It dawned on the 2. The Ghost King incident had already passed several days ago, while Lin Wanner was left in the store by Lin Jingxiong, and Jiang Chen didn't refuse. The pavement outside the store that had been affected by the battle had been restored by the people from the Psychic Bureau as it was originally, and it was impossible to tell that a big battle had once broken out here a few days ago, and the top management of the Psychic Bureau thanked Jiang Chen for dealing with such a big hidden danger. Meanwhile, the Jin Demon Temple, under the 2 shifts of day and night, and the high efficiency of the construction, had already entered the final stage at this time, and there were only a few large halls left to be repaired. These past few days, Jiang Chen had also asked Wang Zhang to bring Lin Wanner to hammer her physique. The previous Lin Wanner had been infested by Yin Qi for years, causing herself to be weak and sickly, and her innate Taoist body was scarred. making even ordinary exercise difficult. Not to mention the deep hammering of her physique. But now that the Yin Qi had been dispelled by Jiang Chen, and the Ghost King had been destroyed by Jiang Chen, the dark wounds on his body were much better. It's ready to start practicing. In the mortal realm, before the Ding stage, it was all about refining the body, opening up the meridians of the whole body, and widening the meridians, in order to prepare for the absorption of spiritual Qi in the future. Before that there was nothing special about it other than the fact that the physique was stronger than normal. And if you want to break through the C stage then you need aura to enter the body. Both the C stage and the B stage are practicing aura, and the A rank requires a special Qi to enter the body. The Gongfu that Lin Wan'er cultivated was a mutilated version of the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture, in which the specialized special Qi was the innate purple Qi, so she wasn't worried. At the stage of hammering the body, the increase of the innate Dao body on Lin Wan'er wasn't very powerful, so this step Lin Wan'er could only give a lot of sweat and pain. In the past few days, every morning at 4 o'clock, he would be called by Wang Zhang to climb Lin Tian Peak until he climbed to the top of the mountain at an altitude of more than 6,000, and then practiced martial arts at the top of that mountain. The top of the mountain is already thin air. A little movement will be gasping. Practicing martial arts there Lin Wan'er want to die. When you come back, you will have to practice the Taoist hammering pile method to correct your yang body. Exhausted at the end of the day, Jiang Chen would also take the time to instruct Lin Wan'er in her cultivation. In a few days Lin Wan'er had broken through from the peak of the non-rank to the middle of the Xin rank. It was true that the early stages of the mortal realm progressed quickly, but most people were stuck in the A, B, and C stages. Stop. Suddenly Jiang Chen called a halt to the two. Lin Wan'er exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as if she was relieved, her legs trembling slightly as she got off the stool. The two came to Jiang Chen's front. Next I'll pass on the Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture to the two of you. Ha! There's no need to trouble you. Master Sect Master, there's a record of the running route above the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture. We can cultivate it ourselves. Aha! Lin Wan'er nodded her head. Jiang Chen didn't answer them, he just gently pointed his index finger, and a ball of golden light instantly surged into the foreheads of the two men. Next moment, a large strand of ancient records appeared in the minds of the two, the general outline of the Gong method, as well as the route of operation. Not long after the two of them completely absorbed the knowledge in their minds, a shocking color was revealed among their eyes. This was surprisingly the complete, restored, version of the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture, in which the general outline of the Gongfu was more comprehensive and the details of the meridians of the entire body were described more carefully. It is not so bad that people will go off the deep end or touch the taboo when practicing. Jiang Chen actually had the complete version of the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture's inheritance. Wouldn't that mean that the inheritance of the Shangqing sect was actually in Jiang Chen's hands a long time ago? Wang Zhang was completely numb. As for Lin Wan'er, she also felt deeply shocked. She didn't understand that Jiang Chen was able to mend the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture. That should have been unconcerned about the payment given by his father. Of course the Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture that Jiang Chen had passed on to the two of them was not the same. The one given to Lin Wan'er was an abridged version, but it was still far better than the mutilated one. And the one that was passed on to Wang Zhang was the real Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture. Would you believe me if I said that it was, on a whim, that I had repaired some of the mutilated Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture in the past few days? Jiang Chen smiled with his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. I'll believe whatever you come up with. Sect Master True Lord. Wang Zhang shouted excitedly. With the complete version of the Grand Cave Sutra of the Supreme Qing Dynasty, he was certain that he would break through the hidden Yuan realm this year, and by that time, he would not only be subject to the yellow robe, but might be able to directly be subject to the red robe. Alright, don't think so much. Wan'er, you go out and cultivate first. Since your father Lin wants to revitalize the Shangqing sect, then the Shangqing Grand Cave Sutra is essential. I have made up some of the Shangqing Grand Cave Sutra, so count this seat as making a contribution. Jiang Chen's words caused Wang Zhang to freeze. Could it be that Jiang Chen had passed on different techniques to the two of them? But the complete version of the Grand Cave Sutra of Shangqing is clearly in Portao's mind. However, Wang Zhang was also a smart person and did not reveal it. The Lin family was struggling to guard a crippled version of the Grand Cave Scripture of the Supreme Qing Dynasty, and if word got out that the Lin family had a full version, the inhuman realm would have to set off another storm of bloodshed. The current Lin family couldn't keep their feet. Yes, real Jiang, I thank you for the Lin family. After Lin Wan'er bowed respectfully, she then excitedly went to the door to cultivate. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Zhang, who was about to speak, then spoke. The reason why I don't pass on Lin Wan'er's complete technique is because the time has not yet come. There's no need to think about it. Take this elixir. It will help you break through the hidden elemental realm today. This bit of your Tao will be dangerous to follow me in the future. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately after that, a sentence entered Wang Zhang's ears. End of chapter. Golden Light Pill. A single elixir can enhance the innate violet chi for 13 years, enough to help you break through to the hidden Yuan realm. After you break through the hidden Yuan, and with the addition of the upper chain Great Cave True Scripture, you are no longer weak in terms of drawing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and I will not be using pills to help you break through. The reason I gave you the elixir before was because your base was deep enough. If you continue like this, your base will become flimsy. Do you understand? As soon as Wang Zhang heard this, his whole body seemed to be ignited, nodding his head violently, his eyes flashing with ecstasy, his mouth constantly chanting, "I understand." Wang Zhang understands. He was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. Breaking through the hidden elemental realm, he had almost reached the same realm as his master. This would give him the certainty to go up to the Vajra temple, searching for his true dragon view's inherited magic weapon, as well as that one intermediate level talisman that had been passed down. These days he had already investigated clearly. The Golden Buddha Hall was different from the Vajra temple, and the Vajra temple was the force standing behind the Golden Buddha Hall. The group of monks in the Golden Buddha Hall were merely arranged by the Vajra temple, and the place was also dedicated to making money. However, after Wang Zhang called for thunder to split the Golden Buddha Hall, the Vajra temple was surprisingly quiet, as if it didn't care. After you break through the hidden elemental, it's time for us to depart for Longhu Mountain. It's the sect master real. Wang Zhang nodded heavily at his words and then left after accepting the elixir. His breakthrough from rank A to the hidden Yuan realm was not a small movement, and it was not appropriate here. He was preparing to head to the summit of Lin Tian Peak to make a breakthrough. Early the next morning, Wang Zhang then hurriedly rushed back from Lin Tian Peak, and at this time, his essence was greatly enhanced. The complexion of his face had also become rosy and lustrous, as if it was radiating from within. Its eyes are also brighter and more alert, as if the stars have fallen into them, due to the inner strength enhancement that optimizes the body functions and opens up the chi and blood. The hair, which had been somewhat gray at the temples, had turned black. There was an invisible aura spreading in all directions around his body, and this aura was felt more truly by Lin Wanner. His spiritual energy was very deep at this point, and his innate violet chi had broken through to over 110 years, so he was no longer considered a cultivator who had first entered the hidden Yuan realm. And on his shoulder actually stood a purple praying mantis, which seemed to be psychic as it brought its two claws together to float up and down in worship to Jiang Chen. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Wang Zhang explained, "Master, sect master. This praying mantis appeared when I made a breakthrough last night. It was originally a greenish color all over, but when I looked at it this morning it suddenly turned purple. I felt it had a bond with me, so I brought it back, and I named it Violet." This purple mantis stayed on Wang Zhang's shoulder surprisingly well behaved. "That's interesting." Jiang Chen utilized the Celestial Master Chi lookout technique to gain insight into this praying mantis, and discovered that this praying mantis actually possessed a mass of pure innate purple chi within its body. Obviously this mass of innate purple chi came from Wang Zhang. This praying mantis already had some spiritual intelligence, with an IQ equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Jiang Chen didn't bother. He was also a little curious as to how far this mantis, after absorbing more innate purple chi in the future, would grow. "Has Wan Air packed up yet? It's time for us to go," Jiang Chen asked out loud. "It's already packed." Lin Wan Air, she was carrying a duffel bag. Today, wearing a high ponytail, wearing a clean white short-sleeved body, the lower body with a pair of denim shorts, while the feet are on a pair of white sneakers. White long legs, in the sunshine under the illumination of the eyes, look extraordinarily wobbly. Lin Wan Air looks extraordinarily youthful and beautiful. Wang Zhang, on the other hand, was much simpler, wearing a black ordinary Taoist robe and carrying his own yin and yang yellow cloth pocket. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was wearing his own black yin-yang dharma robe. His yin-yang dharma robe has the effect of water and fire not invading and avoiding dust. His body is clean and dry all the time, and it is also a walking constant temperature air conditioner, so there is no need to worry about it at all. The store closed and the three drove off in their car. On the High Line, all three bought tickets for business seats, and the main thing was the cleanliness. Still, Jiang Chen didn't expect him to be so hot, and he was recognized right away when he entered the high-speed train. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted them, probably because they were in the way of Jiang Chen's majesty and mysterious methods. They just sat in their seats with their cell phones to record. It was also just the stewardess who was excited to take a picture with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen didn't refuse. This one had the whole compartment clamoring for a picture. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take pictures one by one, but fortunately there weren't many people in a compartment, and it was over in no time. "You're just like a star now, Mr. Jiang. These people are too enthusiastic," Lin Wanner lamented. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. "Jiang Jinjin, you guys drink water. At that moment the train started and the stewardess brought over 3 bottles of water. Thanks. Lin Wan Er took the water. At this time the steward suddenly saw the purple mantis on Wang Zhang's index finger. The steward was surprised. How did this praying mantis get through security? And it even climbed on top of Taoist Master Wang's finger. And it was even purple and poisonous at first sight. Taoist Master Wang, you have a praying mantis on your finger, the stewardess hurriedly warned. Wang Zhang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the well-behaved little purple on his finger. It's fine, this is a small pet raised by the poor Taoist. It won't run around. Wang Zhang explained with a smile. As he spoke, Wang Zhang thumbed Little Violet. Little Violet waved her paw and scratched her head, staring at Wang Zhang with 2 big eyes. That's a train that doesn't allow pets, the stewardess said dully. Little Violet's head shook when she heard this, and surprisingly, she fell directly into Wang Zhang's palm, with her 2 paws still twitching. Oh, dead, Wang Zhang said unexpectedly. Flight attendants, that's fine since it's dead. The stewardess nodded dully, its inner self constantly consoling itself that the praying mantis should not be considered a pet. After the stewardess left, the purple mantis in Wang Zhang's hand instantly came back to life with full blood. Wang Zhang smiled and handed Xiaozi the steamed bun by tearing it up a bit. It clutched the bun with both paws and nibbled hard. A man in the back seat of Jiang Chen's trio recorded everything that had just happened. At first he just felt that the praying mantis in the Taoist priest's hand was quite interesting. He didn't realize that this praying mantis was actually so spiritual. It looked as if it could hear human words. He posted the video on a short video platform. Unbeknownst to me, this video actually had a huge amount of traffic and caught fire at a very fast rate. A tall man is a tall man, keeping pets that are different from the norm. I have the illusion that this mantis is capable of knocking me down. I offer $100,000 wanted by the praying mantis in the hands of Taoist Master Wang Zhang. Taoist priest, gently, don't play dead. Other person, I understand Taoist. Taoist, no, I'm not talking to you. End of chapter. The entrance to the ancient town at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Jiang Chen and his group spent a day this time before arriving at the ancient town. And just as they arrived at the entrance, they saw Zhang Tianchi and the others personally greeting them. Greetings, real Jiang. Tianchi Zhang and the others bowed respectfully. Jiang Chen also returned the salute. Seniors don't have to be like this. This makes the late generation terrified. Behind the Zhang Tianchi and other people without exception all are the high merit of Longhu Mountain. In addition to the Zhang Tianchi, one of the age of more than 100, can be said to be the last era of the people. Any one of them could go among the rest of the Taoist temples and sit on one side. Hee, these old guys all worship you very much now. Hard to clamber down the mountain to see you. Tianchi Zhang spread his hands somewhat helplessly. At this point, Tianchi Zhang's gaze landed on Wang Zhang, who was on the side, and he couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart. How long had passed? Wang Zhang had actually broken through to the hidden Yuan realm, and faintly feeling the breath on his body, it appeared that he was not yet at the beginning of the hidden Yuan realm. Lin Wan'er, a descendant of the Maoshan Lin family, has met Tianchi Zhang and all the seniors. Only then did the crowd notice the pretty girl following Jiang Chen. Tianchi Zhang smiled and nodded. When you were small, your father carried you to the Heavenly Master's house to pray for blessings. I even hugged you then. I didn't realize that more than 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Zhang Xianling was somewhat emotional when Lin Jingxiang brought Lin Wan'er to the Tianchi mansion to pray for blessings. He didn't request for the old Heavenly Master to help Lin Wan'er with that Ghost King because he knew that the old Heavenly Master's lifespan was short, and if anything happened to the old Heavenly Master, this karma would be too much for him to bear for the Lin family. Wan Er doesn't remember. Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned. She hadn't even heard her father say that they had even come to Lung Fushan. Wang Zhang has met Heavenly Master Zhang, and has met all the seniors. Words. The eyes of the crowd looked toward Wang Zhang. The several red-robed high functionaries behind Tianchi Zhang looked at each other at once. None of them had yet noticed that Wang Zhang was actually a hidden Yuan realm cultivator. Wang Zhang had just made a breakthrough not long ago, and his breath would leak out a trace from time to time, unable to hide it from Gao Gong, who was also at the hidden Yuan realm. A few of the old Taoists were somewhat envious of Wang Zhang's talent. They were still struggling in the mortal realm in their 50s, and the aura between heaven and earth was a little more dense a few decades ago, and it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Good. It seems that my Taoism will be welcoming another red-robed high achiever. Tianchi Zhang's face was piled with smiles. Don't look at his cultivation as the Caveming realm. If he cultivates step by step, he may only be the peak of grade A. Cultivation talent is actually about the same as Wang Zhang. However, he came from the Heavenly Master's house and was a personal disciple of the old Heavenly Master. The reason why he possessed the Cave Bright Realm cultivation at the age of about 50 was that when he was 30, the old Heavenly Master used a mutated elixir that had been handed down for 500 years from Longhu Mountain to build a foundation for him. Plus at that time, there were 5 red-robed high-ranking gongs whose great limit had fallen, who voluntarily enlightened him with a lifetime of golden light. The enchantment of the mutated elixir, coupled with the golden light of the 5 high gongs, directly piled up his cultivation to the early stage of cavernous enlightenment. After that, it was in the last session of the discourse, where Zhang Xianling had hung up on all of his peers in that session, striking out his own majesty. Eventually the old heavenly master abdicated, and the name of heavenly master of Longhu Mountain fell to Zhang Xianling. This has been 20 years of his reign. It could be said that the old heavenly master was paving the way for Zhang Xianling decades ago. After all, the old heavenly master had already survived for 300 years, and it was already a miracle that the peak of cave brightness could live for so long. The reason why the old celestial master did not ask for help was also because his own lifespan was running out. That was why Zhang Xianling was shocked that Wang Zhang had broken through the hidden yuan. Heavenly Master Zhang is too kind. In fact, Wang Zhang was also defeated by Zhang Xianling 10 years ago. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go up the mountain. Real Zhang Xianling and the others were all dressed in Taoist robes, and by this time, they had already attracted a group of people to stop and watch. Some of them also recognized Zhang Chen. At this time, he had already taken out his cell phone to take pictures, and the news of Zhang Chen's appearance at Longhu Mountain was also spreading on the internet. Visitors within the old town who want to get to the Tianchi mansion need to buy a ticket before hiking up thousands of stone steps, step by step. But of course you can take a cable car. And naturally, Zhang Chen and the others didn't need to buy tickets, and under the gazes of many tourists, the group walked as fast as they could. Between a few long strides, he crossed out 7 or 8 meters. The leader of the group was naturally Zhang Xianling, while Zhang Chen followed behind him without slowing down. The third is none other than Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang had just broken through the hidden yuan not long ago, and coupled with his exuberant qi and blood, he had already surpassed the older generation's red-robed Gaokong, and he was barely able to keep up with Tianchi Zhang and Zhang Chen as he stepped on the true dragon Big Dipper steps, the third echelon that was naturally a few red-robed old Taoists. Dragon Tiger Mountain Stance. The Dragon Tiger Wind walking steps were almost to their limit, yet there was still a gap between them and Wang Zhang in front of them. It makes them lament that they can't afford not to be old. Along the way Zhang Chen and Zhang Xianling breeze, and from time to time also point out the scenery on the road. It should be said not to say that Longhu Mountain is worthy of the 5A-level scenic spot, the mountains and beautiful water, birds and flowers with an unfolding portrait of the general. It was just a bit bitter for Lin Wan-er who ended up carrying a shoulder bag. Zhang Jinjin, you guys wait for me. Lin Wan-er had only just begun to walk away yet, and the figures of several people had already disappeared around the corner. The crowd of tourists were shocked at the speed of a few Taoist masters and at the same time, they somewhat sympathized with the well-behaved and lively girl. Ouch! Lin Wan-er stomped her feet in anxiety. Just when the crowd thought she was going to make an effort to catch up, they saw her turn toward the gondola below. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Zhang Xianling and Zhang Chen, slowly ascended to the top, and the terrain around them immediately flattened out, and there were even more tourists around. The air is not thin, but feels comfortable when you can see the mist of the mountains close by. Before the eyes of the two stood an imposing and mysterious high gate of the outer courtyard, like a lofty barrier forged in time, isolating the hustle and bustle of the world and guarding the secret realm of the immortal fate within the mansion. The gate was 9 meters high and more than 4 feet wide, constructed with heavy texture and ancient patterns of green bricks. It's better to say it's a gate than a super enlarged version of a screen. In the center of the top engraved with Tianqifu 3 strong font, highlighting the history and status of Tianqifu. Many of the tourists had reverence and excitement on their faces as they took photos and group shots below. Most of these people have come up step by step. They are proud of themselves and take pictures to remember them later. Mr. Jiang, this is the Dragon Tiger Square in the outer courtyard of the Heavenly Master's mansion. How's it lively? Zhang Xianling said with a smile. Zhang Chen nodded at the words as he glanced at the crowd inside the Dragon Tiger Square. It's indeed lively enough. Much more lively than my demon Jingguan. Longhu Mountain is worthy of being one of the 3 giants of Taoism. I'm afraid this place gathers tourists from all over the country. Not ashamed to think so. The Heavenly Master's mansion of Lung Fushan has been labeled as mysterious, ancient, and immortal cultivation since ancient times. End of chapter. But there are some interesting people in here. Zhang Chen had a meaningful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and there seemed to be a reference between his words. Isn't it just a few days away from the Dragon Tiger Discourse martial arts performance? It's a major event in the inhuman world, and many of the old guys will be there as well. Zhang Xianling didn't care about the inhuman mixed in the crowd. There was also no need to worry about these inhumans striking out at ordinary people. Zhang Xianling was already used to it. Between the two of them talking, Wang Zhang and the others had just reached the top of the mountain. A few people in order to keep up with Zhang Chen and Zhang Xianling, but they had exerted their stance. At this time, A few people were still a little bit slightly asthmatic. It was a minute faster than I expected. A few elders have not lost their years, Zhang Xianling said with a smile. What doesn't diminish? Our old bones are still able to move. It would be good to live another 10 years. A few Haigons looked frank. They had all lived for more than 100 years, and had already looked away from a lot of things. Up to this point, Zhang Xianling did not speak again. Damn, I forgot about this girl Wan Er. Wang Zhang always felt that there was something missing. This look was great. Lin Wan Er did not know when she disappeared. The mantis on his shoulder waved its claws as well. Zhang Xianling and the others were in tears and laughter. Don't worry, she's here too. A few people looked along with Zhang Chen's gaze, but they saw Lin Wanner's figure appearing on the other side of the cable car terminal, waving at them. Lin Wanner quickly stepped in front of Zhang Chen and the others. Real Jiang, I'm not much slower than you guys. Lin Wanner's eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. The crowd laughed out loud. Led by Zhang Xianling, the group walked straight through the Dragon and Tiger Square, passing by all the major side halls and the main hall. And as a few people went deeper and deeper, there were fewer and fewer tourists around, and they also saw many well-dressed Taoist priests. Except that none of these Taoist priests were inhuman, just Wendo. It wasn't until the group walked out of the outer courtyard that there was actually a path between the mountains that led to a mysterious place. This is the path to the real Heavenly Master's house. Walking out of the outer courtyard as if falling into a colorful picture, the eyes are full of vibrant life. Tender green grass buds like fine needletip, weaving a plush green carpet. You can actually see a water stream in the mountains, like a coiled silver snake, with the end leading to nowhere. The path was a bit treacherous, however it was not a big problem. And after going over the mountain, you could already see the buildings of the Heavenly Master's house. But at this time there was a dilemma before the crowd. The front is actually a cliff. Lin Wan Er gulped and looked at the abyss under her feet in shock. A whistling wind blew by making Lin Wan Er unable to stop herself from shivering. She took 2 steps back in some fear. Her legs were a little weak at this point. Heavenly Master Zhang, we're not going to pass through those 2 chains. Are we? Lin Wan Er stretched out her slightly trembling forefinger, pointing at the thick chain that connected to the cliffs. Although this chain was very thick, as wide as the palms of 2 adult men, it was simply impossible to walk through it. Lin Wan Er glanced around and realized that there were no facilities within the cable car either. There seems to be only one such passage. Little Wan Er, isn't there a sign here? Wang Zhang smiled and pointed to the sign on the ground. Walk through the chains to enter the Heavenly Master's mansion. Lin Wan Er's face was suddenly as bitter as a melon color. It seems she won't be able to enter the Heavenly Master's house. It's fine, go. I'll take you there. At this time Zhang Chen spoke. But I'm a little afraid of heights. Lin Wan Er was still a little scared. But without waiting for Lin Wan Er to return to her senses, Zhang Xianling and the others landed steadily on the iron chain between one jump. Even though there was a constant wind blowing between the cliffs and the chain shook, but the bodies of the people seemed to be glued to the iron chains. No matter how, they could not fall down. A few people walked quickly on the chain making a sasha sound, and soon a few people passed by. I'll also go over first. Sect Master Real. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Wang Zhang had already come to the Heavenly Master's mansion more than once, and he was also used to this cliff chain, and he reached the opposite side very sharply. Zhang Jinjin, want or not, Lin Wan Er wanted to wave her hand to refuse, but a golden whip had already wrapped around her waist, and in the next moment she only felt herself flying freely in the air. She glanced below. A sense of weightlessness spread throughout her body, and her eyes nearly blackened as she fainted directly to death, only to see Zhang Chen in front of her appear on the opposite side in a single step, while she was directly entangled in the air by the long whip of golden light and swung around, experiencing a cliff bungee jump on the spot. She hadn't even reacted by the time she hit the ground. Isn't this coming over? Zhang Chen bared his 2 rows of big white teeth and laughed. The next moment Lin Wan Er couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Zhang Chen spread his hands helplessly and could only let Wang Zhang lead her. Half an hour later the crowd could be considered to have arrived at the Heavenly Master's mansion. Tianchi Mansion inner courtyard hall. White walls and tiles. Flying eaves and corners. Simple and elegant. Walls white as snow. Slightly modeled under the baptism of the years, adding a few points of the vicissitudes of history. The black tiles are neatly arranged, layered like fish scales, glittering with a warm luster under the sunlight. The flying eaves are raised high, like birds spreading their wings and wanting to fly, light and agile, and at the same time, they also contain the spiritual connotation of Taoism's pursuit of freedom and transcendence. You can also see an ancient tree in the courtyard, as if you are in an isolated paradise. As the crowd walked through the gates of the Heavenly Master's mansion, what met their eyes was the Ancestors' Hall. One of the enshrinement is Zhang Daoling Ancestor. Ancestor Hall in the middle of the incense burner, incense breath constantly. The air is filled with a light sandalwood scent. so that people smelled the mind and soul serenity. There were also a few Taoist priests dressed in Taoist robes, sitting devoutly cross-legged on Taoist balls of enlightenment. Noticing that someone had entered the ancestor hall, the crowd slowly opened their eyes. Greetings to Heavenly Master Zhang as well as all the elders. These Taoists were all wearing black Taoist robes, and their bodies exuded the aura of the A-step. These people were actually all A-step cultivators. The Heavenly Master's mansion's depth was truly unfathomable. This is the head of the demon Jingguan, Taoist Xianjun, Tianzhi Zhang introduced. The crowd sniffed that gaze focused over in unison. He stood there. His posture was as straight as a pine, and the majesty emanating from his body was like a materialized wind, chilling the face, and the crowd's lips were slightly open, mumbling, but they couldn't spit out half a word. I didn't expect real Jiang to actually come to the Heavenly Master's mansion, only to see the side of the young man hurriedly rush to, eyes suddenly wide. The depths of the pupil of the eyes are full of shock and respect. The previous eloquence of the energy swept away. Chest unconsciously rose and fell slightly, breathing slightly sharply due to nervousness. Each inhalation seems to be trying to calm the surging waves inside. Can only stand frozen in place. It took a while for the crowd to respond. Greetings, Real Jiang. I didn't expect Real Jiang to actually come to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Real Jiang is even younger than he looks on the video. The crowd was excited, and the silence in the Ancestors' Hall was broken. End of chapter. Deep in the western frontier of the Dragon Kingdom, Mount Dengxian stretched for an unknown number of miles, with one treacherous peak forming a natural barrier. It is like a white dragon hibernating between heaven and earth, head resting on the twilight of the plateau, tail sweeping through the wilderness of Qinghai, stretching thousands of miles, with an unrivaled ambition, the years and the mountains and rivers in the arms. The name is Kunlun, known to the world as the 100,000 Great Mountains, wrapped in thick fog all year round in the mountains. It is full of mystery. The face of the wind is cold as a knife. The wind whistling from the pass rushed down, wrapped in the depths of the glacier's cold breath, seems to be the intruder's courage to uproot. There are also aspiring to Kunlun 100,000 mountains of explorers, but no one explorer successfully climbed to the top. Either in the middle of the road was eaten by beasts, or in the lost in the 100,000 deep mountains. Kunlun Deep Mountain, which has a strange magnetic field. As long as the person enters the inside, all electronic equipment will be out of order. And in the deepest part of the 100,000 mountains of Kunlun, there was the tallest and most treacherous peak, named Dengxian Peak. On the mountainside of Dengxian Peak there was a Taoist temple called Dengxian Taoist Temple. On the cliff a few Taoist masters stand against the wind. The body of the robe is as harsh as the knife wind blowing soughing sound. A wisp of streaming clouds entwined in the sleeves between robes. All of them have a dusty temperament. Show-e, the 10-yearly Dragon and Tiger Discourse martial arts performance is about to begin. So my master will take you out to see the world today. The voice of the old Taoist at the head, who had a head full of white hair and an immortal style, resounded from the cliffs. The old Taoist name is Jing Suzhenjin, a strength just below the old Heavenly Master, and one of the great men of Taoism. And behind him stood a young man, white robes flicked with the wind, between the fluttering of the sleeves, like flowing clouds lovingly, more set off by his lithe posture. The face is like a carefully carved jade, the eyebrows are like a faraway daisy. Through the innate heroism, the eyes are just like a clear autumn pool, brimming with stars. His fair skin was able to make countless girls envious. He didn't look more than 20 or so. Its master, his name Shen Lingyun, was taken by his master, and his Taoist name Shi was also taken by his master. He was the closed-door disciple of Jing Suzhenjin, deeply blessed with the true teachings of the Dengxian Taoist Temple, as well as an innate body born close to the Tao, and his existence was unknown even to the other Taoist temples. All he knew was that he had been picked up by Jing Suzhenjin in the depths of the great 100,000 mountains. Let's go. Master, aren't we waiting for elder brother? Shen Lingyun's senior brother was Taoist Master Qingsong, and Taoist Master Qingsong had gone out to practice a year ago, and now he didn't know which deep mountain he was inside. After all, Kunlun was known as 100,000 mountains. Trying to find someone was like finding a needle in a haystack, a drop in the ocean. No need. Your senior brother forgets everything, but he won't forget the day of the Dragon and Tiger Discourse martial arts exhibition. With a casual wave of his hand, a light blue talisman flew out from within his sleeve robes and landed firmly on the door of the Dengxian Taoist temple. This was surprisingly an intermediate level talisman. The crowd didn't seem to care when they saw the scene. This intermediate level talisman was called the Spirit Sky Evil Suppressing Talisman, which was the backbone of the Dengxian Taoist temple. And Taoist Master Jingshu had reached the peak of insightfulness in all of his strength, and had long since been able to inscribe intermediate-level talismans. A crippled intermediate-level talisman was no problem at all for him. The other side. The mountain. known as the Mountain of the Question, has been lying here since the legend, engraved with the legend of the interweaving of heaven and earth, the living and the Tao. The dense fog at the top of the mountain is like a gentle veil, lingering, like a beast of ambush, the spine's sinuous undulation, the outline of the mist and the hidden, through the mysterious and unpredictable majesty. And in the mountainside at the Taoist temple scattered, a Taoist temple green-gray tile roof layers and layers, such as fish scales arranged in a regular manner, in the shimmering light flooded with cold luster. These Taoist temples rising from the ground, as if history and faith cast a lofty fortress. Vermilion walls are tall and thick, bright colors and the sunlight eye-catching, highlighting its extraordinary status and revered heritage. At the entrance of Tianyi Taoist Temple, there was also an old Taoist with a few high-ranking dongs, as well as a young disciple. The great event of the inhuman realm is coming. Are you ready, disciple? Master, ever since I heard you talk about this event, my disciple has been waiting for this day. My disciple's innate chi sect has already been initiated. No one in the younger generation is my match. The youth was born extremely handsome, slender and well-proportioned, wearing a light green brocade robe, embroidered with elegant cloud pattern. The sword eyebrow stretching, does not seem to be harsh and flamboyant, contains vitality, and add a few points of handsome. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Do not be complacent. Your main opponent this time is that kid from the Heavenly Master's house. That kid's golden light was personally tempered by the old Heavenly Master and the current generation of Heavenly Masters. Not to say that all laws are invulnerable. It's still not a problem to resist the Tao of one's peers. The old Taoist turned back slightly to admonish him, a flash of pride flickering in those vicissitudes of his eyes. When he thought about it, he had spent an unknown number of years in order to learn the innate chi sect, and now it had been 300 years, and his innate chi sect was only a great success. There is still a long way to go before that consummation. Spirit Heavenly Reverend, little Wang Ye's cultivation has been nurtured by the Taoist temple and has already had his innate violet chi enter his body, so if we wait for a while longer he'll be on the verge of catching up with us. Yes, with little Wang Ye's strength, not to mention first, the top 3 won't have any problems. With the innate purple chi protecting your body, coupled with the innate chi sect, and the Taiji fist technique taught by the poor Taoist himself, you're completely invincible. The several red-robed high-functioners behind him nodded their heads in unison. Wang Baldi's Taijiquan method is still something, which incorporates Wang Baldi's own understanding of the boxing changes more than 12 ways. Furthermore, the innate chi men were in existence not weaker than the Golden Light Mantra, and if they could be fully mastered, the innate would be invincible. Let's hope so. It's time to go. The spirit Sky True Lord of the Questioning Mountain waved his hand and several people headed towards the foot of the mountain. The tourists in the outer courtyard scenic spot caused a gasp of surprise when they saw a few Taoist masters with transcendent temperaments appearing in the outer courtyard Taoist temple. There was a flurry of cell phone footage. Many visitors are still aware of some of the Taoist traditions, such as that 10-yearly mystery conference. At the same time that the audience of the Heavenly Tao of Mount Asking departed, that mysterious Taiji Tao Academy of Mount Yang also began to depart. The rest of the group of first-class Taoist temples also came to Longhu Mountain one after another. The dragon and tiger discussion on martial arts performance hasn't even started yet, and now the internet is on fire. Holy! I took a high-speed train today and my whole body went straight to stupid. I thought I walked into a Taoist temple. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about you. Today I was on an airplane, and the seats next to me were all filled with Taoist masters, and these Taoist masters really didn't say a word the whole time. It was so quiet. Yesterday I took the subway home after working late at midnight. According to the usual subway should be no one. I was a little afraid, but once I went in, guess what? The compartment is full of Taoist priests. That security is not to say. End of chapter. The once-in-a-decade mystic assembly is about to begin again. It would be nice to go in and watch. Don't even think about it upstairs. The depths of Longhu Mountain is a forbidden area, a place that even poachers wouldn't dare to venture into. It's not like the Taoist priest is practicing immortality without us. Didn't they officially announce the realm of cultivation? You cultivate accordingly, dog head. I cultivated a jindan 2 weeks ago. The doctor insisted that I had a kidney stone and forcibly shattered my jindan. My foundation has been destroyed. There is no more possibility of cultivation. If you say so, I have 10 golden pills inside my body. A few days later, inside Jiang Chen's courtyard in the Heavenly Master's mansion, the system pulled up my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 331 years of golden light. Mid-opening sun stage. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi Lookout Technique. The secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian Talisman. The Great Cave Sutra of Shangqing. Maoshan Formation. Items, 30-year mahogany light opening pen. Spelling Hey Hey Wholesale Taoist Robe. Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Primary Talisman *245. Intermediate talisman asterisk 52. Shocker, 2. 68 million. Continues to grow. Hidden quest. Participate in Taoism's once-in-a-decade Dragon Mountain Taoist exercise. Reward for completing the quest. A complete list of high-level talismans. Hidden quest. Living Heavenly Master. Succeed in being ordained as a Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master. And complete the mission reward. The complete book of Taoist formations. Having reached 300 years of golden light, there are no humans in the Blue Star who are your rivals anymore, and you can enjoy the name of a true lord, start a sect, and preach to all beings, but you are still a mole in their eyes. System redeemed for me. 8 golden mangled sacred Yongdan. Jiang Chen directly exchanged 8 golden mangled sacred Yongdan with a wave of his hand, deducting 2 million shot points. 8 golden mango sacred Yongdan have been placed in the system backpack. Jiang Chen took out the elixir and threw it inside his mouth as usual, just like eating candy beans. Suddenly Jiang Chen's body shook violently, and his sleeves were like being torn by a gale. Hunting, and every cloth pattern seemed to be infused with vigorous tension, stirring outwards. Immediately afterward, from his dantian, a brilliant to the extreme, so dazzling that it almost burned the eyes of the golden light, as if it were a furious dragon breaking free from its shackles, exploded with a roar, raging along the 8 odd meridians and instantly penetrating the 12 main meridians. A sharp pain came at this moment, almost causing Jiang Chen to directly exit his cultivation state. However, in the blink of an eye, the golden light has filled his entire body, bones in the light of the light, as if cast from mortal iron into a purple gold god cast, transparent and indestructible, emitting an ancient and majestic atmosphere. Jiang Chen only felt like his entire body and blood had been washed away. Majestic deep golden light in his body surging and drumming. The pressure of the air are constantly distorted. The walls of the Taoist temple under this pressure have rustling peeling, seems to be unable to withstand this kind of shocking power. The entire courtyard was as if it had been remodeled into a sacred golden temple, and he, the invincible existence that dominated this place and transcended the world. The golden light raises 160 years. At this moment, his total amount of golden light reached 490 years, and this golden light skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. Yet it didn't have any side effects on Jiang Chen, but with the successive breakthroughs becoming stronger, Jiang Chen could already feel that his own meridians were a little off, seemingly unable to withstand such a huge amount of golden light. System, why did I not proceed to condense the jade balance star? Jiang Chen wondered. It was important to realize that his golden light had reached 400 years, so it was logical that he should have broken through. Breaking through the jade balance realm requires the golden light to reach 500 years, and the previous host's rapid breakthrough was due to the quality of the host's golden light surpassing the usual special chi. And the jade balance realm is a limit that cannot be surpassed to break through. So it is. Jiang Chen glanced at the attribute panel and realized that the evaluation the system had given him remained unchanged. It was still a slightly more powerful mole in their eyes. What exactly were they and the Ghost Emperor that the Ghost King was talking about? Was there some connection between them? By the way, system, why do I feel that my fleshly body is somewhat unable to withstand such a huge amount of golden light? The host has not practiced monasticism before. Not even the beginner's stance technique. It's natural that the physical body can't keep up. Now Jiang Chen understood exactly what was going on. He could explode with earth-shattering physical strength all at once, but his physical strength wouldn't be able to keep up, and he might even injure himself. Before, with the golden light protection, he felt no problem, but now the meridians are a little unable to withstand the golden light. The strength of the flesh naturally cannot keep up. I didn't realize it was the foundation that was the problem. What does the system recommend? 7-star Overlord Technique, 4, 200, 000 shock points. Can't afford it. Jiang Chen was a bit helpless. He had thought that all he had to do was raise his golden light, but he hadn't realized that he was still too young. Detecting that the host does not have enough assets, the host may purchase the ground for one turn. 7-star Overlord Technique, Yao Guang True Body 600, 000 shock points. System, I seriously doubt that everything is calculated by you. I only have 680,000 shock points left, and you sell 600,000 shock points as soon as the ground turns. Fair prices for children and young people. Okay, count yourself tough. Buy it and give me 8 more Qian Kuan Dan. Cultivation is impossible to cultivate, and cultivation isn't anywhere near as fast as adding points and getting high. Deducting 680, 000 shock points. The 7-star Overlord Body Technique Yao Guang Chapter and 8 Qian Kuan Dan. A divine light flashed in Jiang Chen's mind, and a technique appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. The entire Yao Guang chapter was connected by starlight, and a mysterious and vast aura came over him. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to swallow the 9 Qian Kuan Dan before he began to comprehend the technique. At this instant, Jiang Chen fell into an epiphany, and a chain condensed from the power of starlight appeared around his body in the outside world. protecting Jiang Chen's circumference. Just as Jiang Chen fell into an epiphany, two silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. The two were attracted by the flash of terrifying golden light that had just passed by, and upon arriving, they saw Jiang Chen having an epiphany. Master, what's this for real, Jiang? Zhang Xianling's mouth was slightly open, shocked as he looked at the streak of starlight power around Jiang Chen, his hands trembling a bit. Even the old heavenly master on the side was a bit shocked. It's actually really condensed the power of the stars. Is this the power of Yao Guang? Don't ever disturb Jiang Chen. He's in a state of epiphany right now. The old celestial master sensed the aura on Jiang Chen's body was a bit shocked. Then he spiritually transmitted his voice to Zhang Xianling. Zhang Xianling nodded heavily at his words. The two of them just sat quietly in the doorway to protect Jiang Chen. Quickly sensed the star power around Jiang Chen. This is a great opportunity, the old celestial master reminded with a voice transmission. Zhang Xianling laughed bitterly twice. He couldn't even touch the peak of cave brightness. How could he sense the even more advanced star power? He couldn't understand this power. And I don't know where to feel it. The old celestial master had already grabbed that trace of star power at this time, where there was still the usual cloudy look. His face showed a touch of excitement. Only a sliver of it was caught, but it was true star power. The old celestial master followed suit and entered a state of cultivation. Zhang Xianling was alert to his surroundings. End of chapter. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen's body stirred up a circle of dark golden energy, spreading out in a semicircle in all directions, and the power of starlight transformed into a small divine ring suspended behind Jiang Chen. A magnificent Yao Guang star could also be vaguely seen in it. The divine ring was actually spinning on its own accord, drawing in the wandering spiritual energy between heaven and earth, eventually converting it into a faint hint of golden light. The golden light recovered was negligible due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Feeling this breath that was like the wild waves of the sea, the old heavenly master was forced to withdraw from his cultivation state, and the 200 years of golden light in his body continued to surge, and was actually suppressed. The old celestial master's complexion kept changing, his deep eyes gazing at the divine ring behind Jiang Chen with excitement. As their breath shook, the old heavenly master and Zhang Xianling had to release their entire body's golden light, and their dazzling golden light directly illuminated the entire courtyard. Just the breath alone required the two to resist with all their might. Could this be the toughness of a Yao Guang realm cultivator? Under the gazes of the two, the Yao Guang star behind Jiang Chen merged into his body, and the divine ring disappeared as well, restoring calm to everything around him. Yao Guang has entered the body. The hegemonic body has begun. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The stars in his eyes shifted and hid. My fleshly strength is already indescribable. I'm afraid that this 7-star hegemony body technique no longer belongs to the category of Tao. Jiang Chen got up and moved his neck and limbs. A sound of bones colliding and rubbing together rang out. Bang bang bang. It was as terrifying as the collision of steel. The corners of old Tianchi and Zhang Xuanling's mouths twitched slightly. Is this the kind of physique a cultivator should have? I'm afraid all those old vultures would have been blown away by Jiang Chen's punch. Old heavenly master. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the old celestial master at the main entrance, with a head of white hair like an ordinary old man, always with a kind smile on his face, but with a golden light in his body that far surpassed Zhang Xianling's. Jiang Chen recognized this as the old heavenly master at a glance. I don't think anyone dares to call themselves a heavenly master in front of you. Old Taoist Zhang Xianchen greets real Jiang. The old heavenly master actually bowed to Jiang Chen, which caused Zhang Xianling, who was on the side, to be greatly shocked. Jiang Chen was helpless. The old Taoist still has one more question. Can I please ask realist Jiang to solve it for me? The old heavenly master looked at Jiang Chen with a serious face, his eyes flashing with determination. Old celestial master, please. Dare I ask if real Jiang really condenses the Yao Guang star? He has already condensed Yao Guang. Jiang Chen smiled. When the old celestial master heard this, his brain was shocked as if it had been bombarded by a heavy hammer. And only then did he nod when he heard Jiang Chen personally acknowledge it. It seems that you may not be able to receive your position as a heavenly master tomorrow. Master Jiang. The old heavenly master spoke seriously. Oh, Jiang Chen was puzzled. The realm of cavemen can be subjected to the talismanic heavenly master or subjected to the talismanic red robe elder. But after the condensation of the stars it can no longer be called by the name of heavenly master. And only after the condensation of the stars will it be the true monarch of the world. The old heavenly master's expression revealed a touch of yearning as he spoke. Thinking back to a few hundred years ago, when he was still young, the blue star at that time was just the age of the end. But there were still amazingly talented people who came out of nowhere to condense the stars to receive the true monarch. True lords sitting on one side, under the command of several heavenly masters. Red-robed elders are more than 10. That is how the scenery is domineering. But there's nothing left after that big fight. I didn't expect that in the age of spiritual extinction. You, Jiang Jinjin, would actually condense the stars at such an early age. I think you're the one who will lead the Taoist church to glory and end everything. Zhang Xianchen implores True Lord Daoxian to take command of the Taoist church. With the True Lord at the flip of a switch, he can eradicate those scum from the Taoist association. Old Heavenly Master Zhang Xianchen looked a little agitated. His hands clenched tightly. Old Celestial Master is joking. If tomorrow the kid commands the entire Taoist sect, then the outside world still doesn't know what to say about the kid. Jiang Chen shook his head. The old Celestial Master was stunned at his words. Then he laughed bitterly twice. The old Heavenly Master was highly respected and prestigious. And although everyone could tell that Jiang Chen was superbly strong, once Jiang Chen really commanded the Taoist religion tomorrow, I'm afraid that on the second day it would be rumored that Jiang Chen had threatened the old Heavenly Master to give up his position. The entire Taoist religion is actually not aboard. Just the remaining two old guys of the same generation as the old Heavenly Master. They and the old Heavenly Master 3 look at anyone a little bad. The old Celestial Master bitterly shook his head. But the next moment a hidden light flickered under his eyes. Rather, it's the old path that's a bit strong. The old Heavenly Master's complexion had been restored. Zhang Xianling, who was on the side, sensed that his master seemed to be a bit off, but he didn't know where to start, only that his eyelids were jumping a bit fast without knowing what was going on. Since that's the case, why don't we go out and have a look around? Mr. Jiang? It's a lively place out there right now. Faced with the old Heavenly Master's invitation, Jiang Chen gladly accepted. The three of them walked out of the courtyard one after another and came to the Mountain Gate Square. Before also some cold and clear Tianchi Square, at this time crowded. These people are all the great road view of the master. A person's breath may be as if scattered starbursts, but hundreds of high gong convergence together. The vast breath as if the temple and the lingering sinking sandalwood incense smoke. Thick, ancient. With the arrival of the trio, the eyes of the crowd turned in unison. The crowd did not raise their voices in a loud chant, but merely bowed their hands and saluted. After all, Taoism is not about that. Jiang Chen was also a bit emotional seeing so many high feats converging together. At this time, Tianchi Square caused a gasp of surprise. Quickly look, it's manservant Wudu from the Yin Yang Mountain Taiji Taoist Academy, and he's actually followed by 8 high-functioning, and they're all red-robe elders. That's the former Taiji Dao Academy's charge void realist. I didn't expect that realist punching void was here as well. This Dao discourse should be the most lively one in the last 100 years. The strength of the punching void realist is still unfathomable. I can't even feel a bit of it. Not even a hint. The 2 great real people, plus 8 high gongs, as well as the rest of the 4 generations of disciples, and the shut-in disciple of the dustless realist, the young Taoist Zheng Cheng. A group of Taoist priests in yin and yang robes appeared at the mouth of the steps. The leader of the man is an old Taoist. Just standing there will give a feeling of transcendence. This person's state of mind is afraid to have reached the degree of return to the basics. That's Master Chongshu, the former sect leader master of the Yin Yang Mountain Taiji Dao Academy, and an old fellow of my generation. The smile on the face of the old celestial master who sought his old friend increased even more. The people from the Yin Yang Mountain Taiji Dao Academy are extremely good at Yin and Yang Feng Shui, the Chen Yuan Taiji secret code, and I'm afraid that old man's Chen Yuan Taiji has already been able to achieve the realm of rebound. The old heavenly master introduced Jiang Chen, one of the 3 great Taoist sects. The Taiji Taoist Academy? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Seems to feel the old master's gaze. Chongshu real people eyebrows slightly raised, a flash of essence straight to the old master. The bottom of the eye meaning some provocation. Just as his eyes looked toward Jiang Chen, his figure suddenly became illusory. A great golden sun hovering with a starlight above it. The terrifying golden light slightly churned, then caused realist Chongshu to hastily retract his gaze. The punching void realist suddenly took 2 steps back, his chest heaving violently, and there was still some incredulity in the bottom of his eyes. Star, he muttered. Immediately afterward, real charge void calmed the surging chi and blood in his chest and hurriedly raised his hand to salute Jiang Chen. End of chapter. True Lord, don't blame me. This old friend of mine regards me as an imaginary enemy. Every time we meet he wants to communicate with me. The old celestial master hurriedly said. No harm done. Jiang Chen laughed. However, this situation was seen by the crowd of Taoists below and they were shocked. Is this a sign of weakness on the part of the punching void realist? Could it be that the old heavenly master has gotten stronger again? I don't think that's right. I think it should be the real Jiang next to the old heavenly master. I see how that gaze of real charge void is also directed at real Jiang. It can't be. I admit that real Jiang's strength is indeed strong, but it shouldn't be any stronger than the old heavenly master. It should be. Who is the real Jiang that you guys are talking about? The young man who stood between the old heavenly master and heavenly master Jiang? You don't even know who real Jiang is, and the one standing in the center is Some of the Taoist priests who were always in deep mountain cultivation didn't know who the Jiangjinren they were talking about was, and they were still confused at this moment. The surrounding Taoists were immediately interested when it came to Jiang Chen, spouting out explanations to the unaware Taoists. The headmaster of Taiji Dao Academy, Wu Duzhenren, helplessly glanced at his master. He had said before that Jiang Jinren's strength was very strong, but his master still didn't believe him. There you go. Now you've suffered. Apprentice, that's the demon Jingguan sect leader you were talking about. Dao Xianjin, Jiang Chen, right? Grandmaster Chongshu turned around and inquired. Yes, master. It's really strong. That one seems to have touched the power of the stars. Realist Chongshu had only felt some star power, and he didn't realize that Jiang Chen had already condensed the Kaiyang star long ago, and had even reached the peak of Kaiyang. What? Master, you're saying that Makoto Jiang is already close to that step? Manservant Dustless was shocked. Even the disciples behind him and Gao Gong were shocked. There was actually someone better than old Tiancher in Chongshu Jinjin. That's right. Let's go. Let's go and meet that old ageless heavenly master. Chongshu Jinjin felt the gazes around him and coughed a few times before hastily changing his words. The crowd specifically made a path. This was a sign of respect for the strongest person, as well as respect for the Taiji Dao Academy. In the last Dao discourse, Taiji Dao Academy ranked third out of hundreds of Taoist sects, and there was no doubt that it was powerful. Zhang Qing behind the dustless realist looked at the people around him curiously, his soulful eyes gleaming, and what made him most curious was the old heavenly master and realist Zhang at the entrance of the main hall. He had grown up listening to the seniors in the courtyard telling stories about the old heavenly master, and lately he had often heard his master talk about Jiang Chen, the Taoist Xian master, and a few days ago his master had finally bought him a cell phone. This was how he was able to learn Jiang Chen's story online. Compared to the mysterious old celestial master, he worshipped Jiang Jinjin, who was able to summon gods and suppress demons. Not long afterward the crowd came to Jiang Chen and the old celestial master. We have met the old heavenly master. I've met real Jiang. Greetings to heavenly master Jiang. As the charge master didn't say anything, the group of high achievers behind him hurriedly saluted. The old Taoist was abrupt just now. Please forgive me. Real Jiang. No harm done. The charging void realist smiled at his words, then looked at the old heavenly master at the side. You're still alive, old undead. I thought you were karma. Chongshu Jinjin's mouth glanced at the corners of his mouth in polite greeting. Realist Chongshu spoke in a shocking manner, and Zhang Xianling and the others were helpless. Whoever called these two, they couldn't afford to mess with either of them. No surprise. You old man karma. The old Taoist still alive and well. The old celestial master was not angry, and bared a row of somewhat missing large teeth and said back, "Humph." The charging void realist snorted coldly and didn't say a word. Zhang Qing of the Taiji Dao Academy greets the old heavenly master and meets Zenith Jiang. At this time, the young man behind realist Dustless walked out. You think hair bundled at the top of the head, a few strands of broken hair falling in front of the white forehead, eyes as if hiding stars, clear and shining, eyes flow between, the spirit of playfulness overflowing. It's as if the Tao is made of heaven. Jiang Chen was able to sense the mysterious aura of this youth, who also seemed to possess a special physique just like Wan Er. Good boy is good. The old heavenly master's eyes were a bit awestruck, and his mouth was unreservedly appreciative. Not bad. At a young age you've already reached the A rank. If it wasn't for the limitations of the spirit extinction era, you might have already soared to the heavens. Jiang Chen was also full of praise. It was only that it was a bit strange coming from Jiang Chen's mouth. If Zhang Qing had flown the coop at a young age, what about Jiang Chen, who had condensed stars at around 20 years old? Many thanks to old heavenly master and realist Zhang. Zhang Cheng will continue to work hard, receiving the recognition of the old celestial master in Jiang Chen. A bright smile appeared on Zhang Qing's face. Bright-eyed and white-toothed perhaps described people like Zhang Qing. This apprentice grandson of mine is not bad, is he? How is he better than your boy from the heavenly master's mansion? Zhang Ruochen from the heavenly master's mansion was at the bottom of the mountain to greet him. He knew that, and that Zhang Ruochen's realm had already reached the mid-A level, a little more powerful than Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing was 1 year behind Zhang Ruochen in cultivation, so one could imagine whose talent was stronger. None of them are bad. The old celestial master smiled cheaply. You old. That guy is also here. As Charge the Void realist tried to retort something, the crowd in the square began to stir again, and his eyes gazed at only to see a group of Taoist priests in black Taoist robes appearing at the mouth of the square. All of these Taoist men had a somewhat lingering look, and several of them had wine gourds covering their waists. He even took a hard swig between conversations, and the spunky look was so enviable. The seniors from the Mountain of Asking have arrived as well. The former sect leader of Ask Mountain Zhang Yi Daoguan, realist Ling Xiao, as well as the current generation sect leader, realist Wuji. The spirit heavenly master has also brought his shut-in disciple. It seems like this session of the discourse will be very exciting. Another scary little guy. I really don't know how they cultivate. Wang Ye's deep gaze continuously surveyed the surroundings. Such a lively scene made him curious. At the same time, he also noticed that there were many existences in the crowd that were stronger than him. Unlike Zhang Qing's soulful gaze, Wang Ye's gaze was more bland. The spirit heavenly realist didn't test Jiang Chen like the surfing realist did, because he wasn't always hidden in the deep mountains. He was a little surfer. He naturally knew Jiang Chen's strength, and he wasn't going to make a fool of himself. Come on, let's go and meet the old celestial master as well. The crowd passed through the crowd and also came to the entrance of the hall. After everyone recognized each other, the spirit heavenly realist's eyes signaled Wang Yi behind him. Wang Ye walked out with a clear conscience. Asked Wang Yi to meet Zenith Jiang. Greetings to the old heavenly master. Greetings to heavenly master Zhang. A breeze blew by between bowing and saluting, lifting up the smattering of broken hair in front of Wang Ye's forehead, and the corners of Wang Ye's mouth rose slightly. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that there could still be such a heavenly pride in the spirit extinction era. The old heavenly master looked deeply at Wang Yi. This kid seems to have also cultivated the innate strange sect into the gate. It's really hard to handle. I don't know if that kid Ruochan can carry it off. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. Unfortunately, several de Daoguan all have their own take on the disciples. It seems as if the entire Taoism, only the Jin Demon Guan only him. Wang Ye's gaze slowly turned to Zhang Cheng who was standing on the side. End of chapter. Zhang Qing of the Yin Yang Mountain Taiji Dao Academy greets you, fellow Daoist. Wang Yi has met fellow Daoist. The first time the two met, they could already see a spark in their gaze. Everyone was a fourth-generation disciple of a top Taoist temple, so it was inevitable that there would be competition and comparisons, and the crowd saw this in a heartfelt way. At this time a group of people reappeared at the entrance of the square. The group of Taoist priests all wore a white robe, and they all had the same thing in common. That is, they took better care of their skin than even women. They all reveal an air of transcendence, and between their hands and feet, they exude a kind of everyone is drunk and I'm awake alone arrogance. A group of people blending in amongst the crowd stood out from the rest. Only Zhang Ruochan, who was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, blended in a bit abruptly. Kunlun Divine Mountain was relatively far away from Longhu Mountain, so the crowd from the Dengxian Taoist temple was considered the latest to arrive. The gazes of the foreigners in the square all looked towards the crowd of the Dengxian Taoist temple. One whispered, "It's actually someone from the Dengxian Taoist temple. Is the high kung fu of the Dengxian Taoist temple very powerful?" The Dengxian Taoist temple is the most mysterious existence in Taoism, as it is situated in the Kunlun Divine Mountain, and it is rumored that the strength of the Jingshu Jinran is no weaker than that of the old celestial master. And the only one from the Dengxian Taoist temple who participated in the previous discourse was Taoist Master Qingsong, and none of the rest of the Taoists came. I didn't expect that this time the Dengxian Taoist temple's Jingshu Jinjin and Tiantong Jinjin both came, and they were followed by several Haigongs, and that little Taoist in the crowd should be the heir to the Dengxian Taoist temple in the future. Your Taoist religion is really something. One big brother after another keeps appearing. A second-rate Taoist temple sect master realist is already very powerful. A first-rate Taoist temple is even more needless to say, and a third-rate Taoist temple is even more terrifying. That's natural. As time went on, a steady stream of dowsers and alien beings from the blue planet appeared, some talking and laughing together, others alone and silent. The foreigners of the great clans could not help but feel emotional when they saw how strong Taoism was, not to mention the rest of the bigwigs. Just one old celestial master alone suppressed the entire inhuman realm. Even if the old heavenly master wasn't there, the remaining two old men could easily suppress them. The most helpless even if the three old men have all died in immortality. There is still the existence of a young and strong sect master real person. Jing Sujin and the others didn't care about the surrounding murmurs. It was just that Shin Lingyun, who was used to being quiet, was a little uncomfortable in the face of the noisy environment. "Master, all of you uncles are here." Taoist Green Pine in the crowd hurriedly came to greet him. It had been a long time since he had seen his master and uncle, and he still missed them quite a bit. Jing Sujinjin asked about the strong smell of smoke on Qing Song's body, suddenly frowning. Qing Song left the Taoist temple tainted with a lot of red dust. Hidden Yuan is up. Not bad. The red dust breath on you is too heavy. After the discourse, obediently give me back to cultivate. Jing Sujinren's tone was flat, revealing an irrefutable intent between the words. Taoist Green Pine's face pulled down as soon as he heard this. Its master, Qing Song, had gotten used to life outside, and it had become a little difficult to return to that unearthly atmosphere of life. Junior brother, how about the wonderful world outside? Qing Song saw the dumbfounded little senior brother and affectionately pinched Shin Lingyun's face. Senior brother, why do I feel like you've changed so much? Shen Lingyun spoke helplessly. Changed? Oh, elder brother isn't a god, so it will definitely change. Qing Song grinned with a big mouth and laughed. Even though he looked a bit optimistic and big-headed, the dash of perseverance under his eyes was still captured by Tian Tongjinren. Tian Tongjinren looked at Qing Song's appearance and wanted to say something. Tian Tong real person is Jingshu real person's senior brother. The position of the head of the door was originally going to give Qing Song to take over, but in the beginning Qing Song was not willing to, but even directly ran away in the night. And at that time, Shen Lingyun was still too young in terms of both strength and age, so it wasn't under consideration. Both Tian Tong and Jingshu understood why Qing Song was reluctant. Qing Song cultivation talent cannot say top, can only say general. The reason why the cultivation speed can keep up with Wang Zhang, because of the Dengxian peak of the aura of the real rich, coupled with a variety of elixir resistance. However, as his realm reached the step of peak grade A, he was slow to break through. In addition to the fact that he lost to Wang Zhang by a single move in the last discourse on the Tao, his master also gave himself a demonic senior brother with a congenital body. He also didn't have an opportunity like Zhang Xianling. Faced with the choice of the position of the head, Qing Song thought he was not qualified at that time. Bear too much pressure, he left a letter directly down the mountain to practice. This year he mingled among the 100,000 mountains, and he even found a unique signal station among the countless mountains. And when he was bored, he surfed the internet. Over time he actually forgot about the heavy burden he was carrying, and one night he made a direct breakthrough to the hidden Yuan realm. All bitterness is sweet. He did not forget the day of the discourse, and on this morning he arrived at Longhu Mountain. The crowd crossed the plaza to the front of the Great Hall. Jing Suzhenjin made a faint salute to the old heavenly master. Real Spirit Sky and Real Charge Void were a little alarmed when they felt Real Jingsu's aura. This old thing seems to have gotten stronger again. Old, undead, pretending from childhood to old age. The two of them were very much looking at the pretentious appearance of the Jing Suzhenjin, and secretly spat in their hearts. Jing Suzhenjin unexpectedly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was beside the old heavenly master. With Jiang Chen's gaze, the Jingshu real person's breathing stagnated, as if a tiny mole cricket was facing a flood beast. The cold hairs around his body stood up, and every inch of his skin was trembling in alarm. That pair of eyes, as if hiding endless stars in general. Just a faint sweep. Jing Suzhenjin feel the soul seems to be that endless depth sucked in, full of this majestic and horrible power of shock. Seeing the appearance of this pretentious criminal old boy, the charging void realist and the spirit heaven realist instantly laughed meaningfully and smoothly stroked their own white and pale beards. Telling you old boy to play the fool. Now it's good. Playing the fool to real John's head. It seems that the Taoist temple, still can't be built behind closed doors. Otherwise it would have been living inside its own perceptions, not realizing that the outside world already has a stronger person. The old celestial master always had a smile on his face, except that it looked, somewhat, like he was looking at a joke. The old celestial master also seemed to be vaguely offended by the pretender. This is the sect leader of the demon Jingguan's real person, Dao Xian, Jiang Chen, Shin Demon Watch. The Jingshu realist glanced deeply at Jiang Chen. Jingshu has met real Taoist Xian. Dao Xian has met the Jingshu realist. Jiang Chen had also opened his eyes today. Not only had he met the foreigners of the great clans, but also the living fossils of the top Taoist temples and the major sect masters' real people. Shen Lingyun of the Dengxian Daoist temple. Meet all the real people as well as all the seniors. Shen Lingyun walked out from the crowd to salute. Jiang Chen shot a glance at Shen Lingyun's heart and said this kid's cultivation has actually reached the peak of grade A. It's tougher than even that Zhang Ruochen from the Heavenly Master's palace, and his cultivation is still hidden. End of chapter. As time passed, the masters of the major first-class Taoist temples, real people and Haigongs, arrived, and many powerful inhuman clans also arrived as promised. Not only were Taoist temples allowed to participate in the Lungfu Mountains Taoist Conference, but so were the foreigners from all the great clans. There is only one requirement. The two must be peers to cut. If you have the guts to jump in the ring, you'll be matched with an opponent as you go along. The entire Tianshifu all over the body of foreigners and Taoist priests. Today is only the day of the arrival of all kinds of foreigners. Tomorrow Longhu Mountain Taoist performance will really start. At this time, Wang Zhang, who was practicing the Thunder Law in the back of the Heavenly Master's residence, came to the entrance of the main hall. Wang Zhang was practicing the Yang Thunder Law of the Heavenly Master's residence, which was agreed by the old Heavenly Master, and Lin Wanner followed behind Wang Zhang. After Wang Zhang saluted, he raised an eyebrow towards Qing Song and Wang Baldi. The three of them smiled at each other. I won't disturb your conversation, Sect Master Makoto. I'll take Wanner to see the world by the way. Jiang Chen nodded. Master, I won't be in the way here either. Master. A few real people knew what kind of virtues their disciples had, so they simply waved their hands for them to leave. It's been 10 years since we've seen each other, isn't it? It's all good. Hey is still not the same as before in the mountain cultivation, but you guys notice it, the aura in the sky and earth seems to be a little thicker. The poor Taoist already knew that, so there's no need for you to say it. Hey, I said you King Baldy, do you want to get your ass kicked again? Ha 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 ha. A few people were talking to each other, causing the surrounding inhumans to frown and turn around frequently. Upon seeing that it was Wang Zhang and the others, they then remained silent. Wang Zhang and the others were the disciples of the top Dao Guan real people, as well as the outstanding generation of the last Dao discussion meeting, and the cultivation of several people might have broken into the hidden Yuan after 10 years. In the future, he might be the head of the Taoist temple. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. By the way, who is this little girl? Several people were all around half 100 years old, and suddenly mixing in a person around 20 years old with a little girl. It was a bit abrupt how it looked. Oh, I said how it looks a bit familiar. So it's that Ghost King Xin marriage object before. At that time, several people's attention was on the Ghost King and Jiang Chen, so they didn't care about this little girl. Lin Wanner had a lively personality and quickly mingled with these immodest old denizens. Xianling, are you alright? I heard that a silver-armored zombie suddenly escaped from your heavenly mountain, causing a great deal of killing. Even Gao Gong is. It was at this time that Wang Zhang realized that there was something wrong with Taoist Xianling's face. Alas was scratched at that time. Has driven out most of the corpse poison. Now there are still some residues in the body. I used the pure yang qi to suppress it. It's just that Senior Uncle Chen and Senior Uncle Wang are seriously injured and can't get out of bed right now. That silver-armored zombie not only sucked the blood of the entire village, but also even killed the people from the psychic bureau. Brutal to the extreme. At that time, the 5 red-robed Haigongs plus me entangled that silver-armored zombie. And finally, the sect master's real person invited the heavenly mountain floating dust to suppress that silver-armored with serious injuries within the golden coffin. Luckily that didn't advance to bronze armor zombie. Otherwise if it is immune to the lightning method, maybe all of us Tianshan Taoist temple will be slaughtered. When Taoist Master Xianling thought of the silver-armored zombie in the dead of night, his expression became extremely grave, and a trace of happiness flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It was the first time in his life that he had seen the power of a silver-armored zombie. Several people nodded heavily at the words. There are many types of zombies, but there are only a few more ferocious. 3 armor zombies, gold armor second, silver armor medium, copper armor is the most ferocious. In the upper is the legendary drought. Drought creatures have not appeared for thousands of years, and when they do, it's like an extinction plague. But Wang Zhongyu Kid is the one who is powerful. Actually followed Zhang Zhongrong to subdue the Ghost King. You know that Ghost King can be more powerful than the silver armor zombie. Taoist Qianling was still more envious of Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang, this battle record is only dazzling. They only suppressed the silver armor zombie, but Wang Zhang is mixed with a battle record of suppressing the Ghost King. How can one not be envious of that? Hey, I'm a mixed up jerk. It's not worth mentioning. The crowd looked at the smug smile on Wang Zhang's face and couldn't wait to smash his incisors with a fist. Inside the Great Hall, Jiang Chen and the others were talking inside. Everyone here is the head master of each Daoguan's real person. The top Daoguan's head master real person is Dongming Realm Cultivation, while the first class Daoguan's head master real person is Hidden Yuan Cultivation, and the following is the A rank ranging. The crowd had also learned from the old heavenly master at this time that Jiang Chen had already condensed the Yaoguang star and had traveled a long way in the Yaoguang realm. Jing Suzhen and the others were shocked. Each and every one of them couldn't help but beg to ask what the Yaoguang realm actually felt like, and how they could condense the stars and break through to the Yaoguang realm. Jiang Chen didn't say much. He just said that when the special chi reached 300 years it would be able to condense the Yaoguang star in a watery manner. The crowd fell back in their chairs at that. Special chi to reach 300 years, this was how difficult it was. Reaching their level, wanting to raise it for a year was very difficult. Even Elder Heavenly Master's Golden Light is only 280 years old. This is already the closest person to the Yaoguang realm and the inhuman realm. And of course the extreme old bastards at the Taoist Association. The main thing was that today was in the age of spiritual extinction. And with most of the inheritance broken, the techniques and Tao methods they cultivated were almost all crippled. Without the enhancement of the Gongfu, all they could look to the head was the peak of Hidden Yuan, or the early stage of Caveming. You all shouldn't be disappointed. The aura between heaven and earth is getting denser and denser, isn't it? Perhaps after waiting for a few years the aura between heaven and earth will be even more suitable for cultivation. The Hidden Yuan realm was able to live for at least 150 years, while the cavernous brightness was able to live for around 250 years. 10 years, 20 years they could still afford to wait. Ever since the old celestial master had sensed the power of the stars around Jiang Chen, he had realized that the Yaoguang realm was a watershed in the immortal ascension realm. The power it contained was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He might not be able to break through to the Yaoguang realm in his lifetime. Not only was it the problem of the Gongfu, but also the problem of the cultivation talent, which seemed to have been determined. Jiang Chen had feats in his hands that could help them go further, but none of these feats were suitable to take out. It wouldn't be possible to spread it out generously. At the very least, Jiang Chen wasn't this great saint yet. Mr. Xianling heard that you were injured when you suppressed a silver-armored zombie earlier? How is the situation now? The old heavenly master then looked towards the Xianling Jinjin, who was sitting at the side of the main hall without saying a word. The Xianling real person's cultivation had reached the peak of hidden yuan, just half a step away from cavernous Ming, so it could be said that he was half a foot into cavernous Ming, and he was also renowned in the inhuman realm. The poor Taoist is incompetent and can only suppress it within the golden coffin with all his might, and has already affixed the Xuanwu suppressor talisman, so that thing must not be able to run out. Real Emperor Xianling sighed, his face looking somewhat haggard and guilty. End of chapter. The Xuanwu Fury suppressing talisman? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that there was no record of this talisman inside his intermediate talisman book, so it was hard to believe that it was an advanced talisman. But the high-level talisman to suppress a silver-armored zombie, this is also too big. Oh, the Xuanwu suppressor talisman is a crippled intermediate-level talisman that was passed down by the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple's ancestor 1,000 years ago. The talismans passed down by each Taoist temple are all unique. This is the inherited heritage of each Taoist temple. Seeing Jiang Chen's doubts, Tianshan Xianling realist then explained, Master Jiang, the inherited talismans of each Taoist temple are not in the records. Old Celestial Master spoke up with him. Jiang Chen realized this when he heard it. It turned out that the complete list of intermediate-level talismans rewarded by the system did not include all Taoist intermediate-level talismans, and those talismans handed down from their respective Taoist temples were not among them. Since that silver-armored zombie can't run out just fine, it's better to discuss how tomorrow's discourse will proceed next. Spirit Heavenly Realm opened his mouth. This time, he had made sufficient preparations, preparing to move up the rankings of the mountain of asking up a notch. That is, to impact that first place. With Wang Ye's means, he was completely capable of dealing with Zhang Ruochen's golden light. How else can we discuss it? Just like before. Realist Chongshu squinted his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He also seemed to be very confident in this discourse. The Jingshu real person on the side didn't say anything, and had a look of calmness, as if even how the rules changed had no effect on him. The group of sect leader realities below were silent. They knew that these three old guys were more than likely going to mess things up next. It's inevitably too boring to be the same as before. How about we add some color? Spirit Heavenly Realm mused. Jing Suzhinjin raised his eyebrows at the sound. It's hard to believe that the kid from Questioning Mountain has already initiated the innate strange sect. This old thing was actually so confident. Oh, I don't know how the Spirit Heavenly Realm is going to play it. The old Tao is also interested in this. If you want to play big, how about a 4-generation disciple sparring session, where the winner gets to cultivate one of the other Taoist temple's underpinnings, which can be either a technique or a talisman. Suppose I ask Mountain Wanye to lose, then I will present my Heavenly Monk Taoist temple's Yin Yang Qian Kuan talisman with both hands. The entire hall erupted in an uproar when the Spirit Heavenly Realist said this. Wow! All the sect masters present were emotionally excited. Spirit Heavenly Reality, this is also playing too big. Do you know that this is one of the underpinnings of each of our Taoist temples? And there are disciples of all the great clans of the foreigners in the Taoist cutting. Yes, it's fine for the talisman to be handed over to the outstanding geniuses of the same sect Poor Tao, but once the talisman falls into the hands of the Jianghu deviants, it's a pity that my Tao temple doesn't have any outstanding geniuses. This session of the Tao discourse seems to be a way for the disciples to see the world. Everyone knew in their hearts that if they really did this, the ones who would gain the most would be the Heavenly Monk Taoist Temple of Mount Asking, the Heavenly Master's Mansion of Mount Longhu, the Taiji Taoist Temple of Mount Yinyang, and the Dengxian Taoist Temple of Dengxian Peak. Next are the first-class Tianshan Taoist Temple, Xingqing Taoist Temple, and Xiangxi Yinyang Taoist Temple, and the young man sitting in the center seems to belong to the fourth generation of disciples as well. The crowd couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. What are you looking at me for? Don't worry, I won't be participating in this discourse. This seat doesn't care to fight with a bunch of little guys yet. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a touch of indifference. The crowd snapped and laughed twice, just noticing that Jiang Chen was young. They almost forgot that Jiang Chen was a Yaoguang true lord. This is also the first time I've been invited to watch the Longhu Mountains Tao discourse, and since Real Spirit Sky is so confident, then this seat will also make this event even more crazy. For the first place on the Tao, this seat rewards him with an intermediate talisman, the true martial demon slaying talisman, and this seat molds his golden body for him once. For the second place on the Tao, this seat rewards him with an intermediate talisman, the 7-star demon-slaying talisman. And for the third place on the Tao, this seat rewards him with an intermediate talisman, the 3 marginal true fire talisman. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, all the sect leaders present rose violently and looked at Jiang Chen with shock, as if they were determining whether what he said was true. Even the Heavenly Master and the others became short of breath. 3 intermediate talismans, to know that the Heavenly Master's house only has 2, one of which is still extremely defective, and its power is only stronger than a normal primary talisman, and the other 2 major Taoist religions are pretty much the same. If one could obtain an intermediate level talisman, then the entire Taoist temple's underpinnings would become even more terrifying. It was important to know that an intermediate talisman could seriously injure a cryptic Yuan cultivator, and even more so, it could harden against a cave Ming cultivator, so ordinary people could not carry it. Having an intermediate level talisman was equivalent to having an additional cave mind cultivator sitting in attendance. How does this not excite major real people? However, most of the real people were somewhat skeptical that what Jiang Chen had said was false. After all, no Taoist temple held 3 different intermediate level talismans. Moreover, they all knew about the situation of the Jin Demon Temple. The entire Taoist temple was only Jiang Chen, and they were all too poor to open their pots and pans before. Of course the crowd wasn't looking down on Jiang Chen, they just didn't believe it. By the way, the 3 intermediate level talismans I gave are all complete. Without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, Jiang Chen made their brains go down with another sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I hear you right? A complete intermediate level talisman? No, I have to be given a reprieve. If my Taoist temple can obtain a complete intermediate level talisman, then it won't just take off. I see you're thinking about fart eating. How can you compete with the big boys with your second-rate Taoist temple? It doesn't seem like it's even night yet, and you're already dreaming? Ugh, I'm just fantasizing. Can't I just fantasize? Is this true, real Jiang? Do you really have 3 complete intermediate level talismans in your hands and are giving them as rewards to 4th-generation disciples? You're not joking and fooling an old man like me, are you? I wonder if Mr. Jiang could bring out the talisman for us to take a look at. The few old guys present couldn't help themselves at once. Even their address changed to you, and the Jing Suzhenjin who had been taking things calmly was extraordinarily agitated at this moment. There was already a complete lack of the previous pushiness, and he looked at Jiang Chen with a fawning look. It could be seen how shocking a complete intermediate level talisman was to them. Ha! Jiang Chen's mouth held a smile. That smile is like the softest light in the Star River, easygoing and indifferent, seems to have transcended the chaos of the world. But in an instant, his eyes like electricity, penetrating the void. The corners of his mouth smile has not disappeared, but added a few points of cold and majestic. A majestic pressure from the body of the majestic outflow, turned into a substantial halo shrouded around. The swaying golden light around his body turned the surrounding space into distortion and tremor, and 1 meter around his body was transformed into a vacuum zone, indicating his transcendental power. The crowd was suppressed by this pressure and could not raise their heads, looking at the body wrapped in golden light, so that the crowd could not help but worship with reverence. The old Heavenly Master and several other bigwigs who were closest to Jiang Chen were directly shaken back by this terrifying golden light. The divine golden light was simply more dazzling than the housey in the sky. It was hard to imagine that Jiang Chen's somewhat skinny-looking body contained the terrifying power of overturning a river. End of chapter. The old Heavenly Master felt the majestic and inexhaustible golden light, feeling a deep shock and a touch of bitterness at the same time. He didn't understand exactly what level Jiang Chen's golden light had reached, but he knew that Jiang Chen's golden light had definitely exceeded 300 years. Little did he know that Jiang Chen's golden light had actually reached over 490 years. The old celestial master knew that this wasn't Jiang Chen's true power yet. He had seen that faint star power before, and he knew just how great and terrifying the star power that crushed the special chi was. Under the gazes of the crowd's adoration, excitement, and madness of all kinds of emotions intertwined, Jiang Chen slightly raised his palm, his sword fingers condensed, and a brilliant golden light coalesced at his fingertips. As Jiang Chen's sword finger stroked, a runic text filled with the rhythm of the Tao appeared in the void, and these runic texts that emitted an ancient, vast aura eventually converged to form a complete talisman. The talisman outlined by the Tongtian talisman plus the golden light radiated an endless divine radiance in the void, spreading a circle of invisible energy in all directions between tremors. Being swept by this energy, the crowd only felt a blockage in their chests, as if they were being stared at by some great terror, and the hairs on their bodies shrugged. The crowd could vaguely make out the word true martial on this intermediate level talisman. This is the inheritance talisman of the demon Jingguan, the true martial demon slaying talisman. I've seen the records of the mutilated version before, and the talisman inscribed by real Jiang is more comprehensive, and its energy is even more massive than the mutilated intermediate level talisman. Heavens, this is really a complete version of an intermediate level talisman. And real Jiang even took out the talisman inherited from his own Taoist temple. We respect that. Drawing talismans in the void. Is this the terror of a true lord cultivator? The same as the sect master real person. The poor Taoist in Jiang real person is simply the light of a glowing fire and the light of the white moon. The gap in between is like the mote of the motes. The true martial demon slaying talisman hovered in the air displaying its power. But Jiang Chen's hand movements didn't stop. Immediately afterward, the Samadhi fire talisman that emitted a scorching aura appeared in the void. This is the Samadhi fire talisman. The crowd stayed away. The talisman outlined by the Tongtian talisman, with heaven and earth as the talisman paper. The space of the big talisman can be formed at will, and from time to time emit a dangerous atmosphere. Not like the paper talisman so quiet. As long as it does not inspire it is fine. Gulp, someone gulped. The sound was extraordinarily noticeable. Another talisman appeared in the void next. This is the 7-star demon slaying talisman. This talisman is also as the Samadhi true flame talisman lively as, and the sudden flickering and surging, emanating a slight sword intent, almost scared the crowd to death. Afraid that this intermediate level talisman would randomly pick a lucky person, Jiang Chen smiled slightly at the sight. These 3 talismans were all under his control. Just now he was only letting these palm masters feel the power of the intermediate talismans carefully. The crowd had thought that Jiang Chen would stop after he had outlined 3 intermediate level talismans, but the scene that happened next made the crowd spread their legs and run outside the hall, only to see Jiang Chen waving his one hand faster and faster. One rune after another appeared in the void, eventually forming a terrifying intermediate level talisman. Jiang Chen still felt that the speed was a bit slow, and even started outlining talismans with both hands in one mind. At one time there were dozens of intermediate level talismans emitting brilliant golden light suspended above the heads of the crowd. The atmosphere in the hall was too depressing and dull. A group of palmist real people could not bear it and ran out of the hall. And only a few old guys on the side were still barely able to withstand the pressure. They were carefully observing the intermediate level talismans outside the main hall. But with their cultivation and enlightenment as well as their eyesight, they simply couldn't understand how these intermediate level talismans worked. The foreigners in Tianchi Square also felt this monstrous aura at this moment. Everyone's eyes all looked in the direction of the main hall. Is this the scent of the old heavenly master? I don't think so. Although the old heavenly master is powerful, he's not as strong as this. Then who else do you think can emit such a terrifying aura besides the old heavenly master? Maybe it's that real Zhang, I suppose. Although the crowd was curious as to who was giving off such a terrifying aura, no one went to take a look at what was going on. And under this pressure within the great hall, both the charging void realist and the Lingxiao realist felt their bottlenecks loosen up a bit. All intermediate level talismans, and all of them are complete versions. Crazy. Let me drown in this cluster of intermediate level talismans. Jiang Chen watched the eyes of these few old men getting more and more lost, and suddenly felt a chill. After realizing that only a few of them were left in the hall, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and all the talismans were transformed into grains of golden light wandering in the air in an instant. The crowd outside the hall saw that the pressure had dissipated before they re-entered the hall, and the eyes that each of them looked at Jiang Chen were like looking at a god in awe and worship. The top 3 will all receive an intermediate level talisman, and all 3 talismans are killing talismans, each with their own merits, and there is no before or after. It seems like we need to have Wang Yi step up his game, and we're not looking for first place, as long as we can obtain an intermediate level talisman in the top 3, the spirit heavenly realist secretly thought. After Jing Suzhenjin calmed his agitated emotions, immediately afterward, he slowly unclenched his fists, straightened his spine, and stretched his shoulders back. Eyes rekindled certainty light, the corner of the mouth slightly up, a touch of confidence smile just like the dawn. He was very confident in his shut-in disciple Shunlingyun, the young disciple of the heavenly master's mansion he had met just now. His realm was only in the middle of grade A. Even if the golden light mantra of the heavenly master's mansion had a restraining effect on the other chi, Shunlingyun would still be able to consume Zhang Ruochen on the basis of his high realm and his strong aura. The same goes for Wang Yi of the questioning mountain. However, everything is uncertain. As long as the top 3 can obtain the rewards of Zhangjinren, several people's goal is the top 3 of those 3 intermediate level talismans. The group of palms below could only envy. Their disciple's realm was only at the C stage. Although it was already very powerful within the young and human, it was still a far cry from the heaven-defying disciples of those few bigwigs. Most of all, the disciples of those few bigwigs all carried special physiques, and their cultivation talents were simply not comparable to their disciples. Although they coveted that intermediate level talisman, they were not strong enough. Then the old Taoist will thank Realizer Jiang on behalf of everyone in the Taoist sect. The old heavenly master got up and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. We are grateful to Realist Jiang. We admire the magnitude of the contribution that realist Jung has made to Taoism. Not only the old celestial master, but all the people also hurriedly got up and saluted at this moment. The voices of the crowd echoed within the great hall, and even the foreigners in Tianshi Square heard the excited voices of a group of sect masters, real people. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and the crowd immediately quieted down. It won't do to just add color to the Taoist religion. Let those Jianghu foreigners add some color as well. This matter might need the old celestial master to personally step in. Jiang Chen's turned his head to look at the old heavenly master. Don't worry, real Jiang. Tonight the old Taoist will personally visit all the major Jianghu foreigners. The old celestial master grinned. End of chapter. The secret books held in the hands of the great clans were also quite interesting to the old celestial master. For example, the Wind family's spiritual numinous power, the Zhuge family's turtleback viewing thoughts, the 5 elements 8 trigrams poem, and the Gu family's Zongyun steps. That night the old celestial master paid a visit to the dignified foreigners of all the great clans, and finally, after a lot of deliberation, agreed to the change. The people of the Taoist religion had the opportunity to obtain the secret books of their inheritance, and they likewise had the opportunity to be able to obtain the inheritance talismans of the great Taoist sects. And not only was winning first place able to obtain a complete intermediate level talisman, but realist Jiang also used golden light to help the disciple quench his body. There are pros and cons, so to speak. The main thing was that Zhang Zhenren had given too much, and if the foreigners of the great clans didn't agree, the old celestial master would make them agree. At night, all the major masters are reminding their disciples that they must do their best at tomorrow's debate, and even if they can't compete for the top 3 places, they must win over the secret books obtained from the hands of all the major foreigners. And in Cloud City, on the outskirts of the city, 2 odd silhouettes walked on the road. The gray-robed old Taoist in front of him is somewhat stooped, under the high nose, thin lips without blood, lips stained with a few points of bloodstains that have long been dried, dark as scabs, vaguely emitting a pungent fishy smell, surrounded by a bloody atmosphere. And there was a tall silhouette following him closely in the rear. This person was wearing a wide robe, with a bucket hat on his head, completely closed gauze wrapped around his face, though it was following the walk. Its steps were as stiff as a robot's, lurching and extremely heavy-footed. This person was none other than Zhao Broken's master, old Taoist Withered Bone, who had spent some days coming out of the mournful profound mountains before arriving at Cloud City, and naturally behind him was the adamantine corpse. Although the Vajra corpse was strong, it couldn't move in the daytime, so he could only take the Vajra corpse on the mountain path. Along the way he manipulated the adamantine corpse and sucked the blood of some unlucky people. Who told these unlucky bastards to like grave robbing, mountain climbing and exploring? The Vajra corpse that absorbed the blood. The corpse aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger, and he relied on that evil book. After binding the Vajra corpse, he relied on the Vajra corpse's feedback to recover his full strength, and a little more powerful than his previous self. At this point, he was not far from the hidden Yuan realm. If he were to follow his cultivation talent and cultivation speed, perhaps he would only be able to reach the peak of the A rank in this lifetime. After experiencing how fast the cultivation speed was so fast, the withered bone old Taoist had been blood infatuated. It took so long to reach Rongcheng. I guess my disciple has already become ashes. Old man Withered Bone continued to advance towards the location of the funeral parlor with Vajra corpse in tow. At the rate he was hurrying, it would only take him half an hour to reach the funeral parlor. Half an hour later, the figures of the Withered Bone old Taoist and the adamantine corpse appeared outside the funeral parlor's gate, and the grandpa guarding the door saw these 2 strange people at once. What for? What are you 2 doing at the funeral home in the middle of the night? Moncler outlet store immediately stopped in front of the Withered Bone old road. What kind of person would come to the funeral parlor in the middle of the night? To know that the square kilometer basically no one will pass by, except for the car transporting the corpse. The moment Moncler outlet store he approached, his face changed slightly. A smell of blood came to his face, almost making Moncler outlet store him vomit on the spot. Working in the funeral parlor all the time, he is very sensitive to this. After all, working in a funeral home sounds a little creepy. Could this person be a murderer? Or a body thief? Moncler outlet online, stay a mind. Jia, I've come to find someone. The Withered Bone old Taoist's complexion flickered as his hoarse voice rang out. The Moncler outlet store was a little hairy by the Withered Bone old man's gaze, and behind this person stood an oddly dressed person, and a coldness could be felt as soon as he approached. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Joe breaks. What? Who did you say you were looking for? The Moncler outlet store body cannot help but tremble a little, yellowed eyes staring at this person in front of him. Zhao Break, he remembered it clearly. A while ago, he died in the toilet of his own house. His body was dismembered and his head was twisted 360 degrees. That death was only a horrible and weird and this person is actually looking for Zhao Broken. That damn or burned to ashes. How do you find Zhao Broken has already been burned to ashes. The grandpa replied in a deep voice. The withered bone old Taoist didn't say anything, and the Vajra corpse behind him didn't move at all. Quiet. The scene was eerily quiet for a moment. In that case forget it. Moncler outlet store oddly. He glanced at the withered bone old man, then rushed back to his pavilion after taking out his cell phone. Crooked? Cloud City Inspector? I'm the security guard of the funeral parlor. Two weird people just appeared at the entrance. And the most important thing is that the two of them have a strong smell of blood. And the other side is looking for Zhao Jian. But it almost scared me to death. Suddenly Moncler outlet store he felt a cold breath coming from behind him. And his eyes looked at the ground to find that there were actually two shadows. To be precise, there was suddenly a person standing behind him. Are you there, Mr. Crooked? Moncler outlet store put down the cell phone, stiffly turned his head, only to see his pupils contracted violently, as if he saw some great horror. The next moment all that could be seen was a tall shadow extending its arm and thrusting it into the abdomen of another shadow, which was lifted straight up as the two continued to draw closer. Gulp gulp, the adamantium corpse sucked the blood from the Moncler's body cleanly in just 3 seconds. The person who was full 1 second is now a straight up dry corpse. At the same time a most mean and evil energy steeply appeared in the body of the old Taoist of withered bones. The cultivation of the old Taoist of withered bones once again strengthened. The aura in the body became more solid. After hearing that there was no movement on this side, on the Cloud City Governor's side, he hung up the phone directly without saying a word. In fact, the Cloud City Governor's satellite system had already locked the location of this place, and the 3 governors' special cars with their alarms pulled drove straight out. Jia, in that case let's clean this place up. A flash of bloodthirsty light flickered in the eyes of the withered bone old Taoist. A touch of breeze blew by, and the gauze covering the Vajra corpse's face slightly lifted a corner, and that scarlet gaze looked particularly terrifying in the dark night. The next moment the adamantine corpse, as if instructed by something, crushed the cell phone with 1 foot, then turned into a black shadow and scurried into the middle of the funeral parlor. In just a few breaths, a miserable scream was heard in the middle of the funeral parlor. In less than a few minutes, the Vajra corpse once again returned to the withered bone old Taoist, and the smell of blood on the Vajra corpse's body was once again a bit stronger. The withered bone old Taoist couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Vajra corpse is worthy of being a killing machine. It's only been a few minutes, and there's not a single living person left inside. At this point, old Taoist withered bone was already able to hear the sirens coming from the distance. It's time to go. Although the withered bone old Taoist was in control of the Vajra corpse and was able to easily take care of this group of governors, he didn't want to mess with the official people. He can't afford to carry the backlash of that national fortune. End of chapter. A few minutes later, several cars pulled up in front of the funeral home. One by one, the heavily armed governors quickly got out of their cars. The whole funeral parlor was terribly silent, and the inspector captain instantly perceived that something was wrong. Captain, a body has been found here. It's a dry body. Get me in there. After leaving a few people at the door, all the rest rushed into the funeral home. Next they will find even more bizarre scenes. The next day, what happened at the Cloud City funeral parlor had not been publicized, and the stands at today's Celestial Master Square were already filled with foreigners, while Jiang Chen and a few real people were sitting in their exclusive seats. Jiang Chen and the others were positioned in the first row, and all those in the same row were the real masters, while those in the second row were the second-generation disciples, and so on. The whole of the Taoist deviants sat together. The jungle deviants sat together. 2 factions have formed, so to speak. The gazes of the various foreigners would survey Jiang Chen from time to time. After all, Jiang Chen on the internet is really too hot, and the means is extremely horrible, usually arrogant and accustomed to the alien. At this time all rules and no one dares to touch its mold. Seeing that it was about time, the old celestial master slowly got up. I hereby announce that the once-in-a-decade Dragon and Tiger Discourse martial arts performance will now begin. All disciples may take the stage. I believe you all know the rules of this discourse. As the old celestial master's words fell, the foreigners in the stands were already a bit agitated. Gentlemen, please. The old celestial master sat back down after saying that. In fact, the Dragon and Tiger discussion on the Taoist performance of martial arts will, seemingly, the major disciples of Taoism to cut the Taoist method, in fact, is to show muscle, so that the Jianghu heterodox people are honest. They are not lawless and there are people who can control them. The crowd looked at each other, and after several minutes there was never the first person to go up. Right at this moment, a young silhouette scurried out from the stands and landed in the center of the Heavenly Master Square in a few dashing steps. The crowd's eyes instantly lit up when they took a look at the stance. Kid Gu family, Gu Tian. I wonder which fellow Taoist would like to spar with me. Gu Tian slightly arched his hand and looked around, seemingly looking at the foreigners of his peer group. Hua! It's actually that Gu family kid. Gu Tianming, that old boy, is also sitting on his ass. A bit imperceptible. Gu family. Don't know how to carry yourself. After the old heavenly master left last night, the great clans had actually joined forces with the aim of consuming those outstanding disciples of the Taoist church so that they could take the top 3. The Gu family was also a great family in the inhuman realm, and had great prestige in the inhuman realm, having produced outstanding disciples for generations. The rest of the several great clans had also invited them, but Gu Tianming was unwilling to do so and even humiliated them. The several big families looked at Gu Tian and glanced at each other in silent agreement. There was actually not a single person from the entire jungle of foreigners on the field. Gu Tian's breath was hidden, making it impossible for people to see what his cultivation level was, and the subtle stance that he used just now showed that Gu Tian had already cultivated the Zongyun steps to completion. With so many of my peers present, does no one dare to come onto the field to fight me? Gu Tian saw that no one was coming onto the field after a long time, and was feeling a bit awkward at this time as well. After all, how can it be uncomfortable when so many eyes are watching from the stands? I've heard that fellow Taoist Zheng Qing of the Tianyi Taoist Temple is extremely outstanding among his peers. I wonder if he could spar with me. Zheng Qing sniffed and got up. The great patriarch of the family looked delighted at the situation. Just when it was thought that Zheng Qing was going to come on, Zheng Qing said something that disappointed everyone. I'm honored to be looked up to by a genius of the same generation, but Zheng Qing knows his own strength. I'm weak, not a match for you Taoist friends. The little Taoist is here this time to see the world. The corners of Gu Tian's mouth twitched at his words. He had long heard that Zheng Qing had deeply received the true transmission of Ling Shaojinjin, and had already acquired the core secret code of Tianyi Taoist Temple. But Zheng Qing was actually so calm. Even if it's a sign of weakness, it's not on. What a shame. Seeing that Zheng Qing had no intention of going up to the stage, Wang Yi from the Mountain of Asking couldn't help but want to go up to the stage. But he was stopped by a look from realist Ling Xiao. Their goal this time is the top 3. It is not appropriate to go on the field early. If a dark horse appears, won't it expose the bottom card early? Wang Yi had to continue to sit, so bored that he leaned back in his chair with a dog's tail hanging from the corner of his mouth. Go ahead, disciple, and show yourself in front of your various great uncles, the elders. Spirit Goodness Reality Spirit Chi transmits his disciple's voice. Master Chen, who was sitting in the 4th row, sniffed in delight, not realizing that he would actually be the first one from the Taoist church to go up. I understand, Master. Chen Shi lifted his breath and stepped on the stone steps, and leaped 2 feet high, also landing steadily in the center of the Tianshi square between a few steps. The crowd murmured when they saw the man on the stage. Who is this person? How come I haven't seen him before? Look at the markings on the Taoist robes. It's someone from the Qingyun Taoist Temple. A first-class green cloud Taoist temple? Isn't it said that the Qingyun Taoist Temple is green and yellow? I see that this little Taoist master has a mellow breath, not simpler than Gu Tian in the slightest. You believe this too? Just that spirit goodness alone can raise all your ashes with a single slap. Cut. Who doesn't know the spirit goodness real person? Who is kind and charitable, and upright? Who are you bluffing? With whom? What? You don't like it? You don't want to practice later? Asterisk. I, Sacred Hand Li Yang, have never been afraid of anyone. Sage Li Yang? Aren't you the underwear thief? Why does this look so familiar? Bah! What a scum! Degrading the reputation of our foreigners. You're a ing asshole. I planted you. Then what's your hurry? The 2 men cursed directly in the stands. This is a normal operation now. In previous years, many foreigners have fought directly in the stands. However, right now, Gu Tian and Chen Shi both started right away. So naturally, they would not allow the 2 to fool around. An invisible force surged in, easily separating the 2. 4th generation disciple of the Green Cloud Taoist Temple, Chen Shi, Taoist name Feng Xing. Chen Shi saluted and said, Qingyun Taoist Temple? Come and give it a try. Gu Tian's words fell with a turn of his feet, and a circle of light blue energy spread across the soles of his feet. Vertical cloud step starting kick way. Chen Shi was alert in his heart. The Gu family's Zongyun steps could not only dodge, but also defend the enemy, and the legwork was extremely powerful. But Chen Shi was not afraid of him either. Operating the Taoist temple's inherited secret book accompanying clouds with the wind steps, his footsteps were equally exquisite. And in the face of the side stomps that came whistling, Chen Shi slightly inclined his head to dodge them. The power from Gu Tian's leg ran through it, and the wind that whistled through it blew Chen Shi's Dao hat off. Chen Shi didn't have the heart to care about the hat anymore, as Gu Tian's leg techniques kept changing and attacking. In just a few breaths, the 2 had already exchanged more than 10 rounds. Between the clash of fists and legs, dust stirred and a dull sound was emitted. Gu Tian did not make a move. Many people were still unable to perceive its specific realm. This move the breath of the two people's bodies involuntarily radiated out. Both of them were surprisingly at the peak of the B stage. And although they hadn't managed to get the special chi into their bodies, they already had the aura added to their bodies, and both of their punches and kicks carried tremendous power. That's too much of a coincidence. End of chapter. The two had already exchanged more than 50 rounds. At this time, Gu Tian's breath was already a bit disorganized. His fighting style was rather aggressive, coupled with the constant execution of the Zhongyun steps leg technique, which was very taxing on his physical strength. Training and actual combat are two different things, and it was also against a Taoist disciple like Master Chen who was not only as light as a swallow, but also had a long breath and a very good base. Damn it! Are you a turtle? Do you know how to hide? Beads of sweat as big as beans slid down Gu Tian's forehead, and his chest continued to rise and fall. At this point, he had already realized that he had fallen into the middle of Chen Shi's rhythm. At this rate, he's bound to lose. Once you lose, you are not eligible to participate in the later arguments. In that case, then the poor Taoist will make an offering. Chen Shi suddenly raised his head. A flash of orange-yellow light flashed in his eyes, and a residual shadow even appeared between the strokes of his hands, accompanied by 2 pi lian above his hands, and a ball of invisible chi coalesced in his palms. Roar! A roar appeared steeply in that instant, a sound like a dragon or a tiger. Chen Shi's downward motion was steady and powerful. His eyes were sharp as electricity, and his aura was like a dragon's might and tiger's vibration, as if he could break through all obstacles, which was awe-inspiring. Gu Tian was startled by Master Chen's aura and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, seemingly feeling that he had lost face. Gu Tian gritted his teeth and raised his iron leg to kick out ferociously. This time Chen Shi didn't dodge, but stepped up and threw a punch. The tiger descends. Chen Shi roared. His body was as alive as a fierce tiger, the king of all beasts, and his 2 fists were wrapped in light blue aura, carrying a forward momentum. Fists and feet collide for a moment. Gu Tian then felt a huge force carry through, and Gu Tian's entire body flew backwards, taking 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing himself, his right leg trembling slightly. His pupils trembled in disbelief as he looked at Master Chen. This person was about the same age as him, and his cultivation was also at the peak of the B stage. But Master Chen was actually able to erupt such a powerful force. Moreover, this person had executed a move that he had actually never seen before. He lifted his leg and realized that a fist mark had actually appeared on the sole of his special steel plate shoe. The corners of the mouth of the spirit goodness realist in the stands rose slightly at the sight of this scene, and his eyes were filled with pride. Jiang Chen ran his chi-looking technique to take a look at Chen Shi, whose body was easily vaporized, and the meridians running inside his body were clearly seen by Jiang Chen. This fist technique is actually so subtle, several times more subtle than even my demon Jingguan's Big Dipper fist technique. The old heavenly master smiled and spoke. At this time ancestor Chung Yun did not pass down talismans, but instead passed down many fists and kicks, the most powerful of which are the Qing Yun Dragon and Tiger Fist, and the companion cloud follows the wind steps. Don't look at Ling Shan, that old guy with a naive face. Once that old guy's fist but blasted out a 2 Zhang Zhang fierce tiger to open the mountain and crack the stone. A roar shook the stream. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up at the words. A tiger's shadow can be blasted out with 1 punch. 2 feet is 6 meters high. This seed is somewhat interested in this secret code. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's a pity that it's a crippled fist technique with only 3 stances. That Master Chen was already very good if he was able to use the most basic punch, the old celestial master said with some regret. Although the Tianqifu can cost Zhang Daoling ancestor, but the ancestor is not able to pass down the profound techniques. Not no way, but helpless. Once this rule is transgressed, Blue Star will be in chaos and no one can stop it. And this Qing Yun Dragon Tiger Fist is already one of the most profound Taoist fists. If it's real Jiang who's interested, that old man must be very happy to hand over the technique to you. Jiang Chen glanced in the direction of the spirit goodness realist. Ling Shanjinjin felt also turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, nodding slightly to show his respect. The scales of victory had fallen to Chen Shi's side after he used the Green Cloud Dragon Tiger Fist, but in 3 punches, he blasted Gu Tian to the point where he didn't dare to make a leg. Gu Tian eventually had no choice but to admit defeat. The head of the Gu family, Gu Tianming, was also very atmospheric as he threw the secret book of longitudinal cloud steps to Master Chen. Gu Tian's strength wasn't actually bad, but it was because he had encountered a guy whose body skills were equally exquisite and whose punching style was also very dominant. Many Hai Gong speculated that this Chen Shi, relying on the Qing Yun Dragon Tiger Fist, was already able to rival early A-rank cultivators. The entire Tianshi square once again boiled up. Many scattered cultivators and foreigners were able to see this kind of expert sparring constantly waving their arms and shouting, "Grandpa, I lost." Gu Tian returned to the top of the stands, his emotions somewhat lost. This session of the discourse he should have been spirited. But who knows? The road to cultivation is already a bumpy road. And the heritage of the Jianghu Shifu family is still much worse than the Taoist temple that has a heritage of less than a few hundred years and more than 1,000 years. Our Gu family, if we really don't accept it, we'll just win it back next time. Our Gu family can afford to take it or leave it. Gu Tianming didn't scold Gu Tian, as if he had taught Gu Tian a lesson very well. Born with a golden key from a young age, coupled with his outstanding talent, Gu Tian had already become a bit adrift, and this failure was able to nicely allow Gu Tian to see himself clearly. Sure enough, Gu Tian's expression flashed with a touch of determination as he secretly set a goal for himself in his heart. I understand, Grandpa. Gu Tian nodded heavily. The few surrounding family heads glared indignantly at Gu Tianming, who appeared to be educating his grandson, but was actually scolding them for not being able to afford to lose. Humph. Master Chen also stepped down after defeating Gu Tian. A few third-generation disciples in the back watched with itching hands and went up to the stage one after another to fight against each other. Although they were third-generation disciples, their cultivation was both high and low. The highest was only at the early stage of the B stage, far worse than the fourth-generation disciple geniuses. It was no wonder the Taoist Green Pine had so much pressure on him. These are just small fights, not really at their best yet. Time passed slowly and the sun was about to set. The middle-aged man at the corner of the grandstand couldn't hold back. The strength in his legs erupted, the stone steps cracked, and the huge reaction force shot him out, and he landed in the center of the square in the space of 2 breaths. The crowd's eyes lit up when they felt that instantaneous burst of power. Here comes a character who is not to be missed. This is an unscrupulous Xiangxiyin young Taoist temple. He's a second-generation disciple. Is he going to challenge someone by going on the field at this time? The crowd was talking. Wu Yang's face was a bit waxy. His body had a faint corpse aura, and his figure was a bit short and slim, but his eyes were shining. His gaze was firmly fixed in the direction of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple. Funny too funny. I'm afraid Wu Yang still has to do a battle with Taoist Qianling. All cheer up and watch properly. I'm afraid these two have already broken into the hidden element in the past 10 years. The second-generation disciples of Taoism called the famous ones. All of them were the outstanding disciples of the previous session. Each of them had their own opportunities. 10 years had passed, and their cultivation was surely 100 feet higher. How much longer do you have to sit down, old Taoist Su? Get up and accompany old Tao to move around. Ha 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 ha. As you wish. End of chapter. After Taoist Master Qianling received the instructions from Taoist Master Qianling, he quickly landed in the center of Tianshi Square without the slightest hesitation. The Qianling real person is the Qianling Taoist Su Hong as his own son training. Even the Taoist name is used the same. It is obvious that the Qianling Taoist is the next head of the real person. I didn't expect you, Wu Liang, to actually want to challenge me. 10 years ago you weren't my opponent, and 10 years later you're naturally even less of a match for me. Less ing nonsense, Su Hong. 10 years ago the poor Taoist was just one move behind in chess. That slap of yours is something I've remembered for 10 years. Holy, you're a dog. Holding a grudge like that. The two had known each other for so many years that they had long known each other's methods. 10 years of hard work, and today we will compete. Besides, Wu Yang had been coveting the Tianshan Taoist Temple's Xuanwu Suppressor Talisman for not more than a day or two. With the Xuanwu Jinshuwei Talisman, he can take bigger orders for corpse driving and funerals as well. And Taoist Master Qianling is also interested in the Western Hunan Yin-Yang Taoist temples, corpse catching technique. The two did not have too much nonsense. Innate qi erupted. One cultivated innate purple qi. One cultivated pure yang qi. Red and purple, two different energy collision intertwined. Immediately to the surroundings spread out the horror of the energy. A gale appeared out of thin air, blowing the two people's robe hunting. I said you old dang are so confident. So it turns out that you've broken into the hidden yuan as well. Humph. Both of them came up with their strongest aura. Unconscionable sword finger condensed an innate sword shadow. The small completion of the Yin Yang Qin Kuan sword technique was powerful and forceful. Innate sword chi flew across the sky. Su Heng's face was shocked as he kept dodging. The sword chi chopped on the ground, actually cutting a sword mark out of even the square built with black light stone. 10 years ago the erranked Wu Liang wasn't like this at all. Su Hong hadn't thought that the Yin Yang Qin Kuan sword technique that had the innate purple chi added to it was actually this strong. It looks like it's not going to work without pulling out some stops. Su Heng's pure yang qi condensed a floating dust silhouette, and the 18 styles of Tianshan was used to block Wu Liang's sword chi attack. But fighting like this caused the two to constantly deplete their innate qi. Both of them had fought like crazy, not caring about that at all, and were determined to take each other down. Worthy of being a high feat of the hidden Yuan realm, just that diffused energy alone could have shocked more than a dozen peak rank cultivators to death. I'm afraid I wouldn't last a round if I were on it. Not to mention you're a D-ranked cultivator. Even if an E-ranked cultivator goes up there, it's just a slap in the face. You're really talented. Brother, watching the heavenly debate. While the two people in the center of the Tianshi square had been fighting for more than 10 minutes, maintaining the innate chi to transform things to fight, which was a huge drain on both of them. At this point in time, the two of them had very little innate chi left. Without a conscience, he was even more wary of Su Hang. He knew that Su Hang still had one move that he hadn't used, and that move was Su Hang's biggest card. If he didn't take precautions, he would end up the same as he did 10 years ago. Suddenly, Su Hang roared, the floating dust in his hand wrapped around the sword shadow, causing Wu Liang to be unable to break free for a short period of time. Some of the Inhumans who had participated in the previous discourse all stood up. The scene was all too familiar. It was exactly the same as 10 years ago when the two of them finally split the victory. Wu Liang was faced with two choices. One is the innate purple chi dispersed, but will be Su Hang caught the opportunity. Bare hands and empty fists facing the pure yang chi condensed floating dust, is bound to lose the situation. And the second option was to fight against the innate chi. But Su Hang's next card would be used, and he was bound to lose. But he was not the same person he was 10 years ago, and he waited for this moment. Come on, Su Laodang. This slap has been memorized by poor Taoist for 10 years. I will return the favor today, Wu Ling said in his heart. Tianshan folding eyebrow palm. Taoist Master Xianling's left hand was like a cold, poisonous snake, slapping out from within his wide Taoist robes, striking at an extremely tricky angle, making it difficult to dodge at all. Su Hang was confident in his palm. He knew that Wu Liang's greatest strength was the Yin Yang Qian Kuan sword technique, and he would definitely not let go. Once he was wrapped up in himself, he was bound to lose, just like 10 years ago, but he didn't know that Wu Liang had been waiting for him to make this palm strike. Watch my street move. The rabbit stomp. Under Su Hang's gaze, Wu Liang withdrew his hand, narrowly dodged the palm with one hand on the ground, and kicked out with both legs. This scene had been simulated in his mind for 10 years. And he wasn't going to miss. Bang! Su Hang suffered a heavy blow to his chest, and his entire body retreated 7 or 8 steps violently, half kneeling on the ground. Wow! Su Hang's chi and blood surged in his chest. The pure yang chi was out of control for an instant, and the corpse left behind by that silver-armored zombie in his body rebounded steeply, and a mouthful of rebellious blood sprayed out directly. The entire person's face suddenly paled. Holy, Lao Deng, you don't scare me! Wu Liang hurriedly got up from the ground to help Su Hang up. The face of the Xianling realist in the stance changed, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Su Hang. A palm slapped on Su Hang's back, and a large strand of pure yang chi surged into his body. But the pure yang chi transported over actually couldn't suppress that residual corpse chi. Corpse chi and pure yang chi collided within Su Hang's body, and another mouthful of blood sprayed out from Su Hang. The Xianling realist stopped in a hurry. Xianling Zhenlishan Wu Liang looked at Xianling Zhenjin. At this moment, he looked a bit at a loss. His heart was full of guilt. Had he known that the corpse chi in Su Hang's body was so serious, he would rather lose than to have his best friend injured. It's none of your business. This corpse chi has backfired on the pure yang chi and actually has some resistance to it. Naturally, Master Xianling wouldn't bother with Wu Liang. After all, he was also the one who put Su Hang on the field. I'll do it. Suddenly a voice came, and realist Xianling instantly turned his head to see that it turned out to be Zhang Chen and a bunch of other realists. At an unknown time, Zhang Chen and the old celestial master and other real people silently appeared behind him. I'm sorry for troubling real Zhang, real Emperor Xianling said gratefully. Zhang Chen's strength was terrifying, and his golden light was radiant to the extreme. So that corpse chi must not be a match for the golden light. Only Zhang Chen slightly raised his hand, and a ball of pure golden light spherical energy emerged, instantly slapping into Su Hang's body. The golden light was like a big sun suspended within Su Hang's dantian. And the residual corpse chi within his body encountered this golden light and was instantly devoured and collapsed. Su Hang sprayed out another mouthful of blood. Only this blood was actually black. There was also a faint stench. These are all bruises that have accumulated within the meridians of the entire body. These bruises are fused with the corpse chi. That's why it's so hard to dispel. Now they've all been dispelled by real Zhang. After seeing that Su Hang was fine, Master Xianling was overjoyed. In his heart, he couldn't help but be even more grateful to Zhang Chen. He's already fine. The remaining golden light and pure yang chi are fused and wandering within the meridians of his entire body, so perhaps he'll go to the next level in the future. Zhang Chen said indifferently. It's so enviable. It's a pity that old Tao's golden light doesn't have this effect. The old heavenly master said enviously. Cough cough, thanks to real Zhang for taking a shot. I almost met my tits. Su Hang joked, then looked at Wu Liang. You heartless thing, kicking so hard. Poor Taoist can remember. Next time, I won't introduce business. When No Liang saw that his old friend was fine, he didn't get angry at his random jokes. End of chapter. After the two of them, Wu Liang and Su Hang finished their duel. A few more inhumans came up behind them to duel, each winning and losing. Today's discourse will then end. The one day of argumentation had eliminated most of the relatively weak inhumans, and everyone knew that tomorrow would be the most intense time. Many young disciples of the fourth generation waited for tomorrow, and in the evening Jiang Chen used a complete intermediate talisman to exchange the Qingyan Dragon Tiger Fist technique with the Qingyan Taoist Temple. This boxing method is crippled only 3 styles, but it is extremely subtle. With the innate chi power is horrifyingly powerful. The first style of Fierce Tiger Downhill will raise their own momentum to the peak, the whole like a fierce tiger general. A fist blast out with the King of Beasts breath shock. Gu Tian was shocked by this aura, and after 3 punches from Master Chen, Gu Tian was too afraid to throw his legs, and his legs were not as powerful as they were at the beginning. The second style of tiger crouching and dragon coiling, condensing a dragon and tiger shadow to protect the surrounding body. Firm as a rock, indestructible. The spirit goodness had already perfected his fist technique, but due to the handicap of the technique, he was only able to condense a tiger's shadow and was unable to condense a dragon's shape, thus resulting in a significant decrease in defense. The third style of tiger whistling mountains and rivers. A fist bombardment of fierce tigers follow, a whistling to break the mountains and rivers. The might of the 8 wastelands. A perfected Qingyan Dragon Tiger Fist would be able to blast out the third style, but according to the old heavenly master, a peak punch from the spirit goodness could only blast out a 2-foot fierce tiger that would overwhelm the entire Qingyan mountain. It was because of that punch from the spirit goodness that there wasn't any bizarre appearances of injuries within the Green Cloud Mountain. A mutilated fist technique is comparable to a top Dao technique. I wonder how strong a complete fist technique is. Is the system capable of replenishing the punches? Detecting that the host is in possession of the crippled Qingyun Dragon Tiger Fist, and is tuned out the complete fist for the host. The last 2 styles of Qingyan's Dragon and Tiger Divine Fist, Dragon Might and Tiger Shock, 3 million shock points, Dragon Roar and Tiger Whine, 3 million shock points. So the complete fist style is called Qingyun Dragon Tiger Divine Fist? But the system's last 2 styles combined you want me to get 6 million shock points. Are you kidding me? The Qingyun Dragon Tiger Divine Fist belongs to a higher level, and the host is not of sufficient level to give an explanation. Row, count on you. Jiang Chen heard that there was nothing else he could do. Who would have thought that the level of the fist techniques passed down by ancestor Qingyun would actually be so high? No wonder the 3 broken fist techniques were comparable to the top Dao techniques. A mid-level talisman was exchanged for such a fist, but Jiang Chen had taken advantage of it. The system opens my panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, 491 years of golden light. Peak Kaiyang. Physique, Yaoguang Bastard. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. The third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi Lookout Technique. The secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian Talisman. The Great Cave Sutra of Shangqing. Maoshan Formation Chapter. The 7-Star Overlord Technique, Yaoguang Chapter. Green Cloud Dragon Tiger Fist. Items, 30-year Mahogany Light Opening Pen. Spelling Hei Wholesale Taoist Robe. Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Primary Talisman * 245. Intermediate Talisman * 52. Shocker, 3,560,000. Continues to grow. Hidden Quest. Participate in the Taoist Once a Decade Dragon Mountain Taoist Drill. Complete the quest rewards. Advanced Talisman Book. Hidden Quest. Living Heavenly Master. Succeed in being ordained as a Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master. And complete the mission reward. The Complete Book of Taoist Formations. Having reached 400 years of golden light, there are no humans in Blue Star who are your rivals anymore, and you can enjoy the name of a true lord, start a sect, and preach to all living beings, but you are still a mole in their eyes, and as you have become stronger, you may have been targeted. Changes appeared in his system panel once again, and the first thing that happened was that he had condensed his Yaoguang hegemony body, and his physical strength was already extremely terrifying. The start of the Lung Fushan Taoism and Martial Arts Society has been all over the internet in the past few days, with speculation that Taoist priests are practicing en masse or something. The heat is high. All the time his shot points were slowly increasing. He had already spent all of his shot points earlier in order to raise his cultivation, and it had only been a short while before they had risen back up. First, fill me in on the first 3 stances of the Qingyan Dragon Tiger Fist technique. Deducting 1.5 million shot points, the first 3 styles have been made up for the host. Luckily, there wasn't too much of the Qingyan Dragon Tiger Fist technique crippled, and it didn't take many shot points to fill it out. Redeem 10 more Qiankuan pills for me. The 7-Star Overlord Body Technique Kaiyang Chapter, the Jade Balance Chapter, and the Heavenly Power Chapter. 1,900,000 shot points deducted. Item has been placed in the system backpack. 10 Qiankuan Dan 100. 000 shocking points. 3 Hegemony Body Technique 1. 800. 000 shocking points. It is simply a gold-sucking monster. It seems that we have to break down more feudal superstitions before we can do that. Jiang Chen also wanted to livestream the Inhuman Realms discourse scene, but this wasn't an opportunity at all. I don't see that the official Psychic Bureau hasn't even announced it. At this stage it's only announced the cultivation realm of the Inhuman Realm. Back to God. Jiang Chen shoved the elixir into his mouth as soon as he could, and his entire body fell directly into an epiphany. Watching Jiang Chen enter his cultivation state, Wang Zhang and Lin Wanner came to the door to escort him, even though it was now in the Heavenly Master's palace. Who could guarantee that those Inhumans would be able to follow the rules? Lin Wanner and Wang Zhang were sitting at the doorway, looking at the stars in the sky, when suddenly Lin Wanner said, "Old Wang, real Zhang's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Don't call me Old King. Isn't the stronger the sect master realist the better? Moreover, the strength of all the successive generations of demon suppressing one sect leader real men has been good, and is also extremely outstanding when looking at the entire Taoist religion." Outside another courtyard of the Heavenly Master's mansion, a snow-white fox with green eyes scurried out from amongst the grass, and it twitched its upturned nose. A flash of excitement followed in his eyes. It looked around vigilantly, then flowed inside the courtyard, coming to the room to find that Zhang Ruochen had already gone to bed early. A fox had slipped in amongst his room, and Zhang Ruochen actually didn't know about it, and didn't have the slightest intention of waking up. The little fox gently jumped onto Zhang Ruochen's chest, and then actually transformed into a nationally beautiful naked beauty under the light. As this fox demon took human form, a seductive aura filled the entire room in her body, which was infinitely amplified. A faint fragrance entered Zhang Ruochen's nostrils, and he frowned slightly before his cheeks suddenly flushed. In the midst of sleep, Zhang Ruochen had already let his guard down, and with the influence of the fox demon's special physique, his brain was instantly controlled by lust. The golden light within his body flickered slightly, actually appearing uncontrollable. The fox demon's arms encircled Zhang Ruochen's neck, and the jasmine-flavored scent continuously poured into Zhang Ruochen's nostrils. Zhang Ruochen didn't have the slightest intention of waking up. He only felt that his body was very warm, as if he was wrapped in a soft sponge. At the same time it just felt like he was sleeping extraordinarily well tonight. The shadows of the two men could only be seen slowly intermingling through the light. End of chapter. The following morning the sun rose. The hot sunlight shone in through the window, penetrating on top of Zhang Ruochen's naked ass. Zhang Ruochen snapped his eyes open and sat up as a whole. His eyes were a bit disoriented and his brain was a bit dazed as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He turned his head to the window, the harsh sunlight hitting him directly in the face. Oh no! The discourse has already started. Zhang Ruochen lifted the covers, but he was completely dumbfounded by the next scene. Only the white-lined shirt he was wearing was lying on the side of the bed, and his pants were actually hanging over the bed. There was also a splash of plum blossoms above the sheets. What's going on? What's happening? Who am I? Where am I? Only then did Zhang Ruochen recall the erotic dream he had last night. Last night he dreamt that he was with a naked beauty, and he couldn't even exit the dream when he tried to do so by chanting the clear mind mantra. And try as he might to recall it, he could only recall a vague face, and the harder he tried to recall it the more his brain ached. Damn it, poor Taoist knows he is handsome, but in the end which goddamn 1,000 miles to send. At this moment, anger, being at a loss for words, helplessness, anxiousness, and many other emotions were intertwined in Zhang Ruochen's heart. He tried to run the Yang Five Thunders. His aura surged yet his lungs trembled. Even his heart chi could not be induced. Zhang Ruochen stifled a grunt and retreated a few steps. Sure enough, his Yang Five Thunders were no longer able to function, and forcibly reversing himself would be countered by the lightning method. Yang Wulei, also known as the Five Qi in the chest, includes heart chi, which is pure yang and dominates fire, lung chi, which is the lesser yin and yang and dominates gold, kidney chi, which is pure yin and dominates water, liver chi, which is the lesser yang and yin and dominates wood, and spleen chi, which harmonizes yin and yang and dominates earth. In order to catalyze the Yang Five Thunders, one had to let the two chi of the heart and lungs in the body rise, and the Yang Five Thunders instantly erupted, and the lightning took on the form of arcs of electricity that were radiant, dry and scorching, and ferociously incomparable. Zhang Ruochen hurriedly urged the Yin Five Thunders. The Yin Five Thunders wrapped around Zhang Ruochen's arm like a puddle of liquid, appearing completely out of the blue, completely different from the Yang Five Thunders form. Maru Spice. If Master knows that I've broken my body and can't activate the Yang Five Thunders, I'll be completely screwed. Successive generations of Heavenly Masters could only be inherited by those who cultivated the Yang Five Thunders, which meant that he was now no longer qualified to inherit the Heavenly Master position in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Once this news spread, he could already think of the scene where the Heavenly Master's mansion shook. Just then, a voice came from outside. Junior Master, the discourse has already begun. and Heavenly Master Zhang asked me to call you. The words fell, the gate to the courtyard was opened. Zhang Ruochen heard the sound like a cat actually responded. Yang Five Thunders unleashed directly shredded the bedsheet. A Taoist priest appeared in the doorway of the room. Ha! Why is there a woman smell in the middle of your room? Junior Master? Holy! Junior Master, you're early in the morning. But don't mind me talking too much. Junior Master. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ruochen's chi trembled cold. But I don't know how to refute it. What woman smell, you nonsense? You still do not go out, I dress ah. Little Master Uncle, poor road this will go. You engage in fast ah. The Taoist gave Zhang Ruochen a bad smile, then left the courtyard with a big smile, not being suspicious of the smell of the woman in the room, because he knows that his little master uncle is ice clean and clean, and he will have to inherit the position of Heavenly Master in the future. He will not break his body. The other side. Jiang Chen, who had been having an epiphany all night, had only just arrived at Tianchi Square at this time. In the center of the plaza, there was already an inhuman sparring. Two inhumans from the Jianghu. Although the several top clans were united, many scattered foreigners wouldn't listen to their orders. After all, the secret books of several big families were very coveted by them. The moment the old Heavenly Master saw Jiang Chen, his vicissitudes of eyes looked deeply at him. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen was even more powerful than yesterday. When realist Xian Ling saw Jiang Chen arrive, he also brought Su Hong to Jiang Chen. Thank you for your help yesterday, Mistress Jiang. The golden light you left behind yesterday actually opened up the last major proper meridian in my disciple's body, allowing him to more than double his cultivation speed. It's fine. Just a show of hands. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. A few conversations about the inhuman cuts continued to go on. It was at this time that Zhang Ruochen hurriedly arrived at the Tianchi Square. The old Tianchi glanced at Zhang Ruochen, and just this one look almost made Zhang Ruochen confess all. Zhang Ruochen sheepishly returned to his seat, his eyes still constantly sizing up the people in the stands as if he was looking for the culprits of last night. Time passed by, and there was a constant stream of inhumans on the field. There were very few fourth-generation inhumans left, plus the jungle inhumans were only about a dozen or so. Among them, Taoist disciples have lost in one. One of the most dazzling, or Shinlingyun, actually is the peak of the first-rank cultivation, has been playing transparent person deep hiding, won the title of the Old Six. Ask the Mountain's Wang Yi, who was also extremely outstanding, looked like he hadn't even put out his full strength, and although Zhang Qing's cultivation was backward, his methods were extremely difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to take on this guy who played Tai Chi. Time to noon. Tianchi Square mouth actually appeared again, a group of people. This group of people wearing yellow robe, a group of bald head by the direct sunlight reflection, like walking light bulbs, the leader of that old monk cloaked in red gorgeous robe. A group of people stood together with their blood aura rising, converging to draw sideways glances from a crowd of foreigners. Monk? Is that Master Shen Koan? Interesting, monks are also coming to the discourse? The discourse can be attended by anyone who is an inhuman. There shouldn't be a restriction on monks attending. The people from the Little Thunder Sound Temple seemed to be coming from a bad place. All the foreigners present knew that Taoism and Buddhism had already had quite a bit of friction in secret, with neither one looking at the other in the eye, and one having more heart eyes than the other. The old Heavenly Master's gaze was fixed on the leading monk, and his complexion could not help but turn cold. He old Celestial Master, for such a grand spectacle, I, Little Thunder Sound Temple, deserved to participate. The smile on Master Shen Koan's face piled up like an old chrysanthemum, a look of self-acquaintance. Those who didn't know thought that he had a deep friendship with the old Heavenly Master. Humph. You, Little Thunder Sound Temple, can participate if you want to. Just add some colorful prizes. Jingsu Jinjin did not pretend to be noble at this time, and directly stood up and came to the old Heavenly Master's side. Colorful? There is a rule in this session of the discourse. That is, if a fourth-generation disciple wins against the other, he can obtain the core secret code of the other sect. Do you, Little Thunder Sound Temple, dare? What? I can't believe I'm playing this big. Shen Koan monk did not know that this session of the discourse has changed. Shen Koan face was shocked, but thought of his disciple's strength face suddenly eased down. A smile appeared on his face again. End of chapter. It's fine if you want to participate in the discourse. Come up with something or else. Longhu Mountain on the road to perform martial arts will not be the only high gong to participate in. Jianghu on the foreigners can come to come. This group of monks want a halfway to mess up. It depends on the foreigners to answer or not. Monk Shen Koan still had a smile on his face, but in reality, his heart was constantly calculating. The core inheritance of his Little Thunder Sound Temple was immensely important. Whether it was the Haori Golden Body, the Fiery Sun Golden Bell, and the Withered Wood Longevity Kung Fu were all more comprehensively preserved than the inheritance of Taoism, and it was not passed on to outsiders. Even the elders of the Little Thunder Sound Temple were not seen to be able to cultivate such profound techniques. Now to let him choose one of the 3 feats and take it out as a lottery. How could he stand it? Master Shinkuan. The top 3 are able to obtain complete intermediate level talismans bestowed by Master Jiang. And the first place can even receive Master Zhang's golden light quenching. That's right. Master Shinkuan, your 2 shut-in disciples are really spirited. They haven't lost any weight at all. They look good at first glance. Seeing that Master Shinkuan was a bit hesitant, Gu Tianming, the Gu family's head of the family, stood up and was a burst of cudgels, and the remaining few patriarchs were constantly picking up on the conversation with their eyes glowing with gold. At this moment, the more these patriarchs looked at this old thing Gu Tianming, the more agreeable he became. Little Lain Temple inheritants who do not want Buddhism in that war is completely in the water state. A variety of superior inheritance preservation is very comprehensive, even if it is not complete, but it is also better than the Taoist crippled Gongfu. Don't look at Shinkuan and the old heavenly master, the same looks like 80 or 90 years old. In fact, this guy has already lived for more than 400 years, then the old heavenly master even more durable. A strength than the old heavenly master is also slightly stronger than a line. But nay, the back of the Buddhist disciples do not compete. While the Taoist, various great Taoist temple have outstanding disciples appeared, Buddhism could have been under the leadership of Shinkuan to suppress the Taoist, but now it has been equalized. Little Thunder Sound Temple's withered wood longevity technique. These patriarchs were coveting it. With this technique, not only could they go further, but they could also live for hundreds of years more. These patriarchs are right. My Taoist disciples are far worse than your Buddhist son. Look at that Buddhist son who is at the peak of the A rank, while our most outstanding disciple has only broken through to the middle of the A rank not long ago. Yes, Buddha-chan looks really refreshed. In the face of Taoist Hai Gong and Jianghu foreigners cudgel, Shinkuan monk just face with a smile and do not care. He lived so long what seen has not seen. He's only interested in the crowd's talk of real Jiang and the 3 complete intermediate level talismans right now. As he looked, he saw that there was a young man standing beside the old heavenly master. That aura was like an abyss, unfathomable, and the more Shinkuan perceived it, the more alarmed he became. Could it be that this person's cultivation has already surpassed that of the old heavenly master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's impossible for the current blue star to be able to appear such a strong person. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look cold when he sensed a divine sense roaming around his body, seemingly trying to pry into his secrets. So much for those last-era predecessors of Taoism. Now a monk dares to jump on this seat's head? How dare he use his divine sense to spy on this seat? Does he really think this seat is made of clay? Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Jiang Chan's mind moved the Yaoguang star and Kai Yang star within his body to hide. Only the huge golden light in his body close to 500 years, condensing into a round of bright houses suspended in the dantian. Jiang Chen let go of his mind and allowed this chi divine sense to enter his body. Although the young man is somewhat uncomplicated, he is also not this seat's opponent. Shinkuan couldn't help but feel smug in his heart, controlling his divine sense to continuously probe into but the next second he was completely dumbfounded. He actually saw a great sun within Jiang Chen's body. A great sun condensed out of golden light. The concentration of that golden light was unknown to be many times that of the old heavenly masters, and the volume was even more massive than the old heavenly master's golden light by several times. As if provoked by something like a mole cricket, the radiant golden light trembled violently, emitting endless divine might vastness between one contraction and one release. This divine sense that the divine Koan monk had separated out was directly swallowed by the golden light. Humph! Monk Shinkuan stifled a grunt and violently took a few steps back. His eyes glazed over. They were filled with blood. Full of unbelief. An intense pain stimulated his mind. A pain that was like drilling into his heart. He only felt what seemed to be a raging hot current churning at his throat, but it was contained by his death. The force causing his neck to bruise, his face to twist and contort from the extreme restraint, and his lips to ooze blood from his bite. Ryoko! A hint of crimson still spilled slowly from the corner of his mouth, and he forced down the subsequent surge of blood. Master Shinkuan, are you alright? Even if you're not well, you still came to the inhuman discourse. This kind of spirit is admirable to the old Taoist. Seeing that Grand Monk Divine Koan was defeated, the old heavenly master forced a smile on his face. The smiles on the faces of a few real people looked like mockery in Shinkuan's eyes. He no longer dared to test Jiang Chen, and at the same time, he was very jealous of Jiang Chen in his heart. If you want the legacy of my little Thunder Sound Temple, then come and try. A monstrous anger rose from Shinkuan's heart, and a cold glint flashed under his eyes. As far as those disciples of the family heterodox, and the 3 or 2 of Taoism, what to fight with his Buddhist disciples? Since that's the case, then this seat will take out the blazing sun golden bell to help out. What does the old heavenly master think? Shinkuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Alas, you have two fourth-generation shut-in disciples. It's a bit unreasonable to only take out a single technique, isn't it? At this time Jiang Chen slightly raised his head and said, facing Jiang Chen's gaze, Shen Koan didn't dare to meet his eyes. Mr. Jiang is right. We only have one disciple in the fourth generation, which means we can only participate once, while you, Master Shen Koan, have two close disciples. Who made you Buddhist rich? If you send yourself to the door, who will you get if you don't get you? Then Ben, poor monk will then take out the Bright King's grinding wheel again. How? Monk Shen Koan didn't dare to call himself this seat in front of Jiang Chen. He really couldn't carry Jiang Chen's golden light that was as bright as the house sun. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting coming halfway to the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tao discourse and martial arts performance. The gazes of the patriarchs of these inhuman clans were like greedy jackals, tigers and leopards. These old Taoist guys are also all more diabolical than one another. For some reason he always had a bad feeling. Once the crowd heard the words of Shen Koan, they could not help but secretly spit at Shen Koan for not wanting billion. The Ming Wang grinding wheel is the core technique of the Vajra temple, and this dog actually took someone else's inheritance as a lottery prize. This abacus hit a snap. However, the Vajra temple is not a good thing, so who cares whose inheritance it is? Let's find a way to get it first. In that case, then please. People had taken out two core techniques, so naturally, they were guests on the table. Only no one was willing to sit with this group of vultures. And it wasn't that Buddhist disciples couldn't do it, but the virtues of the Little Thunder Sound Temple had been seen by many of the foreigners. End of chapter. The Bright King's grinding wheel and the blazing sun golden bell were brought out as a prize, and the entire Heavenly Master Square was abuzz with foreigners. In his mind, he couldn't help but calculate how he could win a technique from the two Buddhas. But these two Buddhas were not some old and weak. On the contrary, the breath emanating from the two was exceptionally strong and fierce. The two did not deliberately hide their cultivation. They were just exposed to the public's perceptions in a bright and open manner. One person was at the peak of the A rank, and the other was at the middle of the A rank not far from the peak. The crowd only knows that the gong method practiced by the two men are both withered wood longevity gong, while the rest of the means are not known, mainly because the small Lei temple these old bald asses low profile. After the crowd resumed their seats, one of the second-generation disciples behind Grandmaster Shen Koan couldn't help himself and immediately appeared in the center of the Heavenly Master Square. I am Master Huiju as great disciple. Wuxing, who dares to come up and fight me? Wuxing had just seen his master's father-in-law suffer a defeat, and he was holding a lot of anger in his stomach, and was just looking for someone to vent it on at this moment. The aura belonging to the early stage of the hidden Yuan exploded. The crimson chi and blood shook, the muscles of his body tightened, and the whole person actually raised by 20 centimeters. And at this moment, it was like a shrunken version of the Hulk. Those thick arms were as thick as a regular person's thighs, and even the neck was occupied by a single muscle. It was simply a big muscle. Many female and humans' eyes glowed as they looked underneath Gohan, but after seeing that nothing had changed underneath them, they withdrew their gazes in disappointment. Arrogant! Poor Taoist will fight you. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief after taking a look at the fact that it was Taoist Master Chingsong. This was the first time that Buddhist disciples and Taoist disciples had fought head-on, which amounted to a face-off for both sides. The Dengxian Taoist temple's Gao Gon finally couldn't help himself. This battle looks a bit up in the air. Can Senior Chingsong beat that big muscle bully? Hee, how can a martial arts practitioner be better than an immortal cultivator? I ask you, what is the strongest means of a Taoist monk? And what is the strongest means of a Buddhist disciple? The strongest means of Taoist priests are, of course, talismans, formations, swordsmanship, techniques, and Taoism, whereas Buddhist disciples are more inclined to close combat and follow mostly the path of body refining, and their accumulation of aura isn't as strong as that of Taoist priests. That's right, so think about what the Densen Dojo specializes in. Thunder technique, divine heavenly thunder technique. It was then that the crowd came to a realization. As long as Chingsong controlled the distance and didn't let that big muscle buster Gold catch a chance to get close to him, and then cast the thunder law to break his defense, he would be able to win. At that moment a voice came again. But what if that big muscle buster is able to resist the divine heavenly thunder law? How can we get it? That's if you ask me. Who do I ask? Just improvise. The two sides looked to be about 50-50. Because of the limitations of the discourse, the Taoist master could not use talismans and his strength would not have been fully utilized. As soon as they met, it was as if they had seen their father's murderer. The ground shook as Gohan stomped his feet, and he swung his fists and kept attacking Chingsong, his large fists rubbing against the air with a trembling sound. The fist had not yet arrived. The harsh wind of the fist came first, and the hair left up at the temples of Taoist Master Chingsong was blown to flutter continuously. Chingsong had been able to feel this tremendous power. If this punch landed on him, he would definitely be seriously injured. He choked his hand while concentrating on dodging Gohan's attacks. He also clashed with Gohan for a few rounds during that time, and Shang Tsung's set of connecting punches hit Gohan's body as if they were hitting steel with a boom. Gohan is like a mosquito bite my ass. Monk Shinkoan smiled at the sight. Although Wuxing didn't cultivate the Little Thunder Sound Temple's inherited technique, he was cultivating the Ming Wang Temple's Ming Wang grinder, and after breaking through the hidden yuan, his body was as strong as a diamond. Are you tickling me? Again? Oh, just come. Shang Tsung sneered twice. The dry spirit gathers chi and converges in the purple dome, and the Kuan Yuan nurtures thunder in the belly. Jin and Sun intermingle to enlighten the divine mansion, and Dui and Burgundy complement each other in transforming the electric impulses. Cannonly operate to draw thunderbolts, and I control the spiritual power of heaven and earth, edicting thunderbolts to break through the sky. All evils will avoid and retreat to infinity. Divine heavenly thunder law. The innate purple chi within Shang Tsung's body was released, and the purple intent swept around, forcing back the crimson blood chi emanating from Go Shing. Purple lightning flashed, whistled, and bloomed in Shang Tsung's hands. Green pine had held back for so long to give Gohan a superb gift straight away. Plants, where the hell are you hitting? Wuxing's face changed drastically the moment he saw the lightning, his sweaty hairs standing up. Ming Wang body. Wang Zhang on the stage couldn't help but shrink. Wuxing was already unable to dodge when he was locked by the lightning law, and could only exert his Ming Wang hegemony body to forcefully resist the divine heavenly thunder law. The crowd rose to look at it with grave expressions. Shasta, just see that the thunder is like a silver snake dancing. Its color purple mango profound. Thunder rolling, just like a big bell ringing. Shocked the void buzzing. The thunder is as thick as a baby's small arm in general. Electric flashes jumping, crackling sound is endless. Explosive thunder landed on Gohan and there was a splitting sound. The ground was scorched by the thunder and Gohan was sent flying out by the divine heavenly thunder. The whole thing tumbled on the ground 7 or 8 times before coming to a stop. His Ming Wang hegemony body was forcefully split apart, but it blocked most of the thunder's power. Gohan half-kneeled with difficulty, looking pained. His robes had been torn to shreds, revealing a lean and thick body. The surface of his skin had been scorched black by the thunder, but his own physique was strong, and these were flesh wounds that were not a big problem. The most torturous thing was that a small amount of divine heavenly thunder had entered his body and was continuously destroying the cells in his body. Even Gohan, who had been brutally trained for years, had trouble with the pain for a split second. Wow! Thunder law is truly terrifying as it is. 10 years ago Taoist Green Pine's divine heavenly thunder law was only the first glimpse of the door, right? 10 years have passed and thunder law has already made its way to the top and is able to be put in and out as it pleases. I have to say, Amatsu is still as diabolical as he was 10 years ago. It's just not martial, but this bright king grinder is indeed strong. It was actually able to gather a domineering body to block most of the divine heavenly thunder laws, and most of all, that Gohan is still too confident. The male inhabitants cast sympathetic glances at Gohan, while the female inhabitants also felt alarmed and resolved in their hearts to never mess with Shang Tsung. If the Twin Peaks were deflated by the divine heavenly thunder law, it would be over. What does the old celestial master mean by this? Where is this a discourse on martial arts performance? This is willful murder. We protest. You are highly esteemed and highly accomplished. How can you be so underhanded? You must take out an intermediate level talisman to compensate us. Shin Koan and the others couldn't sit still at once, standing up and glaring at the old heavenly master and the others with tiger eyes. Rather like the old heavenly master was going to make a move if he didn't compensate. Beginning of the month to ask for monthly tickets CAC. End of chapter. What opens its mouth to be an intermediate level talisman? Do you see if poor Tao looks like an intermediate level talisman? What a big talker. Cutting is supposed to be fists and feet without eyes, not to mention thunder spells, which are known to be difficult to control. Tao, what do you mean by willfully killing? Is it hard to believe that you, Monk Tianxin, are trying to start a war between the Buddha and the Tao? A few sect master real people had long been looking at these vultures with displeasure, and immediately stood out and angrily rebuked them. The angry Monk Tianxin could only be angry for a bit when he saw several people from the dustless realist. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Jianghu foreigners at this time all hold a look at the lookout. Buddha Road. They cannot afford to mess with. Naturally stand by and watch. It is best for the two families on the spot to fight up both sides. Monk Shin Koan's face was horribly gloomy, but out of fear of the old heavenly master, as well as an unfathomable Jiangchun, and it was still the holy land of Taoism, Longhu Mountain. If they were to make a move, all of them would definitely be surrounded by the hundreds of high-functioning people in the stands. When the time came, what yin and yang taiji, Jiankuan Bagua, innate Chiman, divine heavenly thunder method, radiant golden light, Qingyun dragon and tiger fists as well as all kinds of talismans came pouring in. Not to mention the 3 or 2 behind Shinkoan. Even if he too faced a siege from so many people, he would die without a burial place. Shinkoan slightly raised his hand to stop the disciples behind him, still wearing a smile on his face. Only that smile seemed to look a bit morose and cold. Real Dustless is right. Sparring is fine. Fists and feet have no eyes. Gohan has already lost. There's no need to compete anymore. Wuxing had already been seriously injured, and he definitely couldn't carry Ching Song's divine heavenly thunder technique down there, and it was questionable whether he could go back alive if he continued the competition. A senior monk helped Gohan down, and Monk Tianqin stabilized Gohan's injuries with Buddhist teachings. Did I read it right? Such a domineering person like Shinkoan actually went soft? Keep your voice down, you. This is the land of Taoism. Even if Shinkoan is a tiger has to lie down, is a dragon also has to be coiled? People can't do anything about Taoism. Can't they do anything about you? Beware of getting yourself killed. Gohaning, you know what to do, right? Shinkoan's grim eyes glanced aside. Gonung understands. Meeting Shinkoan's creepy gaze, Gonung clenched his fists tightly. He then glanced at the severely injured and unconscious senior brother Goxing. Gonung won't make it easy for him. The two men's eye contact was seen by Jiangchen. Nowadays his strength was not what it used to be. The entire Tianshi square was in his perception. Wang Zhang, disciple here. Wang Zhang's eyes flickered with some excitement. Was it finally his turn to go on? Get ready to go up and meet Ching Song. That monk shouldn't let Ching Song leave so easily. Jiangchen slowly spoke. HM? Still dare to take advantage of people's danger? The crowd's gazes condensed. Ching Song had already exerted the divine heavenly thunder technique with all his might, and now that his innate purple chi was almost depleted, if he were to face another large muscle bully, he would definitely be in a desperate situation once he was seized with the opportunity. According to the character of those bald asses, they would never let Ching Song go easily. I am Master Wu Xing, Dharma name Wu Nung. Ching Song, do you dare to fight me? The poor Taoist has come to battle you. Wu Ning just on the field put down harsh words, did not wait for the crowd to react. Has long been waiting for Wang Zhang actually directly stepped in the air. People before the sound first, only to see that the air trembled with every step Wang Zhang took, and a ripple erupted in the air, creating a huge reaction force to support Wang Zhang's gliding through the air. Bang! 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 The air kept trembling. Wang Zhang's figure quickly fell down to block in front of Ching Song. This is the true Dragon Taoist Temple's untold secret. The swimming dragon Big Dipper steps. You can hammer your legs as well as your feet on evil spirits, to actually take 3 steps in the air at once and glide more than 20 meters in the air. Could it be the true Dragon Taoist Temple's untold secret? The wandering dragon Big Dipper steps. Perfecting the swimming dragon heavenly deity steps. Being able to take 9 steps at once and glide hundreds of meters through the air. It seems that Taoist True Dragon has already thoroughly initiated this technique. But didn't the Spirit Dragon Master say that the swimming dragon heavenly deity steps had been lost? You are what people say what you believe. Whereas the Korgong method cannot let you know. Taking 3 steps in the air. It was not that Wang Zhang was poorly enlightened, but that this stance was extremely difficult to practice and required inhuman torture from a young age in order to do so. It's not something you can get started on overnight. Even Wang Zhang's master, the true Dragon Daoist Temple sect leader, hadn't succeeded in cultivating it. This is true Dragon Daoist Wang Zhang, right? Good job. Real spirit, no shame. His strength has already caught up with old me. Old me is really ashamed of myself. Many of the 80 to 90-year-old red-robed high functionaries present had cultivation levels similar to Wang Zhang's, and none of their true strength was as strong as Wang Zhang. The rest of the second-generation disciples had either made a breakthrough in the spirit medicine jar, a breakthrough in wandering away from the red dust, or a breakthrough in firming up their Taoist heart. And Wang Zhang's opportunity was simple and rough. It was Zhang Chen's thigh. With the support of the inner spirit pill and the spirit rising pill, Wang Zhang's cultivation was close to the middle stage of the hidden Yuan realm, and he was just a foot away from breaking through. Wang Laodang, as long as you that bald donkey up, I'll buy you a piece of superb jade. Lin Wanair stood on the stands with her hands on her mouth and shouted loudly. Lin Wanair had been bored to death in the past 2 days, and now that Wang Zhang was finally on, she was excited at the moment. Oh, a few K. Wang Zhang slightly turned around and gave Lin Wanair a hand signal. Seeing Wang Zhang on the stage, the crowd of Taoist priests on the stands were also pumped up. True Dragon Daoist Wang Zhang. In the last discourse on the Tao, he was the top 3 second-generation disciples. We don't have to worry at all about him going on the field. That's not true. Isn't it rumored on the internet that Wang Zhang is the double flower red stick of Jin Demon Guan? Ha ha ha. Ching Song, you go down first. Just leave this place to me. Wang Zhang had one hand behind his back. His body was as straight as a pine, and robe was by the wind that whistled by. His soughing. It seems like the two of us won't have a chance to spar this time in the Tao discourse. Qing Song smiled with some disappointment. Oh, there's a chance. Damn it. How dare you underestimate me. Suffer death. Wu Ning's qi and blood shook, similarly transforming into a large muscle bully in an instant. Hot pure yang qi erupted from his body, and a hidden golden shadow coalesced behind him, moving like a thick tank. His aura was surprisingly stronger than his senior brother. This is the Haori gold body of the Little Lei Temple. His body is protected by pure yang qi, while the earlier one, Wuxing, didn't, so it seems that's the difference between the two of them. But that's all. The mighty spirit of the Heavenly King is now present, suppressing demons and protecting the Qianquan. The Heavenly King helps me. Pagoda Heavenly King's arm. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Wang Zhang was actually going to have a hard encounter with that Wu Ning who had executed the Haori golden body. When everyone thought that Wang Zhang was cerebral palsy, only Jiang Chen in the stands had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, only to see Wang Zhang's right arm sleeve burst to pieces, revealing a fine and strong arm. Above the arm actually flowed with golden lines. Mysterious, mysterious, thick and heavy breath flow. End of chapter. At the moment when their fists collided, Wang Zhang's arm was suddenly augmented by a thick arm shadow that came with armor, as if someone was helping Wang Zhang. Click. The moment the fists made contact, the crowd only heard the sound of bones breaking and splitting. That 2-meter-tall, massive Gohonen's arm was bent in an extremely bizarre state, and then it turned into a cannonball and flew out backwards. It finally hit the ground hard, stirring up a cloud of flying dust. Ah! Gohan kept wailing and screaming as he clutched his arm that was bent 180 degrees. The screams were backbreaking. All the people who saw the scene directly stood up, each holding their heads, their mouths open as if they were able to stuff in an egg. Wow! How? Isn't Wang Zhang's most powerful technique the Puhua Heavenly Thunder technique? How come the strength of his physical body is so terrifying? Is this really the kind of physical strength that a Taoist can achieve? Didn't you guys notice the flickering shadow on Wang Zhang's arm just now? Don't tell me. It seems true. Not to mention that these Jianghu deviants and Shinkoan monks felt shocked. Even all the high-level skills of the Taoist religion felt their scalps tingling, knowing that Taoism was not good at physical body cultivation, and that no one had ever embarked on the path of body refining. How in the world did Wang Zhang do it? Perhaps only Jiang Jinjin knows what's really going on. The gazes of the crowd swished towards Jiang Chen, hoping to get the answer they wanted out of him. If the old Taoist is not wrong in his speculations, the reason why Wang Zhang is so powerful should be that flash of shadowy arm that just passed by. It wasn't just the old heavenly master, but many sect masters and real people saw the flickering silhouette. Exactly. Wang Zhang's physical strength is several times worse than that Wu Ning who performed the Haori golden body. But it's a different story when he performed the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture. Jiang Chen was calm and collected. Everything was within his expectations. The Grand Cave Scripture of the Upper Qing. The old celestial master's body shook after hearing this, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He knew about the Supreme Qing Great Cave Scripture, and Lin Jingxiong had also given the Supreme Qing Great Cave Scripture to him for safekeeping, and this technique had always been in his hands and had not been passed on to anyone. Moreover, he had seen the crippled Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture, which was just about the same as the crippled Golden Light Mantra, and there was no way that it could have such a strong power. The Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture was handed over to the seat by Lin Jingxiong, and as soon as this seat had a clear understanding of the Gongfu after viewing it, I was able to make up some of this Gongfu. And not only did Wang Zhang specialize in the techniques bestowed by this seat, he also managed to cultivate the Upper Qing Great Cave Sutra, which Lin Jingxiong allowed. As for why Wang Zhang was able to burst out with such amazing physical strength, Jiang Chen didn't say much. After many years the crowd once again heard the Grand Cave Scripture of Shangqing. Thoughts could not help but pull back to the original storm. What's more, he didn't expect Lin Jingxiong to actually offer up all the Maoshan treasures in order to invite real Jiang. Although the crowd wanted to have a look at the Grand Cave Scripture of Shangqing in their hearts, none of them dared to open their mouths. The Supreme Qing Great Whole True Scripture was in Jiang Chen's hands, and they didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. On the Tianshi Square, Wang Zhang was excitedly looking at himself, his arm that was smoking white smoke. At this time, the golden light pattern on his arm had already disappeared. The complete version of the Grand Cave Scripture of the Supreme Qing dynasty is really as terrifying as it is, actually being able to invite the gods into its body parts, and by calling out the name of the gods, one can pray for their protection. Wang was inviting the Tota Heavenly King within his right arm under Jiang Chen's guidance. However, with his total amount of innate purple qi, he would only be able to execute the Heavenly King's arm 5 times. That punch alone seriously injured Gohan. At this time, Wu Ning had already been carried down by the monks, and the pride and disdain on each face was no longer there at the beginning, but only shock and dismay. Monk Tianxin's heart ached as he watched Wu Ning's arm being broken by a punch. His eyes widened in anger. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets, the eyeballs were covered in blood, and his angry eyes were like sharp arrows, shooting towards Wang Zhang with endless anger. If eyes could kill, Wang Zhang would already be buried. Wang Zhang closed his fist and stared at him with a calm demeanor, not being the least bit abashed. Endure. Shen Kuan's voice appeared in Tian Xian's mind. Tian Xian forced back the anger in his heart, and his iron fist was pinched and creaked. Although Shen Kuan was angry, but also able to control, now the most important 4 generations of disciples to cut. His 2 disciples will certainly sweep the Taoist 4 generations of disciples, as long as they could win the intermediate talisman and core secret code of the opposing Taoist temple. Any sacrifice would be worth it. He had long wanted to study the secret texts of Taoism. After Wang Zhang's victory, Shen Kuan never let the 2nd generation disciples go up again. Even the 2 strongest 2nd generation disciples lost, and the rest of the disciples who went up would most likely lose as well. Shen Kuan this side of the dead silence. On the contrary, the Taoist side of the one talking and laughing, Wang Zhang is even more scenery full of face. And even the head of the real people do not know where to touch a bag of melon seeds. So lively. Wuliang, Wang Zheng, you kid is flying high. I didn't think that real Jian would actually give you all of the grand cave true scriptures of the supreme Qing dynasty. Su Hong, I've already said the word envy badly. Qing Song, this time on the Daopor Taoist will not spar with you. With your strength nowadays you are already the 2nd generation disciple leader. Baldy Wang, as much as it pains me to admit it, I am indeed no match for you nowadays. Hi, it's all thanks to Mistress John's favor. Without Makoto John's guidance, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Wang Zhang did not get carried away just because he was stronger, and remained the same as before. At this time there were still no 2nd and 3rd generation disciples left on the field, and now there were only those 10 or so 4th generation disciples left. It's almost time, so let's start the final cut between the 4 generations of disciples. Seeing this, the old heavenly master announced. As the old heavenly master's words fell, there was a constant stream of Jianghu one persons taking the field to challenge the 4th generation disciples of several top Taoist temples. Zhang Ruochen's few people took turns blocking the attacks of these people, until the Fire Family disciples made their appearance. Fire Family, Fire Wushuang invites to battle Shen Lingyun of the Dengxian Taoist Temple. After more than 100 rounds, Shen Lingyun won Dengxian Taoist Temple to obtain the Fire Clan's Fire Cloud Palm. Feng Clan, Feng Hao invites to battle against the Heavenly Monk of the Inquiring Mountain. After more than 80 rounds, Feng Hao lost, Wang Yi won a close match, and Tianyi Dao Guan obtained the spiritual numinous meditation. Zhuge Family, Zhuge Zhiqing invites to battle in Yang Mountain Taiji Dao Academy. Zhang Cheng. In more than 40 rounds, Zhang Cheng traveled between the Bagua and easily defeated Zhuge Zhiqing, and the Taiji Daoist Academy obtained the Zhuge family's 5 elements Bagua Peng. Zhang Cheng had been interested in Taiji and Bagua since he was a child, and he had even been tempered by Master Chongshu and Master Wudu, and with the addition of the Yin-Yang Taiji physique, he was very sensitive to Bagua and Taiji. Although Zhang Cheng pairs do not understand the 5 elements, but all the changes are not the same. As long as cracked its 8 trigrams, Zhuge Zhiqing's palm will not be a threat. Realist Punching Void and Realist Dustless Mouths were almost crooked with laughter. They all didn't expect the Zhuge family to be so brave as to challenge their Taiji Dao Academy. You go and challenge Zhang Ruochen of the Heavenly Master's house, and you might even have some chance of winning. End of chapter. Inside Fantastic Express in Rongqing. Chief, you're awake. Xiang Lei's surprised voice rang out in the middle of the room. Today it was his turn to take care of the seriously injured and unconscious Duan Xiao, and he didn't expect that Duan Xiao, who had been sleeping for close to a week, actually woke up today. He rushed to inform the rest of his teammates. Within moments several people in black uniforms had appeared in the middle of the room. How long have I been unconscious? Duan Xiao sat up with Xiang Lei's help. He glanced at the blinding sunlight outside the window and then asked, Chief, you've been in a coma for a week now. Don't move around. You're not well yet. Xiang Lei looked at his director with some complexity. The director had absorbed everyone's yin qi in order to save them, forcing an S-ranked forbidden yin domain, causing his own contract's shenanigans to be burst by the massive yin qi. Although he survived, his body was attacked by yin qi. His body can be much worse than a normal person. Often bumping into the weird are possible, and he may not even live to be 60 years old. Because of the matter of the Ghost King, the pressure from above was also very great, constantly secretly recruiting tricksters throughout the country. Although the strength of the tricksters was improving very quickly, some may be able to advance to within a month with an outbreak of chance SSS rank, but the chances of a trickster appearing are extremely small. These people are usually possessed by the bizarre, or unknowingly come into contact with special energies, and most of them die a horrible death, and only a small number of them sign a contract with the bizarre to become a bizarre master. The Psychic Bureau headquarters has been constantly transferring people to major first-tier cities. I didn't think I'd be able to survive. Duanxio smiled sagely, seemingly not caring about his condition. It seems like I can only go back to the headquarters to do an underhanded job. The headquarters should have transferred a director down. Yes, right now Director Chiouyu is in charge of the entire Rongqing Psychic Bureau. Today he went to Yun City. As for what he didn't tell us. Xiang Lei spread his hands. So it's him? Since he's the one taking over the Rongqing Psychic Bureau, I'm relieved. Duanxio had a few encounters with Chiouyu when he was at the headquarters. He was not a bad person. His strength was also A-ranked. And he was completely successful in taking over the position of the director. Inside a village under the city of Cloud, a group of governors had cordoned off the area, and the villagers from the teams close by had been relocated to the county seat. A courtyard was filled with corpses covered by white cloths, and the inspector's medical examiner was identifying the cause of death, as well as making notes. Director, the Psychic Bureau's people are here. At this time a governor came next to the director and whispered softly, "Aha." The director nodded. Several pitch-black SUVs were speeding down the road, and in no time they stopped outside the courtyard, where a group of guys in black trench coats came down. It's all standard fare for the Psychic Bureau. A group of people in short sleeves and a group of people in black trench coats looked very strange. The crowd spat in their hearts. Isn't it hot to wear so much on a hot day? What's going on, Chief Hong? The two men at the head of the group led a group of people harnessing the trickster to the entrance of the courtyard. Something has happened again. I'm afraid that only you guys can handle this matter. Director Hong looked a bit gloomy. This is Chiouyu from the Rongqing Psychic Bureau. Su Gang introduced to Director Hong. The two men met and nodded, all without words. After Su Gang learned that another dry corpse had appeared, he rushed over with his men without stopping, fearing that something had gone wrong. The main reason was that he was afraid that the culprit was that it was almost the same as the corpse puppet that appeared in Rongqing City before. If another corpse puppet appeared, there would be something to play with. That corpse puppet was finally recognized as a SS Great Evil Spirit. If that was the case, the situation would be very serious. Just to be on the safe side, so he called Chiouyu from next door as well. The two walked out into the middle of the courtyard and casually lifted the white cloth to look at it. The body was hideous. A little moisture and blood had completely dried out, and the forensic identification of the lethal wounds were all in the neck. The two men looked at the neck of the corpse, which had 2 deep holes in it, and the area around the wounds was black, as if they had been penetrated by the sharp teeth of some creature. There's corpse chi. Chiouyu looked up at Su Gang, then covered the body back up. Su Gang also nodded slightly. The two men had been able to roughly determine in their minds exactly what had done it. In this blue star of mythological records and legendary records, many people just don't even know what a zombie is. But before the establishment of the Bureau of Spiritualism, Taoism took the initiative to pass on to the top of the records of many evil spirits. They had already heard about creatures like zombies. Nope, the chief of division is missing a body. Suddenly a governor exclaimed. The crowd was drawn to it. You found something. Director, do you remember what happened at the funeral home? Words. Director Hong's gaze condensed and then nodded. He knew about the funeral parlor, and also followed the orders from above to suppress it. This matter spread out definitely caused panic. These deceased are the families of the victims of the funeral home. These two are the parents of the victims, and it was their old couple as well as a couple of old men who came to pick up the bodies 2 nights ago. The young governor pointed to several corpses on the ground, and said how they looked a bit familiar to the dry bodies, and now he would know once he checked them. You mean they became sons of dryads and disappeared? How can they disappear when they become dryads? The Inspector General's office doesn't know about this stuff yet. They haven't gotten the message yet. Chief, although I don't know what happened. The body just disappeared, and the freezer was violently broken open by something. I suspect. Between his words, this governor's gaze also looked at Su Gang. At this time Su Gang came and interrupted the governor. Alright, leave Director Hong here to us. You guys just go back first. Alright, I'll leave it to you guys here. Just let us know if there's anything we need. Director Hong also knew that this matter was no longer within their scope. Professional things should only be left to professionals. A couple of guys are coming to seal off the entire neighborhood. It's the chief. The speed of a few of the tricksters was far beyond normal, and they went directly along the blockade line that the governor had left before. After they had put down a sign at the 4 corners of the southeast, northwest, and northwest, an invisible energy spread towards the center, and the entire area was blocked off. So even if there were people outside, they couldn't break in. This was very similar to the triangular blockade area that Duanxio and the others had set up before, only it was set up in a different way. The captain has set it up. No problem. Well, take care of the corpse gas. Let's stay inside the village for today. Thank you, Director Chiou. Duanxio turned his head to Chiouyu on the side and casually handed Chiouyu a dragon cigarette. It's fine. There's nothing going on over in Rongqing for now. It's just that you owe me a favor. Ha ha ha, well said. Modified version. I wrote a lot of this chapter, but I got revered several times and couldn't post it, so there are a few holes in this chapter. End of chapter. Chief, what about these bodies? Don't worry about it. Inform a few other captains to check out the other victim villages and transfer some of the brothers. Su Gang methodically ordered down. Tonight he will verify whether it is a dry corpse turned into a zombie or not. Director Chiu. There was also a dry body case in Rongqing before. Do you know anything about it? I don't know much. I only know that the dry body in Rongqing before. The governors complied with his family's instructions to cremate it. After all, the dry body. Su Gang mused. Customs are different in every place, and he had taken that into account before. So he let the family take the remains back. Whether it is or not, just wait for the night to find out. The scene returns to Lungfu Shan. At this time, the Haori was hanging high, and the scorching heat came to the face. But the people present were all foreigners. With the existence of Aura wearing short sleeves all year round was no problem. At this moment, Wang Yi and the others were all consumed. One after another sitting on the bleachers panting heavily, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down on their Dao robes drenching them. However, they all had smiles on their faces. This time they had reaped a great harvest. The secret books of several top families had landed in their Taoist temple. Although there were also Taoist talismans and secret books lost, but at least it was not a loss. These Jianghu foreigners had continuously consumed them before. And in the end, when the crowd thought that a few people couldn't hold on, a few great patriarchs let their own disciples take the field. But it turned out that a few people were still hiding their strength. It finally shattered the dreams of several patriarchs. But at this point, they were also so overconsumed that even lifting their hands was an ordeal. Gu Tianming watched the rest of the few old guys stealing the chicken. His heart was secretly pleased. Let you gang up on people. This intermediate talisman did not get. The family's inheritance of the secret books also exported to go. But also the small Laiyin temple of the bald donkey did the grafting. Is really a big loss of shame. When Meng Shenkuan saw that several of Wang Yi's aura deficits were almost consumed by the Jianghu foreigners, a smile returned to his face. Now the first ranked is Dang Xian Daoguan Shun Lingyun. This kid has the strongest strength. His body even has a layer of misty clouds. Even this seat can't see through it, just to be on the safe side. The two of you don't challenge him. Ranked second is Tianyi Daoist Temple's Wang Yi. This kid has mastered the innate Qi Men. Although it doesn't have much of an effect on the strongest, it can be extremely perverted at the same level. The reason why that kid from the Wind family was able to fight with Wang Yi for so many rounds is still due to his spiritual thoughts. You guys might have an accident against each other. The fourth generation disciples present are now the only two of you left. You can't afford to take any risks at all. The intermediate level talisman is close at hand. Ranked third is Zhang Cheng of the Taiji Dao Academy. This kid has the lowest realm, but his methods are extremely difficult to deal with. At the moment he can't hold on any longer. Later on, Foichi, you go up and challenge him directly. Buddha 1 was a little displeased at hearing this. He had practiced the Kuki Chanchun Gong and the De Brahma Buddha poem. His strength had reached the peak of the A rank, and now he was going to challenge a weak early A rank person. But due to the master's order he had no choice but to agree. Yes, master. Ranked fourth is Zhang Ruochen of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. This brat cultivates the Golden Light mantra, with a golden light of no more than 20 or 30 years. And based on this seat's observation, it seems that he has encountered something on his mind, and is absent-minded. Buddha 2, with your fiery flame golden bell and Haori golden body, you are not afraid of his golden light at all. You go straight up and challenge Zhang Ruochen. Foji didn't think much about it. As long as Shinkoan said something he would do it. Yes, master. And the old heavenly master and the others naturally knew exactly what this dog thing was going to do. And at that moment were each thinking about how to respond. Master, I'm still holding on. Shin Lingyun possessed an innate body, and the aura of the heavens and the earth actively integrated into his body without having to be quenched at all, restoring his aura. I have no problem with that either. Wang Yi said unwillingly. Pa! The spirit heavenly realist sniffed and landed a slap on his head. Hitting Wang Yi, you can be a hairy ah. That Feng family kid almost defeated you. Zhang Cheng, who was on the side, did not say anything, only bulging his eyes at the direction of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. Now they absolutely can't take the initiative to go on the field. They can only wait for those bald asses to go on the field. They can also discuss how to deal with it. Right now, only Zhang Ruochen hadn't consumed much and still had about 80% of his spiritual energy. How is this good for real Zhang? Wang Yi and Zhang Qing are definitely out of it now. If those two Buddhas challenge them, their rankings won't be guaranteed. In the back, even if Ruochen defeats one person, the Little Thunder Sound Temple will still be able to obtain a complete intermediate level talisman. It would be fine if a different family alien obtained a mid-level talisman, but if the talisman fell into the hands of a Buddhist vulture, he couldn't accept it. Why don't I gather a ball of golden light inside the four of them? This won't work either. The old master can lend his power to the 4, but that dog on the other side will surely lend his power to the 2 Buddhas too. No need for that. Only to see Jiang Chen flip his palm. An exquisite jade bottle appeared in his hand. This is the Xian Spirit Pill. One of these will allow the 4 to recover 70% in a short period of time. This seat can only do so much, Jiang Chen slowly explained. The crowd's eyes lit up at the sound of it. It's actually a potion. Alchemy has long been lost. Except for the old heavenly master and a few people from Ling Shaozhenjun, the rest of the Haigons have never seen what pills actually look like. I didn't realize that real Jiang actually had such a miraculous elixir. Wang Zhang, look like you've never seen the world. Poor Taoist has eaten even more precious pills. Don't take it yet. The next battle is definitely very tough. No matter who is on it, definitely don't take it lightly. Be sure to win over the Blazing Sun Golden Bell and the Haori Golden Body for this seat. This seat is also very interested in these 2 techniques. With the Haori Golden Body and the Blazing Sun Golden Bell, the physical strength and defense of the Taoist disciples would be replenished, truly becoming hexagonal warriors. There will be no weakness at all then. Yes, real Jiang. Several people shouted excitedly. The 4 of them took the elixir, and before the 4 of them had a chance to refine it, a ball of pure spiritual qi erupted out of their dantian, directly replenishing the deficient spiritual qi. Even the innate qi was able to be restored. That familiar power returned to a few people once again. Act like you can't. No need to get up. Jiang Chen's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Jiang Cheng and Wang Yi understood, and a meaningful smile hung at the corners of the mouths of the group of sect masters and realists. Now that Zhang Ruochen was at his peak, Shenling Yun was about the same, and Wang Yi and Zhang Cheng had recovered as well. Now everything is ready. Just waiting to see what the vultures choose to do. This side of the Little Thunderbolt Temple. Go on, Buddha 2. You'll defeat Zhang Ruochen and then you'll be able to obtain the intermediate level talisman from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Maybe you'll even be able to make a dash for the top 3. It's master. Zhang Ruochen's golden light is like scratching an itch to me. I'll let him know what it means to be Haori Flame. End of chapter. Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edict and Amulet. This seed is bound to get it. Shin Koan narrowed his eyes slightly, a shadowy light emanating from his eyes. And that gaze was like an icy blade that could send shivers down one's spine. It was as if everything was in his reckoning. Under the gaze of countless people, the people from the Little Thunder Sound Temple finally moved. Seeing the tall, clean-cut looking Buddha 2 take the field, those patriarchs had their back teeth clenched. How could they not be angry when everything they had done had been a graft for Little Thunder Sound Temple? Buddha 2's face was bland, his features were clear, his nose was high and straight, his lines were sharp, his eyebrows were haunted by a trace of demonic aura, his eyes were narrow and deep, and his light golden pupils added another touch of majesty. He took one Zen step, and his body exuded a purely Buddhist aura this aura made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. Unlike Shin Koan's imposing aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Poor monk Buddha 2. Dharma name heartless. Please fight against Zhang Ruochen of the Heavenly Master's house. Buddha 2 spoke indifferently, not caring at all about the comments of the foreigners on the stands, as if he was the only one left in heaven and earth, and all noisy voices were blocked out. How did he choose to challenge Zhang Ruochen? Zhang Ruochen has only appeared on the stage a few times. Right. And all of them ended the battle at the fastest speed possible, so there was no exertion at all. Little Thunder Sound Temple is really greedy. As long as Buddha 2 defeats Zhang Ruochen, he'll be 4th, and he can continue to launch challenges. Not only do they want the complete intermediate talismans of the top 3, they also want the inheritance talismans of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Plants. What a no-no. Master, all you real people, the boy is going. Zhang Ruochen didn't use his stance to land in a dashing manner like the disciples who had gone up before, but instead went up one step at a time just like that Buddha 2. Please. Zhang Ruochen slowly raised his hand. Offended. Buddha 2 spoke faintly. Only the robes could be heard rattling, and a large fist rapidly enlarged in Zhang Ruochen's pupils, and the shocking force could be known from the broken hair blown up on Zhang Ruochen's forehead. His power has even surpassed the previous Gohonen. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Ruochen lifted his chi to step up and bend over, dodging the punch, his force rising from the ground, and a close leaning strike of the 8 Extremes fist was used with ease. Bang! One punch misses. The next follows. Zhang Ruochen executed the 8 Extremes fist to collide with the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound fist executed by Buddha 2. The 8 Extremes fist contained Taoist thoughts, balanced yin and yang, strong and soft, wide open and powerful. Amazing power. With the golden light boosted, Zhang Ruochen's physical strength was barely able to keep up. 8 Extreme fist? It's really not simple, but if that's all you've got, then you'll lose. Buddha 2 roared. Light flickered in his pupils, and terrifying chi and blood erupted at this moment. The right arm blasted out with a punch. The taut muscles were hideous and terrifying, and the veins were as thick as gnarled dragons. Boom! 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 Three thunderous voices suddenly appeared, resounding in the ears of the crowd. Not good. Zhang Ruochen had difficulty reacting to this punch at all, and instinctively crossed his arms to cast the golden light mantra in hard resistance. Bang! Buddha 2's chi and blood rushed to Zhang Ruochen's face as the triple power kept stacking and bursting out, and the hardened fist landed on Zhang Ruochen's arm. In an instant, the golden light collapsed, and the fist went a full centimeter deeper, almost directly shattering Zhang Ruochen's golden light. The golden light mantra resisted most of the power, and the remaining strong force blasted Zhang Ruochen back 7 or 8 meters, his shoes sliding out pitch-black traces on the ground, without the golden light covering them. I'm afraid the soles of their shoes would be worn through. Zhang Ruochen lowered his trembling arms, his eyes tightly staring at Buddha 2, only to see the opposite side of the Buddha 2 with his hands clasped together, his white face still expressionless. Cast your thunder spell. Your golden light is useless to me. Naya is so pretentious. You can go up if you want. Can't you see that a mere chi and blood shock almost shattered Zhang Ruochen's golden light with a single punch? People have the strength to pretend. Now that Zhang Ruochen is in trouble, both the pure young fiery flame of the Little Thunder Sound Temple and the golden light mantra's golden light have similar characteristics. And just as that Buddha 2 said, Zhang Ruochen's golden light is no threat to him. The second round has begun. The crowd looked along with them, only to see Zhang Ruochen begin to utilize the golden light mantra. More than 30 years of golden light covering his entire body. The surface of his entire body was as majestic as if it was gilded with gold. You won't know if it works until you fight it. Zhang Ruochen once again performed the 8 extreme fist. There was no need to perform any other Dao techniques. The golden light mantra was the strongest Dao technique. This time, with the golden light mantra boost, his power once again increased by a large margin. Just like Jiang Chen back then. Alas, Buddha 2 sighed faintly, and in the next moment his aura suddenly changed. Haori golden body. His figure drew up in an instant, his muscle density and bone strength quietly increasing several times, and his pure yang qi mixed with crimson qi and blood burgeoned, evaporating people just by being close to its surroundings. Buddha 2's understanding of the Buddha's teachings has reached the pinnacle of the centuries. At his age he was able to the Haori golden body cultivation progress, catching up with the enlightenment of the second generation disciples, which less than a couple of decades of the road. A disciple who was called a Buddha's son by the Buddhist sect was really not gifted. The two exchanged blows again. Zhang Ruochen stood somewhat weakly in front of Buddha 2, and as soon as the golden light on his body was released, it would be collided and collapsed by Buddha 2's pure yang qi. Buddha 2's fists kept landing on Zhang Ruochen's body. The dull sound of a collision resounded in the ears of the crowd. Admit defeat. There was a change in Buddha 2's face. He didn't want to hurt Zhang Ruochen. Never. Zhang Ruochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retreated a few steps back from Buddha 2 with a top center elbow strike, neither admitting defeat nor using the thunder law. You are really a bit strange. FOR looked at Zhang Ruochen with some doubt. As long as Zhang Ruochen executed the Young Thunder Law, he would at least be able to inflict damage on him. The Young Thunder Law was notoriously violent and ferocious, and his flaming golden bell could only withstand a portion of the thunder, and definitely could not completely withstand it. Zhang Ruochen didn't say anything and glanced in the direction of the old heavenly master, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, everyone in the stands felt puzzled as to why Zhang Ruochen didn't perform the thunder technique. Cast a thunder spell. Ruochen boy, use the thunder method, you specialize in. What are you doing? What the hell is this brat Zhang Ruochen up to? Why does he look a bit distracted today? What the hell are you doing? Junior Master. The Haigongs of Taoism were anxious, especially the Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's house. If he lost, his Dragon Tiger Mountain's Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edict Amulet would fall into the hands of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. The Tianqiafo's side was anxious, and Shin Koan's side was just as anxious. What is Foji up to? Why don't you win the fight while you still can? Buddha 2 is still too merciful. If only his nature was half as good as Buddha 1's. Elder brother, he has his own ideas, and it's my elder brother who will win this battle anyway. Seeing this, Buddha 1 immediately stood up for his senior brother. A few people also stopped talking when they saw that Buddha 1 had spoken. End of chapter. The moment Zhang Ruochen turned back, Buddha 2 no longer hesitated and appeared in front of Zhang Ruochen as a golden residual shadow. Struggling to raise his iron fist, Zhang Ruochen turned back immediately when he sensed the scorching heat behind him. He instinctively tried to dodge, yet it was too late. The punch landed solidly on Zhang Ruochen's cheek, and Zhang Ruochen's pupils were stunned as his entire brain went blank, and a tremendous amount of power traveled through his entire body. Everyone was stunned by this, and some even got up with their hands on their heads with a confused look on their faces. The room was silent, and the silence was terrifying. Jiang Chen frowned slightly in the direction of Taoism. Each of the several fourth-generation disciples of Wang Yi was not simple. and Zhang Ruochen of the Heavenly Master's house certainly shouldn't be any worse than a few others. Moreover, Zhang Ruochen had been personally trained by the old Heavenly Master, and the current generation of Heavenly Masters shouldn't have behaved so poorly. However, Zhang Ruochen was as if he had been robbed of his soul. His mind was absent-minded. He was distracted by the battle. His best young thunder law was not being performed, and even the golden light incantation that he performed was not as fierce as before. Zhang Xianling clenched his fists tightly, his heart overwhelmed with worry, and the old celestial master sat calmly in his seat with a thoughtful look. Bang! Zhang Ruochen slammed heavily on the ground. His golden light was dispersed, his inky hair was scattered, and his Dao robes were stained with dust wolfishly. Cough cough cough, a ball of blood was coughed out by him. Although he didn't fall down the Heavenly Master Square, he was already seriously injured, and it looked like he didn't have the strength to fight again anymore. In the corner of Tianshi Square, hiding in the corner, a snow-white fox silently watched all of this, its crystal-like radiant eyes gradually turning scarlet as it stared dead at Heartless back, but it didn't dare to give away a single breath. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Ruochen staggered to his feet, and at this moment, he looked a bit sprightly, as if he had made some kind of choice. Didn't you want to try out my lightning technique? Then, as you wish. Dark clouds cover 1,000 cities, and the earth's demons overturn and gather thunder layers. Spread out your palm and change the universe. 10,000 dark thunderbolts to subdue 10,000 souls. In thunder. Zhang Ruochen's low hissing sound rang out as the 5 qi in his body instantly surged. The kidney water leading the liver would qi to take the lead in the birth of the yin qi. A dark and deep, liquid-like weird thunder flowed out of Zhang Ruochen's palms, and the liquid thunder covered half of the Tianshi Square. Foji was naturally wrapped up in it. It was as if this liquid thunder had locked onto Buddha too, like venom constantly climbing on the surface of his body. This is not Yang 5 thunder. You're in 5 thunders. Buddha 2's face changed drastically. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence and calmness he had at the beginning. Flaming golden bell. Buddha 2's hands spread out. A golden bell burning with flames enveloped him, and the next moment the surface of the golden bell was covered with a pitch-black ink-like liquid. The flames were engulfed and drops of liquid adhered to his flesh. In an instant, thunder erupted and chopped. Although the flaming golden bell was strong and able to withstand the young 5 thunders, it could not do anything about the pervasive and immensely buried yin 5 thunders. Even after resisting many liquid thunderbolts, there were still liquids attached to his body and even entered his bone marrow, which could not be washed away even by the vibration of his pure yang qi. It's like a maggot attached to the bone. It's disgusting. Most of all asterisk. The sharp pain was incomparable, and Buddha 2 was directly dragged down to the ground by liquid thunder. Ah! Dark thunder erupted, and Buddha 2's miserable screams rang out. At this moment the entire audience stood up, and the shocking voices were like monstrous waves that wanted to overturn the entire square. Damn! How did Zhang Ruochen of the Heavenly Master's mansion execute the yin 5 thunders? Shin Koan and the others directly broke their defenses and cursed. This script was not ing right at all. The Jianghu foreigners even fell into silence, collectively looking in the direction of the old Heavenly Master. And sure enough, the contemporary Heavenly Master's face was terribly gloomy, and the old Heavenly Master was also somewhat broken. And the culprit, the snow-white fox, seemed to be aware that he was in trouble, and hurriedly scurried into the bushes, penetrating a shivering head. This battle was full of drama. First, Buddha 2 crushed Zhang Ruochen, but in the end, Zhang Ruochen actually executed the yin 5 thunders and killed Buddha 2 in seconds. The miserable Buddha 2 Haori golden body and the flaming golden bell were useless. I admit defeat. Buddha 2 could no longer endure the torment of that liquid thunder. He felt like his bones were about to be shattered. Zhang Ruochen took the liquid into himself, and then his entire body fainted. How could this happen? Zhang Xianling slumped helplessly in his seat. Zhang Ruochen's lightning method was clearly Yang 5 thunders. So how did it turn into yin 5 thunders today? Made the Heavenly Master's Gao Gong puzzled. Heavenly Master Zhang. In fact, when I went to call Little Master today, I smelled a strange odor in his room, amongst which there was also a distinctly feminine smell. I hadn't cared about it, who knows. At this time the Taoist Master suddenly opened his mouth. Asshole. The old Heavenly Master's eyes glowed with golden light. The majestic golden light steeply and uncontrollably erupted, and that tyrannical aura blew on the crowd like a raging storm. Feeling the old Heavenly Master's aura, the crowd only felt that they were currently on the surface of an abyssal sea that was about to erupt into a monstrous tsunami, and that they would be swallowed up at any moment. What he was angry about was not that Zhang Ruochen had broken his body, but that someone actually wanted to destroy Zhang Ruochen, simply not putting the Heavenly Master's office in his eyes. It was only after a few breaths that the old Celestial Master withdrew his breath. The patriarchs of several clans gulped, not realizing that the old Celestial Master was already advanced in years and his aura was actually so terrifying. Guess it's better to keep a low profile. A few disciples helped Zhang Ruochen down, while the old heavenly master chose between the flaming golden bell and the Haori golden body. Give it to him to take. Zhang Chen took out the spirit healing pixie spirit liquid that had previously treated Lin Wanner and handed it to Zhang Xianling. Thank you, Mistress Jiang. Zhang Xianling took the porcelain bottle and opened it to find that it was a medicinal liquid, and then gave it to Zhang Ruochen to take. Zhang Ruochen had won the argument even though he had cast the Yin 5 Thunders. Now was not the time to deal with this matter, and the old heavenly master could only have Zhang Ruochen looked after and continue to wait for the challenge from the Little Thunder Sound Temple. In the next match, that Little Thunder Sound Temple will most likely challenge Wang Yi and Zhang Qing, so you two be careful. As soon as the old heavenly master's words fell, the opposite side, Buddha 1, took the stage, not giving the crowd any extra time at all. Little Thunder Sound Temple's Buddha 1, Dharma named Wu Tian, invites to battle Taiji Dao Academy's Zhang Qing. Sure enough, he chose to challenge Zhang Qing, who has a weak cultivation level. A persimmon picks the soft one? Then I won't make it easy for you either. Zhang Qing was the only one present who had a lower cultivation level, which made him feel a bit unconvinced in his heart. Be careful. Admit defeat if you can't. Grandmaster Changshu admonished. A mid-level talisman was not as important as his beloved disciple. In his opinion, sooner or later, this beloved disciple of his would surpass the intermediate-level talisman, and even reaching the Yaoguang realm would not be a problem. Zhang Qing's eyes flickered with starlight as he turned around and headed towards the Tianzhi Square. End of chapter. You're no match for me. Admit defeat yourself. Once we do it I won't hold back like my senior brother. Buddha, a cold look. Eyebrows like knife peaks. Thick and handsome. Eyes narrow and godly. Eyes open and close. Cold light appeared. The bridge of the nose is high and straight, with hard lines, and the corners of the mouth do not have a trace of soft curves, as if to symbolize the perseverance of his character that will never bend. Looking from the side, the bridge of the nose cast a cold hard line in the light and shadow, adding a few points of cold and outstanding. His eyes were extremely aggressive. When Zhang Qing stood in front of it, it was like standing in front of an angry Vajra. I don't think I'm a match for you, fellow Daoist, but I also want to try out the strength of Sequence 1 Buddha's son, as well as the Little Thunder Sound Temple's mastery. Zhang Qing's body dropped. A wisp of breath moved with him between his palms as he crossed his palms. The Chen Yuan Taiji Secret Code's signature defensive stance. The Chen Yuan Taiji single whip. Motion and static. Rigidity and flexibility, both inside and outside. By defense and attack. A wisp of Taoist rhythm emerged around Zhang Qing, and in an instant, a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared under Zhang Qing's feet, and a soft breeze was born out of thin air. Surprisingly, it rolled in an endless number of emerald green leaves. Zhang Qing's body was enveloped by the yin and yang Dao rhythms, and he was in the middle of the Taiji diagram's demarcation line, and his entire body was as immovable as a millstone. Zhang Qing, who possessed a special physique, was able to sense that Buddha 1 did not seem to be following the path of body refining, since it was not the Haori golden body that was practiced, it was the withered wood everlasting spring technique that was practiced. It seemed to the crowd that Zhang Qing had no chance of winning at all, as FOE was above Zhang Qing both in terms of realm and total aura. It was a pointless fight. Stubborn, Buddha roared loudly, his PK step aura no longer hidden, and the pure yang qi that was close to 100 years old continuously washed over Zhang Qing. A light blue barrier appeared struggling to resist the violent pure yang qi. The great Brahma Buddha palm was activated, and a palm directly shattered Zhang Qing's innate purple qi barrier. But in a single breath his figure appeared in front of Zhang Qing. The powerful iron leg shot out like an arrow. Straddle knee buckle stance. Zhang Qing looked grave, and while stepping up, his left hand wrapped around FOE's leg and deadlocked it under his armpit, while his right hand formed a fist and blasted the Shinkei point with all his might. Once it struck Buddha 1's Shinkei point, it could cause him to instantly lose his fighting strength and his qi and blood to be disorganized and reverse-charged. That was why Zhang Qing came up and used the middle-rank technique of the Chen Yuan Taiji Secret Code, which was very physically and spiritually exhausting. The Chen Yuan Taiji Secret Code is about punches coming from the hands to dial, feet coming from the hands to embrace. Anyway, it is absolutely not hard with you. FOE's techniques were not as strong as Zhang Qing's, but his cultivation was 2 realms stronger than Zhang Qing's, and the gap was not something that could be bridged by techniques. Before Zhang Qing's fist could arrive, FOE used the momentum to take to the air and whip out another leg. This leg smacked Zhang Qing's right shoulder, directly causing him to lose his center of gravity and heavily move half a step to the left. The yin-yang taiji diagram under his feet was also crushed, and he fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Ugh! Pity! I was expecting a miracle. It can't be helped. Although Qian Yuan Taiji is strong, the gap in realms can't be compensated for. The main thing is that the Qian Yuan Taiji Secret Code does not belong to the category of Dao. It would be hard to say if it was the same Tao as the Thunder Law. Zhang Cheng, who was already not favored, was now even less favored. Thinking that the yin and yang taijita that was the foundation of the foundation had been broken up, what else could be used to counterattack Jianghu dissidents chattering non-stop? On the contrary, the Taoist side is full of worry. Chongshu real person is even more eager to personally go down. Do you think Zhang Qing has a chance of winning? Realist Jiang? True Lord Chongshu turned his head to ask Zhang Chen. Don't you know the answer to that, Master Chongshu? Why bother asking again? Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. It was inevitable that Zhang Qing would lose the match. The punching void realist sighed helplessly. Limiting the talismans. Zhang Qing's only means was the Qian Yuan Taiji secret code, and his means were too one-dimensional. The opponent is also a proficient fighter and kicker, with a strong pure yang qi, not a brainless big muscle bully. Wang Yi braced himself against the fence with his eyes tightly fixed on the two people fighting. Zhang Qing's yin-yang taiji and his innate 8 trigrams shared a similarity, so perhaps he would be able to learn a new stance from it. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. At this time, Zhang Cheng was already injured. His right arm could not exert any strength at all, and his remaining left arm was also too weak to block all the attacks. After more than 10 rounds, his cheeks were already blackened and scarlet blood hung from the corners of his mouth. Nonetheless, his eyes remained firm. You are indeed an honorable opponent. If your cultivation level is the same as mine, maybe you still have a chance to win. But it ends here. Zhang Qing, Raging Vajra, Great Brahma Buddha Palm. Buddha One's eyes unexpectedly erupted with golden light. Imposing, and the surface of his body was unexpectedly covered with golden light, like a piece of armor. Raging Vajra was a talent that came with his physique, and once cast his own strength would be doubled, and the power of all the Buddha's teachings would be augmented. With that, his aura and pure yang qi would be rapidly depleted. Zhang Cheng was a respectable opponent, and he intended to honor him by defeating him at full strength. If you didn't know, you'd think that Buddha One had practiced the golden light mantra. Zhang Qing was shocked by the blinding golden light, and a burst of Sanskrit sounds appeared in his brain, which constantly disturbed Zhang Qing's mind. But suddenly a yin and yang taiji diagram appeared in his mind. This picture had been inside Zhang Qing's mind since the time he was born, and the yin-yang tai chi diagram, which had been silent for many years, was actually vibrating again at this moment. It was as if it had been provoked, emitting endless Tao rhythms. A wisp of pure Tao rhythm melted into Zhang Qing's body, and at this moment, it was as if thousands of doubts in the Qian Yuan Taiji mysterious dictionary had been unraveled, waiting to be explored by Zhang Cheng. The charging void realist in the stands could no longer help but be ready to step in and save Zhang Qing from his fate. Wait! Zhang Chen suddenly spoke out, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid, Buddha One, actually used the Brahma sound by mistake to stimulate Zhang Qing's physique to awaken. He actually comprehended a touch of yin and yang intent. His gaze was dead set on Zhang Cheng, only to see that the yin-yang taiji diagram that was originally crushed under Zhang Qing's feet actually surfaced once again. This is, the light from Buddha One's body had enveloped Zhang Qing, making it impossible to see what was going on. Just then, Zhang Qing's voice rang out. Yin and yang reversal. Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang bloomed with deep blue light at the same time, with Xiaoyin locking onto Foiqi and Xiaoyan locking onto Zhang Cheng. A black shadow actually appeared behind Zhang Cheng. Fixing his eyes to see if this shadow was not Buddha One, the black shadow also performed raging eyes and launched a palm in passing. It all happened in but a moment. What the hell? Give me being. Buddha One's chi was unabated, and he blasted out with a palm with all his strength. The two 3-meter large Vajra palm prints collided, and the pure yang chi and innate purple chi collapsed, and the Tianshi square trembled. End of chapter. A thin figure flew out from the center of the square, and although he tried his best to stabilize his figure, he ended up flying out of the heavenly master square. The silhouette was none other than Zhang Qing. He combined the principles of yin and yang in the nick of time, along with the Qian Yuan Taiji secret code, and realized the Qian Yuan Taiji secret's high-level technique, yin-yang reversal. If the beginner and intermediate techniques belong to the techniques between fists and feet, then the high-level techniques already belong to the techniques similar to those of a god, directly locking onto the opponent's power and forcibly reversing 70% of the power to add to itself. Zhang Qing was able to withstand Buddha One's great Brahma Buddha palm with great difficulty, and he himself only lost his combat power and fell down to the square, and the opponent's Foiqi was slightly injured. In the end, Zhang Cheng lost and Foiqi locked up third place. That's the end of it? The Taoist Church is so willing to give the complete intermediate level talisman to Little Thunder Sound Temple? I don't know. Keep reading. That Zhang Qing's last strike was truly wonderful, and the power of the Qian Yuan Taiji mysterious code has been utilized a bit. When the group of high gongs from Taoism saw the laughing Little Thunder Sound Temple crowd, they clenched their back teeth in anger. Even if Shen Lingyun challenged FOE to win again, FOE was already locked in third place, and even if he was defeated, he would still be in third place, unless another fourth-generation disciple challenged FOE. Master Jiang, the fourth-generation disciple discourse has ended. It's time to honor your promise. The crowd of the Little Thunder Sound Temple got up and looked in Jiang Chen's direction with a smile on their faces. It's over? I don't think so. Suddenly a voice full of vigor came from the entrance of the steps of Tianzhi Square, and countless gazes swished and looked over. Just see a young man of 18 or 19 years old wearing a duck-tongued cap on his head, wearing a plain white short-sleeved upper body, and the lower body is matched with a pair of my shorts, with a pair of sneakers under his feet, with the duck-tongued hat in place. The crowd couldn't see the person's full face. He slowly removed his hat, revealing a cold, dead face with cold eyes that could not be seen with any emotion. Who are you? A monk from the Little Thunder Sound Temple questioned. Now that he was about to obtain an intermediate-level talisman with great difficulty, he could not afford to make a mess. Who am I? Good question. Remember your Taoist master, my name. The second disciple of the True Dragon Taoist Temple Spirit Dragon Realist, and a fourth-generation disciple, and the last of the True Dragon Taoist Temples and human disciples. Zhao Wu's roar was low but extremely intimidating, like muffled thunder exploding in his ears, and the anger in his words seemed to have condensed into substance. What? A fourth-generation disciple of the True Dragon Taoist Temple? But isn't the True Dragon Taoist Temple gone? Appearances. The people who survived the True Dragon Taoist Temple are all window. What the hell? There are still experts? Wonderful. It's really too wonderful. This session of the Tao Discourse is really one thing after another. First Zhang Ruochen's Young Thunder to Yin Thunder, then Zhang Qing's realization of a high-level combat technique, and then the appearance of the fourth-generation disciple of the True Dragon Tao sect. Wang Zheng in the stands stood up in shock, his eyes looking at Zhao Wu incredulously. He didn't remember his master accepting a senior brother for him. Did my master collect it when I traveled there? Wang Zheng's mind was greatly confused at this time. What's the situation? Wang Zheng? This kid is really your senior brother? Wu Liang and the others cast puzzled gazes. How was I to know? I was hoping he was my senior brother. Wang Zheng replied absent-mindedly. This person has just leaked out a breath that actually reaches the peak of the A rank, and is not far from the hidden Yuan. We absolutely can't let this mess up. What the hell are the Vajra Temple's losers up to? The True Dragon Taoist Temple actually still has a remnant alive. They didn't care that Wang Zheng was alive because Wang Zheng didn't know what exactly happened to the True Dragon Taoist Temple, but this Zhao Wu was the one who escaped and survived. He knew what had happened that night. You say you're a fourth-generation disciple of the True Dragon Taoist Temple, are you? It's well known that the True Dragon Taoist Temple is all gone now. Shin Koan spoke with a smirk. Unbeknownst to him, his words almost provoked Wang Zheng to cast the Puhua Tianzuan Thunderbolt to split him. I knew you bald asses would say that. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Now guess if I'm a fourth-generation disciple of the True Dragon Taoist Temple? Zhao Wu directly took out a pale blue ancient talisman, and in his other hand there was a palm-sect jade pendant with a dragon-shaped pattern engraved on top of it. It's the jade pendant of the Spirit Dragon Master. The old celestial master felt the jade pendant's scent and instantly revealed a smile. Looks like things are still turning around. It really is my master's jade pendant. That's my True Dragon Taoist Temple's inherited talisman. The 5 Thunders and 1 Breath talisman. And he's my senior brother. Wang Zheng's eyes were red. He didn't realize that he actually had a senior brother. How does that not thrill him? Shin Koan's face at this time is ugly to the extreme, and he can't wait to slap this little one asterisk. I wonder if I am qualified to participate in the discourse. Old Heavenly Master? Zhao Wu's gaze glanced at Wang Zheng next to Jiang Chen, a slight ripple in his emotionless eyes. Naturally qualified. I don't know if you want to. Just that number 1 sequence at the Little Thunder Temple. Zhao Wu stretched out his bony index finger to point at Foichi. The old celestial master and the others glanced meaningfully at Zhao Wu, then calmly sat back down in their seats. It's up to the kid to make a difference. Come and fight. Zhao Wu walked to the center of Tianzhi Square, his murderous gaze glaring deathly at Buddha 1. This puzzled Foichi. Do I have a grudge against you? It feels like you're going to karma me. Buddha 1 touched his big bald head. Zhao Wu laughed twice silent. Just the body's murderous aura is like the substance of the general horror. The hatred of deceiving the teacher. The hatred of destroying the viewer. The hatred of chasing and killing. The hatred of seizing the treasure. Several kinds of hatred were gathered in one body. Although Buddha 1 didn't know what had happened, he didn't have any good feelings towards the bald donkey. He now hated to kill all the monks in order to avenge his hatred. The hatred of deceiving a teacher. The hatred of destroying a viewer. The hatred of chasing and killing. And the hatred of seizing a treasure. We will not share the same fate. Zhao Wu's furious roar sent chills down people's backs. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Powa Heavenly Ancestor help me. Kill. Zhao Wu recklessly exploded his own breath. Nearly 100 years of innate purple chi was just like a moneyless vent. Heaven and earth seemed to feel it, and the entire Tianshi square was covered in dark clouds. However, he saw that Zhao Wu's body was already covered in purple thunder around him. Watching Buddha 1 was a wildly fluttering eyelid. You're sick. I didn't do anything to you. Buddha 1 swallowed his saliva and hastily cast pure yang chi to defend himself. He didn't cultivate a body refining jutsu, and he couldn't block such a terrifying lightning spell. Now the time, place and people. He is the same not to take awe. This Zhao Wu was actually able to induce changes in the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. It was simply unreasonable. He a single flat didn't have out. And Zhao Wu came up and zoomed in. Such a crazy and overbearing Zhao Wu made the crowd in the stands feel numb. And they couldn't help but think, are all the people of the True Dragon Taoist Temple so wild? Do they just come up and make big moves? However, in more than 10 minutes, Buddha 1 was completely split up and couldn't stand it anymore. And in that moment it all felt like he was going to heaven. And eventually surrendered and admitted defeat. The angry Shen Kun slapped a section of the stone fence. End of chapter. I thought that Buddha I locked the third could get a complete intermediate talisman, but I didn't expect that halfway actually killed out a remnant of the True Dragon Taoist Temple. Damned old thing. Even after death disciples are still restless. After Zhao Wu put away the thunder spell, the sky returned to restore calm. He walked quickly to Zhang Chen and the others to salute. Seeing the many seniors of the Taoist religion, Zhao Wu once again felt the same warmth as his master, and a bright smile appeared on his icy face. Zhao Wu greets all the seniors. Greetings to senior brother Wang Zhang. The crowd had a pleased smile on their faces. The back and forth reversal was a real shock. I didn't realize that master, his old man, even gave me a senior brother. Wang Zhang laughed with a big grin and gave Zhao Wu a fierce hug. Very well, you and your senior brother have not disgraced your master's reputation. The old heavenly master's brow stretched, a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. At the mention of his master, Zhao Wu's expression slumped and a flash of angry fire rose from the bottom of his eyes. Please, seniors, do justice for my True Dragon Taoist Temple. Zhao Wu's emotions immediately flared up, and he actually knelt directly in front of Zhang Chen and the others. What are you doing? Is it hard to believe that there's some secret about the True Dragon Taoist Temple that isn't known to the public? The old heavenly master and the others' faces were slightly cold, and their sharp gazes landed on Shen Koan and the others. Vajra Temple used unequaled when the relationship directly let Wulong Mountain become the property of the Vajra Temple, but also the True Dragon View turtled up, turned into a golden Buddha Hall. In the end, the Spirit Dragon and other high performance suffered a blow. A breath did not come up directly passed away successively. It's not that Taoism didn't make a move against the Vajra Temple, but that Taoist association suddenly made a series of moves again. So that Taoism didn't dare to make a move easily. Taoism is not like the sky, and it is not that the old Tianshi is overpowering the entire human world. There are also those in the Taoist association who are better than the old Tianshi. And the Shinkuan of the Little Lane Temple is also stronger than the old Tianshi by a hair's breadth. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Tiger Discourse martial arts performance was about to begin. So this matter was also temporarily put aside by the crowd. The Vajra Temple used improper means to make Wulong Mountain their property, and then ordered the Wayfarer True Dragon Taoist Temple to relocate, which we had agreed to do. But the other party continued to be unforgiving. Seeing that my True Dragon Taoist Temple was not thriving, they actually wanted our inherited talismans and lightning techniques. My master and uncles refused to do so, and the Vajra Temple actually launched an attack on us that night. The other party was so powerful that my master and uncles tried their best to cover my evacuation, and even handed me the inheritance talisman, and then finally killed their way back carrying the inheritance spells. After that I never saw my master or my uncles again, and I was hunted endlessly by the Vajra Temple. In one breath, Zhao Wu told everything that happened that night, that indignant gaze looking towards the monks of the Little Thundersound Temple. Shen Koan and the others only felt as if they were on the back, their hooks tightening, as if they were being stared at by a flood of great terror. No wonder I didn't find the body of the Spirit Dragon Master at that time. That spell was organized by Zhang Xianling and a group of Dragon and Tiger's high-ranking officials, and Zhang Xianling remembered it very clearly. I told you that the group of Vajra Temple has a big problem. Now that all the truth is revealed, it would be good to directly destroy them. Ask Mountain's Wang Baldi couldn't help but curse angrily. Old Celestial Master, you give the word. As long as you speak tomorrow. No. Tonight Vajra Temple will disappear without a trace in this world. Shengyan Daoist Temple's Ling Shanjinjin also changed his previous amiability. His face was filled with a terrible hostility. The Jianghu foreigners on one side of the stands could already feel the fury of the Taoist religion. There were only so many Taoist temples to begin with. And now there was no one of the once brilliant and shining True Dragon Taoist Temple. Shin Koan and the others couldn't leave without giving a statement. The crowd kind of wanted to laugh, too. He came from a long distance to deliver the 2 inherited techniques, and possibly left his life at Longhu Mountain. But in a flash it was time for the jungle's favorite moment, which was watching the action. Shin Koan, where are you going? A golden light rose up from the ground. The figure of the old heavenly master stopped in front of Little Thundersound Temple and the others. A sharp blade hidden inside that wrinkled smile. You, Little Thundersound Temple. As the leader of Buddhism, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this Longhu Mountain if you don't give the old Taoist a statement. Shin Koan's face was cloudy, and in his heart, he had already cursed the abbot of Vajra Temple's ancestors up and down. You did it yourself, but you want this seat to wipe your ass. The point was that he had only learned about this matter after the fact as well, and Little Thundersound Temple had not gained a single benefit from it. The abbot of the Vajra Temple taking action without delivering a message to him could be said to be a provocation to him as well. Even though the Vajra Temple had already offered the inherited technique, the Mingwang grinding wheel, but Shin Koan also wanted to slap the abbot of Vajra Temple to death right now. But he is now mute as a Buddhist speaker. Old celestial master, don't spit blood. Everything has to be about evidence. Without evidence, who knows if that kid's words are true or false? And that kid just took out the inheritance talisman and the sect master's jade pendant. Does that determine his identity? What if it's someone trying to sow discord between our Buddhist and Taoist families? As soon as the crowd heard Shin Koan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. And the crowd of Jianghu dissidents were even more dumbfounded. Nima's bald ass is just good at talking. With this eloquence, old man won't worry about his girlfriend. Powerful indeed. Black can be said to be white. And if we let him talk further, he can even backtrack. The aura of Taoist Kung Fu on that kid's body can't be faked. And even if that's the case, for this kid to be able to snatch the sect leader's jade pendant from the hands of the spirit dragon realist, I don't believe it for a million years. Then again, there really doesn't seem to be any substantial evidence. On the day the true Dragon Taoist temple was gone, numerous foreigners even went to poke around. And now it doesn't look like there are any traces of a battle. And the temple has become the Golden Buddha Temple. The old heavenly master was silent at his words. Only that pair of gleaming eyes remained fixed on Shin Koan. Although he could tell that Shin Koan was lying, there really wasn't a shred of evidence. Seeing that the old heavenly master didn't make a move, Wang Zhang's anxious and hopeful eyes in his heart looked at Jiang Chen. Sect leader, true lord, this Shin Koan is definitely lying. As the head of Buddhism, doesn't he know what the people below him are doing? I beg you to seek justice for the disciple. Jiang Chen nodded slightly at his words, then reached out his hand and gently waved it. Afterwards, Wang Zhang and Zhao Wu only felt their heads go into a trance. Before he could react, Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of the old heavenly master with Wang Zhang and Zhao Wu. Evidence? To what evidence? You only have 2 choices now. 1. Don't care about the death of Vajra Temple. 2. Don't care about your own death. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and that one lingering eye like a sword landed on Shin Koan and the others. And everyone who looked at them could feel the chill that pushed right into their souls. The look again had a disdainful indifference. End of chapter. Kids arrogant. What is your status? What is my status? Even the elder heavenly master didn't open his mouth. Who are you to speak? Shin Koan had lived for hundreds of years, and no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. And now that Jiang Chen was talking to him like this, it made feel that his position had been provoked. In that case, then this seat will let you know your own position. Only Jiang Chen slowly raised his sword finger and waved it continuously in the air. Eventually a dark blue talisman suspended in the air emitting a bright light. 8 trigram spirit suppressing talisman. Rise. Jiang Chen pointed to the sky with one arm, and the dark blue intermediate talisman shot up into the sky. A circle of purple golden light spreading out in all directions. But in an instant, the entire Tianzhi square was enveloped in it. A depressing, suffocating aura surged through the crowd. It was as if the aura between heaven and earth had been blocked by some great power. And the crowd actually couldn't draw on a single strand of aura by running their gong methods. Not even a single trace of it. Even running the gongfu became extremely difficult, as if all the strange meridians in his body were blocked. The entire Tianzhi square was like a corner forgotten by the world, making the crowd feel panicked, restless as well as uneasy. What the hell? What is that talisman in the sky? It's actually able to emit such terrifying energy, sealing off the entire square. Plants. Is this the strength of the demon Jinguan's headmaster? Dao Xian realist Jiang Chen? The most low-profile and non-existent person in the entire discourse is realist Dao Xian. I didn't expect realist Zhang's strength to be so terrifying. Drawing a talisman in the void, and it's also a complete intermediate level talisman. The gods are fighting for the fish in the pond. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. I'm going back to mommy. The Jianghu dissidents sat in the stands not daring to breathe. Just when the crowd thought it was over, a huge set of innate 8 trigrams above their heads enveloped the crowd. and the moment the innate 8 trigrams appeared, the crowd thought the sky had collapsed. That terrifying aura, just leaking out a hint, made them feel the breath of death. A single crippled intermediate talisman was able to seriously injure hidden Yuan and harden cave mind. And now a complete intermediate talisman, along with Jiang Chen's enchantment, was enough to trap everyone to death here. The crowd was glad that this was a sealing type of talisman and not a killing talisman like the true martial demon slaying talisman. Even all of the Taoist church's Haigons were dumbfounded by all of this. They knew that Jiang Chen was strong, but they didn't know that it was so strong that it had no boundaries. Shun. Within the realm, Jiang Chen's voice resounded throughout the entire realm. A voice that was like the thunder of fury above the 9 heavens. Majestic, volatile, and unresistible. Haori golden body 3rd level. Open. Flaming golden bell. Put. Shin Koan monk angry eyes. Burst all the power still want to resist, but was easily suppressed by the innate 8 trigrams on the ground. The figure as high as 3 meters of the Haori gold body directly extinguished. The flames of the golden bell is to be strangled explosion. A mouthful of scarlet reverse blood spurted out directly. The previously majestic and inviolable Grandmaster Shin Koan was now in a sorry state. Holy monk Shin Koan, are you alright? Sacred monk Shin Koan, master. The faces of the people around Shin Koan changed, very much wanting to go and help Shin Koan up. However, they were also suppressed by the 8 trigrams of heaven and it was difficult for them to get up at all. I already know that I'm like a mole. I shouldn't have rushed, True Lord. True Lord, spare my life. Please spare my life. True Lord. Divine Koan no longer had his lofty stance. After feeling the aura of death, Divine Koan continuously begged for mercy. Tell me your choice. Jiang Chen's eyes, which were indifferent to everything, once again landed on Shin Koan's body. This matter as to whether or not the Vajra temple did it. Buddhism does not care about the death or life of the Vajra temple. In the aftermath I will give the true dragon Daoist temple an explanation. Shin Koan at this time were still cared about so much, but he still played a little smart. Anyway, the words are absolutely cannot admit that he knows about this matter. Otherwise, he would really have to play it out today. As for Vajra temple, you've messed with a superb terror that has condensed the stars, and you want this seat to wipe your ass. Prepare for the true Lord's wrath. He knew that even if he spelled out all of Buddhism's reserves, even if he was able to pull down a Yaoguang realm to accompany him, but that would be spelling out all of Buddhism, a price he could not possibly accept. After all, who wants to die when you can live? Shin Koan pushed Vajrapani out without even thinking about it. Buddhism has so many temples that one less Vajra temple doesn't really matter. Very good. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the innate 8 trigrams that had imprisoned monk Shin Koan instantly dissipated, and the purple golden energy disappeared with it, restoring everything around him to its previous calm. Feeling the clarity of the air, the crowd was relieved and took big gulps of air. That depressing, dreary, suffocating feeling was something they never wanted to feel again. Then, Lord, True Lord, shall we leave? Shin Koan licked his face and smiled, not caring about the gazes of the crowd at all. That hand of drawing talismans in the void had already made Shin Koan certain that Jiang Chen was a true lord who had condensed stars. This tactic was simply not something that the hidden Yuan realm or the cavernous brightness realm could perform. When facing a living true lord, it was time to wimp out. Old Tianchi and the others sweated. But where the Taoist church is not a large number of people today, but where one of the several old men is confronted with it, that Shin Koan is a different kind of demeanor. Could this be the intimidating power of a true lord after condensing the stars? A single true lord could crush the first Buddhist who didn't dare to raise his head, and even the death or life of a temple pagan could be disregarded. Only seeing Jiang Chen nodding slightly, Shin Koan and the others felt relieved in their hearts, and without looking back they hurriedly walked towards the steps. Suddenly Jiang Chen's voice came from behind again, causing the crowd's hearts to tighten. Wait, Shin Koan revealed a smile that was worse than tears. I wonder what else Lord True Lord commands? Feats. Ah, you see the old line, this memory. This is the cultivation secret of the Haori golden body. Cultivation of the Haori golden body must be a generation with great will and great firmness. Shin Koan was even more thoughtful in his explanation, fearing that Jiang Chen would feel there was a problem and slap him to death. That's fine. Do you want to stay tomorrow and watch the seat's acceptance? Jiang Chen asked. No need. The old lineage temple within the temple, there are still many things have not been dealt with, and besides the Taoism of the ordained, Buddhist people to come here to look at how to be in order. Shin Koan were dare to stay here. This is for him simply as the Shura field. It seems like you know quite a bit about Taoism. In that case then I apologize for not seeing you off. Jiang Chen raised his hand to signal the exit on the side of the Shin Koan and the others didn't dare to stay, and led the people to leave in a hurry. It was the first time that Taoist Haigongs had seen the famous Shin Koan suffer defeat, and they all revealed loud laughter. Many thanks to the sect leader's real person for bringing justice to my disciple. Wang Zhang is grateful. Work hard to cultivate the upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture, and you'll be able to accomplish much more than that. The sect master's real life lesson is right. Wang Zhang always had an excited smile on his face. End of chapter. Just rest assured. Wang Zhang, we will make Vajra Temple pay a painful price. Zhang Shenling walked to Wang Zhang's side and heavily patted Wang Zhang's shoulder. It's still time to announce the results. As soon as the old celestial master said this, the Taoist sect masters who had won the top 3 places revealed excited smiles one after another. No previous discourse has been as exciting as this one. Not only was Jiang Chen, the titan who was able to suppress the inhuman realm, born, but there were also several second-generation disciples who had broken through the hidden yuan, enough to be subjected to the red-robed elder, and fourth-generation disciple geniuses were even popping up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Here it comes, the most exciting time has come. Damn, what an envious Jill is purple with envy. Countless gazes looked at the old heavenly master in the center of the square. At this moment, the old Taoist announces that the 59th Longhu Mountain Dao discussion and performance martial arts meeting has come to a successful conclusion, and the top 3 are now announced. Because of the broken lineage, there were only 59 sessions, and no one knows exactly how many sessions were discussed. First place, Xinling Yun of the Dengxian Daoist Temple, who will receive 1 true martial demon slaying rune given by realist Jiang, and will receive the true Lord's golden light to quench his body once. Second place, the Tianyi Daoist Temple, Wang Yi, will receive a 7-star demon slaying rune from real Jiang. Saying this, the old heavenly master gave a beat and looked at Zhao Wu with an amiable gaze. Third place, Zhao Wu of the True Dragon Taoist Temple, who will receive a Samadhi True Fire rune given by Master Jiang. Zhao Wu sniffed. Ha 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 ha, you don't know, do you, that the top 3 can receive a complete intermediate rune given by realist Jiang? Wang Zhang put his arm around Zhao Wu's shoulder and laughed loudly. That's right, before that Buddha 1 defeated Zhang Qing and locked up the 3rd position, but it turned out that you halfway killed and defeated Buddha 1, so you're the 3rd place. Several people from Wang Yi walked over with smiles on their faces. Zhang Qing raised his right fist in a gesture. Zhao Wu then realized what was going on. No wonder these seniors were looking at themselves with some fire in their eyes. Zhao Wu touched fists with Zhang Cheng, and everything was unspoken. Although the Jianghu foreigners showed regret, they felt content to be able to see such a wonderful battle. After all, the strength of the Taoist church was already strong, and now that a true lord-level figure has appeared, I'm afraid that no little cutie dared to mess with the Taoist sect anymore. The 3 of you come forward. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. The 3 of them tilted their heads and walked excitedly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his hand and made a point. 3 golden rays of light instantly disappeared into the eyebrows of the 3, and at that instant, the eyes of the 3 were vacant, but the next moment, they regained their color. A look of shock and gratitude appeared on each face. Thank you, true Lord Jiang, the 3 shouted. I have struck 3 complete talismans into your minds, and I have described in detail the method of cultivation and the method of engraving, so do not spread them out. Understood. As for Shenling Yun, this golden light is bestowed upon you. The golden light that Jiang Chen had condensed this time was radiant to the extreme. The surging energy in it made the crowd feel shocked. The quality of this golden light was several times that of the old heavenly master. The golden light vanished into Shenling Yuan's chest and flew straight into the heart. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was a golden light suspended deep in Shenling Yun's heart, which emitted a terrifying and overwhelming energy all the time, and the entire heart had been attached to the golden light. You can't withstand my golden light all at once, so let it slowly help you quench it within you. Yes, Shenling Yun was overjoyed. This golden light was marvelous. It could be said to be the golden finger bestowed by Jiang Chen. He could feel this golden light spewing out energy all the time, washing his body, and in the future, he would be able to challenge his limits with impunity. A single golden light from Jiang Chen was enough for Shenling Yun to use for half a year. Knowing that Jiang Chen was at the peak of Kaiyang, his golden light had been compressed an unknown number of times. Wang Yi and the others looked at Shenling Yun's smug expression. Envy was written on their faces. If they also had Jiang Chen's golden light, their cultivation bottlenecks would easily break through. Wang Yi and the others' small movements naturally didn't escape Jiang Chen's perception. That's just it. There's no difference between 1 golden light and a dozen golden lights. Hearing Jiang Chen's words from the side, a group of sect masters and real men opened their mouths at once. No, Jiang Zhenren, this is absolutely not possible. Everything on the Dao relies on strength. They don't have the strength to take the first place. They shouldn't enjoy the first place reward. That's right, real Jiang. This is out of order. Alas, this is not true. The rules are dead, people are alive. And besides, they are all disciples of the Taoist religion, and they have the ability to make their disciples stronger. So why don't they support 1 or 2? Jiang Chen waved his hand without a care in the world. With the lift of his hand, more than 10 golden lights struck into the chests of Wang Yi and the others. This excited Wang Yi and the others, shouting words such as Jiang Chen was invincible and powerful. Unaware of the fact that after Jiang Chen's golden light was bestowed, Wang Yi and the others took off within a very short period of time, rapidly distancing themselves from the Jianghu foreigners. It could have caused a sensation throughout the inhuman world at that time. Even after years, this beautiful story is still circulating. A look at Jiang Chen split more than a dozen golden lights, which could make the Jianghu foreigners look envious. Who asked Taoism to have such a strong true lord? They also want to have an old ancestor to sit in the town. But unfortunately, the fantasy is beautiful and the reality is bony. Congratulations to the Taoist sect. The second generation disciples are almost catching up with us old farts. And the fourth generation disciples are also outstanding. We admire them. Oh, all the family heads are not bad at all. Old Celestial Master. I wonder if we can watch the next ceremony of receiving the talisman? These several family heads are also old. And now Taoism is so prosperous. Now do not embrace the thigh suitable to embrace the thigh. Naturally there's no problem. The old Taoist even feels honored. Ha ha ha. The crowd of foreigners came from above the grandstand to the Tianshi Square, following the old Tianshi's footsteps up the steps leading to the Ancestors' Hall. Within the hall is enshrined the Grand Master of Taoism, Ancestor Zhang Daoling. It is also the ancestor of the lineage of the old Celestial Masters, only to see that the hall had already been cleaned very cleanly inside and out by the disciples, and the air was filled with a voluminous scent of incense, and there was a constant flow of incense within the divine cauldron. The old Celestial Master and the others swung their auras around their bodies and changed into their respective exclusive Dharma robes. What Bagua yellow robe, Yin and Yang yellow robe, Tianshi purple robe, Jinshi red robe, the head of the black robe. Each Taoist temple has its own symbol. All of these robes, without exception, have been enlightened. Even Jiang Chen had changed into his Yin-Yang Dharma robe at this time. Under the statue of the ancestor god, there was a silver-white Taoist robe with a silver-white color. Only a group of masters in the ancestral hall. The second-generation disciples are not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. All stand outside the hall to watch. The Jianghu dissidents even stood in unison on both sides of the wide steps. The room was silent. No one dared to make trouble at this time. They knew that Longhu Mountain was able to communicate with Ancestor Zhang Daoling. Later, if they caused Ancestor Zhang Daoling to be dissatisfied, and gave birth to a random law decree, they would be able to make them go up in smoke. The group of high achievers from Longhu Mountain looked at each other and nodded their heads. The next moment the depths of Longhu Mountain issued a dull, heavy, voluminous, majestic terrified bell. The bell spread throughout the entire Longhu Mountain. Even the outer courtyard as well as the visitors center at the bottom of the hill heard the bell. End of chapter. After the sound of this bell swung out, everyone looked solemn. The jade clear began in the beginning. The foundation of the spirit sky, the spirit treasure of the supreme clear, the vastness of God's opportunity, the morality of the supreme clear, the transportation of the indefiniteness of the time, the three gods of the Qing dynasty, all laws are based on. Have mercy on the late learner, take my prayers. The old master first glorified the origin of the three pristine ones, felt the supreme honor of Taoism, established the foundation of faith, and invited the Holy Spirit to come to the dust by clarifying his mind. When Zhang Daoling's ancestor settled in Shu, Supreme Lord Lao Jun came to Shu and taught Zhang Daoling the way of righteousness and might, instructing him to eliminate demons and save the people. After that, Ancestor Zhang Daoling established Taoism, honoring Taishan Lao Jun as the founder of the religion. And since the Tao passed down by Taishan Lao Jun is related to all three Qing, Taoism is also inseparably related to the three Qing. Playing up to the Grandmaster is very complicated. After that, it was the presentation of the ancestor Zhang Daoling. All mnemonics in this book are fictitious and should not be taken seriously. Disciple Zhang Xuani, the 20th generation of the Heavenly Master's house, the oldest Heavenly Master, has petitioned Ancestor Zhang Daoling that the Daoxian realist Jiang Chen is powerful, and that the disciple is not qualified to be ordained. So please ask the ancestor to be ordained to the position of the true monarch in person. The old Heavenly Master Zhang Xuani, the contemporary Heavenly Master Zhang Xinling, and the 20 or so high-ranking officials of Longhu Mountain clasped their hands together, and dazzling golden light was attached to their bodies. What? Shouldn't you be recognized as a Heavenly Master? How come you're directly recognized as a true Lord? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do we have enough golden light on us? It's actually a received talisman, true Lord. It's too damn exciting. The moment the golden light of all the people coalesced together and turned into a divine light that shot up into the sky. Just then the thick incense fire within the divine cauldron began to burn violently, and the originally clear sky was torn open by a divine light, which then shone on the Heavenly Master talisman. A magnificent aura filled the heavens, sweeping across the world, divine might dazzling the world. Granted. Seal, the title of true Lord Daoxian. and bestow the true Lord Daoxian robe. A voice that could not be traced resounded in the ears of the crowd. The incense inside the divine cauldron disappeared. The divine might dispersed, and calm was restored to heaven and earth as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen could clearly feel a gaze falling on him, a gaze that pierced down from the clear clouds beyond the 9 heavens, carrying a majestic pressure that crushed the stars and rivers, just like a brilliant to the extreme light of the gods, nailed straight onto his body. That gaze as if it contained the greatness of the heavens and the earth, able to penetrate all the false pretenses in the world, penetrating through the layers of appearances, directly to the most genuine kernel, but also gentle and incomparable, not the slightest bit of malice. It was as if there was a subtle breath in his body that communicated with the true Lord's position, and with this breath Jiang Chen's perception of the aura between heaven and earth was several times clearer. It seems to be a status symbol. One of them has a great energy landed on top of the true monarch Daoxian robe. This robe is no longer as simple as opening the light. This is a robe that has been descended by the ancestors' divine might. The degree of strength had already surpassed the enlightened Dao robe, and might be more heavenly than even the Yin-Yang Dharma robe he was wearing. Jiang Chen took the true Lord Daoxian robe handed to him by the old heavenly master. See you, true Lord Daoxian. At this moment, the old heavenly master looked respectful, and a look of adoration erupted from his eyes. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and accepted the Dao robe with both hands. This divine might came quickly and dispersed quickly. It seemed to have left in a great hurry and refused to say more than a word. Farewell, ancestor. Old heavenly master and the others shouted respectfully. Who dash? The crowd was relieved, fearing that something had just gone wrong with the talisman. This time, when they went up to the ancestor, they almost drained all of the golden light from the bodies of more than a dozen of them. But the result was good, and the ancestor himself ordained the Daoxian true monarch, a living and young true lord powerhouse. The next Wang Zhang and the others were simple. The old celestial master could directly substitute the ancestral talisman. A Taoist priest once again brought a few thick sticks of incense to light. Ordain Wang Zhang, Qing Son, Wu Liang and Su Heng to be Taoist elders, and bestowed with the open light of the red robe of suppressing fury. The second-generation disciples whose names were read out stepped into the middle of the ancestor hall. They also got their own open red robes as expected. A group of sect masters and real people saw their disciples become the elders of the Taoist religion. Their faces all wore a pleased smile. How many years had passed, and the once young disciple had grown up. By this time the ceremony of the ordination was also over. The whole process didn't take long either. It was done in half an hour. That is, half an hour. Directly the old celestial master and other people's golden light consumed almost. Want to restore this golden light without some time is impossible. The golden light was exhausted, and the old heavenly master's face was visibly tired and emaciated. However, this was not a problem. Jiang Chen directly gave a bottle of recovery elixir to the old celestial master. The fact that people were so busy at their age made Jiang Chen feel a bit bad. System, I should finish the task right. This has been subjected to the end of the talisman. Jiang Chen had never forgotten about the system mission. After all, the system's rewards could be very tempting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest to participate in the Taoist once-in-a-decade Dragon Mountain Discourse on Taoist Drill, and obtaining the quest reward. A complete list of high-level talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, living Heavenly Master, and successfully receiving the position of Heavenly Master by the Ancestor Master, and obtaining the mission reward, the complete book of Taoist formations. Ding! The host has completed the achievement mission. The true Lord of the world has successfully been granted the position of true Lord by the Ancestor Master, and has been rewarded with the mission reward, the Fusion of Techniques card. As the system's words fell, a large ocean of knowledge surged into Jiang Chen's mind. The intermediate talismans that had been suspended in his sea of consciousness and were powerful in all directions. The next moment, as if a mouse had seen a cat, they had shrunk to a corner and stayed together with a bunch of primary talismans. There was no way around it. 18 purple high-level talismans suddenly entered within the sea of consciousness. The runes on them were all purple gold in color, appearing exceptionally noble, and each talisman exuded an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Although Jiang Chen didn't master these high-level talismans now, these high-level talismans suppressed Jiang Chen's sea of consciousness, and there was also a ball of light within the sea of consciousness that emitted a shimmering light, gently poked and prodded. One by one, the knowledge of the great formations exploded, and Jiang Chen had to absorb the knowledge of these formations with all his might. Ryoga returned to his senses. Jiang Chen's eyes blinked before he saw a rough hand waving in front of his eyes, as well as a face with an iconic smile. Who else could it be if not the old heavenly master? What happened to you, true Lord Jiang? It's okay, just went off on a thought. Jiang Chen coughed twice and returned. The old celestial master nodded thoughtfully. True Lord Jiang. No, one heir should call you true Lord. Seeing Jiang Chen and the others come out, Lin Wanner hurriedly greeted them. It just so happens that so many Taoist high achievers are together. Why don't you guys take a picture together? The spirit heavenly realm froze at his words. Taking pictures? Taking pictures is good. Every gathering is very rare. Xianling, you organize everyone. Let's go to the Heavenly Master Square to take pictures. The old Heavenly Master had a smile on his face, and seemed to be in favor of this proposal as well. End of chapter. The outer courtyard of Lungfu Shan. The place has been piled up with tourists from all over the country, as well as journalists from major platforms, and if it weren't for the fact that the platform is only this big, or else these tourists would still be able to squeeze inside. The LW is conducting a mystery and they are all attracted by the news. However, they were unable to cross the outer courtyard to continue deeper into the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Just in the square they saw another dark cloud, thunder and lightning, and a flash of light. The whole Longhu Mountain was shrouded in a mysterious color. Just then a Taoist priest in green-colored Taoist robes appeared at the entrance to the main hall and took away a well-dressed reporter with fine features, followed by a couple of staff members who left. This girl is Bing Bing, a reporter from Dragon TV. With so many tourists present, the scene did not attract the attention of others. Taoist master, can we really enter the inner courtyard of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Bing Bing's expression was so excited that even her slender, white hands were trembling a bit. This is too much excitement for her. It was important to know that none of the previous Dragon TV reporters had been invited into the inner courtyard, and her arrival was arranged by the station manager to try her luck. Even she thought so, but she didn't expect that this Taoist master in front of her would actually tell her that she could enter the inner courtyard, and of all the reporters present, she was the only one invited. This heaven-breaking riches had actually hit her head, and she could even take this opportunity to soar to the sky. That's right, you guys are also lucky. You should know that there has never been a precedent since all the sessions, and the main thing is that the old celestial master himself said so. It's a little hard to get up the hill. Let's go. You're joking, Taoist master. What's so difficult about going up the mountain? Ice, a few people do not think. They are working out all year round. Her physical fitness is even better than the average boys. Not to mention a couple beefy camera teachers next to them. The Taoist priest didn't say anything, just gave her a meaningful look. In a short time, the crowd came to the cliff chains. Ice, several people gulped as they looked at the bottomless cliffs beneath their feet. She stretched out her slender fingers to point at the iron chain and said shakily, the Taoist master won't be walking through this chain later, right? Not bad. Nothing difficult. The Taoist priest smiled. Bing Bing and the others looked embarrassed. Going up the mountain was already tired as a dog. I didn't think that there would actually be such a hurdle when they were almost at the place. How is this going to get them over there? Disciple Hao Song sees Heavenly Master Zhang. The people have been brought. Hao Song shouted towards the opposite bank. He was just a mundo. He was not qualified to go to the inner courtyard, although he could walk the chains. Tianchi Zhang? Bing Bing was puzzled, only to see the mists dissipate, and across the street stood a silhouette of a man, who wore a purple vestment, and at a glance, he was of noble status. Pleasure. Zhang Xianling here has been waiting for a while. He did not want to waste time. A wave of his hands, several golden light extended into a cable, wrapped around the ice and other people. Lifting his hand will be pulled over and other people. Bing Bing's eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Her mind completely stopped in that instant, completely immersed in shock, and she was simply too late to respond to what was happening in front of her. What did they just see? They had just seen Zhang Tianchi's hands sprouting golden light, which wrapped around them like a rope, and then they themselves were dragged into the air and flew over. You are a god, aren't you? If I am a god, why should I stay in the mortal world? Tianchi Zhang smiled, seeing that the girl in front of him was a bit cute. Just now, that Taoist priest called the person in front of him a heavenly master. Could it be that this person is the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? Zhang Xianling? The crowd took 2 deep breaths to calm the shock in their hearts. They understand what to ask and what not to ask. The more you know about something, the worse it is for you. Let's go. But don't keep True Lord Jiang and a few other seniors waiting for a long time. They don't have good tempers. As soon as Zhang Xianling said this, Bing Bing and the others hurriedly followed his footsteps. When Bing Bing climbed up the stairs, into the eyes of a vast and brilliant square. In the square around there are 4 huge stone pillars. Stone pillars stand above the 4 great beasts. And at the end of the square there was a huge statue of the ancestor Zhang Daoling. That's a lot of people. The square was very lively at this time. There were Taoist masters wearing Taoist robes and people wearing strange clothes, but all of these people gave Bing Bing a different feeling. Ice cringed a little at the look in their eyes. They've never been in this situation before. Relax. We asked you to come so you could take a picture of us. At this time, under the statue of the ancestor master in Tianchi Square, Seats and steps had already been set up, and the seats in the first row were all for the 33 masters and real people, and all the disciples stood at the back. Is that white-haired old grandpa the old heavenly master? Bing Bing said. When the old heavenly master abdicated, Bing Bing didn't know where she was yet, and she hadn't seen the old heavenly master. I understand, Tianshi Zhang. This is a great opportunity. No one else was qualified to enter the inner courtyard, while she not only but was able to enter the inner courtyard, but she was also able to take pictures of these Taoist true high merit. Ice took 2 deep breaths to bring out her best and greeted the photographer as she came to the front of the crowd. Taoist disciples can't wait to have walked up, looking for a suitable position. They can in Zhang Chen and others to take a picture to be able to blow a lifetime of awesome. True Lord Zhang, please. The old celestial master greeted respectfully. Zhang Chen didn't have the courtesy to go straight to the center seat and sit down. The rest of the palmers also sat in order according to their status and strength. The old heavenly master sat on Zhang Chen's left. The current heavenly master sat on his right, followed by the Jingshu master, the Chongshu master, the Lingxiao master, and so on. Isn't that the real person who was the head of Jin Demon Guan, Taoist Master Jiang, who was very hot on the internet this time? Bing Bing was overwhelmed by the sight of Zhang Chen sitting in the center. Zhang Chen was sitting in the center wearing a metaphysical Taoist robe, and apart from the old heavenly master in Zhang Tianchi's purple robe, the rest of the real people were all wearing black real people's Taoist robes. Behind Zhang Chen was a group of red-robed elders, the backbone of the Taoist religion. The most abrupt thing was that Lin Wanner was actually standing behind Zhang Chen in her civilian clothes, and no one said that she didn't know how to be polite, as if everyone had acquiesced. Behind him is the yellow-robed Taoist priest. Come on, seniors, smile. Bing Bing greeted the crowd, striving to take the most perfect photo out of the picture. Zhang Chen smiled alright, enough to charm thousands of young girls. But these Gokons always feel a bit stiff when they smile. Forget it, seniors. You should stay as you are. The way it was supposed to look was that the aura was so strong that it was a bit awe-inspiring. The camera teacher pressed the shutter long enough to take hundreds of photos straight away, and finally chose the most perfect one in there. The photos were washed straight out without the use of beauty. I have to say the high-end photos came out just perfect. Hundreds were washed at once and every disciple has this photo. End of chapter. Little girl is really troubling you. The old heavenly master and the others slowly walked up to Bing Bing. It's not troublesome. It's not troublesome. It's my honor to be able to take pictures of you seniors. Bing Bing was flattered and quickly waved her hand in greeting. She took a closer look at the photo to realize how horrible the group was. It was because she saw in it Wang Zhang, who had called the thunder-splitting Buddha Hall some time ago. Wang Zhang was so powerful that he could only stand at the back. So how powerful were those sitting in the first row? Take for example, Tianshi Zhang, who had just been as powerful as a god. What about Zhang Chen, who sits in the center and is respected? It was only now that she realized how high Zhang Chen's status was in Taoism. This talisman is for you guys. To report safety, don't mind it. The heavenly master took out a few talismans from his pocket and handed them to a few people. Several people's eyes glowed at the sight of the talisman. They know the power of this talisman. And last time, there was someone who shouted for 1 million for Real John's talisman. But unfortunately, Real John didn't sell it. I didn't realize that I could actually get a few talismans just for taking a picture. Several people happily put it inside their pockets. By the way, old Tianshi, can this photo be made public? The old celestial master looked to Zhang Chen at the side with a questioning look in his eyes. When Bing Bing saw that Zhang Chen was the one who made the decision, she was chagrined in her heart. Why didn't she ask Zhang Chen just now? It's not like it's a secret. It's just a matter of making it public. This will also be able to publicize our Taoist culture. So why not? Zhang Chen laughed carelessly. That's great, Real Zhang. During the night the Jianghu foreigners all left from the back road, while the rest of the Taoist temple people were resting or practicing in their rooms. After all, the aura permeating Longhu Mountain can be very rich. There was some hot breeze blowing through the air. At this time, the old heavenly master and the others in the ancestors' hall stood with solemn expressions, while in front of them a person knelt in front of the statue of ancestor Zhang Daoling. Tell me what really happened last night. Facing the old heavenly master's questioning, Zhang Ruochen was dumbfounded. He didn't even know what happened yesterday. He was in a dream state and many of them were somewhat forgotten. Still, he told what he remembered in a nutshell. Are you saying that there is an aura that makes your body soft and unable to resist, and that inspires desire in your heart, so that even the ice heart mantra cannot be utilized? Old celestial master mused. Zhang Ruochen nodded dumbly. I think it should have done it. Zhang Chen suddenly spoke. Does true Lord Zhang know who did this? Please also ask for Zhang Zhenjuan's help. Old Tianshi and Zhang Shenling spoke respectfully. It's always been in Longhu Mountain, and it's still watching from outside. Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously, which irritated the old celestial master and Zhang Shenling. They were actually unable to perceive someone peeking in the dark as a hallowed heavenly master. Could it be some kind of powerhouse? The two men condensed blazing golden light in their hands. Once the situation was not right, they would strike at the first opportunity. No need to be nervous. It's just a little guy. At this time, the little guy outside heard the words "want to escape" without even thinking, but a great power descended to suppress it on the ground. Followed by the body shape uncontrollably flew into the hall. Fox, fox, fox. It's true that I can't feel its aura. Isn't this fox the one that Ruwachan saved 10 years ago? The more Zhang Xianling looked at this fox, the more familiar it became. And it took a while for him to remember this particular little fox. 10 years had passed and the snow-white fox had grown just a little. And at this moment, the little fox felt the raging breath of the old heavenly master and could not help but curl up in fear, grunting and looking extremely aggrieved. It just wants to repay its benefactor. Why are these two old men looking at it viciously? What could be wrong with a little fox? 10 years ago when Goosefeather Snow drifted in the winter, she was bullied by her kind. An old fox tried to eat her alive, and she panicked and fled to the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. Because her physique was somewhat special, even Elder Heavenly Master in Zhang Xianling did not know that a little fox had actually escaped in the middle of the inner courtyard. At the critical time, Zhang Ruwachan appeared to save her and repelled that old fox. At that time, Zhang Ruwachan was still a child, looking as cute as a porcelain doll. Zhang Ruwachan took care of her injuries, and after that, she was kept within the Heavenly Master's mansion for a month. And naturally, Zhang Xianling was aware of her existence. Didn't say much though. It was only after her injuries healed that Zhang Xianling had Zhang Ruwachan just release her back within the deep mountains. Unbeknownst to her, she had remembered Zhang Ruwachan for 10 years. Zhang Ruwachan's scent had never been forgotten by her. She had wanted to repay her benefactor from the beginning to the end, but unfortunately at that time, she was too weak and couldn't transform into her form yet. Even now there's no way to keep it incarnated all the time. She came to the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Master's residence to find Zhang Ruwachan a few days ago after she would transform into her form, and offered her most valuable gift. Back to God. It's you. Zhang Ruwachan remembered everything at this moment. He just couldn't accept it somewhat. Was it a fox that night? Say, what's going on? The old celestial master grunted coldly. Zhang Ruwachan had no choice but to tell everything 10 years ago. Still not transforming? Zhang Chen's gaze went to the little fox, whose body shook, followed by a flash of white light. A beautiful woman of national color then appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only at this time she was wearing clothes. That is, her clothes were a bit thin. The old celestial master was instantly enraged at the sight of it, not realizing that it was really this little fox who had done it. One night directly destroying the next heavenly master. How could the old heavenly master not be angry? I'll kill you. The old heavenly master was furious. His breath surged wildly, and his golden light transformed into a sharp sword, gulping endless sharpness. Xiaoshui fearfully cast an aggrieved look towards Zhang Ruwachan, who was unable to move as she was suppressed by the old heavenly master's terrifying aura. Master Gong, don't. Zhang Ruwachan unexpectedly blocked directly in front of Xiaoshui. The angry old celestial master almost went mad on the spot, and even some of the Taoists resting within the courtyard sensed the old celestial master's aura. Master, calm down. Ah, calm down. Zhang Xianling was startled, fearing that the old heavenly master would cut Zhang Ruwachan with a single stroke of his sword. The old heavenly master's golden light rapier hovered in front of Zhang Ruwachan's forehead, never falling. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly at this. He couldn't say anything about people's family matters. He walked straight out of the temple. A figure flew out just a short distance away and landed right at his feet. Zhang Ruwachan revealed a smile that was worse than crying. You kid is blessed with a lot of color. Go you! Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed and sent Zhang Ruwachan back with a wave of his hand. The figures of Wang Zhang and the others appeared from the side. Sect Master, True Lord. What just happened? Old Heavenly Master, this is cultivating in the Ancestor Hall. Before they could finish, they saw a silhouette fly out again and hit the ground hard. If this wasn't Zhang Ruwachan, who else could it be? Should be practicing. Wang Zhang and the others understood at this time. The old Heavenly Master was venting his anger. End of chapter. A few days had passed since the Dragon and Tiger Discourse martial arts performance, and Zhang Chen hadn't been idle during these few days. First successfully condensing the Kaiyang hegemony body in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Then he exchanged a few pills to directly break through to the Jade Balance realm and successfully condensed the Jade Balance hegemony body. At this time, he had already opened up the three great hegemonic bodies of Yaoguang, Kaiyang, and Yuhong. Name, Zhang Chen. Tao, 500 years of golden light. Early Yuhong stage. Physique, 3-star buster. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Celestial Master's Qi watching technique, third turn. Secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian talisman. Great Cave Sutra of Shangqing. Complete Book of Formations of Maoshan Mountain, 7-star Overlord Technique, Heavenly Powers, Qingyun Dragon and Tiger Fist, Flaming Golden Bell, and Haoshi Golden Body. The Maoshan Formation chapter has been fused. Items: Yin Yang Dharma Robe, Jinju and Daoxian Robe, Demon Suppressing Floating Dust. Shock Points, 7. 3 million shock points. Continues to grow. Having been certified as a true monarch, your Dao has reached the Jade Balance realm. Perhaps you can live on by keeping a low profile, but you are still a mole in their eyes. And as you have become stronger, you may have been targeted. With Jiang Chen's cultivation reaching the Jade Balance realm, the potency of the Golden Mango Sacred Sun pill was not as good as it used to be. And when a pill went down, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to make a single wave. The golden light inside him was already nearly substantial, compressed beyond compression. However, to Jiang Chen's delight, the heat of Longhu Mountain had been high. One of the most frantic discussions was a group photo released by Dragon TV and Lungfu Shan. Because of this Celestial Master group photo, it brought Jiang Chen a huge amount of shock points, and it was even rising, with no sign of slowing down at all. There are more than 20,000 comments under the dynamic comment section of the Longhu Mountain Tianshifu. Let me put it this way. Just this picture. Even the most ferocious creep would have to honestly kneel and kowtow 3 times when he saw it. Creepy, this mountain is best avoided. It's haunted by Taoist priests. That kid in the middle come out for a one-on-one fight, dog's head. In other words, upstairs you're trying to single-handedly take on the entire Taoist church's higher power. Are these Taoist Haigons? I've been to many Taoist temples. How come I don't recognize any of them? The status of the Taoist priests you have seen and the status of the Taoist priests in this picture are one and the same. Why do they wear different robes? What's the story here? It's been so long since I've seen you. But Taoist Master Wang Zhang is wearing a red robe. Taoist high power to wear the robe of which the doorway can be deeped. According to my analysis of the yellow robe standing in the back of the Taoist priests are not strange. Anyway, you just know that the yellow robe is very capable of fighting Before Wang Taoist is wearing a yellow robe, which is not the average person said to wear on the wear. The yellow robes worn by those jugglers are usually fake and are not included in the Taoist notation. And the front of the red robe has a big argument. Anyway, as long as you remember the yellow robe cannot deal with things, the red robe to deal with. This type of Taoist grown-up should be mostly hiding to practice it. This is also my guess, dog head. And the first row wearing black Taoist robes comes from a big place. These should be the headmasters of the various great Taoist sects of the real people. Because one of them, the spirit goodness real person, I had the honor to meet. This robe is also called a real person's robe. Real people generally don't show their faces. Extremely low-key, you can see one is a great luck. If you find someone in the middle of nowhere wearing a real person's Taoist robe, then this place is most likely in great danger. And wearing in the middle of those two wearing purple Taoist robes, should be the last generation of Longhu Mountain's old Tianshi and this generation's young Tianshi. Because the purple robe only the Heavenly Master is qualified to wear, which can be truly rooted. The status is even higher than a real person. And in the center, Jiang Jinjin wears a Taoist robe that I don't understand. But according to the information released by the Taoist Longhu Mountain, it addresses Jiang Chen as the true monarch of Daoxian. I presume that the true monarch's status and strength is above that of a heavenly master. It's just that this is a bit unbelievable to me. Jiang Chen nods. Holy, it turns out that there are so many other sayings for Taoist robes. It seems that I have to study the traditional culture of Taoism in our country, which is our national religion. Real Jiang nods his head. Watch your words upstairs. You should be called Daoyuan Jinjuan or Jiang Jinjuan. Jiang Chen also glanced at the comments. He had to say that these netizens were good at commenting. He couldn't even help but give a nod to one of the netizens in the comment section. At this point this analytical headcanon of a comment has topped the number 1 spot, along with a sign of a god comment. By the way system, do I still have a feet fusion card? Yes. The host. How does it work? Just put the 2 feats into the alcove and the 2 feats merge to become a new one. Since it's a fusion of feats, why did I only fuse 2 feats? What do you think would happen if I fused all the feats together? Fusing feats may result in failure. Since that's the case, then let's fuse the flame golden bell with the Haoshi golden body. Both of these feats are inherited Buddhist feats. How could he, as a disciple of the Taoist sect, cultivate Buddhist techniques? It would be best to fuse the 2 techniques into a brand new one. Fusion successful. How reflaming golden body technique. A new merit inheritance memory appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It seems like I have good character. I actually fused such a strong technique. Not only combining the terrifying defense of the flame golden bell, but also the pure blazing flames of the Haoshi golden body. The most crucial thing was that this technique was able to be cultivated until after the feather realm, and its quality was only a little worse than his 7-star overlord technique. This gong method was forcibly reversed by the system and had the essence of both Buddhism and Taoism. It can be described as a dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism, and it is strong to the extreme. Not bad. It can be used as the inheritance of the demon Jingguan and thrown to Wang Zheng to try cultivating. The level of the gongfu was high, and the threshold for cultivation was naturally high. Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard. There was a big action tonight. Along the way, he encountered many high-ranking officials of the Taoist temple, and all of them, without exception, bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had not only practiced on his own in the past few days, but he had also given sermons to these high gongs, which were nothing more than expounding on the gaps between realms and the mysteries of the realms. It even complemented the Heavenly Master's Golden Light mantra. But unfortunately, the quality was still a far cry from Jiang Chen's Golden Light Divine mantra. Still kneeling, Jiang Chen arrived at the Ancestor Hall to find Zhang Ruochen still kneeling on the ground. Zhang Ruochen hadn't eaten or drank for a few days, and he had also been beaten by the old Tianshi and Zhang Tianshi in a mixed double whammy. His handsome face no longer existed, and his face was swollen like a pig's head, and the little fox knelt with drooping ears under the statue of the ancestor god. Greetings, true Lord Jiang. The old Heavenly Master took the initiative to welcome Jiang Chen when he saw him arrive. Everything in heaven and earth has its own destiny, and since it has already happened, nothing can be done to change it. The way is natural, and nothing can be done about it. Jiang Chen gave the old Heavenly Master a deep look, then slowly turned around and walked out of the grand hall. End of chapter. Taoism is the law of nature, and nothing can be done about it. The old Celestial Master's body shook, because Zhang Ruochen's broken body made the old Heavenly Master angry. Thus his mindset changed, unaware that he had already deviated from the core beliefs and philosophical thoughts of the Taoists. It had happened, and no amount of anger on his part would change the facts. Ugh! The old Heavenly Master sighed deeply, his somewhat cloudy eyes looking towards Zhang Ruochen and the fox. If this fox hadn't escaped to the Heavenly Master's mansion by coincidence, and if Zhang Ruochen hadn't saved this fox, then it would be impossible for this fox to remember Zhang Ruochen. Everything is connected by cause and effect. It's true that it has its own destiny. Get up, Ruochen. Master Gong doesn't blame you anymore, and Master Gong won't hurt this fox. The old master's back in the twilight, gradually walking away, slightly stooped, as if carrying the endless vicissitudes of the years and despair. The worn and thin clothes, in the cold wind gently swaying, as if in a silent voice of the past regrets. Let a person cannot help but feel an ineffable sense of sadness. Zhang Ruochen looked at the old Heavenly Master's back, his lips lightly opening as the words reached his mouth but stopped. The departing old Celestial Master once again found Jiang Chen. True Lord Daoxian. Once again, the old Taoist asks you to lead Taoism back to glory. It doesn't matter if it's a Heavenly Master or not. With Jiang Chen in charge of Taoism, there's no need for a Heavenly Master to intimidate the four directions. Haha, this matter will be discussed later. This seat only wants to revitalize the demon-suppressing Guan for the time being. Jiang Chen laughed, and immediately under the old Celestial Master's gaze, a gong method appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. This is the Haori Flaming Golden Body technique, which I created by fusing the Flaming Golden Bell and the Haori Golden Body, and I think it will be helpful to the old Celestial Master. The old Celestial Master took the gongfu and flipped it open. The more he looked at it, the more he felt shocked that this gong method could actually be cultivated beyond the feather realm, and that it fused the core of both Buddhism and Taoism. The dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. The characteristics of both golden light and pure yang qi were similar, and the two innate qi could be fused. This meant that someone who practiced the golden light mantra could practice the Heirloom Flame Golden Body technique, and not only could the two be fused, but there were no side effects at all. I think that with this gongfu and the complete golden light mantra, the old Heavenly Master should be able to break through the Yaoguang realm, and this Taoist religion is still something that your old man should bother with. This seat has simple hobbies, except that it loves to fight against feudal superstition. The corners of the old Celestial Master's mouth twitched at his words. You're already a true lord, but you're still fighting against feudal superstitions. Isn't that a big deal? Good. The old Celestial Master nodded heavily, only for a flash of determination in the bottom of his eyes. Since you don't want to sit in this position, then the old Taoist can only force you to sit in this position, even though the old Taoist knows that it's selfish to do so. Although the gong method is good, the old Taoist doesn't have long to live. The old Celestial Master's figure gradually disappeared around the corner. After he returned to his residence, he called Zhang Xianling to his courtyard and handed him this gong method. Late night, hundreds of high gongs converged on the Tianshi Square. All of these people were wearing magic robes, with peachwood swords on their backs and yin and yang cloth bags on their waists. Each one of them was so murderous that they were close to invoking the soul. Go! Zhang Xianling waved his hand. The crowd quickly put a divine traveling talisman on their legs, and a black residual shadow disappeared into the Tianshi Square. This time, the congregation of the Taoist church was no longer running to attack the Vajra temple. but was directly planning to exterminate the Vajra temple as an inheritance. ING have a true monarch sitting in the town. Still ING care about this and that. See, you do not see eye to eye to do to death. Led by Tianshi Zheng himself, with second-generation disciples such as Wang Zhang at the head, hundreds of red-robed Haigongs from all the great Daoguans, as well as Zheng Chen sponsoring the divine walking talisman, each of which was a cryptic elemental realm cultivator. Taoism can be a hive of activity. Of course the old heavenly master and a few other aged real people didn't follow. Destroying a Vajra temple to send out so many high merits has already given him a lot of face. If they go, none of the disciples in the back will be able to share a single baldi. The people who had affixed the divine traveling talisman were extremely fast, and they didn't need any spiritual power increase at all to catch up with the extreme speed of a small car. A talisman from true Lord Zheng himself is too damn powerful, and this is still just a primary talisman. That's right, true Lord Zheng's mana is so huge, it's been running for hundreds of kilometers and the talisman has only consumed half of its golden light. It seems like we don't have this kind of talisman in Taoism. This divine traveling talisman is really a godly weapon for catching the road. The true Lord's methods are something you can guess. Cut the crap. Let's make it quick and still go back for a good night's sleep. GGG. Hundreds of black residual shadows flickered continuously on the path, and all of them were walking on roads that were deserted and uninhabited, so they didn't have to worry about encountering people. Vajra Temple. Damn, Shinkoan actually doesn't care if we live or die. The abbot of the Vajra Temple, Golden Mithraya, paced back and forth in the Buddhist temple with a somber look on his face. The entire Vajra temple's inhuman disciples converged here, and not a single one of them dared to breathe a single breath. So what do we do? Have you heard back from the Taoist Association? A hall master hurriedly asked. No, that damn Taoist Association took the true Dragon One's inherited magic weapon, and now there's actually no news at all. Golden Mithraya's eyes widened as if they were two burning flames. What? Abbot, why don't we run? The Taoist religion actually has a true lord alive. According to the temper of those bull noses, they will never let us go. Yeah, it's the limit that they can hold off for a few days without making a move. And now that they've freed up their hands, if tonight, all shut up, Golden Mithraya roared to shock the entire room, followed by, pack up and prepare to run. Golden Mithraya is not a little cute. Even Shinkoan was easily suppressed by that one true lord, and his little bit of Taoism couldn't make a single wave at all. If you don't run now, when will you run? I should have known that I wouldn't move the true Dragon Taoist temple. Who the hell knew that the Taoist Association would actually backfire, and that Shinkoan would actually be so ineffective, and that there was still a living true lord in Taoism? But there is no medicine for regret. When everyone was gone, Jin Maeda went behind the statue of Buddha and pressed a button. The thick statue of Buddha opened a narrow stone door tremendously. He ducked right in. At this time a silhouette appeared at the foot of Mount Vajra, and the crowd looked coldly at the peak in front of them, which looked a bit like a gorilla, and the glow of lamps could still be seen on the mountainside. I don't need to say more later. As long as the Inhumans are all settled, don't spare any of them. By the order of Heavenly Master Zhang, Wang Zhang took the lead and swept towards the mountain, followed by hundreds of residual shadows of aura bursting with a great increase in speed, and in no time at all, he appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Vajra temple. Plants, what are you waiting for? Just fight your way in. Divine Heavenly Thunder Law. Ching Song roared, a dull thunder sounded, and purple lightning appeared, directly splitting the mountain gate. End of chapter. Half an hour later, the entire Vajra temple had been plunged into tranquility as one by one, the Inhumans fell into a pool of blood. Heavenly Master Zhang, there's actually a cellar within this room, and it's full of gold. Zhang Tianshi sniffed and came within this spacious room. The dim light shone on top of the gold, refracting the golden light suddenly hitting his face. Doggone it, 3 full boxes of gold bars. This is afraid to be tens of millions of dollars. These gold bars have no numbers or records on them and appear to be illegally obtained. A small Vajra temple is actually so rich, and that dog thief Shinkoan often cries about being poor, handing over all these gold bars. These are stolen goods. Yes, Heavenly Master Zhang, the state doesn't intervene in the fights between the Inhumans, so there's no concern about the consequences of what's happening here. Tianshi Zhang came inside the Vajra Buddha hall. The flames of the candles on both sides wavered. The inherited Buddhist artifacts under the golden Buddha were gone, and the inherited kung fu of the Vajra temple, the Mingwang grinding wheel, was also gone, but it was irrelevant. The Bright King's grinding wheel had already been lost to Taoism by Shinkoan, and Zhang Jinjuan had directly asked for the Haori golden body as well. Heavenly Master Zhang, the entire Vajra temple has been searched, and there is no sign of Golden Mithraya. Golden Mithraya was a peak cryptic elemental inhabitant, the initiator of the True Dragon Daoist Temple incident, and was something that could never be spared. A peak cryptic yuan inhuman was also a huge threat. Zhang Xianling looked around the perimeter of the hall and eventually came behind the statue of Buddha. The back is flat and smooth, not a mark to be seen. He reached out his hand and knocked, making a dull sound that didn't seem to have any problems. But the caveman cultivator's eyes had undergone a qualitative change in how strong they were. As the golden light flashed, it directly pierced through the entire golden Buddha statue, which was actually a heavy stone door with an inner space as well as a breath. Humph. Sculpture. Zhang Xianling's golden light mantra was activated, and his entire person was wrapped in radiant golden light as he lightly blasted out with a punch. Boom! The heavy golden Buddha shook and the stone door behind it was blasted into pieces. Suddenly a cracking sound came straight at Zhang Xianling's face. When it was too late, between the flashes of lightning and fire, Zhang Xianling blandly extended his right hand to grab this golden mace. Buzz buzz buzz, the golden mace continued to vibrate, emitting bizarre sonic energies that seemed to be searching for weaknesses in the golden light on the surface of Zhang Xianling's body. The golden light spell of the Heavenly Master's mansion has become indestructible since it was amongst the mended by true Lord Jiang, without any weaknesses and invulnerable to all laws. This Heavenly Master's golden light of more than 250 years is something you can shake? Get thee outta here! Zhang Xianling roared, grabbed the golden mace and threw it with force. The golden Buddha was collapsed by a silhouette, and the entire hall shook continuously, smoke and dust rising in all directions. The wind howled and smoke swept in. The golden light silhouette was particularly dazzling amidst the smoke and dust, and as Zhang Xianling's breath shook, the dense smoke and dust was blown away. Golden Mithraya, good fellow, actually not caring about the deaths of his own disciples hiding within the statue. What a scum! Golden Mithraya, hand over my true dragon Daoist temple's inherited magic weapon. Give you a pain in the ass. Golden Mithraya was suppressed by the golden light wolf on the ground, such as if it is not a bright king shadow protection. Just now that he would have to be seriously injured. The golden light of a caveman cultivator wasn't that easy to resist. 10 realms of the immortal ascension realm. 1 realm and 1 heaven. Cough cough cough, blood stains the lapel of his shirt red. Want to recapture the true dragon Daoist temple's magic weapon? Don't dream about it in your lifetime. You won't be able to find it. Ha 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 ha. Surrounded by hundreds of hidden Yuan realm cultivators, the golden Mithraya had no hope at all as he launched into a demented laughter in despair. You guys really look up to me. Even the Taoist master Zheng Tianxia is here. Wang Zhang, do it. Wasting a lot of time. Wang Zhang nodded heavily and walked towards golden Mithraya with his hands bubbling with lightning. The next moment the thunder raged, and the golden Mithraya fell directly into a pool of blood. The entire person had become charred and black and lost his life. Ah! With the destruction of the Vajra temple and the culprit, golden Mithraya, killed by his own hand, the obsession in Wang Zhang's heart finally dissipated. The true dragon Taoist temple has become history. In the future, follow Jiang Jinjuan's cultivation well. I believe that your master's spirit in heaven will also feel comforted. Zhang Xianling patted Wang Zhang's shoulder. Zhao Wu on the side also had reddened eyes. Gone. The next day, Jumgangsa temple was demolished and built into a quaint building, and Jumgangsan became a free tourist attraction straight away. The headline even broke that Taoism spends millions of dollars to qualify children in the mountains to read. Zhang Tianxia had originally handed over the gold bars, but the above actually gave so much face that they directly took the stolen money as a hope fund to those children in need. For a while what Taoism did was remembered by everyone, and the number of visitors to all the major Taoist temples increased by a large amount. And at that moment, Jiang Chen brought Wang Zhang, Lin Wan'er, and Zhao Wu back to the foot of Lin Tian Peak. At this time the Lin Tian Peak is simply a big change. Originally only steep stone road, some places are mud road, only the better off-road vehicles can go up, and at this time enough to build out 4 roads, namely, trestles, steps, cable cars, and concrete roads, the back and forth winding stacks and stone stairs, like 2 dynamic dragons coiled around the mountain. At first glance is deliberately designed. Even the foot of the mountain was beautified. A huge stone monument stood at the foot of the mountain. There was no font on it, so it must have been the work of Gao Dong. Even standing at the bottom of the mountain, you can see a glimpse of the brilliant, grand, shocking Taoist temple on the mountainside. The sunlight poured down on the roof, refracting a dazzling light. And at this time at the foot of the mountain Gao Dong and the others had already waited here early. Seeing the figure of Jiang Chen's 3 people, the crowd rushed to welcome them. Look, true Lord Jiang, the demon suppression temple is completely finished. It was promised to be over a month and it's over a month. Gao Dong had a smile on his face and heavily patted his chest. This period of time fortunate you Gao Dong. These days he is not in the demon Jingguan. The Pantheon is Gao Dong is helping to watch over it. And the incense is not even broken. True Lord Jiang is joking. I don't know what's wrong. After I stayed in the Hall of 10,000 Gods for a long time, my whole body has become much more relaxed. If I wasn't not allowed to do so, I'd want to sleep on the floor within that hall. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen lost his smile at his words. There were already several bigwigs in the Hall of All Gods that had a faint spirituality. It would be strange for a mortal to stay there and not feel comfortable. Thanks a few of you. We don't have anything on us. These talismans can ward off evil spirits as a reward. Wang Zhang, who was behind Jiang Chen, took out a few talismans from his bag and handed them to Gao Dong and the others. Jiang Chen didn't need to draw talismans anymore, so he gave all the talismans to Wang Zhang, and the intermediate level talismans were also inside his pocket. Taoist Wang is so polite. Despite saying so, the movements of the Gao Dong few people were not slow at all. End of chapter. They are in the real estate business, and these days they have received a lot of complaints about the building being haunted, and about cries that can be heard late at night, and they know something about these things. The talismans of the demon-suppressing one were now wanted to be acquired by many tycoons online, but none of them had gotten a reply from Jiang Chen. I didn't expect them to get several talismans. That's a surprise. True Lord Jiang. I had this stone specially crafted. How about having it engraved with the 3 words Jin Demon View? It's just like the Heavenly Master's mansion in Longhu Mountain. Don't bother. Jiang Chen operated the golden light in his body and raised his hand in the void and continuously scratched. A golden pattern appeared in the air and continuously formed 3 large, ancient, pale characters, as if the font had an autonomous consciousness. It heavily smashed on top of the black stone monument, entering the stone for a full 3 centimeters, and the 3 words Jin Demon View flowed with a faint golden glow. This, Gao Dong and the others were unable to say anything in shock. Originally, he had planned to have the specialized equipment carve the font and then paint it with pigment, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen would actually not even act it out, directly outlining the golden light font in the void. Not bad. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with his rhythm. These 3 words were carved by him with his own Jade Balance Realm's golden light. It was enough to suppress the entire Lin Tian Peak. The evil spirits didn't dare to approach the area around Lin Tian Peak. After Gao Dong bid farewell to Jiang Chen, several people came to the entrance of the demon suppressing one. At the entrance was the idol of Wang Lingwan according to Jiang Chen's proposal, holding a sword, looking angrily at him, clad in battle armor, and he also had a divine cauldron in front of him for offerings. With going inside, what the 3 clear hall, ancestor hall, thunder ancestor hall, true martial arts great emperor hall layer after layer, all kinds of hall under the hall there are many smaller scale halls, and the Pantheon is further back. There was no such thing as an outer or inner courtyard of the demon suppressor temple, except that it had not been announced that tourists could visit it yet, so within the large demon suppressor Guan, there were still only a few people in Jiang Chen, Wang Zhang, Zhao Wu. In the future, you two will be responsible for cleaning all the great halls. The ground is a bit big fortunately for you. Jiang Chen had no choice but to command. No problem sect master true lord. Cleaning some halls can be no trouble at all. Wan'er, your father already sent a message 2 days ago saying that the Shangqing sect has been mostly built, and asked you to find a time to go back. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Wan'er at this time and said, "Ah!" Lin Wan'er exclaimed in dismay, then stepped forward to shake Jiang Chen's arm and said in a sticky voice, "It's not fixed yet. Jiang Zhenjuan, you don't want to drive me away. I can work. Wani has all the strength in the world. Okay, then you can follow Wang Zhang." Jiang Chen laughed helplessly. Late night, a mysterious area of magnetic field in Kyoto. It was a suburb outside Kyoto, but still bustling, and the Taoist Association headquarters building was located here. There were 2 figures that walked within the Taoist Association, during which no one dared to stop them. This person is the culprit who created the dry body case in Cloud City, Old Man Withered Bone and his adamantine corpse, cultivating evil techniques. He made the Vajra corpse constantly go to mass graves and cemeteries to absorb yin qi, thus feeding himself, and his strength had now broken through to the early stage of the hidden Yuan realm. Ever since hearing that the True Dragon Taoist temple had been eradicated by the Vajra temple, Old Taoist Withered Bone had been tracking down the True Dragon Taoist temple's inherited magic weapon. As the Vajra corpse became more and more powerful, his crippled intermediate level talisman could no longer be somewhat subdued. If it wasn't for his cultivation enhancement, he would have died at the hands of the Vajra corpse. As for the True Dragon Taoist temple's inherited artifact, the Heavenly Father Suppressor Bell had a very strong suppression effect, and if he could obtain this artifact, he would be able to control the Vajra corpse once again with ease. Become a tool for your own empowerment. Human desires were infinite, and Old Tao of Withered Bones, who had already tasted the sweetness, could no longer stop. Based on his probing, he learned that the night the Vajra temple overthrew the True Dragon Taoist temple, it appeared that the people from the Taoist Association were also involved in it, and although they did it in a very secretive manner, they were still found by the Withered Bone Old Taoist who found the traces. At the bottom of the Taoist association there was a huge crippled intermediate level formation that drew on the aura of the heavens and earth at all times, and coupled with the special geographic location of this place, the effect of the formation was able to reach its maximum extent. Although the Taoist association didn't do anything about personnel, there were quite a few strong people in it. There were 7 or 8 cavernous brightness realm foreigners, and there was also an old antiquity like the old celestial master sitting in the town. The withered bone old Taoist came directly to the 18th floor office of the building, and the door didn't even knock and directly broke in. A middle-aged man in the office was gulping heaven and earth aura, but suddenly someone barged in and he had to exit his cultivation state. Wan Feng frowned and looked at the door with a displeased expression. Withered bone old Tao. What? Forgot the rules after being away for so long? Need help remembering them? Seeing that it was the withered bone old Taoist, Wan Feng was disdainful in his heart. Old Taoist withered bone was an A-ranked Taoist master under his hand. His cultivation talent was just that, and some chores could be left to him. It didn't matter that much in his mind. A subordinate actually rudely trespassed into his office without authorization, which was tantamount to provoking him. Jia, the old Taoist of the withered bones has met the heavenly master Tony. Although the withered bone old Taoist curtsied slightly, his attitude was extremely diffident. A pair of gloomy eyes stared at Wan Feng in death. Your cultivation. You actually broke through to hidden yuan. Sensing the aura of the withered bone old Taoist, Wan Feng couldn't help but be startled. Old Taoist withered bone's talent wasn't outstanding. The peak of the A rank was already at the end of the line, and he didn't expect to actually reach the hidden yuan realm after returning from a trip out. Could it be that he has gotten some kind of chance? Wan Feng kept guessing in his heart, and the look on his face became more and more grim. Greedy, heavenly master Tongi, the poor Taoist did obtain a great opportunity this time, and it was because of this opportunity that he was able to break through to the hidden yuan realm with ease. The corners of the withered bone old Taoist's mouth drew up an arc of mocking prey. Is that so? Since you've broken through the hidden elemental, you'll serve as an elder from now on. Elder? Elder can't be enough. I've heard that the true dragon Daoist temple's inherited magic weapon, the heavenly suppressor bell, is in the hands of the heavenly master? As soon as the withered bone old Taoist said this, Wan Feng's pupils shrunk violently, and his face instantly went cold. Even the Taoist church couldn't find any traces of the Taoist association. How did old man Cook Bone find out? What are you trying to say? How about I tell you about this heavenly chance if heavenly master Tonyu was able to hand over the heavenly suppressor bell to Poverty Road? I'm sure you don't want to, either. Let this old heavenly master know. Do you? With this statement from the withered bone old Taoist directly tearing his face apart, Wan Feng could no longer hold back. How dare you? The early stage of cave brightness aura erupted. The innate purple chi was like a heavy hammer that heavily smashed onto the withered bone old Taoist's body. Put! The withered bone old Taoist slumped to the ground, only feeling as if his bones were about to shatter, unable to resist at all. Is this the caveman in human? It's really strong. Old Taoist withered bone was shocked in his heart. End of chapter. Since the Tongyu heavenly master can't let go of the celestial suppressor bell, then don't blame me. Blood was caught in the mouth of the withered bone old Taoist, and a flash of madness flickered in the bottom of his eyes. Both hands choked out a hand trick in the blink of an eye. That Vajra corpse that hadn't made any movements from the beginning suddenly lifted its head, its bloodthirsty eyes under the veil staring at the Tongyi celestial master in death. In that instant Wan Feng only felt a great pressure coming on. The hairs on his back shrugged and goosebumps came out all over his body. He actually felt great danger at this moment. What is this? The aura emanating from the adamantine corpse was too terrifying. He had never encountered such a thing before, and he was certain that it was definitely not human. This is the chance you want. You want it so much. Then I'll give it to you. As the words of the withered bone old Taoist fell, the Vajra corpse transformed into a residual shadow and silently appeared in front of Wan Feng. And Wan Feng could only feel a cold light flashing in front of him. He was then lifted over by a huge force and slammed heavily against the thick wall. The walls cracked. Wan Feng chattering fell down, looking at the tall figure incredulously. I'm a cave-mind inhuman. My fleshly strength is already very strong. I can't actually resist his attack. This is. Wan Feng stared at his injured arm as his pupils continued to tremble. Corpse breath. This thing is a zombie. This corpse chi was extremely strong, easily crushing his innate purple chi, and by now it had followed from his arm meridians into his body. Jia. This is a Vajra corpse. How about this gift? I wonder if Heavenly Master Tonyu likes it? Without the suppression of the innate purple chi, the withered bones of the old Taoist slowly climbed up from the ground. Deception. Dark clouds cover 1,000 cities, and the earth's demons overturn and gather thunder layers. The palm spreads out, Qian Kuan changes. 10,000 in thunderstorms town 10,000 spirits. In 5 thunder open. 10,000 seals of innate purple chi catalyzed. Pitch-black thunder that looked like liquid poured out. The liquid thunder covered the entire office, and the adamantine corpse was blocked in the center. The next moment the sound of a thunderous explosion rang out and the entire building trembled. 18 floors down, a Taoist association of Taoist priests was disturbed, causing a gasp of surprise. What's the situation? Hear the roaring sound of thunder. President Wan Feng is cultivating in 5 thunder. I see. It's just that the commotion is too big this time. Jia, is it possible that you want to go up and disturb President Wan? Dare not, dare not. Wan Feng had wanted to use the sound of In 5 Thunder's thunder to draw the attention of the entire building. But who knew that normally he was so powerful that not a single person dared to bother him. Wan Feng clenched his teeth and continuously poured out In 5 Thunder to suppress the Vajra corpse. This was the legendary Vajra corpse that was even more mysterious, strong, and terrifying than the corpse puppet, and he alone was simply unable to fight against it. Corpse puppets were already comparable to the Yaoguang realm, and Vajra corpses were even capable of abusing cultivators at the peak of the Yaoguang realm. At this moment, he was incredibly fortunate that this Vajra corpse in front of him was still far from its peak. It was about the same as the peak of the cave brightness realm, and he was still able to barely resist it for a moment or two. But once that Vajra corpse developed resistance to the In 5 Thunders, then he would definitely die a miserable death. He couldn't deal with this adamantine corpse on his own. Just as he was trying to think of ways on how to break the game, the withered bone old Taoist suddenly sneaked in, and Wan Feng was once again sent flying out. The In 5 Thunders gave a beat. The Vajra corpse in the liquid kept roaring, snarling, and tearing, and the liquid thunder was torn into a strip and fell off like venom. Wan Feng glared at the withered bone old Taoist in shock and anger, but the adamantine corpse attacked again, and he could only suppress it once more. Just then a bronze bell appeared hovering in front of him. Heaven and earth, the sky and the earth are clear, and the spirit bells of Jinshi listen to the manifestation of my law. With a clear sound and a delusion-breaking soft light, all evils are shunned and righteousness is manifested. Jingle bells. The heavenly dignity suppressor bell diffused an energy that swept across the entire field, and the Vajra corpse's body gave a lurch, and the In 5 Thunders once again covered its body, destroying the Vajra corpse's body with impunity. However, the Vajra corpse's body was too strong, and his In 5 Thunders would be swallowed up and extinguished by that boundless corpse chi. The heavenly dignity suppressor bell is really in your hands. Get up for me. Withered bone old Taoist's aura surged into the body of the Vajra corpse, and the aura and corpse aura fused with each other to actually make the Vajra corpse become even more ferocious. At this moment, the In 5 Thunders became ineffective and were easily torn apart. The bell won't be able to suppress the Vajra corpses either. Damn thing. Sooner or later you will be revolted by this thing. You dog actually dared to devour your master. Wan Feng cursed angrily. That's not for you to bother about. As long as I devour you, my strength will reach the peak of hidden yuan. The withered bone old Taoist took a deep breath full of enjoyment. Dark purple aura boiled. Wan Feng's pupils shrunk violently at the sight. You actually practice evil kung fu. This gongfu. Wan Feng knew that this gongfu was from the small days side. The Taoist Association had some connections with the Yin-Yang masters over there, but the people of the Taoist Association were always disciples of Taoism before. Scoff at the small-time Yin and Yang masters, but also scorn the evil kung fu practiced by those dogs. But now, I didn't expect that withered bone old Taoist had actually cultivated this forbidden technique. Now he understood completely. This dog didn't know where he got a Vajra corpse, and he also took advantage of the Vajra corpse's weakness to take control of it with a crippled intermediate level talisman, and bound the Vajra corpse with his evil powers. As long as the Vajra corpse sucked in blood to become stronger, then old Taoist of withered bones would follow suit. To actually collude with the Yin and Yang masters of the small days. This seat gets you killed. Although they don't do anything, they never hurt ordinary people. Don't you think you're ridiculous? You'd better figure out how to stay alive. And now you're acting all righteous. Withered bone old Tao's figure exited the office to sit cross-legged at the doorway just in case someone came in and disturbed Wan Feng and Vajra corpse's two-person space. Inside the room, Wan Feng offered a crippled intermediate level talisman. This talisman was stolen by him from the Heavenly Master's mansion back then, and it was also the main reason that led to his expulsion from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edict and Amulet. Immediately after that, he then activated the Heavenly Dignity Suppressor Bell. 3 vibrating voices, thunderous sounds and vast awnings, subduing ferocious sneaks, golden locks and silver rains, the sacred halos emanating from the intermediate level talisman and the inheritance artifact intertwined together, the Tao rhythms scattering in all directions, radiant to the extreme, and the two sides were once again in a stalemate. Wan Feng was urging the two major killing weapons, and his innate violet chi was depleting. 20 minutes later, a purple light shot up into the sky, breaking through the thick walls and rising into the air, and some of the people in the middle of the city saw the light and felt a sense of wonder. And there was no movement in the middle of the room. Withered Bone Old Taoist smiled wryly and walked into the room, only to see that in the shattered room, Vajra corpse grabbed Wan Feng's body and continuously sucked the blood and vitality from his body. And Wan Feng's arms had been broken. His eyes bulged out in death. The heavenly Zunjinsher bell fell to the ground, and there was a broken blue talisman on the ground. The withered bone old Taoist slightly raised his head and glanced at the innate purple chi in the air that had not yet dissipated, disdainfully sneered. End of chapter. The entire headquarters of the Taoist Association was only occupied by the Tongyi Celestial Master Wan Feng at this time, and this was the reason why old Taoist Withered Bone dared to make a direct move here. The other two heavenly masters of the Passing Fate and the Passing Soul went out, while the other heavenly masters were in the middle of their own dojos. After all, people like them aren't at headquarters all the time. This also happened to give old Tao of Withered Bones an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, if several presidents were at the headquarters, his adamantine corpse would be killed in seconds even if it was able to kill several presidents while he was there. It was the adamantine corpse that ended up benefiting. So what if you're at the Cave Brightness realm? Even if you sacrifice the Heavenly Sovereign's Fury Suppressing Bell and the Dragon Tiger Imperial Spirit Edicting Amulet, so what? Isn't it just as hard to escape death in the end? He picked up the Heaven's Dignity Subduing Bell on the ground and carefully placed it inside the box he had prepared long ago. This was the last link in his control of the Vajra corpse, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake. When the Vajra corpse's strength went to the next level and he broke through to Hidden Yuan, both sides' strengths were increasing at the same time, and as long as the gap wasn't too big, he was certain that he would be able to control the Vajra corpse. A moment later Wan Feng's body became dried up and was casually thrown on the ground by the adamantine corpse. After sucking the blood of 10,000 seals, Vajra corpse's skin has been almost the same as a normal person's, just a little too albino. The beauty of it is that it still has a corpse spot on its body. The scarlet's gaze flickered, slightly skimming its head to look at the withered bone old Dao, rolling a bit at its throat as if it was still not finished. It actually showed some dissatisfaction to the withered bone old Dao. The spirit is getting more and more mature. If it can suck the blood of all the presidents of the Taoist Association, the Vajra corpse should be able to rival the peak of Yaoguang. Maybe we can find a chance to lure the other celestial master out to finish him off. Withered bone old Taoist just turned his back and sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to cultivate with the help of the evil fiendish chi that the Vajra corpse fed back to him. The Vajra corpse looked at the back of the withered bone old Taoist and moved its own sharp claws, the bottom of its eyes flickering with inexplicable light. All of this was unknown to old Taoist Withered Bone. Late at night, old Taoist Withered Bone's cultivation had successfully broken through to the Hidden Yuan realm, and after familiarizing himself with the powerful force he took care of the scene, then turned and went downstairs to stabilize the whole association. President Wan is at a critical juncture of closed-door cultivation, and he, old Taoist Withered Bones, is temporarily in charge of the Taoist Association. This news came out in the dead of night, causing the entire association to be shaken by the foreigners within it. Withered Bone old Taoist they know. Isn't it a Class A inhuman? What qualifications are there to temporarily take charge of the Taoist Association? Some Hidden Yuan realm foreigners tried to find trouble with old Taoist Witherbone, but without exception, they were suppressed by old Taoist Witherbone with thunderous means. Among them, there were also a few Hidden Yuan peak inhumans who were invited up to the 18th floor office for tea. They thought that the old Taoist Withered Bone was going to show weakness, but who knew that there was a surprise waiting for them in the office? No one who's ever been to the 18th floor has ever come down. Only then did the crowd not dare to touch the mold of old Taoist Withered Bone. Although they didn't dare to make any moves, they remained unconvinced. A few of these inhumans passed the news to their superior, the Tongxian Celestial Master Li Jia. The Taoist Association is not aboard either. In order to avoid a monopoly, several presidents are taking turns to sit in the Taoist Association. Now one closed off not. How can not take the turn of a withered bone old Taoist to preside over the big picture? Tongxian Heavenly Master Li Jia's cultivation was even more powerful than Wan Feng, but because Wan Feng mastered the Yin Five Thunders, a powerful thunder method, Li Jia had always been suppressed by him, and the two had formed a bond that had not lasted more than a day or two. Moreover, Li Jia was ranked right behind Wan Feng, who was unable to preside over the big picture and deserved to be allowed to sit in. At least that's what the inhumans under Li Jia's command thought, and certainly Li Jia himself. Within a deep mountain in Mountain City, there is actually a sizable Taoist temple here in the dark shadows. Wan Feng can't preside over the big picture, but he puts a withered bone old man from below in charge of the Taoist Association. What? Does this dog Wan Feng already think that the Taoist Association is his one word? Does he already think he can hold me steady? Bull asterisk 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 short-lived thing is just a dog that the Heavenly Master's office doesn't want. You really think you're something? An old Taoist in the middle of the room who looked to be in his 70s or 80s not only insulted Wan Feng. The president is right. I see that Wan Feng is a short-lived thing. What class is worthy of having the same status as you? The president. That's right. If you hadn't opened your mouth in the first place, president, and asked several heavenly masters to come together to protect Wan Feng might have already been cleared by the old heavenly masters of the heavenly masters mansion. This dog is an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. The Taoist children standing on either side of Li Jie serving him could not help but make a sound. Alas, Wan Feng is no longer a cave-Ming foreigner. The two of you cannot make a mistake. Although Li Jie said this, a smile had already appeared on his face. Obviously the two Taoist children's horses' ass had already extinguished a large portion of the anger in his heart. Yes, 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 the president taught me a lesson. The two of them nodded their heads in a hurry. Return to the Taoist Association first thing in the morning. That withered bone old Taoist is not strong enough. How can he take over the Taoist Association? Li Jie smiled evilly. Wan Feng couldn't get out of the closed door. He might have a chance to manipulate one or two nasty things about Wan Feng. It's the president. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into the trap of old Taoist withered bones. On the following day, photos of the completion of the demon Jingguan spread all over the internet, and countless fans wrote in blood to ask Zhang Chen to lift the blockade and allow tourists to visit and worship the demon Jingguan. Nowadays, the heat of the demon Jingguan had already surpassed the remaining three great Taoist sects. Sect Master True Lord, there are so many people on the internet right now requesting us to lift the ban. Early in the morning Wang Zhang said happily after practicing. Alas, you think I don't want to but the Taoist temple in addition to you in Jiaowu, where there are any Taoist priests tourists come how to receive is it hard for you in Jiaowu to go and receive it? Or should I receive it myself? Jiang Chen blankly glanced at Wang Zhang, then opened his mouth and sucked on the innate purple qi wandering between heaven and earth and swallowed it into his lungs, purifying the turbid qi in his body. Wang Zhang smiled twice and scratched his head. His master used to run the Taoist temple, but he had no experience at all. Sect leader True Lord, we can recruit some disciples if they have cultivation talent then slowly cultivate them. If they don't have cultivation talent then cultivate them as literary Dao. At this time Zhao Wu suddenly proposed. That would work, but now is not the time. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth is slowly increasing, but the cultivation environment is still a bit harsh. This early morning's innate qi isn't enough for you to share. The idea of recruiting disciples could only be left behind for the time being. Wang Zhang, how is the cultivation of the young five thunders that Zhang Xinling passed on to you going? Zhang Chen walked towards the martial arts arena at this time and asked. The foreigners of the True Dragon Daoist Temple were all good at playing with thunder, and the most outstanding one was Zhao Wu, who possessed the five thunder body and cultivated thunder with half the effort, and he had already mastered the heavenly dignity Puhua thunder method. I've been able to birth the heartfire qi, but it's still nearly interesting to try to catalyze the young five thunders. End of chapter. Are you saying that a silver-armored zombie ran out from inside the Tianshan mountain range some time ago? That's right. That silver-armored zombie has already been suppressed within the Golden Coffin by realist Xianling, and the Golden Coffin is temporarily being watched over by people from the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple and the Bureau of Spiritualism. The withered bone old Taoist's heart rejoiced at his words. The Taoist people actually didn't exterminate this zombie, but suppressed it. Isn't this a treasure specially prepared for him? With his corpse control techniques, he was completely able to take control of the silver-armored zombie. By then, he wouldn't just have the Vajra corpse in his hands. With two ferocious zombies paired together, he would already have the strength to abuse the delusion-breaking heavenly master. No one knew the delusion breaker's real name or where the delusion breaker came from. The people in the Taoist Association only knew that this person was old Tianqi's nemesis, and that he knew the feats that old Tianqi would know, and the rest of the inherited feats of the Taoist religion that he had mastered as well. It is because of his presence that the Taoist Church has not been able to completely eradicate the Taoist Association, and his strength as early as a few decades ago has already reached the peak of the Cave-Ming, solidly ranked the first Tianqi. It's 20 years ago has announced that the closed door will not come out, now that there had been no movement for 20 years, but his prestige in the Taoist Association was still not shallow, and several celestial masters did not dare to make too much of a fuss. When the withered bone old Taoist opened his mouth and was about to speak, suddenly the door of the room was pushed directly open. Three silhouettes walked directly in. The person at the head was wearing a purple Taoist robe. A touch of arrogance was revealed between his eyebrows. His eyes swept the old withered bone Taoist. The corner of his mouth smiled disdainfully. His body revealed the intention of dominance. Li Jie and Wan Feng are not the same. Wan Feng is greedy while Li Jie is overbearing and extraordinary. Their personalities are completely different. The withered bone old Taoist's eyes signaled, and the man next to him bowed his head and retreated. A smile immediately appeared on his face and he took the initiative to welcome him. Withered bones have seen the tongue fury. Get out! The withered bones had a strange aura about them, which made Li Jie feel a little uncomfortable. The smile on the withered bone old Taoist's face instantly solidified. What kind of dog deserves to come to the 18th floor? Where's Wan Feng? Tell Wan Feng to come and see me. Li Jie waved his Taoist robe with a wave of domineering pure yang qi. The scorching heat of the pure yang qi caused the withered bone old Taoist to feel alarmed, and he hastily dodged out of the way. Damned thing! Later on, I'll make you know what it means to be worse than death. The withered bone old Taoist cursed sinisterly in his heart. However, he still wore a fawning smile on his face. After all, the Vajra corpse wasn't here and he wasn't a match for Li Jie. Reporting to President Li Jie, President Wan Feng is in seclusion, so I'm afraid he won't be able to come out to see you. Closed? How long has it been since he broke through to the early stage of cave brightness? He's in seclusion. My ass. You get your ass over there now and tell him to come out and meet me. Li Jie glared suspiciously at old Taoist Withered Bones. It was obvious that he was a bit unconvinced by the words of the withered bone old Taoist. That's fine. The withered bone old Taoist turned around, his eerie eyes flickering with shimmering light. Sheng, the two of you immediately notify your senior uncle Zhou Yuan. I always feel that there is a strange energy within the association. Even I can't perceive it clearly, and there is also a large strand of innate purple qi belonging to the remnants of the 10,000 seals in the heavens and earth. It's not right. It's so wrong. The remnants of Wan Feng's innate purple qi as well as the strange energy within the association, combined with the odd aura of old Taoist Withered Bones. He always felt unsettled. By the way, call me all the cryptogenetic infernals under your command who are still within the association again. We understand, President. Li Jie keenly sensed that there was definitely something that old Tao of Withered Bones was hiding from him that he hadn't said. Man. Sheng hurried out the door, and when they reached the corner of the corridor, two thick arms suddenly attacked and strangled the two men's necks. The two were lifted up by a huge force. Both of them were pale. Their mouths were wide open trying to shout but couldn't make any sound. Their legs were constantly struggling. Where do you want to go? Two cuties? Old Taoist Dead Bone laughed sorrowfully. Kaboom! The adamantine corpse easily snapped the necks of the two men. The two were left on the ground by the adamantium corpse, without even the desire to suck on it. All of this was in the eyes of the old Taoist of Withered Bones. After this Vajra corpse had sucked up 10,000 seals, it had been able to initially control its desires. Realizing that even a full-bodied corpse puppet couldn't control its desires, it was enough to see how strong the Vajra corpse was. At this point, the adamantine corpse couldn't find any weaknesses in its entire body, except that it couldn't fly and had no fear of sunlight. There was a knock on the door of the heavy office room. Enter. The door of the room opened and a tall figure directly rushed in, but Li Jie in the room reacted even faster, as if he had already prepared for it. Berserk pure young aura swept around, and the Taoist Great General's suppressing fury mantra was recited. A jade seal rose out of Li Jie's pocket, transforming into a huge square heavenly seal slamming down under the support of the pure yang qi, the weight like a small mountain directly shaking the Taoist association. You dog really don't have good intentions. I think my two children have already died in your hands. Li Jie's face was unchanged, coldly said. Jie Chairman Li really has a great mind, but you can't escape the same fate as Wan Feng just the same. Just take your time and play with my big baby. The withered bone old Taoist glanced at the huge seal of pure yang above his head, and then retreated behind the Vajra corpse with two gloomy laughs. At this time, the Vajra corpse was like a flood beast, his arms directly carrying the seal of pure yang unharmed, his bloodthirsty gaze staring at Li Jie. Roar! The Vajra corpse opened its mouth and roared, and the seal of pure yang trembled violently. Nima! No wonder 10,000 seals can't carry it. Even my great general's suppressing fury mantra can't suppress it. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation Li Jie bit through his fingertips and forced out his own blood, then pulled out the 100-year-old peachwood sword behind himself and used his blood to lead the sword. The mahogany sword was energized by the blood chi and erupted with a crimson light, which was harder than steel at the moment, only to see that he landed in front of the Vajra corpse in the blink of an eye with his feet on the Big Dipper, and his whole body combined to stab out with a sword. Ding! Only a sound of metal clashing could be heard. What? Li Jie's face was suffocated red. He used his blood chi to lead the sword to a full strike, actually unable to break the defense. The terrifying corpse chi rising from the corpse of Vajra made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Li Jie bit his tongue to force out the pure yang essence blood. Put. Zzz. A mouthful of pure yang essence blood spewed out and collided with the corpse chi, creating a violent reaction. The corpse chi of the adamantine corpse was also successfully collapsed in a corner, and Li Jie seized the opportunity to explode again, ruthlessly stabbing in. This is a big deal. Pure yang qi entered the body of the adamantine corpse, and blinding sparks continued to emerge. However, After a few seconds, the pure yang qi was extinguished, and the peachwood sword was shattered into 3 pieces by the constantly struggling Vajra corpse, and a mouthful of centuries-old corpse gas was spat out from its mouth, almost causing Li Jie to pass away on the spot. Now Li Jie was really feeling tricky. End of chapter. Slap. A slap rang out in the middle of the room. Worthy of being a Tongxian heavenly master, this means of dealing with zombies is really powerful. Withered Bone Old Taoist admired Li Jie from the bottom of his heart. Although Li Jie was arrogant, people did have the strength of arrogance. If it is not, the Vajra corpse is strong, but if it is replaced by a silver armor zombie has long been suppressed by that great general suppression spell. Li Jie Taoist name through the Fury Heavenly Master. Not that he has the ability to communicate with the Fury, but he is extremely good at killing the evil Fury. If he is not too extreme in his dealings, perhaps he can still become a party of the Taoist Big Brother. Too bad it's all over. The withered bone old Taoist took out the heavenly suppressor bell from within his Taoist robe. This magic weapon could not only suppress evil spirits, but also disturb people's spirits. Heaven and earth, the sky and the earth are clear, and the spirit bells of Jinshi listen to the manifestation of my laws. A clear sound, a soft light that breaks the delusion. All evils shun, and righteousness is manifested. Ding bell. The ethereal sound of a bell rang out, and Li Jie was the first to suffer the shock to his sea of consciousness. By the time he broke through the sea of consciousness shock, the Vajra corpse had already overturned the great general suppression spell, and his jade seal phantasm fell to the ground with it with force, without waiting for him to react. His arms had already been broken by the adamantine corpse. Ah! Miserable screams came out, but the outside had already been shielded by the aura of the withered bone old Taoist, and Li Jie was now screaming for his life. The Vajra corpse had long been unable to tolerate Li Jie. As soon as it came in, it was smashed on the head by the jade seal and was almost smashed to the 17th floor, and it was even sprayed with a mouthful of essence blood onto its face. The pure yang essence blood made its face become a bloody mess, and it was also stabbed with a sword in its chest. Although Li Jie's set of operations did not produce much damage to it, it was a great insult to it. Li Jie could only watch helplessly as the adamantium corpse opened its mouth to reveal its horrifying fangs. The fangs easily pierced his skin, and he kept kicking at the adamantium corpse's body, actually bursting out with tremendous strength in the extreme of life and death. His kick actually sent the Vajra corpse back 3 steps. You are despicable. Li Jie's face was pale to the core and he sat helplessly on the ground, his indignant gaze glaring at the withered bone old Taoist. However, the next moment the adamantium corpse pressed down on him in death. Li Jie's body shook a few times before it went still. The Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. At this time the hundreds of Taoist masters in the Tianshi Square converged once again. Old Heavenly Master, we will also leave first. Jingxu Jinrun slightly saluted. Farewell. The old celestial master nodded his head. It's not good, master. Uncle Chang Song has escaped again. Suddenly a Dengxian Taoist temple's Gaogong squeezed out from the crowd, and in his hand was a letter left behind by Ching Song. Ha! This asshole. Jingxu Jinjin received the letter and opened it. His brows locked. This disobedient rebel. In yesterday actually followed Xianling Jinjin and they ran away. Jingxu Jinjin was a bit huffy that Ching Song had actually disobeyed his orders once again. Does he want to return to the Dengxian Taoist temple that badly? There was no way for him to chase up and catch the person back now. The people from the Tianshan Taoist temple left yesterday, and they might have all arrived at the Tianshan mountain range by now. Alas, why is Jingxu so angry? People have their own destinies. Ching Song has Ching Song's pursuits. Aren't you putting a shackle on him by forcing him to do something? Besides, Ching Song is going to the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple. There's no problem with the Xianling realist. No way. Ching Song must go back to cultivate his heart with me this time. The aura of red dust is too strong on him. Seeing that Jingxu Jinjin's attitude was so strong, the old Heavenly Master couldn't say anything more. Dengxian Daoguan is like this. This group of guys from ancient times have been transmitted what Fei Hua ascended to immortality. Do not touch the red dust of the mind. Although the strength is good, but a group of stubborn guys. With that environment of the Dengxian Taoist temple, it was impressive enough to stay down for tens of hundreds of years. And anyway, his old Heavenly Master couldn't do it. Tian Tong. Immediately make a trip to the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple and bring back this rebellious disciple Ching Song to me. Jingxu turned his head to look at Tian Tong, who was standing on the side. Understood. Tian Tong Jinrun nodded at his words. Afternoon. A couple walking on the footbridge for a stroll. Su Feng suddenly noticed that there was a red note on the side of the road. There was no garbage along the entire footbridge, and suddenly a red note appeared, making Su Feng feel curious and puzzled. Perhaps it was because of his interest. Su Feng held his girlfriend and then walked over quickly. Su Feng, what did you see walking so fast? I almost fell. The girl complained with her mouth a bit huffy. Baby, look. What is this? Su Feng picked up this red slip of paper from the ground and shook it in front of his girlfriend. Ha! What's this? Zhang Nan Nan's attention was attracted, and she then became curious. Shall we open it? Don't. Maybe the person dropped it? In case people come back and see that we've moved his stuff, then we're really in for a treat. Deep down, Zhang Nan Nan actually refused. Gee, it wouldn't hurt to open it. Su Feng heartless cannot care so much. 3 times to open the red note. Suddenly a red banknote appeared in front of the two. Holy, this is traitorous luck? Actually picked up $100. Su Feng exclaimed. $100 should be okay for me to take, right? It shouldn't be a crime, should it? No one saw it anyway? Su Feng's mind constantly circled around this question. Whatever. I'll take it, who knows? Don't take it for nothing. Alas. Su Feng, how do you take money? Hurry to stuff back and throw it on the ground, let's go. $100 only and not take out. Zhang Nan Nan said with some reproach. Oops, it's okay. Who knows if you don't tell me? Go buy you a cup of milk tea later, doesn't it smell good? In Su Feng a burst of soft and hard. Zhang Nan Nan, this is not pursued. How can a little girl resist the temptation of a cup of milk tea? Suddenly Zhang Nan Nan noticed that something seemed to be written on the top of the note. Su Feng, take a quick look at what's written on the note. Su Feng sniffed and froze, and then opened the red note to take a closer look. This look is not good. The whole person directly froze. Zhang Nan Nan suspiciously stretched her head over to take a look. Now the two men froze as well. Only the note reads, kind stranger, buy you 3 years of life. Then there was a weird-looking rune underneath, which was as if it had an attraction to it. And both men's eyes went into a bit of a trance. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. This can't be ing life buying money. Su Feng's face changed drastically and he hurriedly threw the note out. But something weird happened. The note actually disappeared on the ground and appeared steeply inside his pants pocket. This scared the two men. Look at you. Su Feng, I told you to leave it alone and you still want to open the note. What's going to happen now? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It's enough for me to live for 60 years. But he actually wants me to live for 3 years. How about we throw the note into the Buddha's merit box? Suddenly a solution appeared in Su Feng's mind, and he directly blurted it out. End of chapter. Promising lad. But do you dare? Suddenly a voice came from behind the two, which startled the two and they turned around in a panic, only to see 4 people appear behind the two of them at an unknown time. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang wore plain, green-colored Daoist robes, while Zhao Wu and Lin Wan'er wore casual clothes, and Wang Zhan was still holding his cell phone live in his hand. The two awkwardly snapped and laughed twice. Su Feng thought that what he had just said had been heard by the monk, but he didn't expect it to be 2 Taoist priests. It was just that the more Su Feng looked at the few people in front of him, the more familiar he felt. I can't believe I couldn't think of it for a moment. What's the situation? What is this brother going to throw inside the Buddha's merit box? I don't know. It looks like a red note. King Koji, it's good that young people can think things through, but next time don't. Linghai Temple, young man, poor monk, at first glance you have a connection with the Golden Light Temple. Perhaps you can go to the Golden Light Temple. Laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha. Won't master get beaten up for going out so badly? It's still up to the masters and Taoists to damage people. You 2 Taoist masters, you must save me. I'm being haunted by something unclean. Su Feng was so agitated after learning about the identities of the several people that he almost knelt directly in front of them with a sliding shovel. He hugged Wang Zhang's thigh tightly, not knowing how thick his face was constantly rubbing against Wang Zhang's thigh. His girlfriend, Nancy Zhang, was speechless. What the hell? You stand up and talk properly. What's the decency of this? Wang Zhang gently shook. Su Feng only felt an irresistible force coming at him. Then he was bounced away. Now Su Feng was even more determined that a few people must be capable Taoist masters. It's like this Taoist. Su Feng somewhat awkwardly told the story. It also threw the red note directly under the overpass in front of the crowd, who in the live broadcast saw it fall onto the highway. But the next moment, Su Feng pulled out another identical red note from inside his pants pocket. After this cycle for several times, the note would always appear inside his pants pocket. Su Feng looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a look of help. Holy excitement. I didn't expect Jiang Zhenjuan to encounter such a weird thing after only a short time on the air. But this shouldn't be challenging for Jiang Zhenjuan. That's for sure. This is a living true lord recognized by Taoism, more powerful than even the heavenly master. Now I'm curious how Jiang Zhenjuan will operate. Inside a building in Magic City, Xiao Wei watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast appear again to save the program, and immediately let people increase the promotion, which led to the number of people in Jiang Chen's live broadcast room soaring again. Great! There's another serial to catch up on. Vivian waved her hands in excitement, and the twin peaks in front of her chest violently shuddered. Sect leader true lord this? Wang Zhang looked at Jiang Chen with inquiring eyes. Ahem, it's actually a feudal superstition. where someone writes down a red slip of paper and slips $100 and writes to buy the life of the person who has the right destiny. I've even seen people slipping in just $1. Jiang Chen tactically coughed twice and explained with an unchanged face. Understand. We all get it. Jiang Jinju, in your next sentence should say that this couple is also an actor you hired. 666. Feudal superstitions are really harmful, not only to oneself but also to others. Jiang Jinjuan, please start your performance. Taoist Wang, please record the details. Wang Zhang looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, also forced a smile. His sect master True Lord also tried to do everything to break the feudal superstition. That's an explanation that even he doesn't believe. This is actually just a magic trick, and it's very simple to crack. Jiang Chen explained in a serious manner. Give me the note. Su Feng hurriedly handed Jiang Chen the note and the money. Only Jiang Chen opened the note, which had the words "by life for 3 years" on it, and below it was an odd rune, which was black and constantly bubbling with evil in Jiang Chen's eyes. Several people, Wang Zhang, also brought their heads over to watch. Several people were also slightly stunned when they saw the rune. This rune seemed like Jiang Chen had seen it above that record. Sect Master True Lord, this is the rune of the Exit Horse School, Wang Zheng whispered. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. Although his voice was small, it was still clearly heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. Taoist Wang said, this is the rune of the Exodus Master? It can't be wrong. It does look a bit like the runes of the Izumo school. When I was sick as a child, my grandmother asked the Izumo master to cure me. Isn't Master Izuma good at healing and seeing things? How come he's so scary? He actually drew a spell for $100 to buy someone's life for 3 years. This Exodus Master is also a man of honor. Giving $100 is already very polite. Izuma sure is the name given to Izuma Xian's disciples in the northern dialect. Izuma is known as a symbol of witchcraft, a way to get a practiced animal into the body to help people read things, predict the bad and the good, see the sick, etc. And the behavior of this horseman is already hurting ordinary people. Since the Exodus Master belonged to the ranks of the Inhumans, his behavior had violated the bottom line of the Inhumans' rules. An odd horseman with no bottom line. He can do anything. Wang Zhang, bring a pen. Jiang Chen mused. Wang Zhang respectfully took out a fountain pen, and Jiang Chen took the pen and directly wrote 2 very friendly words and a pure Taoist edict under the audience's gaze. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Urgent. The moment the edict was engraved, the black scripted fountain pen characters actually flickered slightly with golden light, and the next moment Exodus Master's bizarre runes were broken, and the black gas dissipated with it. The red note suddenly burned out of thin air and finally turned into flying ash and disappeared completely, leaving only $100 behind. Merit plus. Just then the system that had disappeared for a long time actually sounded again. Alright, it's already fine. Jiang Chen spoke. Su Feng glanced at his pants pocket in surprise and realized that it really was just like Jiang Chen said. The red note didn't appear anymore. He also felt very relaxed in himself. Thank you, Taoist Master. Thank you, Taoist Master. Su Feng kept bending down to thank. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. He couldn't help but feel shocked after seeing Jiang Chen settle things so quickly. Jiang Chen was also in a good mood. Originally he was going out to purchase some bedding for the Taoist temple, but he didn't expect to have such a generous amount of shock points in his pocket. Jiang Chen carried his hands behind his back and continued to the mall with Wang Zhang and the others. But Su Feng's words behind him almost made a few Jiang Chen people slap him to death. The Taoist Master is truly a living immortal. I hope the Taoist Master becomes a Buddha soon. Jiang Chen and the others' senses were so powerful, and it had only been a few steps before a few people heard them clearly. Jiang Chen pinched out a hand trick with a dark face. Su Feng walked and then accidentally stepped on a banana peel, ruthlessly pounced out. His hand is still not paying attention, directly pressed on a pile of dog. End of chapter. Jiang Chen's mood instantly cleared up as he looked at Su Feng. Lin Wanner and Zhao Wu shook their shoulders frantically, forcing back their laughter. Laughing my ass off, wishing the Taoist Master to become a Buddha soon? Really, this kid is really the innate abstraction holy body. If he goes to open a live broadcast, certainly burst into flames. Too damn live. It's true that the real high kung fu Taoist masters are very vindictive. There is revenge basically on the spot. Like the kind of every other day, most of them are shaking people to go. Too ruthless. Suddenly stepped on a banana peel, but also caught a fresh pile of poop. The most critical is the flyover above the sudden crowd. Public social death. Jiang Chen and the others were in a relaxed mood, but the next time they walked all the way, several of them had already found several cursed notes. Some people picked up the note and fell into the same situation as Su Feng, but they were lucky enough to meet Jiang Chen. There were also red notes that were not picked up and were also destroyed by Jiang Chen. The faces of Jiang Chen and the others were already very ugly. It added up to 7 or 8 red slips of paper, each with a lifespan ranging from 1 to 3 years, adding up to a full 15-year lifespan. Sect leader True Lord. I speculate that there should be an Exodus master whose life expectancy is coming to an end, yet he doesn't want to die. So he did something so detrimental to Yin virtue. Wang Zhang said gruffly. I suppose. When Jiang Chen broke the last red note, he was running the third turn of the Celestial Master's Qi-looking art at that moment. The red note turned into flying ash. There was a hidden energy passing away to the east. This energy should be the bound borrowed life. Follow. Jiang Chen's one step was hundreds of meters away, just as terrifying as a real ghost or god. Wang Zhang's face changed, taking his cell phone and followed with all his might. Only Zhao Wu and Lin Wanner were left behind in a daze. True Lord. Senior brother, you wait for us. Zhao Wu shouted loudly. He pulled up Lin Wanner and did his best to follow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I just see? Jiang Zhenjuan appeared 100 meters away in one go. Did I just get stuck? So I'm not the only one who thought so. You don't have a card. That's the strength of Jiang Zhenjuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Slow down. I can't take it anymore. Wang Zhang, in order to keep up with Jiang Chen's footsteps, he could not turn off his live cell phone at the moment. At this time the live screen was blurred and was constantly changing the picture. Downtown drag racing? Awesome. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang swept past the highway speed measurement location one after the other. You are exceeding the speed limit. Please slow down immediately. Snap. The camera took a lonesome shot, leaving only a staggering speed of 180 kilometers per hour appearing on the display screen. In the past, there were the 13 men in the third ring of Kyoto, and now there is the speeding car in Rongcheng. It's so dang good. The traffic department inspector looked at a photo of a vehicle with no vehicle in it and couldn't pick his brain to figure out what had swept under the speed test. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two successively had come from the suburbs to a tall building downtown. The air is full of money here with all the high rises. Jiang Chen was only slightly dirty at the corners of his clothes, while Wang Zhang was sweating profusely and constantly gasping for air. His legs were trembling a little. In order to keep up with Jiang Chen, he also put up a fight. Too strong. The Palm True Lord didn't even use his golden light to pull me out of sight of the taillights. The sudden appearance of the two did not attract the attention of others. Only Jiang Chen slightly raised his head at this moment to look at this towering building in front of him. Parkside Group. The obscure energy in his gaze then disappeared inside the building. Apparently the man who borrowed his life is hiding inside this building. Sect leader True Lord. Could it be that the Exodus Master is hiding within this building? Wang Zhang asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Big difference. Hey, those two. Where's the Taoist monk? Hurry up and go. Don't hang around in front of our group. The two security guards walked straight over. Jiang Chen did not do anything and was driven away by the two men. The two security guards' condescending appearance infuriated the viewers of the live broadcast. It's so damn infuriating. But it's just two security guards who look after the door. What are they so arrogant about? Brother, you don't get it. If you become the security guard of the Parkson Group, I'm afraid you'll be even more arrogant than these two. The Parkson Group's security guards are paid close to $500,000 a year. Do you know what the concept is? This has already surpassed the salary of 99% of ordinary people. And it's something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about. I knew these two bastards were going to come out and drive people away. The last time my old man delivered takeout passing by here were driven away. Now the hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room knew the true nature of the Parkson Group's security guards. It's really ugly. Directly by the video number in the live broadcast to expose out. They do not care what you Parkson Group, not Parkson Group. As long as there is traffic they dare to expose anything. The first to bear the brunt of the heat was Pang Pang Hai. The video number that Jiang Chen had personally nodded to. What gives you the right to drive us away when we haven't even gotten in yet? Does this street belong to your Parkside Group? Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang were just standing at the street entrance, not walking into the entrance of the building, and it wasn't even a parking space. The two security guards were used to being high and mighty, so they didn't care about that much and actually yelled at Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang. Pedestrians passing by have their attention drawn to it. What wild dog can bark so well? Wang Zhang, did you hear that? Jiang Chen asked expressionlessly. Hear that, Sect Master True Lord? It is indeed a bit noisy. Wang Zhang pinched his hand with one hand, and a simple Taoist rune struck the two of them, silencing them in an instant. The two men opened their mouths wide with grimaces, but realized that they actually couldn't make a sound at all. The two tried to yell, however they still couldn't speak. Can you imagine the intersecting, helpless feeling of suddenly not being able to speak? And now the two felt it. Taoist Wang Zheng, you just strangled a hand trick, didn't you? Why is the world so quiet? Turns out the wild dogs aren't barking. It's hard to mess with anyone but a big boss and in full form. It's really comfortable. Telling you two to be arrogant. now you've kicked a steel plate. What did you two just say? Shall we say it again? Wang Zhang came over to his face and raised his palms to his ears, making a show of listening. It can be considered a murderous assault. Caused two people face red. Actually the dog anxious to jump over the wall out of the steel fork on Wang Zhang hands. Bang! The steel fork suddenly hit something in the front, and it was impossible to go any further. The two were puzzled, and then once again took a step back and stabbed out with force. And there was still some kind of barrier in the air in front of them, and the two were never able to go any further. Wang Zhang smiled disdainfully, then retreated behind Jiang Chen. The two were like jugglers out of a vaudeville troupe, performing acrobatics in the streets. The previous chapter was reviewed. This one is 124. End of chapter. Night. After dealing with the group's affairs, Lei Su hurried back to his office. He turned the statue on the table. The next moment a small door next to the bookcase slowly opened. There is actually a shadowy passageway here. Lei Su did not have the slightest hesitation to walk in. The small door slowly closed, but also with the wall tightly closed. Cannot see a trace. Passing through the passage, the surrounding space became steeply empty, and this was actually a hidden chamber. In the center of the chamber sat an ordinary-looking man in the middle of the cross-legged center, and off to the side was an expensive coffin. Something has happened to Master. Lei Su walked quickly to Xie Kong and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, something happened. My spell was broken by someone, and the person who broke my spell has a cultivation above this seat. Xie Kong slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils staring at Lei Su. Lei Su's heart fluttered at these eyes. Master, look. Lei Su took out his cell phone to show Xie Kong the video from this morning. The video was really exactly the clash between the security guards under his group and Wang Zhang. Only the video footage was a bit weird. This Nubizi has some means. The person who broke my spell should be this Nubizi. That yellow-haired kid should be his disciple. Xie Kong laughed coldly and didn't take it to heart. What? You know these two? Xie Kong saw Lei Su's hesitant appearance and then asked out loud. Lei Su did not say anything, but just silently found the video of Wang Zhang calling for lightning to strike the Buddhist temple and handed it to Yang Kong. Xie Kong went from the initial disdain to calmness and finally to shock. He presumed that the cultivation of Wang Zhang in the video should be around the A rank, but Wang Zhang actually ended up forcing himself to draw a crippled intermediate-level talisman. With his strength, calling the thunder should have been countered. But Wang Zhangming in the video is clearly alive and well. Lei Su did not say anything. This time he will Jiang Chen live broadcast various famous scenes to find out. These videos can be found all over the network. And then also found out the hot online photos of the Divine Masters together. Shi Kong was already starting to get scared when he saw the picture, and he reached out with a trembling hand to pick up his teacup and take a hard sip. Damn! How could this be sitting in the center of a group photo of the Celestial Masters, which is actually a living true ruler of Taoism? Just now, he had said that Jiang Chen was a yellow brat. He felt a chill run down his back at the thought of what he had done being watched by the true lord of Taoism. If Jiang Chen caught him, he would definitely be wasted. Facing a Taoist true lord, even if he was immortal in body, he couldn't fight against him. The inhuman realm had rules for the inhuman realm, and what he was doing now was already breaking the rules. Xie Kong regretted. If he had known this, he would not have come out even if Lei Su had paid a huge benefit. I didn't expect to be stared at by a Taoist true lord as soon as I came out of the mountain. It's really an anticlimactic matching system. Master? Lei Su shouted carefully. After Xie Kong calmed down a bit, he flicked the dust on his robes with his hand and slowly got up, packing up his things in the process. What are you doing, Master? I'm afraid I can't help you with yours. Remember, I haven't been here, and I don't want the 1 billion you promised me. Give it up. Xie Kong left a sentence then left without looking back. Are you just prepared to leave? Lei Su's gloomy voice resounded in the secret room. What do you mean? Shekrin turned around. You should be afraid of this person. As far as I know, you shouldn't have much to do with this person, and he was able to find this place, I assume because of you. What do you want to say? Xie Kang's face was slightly cold, and his breath filled the entire chamber. Under Xie Kang's powerful aura, Lei Su only felt as if he was being clutched by a big invisible hand. Even breathing was a bit difficult. However, his shadowy eyes still looked at Xie Kong with death. As long as you just continue to renew my son's life, I'll use all my connections to help you stall him, so that you can finally get out in one piece. And I'll not only give you $1 billion with both hands, but I'll also give you 10% of the shares of the Parkson Group. Shi Kong was silent at his words. $1 billion is already enough for him to use for several lifetimes, and 10% of the shares of the Parkson Group can have a market value of several $1 billion. You don't even know the terror of this man. What makes you think you can hold him off? Seeing as how he's already got me hiding here today, tonight is my best chance to leave. And that son of yours was meant to be a short-timer. That's how his destiny is. One can never win. Xie Kong withdrew his own aura. not giving Lei Su the slightest bit of face. Enough. Just tell me, do you or don't you? You're too high on yourself, and too high on the Parkson group. You don't understand at all. Xia Kong shook his head. Although he was a little heartened by the huge benefits, he cherished his little life more. Lei Su smiled with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Xia Kang's heart was moved. There was a chance for everything. I assume your circle has some kind of rules restricting you, such as not being able to harm ordinary people? Lei Su smiled confidently. Don't worry, as long as you continue to renew my son's life, I'll help you stall him, and he definitely won't be able to enter the Parkson group in 3, 5 or 2 days. Lei Su was very confident. Parkson was founded in the 90s in Hong Kong, until 05 years to wash the white, and stood in the wind of the times. The market value has risen all the way. In the first few years has been set up in the group. Although so many years had passed, the Parkson group was very powerful in both the black and white, and the Parkson group was still the leading company in Rongqing. A groundhog, so to speak. He believed that it would still be fine to stall the 2 Taoist priests for a few days. In order to ask you to come out, I not only visited several times, but also spared no effort to pay 1 billion in cash. As long as the matter is accomplished, you have already been free of worries for the rest of your life afterward. And your daughter doesn't have to be a horsemaster. There's a huge downside to the outriders in this world. If you want to make offerings to the immortals, you have to make an unequal contract with them. And some people are not willing to do nothing for the rest of their lives in order to wind up with 60 years of glory. Exhumers generally do not live to be 60 years old, and it is natural that they have to pay a huge price if they want to utilize the power of the immortals. The price of the offering, that is longevity. Xia Kang's greatest weakness is his daughter. With this money, even if he dies, his daughter will be able to eat and drink for the rest of her life. He was a bit intent. Today he was almost 60 years old. He could sense his lifespan slipping away. He didn't have many years left to live. Good. This seat will accompany you in your madness. As long as you can help me stall him for a week, your son will definitely gain 50 years of life after that week. Xia Kong eventually compromised. Lei Su sniffed and laughed coldly. Even if your means are mysterious, so what? It is still not the same to be taken by me. No problem. But why 7 days? Do you really think that renewing your life is so simple? Realize that those are forced contracts with others. Stealing someone else's lifespan to impose on your son. It's bizarre tactics. Not for the living. End of chapter. Renewal of life is inherently against the heavens. And with your son's short-lived Lone Star destiny, the last 100 years of lifespan imposed on him is only 50 years of lifespan. Now most of the spells you had thrown out to buy your life have all been broken. And some, for some reason, didn't recapture their lifespan. Xia Kang's face was a bit gloomy, realizing that he was now in a head-on hard fight with a true lord of Taoism. He definitely didn't know that those who had confiscated the money to buy their lives back for their life expectancy had been thrown directly into the Buddha's merit box by the people who had picked them up. The spells inside did not react under the suppression of the Buddha's teachings, and at this time under the Parkside group building, Zhang Chen and Wang Zhang's figures appeared in the shadows. Another exciting program, Night Raid on the Widow, Night Raid on the Parkside group. It's so damned hateful that a one-time actually forcefully buys several years of someone else's lifespan, and those lifespans add up to several decades. Don't talk so evil upstairs. These are feudal superstitions, not to be believed. Know it all. Pop-ups were flying all over the broadcast room. Up. Zhang Chen's words fell the screen in the live broadcast room directly black screen. In the eyes of Wang Zhang, Zhang Chen directly golden light covered uprooted. Straight to the sky. Wang Zhang operated the wandering dragon heavenly deity steps, his feet stepping on the walls of the building and continuously moving upwards. But in the blink of an eye the two appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 26th floor. And as soon as the golden light touched the glass shattered and the two scurried inside, the two appeared in the office, and the screen of the saving power live stream returned to normal. What just happened? I thought I was stuck. Why are you suddenly inside the building? Where is this place? Look at the glass crumbs on the ground. I'm afraid that Zhang Jinjuan and Taoist Master Wang didn't just force their way in from the outside. Nima, look at how high it is outside? Dozens of meters high. How can this force its way in from the outside? Could it be that Zhang Jinjuan and Taoist Master Wang can fly? Lingbo Weiqi? Flying eaves and walking walls? Crossing the river with a reed? This seemed to be an office. And looking at the decoration it wasn't simple. It was either the general manager or chairman of the group. Sect Master True Lord here has a secret door. After Wang Zhang broke through the hidden Yuan realm, his physique had changed, and he was able to see something deeper by attaching spiritual energy to his eyes. Wang Zhang didn't look for any organs or anything like that. Instead, he kicked out directly, and the powerful force poured out, and the dark door shattered without even holding on for a breath. Zhang Chen had already sensed the obscure aura from the daytime, and there were 3 other auras of living people inside. The two walked right in. the gloom didn't bother the two. Xia Kong and Lei Su, who heard the loud noise in the secret room, looked at the mouth of the passage. Xia Kong looked at Lei Su, who he thought was the one who had also brought someone in. Instead, Lei Su shook his head blankly. Just as the two of them were speculating, Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang walked out from within the passageway. The two of them scanned the surroundings, their gazes landing on the somewhat short man. As for the chairman of the Parkson group, Lei Su, who was on the side, he was directly ignored by the two of them. You did this? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes revealing a touch of lingering coldness. His thin lips gently opened. His voice was low but carried a sense of oppression of a mountainous rainfall. That tone of voice was like a raging wave, hitting one's mental defenses wave after wave, making one under his gaze. Xia Kong almost admitted it in one mouthful, but it didn't matter if he didn't admit it now, because he can't hide it. The scent on him was instantly recognizable. Jiang Chen stepped out to approach the two. Xia Kong hurriedly blocked in front of Lei Su, with the posture of a great enemy. Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand without changing his color, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, a slap was thrown on Xia Kang's face, and the destructive force almost made Xia Kang's head rotate 360 degrees. Xia Kang's body flew straight out. He only felt his brain go blank, and there were countless little golden stars twinkling in his mind. Lei Su gulped at the sight of Xia Kang's miserable condition, but he still blocked in front of the coffin. Not that he wasn't afraid, but because his legs were weak. Who are you? Who told you to come in? Don't you know that this is the Parkson group? You guys are breaking and entering. I want to report the governor. Lei Su opened his mouth to angrily chortle. However, what greeted him was still Jiang Chen's steel slaps. Lei Su's incisors were all smashed. His jaw was directly fractured, and his entire body flipped 7 or 8 times in the air, finally smashing heavily on the ground. This was still the result of Jiang Chen staying his hand. Under Lei Su's resentful gaze, Jiang Chen pushed open the coffin in the secret room, only to see a young man with a pale face, black lips, and an incredibly thin and weak body lying in the coffin. The man was out of breath and ready to die. In other words, it's already half a foot in the grave. And Jiang Chen thoroughly knew at this point that it was this young man who was bound by the runes on that red slip of paper, and that master of the horse was trying to forcibly borrow the lifespan of another person to help this young man change his destiny against the will of heaven. Nizo God Demon. Tonic merchant Hai Wuerzai Lei Su lying on the ground covering his mouth in agonizing heartbreaking pain cried out. Those who don't know will think he's suffered a great deal. It doesn't. The new viewers who came in during the live broadcast had a sudden fit of the Madonna's heart. What the hell? As soon as I came in, I saw Changwei hitting the Fu. How can Jinjuan Jiang be like this? Isn't he a respected Jinjuan of Taoism? Why is he bullying ordinary people? I've reported it. It's so not human. No comment without knowing the full picture. Upstairs pure. I didn't realize that Jiang Jinjuan's live room still had a Holy Mother. Still can't see it? This side suggests that those who can't see it, give your lifespan to the one lying inside the coffin. Isn't this guy Lei Tian, the son of the Parkson group? Wasn't he in and out of bars a week ago? Why is he lying in a coffin now? Are you going to laugh me to death upstairs, buddy? You've crossed the red line and broken the rules. Jiang Chen turned to look at Xia Kong, who had slowed down on the ground. Facing Jiang Chen, Xia Kong didn't know why, but he actually couldn't raise a trace of resistance. Jiang Chen's strength surpassed him by far too much, and he couldn't sense Jiang Chen's aura at all. Jiang Chen, who had broken through to the Jade Balance realm, was already able to break through the air and fly. It wouldn't be too much to call him a land god. Even if a nuclear bomb landed on top of his head, he would still be able to stay alive. The Jade Balance realm was just so terrifying. Said Shekar, opening his mouth several times but unable to give a reason. Wang is watching from the side with cold eyes. This person's cultivation has already reached hidden yuan. If the immortal family is on the body, may be able to reach insight. This is already counted as a party of the Big Brother. Yet this person had crossed the red line and had been targeted by the Palm True Lord. He didn't understand why Xia Kong was doing this. Doesn't matter. According to the rules, will you abolish your cultivation by yourself, or will I help you? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. End of chapter. How dare you? Is this great immortal's devotee not something you can insult? Just as Xia Kong raised his hand and prepared to take matters into his own hands to waste his cultivation, a yellow fox with oily fur suddenly flew out from inside his backpack. Its appearance is highly distinctive. It is a fox body but resembles a civet cat, with a huge body and fluffy tail, the overall image with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. It was orange and yellow all over and possessed 5 huge tails. Its image was very majestic and a bit evil, and its 5 tails were constantly waving, all of them seeming to contain great power. This fox is not a body, but a spirit. It stood upright in front of Xia Kang's body at a height of 2.5 meters, with a cold, majestic and evil appearance. The corners of its mouth slightly raised, Its fangs emitting a cold light were exposed, and its pair of dark yellow divine eyes stared at Jiang Chen. The weasel glared at Xia Kong, as its believer was actually scared to be directly by a man of all people. If Xia Kong was ruined, it would have to lose several years of cultivation to provide. Elder Yellow Fairy. Rubbish, get off to the side. I really don't know what's going on in your head. This great immortal warned you not to mess around before, and now this great immortal has to wipe your ass for you. Immortal Huang hated the iron and scolded angrily. Xia Kong lowered his head in shame and didn't dare to say anything. Kid, give this great immortal face. This matter will be left at that. This great immortal will restrain it. Huang Dexian's cultivation was even stronger than Xia Kang's. Its perception of danger was much clearer, yet it was surprised that it couldn't sense an aura on Jiang Chen. Either this person's cultivation was still above it, or he was an ordinary person. Huang Daxian didn't think that a light slap could whip the hidden Yuan realm's Xia Kongflying was an ordinary person. However, it didn't believe that Jiang Chen's strength had already reached the Yaoguang realm, knowing that there was no such powerhouse in the entire inhuman realm. And with the current environment of Blue Star, wanting to give birth to a true Lord powerhouse was almost impossible. Even the three people with the most unfathomable strength, Grandmaster Shen Kuan, Old Heavenly Master, and Heavenly Master Delusion Breaker, hadn't made a breakthrough. This caused Huang Dexian to constantly ponder. It was thinking of a foolproof plan that would not anger Jiang Chen, but would also preserve Xia Kong. Xia Kong, no matter what, is also its cultivated horsemaster. If it is wasted in front of its face, this makes it Changbai Mountain Yellow Immortal Old Ancestor's face. Where to put it? You are the great immortal that this man worships? It is none other than this old ancestor. The yellow immortal nodded indifferently as his 5 tails continued to sway, each one emitting a mysterious aura that seemed to be condensing some kind of power. Is this really a program we should be watching? Spits out human words, stands upright and is stronger than a human being. It's a ing real fairy. Is this a ing fox or a civet cat? Why does it look handsome and grippy? Nima, this sharp teeth. A bite must not lose a large piece of meat. So secure. Would love to have one. Crunch. Jiang Chen's fists had clenched tightly. This dog was in front of him with a mouthful of old ancestor towering over him. This made Jiang Chen unable to endure it anymore. The main thing is that this dog has a face that needs to be beaten. Howry Golden Bell. Jiang Chen roared with one arm raised above his head. A body entwined with horrible flames of the Golden Bell instantly cohesion. The rolling hot airwaves, as if the tangible quality, such as surging orange-red tide, in the air surging and rushing. Huang Daxian's pupils suddenly shrunk into pinholes, and the next moment his abdomen suffered a wave of air, and everyone present was flipped out. The entire chamber trembled continuously. Even the coffin placed aside did not escape. The coffin board shattered, and the figure inside flew out directly and smashed into the wall, deeply dented. So it turns out that not only does the sect master True Lord have a golden light that shines brightly and dazzlingly, this golden bell that looks like a great sun can also dispel darkness. Although Wang Zhang was lying on the ground, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were filled with fire and worship. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts this old ancestor. Huang Daxian was merely impacted by the airwave. Its oily and shiny thick fur directly burned out of thin air. Its mouth hastily gulped Xin Huang Qi to extinguish the Howry flame. This time Huang Daxian directly became a spotted dog, and the 5 tails behind him didn't escape the fate of being burned. It covered its buttocks and backed up with a shudder. This Howry flame almost burned away its spirit body. Now it could be completely certain that what stood before it was a genuine True Lord powerhouse. It simply wasn't something it could fight against. Without waiting for it to react, Jiang Chen directly and angrily carried the radiant golden bell down from the sky, and the golden bell stirred the air to erupt in the air with a roaring sound. Nima! Huang Dexian broke into a foul-mouthed tirade. Where was the 5-meter-large Howry golden bell that its skinny body could resist? Old ancestor, eat my blow. Jiang Chen's single arm shook with an unknown force, and the Dao robe on his right arm shattered with a bang, turning into a piece of debris that floated down. The already thick and heavy golden bell added flesh power became extremely terrifying. The golden bell fell down as a stream of light. Inherited talent, voiding. Huang Daxian sacrificed his family's inherited talent in that instant, and his spiritual body even disappeared into the void and turned into nothingness. Under the watchful eyes of a few people, the Howry golden bell was like a million-displacement aircraft carrier, easily tearing apart the thick steel-reinforced concrete, and then carrying the force of 10,000 pounds straight into the sky. The bright flames of Howry rendered the night sky, dragging out a long trailing stream. The whole building trembled violently for a moment. 27 floors above the collapsed downward, but there are 3 walls to support the building which did not collapse. Voiding? Get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen waved his big hand. A golden light whip shot straight out, but in a single breath it bound Huang Dexian. Huang Daxian, who was tied to the ground, immediately let out a miserable bark. Kiki. The spirit body wasn't as strong as its original body, and now that it was entangled in the golden light, as long as Jiang Chen moved his head, its harder-earned spirit body would have to go up in smoke. Then Jun, spare your life. True Lord, spare your life. It's a misunderstanding. Wang Tai Sin has transformed from the condescending fighting face at the beginning to the fawning dog-licking face now. Misunderstanding? Didn't you just call yourself old ancestor? Didn't you ask me to give you a face? You asked me to give you another face to spare your life. Try me to give you face or not? Jiang Chen's head hung over the divine golden bell that burned with Haori's flames, his body glittering with bright and extremely bright golden light, and his 43-yard Bigfoot stomping on Huang Daxian's cheeks. Isn't this a great flood? It was Huang Er who had the eyes to not recognize him. Tai. Had I known that it was the true Lord in person, Huang Er would have directly knelt on the ground to be judged without saying a word. Huang Er is its real name. At the moment, it didn't care about that much. It only wanted to calm Jiang Chen's anger and then seek a way to live. End of chapter. Huang Er's beaten face combined with its current fawning appearance was really unbearable. It was simply a beggar amongst the great immortals. Xia Kang was already worshipping the ground at this point, not daring to raise his head. His biggest dependence, the yellow immortal ancestor, is still scheming for a way to live like a licking dog at the moment, while Lei Su is holding his short-lived son with a sad face. Wang Zhang remained respectfully guarding the doorway. The entire chamber was plunged into an eerie tranquility as Huang Er looked at Jiang Chen's unperturbed eyes in awe. If I had known, I wouldn't have died in front of the believers. I should have pretended to be dead and not come out. And with the death of one Shekar devotee, it still has 4 other believers. Now Jiang Chen could dominate its life and death with a single word. At the moment it had fought back over the things it had done in its life. Jiang Chen operated the Celestial Master Qi lookout technique to look at Huang Er at his feet, and several gases of different colors appeared on its head all of a sudden, including a golden rich gas erupting from the center of its forehead, which was obviously a great wealth. Along with Jiang Chen's gaze, the depths of the golden rich gas actually also appeared a purple golden transcendent gas, which also seemed to be related to him. And the purple golden gas was accompanied by a ball of pitch black as an abyss of evil breath. But at this moment the evil aura that was as black as an abyss was already slowly dissipating. Apparently this was a turning point for him. Jiang Chen guessed that it should be because of Xia Kang. Huang Er should have known what Xia Kang had done, but it hadn't stopped it. And now that Jiang Chen had stopped Xia Kang, Huang Er's karma had dissipated. Suddenly the chi tugged, and Jiang Chen felt something in his heart. This fox that doesn't want billion actually has a bond with me? This was what Jiang Chen had seen with the Celestial Master Qi lookout technique, and that cloud of purple and gold Qi referred to himself. The main thing was that this fox actually didn't do anything evil and actually had merit on it. I didn't realize that this fox who didn't want billion was actually a good person. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze looking at it again, Huang Er immediately put on a fawning expression, sticking out his tongue and continuously licking Jiang Chen's pants. Plants, you're a ing fox. Why do you have dog moos all over your body? Jiang Chen felt disgusted and gave it a slap in the face. Huang Er aggrieved Dad Baba looked at Jiang Chen. It's ing awesome. I was just outside the Parkson Group building, and I saw that Haori Golden Bell go straight up into the sky with my own eyes. And as for why I was outside the building, it was because the entire building had already been evacuated, and the downstairs had been sealed off by the governor and a group of people in black trench coats. Envious that you can watch it live upstairs. I've lost count of how many times this is how many times Jiang Zhenjuan has manifested himself in the future, but if anyone tells me not to believe in immortal cultivation, I'll definitely be in a hurry with him. The Decian who has such a high level of compulsion on his appearance is also like a dog at this moment. It feels like the daffodil looks like some kind of creature. Well, that's right, it's Era. Hey, you really don't say. My Era is so too. I said, why does it look a bit familiar? Laughing my ass off. Remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate and that you haven't done anything evil. This seat will spare your life today, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice at this time. Words. Huang Er's eyes glowed with excitement. Yes. In my part of the world, so many humans were too sick to go to the hospital, or my devotees stepped in to save them, and they have people who worship me. Huang Er nodded fiercely. But, suddenly Jiang Chen's words changed. Huang Er's entire heart clenched at once. Although you haven't done anything bad, your follower Xie Kong has an impure mind and has touched the bottom line of the inhuman realm, so the fate that awaits him you know. And you, as the great immortal that Xie Kong made offerings to, knew about it but didn't stop it, so I guess you don't have much responsibility. In that case, this seat will suppress you for 100 years. Huang Er sniffed and became anxious at once. Suppression for 100 years. Huang Er still wanted to struggle a bit, but he was shrouded in golden light and forced inside Jiang Chen's Dao robe. After dealing with Huang Er, Jiang Chen walked straight towards Xie Kong. Siakon lost his soul and laughed bitterly twice. Then he took it upon himself to abolish his cultivation. 100 years of cultivation was abolished. He directly aged about 20 years. A head of black hair had gone white. His face was full of creases, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining the lapel of his coat. He took out his cell phone and made one last call to his daughter. He knew that he had only withdrawn from the inhuman world by abolishing his cultivation, but putting aside his inhuman identity, he was also a Dragon Nation man, and the only thing that awaited him was a life sentence. It's all you. You thing. I'm gonna get you. You give me back my son. You give me back my son. Lei Su lost his voice as he hugged his son, his sinister gaze staring at Zhang Chen in death. Noisy. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to make a move, Wang Zheng kicked Lei Su in the cheek, and Lei Su fell to the ground like a dead dog. Your son was already a short-lived ghost, and what he did over the years can be said to be something that everyone can be punished for, not giving himself any credit at all. It's a miracle he's lived this long, Zhang Chen said in a cold voice. Zhang Chen and Wang Zhang walked out of the passageway and re-entered the previous office. I believe everyone has seen it. What bull ******* buying life money is all feudal superstition. Everything is fake. That Lei Su found someone to renew his son's life, yet his son is just as about to die. Everyone must believe in science. Everything that just happened was a program effect. Feudal superstition really kills people. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Yes, we all get it. I'll take the liberty of asking Zhang Zhenjuan, what is the inhuman you just mentioned? And what is the red thread of the inhuman? Upstairs you're saying it's presumptuous, so it's better not to ask. I'm guessing the Inhumans are an organization. You guys shouldn't make any wild guesses yet. The official announcement of the cultivation realm was made some time ago. I believe everything will be announced soon, so everyone take your time to get used to it. I just want to know, is true Lord Jiang a land god? That golden bell is more powerful than even a missile, isn't it? Positive energy. Believe in science. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. Ding. Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions. Shock points +1. At this time the wall inside scurried out a black shadow. The black shadow slowly cohesion silhouette looked pretend to be a psychic bureau of people. Show you of the psychic bureau. Meet true Lord Daoxian. Long time waiting, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Zhang Chen nodded his head in a gesture. The moment Xiao Yu attached himself inside the wall, Zhang Chen sensed that the Xiao Yu's expression was stunned. Then he nodded heavily. In Xiao Yu's gaze, Zhang Chen directly golden light carrying Wang Zhang stepped into the air. The speed was shocking, but in a few breaths it disappeared into the night sky. After that, the inspector arrested Lei Su, and the psychic bureau arrested Siakon, each looking for their own people, each doing their own job. And both sides didn't bother each other. End of chapter. The next day, the Parkson group has been found to have all kinds of tax evasion, bosses subterfuge subordinates, use of power for personal gain and other serious problems. Hibiscus leaders were shocked. The Parkson group was directly seized and confiscated all public funds, while Lei Su and Lei Tian had multiple cases on them and were directly arrested on several charges. Lei Tian died directly on the road, and Lei Su went crazy overnight. Whalefall all living things. Parkson group is a huge whale in Rongcheng. His downfall of the rest of the top few groups will be crazy to pounce on the bite. Under the official green light and traction, the industry of Parkson group was taken over by several major groups and participated in the official program, forming a new circular industrial chain. Several major groups intend to create a circle of economic belts to help the economic development of Hibiscus. This economic belt has brought jobs to thousands of workers in Rongcheng, and Jiangchen has inadvertently made tens of thousands of families whole. Rongcheng's qi surged up a notch. Inside the demon Jingguan. At this moment, Huang'er's spirit body was suppressed within the confines of the Taoist temple's main entrance. Jiangchen struck a golden light within Wang Lingguan's idol, and under the shock of this golden light, Huang'er was unable to leave the confines of the main entrance. At this moment it was shivering and curled up under the corner. It always felt that this statue was always watching it. It would like to self-destruct its spiritual body to escape Jiangchen's control. Which once self-destructed its spiritual body, its cultivation will directly dissipate 10 years. Want to recover without a few decades is impossible. Huang'er was a little reluctant to give up. At the moment it had the heart to kill Siakon. Huang'er raised his lifeless head to look at Wang Zheng, who was practicing in the morning on the martial arts field, as well as Zhao Wu, who was practicing cross-legged in the ancestor hall. It already knew what Jiang Chen's identity was. This is a ing Taoist true lord. 100 years of suppression. When will it end? At that moment footsteps sounded. Huang'er hurriedly buried his head inside his fur to play dead. Don't play dead dry up. Although Huang Er is a cultivated fox, but its bloodline seems to have a special more cohesive 5 tails. Spirit body cultivation is the early stage of Caveming. Its main body strength might have reached the peak of Dongming, and to be able to cultivate to the peak of Dongming in the spiritual extinction era, it was thought that it was not an idle person. The Demon Suppression Watch needed such a talent. Huang Er pays his respects to True Lord. Long live True Lord. Shut up. Jiang Chen's face darkened. This seat gives you 2 choices. 1. This seat ordained you as the Taoist protection of the righteous God, respected by the disciples of the Taoist religion, enjoying the gas of incense and fire. You will follow the side of this seat to cultivate. 2. Suppressed here for 100 years, and after 100 years this seat releases you to leave. Sure, you can also self-destruct your spiritual body and recultivate everything. What? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Huang Er scurried up. Its mouth was so wide open that it could fit a stone in it, and its 2 huge eyeballs almost glared out. Huang Er was ecstatic. It is actually possible for the yellow immortal ancestor of Changbai Mountain to enter the Taoist religion and train with the True Lord? And you can enjoy the aroma of incense and be admired. That's a lot more powerful than a few believers. With the protection of Taoist incense and fire qi, it can do no harm to cultivation. As for self-destruction of the spiritual body is simply impossible. Although it is a great immortal in the realm of insight, but it is also a lone immortal. But once Jiang Chen Edict Orthodox God is not the same. It is with the Taoist establishment, behind the Taoist ancestor standing. That status is not ordinary high. Huang Er is willing. Huang Er is willing. Huang Er is willing to become the Taoist god of blessing and integrity. Huang Er nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation, his eyes flashing with excitement. Do you have any more believers? Jiang Chen asked out loud. Huang Er condensed 5 tails. There are 5 spirit bodies. Xiaokong was abolished. I still have 4 believers. None of them have done anything bad. In that case, then you will break the contract and set them free. The Blue Star's Exodus Masters made a contract with the great immortals, and they usually didn't live past the age of 60, unless their own cultivation surpassed that of the great immortals, which was impossible. This contract is like a contract of sale. Once signed, your own life and death is not your master. Good. I'll break the contract right away. Huang Er communicated with the rest of the spirits and directly dissolved the contract. Northeast Land. Inside a bungalow somewhere, a man in the middle of the room was sincerely offering incense to Huang Er. Suddenly Huang Er's figurine trembled and Huang Er's spirit body flew out from it. Seeing Huang Er's spiritual body, the man excitedly worshipped the ground. Believer Lu Cheng greets the yellow immortal ancestor. From now on you won't have to make offerings to old ancestor me. Lu Cheng's face stiffened as he looked at Huang Er with disbelief. Why is this? Old ancestor yellow immortal? Lu Cheng has been a believer in you from the beginning to the end and has never had second thoughts. If it wasn't for you saving me back then, I would have died. I ask myself that I have not been ashamed of Old Man Yellow Immortal. So why did Old Man Yellow Immortal give up on me? Lu Cheng was emotional. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. Even if he knew he wouldn't live to be 60, he was still loyal to Huang Er. Because Huang Er gave him the strength to gain the respect of the world and to stiffen his spine. He had been sincerely offering Huang Er for decades, and he couldn't figure out why Huang Er had abandoned him. Huang Er smiled bitterly twice. Lu Cheng seems to have misunderstood its meaning. He blame Old Ancestor for not making it clear. Old Ancestor is also about to be ordained by the Taoist True Lord as a Taoist protector of the righteous God, enjoying the aroma of incense. In other words, there is an establishment, and it's not something that's going to abandon you. I won't take back your cultivation, Old Ancestor, and I will also release you from your contract. From now on, you're free. That's what Lord True Lord wants. Huang Er raised his paw, and a gentle force lifted Lu Cheng up. So that's it. Congratulations to Elder Yellow Fairy for attaining the Tao. Lu Cheng was indeed worthy of being its most loyal believer, and even after learning that he was about to be free, he did not care. If you really have the heart, come to the Demon Suppressor Guan to offer incense to Old Ancestor at that time as well. Huang Er was in a good mood. Its palm flipped, an illusory contract appeared in its hand. It stretched out its sharp claws and directly tore the contract to shreds. Lu Cheng only felt his body relax, as if his soul was liberated. He knew that Huang Er had broken the contract. Huang Er's spirit body also dissipated into the room at this moment. It had completed its task, had been summoned back by the main body. Greetings to the yellow immortal ancestor. Such scenes are playing out in the rest of the world. The remaining 4 Exodus Masters were in tears of old age, kneeling on the ground in excitement, and the pocket statue of Huang Er, which they had been worshipping for decades, they did not discard, but instead preserved it properly. As a horseman, such an ending could not be happier. Knowing that so many of their counterparts died at the hands of their own daisons before they reached the age of 60, there aren't many powerful and principled immortals like Huang Er anymore. End of chapter. deep in the Changbai Snow Mountain, where goosefeather snow drifts up all the time, the bone-chilling wind is as bitter as a knife, and the average temperature here can reach 10 or 20 degrees below zero. There was a huge cavern here, like the gateway to a palace. Inside the cavern were many beautifully carved crystalline rooms, and within each room was a spirited fox, which had varying colors of fur, but were all similar in appearance. This is the long white snow fox clan. Ancestors have a 9-tailed sky fox bloodline, but most of the foxes here only have 1 tail, only a portion of 2 tails, and even fewer 3 tails, and as for 4 tails, there are none at all. Inside the palace deep in the cave, an orange-colored 5-tailed fox cultivated cross-legged, and suddenly a spirit body floated in the air, and a fusion of the two immediately spread a circle of energy. The rest of the spirit bodies were fused immediately afterward, until 5 spirit bodies were successfully fused. Huang Er opened his eyes, a pair of pupils bright orange. Ha ha ha, this old ancestor can actually be appreciated by a true lord as well. Old ancestor, I'm going to be rich. Let the other 2 groups fight over this acreage of Changbai Snow Mountain. Huang Er calmed down for a while, then raised his head and let out a long whistle. Its whistle echoed throughout the cave, and a fox rushed out from inside the cave. Not long after, hundreds of snow foxes gathered inside Huang Er's palace. Old ancestor, is this the end of his cultivation? Old ancestor summoned the entire clan. Have we encountered some kind of life and death difficulty? Don't know. Ha, it looks like old ancestor is in a good mood. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Huang Er then told the news that he had been spotted by the Taoist true lord by mistake. Next moment, the entire palace was abuzz. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Old ancestor is actually being looked upon by the true lord of Taoism, and he's going to be ordained by the true lord as the Taoist protector of the righteous gods? Really? What old ancestor said is naturally true. It's just that there are still true lords in Blue Star now? I don't know. Looking at the old ancestor, I don't think he's fooling us. Protecting manhwaresumen? Is that what humans call a security guard? Security guards are janitors, and the protector of the manhwaresumen isn't a janitor either. Ha! Huang Er, who was originally in a good mood, snorted coldly when he heard this clan member's words. Shallow. This clan member cringed and reached out a claw to cover his mouth. The entire palace fell silent. Although it's a door watcher, but that's a Taoist rightful god, able to enjoy the scent of incense. I don't care about the door watcher, as long as I can be recognized by the true lord. Behind this old ancestor can be standing the entire Taoist religion, and with the strength of old ancestor me, I don't think my status is low. At that time, I don't care what Snow Bear tribe, Snow Ape tribe, dare to mess with the old man, I'll give him destroyed. Old ancestor is awesome. Ancestor. After Huang Er had put on a show in front of his own clan, he then moved to hoof it to the demon-suppressing one. It couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to ordain him. Now that the blue star gods were not visible, true lords were the strongest. What the true lord says is what? Then who dares to gripe me, Huang Er? Who dares to have an opinion that is in defiance of the will of the true lord? By then the ashes are given to you to raise. Even if it becomes bizarre, also give you to kill again. As Jiang Chen took in Huang Er. On the other side of the Tianshan mountain range, inside the Tianshan Daoist temple, Qingsong was sitting with Su Hong on the edge of the cliff, under the huge Huangshan pine tree, drinking tea and looking at the sun shining on the opposite side of the mountain. I didn't expect the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple to actually have such a view. I'm a bit envious of your days. Qingsong sipped a mouthful of tea and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He 10 years as one day faced that gold mountain cultivation. Change you to try? Su Hong replied with a smile. The scenery was good, but after seeing it for a long time, he felt tired of it. Yes, I know that you, Taoist Xianling, are powerful. Even if I let you stay here for a few decades, you'll still be able to stay. You're like this yellow mountain pine, standing on a wall without desire. This perseverance of yours, poor Taoist, is really admired. Unlike me, I just want to be an idle Taoist master, traveling the great rivers and mountains of our country, eradicating all evil spirits in the world. Qingsong's eyes are a little yearning for such a day, but it can be difficult to do so, believing that his master, Jing Suzhenjin, was already angry. He could already imagine Jing Suzhen's serious face. You really aren't afraid of Jing Suzhenjin coming to your door? If his old man comes to my master's door, he won't be able to stop him. Su Hong teased Qingsong. Jing Suzhen was one of the titans of Taoism, and Xianlingjin was also his junior. So if he came to the door in person, Xianlingjin couldn't do anything about it. My master won't come. I know him, but the real person in charge doesn't know that. Qingsong shook his head helplessly. If Tiantong came looking for him, he could only slip away earlier. He didn't want to go back to the Dengxian Daoist temple anyway. It was too cold there. He really couldn't stay. Tiantong? Su Hong murmured. Tiantong Jinzi was strong and had already broken through the middle stage of Dongming under the cultivation of Jing Shuzhenzi. and his status was almost similar to that of Tianzhi Zhang. By the way, where's real Xianling? How come we haven't seen him since we came back? Qing Song suddenly asked. Ever since they returned to the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple, realist Xianling had disappeared with a few of his high merits, and he hadn't seen them until now. My master and a few of my uncles are deep in the Heavenly Mountains setting up the formations bestowed upon them by Master Jiang. Since the end of the Dragon and Tiger Discourse, Jiang Chen had traded the formation in the hands of the remaining sect masters real people for intermediate-level talismans inherited from their ancestors. Any Taoist temple that was called famous was given a formation, and the two major Buddhist techniques, the Flaming Golden Bell and the Haori Golden Body, were directly shared inside the Taoist inhuman realm. All the Taoist temples were strengthened after the discourse. I remember correctly, you traded the Xuanwu Suppressor Talisman for the Unquantified Fury Formation in True Lord Zhang's hand. That's right. My master and a few uncles are ready to departmentalize the corpse chi of the silver-armored zombie. Once there is no more corpse chi to protect the body, how to do it after that is not a handful of handfuls 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 of handfuls. Su Hong smiled confidently. The Unquantified Fury Formation was a profound beginner's formation, and this formation was already close to touching the intermediate formation category. In order to master this formation, realist Xianling had specifically requested realist Zhang to personally teach it. Zhang Chen didn't mince words after knowing what Xianling Jinjin was going to do, and directly taught Xianling Jinjin all in his head, starting from how to select materials. In order to set up this formation, Xianling Jinjin first moved the golden coffin to a place with plenty of yang energy, then changed the terrain around it, and finally entrusted the people from the Spiritualism Bureau to buy the materials. They couldn't take out these materials from the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple. In order to suppress this zombie in the beginning, several of the Tianshan Taoist Temple's high merits were injured, and the people from the Psychic Bureau didn't shirk their responsibility, mobilizing all their connections to prepare all the materials within half a day. All of them are still setting up formations deep in the Tianshan Mountain Range right now. End of chapter. Deep in the Tianshan Mountain Range, a burst of invisible energy spread out in all directions, and the surrounding primitive trees were shaken by the tremors. Realist Xianling and the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads and exhaled a deep cloudy breath. A few days have finally set up the unquantified Bane formation. After spending several days, the Xianling realist and the others finally carved all the runes on top of the sun-absorbing stone. Luckily for a few Taoist masters, a few strong members of the Spiritualist Bureau greeted them. They didn't dare to stay in this place for a long time after setting up the formation, because the big formation would also melt away the yin chi in their bodies. The unquantified Bane formation has no means of attack, but it is set up with a huge amount of sun-absorbing stones as the foundation, and the sun-absorbing stones absorb a large amount of pure yang chi every day, and they are dissolving the zombie's corpse energy all the time. As long as the sun does not go out or there is no external interference, this formation will remain in place. No matter, as long as we can dissolve the corpse chi on this zombie, then this silver-armored zombie will lose its threat. According to the speed of the big formation, it will only take a week to dissolve all the corpse chi. Before, when there was no big formation, in order to prevent this zombie from running out again, the Psychic Bureau sent most of the strongest people over to take turns guarding it. Every night is on tenterhooks, fearing that an inattentive silver-armored zombie will break free of the Xuanwu Jinsha talisman and run out. Yes, with the formation we can also rest a bit more at ease. Guarding such a thing is really not solid in our hearts. And from the Spiritualism Bureau, A-class powerhouse said with emotion, "Real Xianling, you guys have labored for 2 days. It's better to go back to the Taoist temple to rest first. This night here will not be a problem if we watch over it." Another person spoke up. The main thing is that they can't help the last 2 days they feel a little guilty. The Xianling realist thought for a moment, but finally nodded. Their entire body's aura was pretty much depleted in order to carve the Taoist runes, and even if they had the intention to keep watch, they wouldn't be able to help in case they encountered any special circumstances. By then, they might even be dragging the others from the Psychic Bureau. Taoist Xianling slowly spoke. "Okay, now that the sun is about to set, the formation has not absorbed enough sunlight. This night should be very ineffective. You guys be careful with everything." They had been working together for some days now, and they weren't being polite with them at the moment. "Don't worry, real people. Today our headquarters happened to send an SS-class supervisory envoy. Looking at the time, it should be arriving soon as well. Nothing will happen. SS grade? It should correspond to the hidden elemental realm, right?" The Xianling master guessed in his heart. The supervisory envoy of the Psychic Bureau was already comparable to him, his cultivation, plus the contract's weird power means should not be simple. There should not be any problem with him holding down the fort. In that case, then we'll go ahead. The Xianling realist left with a few red-robed haigongs bidding farewell to the people of the Spiritualism Bureau. 1 hour later, the sun has disappeared. the full moon hanging in the sky, bright moonlight from the 9 heavens above the drop, the night sky stars flashing extraordinarily charming. Around the arrangement of the sun-absorbing stone emits a weak orange light, and in the center of the clearing stood a golden coffin, which had been blocked by a special shade to avoid irradiating the moonlight. With the suppression of the Xuan Wuzhenshi talisman and the addition of the unquantified Fury formation, they were already able to isolate the moonlight's shadowy coldness. However, the Guile harnessers felt uneasy and decisively added another cover. It's a nice moon tonight. Too bad there's no internet here to take pictures and send them to friends. A person from the psychic bureau laughed. Another came from inside the camp, leaning against the massive trunks of the primitive trees as he fumbled back and forth from his pocket, eventually fumbling for a dragon cigarette. Smoking? I don't have any more if you want to smoke me. Pop, the lighter ignites. Hiss who? What's there to see? It's time for you boys to get a girlfriend. He exhaled a puff of smoke in triumph. Holy, Captain, you actually have spirit food. Give me one of those. The young man's harness kneeler exclaimed in a small voice, running his hands up and down the captain's body. Nope, nope, nope. Keep your voice down so the others don't hear. Nah, give you a smoke. They were sent here to subdue the silver-armored zombies, and since this was deep in the Tian Shan mountain range, many supplies could not be resupplied, and it would take half a month to go back and forth, so they could only be resupplied with a few necessities, and each time the spiritual food is very little, are not enough for them to share. To the end of the month can still have a dragon smoke, none of the strength and level is very high. The young trickster took a hard drag and smoked a third of it straight, which hurt the captain. Sasha. Suddenly there was a sound from the depths of the primitive jungle made by the collision of tree branches, which was constantly amplified, and it seemed that something was approaching the camp at an extremely fast speed. Quickly go call someone. Someone broke in here. Very fast. The captain had a higher rank and was the first to sense the commotion. Don't be nervous, it's me. A silhouette silently appeared above the heads of the two, and when the two looked up, the silhouette landed steadily in an extremely ethereal position. This man was stout and strong, like a lofty mountain standing, with a broad and thick spine, letting the two men know what it meant to have a tiger's back and a bear's waist. Both arms were thick and powerful, with muscles churning, and the black pants he wore underneath were bursting from his thighs, so it was hard to imagine just how powerful this man was. His face is tough, through the cold and majestic, thick eyebrows, eyes gleaming. He is wearing a supervisor to make the black trench coat, exudes admirable and dare not be underestimated the mighty breath. One of the few supervisory ambassadors at headquarters, the contracted general's bizarrely ruthless Wang Mang. Greetings, Lord Overseer. Greetings, Lord Overseer. The two hurriedly saluted at the sight, their awe-inspiring gazes looking at Wang Mang with excitement in their eyes. Well, call all out and gather them. Yes. Wang Mang glanced at the golden coffin in the center of the formation in front of him. Is that the inn there killed the two supervisors and several silver-armored zombie that S-ranked tricksters? Wang Mang glanced at it before turning around and walking into the camp with the two men. Less than a minute, all of the 50 or so Guile harnessers in the camp were assembled, and all of them looked at Wang Mang in awe. It's simple for the headquarters to send me here. That's to hold down the fort here for a week, and I'll personally take you guys back after a week when the silver-armored zombie's corpse chi has been melted away. You have indeed worked hard during this period of time. The headquarters has said that they will give you commendations when you return, increase your salary, and your year-end awards will rise. Speaking of the last, Wang Mang mouth slightly raised. No one can resist the temptation to increase wages and enhance the year-end awards, but also to get a commendation. Their own resume will also be more than one, and later want to promote can also be of great help. Fruity. The crowd was excited after hearing Wang Mang's words, and they hadn't suffered in vain these days. Of course you can also enter the Silent Ghost domain to cultivate according to your contributions. End of chapter. The crowd became even more excited when they heard Silent Ghost region. The Silent Ghost domain was originally a domain coalesced by a Ghost King, but it was exterminated and devoured by the top powerhouse of the Spiritualist Bureau, and a special means was used to take control of the Ghost domain. Silent Ghost domain inside with more dense and advanced in chi. Their level is stuck in the A and B level is not high or low. Such a Ghost domain can go in once, come out is a sea change. They came to carry out this mission, just the headquarters to draw people over, only to say that the order was not a mission, and there were contribution points to receive. But I didn't expect Wang Mang to say that this time there are actually a large number of contribution points, and the contribution is so large that it can also enter the Silent Ghost domain once to practice, which is simply an unexpected joy. Now everyone's passions were aroused, and one was already ruthlessly looking forward to the time when they would enter the ghostly realm themselves. Alright, last week everyone hang in there. Out of the line of 10, go and set up a blockade boundary around the area. Wang Mang waved his hand and 10 red warning signs with exclamation marks appeared on the ground. This was a weird space that could only be formed after the trickster had reached a certain level. and the size of the cohesive space had a lot to do with the potential of the trickster. Except that only objects can be stored inside. Living bodies are not. When Wang Mang came, he scouted the surroundings and he realized that there was actually a path around leading deeper. Moreover, there was no blockade boundary set up, so it would be bad if ordinary people broke in and saw something. For the sake of completeness, Wang Mang had someone go and set up a blockade boundary. Without the slightest hesitation, several of the captains went straight out of the line, and one of them picked up a caution sign and scurried off in different directions. It didn't take long for a circle of invisible energy to spread from all around to the center, eventually blocking off all above the heads of the crowd. With the energy blockade of the warning sign, no one would be able to break in this time. Wang Mang walked to the edge of the formation. 30 meters in circumference had been leveled. The ground and all around had been placed with sun-absorbing stones, and on the sun-absorbing stones there were also Taoist runes engraved, and the golden coffin was still wrapped with ink dew threads, and there were coverings on top of it. It could be said that everything that could be done had been done, and it was impossible for the silver-armored zombie to run out without the intervention of an outside force. He took a step into the formation, and the Taoist runes on the sun-absorbing stone suddenly flickered with a burst of light, and a strong pure yang qi surged into his body, wanting to dissolve the yin qi in his body. Wang Mang exited the formation, and the huge yin qi in his body surged instead to extinguish the pure yang qi. He frowned slightly. The power of the formation does not seem to be great. A weak should not be able to dissolve the corpse gas of the silver-armored zombie. Is it that you have cut corners? He didn't doubt that a high Taoist would not be on top of such things. Lord Supervising Envoy is like this. This formation was set up and completed before sunset by the Xianling realist and the others. The foundation of the formation is these sun-absorbing stones. The sun-absorbing stones didn't absorb the sunlight, so the power is somewhat weak. Wait until the sun rises tomorrow. That's when the formation will be in full force. The side of the people rushed out to explain. This material can be transported from all over the world. All carefully selected sun-absorbing stone. How can you cut corners? Even the foundation was built with sun-absorbing stones. So it is. Wang Mang's brows stretched out. Tonight, the entrance to the Tianshan mountain range welcomed two uninvited guests. Withered bone old Taoist figure flickered extremely fast under the night sky, while the Vajra corpse behind him was even stronger, gliding hundreds of meters at a height of 1 meter from the ground with a single step. In no time the withered bone old Taoist stopped under the main vein of Tianshan mountain, and the Vajra corpse followed close behind, because there was a Taoist temple standing on the path that he must take in front of him. This was none other than the Taoist first-class Taoist temple of Tianshan Taoist temple, and he knew that the Longhu Mountain Taoist conference had already ended, and that realist Qianling had definitely returned to the temple. There were two choices before him now. One was to directly massacre the Tianshan Taoist temple based on the strength of the Vajra corpse, and the other was to ignore everything and directly bypass the Tianshan Taoist temple and go straight for the silver-armored zombies deep in the Tianshan mountain range. Just at this moment the Vajra corpse suddenly hissed in a low voice. The voice was extremely small, even the breath did not send out. A strong person is approaching. What kind of strong person can come to the Tianshan mountain range at this time of the year? Could it be a Taoist powerhouse? The withered bone old Taoist was informed based on the response from the Vajra corpse, and his gaze looked ahead to the heavenly mountain Taoist temple nestled on the mountainside. Quickly hide your breath. Deep down, old Taoist withered bone was still very jealous of Taoism. He affixed an astringent talisman on himself and the adamantine corpse, and both of them concealed their own breath and hid in the shadows. Right at this moment, a man dressed in a white Taoist robe descended from the sky. This person had a superb temperament, a majestic face, and an unfathomable aura. He had a dark red 7-star mahogany sword hanging on his back, and his hands were holding a snow-white floating dust. Strange. Just now, I also sensed a corpse aura. How come it's not there? This person was none other than the belatedly arriving Tiantong realist. He had encountered a little delay on the road, and only hastily arrived under the heavenly mountain Taoist temple this evening. The withered bone old Taoist's pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw this person, and then he did his best to collect his breath. It's actually the sect leader of the Dengxian Taoist temple's real person. How did this guy, Tian Tong, suddenly come to the Tianshan mountain range? There's basically no connection between the Dengxian Taoist temple and the Tianshan Taoist temple. It should be that this seat's perception is wrong. This is the foot of the heavenly mountain Taoist temple. With the nature of realist Qianling, how could the place where he lies down be infested with evil spirits? Tiantong shook his head, then pulled himself up and continued toward the heavenly mountain Taoist temple. In the shadows, old Taoist withered bone and Vajra corpse walked out. The Vajra corpse gave a dull cry, as if questioning why it wasn't allowed to tear Tiantong apart. You're ing crazy. If you dare to execute Tiantong here, not to mention the Jingshu realist of the Dengxian Taoist temple, the entire Taoist sect will go crazy and hunt us down. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're able to fight against the Yaoguang realm now. If you mess with those crazy people from the Taoist church, they'll really start yet another spirit extinction rebellion again. The withered bone old Taoist was well aware of the terror of the Taoist religion, and he wasn't blinded by this bit of strength. Not to mention Taoism, if the people of the Spiritualist Bureau knew about the existence of the Vajra corpse, they would have to kill it even if they had to invite the treasurer of the town hall. After the Vajra corpse absorbed the Tongxian celestial master, its spirituality went even further, and now it would even question old Taoist withered bone. Business is important. Let's find your little brother first. After finding a direction, old Taoist withered bone led Vajra corpse on a detour, and at this time the Tiantong Jinjin had already arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple, and the Xin Ling Jinjin personally came out to greet him. Although the two are equal in status, but the strength is not equal. Taoism has always liked to take the strength to speak. Whoever has a big fist is the reason. The two of them walked into the Taoist temple, and Tiantong Jinjin did not look for Qing Song at first, because he had already sensed Qing Song's aura within the Taoist temple. He couldn't run away with his breath perception. End of chapter. Two residual shadows were flickering at an extremely fast speed deep within the Tianshan mountain range. Soon, with the help of the Vajra corpse's perception of corpse chi, old Taoist withered bone was now able to lock down the exact location. He took a long detour specifically to not attract the attention of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple. The appearance of the Tiantong realist here made him feel uneasy. All he wanted to do now was to get rid of the silver-armored zombie and cultivate it properly. Buzz! The rapidly advancing withered bone old Taoist and Vajra corpse were suddenly shaken back 2 steps by a wave of energy. What is it? The withered bone old Taoist frowned, his heart alerted looking around the room. However, the adamantium corpse did not react in the slightest, and it was obvious that there was no one around. Suddenly withered bone old Taoist saw a red warning sign inserted on the side. The sign is still entangled with a strong yin chi. Is it creepy? But the scent is wrong. Whatever. Getting the silver-armored zombie is important. Adamantine corpse smash me open. The withered bone old Taoist's heart moved, and the Vajra corpse let out a low hiss, as if a flood beast had been activated. Its speed was astonishingly fast, and it raised its impenetrable arms to fall down violently. The air was shaken by this blow. Corpse chi and yin chi collided, and the blockade boundary area that Wang Mang had allowed to be set up immediately became fragmented, and the next moment a huge opening appeared as the place was torn apart. Hiss, there's actually the scent of a living person. Jia jia jia. The withered bone old Taoist laughed twice. A kilometer away, the moment the blockade boundary was torn open, the fake sleeping Wang Mang instantly woke up, and the moment the yin chi surged caused everyone to wake up. Attention all! Something has broken in. Wang Mang's sharp gaze looked in the direction where the blockade boundary shattered. Overseer Envoy, is it Gao Gong from the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple? A captain asked out loud. No, impossible. What a dense corpse aura. It could be a zombie. Everyone prepare to fight. Wang Mang's rank was higher, and he sensed a corpse aura that gave him the creeps, and an aura that was not weaker than his. The coma is not good. All people at this moment also open harness bizarre state. Various forms of bizarre have appeared behind them. Bizarre teeth and claws up to the sky hissing. In the illumination of the moonlight looks extremely horrible. By turning on the harnessing guile state, their entire body's attributes would be drastically enhanced, and they would be able to use bizarre means and abilities. All of them were on standby, their gazes fixed. The existence that made even Wang Mang feel uneasy must be an extremely terrifying zombie. Suddenly a black shadow rushed out from the middle of the woods, and without waiting for the crowd to react, the trickster was torn in half. The weirdness inside him tried to break free, but the adamantine corpse opened its mouth and devoured it. It was horrible to the core. What? Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is dead. Damn thing. Die for me. Standing aside, the ghost harnesser waved his own claws, the sharp claws flashing gusts of cold light in the night sky. The bucket hat on the Vajra corpse's head was torn to shreds, and the clothes on his body were also torn to shreds. Bang! 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 The tricky claws clearly struck the body of the adamantine corpse, but the two collided with the sound of metal clashing. His behavior seemed to have completely angered the Vajra corpse. See only. The Vajra corpse roared up to the sky, and the deafening roar resounded for a kilometer in a circle, and all the guile harnessers present were roared to the point that their eyes rolled back in their heads and they held their heads in their hands and cried out in pain. Several of the lower-ranked guile harnessers directly bled to death from their 7 orifices. What is this thing? Is this really a zombie? I feel like he's more agile than me. Ah. The entire trickster camp was in chaos, and several good tricksters had already died in just a moment of meeting. Damn! Wang Mang roared. His gaze was like electricity. The yin chi surged wildly, and a bazaar with a stout figure and green eyes appeared behind Wang Mang. General Creepy was dressed in tattered armor and held a 4 or 5 meter long bloodbath battle flag. The moment General Creepy appeared, an obscure and shadowy aura rose up to the sky. 18 chi chains coalesced out, but in the blink of an eye, they wrapped all of the Vajra corpse's neck, limbs, waist, and legs. Everyone, town. The rest of the Guile harnessers hugged the In Chi chain to add In Chi. The crowd joined forces to pull the rampaging adamantium corpse. Watch me, Ghostbusters. A Kneeler harnesser tried to trap the Vajra corpse with his own bizarre means. However, he realized that his ghost fighting wall was actually ineffective against the Vajra corpse. Instead, he himself was revolted by the monstrous corpse chi and directly burst into flames. The crowd watched in horror. This zombie was tougher than even the silver-armored stiff inside the golden coffin, and was definitely not something they could fight against. Die. At this time, Wang Mang finally made his move, and he attacked with a sharp lance condensed by In Chi in his hand. Ding! The In Chi lance was like a blast on a steel plate. Wang Mang's face was red, his neck veins rippled. He had already used all his strength, actually unable to break the defense. He should know that at this moment he had entered the state of ghost harnessing, and at this moment his physical strength was as high as several tens of thousands of pounds, even if it was not a problem to open up the mountains and crack the rocks. However, he actually couldn't shake the Vajra corpse in the slightest. A thick fog enveloped his mind. Roar! The adamantine corpse roared once again. His arms but a flick of the wrist pulled the two sides of the Guile Masters to his body, and grabbed a small friend. The In Chi chains couldn't restrict this thing at all, and this thing had just tried to play with them. Wang Mang watched as one after another of the Guile harnessers fell, a feeling that made him infinitely angry. The adamantine corpse sent Wang Mang flying with a single swing, and Wang Mang sprayed a mouthful of blood in the air before finally smashing heavily into the huge tree trunk. It directly ignored Wang Mang this time and crazily slaughtered the Guile harnessers, but in just a few breaths, there were only a few Guile harnessers left. A few of the trickster harnessers had already lost their fighting strength and fell to the ground looking at the adamantine corpse in despair. A captain glanced at the hideous wound on his chest, his eyes red as the terrifying corpse chi entered his body, constantly devouring the In Chi in his body. The most damnable thing was that he could have devoured corpse chi, but at this moment, he was unable to devour the corpse chi of the adamantine corpse. He knew he would more than likely not survive. Flashes of his own family in his mind. He smiled bitterly. Honey, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for the wedding. I've missed another appointment. Captain. The young trickster who asked him for a cigarette earlier was also on the ground at the moment, his face already covered in dirt. He wasn't scratched, but he was hit by the adamantium corpse. His ribs were broken 3 times, and he couldn't use his arms. He wondered if the bones were broken. Take it. He reached around the inside of his boot and eventually fished out an intact cigarette. Still a dragon. You boys just broke a few bones. Look for a chance to run. And if you survive, look after my family for me. He took the cigarette shakily, his voice whimpering a little as he stared at it intently. There were dozens of them throughout the camp, and only a few were left at the moment. End of chapter. He also knew what his captain was going to do. The few remaining Guile Masters were anxious as they watched the Vajra corpse approach the unquantified Bane formation. The silver-armored zombie inside the golden coffin was also awakened by the corpse chi outside, and the corpse chi on his body diffused out with the cracks in the coffin. The night sky, which was originally bright with stars and moon, suddenly became depressing, and at some point the heads of the crowd had been covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The surrounding magnetic field had also become a bit unstable. It was actually raining in the sky and getting heavier. At this moment, the Vajra corpse had already entered the unquantified Bane formation. It hissed. It felt a little uncomfortable as soon as it entered this place, but to it merely made it feel uncomfortable. It wants to destroy the Grand Formation and release the silver-armored zombies. Never let it do that. Once the silver-armored zombies are released, it will be life and death again. A Guile Master slowly stood up with his chest covered, determination flashing in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come on. The weirdness behind him was actually fusing with him, and his face gradually became hideous and bizarre as his body was constantly collided and eventually shattered. Completely consumed by his own weirdness, he becomes a machine that only knows how to kill. The captain, who no longer existed in this world, had unsealed the weirdness within him at the cost of sacrificing his life. That's how Spooky is really powerful. He hoped that with his weird power he could stall the zombie and finally wait for the arrival of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple's Xianlingjinjin. If realist Xianling was able to suppress the silver-armored zombie, he must be able to suppress this zombie as well. No, Captain! The young trickster shouted as his heart tore out of his chest. However, his captain was gone. Devouring the captain, Creepy rushed towards the adamantium corpse with his last obsession, and the two entangled together. Yet they were torn to pieces by the adamantium corpse in just 2 rounds. Ridiculous to the extreme. Do you really think that by unsealing the shenanigans in your body you can fight against my adamantine corpse? At this time a sorrowful laughter resounded in the shadows. It's you who manipulated this zombie. Wang Mang slowed down at this time and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. What do you think? Old Taoist Withered Bone sneered twice. The rest of the trickster harnessers followed suit, disarming the trickster within themselves to fight the Vajra corpse. However, all of them were torn to pieces by the adamantine corpses. The Vajra corpse slowly approached the golden coffin, and the Taoist runes on the sun-absorbing stone suddenly flashed, and the runes turned into chains to wrap around the Vajra corpse, which could be even stronger than the Yin Qi chains. The pure Yang Qi on it constantly collided with the corpse Qi. Humph! The runes of the Xuanwu true scripture. The withered bone old Taoist snorted coldly. He took one look at the runes and knew who had carved them down. Besides the Taoist priests from the Heaven Mountain Taoist Temple, he couldn't think of anyone else who practiced having the Xuanwu true scripture. The pure Yang chain didn't last for a while before it was ripped off by the Vajra corpse, and the surrounding sun-absorbing stones also dimmed at this moment, and the unquantified Bane formation also stopped functioning. Tianshan Taoist Temple. Realist Xianling and realist Tiantong were talking to each other in the other courtyard, and Qing Song and Su Han were also staying on the sidelines. Rumble dash! A sudden thunderclap resounded in the ears of the crowd. It was raining heavily outside the window, and the gusty wind rattled the windows as raindrops drifted into the room. The Xianling realist looked outside with a frown. Why is it raining tonight? Oh, even the weather forecast is not accurate sometimes. Which who can accurately surmise whether it will rain or not? Tiantong Jinren smiled and didn't seem to care. Suddenly he felt something in his heart. The pure Yang Qi in his body trembled, and the face of the Xianling realist changed drastically. Not good. The unquantified Bane formation deep in the heavenly mountain has been broken. Something's wrong. Can it be that the silver-armored zombie ran out? Impossible. With the Xuanwu suppressor talisman suppressing it, and the golden coffin is even wrapped with ink buckets on top, it can't possibly run out on its own. I'm afraid that there is an external force interfering with it. What do you mean? Something is definitely wrong. Xianling Jinjin hurriedly took the Dao robe off the wall and put it on, directly braving the wind and rain to quickly walk to the Ancestors' Hall. When he arrived at the Ancestor Hall, he found that several red-robed elders were already waiting for him. Ancestor in the heavens, today Xianling's heart feels something. I fear that an evil spirit will reappear. Xianling needs to ask the Ancestor's magic weapon again. Then realist Xianling grimly removed the Ancestor floating dust enshrined under the statue of the Ancestor god. And at this moment, Su Han was also fully armed, and Qing Song had also changed into his own Taoist robes, with his rapier hanging from his back. His sword was not a mahogany sword, but a specially refined bronze sword. The power is not only stronger than a mahogany sword, but itself is sharper and lasts longer than a mahogany sword. The people looked at each other and it was all over. The crowd affixed the divine traveling talismans that hadn't been used up last time and rushed to the place where the golden coffin was situated as fast as they could. The ones who left this time were all red-robed elders, with the exception of realist Xianling and realist Tiantong. The rest of the disciples were not informed, because with their strength going there would just add to the chaos. A few people sped along. Just at this moment a thunder in front of them fell with a bang. The crowd subconsciously dodged the heaven and earth thunder. This is not a joke. Even if they are an inhuman, they can't resist the heaven and earth thunder hard. The thunder that fell from the sky just now shook everyone's sea of consciousness. This made the Xianling realist even more convinced that something was definitely wrong up ahead. Finally arrived on the scene a few minutes later, into the eyes of a mess. The ground everywhere, the bodies. These corpses they all recognize. Is not it with them to suppress the silver armor zombie psychic bureau of the people? All of them had lost their lives at the moment, either being torn apart or dying from the corpse gas entering their bodies. The gazes of the crowd looked ahead, their hearts in a state of shock. The most unwanted thing still happened. The silver-armored zombie had been released, and its body was wrapped in thunder, and its hands were grasping a tall person to suck blood, and on the side there was a zombie with a monstrous corpse aura, as well as a Taoist priest. Run Wang Meng's breath was weak and his eyes were lifeless, but he saw Xianling Jinjin and the others at the end of it. Help! The dry spirit gathers qi and converges in the purple dome, and the Kuan Yuan nurtures thunder in the belly. Jin and Sun intermingle to enlighten the divine mansion, and Dui and Burgundy complement each other in transforming the electric impulses. Can and Li operate to draw thunderbolts, and I control the spiritual power of heaven and earth, edicting thunderbolts to break through the sky. All evils will avoid and retreat to infinity. Divine heavenly thunder law. 14 styles of Tianshan. Exterminate the evil and destroy the fury. Qing Song's palms entwined with thunder. His feet moved to take the lead in rushing out, and behind him, Su Hong also moved with him, holding floating dust. Zzz. Qing Song's fist blasted into the silver-armored zombie's chest, knocking it back 7 or 8 steps. The divine heavenly thunder and the heaven and earth thunder on it actually collided with each other and dissipated. This made Ching Song almost explode. How could a zombie's body have thunder wrapped around it and still be at peace with itself? At this time, Su Hong swung out a floating dust, and as Ji Gang to Yang Pir Yang Pai Lian blasted out. Bang! The silver-armored zombie was knocked back a few steps again. I can't believe it's okay. The two were shocked. This isn't a silver-armored zombie anymore. This is a mutated copper-armored corpse for s sake. The face of the Xianling realist was ugly to the extreme, and his angry gaze was directed towards the evil Taoist. End of chapter. Ching Song and Su Hong repelled the mutated copper-armored zombie, and Wang Mang collapsed helplessly on the ground with a shocking wound on his neck. The wounds were black, and there was actually no blood coming out of the two large holes that had been opened. His eyes were black and his face was as pale as paper. Several red-robed high-ranking dongs scurried out with a single movement of their feet, and several people combined their efforts to deal with the mutated copper-armored zombie. Realist Xianling quickly stepped forward to check on Wang Mang's condition, and in the next moment his expression was a bit ugly. Too much blood has been lost, and the corpse gas has entered the body, so there's no way back. You go deal with that copper-armored zombie. I'll stop the other zombie. With a nod of his head, Taoist Xianling waved his ancestor floating dust and joined the battlefield, while Taoist Tiantong took on the Vajra corpse that had been unmoving. The people of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple have indeed sensed what's happening here, and since they're grabbing to die, let's do it. There was greed in the eyes of the withered bone old Taoist as he looked at Tiantong Jinzi, as if he had seen his prey. The innate purple qi and blood of Tiantong Jinzi was something that he coveted. He didn't think that just one Tiantong Jin and Xianlingjin could fight against his Vajra corpse. You did all this? The fellow who fell into the devil's path. Tiantong Jinjin slowly spoke, his gaze looking towards the withered bone old man. Isn't the answer obvious? Old Taoist withered bone snorted coldly. As his words fell, the Vajra corpse violently catapulted to start, but in a single breath it appeared in front of him, opening its bloody mouth and biting at Tiantong Jin. Between the lightning and flames, Tiantong Realman rose up in the air to repel him, and the Realman floating dust in his hand carried the rolling innate purple gas to fall, and in a flash the sand flew away and the purple light blossomed. A violent spark erupted from Pyron's blast on the adamantine corpse's body. At this moment, the Vajra corpse's white robe had been shattered, revealing the pale body that was actually unharmed. What? The Tiantong real person was greatly shocked. This zombie was actually able to resist his innate purple chi bombardment, knowing that the innate purple chi that he activated by running the Jade Clear Truth Cannon. The general peak of the cave brightness would have to avoid the front for the time being. On the other side of the battle was even more stalemate. Xianling and the others surrounded the copper-armored zombie in the center, and the spells and Dao laws kept falling on the copper-armored zombie. It could bring about a minimal effect, and could only rely on his stance to maneuver around the copper-armored zombie. The most frightening thing was that this copper-armored zombie had a great immunity to thunder, and Ching Song's divine heavenly thunder method had suffered on it. That thunder before was mostly attracted by this zombie, which broke its shackles with the power of the thunder and further metamorphosed into a mutated copper-armored zombie. It has a great immunity to thunder, and even primary talismans are extremely ineffective against it. Never fight it in close quarters. The Xianling Jinjin repelled him with a floating dust, and then immediately pulled away from his position and shouted loudly. Yes, this mutated copper-armored zombie was already similar to the corpse puppet that appeared before. For short, a zombie who has become a zombie. The ink dual formation. Coming. The figures of several people were constantly prancing around the copper-armored zombies, and soon Xianling and the others had finished setting up the ink bucket array, and there were a dozen or so suppressor talismans affixed to the dark red ink bucket lines. The copper-armored zombie moved its nose. It seemed to have detected a dangerous aura. It didn't charge at the first opportunity. It just had a pair of bloodthirsty eyes staring at Ching Song in death. It was Ching Song who had just given it a divine heavenly thunderbolt while it was sucking in. Ching Song looked grave. It seems to see. Su Hong responded in a low voice. That became fertilized is definitely visible. The Xianling realist on the side had an idea in his heart when he heard the two of them talking. Attack its eyes. Words. The crowd's eyes glowed. Although the copper armor zombie's entire body was as hard as steel, its eyes were its weakness. After all this time its weaknesses were just exposed to the public. Just then the copper-armored zombie couldn't help itself. It opened its mouth and throat to let out a terrifying hissing sound, raised its arms and rushed towards Ching Song. Looking at the copper-armored zombie that pounced directly on his face, Ching Song couldn't help but be terrified in his heart. The several red-robed elders behind the copper-armored zombie glanced at each other and pulled the ink bucket line at the same time. And the moment the ink bucket line and the copper-armored zombie collided, violent sparks flashed madly. The copper-armored zombie hissed in pain as it became even more frantic and continued its charge. Zip, 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 roar, bang. After so repeated 7 or 8 times after the bronze armor zombie's corpse gas was ink bucket line routed 1/3. It is not as fierce as before. The crowd also got a chance to breathe. The copper-armored zombie looked at the approaching Murdoch line and couldn't help but take a step back as his body shook. Apparently it had been scared by the Murdoch line and subconsciously feared it. Xing Song and others do not dare to be careless, because at this time, the ink bucket line is only one cut left. Playing this foot 7 or 8 times, this heart is still raw and fierce. Realist Xianling did not move and exchanged glances with the crowd. Next moment, the crowd flicked the only remaining Murdoch line out and managed to repel it. Demon binding rope. Xianling yelled. A red-robed elder quickly removed the rope on his body and flung it out, and all of them cooperated with each other to entangle the copper-armored zombie to death. Under the support of pure yang qi and innate purple qi, the baby's arm-thick demon binding rope bloomed with a brilliant red light, and the corpse qi on the copper-armored corpse was slowly evaporated. Take that! Su Hong handed the rope in his hand to Qing Song, who turned his feet and stomped the two ends of the rope dead center under his feet. With a thought, Su Hong suddenly urged the residual golden light that Jiang Chen had left behind in his body before, which had not yet dissipated from the corpse qi that had collapsed before. It's just in time to use it now. He grabbed a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket, and with the power of the golden light, he pressed it onto the eyes of the bronze-armored zombie with all his might. This is a big one. The golden light of pure sunlight burned the eyes of the copper-armored zombie, and a large amount of corpse qi was vaporized and dissipated in the world. The copper-armored zombie kept letting out eerie roars. Asterisk 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 I'll see if you die. Tianshan folding eyebrow palm. Seeing the glutinous rice turn black, Su Hong condensed a wide palm print and blasted it on its body, directly sending it flying more than 10 meters as the crowd suppressed the copper-armored zombie and landed next to the golden coffin. Follow. Xianling real aura manipulation ancestor floating dust fell on the head of Su Hong. Su Hong rose up in the air to grab the floating dust, the body's only remaining pure yang qi cohesion. Against the copper-armored zombie is the head of the chop down. He wanted to beat the copper-armored zombie back into the golden coffin and then suppress it once again with the help of the Xuanwu suppressor talisman. With the ancestor's floating dust boosting him, his pure yang qi became extraordinarily terrifying, hitting the copper-armored zombie howling with every fall. At this moment, the copper-armored zombie had already been forced to the edge of the golden coffin, and it was just one click away from knocking it down. However, the collapse of the corpse qi caused the bronze-armored zombie to become even more violent and hideous, and its strength actually surged by a large margin. This was a bitter experience for Aozora, who was pressing the 4 heads of rope alone, which made him a bit of a one-trick pony. End of chapter. The veins on his forehead bulged like a twisted earthworm, pulsing under his skin. His eyebrows were tightly knitted into a Chuan character. His eyes were wide open, and his orbits were slightly reddened due to the exertion. His nostrils flared sharply, and each breath was accompanied by a heavy breathing sound. Beads of sweat continued to fall from his forehead. He was at his limit at this moment. However, he couldn't let go of his hand, because realist Xianling and the remaining 5 elders had very little of their innate qi and aura left due to setting up the formation. Once he lets go, all will be lost. The Xianling realist, who had the highest cultivation level amongst the several people, watched in dry anxiety. I didn't expect that 2 second-generation disciples would actually have to take the top spot now, while he, as the sect master realist, couldn't help at this moment. He glanced over to the side of the heavenly passage realist with his remaining light, and his eyelids fluttered wildly at the mere sight. The sight of Tiantong Jinran was even more terrifying. Tiantong Jinran had deep wounds on his back and arms. The real-life floating dust in his hand were all shot out. Only a handle was left, and at this moment he had drawn the lightning-striking wooden mahogany sword behind his back to fight with it physically. Tiantong Jinjin was completely suppressed by that mysterious zombie and was almost caught several times. What in the world is this thing? Even the heavenly passage realist who added the divine heavenly thunder law couldn't resist it. It's actually stronger than even this copper-armored stiff. Now both sides are in a desperate situation. Heavy rain poured down, falling like a waterfall in a frenzy. The gusty wind swept across the storm, and the rain curtain was blown askew, sometimes like a raging wave, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. It was as if the whole world had been pressed by the rainstorm blur, leaving only the deafening sound of rain in the ears. Under such weather conditions, Xianling and the others were even more anxious in their hearts. Just as Su Hong was about to strike again, the copper-armored zombie actually broke free of its arms, and it waved its arms to snatch Su Hong away. Su Hong sprayed a mouthful of blood in the air, and then he also knocked over the green pine. He only felt that his body was about to fall apart in general. The pain was incomparable. Along with Qing Song's fall, the bronze-armored stiffs became ferocious and several red-robed elders began to falter. "Give me the talisman!" Qing Song yelled. Su Hong, whose brain was somewhat down, handed the Xuanwu suppressor talisman in his arms to Qing Song. Instead, he saw Azora roar and charge out as the crowd watched. He even directly embraced the frenzied copper armor zombie pounce, and both fell within the golden coffin. This time the hearts of the crowd were clenched. The crowd rushed over, and then the coffin board of that golden coffin unexpectedly flew up from the ground by itself, and finally heavily covered it. The entire golden coffin fell into a calm. The crowd looked at this scene with disbelief. Su hung powerless, kneeling on the ground, eyes red. Heavy rain fell on his face. At the moment, do not know whether it is tears or rain. This copper-armored zombie was so ferocious that it was incredibly dangerous for several people to join forces. Now that Ching Song and the copper-armored zombie had entered the golden coffin, their fate could be imagined. Subdue. Don't waste the opportunity Ayamatsu has created. Continue. The Xianling realist knew that this was not the time to grieve, and even if it was hard to bear, he had to shock the golden coffin. Xianling Jinjin flew and landed on top of the golden coffin. His hands took the demon binding rope and tied a knot and threw it out, and the several people below cooperated with each other to wrap the golden coffin around. The Xianling real person landed on the ground. Several people looked at the golden coffin as if they were on the verge of an attack. The golden coffin remained motionless for a long time, and several people were relieved. Suddenly the innate purple chi on one side rose wildly and swept around. The rain curtain was washed away and whistled. Ah! Senior brother Chingsong. Everything that just happened to be watched by Tian Tongjinjin. The maddened Tian Tongjin frantically waved his 7-star peachwood sword, and the sword fell on the body of the Vajra corpse, emitting a burst of metal clashing sounds. Ding! 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 Click! The 7-star peachwood sword could no longer hold on to shatter. Vajra corpse seized the opportunity to knock Tentong out. The figure of Tian Tongjinjin landed directly in front of Xianling Jinjin. A few people rushed to help Tian Tongjinjin up, but the Vajra corpse attacked again. A few people could only dodge in a sorry state. Several red-robed elders were sent flying and injured. Tian Tongjinjin was shaking his blank brain at this time. That just now. It was no different from a dump truck hitting it. His physical body of the cavernous realm couldn't even carry it. In order to slow down the Vajra corpse, the Xianling realist was scratched by it in less than 10 rounds. The clear target of this Vajra corpse was Tian Tongjinjin, and the chi and blood on his body was very attractive to the Vajra corpse. Sect leader, get out of the way. Several elders took off their yin and yang Dao robes, which rose up against the wind to envelop the head of the Vajra corpse and rotate, the yin and yang patterns flashing at great speed. Immediately after that, the Dao robe covered the Vajra corpse's torso, covering it in death. Xianling Jinjin took the opportunity to drag Tiantong Jinjin out of the way. Cough cough cough. Tiantong real person is another burst of coughing. Several mouths of blood sprayed out stained red Dao robe. The chi and blood attacked his heart, and with the terrifying corpse chi entering his body, his injuries were very serious. It's time for the farce to end. Only after the withered bone old Taoist saw that Tiantong was seriously injured and did not have the strength to fight again did he step out from behind the Vajra corpse. He was holding the inherited magic weapon of the True Dragon Taoist Temple, the Heaven's Father Suppressor Bell. True Dragon Taoist Temple's inherited magic weapon. Realist Xianling recognized the magic weapon at a glance. At this time, old Taoist Withered Bone had already activated the Heavenly Zenith Suppressor Bell. An unrecognizable sound wave spread out. Get back behind me. Tiantong clenched his teeth and fished out an ancient mirror from his bosom. The Dengxian Taoist Temple's inherited magic weapon. The Jade Clear Imperial Soul Mirror. The ancient mirror hung above the heads of the crowd, descending a thick barrier, and the sound waves emitted by the Heavenly Dignity Suppressor Bell were unable to penetrate the barrier. The two major Taoist magic weapons were actually fighting against each other in the air. However, the magic weapon had no spirit, so it was impossible to recognize the enemy and us. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, to have such a magic weapon and actually not bring it out in the first place. He started with such a bottom card. How will you be put to death here? Intermediate Talisman. True Martial Demon Slaying Talisman. A dark blue talisman suddenly flew out from within the Taoist robe of Tiantong Jinren, and the moment the talisman appeared it erupted with a dazzling to the extreme light, the light illuminating the depths of the Tianshan mountain range. The rain curtains were all shaken away, creating a vacuum. Sensing the aura of death, the withered bone old Taoist didn't even think about it and controlled the Vajra corpse to block in front of him. It's the true martial demon slaying talisman bestowed by true Lord Jiang. Saved. I didn't expect that realist Jingshu actually inscribed the talisman and gave it to realist Tiantong. The intermediate level talisman transformed into a rune and formed a shadow in the air. This shadow was tall and majestic, with hair draped over his head, wearing black robes and golden armor. His face was obscured by golden light and could not be seen. He held a divine sword, and his feet were on a turtle and snake. Under the control of Tiantong, he raised the divine sword in his hand. Chop! A thick voice resounded through the sky. The huge sword manner quickly fell. The Vajra corpse felt the suppression. Young Tian roared, surprisingly used his body to harden his resistance. End of chapter. In that moment, the winds and clouds changed. A loud sound as if it came from the ancient flood, and the stout silhouette blandly slashed down the divine sword. The huge sword light smashed straight down from the air. The whistling sound brought up by this sword light was like an army of thousands of horses rushing past, just like the rolling heavenly thunder exploding in the sky and earth. And the air above the heads of all the people trembled with it. The earth seemed to have sensed this heaven-destroying aura as well, and it all became constantly shaking. And the cold light gulping from the divine sword split the rain curtain into two hard halves. The Vajra corpse that felt the suppression of power roared angrily and rose up to the sky. The ground was cracked by its powerful force. Under the jaw-dropping gaze of the crowd, the divine sword's rays slashed at the Vajra corpse's body. The energy visible to the naked eye spread wildly in all directions from the center, and the already seriously injured Tiantong realist and the others were also sent flying by this energy. The crowd could only hear a hissing sound like that of a flooded beast erupt from the center of that energy. Then a black shadow like a cannonball flew out backwards, heavily smashed on top of the golden coffin. Bang! A loud sound came out, and the heavy golden coffin was smashed open. The two figures landed on the ground. It was none other than Green Pine and Copper Armor Zombie. The Vajra corpse had already been split on the ground, its corpse chi spreading all over its body, and there was a deep sword mark on its chest. The innate purple chi carried on it, constantly collapsing the corpse chi. The corpse chi of the adamantine corpse seemed to avoid it as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Unable to recover from its injuries on its own, an old Taoist withered bone was already hiding somewhere at the moment. With the appearance of the intermediate level talisman, the magnetic field around them seemed to have been forcefully altered. The pouring rain then became smaller, and the dome of the sky above their heads became less oppressive. The smoke cleared and the scene was a mess. There was already a deep sword mark on the ground, and the shadow of the god statue in the air still existed. Only it was slow to swing the second sword. Green Pine. The crowd saw the figure of Qing Song. The Xianling realist hurriedly helped Qing Song up, only to see that his arms had hideous wounds, and it looked like they should have been pierced by the sharp claws of the copper-armored zombie. And the copper-armored zombie's forehead had been labeled with the Xuanwu suppressor talisman. That is to say, when Qing Song and the bronze-armored zombie fell into the golden coffin together, there was also a physical fight between the two sides, and Qing Song forced the talisman on it to resuppress it. Actually not dead yet. A red-robed Haigong gulped in shock. This is a complete intermediate talisman bestowed by Jiang Jinju and Ah. This is not the same as the mutilated talisman to the Jingshu real person engraved out, although not as powerful as the Jiang Jinjuan engraved, but also able to be comparable to the early stage of Yaoguang Ah. I didn't realize that it couldn't even kill him. Although the Vajra corpse was not dead, at this moment it had already known the dangers of society and did not have the ferocity it had before. Looking towards that lanky silhouette, its bloodthirsty eyes became docile even at this moment. But where the shadow cut down another sword, it does not fluke not die also have to dissipate all the corpse chi, which is not much different from death. At this moment, the Vajra corpse seemed to be under some kind of instruction, grabbing the neck of the foot of the copper-armored zombie and scurrying wildly towards the depths of the mountain range. But in a few breaths, it disappeared without a trace. The monstrous corpse aura dispersed with it. Xianling and the others were anxious in their hearts when they saw this, and they looked at Tian Tongjianren. Master Tian Tong, why don't you control the talisman to chop down another sword? It actually ran away. However, they didn't know that at this moment, Tian Tongjianren was already approaching his limit. In order to catalyze the intermediate level talisman, the innate violet chi in his body had already been depleted, and his aura had long since dried up as well. But, without speaking, Tian Tongjianren directly spewed out a mouthful of dark red heart blood, and then the entire person shriveled up and fell straight to the ground and fainted to death. And the dark blue shadow in the air slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Tian Tongjianren, the loss of innate chi in the body is even worse than all of us. I didn't think that it would actually take such a huge amount of innate chi to catalyze that intermediate level talisman. The Xianling realist was shocked in his heart. Their Tianshan Taoist temple's Xuanwu suppressing fury talisman belonged to the passive type of talisman, which did not need that huge innate violet chi to catalyze it, and its only effect was to suppress evil spirits. It simply wasn't as strong as the true martial demon-slaying talisman, which utilized the grandiose runes of the Taoist family to carve out the ancestors' shadow attack. Ow! At that moment a weird howling sound rang out around the crowd. Those people from the psychic bureau who died tragically were turned into zombies by the corpse gas entering their bodies. Everyone knew what was going on. The more powerful the zombie is killed, once the corpse turns fraudulent, the zombie's strength is several times that of the average zombie. In Ping Cheng's place, they would definitely not be afraid, but they were now all drying up their aura, and they had no way to activate even the primary talismans. Even zombies that are just starting to turn necrotic can kill them. However, in the very next moment, A disciple dressed in green-colored Tao robe suddenly flew out from the shadows. "Are you guys alright? Sect masters." The man at the head of the group had a pale face, but was dressed in a Taoist red robe, and opened his mouth to speak while revealing his few remaining badly aged teeth. "Why did you come out? Seen your uncle." While the Xianling real person was celebrating, he couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. This person was his senior uncle, a figure of his master's generation, a true living fossil of the heavenly mountain Taoist temple. Many disciples were brought out by him, and were loved by the disciples. Now that his age was over 150 years old, it was already the limit for the hidden Yuan realm to live this long. Old man does not come out, you guys can be fun. If the rumor that the head of the Taoist church was killed by the zombie who just turned into a corpse, can be people's big teeth are laughing off, don't think that you can restrict the old man. When I was young the old Taoist spoke like a river, vast, and never stopped. Not a moment too soon. All the zombies around the necrophiliacs were exterminated and concentrated and burned. "Seen your uncle. Let's go back quickly. If that thing kills back it'll be over." The old Taoist couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he took a look at the tragic situation around him. There had just been heavy rain, booming thunder, horrible hissing, and that huge sword light, making it hard to imagine what had happened. He saw the golden coffin that had been hit and dented, and there was no longer a silver-armored zombie inside. Qing Song and Tian Tongjinjin had fainted to death. Xianling and the others were also holding on to their breath, ready to fall at any moment. The old Taoist also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly asked his disciple to take Xianling and leave with them. After all the people all the way back to Tianshan Taoist Temple, the Taoist Temple all blockade pasted on the town break talisman. Let the disciples deal with the corpse gas on the body of all the people. The most serious injury is the green pine. Both arms are black, several holes in the eyes of the crowd's fear. At the same time, his heart also admired and revered this newly promoted elder even more, and notify the Psychic Bureau to blockade the Tianshan mountain range. A mutated copper-armored zombie and a mysterious zombie, if this runs out, will surely be devastated. Just like the previous Chen village, no one in the village is alive. All have turned into zombies. End of chapter. The other side. The top of Mount Hua, on top of the towering, misty mountain. 9 Taoists stood here, and the atmosphere around them was like the sea before a storm. Depressing and full of a touching sense of tension. 9 Taoists occupied the two sides, their sleeves hunting in the biting mountain wind, resembling 9 ancient and mysterious statues, yet exuding a powerful aura that no one dared to underestimate. The clouds churned and twisted around them, sometimes concealing their figures, sometimes dispersing, revealing the faces that were either cold or grave. On the other side, with the old heavenly master at the head, standing on one side were Jingshu Jinjin, Chongshu Jinjin, and Lingshao Jinjin, the 4 titans of Taoism. The 5 Taoists across the street were the 5 presidents of the Taoist Association. The second-ranked Bone Spirit Celestial Master, the third-ranked Spectral Shadow Celestial Master, the fourth-ranked Wind Celestial Master, the fifth-ranked Blood Spell Celestial Master, and the sixth-ranked Nightmare Celestial Master. These 5 all exuded a repulsive aura, and although they hadn't fallen into the devil's path, the deeds they had done behind their backs were pretty much the same. It's safe to say that there isn't a single one of the few who doesn't have innocent blood on their hands. Zhang Nian didn't come? The old Celestial Master frowned. It seems that our old Heavenly Master is missing his own senior brother. The opposite Bone Spirit Heavenly Master couldn't help but make a grim flirtatious remark. Words. The few Celestial Masters around him couldn't help but laugh. Do I still need a delusion-breaking Heavenly Master to deal with you guys? Don't think too highly of yourself. The eyes of the Spirit Sky Realist narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed, and the pure Yang innate sword in his arms could no longer help but be sheathed. It's a pity that Zhang Nian didn't come, so let's leave Zhang Nian to be dealt with by true Lord Daoxian. The old Heavenly Master murmured under his breath. He was already old. Even if there was a possibility of a breakthrough that would probably be in 10 years, or maybe more, he couldn't wait any longer. Coupled with the fact that he was there and Jiang Chen was unwilling to take the position, the old Heavenly Master was forced to resort to this plan. A few real people beside them were also ready, and they were going to open the game with their bodies. They were going to eradicate the several poisonous Celestial Masters of the Taoist Association today. Do it! The old Heavenly Master's eyes were gradually filled with golden light, and the radiant golden light around his body suddenly erupted, close to 300 years of golden light rushing up to the sky. The golden light covered old Heavenly Master was like a brute bull rushing towards the 5 Heavenly Masters across the street. Everyone be careful. The old Heavenly Master is not a one-man enemy. The 5 people were able to come to the appointment naturally prepared. The old Tiancher wanted to destroy them. They naturally also wanted to destroy the old Tiancher several people. Once the old Heavenly Masters died, the Taoist religion would become fragmented, and then they would come out again. and the Taoist Association's unification of the Taoist religion would be just around the corner. 7-star heavenly illumination. Jingshu Zhenren clenched his hands together. In an instant, a complete 7-star pattern appeared above everyone's heads. The 7 stars were brilliant and radiant, emitting a cool and lofty light. The light of the 7 bright stars intermingled, forming a unique energy field. Wisps of light hung down like a silver veil, enveloping the old celestial master and the others. The old celestial master and the others received an increase in their all-around attributes. Humph. Then let the seat try the Dengxian Taoist temple's innate 7-star formation. Yin Feng's celestial master coldly grunted as he felt the silver energy smashing into his body. The innate 7-star formation of the Dengxian Taoist temple was capable of increasing the attributes of the entire body, and the 7 stars condensed out had a suppressive effect. Raise the formation. Yin Feng Tianshir's low voice rang out. The spectral shadow celestial master on the side laughed morosely and threw a piece of skull to the Yin Wind celestial master. It was something he had prepared in advance. Phantom shadow soul devouring formation. The innate chi was catalyzed, and the skull immediately erupted with pitch black, ink-like energy, with threads of entangled evil energy outlining a bizarre shadow. This formation is based on the bones of 99 corpses of people born in a cloudy year, month, and hour, buried deep in the ground according to the position of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, with bizarre runic symbols engraved on top of the corpses, and watered with the blood of the living. I don't know how the Jingshu real person will respond to this. Jia jia jia. When the formation is complete, the sky was instantly shrouded by dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun, and not a single starlight could be seen, and in a flash a thick black mist rose from the formation, and in the mist there were countless wronged souls vaguely struggling in pain and howling in a shrill voice. These unjust souls were all extracted by the formation, and their soul power became the driving force behind the formation's operation. Everyone present was enveloped by the formation. The moment the phantom shadow soul devouring formation was formed, it collided with the innate 7-star formation. Violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions and the innate 7-star formation was shaken by the impact. Keep pushing back. The silver light also became extremely unstable. All the people present are insightful foreigners. Moving hands to the void trembles, plus no one to stay in hand. Just a trace of innate chi will be able to open the mountain and crack the stone. The top of the mountain had been divided into 2 battlefields at the moment. Jingshu Zhenren was alone holding the innate 7-star formation against the great battle between the 2 combined forces of the Phantom Shadow and the Yin Wind. Damn it! How is this different from you guys practicing evil kung fu? Jingshu Zhenren's face was ugly to the extreme as he struggled to maintain the innate 7-star formation. This formation was evil to the extreme, and the 2 had actually brutalized so many innocent people in order to set up this formation. The unjust souls in the formation were still producing Yin Qi. Once the innate 7-star formation was broken, then they would fall into a disadvantage in an instant. The innate 7-star formation was only set up by him with his own refined 7-star diagram, and without the aid of other materials. Its power fell directly into a disadvantage. The spectral shadow and the shadowy wind on the opposite side naturally saw this as well. Bang! 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 The 2 of them controlled the unjust souls to keep crashing into the innate 7-star formation. Click! Suddenly the formation diagram shook violently, and a crack actually appeared in the innate 7-star diagram, and the roiling Yin Qi surged in through the crack. The old celestial master and the others felt the dissipation of the power of the 7 stars on their bodies, as well as the crazy pouncing weirdness that actually wanted to scurry into the 7 orifices of the old celestial master and the others. Several people's gazes coincidentally looked in the direction of Jingshu. This look was amazing. The innate 7-star formation had broken through a crack, and the crack was still getting bigger. Jingshu sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, increasing the innate violet chi to maintain the formation, and he was already surrounded by several grievous souls with monstrous Yin Qi. You can't hold out, you say something. The 8 trigrams of heaven, Yin and Yang Taijutsu, the spirit heavenly realist and the charging void realist couldn't help but be speechless. This guy actually insisted on pretending at this point in time. Both of them simultaneously offered up their magic weapons. 2 mysterious and extraordinary formation diagrams rose up into the sky, rising greatly against the wind. The 3 major formation diagrams were perched in the tripartite sky, and where the 3 rays of light intersected, it was like the center of a vortex of power, where the rays of various attributes converged, releasing heaven-destroying and earth-destroying power. The unjust souls that rushed into the innate 7-star formation were directly strangled by the sweeping energy, and the innate 7-star formation became stabilized, and the cracks in the large formation closed back up. The devouring power on the crowd finally dissipated. How dare you be distracted in a battle with me? Looking for death. A few people were distracted for a while by the Bone Spirit Celestial Master and the others who caught the opportunity to beat the old Celestial Master and the others who kept retreating. End of chapter. Deep in the Tianshan mountain range, somewhere in a gloomy place, The withered bone old Taoist couldn't hold on any longer and paralyzed on the ground, his nostrils heavy as he panted heavily. He was followed by the adamantine corpse, and the bronze-armored corpse that had been dragged along. Nima! This damn Tiantong actually has an intermediate-level talisman, and a complete intermediate-level talisman at that. Old Taoist withered bone couldn't help but curse angrily. The sword blade that fell earlier almost split him in half. If he hadn't let the Vajra corpse get in the way at the crucial time and he had then topped it off with the heavenly suppressor bell, he would have definitely been decapitated on the spot. Although Tiantong controlled the talisman to cut down only one sword, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly let the Vajra corpse grab the copper-armored corpse and run away. He knew that Tiantong had reached his limit, but he knew that Tiantong definitely still had intermediate-level talismans. He hadn't taken out any of the intermediate-level talismans from his Dengxian Taoist temple. He looked to the adamantium corpse. A large portion of the corpse chi on the Vajra corpse was chopped off. There was also a deep sword mark on the chest, and it was already possible to see what it looked like inside the torso, and it had to suck blood again if it wanted to recover quickly. The Vajra corpse's eyes changed as it looked at him, and the Vajra corpse revealed a hint of killing intent. Humph! Even though the heavenly Zunjinsher bell's Tao rhythm is much weaker, if you want to devour the Lord, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Withered bone old Taoist hastily in accordance with the method recorded in the evil power pinch hand knots. This is the evil power specializing in controlling corpses. Vajra corpse's eyes flickering again fell silent. The withered bone old Taoist sneered twice in disdain. Then his eyes went to the cloaked copper-armored corpse. The bronze-armored corpse was also beaten by Xianling and the others and its corpse chi collapsed a lot. And there was also a Xian Wuzhinsher talisman affixed to its forehead. It almost cost me an account for you, so don't let me down. The withered bone old Taoist didn't rip off the Xuanwu suppressor talisman on its forehead, which was a good suppressor talisman, just convenient for him to control the bronze-armored corpse. As he ran the body control dharma, the bronze-armored corpse then struggled, resisting with extra ferocity. It wasn't like the original Vajra corpse that was still weak. It was a silver-armored corpse to begin with, and it had sucked in blood, crossed the lightning tribulation, and was ferocious. If the current bronze-armored corpse was an adult, then the previous adamantine corpse was a child. Falling into the hands of this seat and still want to resist? The withered bone old Taoist urged the corpse chi of the adamantine corpse to suppress the copper-armored corpse. And the copper-armored corpse that was suppressed by the even more advanced corpse chi didn't dare to struggle anymore at this moment. Even if it got up now and fought with the severely injured Vajra corpse, it would be torn apart and devoured alive by the Vajra corpse in less than 20 rounds. The Vajra corpse was no longer comparable to an early stage of Yaoguang. Even if it was seriously injured, it was still in the Yaoguang category. It was not something that a copper-armored corpse comparable to the peak of Caveming could fight against. The next day, a photo of the top of Mount Hua was posted online, all taken by tourists or mountaineers. These photographs, though shrouded in clouds and appearing extremely dark and blurred, so that it is impossible to see what exactly happened to the mountains up there, are nevertheless very clear against the darkness of the night, so that the divine light can be seen. Purple, white, and gold are the most obvious. The internet is full of stories. Some say it's an alien spacecraft descending. Some say it's the revival of the heaven and earth's aura. And some tourists say they can hear miserable howls halfway up the mountain. Creepy as hell. The netizens have studied it for half a day. But in the end, they have not been able to come up with a rationale. The netizens ate the melon with great interest. However, before the netizens could slow down, the official announcement of blocking the Tian Shan mountain range was directly announced. The Psychic Bureau is under the sole supervision of the Psychic Bureau. It was strictly forbidden for anyone to enter the Tian Shan mountain range, and even the residents in the neighborhood had moved away, making the Tian Shan mountain range seem like a forbidden area. With this news, netizens couldn't help but speculate again, and the whole Taoist religion shook with a message that the silver-armored zombies in the Tian Shan mountain range had been released, and they had also passed the heavenly thunder tribulation, becoming mutated copper-armored zombies with a great immunity to thunder. Several elders such as Xianling Jingjin and other elders were seriously injured when their aura dried up. Qingsong Jingjin was fainted by the corpse chi entering his body in order to suppress the bronze-armored zombie, and Tian Tong Jingjin also had his aura dried up, and the corpse fell into a coma when the chi entered his body. All of the top combatants of the entire Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple had fallen, leaving only some individual inhuman disciples. This news directly swept through the entire Taoist religion with a mountainous momentum. Taoist Inhuman Chat Group. Qingyun Taoist Spirit Goodness, what exactly happened last night? Asked Mountain King Baldy his grandmother. Qingsong, they are alright? Happened such a big thing, notify Jingshu Real Xianxi Yin Yang Taoist Temple, you're stupid. Dengxian Taoist Temple has no signal. The phone can't get through. The message can't be sent. Zhang Xianling of the Heavenly Master's Palace, Master Spirit, silence. What's going on here? I remember when Tianton left with the real-life floating dust as well as the true martial demon-slaying talisman inscribed by the Jingshu real life. Ah, that copper-armored zombie is so perverted? When Tianshi Zhang said this, the crowd rushed to inquire. Tianshan Taoist temple spirit silence this I do not know. The head of the door before finishing fainted dead. I only know that last night's battle trace is miserable and incomparable. The spiritualism bureau of the only one person all dead. Dengxian Taoist temple's inheritance of the magic weapon are dropped. Xingyan Taoist temple spirit goodness should we report it to Zhang Jinjuan? Heavenly Master Zhang Xianling no need for the time being. This zombie no matter how much it has mutated it is only a copper armor zombie. What we have to be vigilant about is the person behind the release of the silver armor zombie. Everything will wait for the Xianling real people to wake up and then say, we understand. This vampire that has become a spirit is the most vindictive. Which real person would like to go and temporarily sit in the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple? Zhang Xianling remembered the escaped copper-armored zombie, and in order to prevent that zombie from turning back to seek revenge, he directly greeted it in the group. Xingyan Taoist spirit goodness I'll take a trip. The crowd knew that spirit goodness would definitely go. Spirit goodness and Xianling Zhenghua were close friends, life and death brothers who had lived and died. In the event of an accident with the Xianling realist, the pair of fists as big as sandbags of the Lingshan realist were afraid that they were already on the verge of being unable to hold back. Fire Cloud Taoist Temple Yin Yang realist count me in. The Taoist disciples could not help but feel surprised when they saw the Fire Cloud Taoist Temple's Yin Yang realist open his mouth. Yin Yang Jinjin was short-tempered and fierce, not good with words and not close to people, as he might offend people when he opened his mouth. That was why he rarely spoke inside the chat group. He had a past with Xianling Jinjin in his early years, and the two Dao Guan could be said to not be on good terms with each other. I didn't expect that Yin Yang realist would actually take the initiative to help the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple this time. After Zhang Xianling of the Heavenly Master's Mansion saw the news, a smile appeared on his face as well. This Yen's senior brother. Doesn't seem to be so unkind. Heavenly Wind Taoist Spirit Wind realist since that's the case then I'll take a trip as well. I'm good at the art of warding off the wind and I'm extremely sensitive to scent, so I think I can help you too as well. Zhang Xianling of Tianshi Fu good. At the same time the three Taoist temples sect masters of the real people had explained some things, and then took down the Taoist temple's inherited spells and rushed to the Tianshan mountain range carrying the primary talismans. End of chapter. And at this moment in the demon Jingguan, inside the true martial ancestors hall, Huang Er, who had hurried from Changbai mountain, was kneeling devoutly on the Taoist group, and at this moment it no longer had the look of owing a beating, a fox face full of respect and awe. Everything is ready. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. Heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air. This is the royal decree of Huang Er, to protect the Tao and declare benevolence. Yours is the yellow immortal, virtuous and virtuous, wisdom light, blessings and blessings. Seal you as Taoist protection and blessing of God. Given the name of Lingyue Jinjuan, the three worlds are notified, and the mighty spirit reveals God. God's grace descends universally, blessing the people. All evils will be easily dispelled, and the path of righteousness will be everlasting. The edict has been issued. I honor the wheel of the law. Jiang Chen's words fell an aroma qi added to Huang Er's true body. He immediately felt a subtle but majestic power slowly seeping into his limbs and bones. It was as if every pore was greedily sucking in the energy condensed from the prayers and piety of the faithful. The body and mind feel like they are placed in a warm and sacred cocoon, and an inexplicable peace and certainty wells up in the depths of the soul, and the mind becomes clear and lucid. Every inch of skin was gently trembling, as if it had a marvelous resonance with this wisp of incense and fire, and the whole person seemed to be enveloped by an invisible radiance. Huang Er had felt the imprint in his soul, which belonged to Taoism. It has been recognized by the ancestor and has successfully transformed from an idle yellow immortal into the present-day Taoist god of blessing and integrity. It already qualifies for the breath of incense. However, it didn't dare to enjoy the aroma of incense in this ancestor's hall. Greetings to the nine heavens demon swinging ancestor. Greetings to the sect leader true lord. Huang Er was so excited that he almost shed tears. He had sensed the opportunity for the sixth tail to coalesce. Once he condensed his sixth tail, he would be able to break through the cave mind yoke and condense the power of the stars to become a true lord. Get up. From now on, you'll be the protector of the righteous gods of my Taoism, so you'll have to change your habits. Jiang Chen smiled. Huang Er nodded heavily. Only he looked a bit funny in his dark yellow Taoist robe, as if the Monkey King was wearing clothes for the first time. Under the eaves of the main door of the Jin Demon Temple is Huang Er's shrine, under which there is a large tripod for people to offer incense. He's not like the great god Wang Lingwan. The great god Wang Lingwan guarded the inner courtyard, while Huang Er guarded the outer courtyard. Huang Er could be said to be Wang Lingwan's direct subordinate. After that, Huang Er ran into the scripture pavilion with an excited look on his face. He was now a protector of blessing positive god of Taoism. He could learn all the techniques within the demon suppressor Guan except for the golden light divine mantra. He can't help it anymore. After all, Jiang Chen was a true lord, so he thought that the collection of feats must not be simple. Huang Er entered the hidden scripture pavilion and saw Lin Wanner, who was frowning. "What are you looking at, little girl?" Huang Er walked straight over, then sat down on his butt. Lin Wanner glanced at Huang Er without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, as if she was facing an ordinary person. She sighed. "Ugh, the sect master true lord told me to read the Tao scriptures, which are so complicated that I can't understand them at all," Lin Wanner said frantically. Huang Er took a curious look, then smiled sarcastically. "In fact, he couldn't read it." "Then take your time to read it. I'm going to look for feats to cultivate. The feats are on the second level." Huang Er sniffed and quickly walked up to the second floor. The entire second floor was empty. Only a bookshelf with books on it. But Huang Er had already felt the vastness, the purity of the aura above these books already. An aura that had a natural suppressing power over the demonic power in his body. It had to be said that although he was at the peak of Dongming, he could only flee in the face of the Taoist foreigner who was also at the peak of Dongming. This was because the innate purple qi and pure yang qi cultivated by Taoist Gongfu had a natural suppression of his innate demonic power. The only way now was to cultivate a pure Taoist Gongfu to transform the innate demonic power in his body, but then his cultivation might fall. For the sake of the future, a fall in cultivation now is nothing. Huang Er quickly made his decision as he walked to the front of the bookshelf to look at the first Gongfu. Flaming Golden Bell. Buddhist Little Thunder Sound Temple Core Inheritance Technique. There is no restriction, but there is the best of the pure yang qi. Cultivation to the great completion can be a golden bell shaking the mountains, the flames rushing to the sky. Nima, the sect master true lord is really perverted. He actually even managed to get the core techniques of the Buddhist vultures. The Little Thunder Sound Temple seems to be a divine koan sitting in the town, right? Good technique. It's just that I can't cultivate it right now. Huang Er's eyes looked towards the second Gongfu that emitted a pure yang aura. Body refining technique. Haori golden body. Another core inheritance technique of the Little Thunder Sound Temple? Having to be in possession of pure yang qi again worries me to death. Bright King Grinder. It's possible to cultivate it. The quality is a bit worse than the Haori golden body and the flaming golden bell. Huang Er's eyes were glowing. This technique was also a body refining technique, which just made up for his weakness. After that it's pure Taoist Kung Fu. What Mashan Formation Chapter? The complete book of formations. The art of yin and yang. The celestial master's qi lookout technique. The pure yang qi refining skill. The Shangqing Qi practicing technique, the Shangqing Great Cave True Scripture, the Qingyun Dragon and Tiger Fist, the True Dragon Breathing Technique, the Yang 5 Thunderbolts, the Yin 5 Thunderbolts, the Wandering Dragon Big Dipper Steps, the Puhua Heavenly Thunder Technique, the Heavenly King's Incantation, and the Heirloom Flaming Golden Body Technique. Huang Er's breath caught in his throat as he watched these feats, his heart pounding furiously. It's as if you're seeing some big secret. Elementary techniques to techniques that went straight to the 10 realms of immortal ascension were all available here. And among them, even the long-vanished Tianxian realm cultivation method was recorded. The techniques here, but any one of them that has fallen out can set off a bloody storm. And it is only true lord-level characters that casually place these techniques here. Now he realized how horrible the Taoist religion was, as far as those foreigners in Jianghu were concerned. That is, the Taoist religion didn't want to fight with them, or else they would still be able to keep them so active? Such a precious technique. The sect leader True Lord actually lets it be chosen at random. At this moment, Jiang Chen's figure was infinitely elevated in Huang Er's mind, and his heart revered Jiang Chen even more. In the end, Huang Er chose the Haori Blazing Flame Golden Body Technique, the Qingyun Dragon Tiger Fist, and the Puhua Celestial Thunder Technique. That was what he chose to do after much deliberation. Among them, the Haori Flaming Golden Body skill included the Haori Golden Body and the Flaming Golden Bell, which not only allowed one to cultivate pure yang qi but also to condense the body. The Green Cloud Dragon Tiger Fist was another strong fist technique, and the Thunder Method was also an offensive and killing technique. He had already been very greedy for Thunder Law for a long time. He planned to condense the Haori Blazing Flame Golden Body with the energy of incense and fire, and slowly cultivate it little by little. Jiang Chen had told him that Lin Tian Peak would later be the opening for the mountain, and that the demon suppressor Guan would also recruit disciples, as well as allow tourists to come and offer incense, and by then that incense breath would be called a sea of incense. Huang Er stayed inside the second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion for a full 5 hours, and was finally called out by Wang Zhang. Huang Er left with a look of reluctance. Wang Zhang also smiled when he saw this. He had wanted to live in the second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion before. He could understand Huang Er's feelings at the moment. End of chapter. 2 days later, on the edge of the cliff of Lin Tian Peak, Jiang Chen stood with his arms folded, his stance upright but with a casual ease, as if he had merged with the world at the edge of the cliff. Beneath his feet was a chilling abyss, but he did not have the slightest fear of color. On the contrary, stood so peacefully, the mountain wind whistling from the side of the swept, blowing his Taoist robe hunted, between the fluttering of the shirts, adding a few points of the immortal temperament. Yesterday Jiang Chen saw the message inside the Taoist Inhuman chat group and learned of the existence of the copper-armored corpse. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to make a move because Tianshi Zhang and the others had already begun trying to insanely carve intermediate-level talismans. Their cultivations weren't as strong as Jiang Chen's, but the intermediate-level talismans they carved were comparable to the Yao Guang realm. There wasn't any problem dealing with a mutated copper-armored corpse. System open my attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Dao, 500 years of golden light. Early Yuhong stage. Physique, 3-star buster. Taoism, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Celestial Masters Qi watching technique, 3rd turn. Secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian talisman. The Great Cave Sutra of Shangchang. The complete book of formations of Mao Shan. The 7-star overbearing technique, heavenly powers. The Green Cloud Dragon and Tiger Fist. And Haori Fiery Golden Body Technique. Items, Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Jinjuan Daoxian Robe. Demon Suppressing Floating Dust. Shock points, 6. 890. 000 shock points, continues to grow. Having been certified as a true monarch, your Dao has reached the Jade Balance realm. Perhaps you can live on by keeping a low profile, but you are still a mole in their eyes. And as you have become stronger, you may have been targeted. It's time for me to raise my cultivation level upwards. Jiang Chen murmured. In the past 2 days, Huang Er specialized in how reflame golden body skill and almost didn't succeed in the conversion, and all the demonic power would be dispersed, completely reduced to an ordinary fox. In the end, it was Jiang Chen who stepped in to stabilize his demonic power and bestowed a golden mangled sacred Yang Dan worth $250,000. After he took it, the huge golden light stabilized his meridians, and he successfully switched to the How Reflame golden body technique under the pull of the medicinal effect. The huge demonic power within the Dantian was transformed into pure Yang Qi, and even the realm didn't fall, but it didn't directly break through to the Yao Guang realm either. It was only the 6th tail that had coalesced, and this one was a whole lot shorter than the remaining 5. Perhaps when he succeeded in condensing his 6th tail, his cultivation would be able to break through to the Yao Guang realm. This scene could make Wang Zheng envious. Even Zhao Wu was drooling as he watched, and Lin Wanner was pampering him. In the end, Jiang Chen had no choice but to similarly give Wang Zheng a golden mangled sacred Yangdan, and his cultivation directly came to the peak of Hidden Yuan, completely skipping the middle Hidden Yuan stage. As for Zhao Wu, he was given a barrier-breaking pill, which smoothly helped him break through the Hidden Yuan realm, and Lin Wanner was given a foundation-building pill, and her cultivation had already reached the peak of the E stage, making rapid progress. Back to God. Redeemed 6 golden light-gathering pills. Golden light-gathering pill, 1 million shock points apiece. One can increase the golden light for 10 years. The potion contains the power of the spiritual Rhine can be quenched and strengthened soul, and contains a trace of the golden light origin. Even if the golden light is about to extinguish can be made to reburn, but also able to repair the meridians. It's not even close to being a miracle cure. As Jiang Chen's cultivation became stronger, the amount of aura needed to raise his golden light for a year had become even more massive, and the golden light gathering pill's ability to raise his golden light for 10 years even with such a quality of golden light was already quite unbelievable. Successful redemption consumes 6 million shock points, and the golden light gathering elixir has been placed in the system backpack. Jiang Chen took out the golden light gathering spirit Dan. A refreshing fragrance of the Dan filled the air, and the free spiritual qi between heaven and earth even gathered madly with Jiang Chen as the center, and in a short while, a spiritual qi vortex appeared. Jin Demon View Meditation Wang Zhang and Huang Erhardt feel, raised his head to look towards the direction of Lin Tian Peak Mountain top attic, vaguely see a silhouette after they retracted their gaze to continue meditation. The golden light gathering was about the size of a dragon's eye, and its surface flickered with a layer of rich and pure golden light, and several Dan lines could be clearly seen slowly traveling and circling on the surface of the Dan body, as if it was interpreting some kind of mysterious spiritual rhyme law. Jiang Chen swallowed the elixir. Shasta. Huge pure golden light gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. His entire body's meridians were occupied by this golden light. His body had been rendered golden at the moment, and his bones were as if they were poured out of gold under the illumination of this golden light. The golden light that was originally silent within Jiang Chen's Dantian was also ignited by this energy. Raging and surging golden energy that ran on and on. The blazing flames constantly erupted, and a terrifying aura swept around. There was no longer any difference between the terrifying golden light and its substance. In the end, the golden energy merged with Jiang Chen's golden light, and the total amount of golden light was raised by another large amount. Golden light enhancement for 60 years. The cultivation level has reached the late stage of the jade balance realm. Jiang Chen moved his body and felt his strength. Shock points still aren't enough, and the only way to break the shackles is to keep breaking the feudal superstitions. Soon Jiang Chen thought of an interesting feudal superstition, thinking that he would be able to circle the wagon's heart again at that time, gaining a large number of shock points. And so, Jiang Chen then took out his cell phone and posted a video, and sent a few private messages over to Vivian. Vivian, who received the message, replied directly in seconds. Please look squarely at Vivian. It's great that Jiang Jinjuan is finally going live again. Grave bouncing man, you'll be in trouble when the time comes. Please look squarely at Vivian. It's okay Jiang Jinjuan. Our supervisor said to meet all your needs. After all, you have brought tens of millions of new users to our platform. Jiang Chen's short video account now had 13 million followers, and it wouldn't take long for him to be recognized when he walked down the street now. The video was on a recommendation as soon as it was released, and Jiang Chen's fans were the first to be notified. Jiang Chen's private messages had already piled up a lot of feudal superstitions inside, and there were even more private messages saying that he didn't dare to continue breaking feudal superstitions. Now that he's released this video, it's safe to say that he's responding to these hacks head-on. The heat is naturally high. Listen to the water and watch the coins. Jiang Jinjuan live broadcast in the evening, right? At that time brother must come to support the scene. Listen to the water to see the coin this time. I do not know what happened. Some days did not live, and now return. Even the account name has changed. But this kid is also smart. Change a method of treasure appreciation. Now fans than Jiang Chen are a little more. Reached 18 million. Is sprinting to 20 million. Parallel worlds, please don't bring them in. Nerdy little bully. Jiang Jinjuan, I feel like there's something spooky going on in my house. Do you want to come and take a look sometime? Come alone. Devil Dolphin, dull sister, I don't even want to poke you. That weirdness should be you. You big beaker. Jiang Jinjuan wanna come has also come to my house. I am better than you. Ancestor boy, keep a low profile. You too. 18-year-old migrant worker, dorky sister. Dolphin, you guys look at me. I'm 18 years old and my chi and blood are strong and fierce. And I am the nemesis of any weirdness. So I can definitely help you guys out with the weirdness. I love buns. Upstairs. Which unit are you from? It's me who's going to go. End of chapter. It's night. Jiang Chen's live broadcast opened. The next moment the live broadcast was stuck for a moment, and when it recovered the number of people in the live broadcast had risen directly to more than 800,000 people, and the real online numbers continue to go up. The supervisor of the Saving Power live streaming platform looked at the rapidly rising number of people and couldn't close his mouth with a smile. These are real people, not zombie fans. The Institute for Transcendental Biology enters the airwaves. The Hurricane Patron enters the airwaves. PDD enters the live stream. Listen to the water and watch the coins go live. Nerd Girl Bully enters the airwaves. I'm not creepy into the live feed. Then the superstars, 10 million fan bloggers, and the Imperial Godly Heroes of Mordor Godly Heroes entered the live broadcasting room one after another, fearing that they would lag behind others. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, the bloggers went crazy, rewarding gifts, rockets, and carnivals coming out of the woodwork. The number of those who started the connection is even more numerous. Jiang Chen's live room, after all, millions of people. If you can hang in the top 5, absolutely able to attract a large wave of attention. This is also known as diversion. But Jiang Chen didn't care. What could he say when people had swiped their money? They can pull off those fans as well as they can. But you don't just have to have money to compete for the top 5 on the list. The bounties from these bloggers directly angered the gods within the broadcast. I have a mine at home. You're not taking me seriously by grabbing the first place on the list in front of me. I have mines in my house to give out dragon emperors to send *100. The next moment a golden dragon directly occupies the screen, shocking everyone's hands numb. And there are even unique people who seize the opportunity to put their phones in the magical garden. One dragon emperor advent is $10,000, and 100 is $1 million. And there is no doubt that my family has a mine and I have made it to the top of the list. This time all the bloggers didn't move either. It just went out. Although they were rich, it was for ordinary people, and the amount of money they had was just pocket money in front of the super godly men. They thought to themselves that the top 1 was impossible, and even the top 20 was a problem. It was good enough to get a top 1 at the beginning. As I have mines in my home to power up, as if a fuse had been lit, a group of godly men were not shy to power up as well. Various co-branded gifts came out in an endless stream, and Jiang Chen's account gifts directly exceeded 100 million, which was equivalent to $10 million in revenue. Lin Weiner, who was holding her cell phone, exclaimed that the money came faster than even the printing press. Sect Master True Lord, what are we going to do? Behind him, Wang Zhang glanced at the desolate surroundings and asked, There were no streetlights around in the middle of the night, not even a spooky one to be seen. What for? Going to break up feudal superstitions? Of course, Jiang Chen said without a trace of anger. You ate one of my 250,000 golden mango sacred Yangdan. How can you not earn it back? Breaking feudal superstitions? Just let any disciple do it. Where do I need you to personally do it? Wang Zhang scratched his head. As the true lord of Taoism, this seat should naturally bear the brunt and lead the way to break down the feudal superstitions. Don't you think? Jiang Chen glanced back at Wang Zhang. This time could make Wang Zhang shrink his head in fear, and he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Sect leader, true lord, shouldn't we go to a place with a bit heavier in qi? At this time, Zhao Wu, who hadn't said anything, respectfully asked. Superficial. Jiang Chen didn't explain, and the crowd hurriedly followed without much thought. This time Jiang Chen still only brought Wang Zhang, Zhao Wu, Lin Wan or three people to take things. Huang Air special identity sitting in the town of the demon watch inside. One look from True Lord Jiang and Taoist Wang directly wimped out. Ha 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 ha, my husband is really too handsome. Let me marry Jiang Zhenjuan. Even if it means living in a mansion and driving a luxury car, I'm willing. What a beautiful thought. Upstairs. I just want to ask, where is that talking fox from the last live broadcast? Was it really suppressed by real Jiang in the demon suppressing temple? Upstairs. If you don't think about it, why is the demon suppression temple called the demon suppression temple? It's really too funny to talk about the talent here. It's killing me with laughter. It wasn't long before Jiang Chen and the others arrived inside an abandoned building. This is an abandoned hotel building. And today this seat is going to break the Bloody Mary feudal superstition, so that everyone can see how ridiculous the feudal superstition passed in from abroad is. Jiang Chen sneered twice. In a previous life on Earth, the Bloody Mary feudal fetish was so famous that many people emulated it for the sake of traffic. And even more people created scripts for the sake of traffic. Simply scum. Bloody Mary? This superstition is a bit ruthless. Can you hold it, Jiang Zhenjuan? ********. Haven't watched the live stream in a few days, and you're playing this big as soon as you get here? Don't panic, Jiang Zhenjuan. Let me go ahead and turn on all the lights inside the house. Positive energy. Absolutely positive. A mere Bloody Mary can still have an effect on my Taoist true lord? It's simply playing with a big sword in front of the Guangong. While the discussion was going on in the live broadcast room, Jiang Chen and the others had already walked inside the abandoned hotel, and as soon as they entered, they could smell the rotting odor that permeated the building. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, several people came to the fourth floor. 404. It can be said that the increase has been stacked. There may still be people who don't know what a Bloody Mary is. A Bloody Mary is a feudal superstition that trickles in from abroad. Rumor has it that at 12 o'clock midnight, you write your name on top of a mirror, then place 2 candles in front of the mirror, and finally yell Bloody Mary 3 times. Bloody Mary can just show up and take your life, but that's just child's play to me. And now it's up to me to take you into the natural sciences. Still familiar with that BGM? Familiar with the commentary formula? The atmosphere in the live room was instantly elevated. 0 frame starting defense. Leaning north Jiang Zhenjuan, you next time commentary cannot first say hello. My little feet are still exposed outside it. Upstairs, why are you talking so loco? Ugh. And small feet. I think it's big sweaty feet. Stingy man, you don't pretend. I've turned off all the lights. That's what makes it exciting. Awesome. Wang Zhang took out all the things inside his pocket, then followed Jiang Chen into the toilet. The already narrow toilet squeezed in 4 people, and became crowded at once. Jiang Chen dabbed a brush with red paint and then wrote his name on the mirror. He didn't use his aura or golden light to add to it, or else not a single weirdness would dare to appear in a 100-meter radius. Wang Zhang glanced at the time and realized that it was just right. He took out a lighter and lit the candle. The inside of the toilet was shrouded in red light under the rendering of the red candle, and under the reflection of the mirror, coupled with the blandness of Jiang Chen and the others' faces, it looked extraordinarily terrifying. This one almost scared the piss out of the timid people in the broadcast room. Pop-up question marks were flying all over the broadcast room. People are scary and creepy comes in and can't tell which one of you is creepy. To be so serious, why don't you guys laugh? Is it natural not to smile? You guys are making me wonder if you're even in person right now. End of chapter. It's starting, Jiang Chen said as he opened his mouth. Words. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room stopped, and the breathing of Wang Zhang and the others could be heard in the quiet restroom, and everything around them seemed extraordinarily silent. Jiang Chen didn't look away, his eyes tightly fixed on the mirror that was a bit broken at the edges. The plaintive voice resounded in the toilet, paired with the thrilling BGM directly pushing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a climax, and the screen full of question marks once again floated up. Bloody Mary. Jiang Chen paused for a moment after shouting, then spoke again. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. After 3 sounds nothing spooky happened except for some wavering of the candle's flame, and no Bloody Mary was seen to appear. What's the situation? Don't be anxious, everyone. With my knowledge of True Lord Zhang's live streaming effects, this is the precursor before the storm. High energy ahead. Nuclear power ahead. At this moment all the fans watching the live broadcast unanimously held their cell phones far away, and their little hearts couldn't help but accelerate their beating speed, and their faces were filled with tension. Jiang Chen faintly sensed his surroundings, and just as he shouted Bloody Mary 3 times, a bizarre aura did appear in the hotel. Only the scent quickly dissipated. I was expecting a big one, but Bloody Mary pulled a straight one. Jiang Chen smiled. Hee, maybe this foreign bazaar doesn't understand our dragon country language, or maybe customs won't let it come over, but that's not a problem. This seat will shout at her again in her native language. This one made the audience in the broadcast room laugh. No dude, there's this operation? Very reasonable. Too damn reasonable. Goddamn customs won't let it come through. Ha ha ha. It's also true that a foreign creep shouldn't be able to understand Rukoku. In that case Jiang Zhenjuan, you should quickly call out to her in Eagle Jam. I was just about to say that, but I didn't realize that Jiang Zhenjuan had thought it through quite thoroughly. All of you, be at ease and watch this seat operate. Jiang Chen then began another round of summoning Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. As soon as the first sound was shouted an eerie aura appeared inside the hotel that was even larger than before. Wang Zhang and Zhao Wu glanced at each other and were on alert. This aura instantly reached the peak of the A rank, which meant that this was at least a ghost general level creepy. However, the two of them didn't care. A ghost general was just a ghost. As long as it dared to appear, Wang Zhang would use his thunder law to overpower it, making it regret coming to the Dragonland. This Bloody Mary is still a sensitive muscle. Before Jiang Chen Midnight White Rice and Tea Fragrance, that bazaar is also the last to appear. But Jiang Chen had only shouted the first time. When the ghost general's aura appeared steeply in the hotel, Jiang Chen was naturally aware of the changes within the hotel, and he continued to speak without the slightest change in his face. Bloody Mary. The second sound rang out, and the yin qi inside the hotel surged. As long as a few people's spiritual energy was attached to their eyes they could see that the entire hotel had been shrouded in yin qi, with black mist twisting around it, making it look extraordinarily eerie and terrifying. Creepy didn't appear, but its aura had scurried from Ghost General to Ghost Marshal level in one fell swoop. The leap between the A rank and the hidden element. This changed the expressions of both Wang Zhang and Zhao Wu. Elder Wang, is Bloody Mary coming? Lin Wanner was also feeling an oppressive aura at the moment, making people very uncomfortable. Later on, if you hide behind me, I'll make sure that Bloody Mary can't harm a single hair on your head. Zhao Wu heavily patted his chest and grinned. The great revenge was avenged. Plus his personality with the crowd was not as stuffy as before. Sometimes he would joke with Lin Wanner. Cut. Who needs your protection? Lin Wanner skimmed her lips and took out the jade talisman carved by Jiang Zhenjuan from her bosom. Jiang Chen couldn't use this piece of jade at all, so he simply let Lin Wanner hold it. The snow-white jade talisman still emitted a soft white light in the midst of the pitch-black environment. Within the jade talisman was the heavenly deity evil-preventing talisman that Jiang Chen had inscribed in the Yaoguang realm, so even if the Ghost King came, he wouldn't be able to shake this jade talisman. Zhao Wu smiled twice when he saw the talisman. The time of all expectations had arrived, and Jiang Chen shouted out a third time, Bloody Mary! The bizarre aura within the hotel once again skyrocketed several times, directly reaching the level of the Ghost King. Wang Zhang and Zhao Wu were no longer on cloud 9 at the moment. Senior brother. Zhao Wu looked to Wang Zhang on the side, seemingly wanting to take the initiative. Wang Zhang shook his head, only that his hand had already reached into his pocket, clutching an intermediate-level talisman tightly in his hand. Right now, suddenly a hideous to the extreme ghost face appeared inside the mirror, looking at the appearance or a head of foreign chicks. Similar to the eyes of a dead fish eyes look at a few people dead. This ghostly face appeared without warning. However, Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang didn't make any movements, and both sides just watched. Lin Wan'er was fine. At least she was someone who had seen the world. Her lips were only trembling a little. On the contrary, Zhao Wu was taken aback. It seemed that he didn't want to lose face, so he forced himself to calm down. Although Jiang Chen and the others weren't shocked, the audience in the live broadcast room almost peed in fear. Naya, this glass is so thin. It can't be a double-sided mirror. The cell phones are ing flying off the hook. Ing Bloody Marys. His mothers, marred. The 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man have directly extinguished 2 of them for me in fear. Jiang Chen looked at the system live broadcast and realized that the audience in the live broadcast room was reacting quite a lot, so he coughed twice with a straight face. It's not good to scare the fans away, and it would be hard if he scared them away and no one watched him live. It's better to break the superstition in a hurry. Wang Zhang understood, raised his hand and blasted out a fist. the mirror instantly shattered, and a few pieces of the wall skin above his head fell off. The Bloody Mary inside the mirror still hadn't dispersed, and was even stretching out dry, black claws that seemed to want to grab the crowd inside. However, Wang Zhang took a bizarre step ahead of him, his innate purple chi protecting his arm, and he reached out and yanked out Bloody Mary's head by pressing on it. The crowd could only see a blood-red shadow being yanked out from inside the mirror by Wang Zhang. Zhao Wu obediently closed the toilet door. Ahem, this is all a program effect. Everyone watch rationally, and please believe in science. Zhang Jinjuan, is this the effect of the program you were talking about? No at all. Worthy of being Jin Demon Guan's double flower red stick Wang Zhang. Ah. Just now I saved the video frame by frame and slowed it down to watch it. I saw that Bloody Mary look all stuttered for a moment, as if she was a bit confused. Are you staring at frames upstairs? Bloody Mary, never seen such a brave man. Excitement is so exciting. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, an ear-piercing whistling sound came out of the cell phone, which struck the depths of the soul, causing countless people to feel chills on their backs. Then there was a crash, and the walls were falling away. End of chapter. In the middle of the room at the moment, Bloody Mary with a blood-red dress stared at Wang Zhang dead on. A heavy black gas slowly rose from its body, as if there was an invisible hand stirring the darkness. Everything around it was shrouded in this weird atmosphere, vaguely permeated with a creepy atmosphere. Bloody Mary is from another continent far away. The magicians and wizards in its countries, and the means of the sorcerers, are no threat at all. Everyone who summons a Bloody Mary is abused and devoured by it. From there, its aura grew stronger and stronger until it became the king of ghosts on one side. Although it could constantly become stronger, it had a limitation that it could only devour the person who summoned Bloody Mary. But the people of that country had been so abused by it that it no longer made deaths. The name Bloody Mary had become a taboo, and it hadn't devoured essence blood in a long time. And today, it suddenly sensed that someone in the distant Dragon Kingdom was summoning Bloody Marys, and it sensed that the essence blood in several people was very strong. As long as it devoured a few people, it would be able to go further, and even breaking free of its restrictions would be possible. So the first time the Yin appeared, it was just locking into position. Its main body was still on its way, until Jiang Chen continued to call out. The attraction became stronger and stronger, so it couldn't help but appear inside the mirror. It wanted to scare the three fires out of Jiang Chen's men before slowly savoring its prey. It was a trick that it had repeatedly performed in its territory, and each time it had an unexpected effect, but this time it had miscalculated. These Dragon Kingdom people weren't afraid of it at all. Angry, it wanted to grab a few people into the mirror space, who had thought that the sorcerer-like Taoist in front of it was too powerful to do so, and directly held down its head and dragged it out. He was dragged into the room and smashed. This person even stuffed dozens of yellow talismans inside its mouth, shocking the Yin Chi inside its body to collapse, without waiting for it to react. The man was again drawing his long sword and stabbing at it. The key was that the man's long sword was flashing with a purple light on top, and every collision could dissipate a little bit of its Yin Chi. It Bloody Mary had never abused its people. When had it ever suffered such a strange humiliation? Angry Bloody Mary directly into dozens of split. The whole room is surrounded by Bloody Mary. Even the corner of the wall are hanging with a split, facing a Ghost King level Bloody Mary, and still in her original form. Wang Zhang did not dare to be careless. The peak hidden Yuan cultivation aura erupted with full force. Pure innate violet aura filled his body, and the yin-yang taiji at the back of his Dao robes began to blossom with divine light. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Heavenly Father Puhua Thunder Method. Wang Zhang's cultivation had reached the peak of hidden Yuan, and his innate purple chi had come to more than 90 years, and his thunder spells became more and more terrifying as he performed them. Blue thunder constantly issued tearing sound of whistling. Everything around became the object of indiscriminate attack of thunder. Broken seats and benches were all split apart. Ah! Bloody Mary whistled shrilly, and a surge of doppelgangers came around her. The collision of Yin Chi and thunder erupted into a roar. Wang Zhang's thunder only lasted a few seconds, was extinguished, and the next moment it was going to be dozens of Bloody Mary raw tear. At this time, Jiang Chen's few people walked out of the restroom, and Jiang Chen just casually waved his hand, and a tiny golden light shot out. The power of heaven and earth descended, and everything around them was suppressed. Any evil and sneaky aura was frozen in the air, and Bloody Mary was naturally suppressed in place and unable to move. In a flash, Bloody Mary's doppelganger shattered, and Wang Zhang seized the opportunity to immediately jump out from the center, his hand still grasping a blue talisman with crimson runes on it, and streams of light could be vaguely seen running. Jiang Chen didn't need to do the next thing. He believed that Wang Zhang could take care of it. It's just that I don't know if this Bloody Mary has formed a ghost domain. If it has a ghost domain, once the ghost domain opens, its strength will be comparable to the Yao Guanyin human. It might still be able to resist for a while in front of the Samsara fire talisman, But if there was no ghost domain, it would only be quite the peak of the cave brightness realm. You can't carry it in front of the Samadhi fire talisman. Jiang Chen chatted with the viewers in the live broadcast room in a cloudy manner, while Zhao Wu and Lin Wanner on the side couldn't do much to help, and could only be anxious behind Jiang Chen. Bloody Mary almost tore Wang Zheng apart with just a single strike. This was the gap between Dao lines. Decades of innate purple qi could not fight against hundreds of years of yin qi. Bloody Mary crushed Wang Zheng in all aspects, and this was not something that Dao could make up for. Oh my god. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream, and after she took one look at it she joined me on her knees. What did I just see? Jiang Zhenjuan doesn't even act anymore, does he? This Bloody Mary is truly terrifying. Just now I saw Dao Lord Wang almost get torn to shreds. Good thing Jiang Zhenjuan stepped in when it mattered. Is that what Bloody Mary really looks like? True Lord Jiang, what? Do you also want to taste the power of the flaming golden bell? True Lord Jiang, I'm willing to give my entire family's fortune just to be able to enter the demon Jingguan as a junior disciple and learn the immortal cultivation technique. Nice try upstairs. Is that something money can buy? Inside the Kyoto building. Go find out who spread Bloody Mary to our country. A certain old man snapped. Yes, Minister. A man behind him nodded heavily with twinkling eyes. With that he turned away. Inside the abandoned hotel, Bloody Mary was being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth at the moment. Wang Zheng directly seized the opportunity to fly into the air, and the Samadhi fire talisman in his hand emitted a scorching hot and incomparable aura under the urging of the immortal innate purple qi. All evil spirits in the room were dispersed. Heaven and earth are metaphysical. The root of all air. Talismanic enlightenment, true fire. Samadhi spirit supreme. Qian Yuan Henri. True fire in flaming soul. Red mango flares the world, burning away the evil atmosphere. Those who are fighting in front of the army, all line up in front of the formation. Urgent! Wang Zheng roared. In a flash, the Samadhi fire talisman in his hand hung above the heads of the crowd, and a pure and incomparable fiery flame jetted out and kept enlarging in the pupils of Bloody Mary's dead fish eyes. The Samadhi flame collided with the yin qi, instantly igniting all of Bloody Mary's yin qi. Ah! Bloody Mary lets out a miserable scream. The viewers within the live broadcast room heard it, and instantly their backs went cold and creepy, feeling like their souls had almost fallen into reincarnation. That's a damn creepy scream. What kind of thing could make a scream like that? Bloody Mary wanted to extinguish the Samadhi flame with the huge yin qi, but the Samadhi flame burned all the evil and evil breaths in the world, and with the infusion of yin qi, the Samadhi flame burned even more violently. It couldn't hold out any longer, and its face returned to normal. A proper foreign chick, only extremely pale. Celestial Master, spare my life. Humph, what kind of is splitting hairs? The poor Taoist can't understand it. Bloody Mary actually spoke foreign words to Wang Zheng, like Wang Zheng, this kind of foreigner who used to cultivate deep in the mountains. Where to understand this bird language? Finally, Bloody Mary's yin aura was all burned up, and the spirit body was burned up by the Samadhi fire. End of chapter. The Bloody Mary that had descended in its original form had wanted to devour a few people. But who would have thought that it had actually kicked the can down the road, and even itself had been accounted for? Bloody Mary proper is dead, so naturally this feudal superstition is broken. Everyone saw it, just now nothing happened. Wang Zheng, this guy's body is a bit cold practicing inside the room. The sound that everyone heard was made by this guy Wang Zheng. Jiang Chen controlled the system's live broadcast screen and glanced around. There were several grooves in the surrounding walls. The floor had been blasted out with several large holes, and there were traces of scorching all around. The tables, chairs and stools had been burnt into pieces, and some of them had already turned into flying ash. These were caused by thunder and fire. Is it true, Jiang Zhenjuan? I'm not well read, you don't want to lie to me? Just now inside the room there was another mournful shrill, another purple light, another thunderous boom, another flame roaring. Guess what I believe? Nucleus, very nucleus, familiar recipe, familiar ending. And even though I didn't see what just happened, I can already think of the Bloody Mary ending. I have a question. If I call on Bloody Mary, will she come out? Jiang Chen saw this pop-up screen, then slowly explained. It won't be. This seed said it's just a feudal superstition. What just appeared inside the mirror is just a blindfold. Everything is fake. Bloody Mary's original body was all put to death by the Samadhi fire amulet. She no longer existed in this world. Even if people all over the world called out to Bloody Mary, she could not possibly appear. This feudal superstition had already been hardcore broken by Jiang Chen and the others. By this time, Jiang Chen had already seen the shock points rising at a rapid rate. Ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions, and are in awe of the host from within. Shock points +2. Ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions, and are in awe of the host from within. Shock points +2. Ding! Detecting that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore breaking of feudal superstitions, and are in awe of the host from within. Shock points +2. It's doubled again. In just over 10 seconds it had risen to over 3 million shock points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the feudal superstition in hardcore in the presence of countless people, triggering a super strike and obtaining the system reward, the Order of the 7 Killings of Gods and Ghosts. What? Asterisk. Even Jiang Chen, who was in such a state of mind, didn't hold himself back. After breaking a Bloody Mary on hardcore, it actually triggered a system super blitz. The 7 orders of the gods and demons. This dharma was in existence of hundreds of millions of dollars inside the system. Even if the current Jiang Chen was sold, it was impossible to afford it. Usually, you can only open the system mall to get by. It was a surprise. The Order of 7 Killings of Gods and Demons, as the name implies, has 7 orders, which can kill all evil spirits in heaven and earth, including the immortals and gods of the heavens. The first order, the Order of Breaking and Killing, shoots a golden divine sword, piercing through the evil spirits and then detonating it from within, with unparalleled power. The second order of Wind and Fire, the Samadhi Fire, the fusion of the Big Dipper divine wind jet. Everything in the world cannot be resisted. The third order of the Soul Chasing Order, summoning Taoist magic, can summon the gods and Buddhas of the heavens to kill the weird, summoned by different gods and Buddhas. The incantation will be different. The launch of the need to be extremely large innate chi to support. The fourth order, the Earth's Fury Order, detonates the Earth's veins, the Jedi of the heavens, destroying the heavens and destroying the Earth. Has certain side effects on the initiator, and should not be performed easily. The fifth order to kill the God Order. Summon 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma God. The stronger their own strength, Dharma God will be more powerful. Can kill gods and Buddhas, shaking the sky and earth. 10,000 people cannot open. The sixth order of the Immortal Order. The Immortal Order. The earth and sky ghosts and gods weeping. Cohesion put to death. Trapped. Kill. Absolute 4 immortal sword. 4 swords, the target of the absolute soul. Launch this order must be on the peak of the stair. The seventh order, the Wuji Order, the extreme of the power of the 7 killings of the gods and demons, contains a hint of the power of the rules of the heavenly Tao, and this order can kill everyone below the saints. The system opens the panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Tao, 560 years of golden light. Late Yu Hung. Physique, 3-star buster. Taoist laws, golden light mantra. Heavenly King mantra. Heavenly Master's Qi watching technique, 3rd turn. Secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui, Taoist talisman. Great Cave Sutra of Shangqing Dynasty. Complete Book of Formations of Maoshan Mountain. 7-star overpowering body technique, heavenly power. Green Cloud Dragon and Tiger Fist. Haori Blazing Flame Golden Body Technique. And Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Orders. Items, Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Jinju and Daoxian Robe. Demon Suppressing Floating Dust. Shock points, 3, 560. 000 shock points, continues to grow. Having been certified as a true monarch, your Tao has reached the Jade Balance realm. Perhaps you can live on by keeping a low profile, but you are still a mole in their eyes. And as you have become stronger, you may have been targeted. What's wrong, sect leader true lord? Several people, Wang Zhang, looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Jiang Chen, in their impression, was unfazed even in the face of heavenly matters. What could cause Jiang Chen to explode in foul language? Could it be that there was something bizarre beyond caveman? But the surrounding yin chi had already been burned away by the samadhi flame and the hotel was as warm as a furnace. Nothing, just thought of something. Jiang Chen regained his composure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest. One person's strength is not truly strong. As a Taoist Jade Balance true monarch, you are even the head of the ancient demon suppressor temple. How could there be not a single disciple within such a grand Taoist temple? I asked the host to lift the blockade, open the mountain gates widely, and recruit 100 disciples with cultivation talent. Mission completion reward, the true code of Shangqing alchemy. Another main quest has been triggered. It just so happens that this seat also intends to lift the mountain gate recently. Ever since he carved out the gods and Buddhas of the heavens big brother, a wisp of divinity seemed to be born in the idol. The big brother in the hall of all gods needed a huge amount of incense chi, and relying on a few of them to make offerings alone obviously didn't show too much. Still need the majority of tourists to contribute to the power of incense This time, the rewards also made Jiang Chen quite moved. The system's elixirs were sold at exorbitant prices, and he couldn't top this amount of shock points. Now with the true canon of alchemy one could proceed to make their own pills, and just the right amount of talking. Wang Zhang, I think you're right. Our Taoist temple is indeed a bit cold. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. Sect Master Jinjuan but Wang Zhang were not doing well. I have been working hard to cultivate. Wang Zhang heard the words immediately heart-anxious, face directly collapsed down. After swallowing the golden mangled sacred sun pill, his cultivation directly came to the peak of hidden yuan, but the potency of the pill had only been consumed by a tenth. After all, the golden mantle sacred yang dan was for a true lord of the Kaiyang realm to enhance his cultivation, and he couldn't refine much of it for a hidden yuan cultivator. Although his strength was not bad compared to the others, he didn't have the slightest chance of winning once he was up against the even more terrifying shenanigans. He thought he had done a bad job, and Zhang Chen was ready to find a few more powerful seniors from other Taoist temples. End of chapter. Don't think too much. I'll let your cultivation level rise up later. I just mean it literally. The demon Jingguan is too big to clean up and sanitize. It's a little too cold. Zhang Chen wore a smile on his face, without the slightest intention of rebuking Wang Zhang, still giving off a feeling of being in the spring breeze. Wang Zhang was then relieved, and then asked carefully, "Then what does the sect master true lord mean?" "Kai-san. Recruit, but just 100 for now." Zhang Chen's face was stagnant. His words were like a huge stone that fell into a calm lake, setting off a wave. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room all boiled up. "Zhang Jinjuan, look at me. Long legs, thin waist, big taillights, and bright headlights. See if I have a chance? Step aside upstairs. What's that to you? I'll fling a headlight straight at you. Me. I've had a heart for cultivation since I was a child, and I'm very familiar with the Taoist scriptures, so please beg true Lord Zhang for a chance. I'm not talented. I'm willing to offer $1 billion for a spot. No cap. Dog Dato, I plant you." The audience in the live broadcast room had gone completely crazy, cursing directly for a spot. Everyone doesn't care what your reality is. After all, this is a real cultivation quota. As long as you can become a disciple of the demon Jingguan, it is possible to embark on the path of cultivation. Status, money or whatever doesn't matter at all. Zhang Chen had still somewhat underestimated the heart of the people of the Dragon Kingdom to cultivate immortality. The demon-suppressing Wan recruits disciples without looking at age, status, or money, but only character and destiny. Zhang Chen glanced at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, then explained, "This one brushes most of them off." Zhang Chen closed the live broadcast after a few words of idle chatter. Going back is much simpler and rougher. A few people's speed is extremely fast flashing under the night sky, but in a few minutes they returned within the Jin demon view, and his questioning heaven automobile was still eating dust in the backyard at the moment. It hadn't been moved for a long time since Zhang Chen had discovered that he could use golden light to catch up. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, because the news of the imminent opening of the Jin demon temple and the recruitment of disciples had directly exploded all over the internet, and everyone was trying to find a way to get a spot. However, Zhang Chen's account and the official number of the demon Jingguan didn't move a bit. "I have no problem scattering my family's money for a spot." Che said the same as who wouldn't dare. "All cultivate immortal who still care about these Every time I go to work I pass by the foot of Lin Tian Peak, and every time I see the jeweled buildings at the top of the mountain I am mesmerized. If only I could enter the Taoist temple and see for myself. True Lord Jiang has said that the mountain will be opened, so I guess it's just a few days away, so everyone will be able to see it then. Ha ha ha. Say, is Taoism required to pay incense money? I don't understand. Upstairs you are really shallow. You can sincerely on a root incense. People are very happy. Of course you have money to donate. People do not stop you. In order to be able to be one of the first people to climb Lin Tian Peak and step into the demon suppressor view, I've already taken a month's vacation from school, and I'm always ready. Upstairs is awesome. At night Zhang Chen looked at the online comments and his head was a little dizzy. Now that the number of post views had broken through 100 million, it was certain that Lin Tian Peak would definitely come to many people by then, and how to recruit disciples with cultivation talent and good character made Zhang Chen feel troubled. System, you told me to recruit disciples, and now so many people want to enroll, so give me a move. Distribute a demon suppressor tablet. Touching triggers two different colors of light. Ultimately the green one passes and the red one fails. The system remained high and cold, and directly threw Zhang Chen a piece of the Hedesian demon monument that was as high as 10 meters and as wide as 3 meters. Demon suppression tablet, heavy as a mountain. Indestructible. Just, it's gone? Zhang Chen seriously suspected that this stone tablet, not at all what is used to test the disciple qualified or not. As for the other uses of the system also refused to say a word more. Zhang Chen had wanted to ask Wang Zhang to place this monument on the mountainside, but he dismissed the idea when he thought that it weighed as much as a mountain. Zhang Chen's physical strength was already extremely terrifying, and cultivated with the Hao Reflame golden body skill, he didn't even have the courage to challenge mountains, let alone Wang Zhang, a tiny hidden Yuan alien. Mountains are not small slopes that are formed by the combination of several huge peaks like the Lin Tian Peak. Or it may be similar to the Kunlun 100,000 mountains like this. If you get crushed to death, who will you cry to? Think about it. Jiang Chen appeared at the mountainside in a flash. And the next moment the thick and ancient demon-suppressing monument descended from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground and standing steadily. The strange thing is that the heavy as a mountain demon monument smashed on the Lin Tian peak actually did not cause a huge vibration. The party is only the ground shook a little. It's so weird. Jiang Chen wouldn't doubt that what the system said was false. The puzzled Jiang Chen once again cast the celestial master Qi looking technique to penetrate Lin Tian peak. The earth's veins were already clearly visible. Even going hundreds of meters deeper into the ground wasn't a problem. But he still did not find Lin Tian peak has any odd places. The only strange is that the mountain body aura almost extinct. Not at all. According to reason, Lin Tian peak mountain body no aura should have long become a deserted mountain. Yet the mountain was still able to harbor so many plants and animals and showed no signs of decay. It was important to realize that even the interior of the planet had an inner core spreading out a huge amount of energy. Otherwise the planet would definitely become a dead star if it lost its energy. The aura outside the mountain was being drawn by the great formation Jiang Chen had set up, while the aura inside the mountain was extinct. Mighty as he was, he observed fruitlessly and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chen was about to go back when he saw a sneaky figure whose movements were still a bit odd. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that this figure was Huang Er. After seeing Huang Er's movements, Jiang Chen's entire face darkened. He appeared behind Huang Er with a blink. At this moment, Huang Er's mouth was still humming a small song. One paw was still holding a cell phone and swiping the post about the upcoming opening of Lin Tian Peak, and the other hand seemed to be holding something. Great! The sect leader True Lord is ready to open the mountain, and the power of incense is available to this great master. Maybe this great master can take this opportunity to directly break into the Yaoguang realm. He shook himself as he spoke. Is the wind blowing cool? Suddenly a flat voice sounded behind him. Huang Er responded without even thinking. It does get a little chilly. No. Huang Er turned back violently. This time he saw Jiang Chen's face blacken to the extreme. Huang Er's body shook violently, the last bits spilling onto his hand. Huang Er revealed a smile that was worse than crying, his mouth shivering as he spoke. Sect Master True Lord, why are you old man here? Suddenly his pupils shrunk violently before he was blasted into the sky with a punch, his head going blank as the 6 golden stars continued to spin around. There's a toilet and you don't go to it. You have to come outside to pee. I think you have itchy skin. The entire Lin Tian Peak could hear Jiang Chen's voice, and Wang Zhang, who was in the middle of his cultivation, immediately withdrew from his cultivation and looked out the window at the free-flying Huang Er. As well as that little Huang Er, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. End of chapter. A few days later, Huang Er, who had finished his cultivation, scurried out from within his idol, and since he had been educated by Jiang Chen a few days ago, Huang Er was thoroughly long in the tooth. This face of mine is completely gone. A few days ago, because he had marked his territory, he had been directly suppressed in the earth by Jiang Chen with the flaming golden bell, and the pure yang flame on top of the flaming golden bell was extremely helpful to his cultivation. But Lin Wanner and the others would flirt with him every time they passed by, which made him miserable and happy for the past few days. Second Protector Huang, is your old man alright? At this time, Lin Wanner's soulful voice sounded behind her. Huang Er coughed twice and immediately resumed his appearance as a high Taoist. This protector's Tao is strong. What can happen? Huang Er said back in a bad mood, and then spoke again. This protector is just thinking about his fox children and grandchildren, and I don't know how they are without my shelter. Lin Wanner nodded faintly at her words. Second Protector Huang, can you tell me about your demon realm? Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with a touch of curiosity. Naturally, there is no problem. You are asking a connoisseur. Since you want to understand, then I will tell you about it. Blue Star into the essence of the demon. The most powerful one, the Western Kunlun Divine Mountain Wild Tiger, White Lion family. The Northern Changbai Mountain Snow Fox, Snow Apes, Snow Bear family. The South is the Foreign Snake family dominant. The Eastern Overlord is the Xian Turtle clan, while the Central no. And in the center, because of the many cities and populations, the entire Inhuman realm does not allow the Demon realm to intervene. Even if the Inhuman realm doesn't give the word, we won't migrate to the center of the country because it's not suitable for us to develop here. And it might even cause the Inhumans to come and hunt us. For in the mighty Inhuman strong, the whole body of a creature like us that has become a spirit can be used for medicine. The Demon realm and the Inhuman realm are well watered, and generally don't meet, except for the Inhuman serpent in the south over the years. Speaking here, Huang Er didn't continue, as if he was afraid of something. Go ahead. You are now a Daoist protector. Your cultivation will soon be able to step into the Yaoguang, so there's no need to care at all. Suddenly Jiang Chen walked slowly with Wang Zhang in tow. Actually, Jiang Chen was also curious to know what was going on in the demon realm today. Huang Ye's neck shrank at the sight of Jiang Chen's figure, and after a couple of smiles, he continued. As far as I know, the foreign serpents in the south have close ties with the sorcerers of other countries, and even their claws have already reached out to the city. Hearing this, Lin Wan'er's eyes glowed. These were things she never knew, and perhaps even her father knew very little. She was interested in the inhuman world, something she hadn't had access to before. So there's still this kind of unwritten rule in the inhuman realm. But isn't that inhuman snake clan afraid of being hunted down by the inhuman realm? Zhao Wu appeared on the side at an unknown time. Che, maybe someone else's old ancestor is sitting in the town. Who knows? Huang Er helplessly spread his paws. His Snowfox clan has always abided by the rules and never overstepped a step. In exchange, there was a stable development for hundreds of years, and his Snowfox clan didn't have such a huge power. Then Huang Er told all the forces he knew. And as for the smaller forces under the big forces, they were only skimmed over. Jiang Chen and the others also had a preliminary understanding of the demon realm's sphere of influence. Time passed by minute, and the house sun hanging in the firmament was already about to set. It's getting late. I'll go cook. Lin Wan'er's eyes turned, her gaze flickered, and she hurriedly propped up her body and busily ran towards the kitchen. The Lin family's rebuilt Shangqing Pai has been constructed, and Lin Jingxiong has kept his promise to donate trillions of dollars of assets directly to the needy. Everyone was curious as to why Lin Jingxiong did this, and even Bing Bing, a reporter from Dragon TV, went to interview Lin Jingxiong specifically. When everyone saw Lin Jingxiong in his Taoist robes and the magnificent Shangqing Taoist temple behind him, everyone had a guess in their hearts. And Lin Wan'er was also trying to prevent Jiang Chen from opening his mouth about the fact that the Shangqing sect had already been built. That was why Lin Wan'er rarely appeared in Jiang Chen's sight these days. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This girl. I'll go help. Zhao Wu's brain flashed a flash of light. His front foot was just about to run when a hand grabbed the back of Destiny's neck. Where do you want to run to? Who do you think you're fooling with that little trick? Just you are still going to help in the kitchen? You're lucky if you don't blow up the kitchen. So go and cultivate the upper Qing Great Cave true scripture obediently for me. Zhao Wu turned around with a smile that was worse than tears. Zhao Wu couldn't resist his senior brother, and in the end, he could only obediently go and cultivate. Wang Zhang, have you publicized the news of your apprentice yet? Jiang Chen asked. It's already been announced, and now there are many people at the foot of the mountain. Wang Zhang helplessly glanced at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Chen looked along with him. Light after light flickered at the bottom of the mountain, and many tents had already been set up. It wasn't that there weren't people who wanted to go up the mountain, but they were blocked by an invisible wall, and it was impossible for these people to go up the mountain without Jiang Chen's tacit approval. Some even posted the video of the scene online, seemingly wanting to incite public opinion to coerce Jiang Chen to open the mountain. Title: Is this the way of hospitality in the demon sanctuary? These people are all crammed into tents at the bottom of the mountain. Can't Shin Demon Temple be so big that it can't accommodate this number of us? The particularity of this title, and with the 3 words Shin Demon View, the heat is naturally very high. Eat my halberd. Hospitality? I'll treat you to. Didn't you see the notice that the demon control temple opens tomorrow? What are you doing there so early? Sword fight. Isn't this looking for abuse? Lin Daiyu poor pluck Lu Zhishan. I remember before there is also someone moral kidnapped Jiang Jinjuan. Right. But unfortunately that person missed the boat. But also by Jiang Jinjuan scolded. It seems that the owner is also want to be scolded. Love gushes wildly. Aren't these people just rushing for those 100 spots? Now they were even morally kidnapping on True Lord Jiang. Perhaps these people had already been blacklisted by True Lord Jiang. Xiaowu, don't misunderstand. We didn't morally kidnap Jiang Jinjuan. We all voluntarily waited at the bottom of the mountain. Everything is just this owner's own psychological distortion. The endless plains, that's right, people. Don't attack us innocents. Regarding the comments on the internet, Vivian sent a few messages to Jiang Chen after she found out. After Jiang Chen saw it, he also clicked on the short video. Humph, what a face for you, dog. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and condensed. The heaven and earth aura condensed in the air to form an aurora, and with just a wave of his hand, the aurora, as if it had locked onto its target, rushed down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. The owner of the building who posted the video looked at the comments in the comment section with a gloomy face. On what grounds? Why were they all scolding him? And even these people around him were accusing him. Did they all not want to enter the demon Jingguan in advance? I'm obviously doing everyone here a favor. Why are they all cursing him alone? End of chapter. You're really too much. Don't take us with you if you want to die yourself. That's right. You're a person with an impure heart. And at a glance, you don't meet the standards of the demon suppression Guan's disciple recruitment. He was the one who tried to force his way into Lin Tian Peak just now, and he must have gotten annoyed after being blocked by the mysterious force. That's why he tried to morally kidnap True Lord Zhong to let him in. Fart. You guys don't have a clue. Seemingly having been told where it hurt, he roared in annoyance at everyone around him. How dare you curse? Malagasy. Get him. I've long looked at him with disdain. Just throw him out. What qualifications are worthy of living in the same camp with us? That's right. A group of men swarmed over him, and I don't know who kicked him to the ground, and then he couldn't see the light anymore. A few minutes later, the crowd sighed in relief, not knowing who had taken a picture and uploaded it online. The nose and face attracted countless fans to scream, "I'm going to report the governor." Woo woo. The man covered his face and sat paralyzed on the ground, crying. Did either of you see who moved him? I don't know. I was just smoking. Who knows about that? I guess he fell by himself. It's so tragic. So pathetic. You guys hit people Looking at the teasing smiles of several people around him, this person immediately broke his defense, and in his heart, he even held a grudge against these people. However, right at this moment, a slap from the sky fell down fiercely, and the crowd only heard a slap. In the eyes of countless people, this person was directly incited to fly out. Roll! A majestic voice came down from the mountain, resounding throughout the entire Lin Tian peak. This voice gave a grand and majestic feeling, hitting the soul directly, like the weight of 1,000 pounds. Shocking. That one word kept echoing in the minds of everyone down the mountain. Gulp. I don't know who gulped. It's over. That angered true Lord Jiang. After personally seeing Jiang Chen's strength, everyone present was even more in awe of Jiang Chen, and a feeling of worship was born in their hearts. You're not telling us to get out too, are you? Suddenly someone spoke up. It can't be. After all, just now the man was rewarded with a slap on the wrist and we weren't expelled. Look at someone coming down from the mountain. It's Taoist Master Wang. The invisible barrier did not have the slightest effect on Wang Zhang as he walked directly to the crowd. Tomorrow morning is the real opening of the mountain. Recruiting disciples. It's useless for you guys to come so early. The temperature difference between morning and evening of Lin Tian Peak is rather big. All of you monks should go to Rongqing to open a hotel to stay for one night. But don't catch a cold. As soon as the crowd heard that Wang Zhang was not here to expel them, they were suddenly relieved. It seems that the Wang Zhang Taoist priest is still very good to get along with it, and not as majestic as the rumors on the internet. It's alright, Taoist Master Wang. We've come to try our luck too. That's right. We're hardy. Don't worry about us. Will Taoist Wang eat something? No need. Remember to pack up the trash. Seeing that these people had no intention of leaving, Wang Zhang shook his head helplessly, and after instructing a sentence, he went up the mountain. Sect Master True Lord, the dwellers at the bottom of the mountain are too enthusiastic and unwilling to leave. Then let them be. Now let's go to the movies. Jiang Chen glanced meaningfully at Wang Zhang. Watching a movie? Don't you practice at night? Wang Zhang doubtfully followed Jiang Chen's pace. Jin Demon Temple is very large. The construction of Gaodong also arranged to build a lot of entertainment facilities. Like the Taoist temple's own movie theater is the most basic. At this time, Lin Wanner and the others were already waiting in the room. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhan walked into the middle of the room and found a seat before sitting down. Zhao Wu was in a very good mood when he learned that he was able to watch a movie, including Lin Wanner. Barf, barf, barf. Huang Er munched on a bucket of popcorn with a barf sound coming out of his mouth. Jiang Chen passed over with a look, and the sounds Huang Er made immediately stopped. Lin Wanner couldn't help herself. Apart from Jiang Chen, it was Huang Er who had the highest cultivation level, and only Jiang Chen was able to suppress Huang Er. The rest of them were not qualified to order Huang Er. They could only use please. The movie begins with the title appearing in the eyes of the crowd. Midnight Bell. Midnight Murder Bell. This is supposed to be a horror movie. The sect master True Lord should want you to watch a horror movie to exercise your guts. At this time Huang Er's voice appeared again with a fawning smile on his face. You're the only one who can talk. Shut up. Yes yes yes. Huang Er scratched his head. Midnight Ominous Bell is a small dayside of the movie. All the way to the climax scared Lin Wanner and others frequently screamed. Even Huang Er were scared of the 5 tails wrapped tightly around their bodies. Lin Wanner clutched Huang Er's 6th and only half tail in her hand, and her palms were already covered in cold sweat. The crowd's little hearts were on a roller coaster ride as the full high-energy movie was coming to an end. The final image came within a wood. A strong sense of desolation came over the scene. The land underfoot was dry and barren, the yellowed weeds shivering in the wind. The trees around were sparse and scattered, their trunks twisted and dry, their bark peeling off, and a few remnants of leaves hanging sporadically from their branches, shaking in the cold wind and emitting a rustling wail. The forest was filled with the smell of decay, thick piles of fallen leaves on the ground, long turned into dark brown humus, occasionally visible a few sections of fallen tree trunks, lying horizontally and horizontally, insect-infested with holes. Some had even begun to collapse and disintegrate, turning into bits of dust. The scene draws closer. And there is actually a bizarre dry well here. The ground around the wellhead was cracked and a few unknown dead plants swayed feebly in the wind. The picture kept getting closer. Looking towards the well, the deep darkness seemed like an endless abyss that one's gaze could not help but be swallowed into. There were some dank mosses growing on the walls of the well, which seemed to emit a putrid smell, and the color looked particularly eerie in the darkness. There was also a ghostly green light, as if some great horror was staring into the world at the mouth of the well. Jiang Chen already knew what was about to happen, so he closed his eyes in advance. As for Wang Zhang and the others, they were confined by Jiang Chen with golden light, forcing their eyes open, and they couldn't even close them if they wanted to. Just as they were about to peer into what was inside the dry well, a creepy, mournful, shrill sound came from within the dry well, and 3D sound effects surrounded the crowd's ears in an immersive experience. Accompanying the shrill whistling was a dry and black, with scarlet flesh and blood trapped within the gap of its sharp nails. Ah! Lin Huanair screamed loudly as she grabbed Huang Er's sixth fragile tail with both hands in a hard death grip. Oh, Huang Er wasn't scared by the weirdness. Instead, he was blinded by the pain and erupted into a miserable scream. End of chapter. Weirdness was all over the place in the Small Days, and only the director of the Small Days could film that level of weirdness. Like the strength of Sadako in this movie, it should be even more terrifying than a caveman realm inhuman. Luckily this is just a movie and Sadako doesn't exist. Zhao Wu took 2 deep breaths to calm himself and said, Sadako in the movie, a white dress, cape, wrapped in a strong yin qi, not only can be on the body at will, but also can control others, create illusions, into the dream, split, transient. Sadako can clearly abuse regular people with ease, and she herself can do it without having to show her face even more. However, she likes to use her creepy pupils to scare people, and then slowly drag them into the abyss, which is an accurate description of Sadako's love of torturing people and slowly breaking down their psychological defenses. She seemed to enjoy this feeling of despair in others. Those who were targeted by Sadako could be said to have died extremely miserable deaths. Jiang Chen knew that in fact Sadako's ordeal was also very miserable, and she herself was an innocent person. It's just that he didn't expect that this horror movie, which was a big name on Earth, would also appear on the Blue Planet, and it was released just a week ago. Little girl child, quickly release your hand to this protector. At this time a misfit voice rang out. The crowd turned back. Lin Huanair realized that she was still holding onto Huang Er's vulnerable tail, and she smiled awkwardly. Mostly, Yellow Two's tail was fluffy and pleasant to touch unlike the oily skin on his body. I'm sorry, second protector Huang. Huang Er snorted coldly. Alright, break it up. We've got work to do tomorrow. The night was silent. The sky in the east appeared a touch of fish-belly white, and several kinds of innate chi came cutting through the long sky, wandering aimlessly between heaven and earth. Wang Zhang and the others got up early in the morning, and at this moment, Lin Tian Peak was no longer restricted, and since the cable car was not yet open, all of them could only go up the mountain on foot. It's a good thing the Demon Suppression Monument is halfway up the mountain. Time passes by. Not long after a large group of people climbed up the ladder appeared in the open space on the mountainside. Into the eyes of the crowd is a 10-meter-high Zhen Demon Monument. Standing under this ancient stone monument, the crowd realized how small they were, and Wang Zhang and the others had already been here waiting for the crowd. The crowd was murmuring and the scene was noisy. Silence! Line up and come up to touch this Demon Suppression Monument. Those with green light will pass. Those with red light will be eliminated. Wang Zhang's voice was augmented with the innate purple qi, and it directly spread throughout the entire mountain. And the crowd that was still trying to climb the mountain heard Wang Zhang's words. Now everyone became even more excited. After Wang Zhang gave the word, the scene quieted down, and soon a long line formed. Most of the first group of people to go up the mountain were young and in good physical shape from regular exercise. Just going up the hill screens out a lot of people straight away. Soon the first man wistfully walked under the huge demon-suppressing monument, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd he placed his hand on top of the stone monument. In a second's time, however, the jade jewel in front of him actually emitted a blinding red light. Wang Zhang shook his head and spoke slowly. Fail. Next. What? I can't believe I'm not passing. How could this happen? I'm so young and fit and I haven't done anything bad. How could I not pass? The young man seemed to be taking it a little too well, and looked a little mute. You are indeed fine. You just haven't reached the standard. Wang Zhang kindly reminded. Then I wonder, Taoist Wang, what exactly is this standard? The others saw that such a chap could not get through, and the mood of those behind them sank to the bottom. The standard is naturally just bright green light. Wang Zhang grinned. The crowd was stunned and wanted to speak. After the young man had made way with 1,000 reluctance, an older man in his 40s or 50s came up behind him. This uncle's posture is upright, although the years have carved traces on his face, but also precipitated a calm and perseverance. His eyes gleamed with a kind of unquestionable integrity. From what he could tell from his thick little arms, the older man was obviously a regular exerciser as well. He reached out and gently placed his hand on top of the stone tablet. In a flash the jade released a green glow. Holy! This uncle, he told me that he came to take his chances. Mainly to climb the mountain for exercise. And he didn't expect to pass. Could this be mindlessness? The crowd exclaimed. Even Li himself didn't expect to pass. Hua didn't expect to recruit the first disciples so quickly. Wang Jingdu didn't expect that someone would actually pass the test so quickly. His eyes looked towards Li Jianguo. What's your name? Are you willing to become a disciple of the demon Jingguan? My name is Li Jianguo. I'm willing to become a disciple of the demon suppression temple. An excited smile appeared on Li Jianguo's face as he nodded his head heavily. As for whether he could cultivate or not or whatever, he didn't care. What he cared about was that there was still a salary to be received for becoming a disciple of the demon suppressor Guan. You're getting 6 grand a month. It's better than working outside. Come and check in. Just wait on the sidelines for a while. Okay, Taoist Master Wang. He knew that the Wang Zhang in front of him was a truly superior person. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Jiangwo sat behind Wang Zhang and the others. After the appearance of Li Jianguo, this now made the crowd look forward to it even more, and they felt that they too could pass the test and become a disciple of the demon Jingguan. Then one after another came forward to examine it. The crowd realized that it was not that simple at all. The first batch of several hundred people hard only passed Li Jianguo one person. Those who didn't pass had to descend the mountain in resignation. They also kept their mouths shut when they were questioned by people coming up the mountain. Li Jianguo watched as one after another was eliminated, and he realized how lucky he was. If he hadn't passed, he even suspected for a moment that this stone tablet it could only appear in one color. Recruitment of disciples is in the middle of the fire, and there is also a Dragon TV reporter, Bing Bing, to interview the scene. Time passed by, and the number of people eliminated amounted to tens of thousands, with only 4 or 5 of them passing. The pass rate is desperately small. Even Ice came and tried it, still flashing red and not passing like everyone else. The crowd was much more mentally balanced after seeing that none of Bing Bing's wives had passed. Just then the crowd caused a stir. Only 2 sweaty silhouettes appeared in the empty space on the mountainside, and because of the prolonged overexertion of their bodies, the 2 of them looked a bit weak. Quickly look, it's these 2. Wang Xiaoanyan and Qin Burn. I didn't realize that these 2 multi-talented, multi-billionaire eunuchs had come to test as well. We've eliminated many old directors of listed companies before. I wonder if these 2 can pass. The 2 look a little hung over to me. End of chapter. Lin Wanner, who was propping up her cheeks at the test, her mouth bars slightly open, yawned, her brows lightly furrowed, her eyes wandering around diffidently, a bored look on her face. It seemed to be waiting for something to save her from this endless dreariness. Wang Zhang went back to cultivate. The work of recruiting disciples was given to the 2 of them, Shi and Zhao Wu, which was half a day past. Only a few people passed the test. The 2 of them were almost bored to death. At least I'm the 3rd of the 4 generations of disciples in the inhuman realm. When did such a talented disciple like me become a cowhorse? Zhao Wu spat out lifelessly as he lay on the table. Che, if it wasn't for the fact that this young lady didn't have the means to cultivate in the past, there would be nothing for you guys to do. Lin Wanner plucked out Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu sniffed and didn't say anything. He carries a thunder spirit body cultivated from childhood. Since being developed by his master, the speed of cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds, and the cultivation of the thunder method is even more effective with half the effort. It soon caught up with his senior brother. Cultivating the Tao for more than 10 years, his innate chi entered his body and his strength broke through to the A rank. However, Lin Wanner beside him, who was unable to cultivate since she was haunted by the ghost king Xin Chi from a young age, ever since she broke her shackles, that cultivation speed was simply as good as hanging on. Just over a month to break through several ranks to reach the peak of the E rank. It probably won't take long to break through to the D rank, and then he will be able to learn some Taoist arts. Every morning, the aura was automatically integrated into Lin Wanner's body for her to cultivate. He sat next to Lin Wanner running the Supreme Qing Great Cave Sutra, and he couldn't even snatch the aura around Lin Wanner. He could only use one sentence to describe Lin Wanner. Genius is just the gateway to seeing her. That's when the roar of the crowd caught the attention of the 2. Lin Wanner looked away indistinctly. So it's these 2. Zhao Wu nodded slightly. He also didn't brush up on the videos of the 2 on the internet, all of which were taken by other people who happened to meet them. A smile appeared on Wang Xiaoanyan's face after seeing Lin Wanner. Don't come over. Get in line yourself. Lin Wanner spoke out, directly and fundamentally eliminating Wang Xiaoanyan's move of trying to get close to him. Her father knew Wang Xiaoanyan's father, and the 2 had met several times at banquets. She didn't have a good feeling about Wang Xiaoanyan. The smile on Wang Xiaoanyan's face stiffened and he looked a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Young Wang, I've told you that your trick won't work, so you'd better obediently go stand in line. Sheen Burn saw this and snickered at Wang Xiaoni. Eventually the two men got honestly in line. It was soon the turn of both of them, and the answer was an obvious no. Wang Xiaonian still wanted to offer to buy a place privately, but after seeing Wang Zhang's appearing figure, the words on the edge of his mouth ended up being swallowed. You two go back and rest. I'll take care of the rest. Okay? See Fu. Disciple recruitment continued until the night 3 days later, before all 100 disciples were finally recruited. And according to the statistics of the professionals, the number of people eliminated had reached more than 100,000 people. As for the people who were still steadily ascending the mountain were directly dismissed, and Lin Tian Peak was once again blocked off. No one can get in. However, the news that the Demon Jingguan would be opening up in the next few days had spread. Tonight, the martial arts arena gathered to hundreds of silhouettes. All of these people were wearing white Taoist robes, and the whole place was silent. These were the people who had passed the test 3 days ago, and without exception all of them had become disciples of the Demon Jingguan. There are people from all walks of life among them. In 3 days they had familiarized themselves with the Taoist temple, each having their own exclusive room. Hey brother, do you think we'll become immortal cultivators? I suppose I will. What a longing. My dad announced that $10 billion to buy a place is not even possible. I did not expect his son I actually passed the test. My dad said to donate $10 billion to the Taoist temple. Awesome dude. Hey more than 100. 000 people only 100 of us passed. It's all fate that we can gather here. Stop it. True Lord Jiang is here. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figures of Zhang Chen and the others appeared in front of the crowd. Gentlemen, congratulations on passing the test amongst the 10,000 people and becoming a disciple of the Demon Suppression Temple. From now on you are also disciples of the Taoist religion. Yes, the crowd replied loudly. I don't care what you were before, what you did, but you came here with all the same identities and the same starting point. You will call the seat sect leader True Lord from now on, and next Wang Zhang will tell you what you should do and what you will face in the future, and to tell you the untold secrets of this world. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body flickered and disappeared in place, and the crowd watched on, dumbfounded and shocked. Zhao Wu reached out and waved his hand. An aura swept hundreds of manuals flying into the hands of the crowd, one for each person with no difference. The crowd gulped and trembled as they turned over the booklet in their hands. Those 2 blows would have left everyone speechless with shock. Is this the terror of the immortal cultivator? Can we do the same in the future? Wang Zhang glanced at the crowd with a serious expression and slowly spoke. The first page of the manual in your hands is the commandment. Remember to never violate it, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Starting tomorrow morning Zhao Wu will take you to polish your bodies. Then in the afternoon you will attend Lin Wanner's lectures. And at night you will cultivate Pile Gong on your own. Ask if you have any questions. You will have a long period of hard time starting tomorrow. You won't have a good time. Zhao Wu smiled meaningfully. When the crowd saw Zhao Wu smile, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Senior brother Zhao, how did you do that just now? Can we do the same in the future? What is senior brother Zhao's pile work? Zhao Wu didn't mind the trouble and answered everyone's questions with a smile. Night. The crowd returned to their own rooms. Lying on the bed mood cannot be calm for a long time. Their cell phones have all been put away. Wang Zhang told them that for the time being is not allowed to use the phone. At the moment, they were still thinking about Zhang Chen's sudden disappearance and the scene where hundreds of manuals automatically fell onto their hands with a flick of Zhao Wu's hand as if he had turned on his self-targeting. As time passes, the crowd goes to sleep. Some disciples even talk in their sleep and become big brothers of Taoism, subduing demons and eliminating devils. Wang Zhang, who had finished his cultivation late at night, passed by the residential area and lost his smile and shook his head when he heard these people's dream words. Not long after Wang Zhang came to Zhang Chen's room. Sect Master True Lord, everyone has fallen asleep. Well, tomorrow, let Zhao Wu impart the Bright King's grinding wheel to them to polish their bodies, and only the mortal chapter needs to be imparted to them. Sect leader True Lord, will this be a problem? After all, my Taoist temple has never recruited so many disciples at once, and the Bright King's grinding wheel is a superior body refining method. Will it be a problem? How about changing it later? End of chapter. The Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. Master, how could you be injured so badly? Zhang Shenling's face was filled with worry as he helped the old Heavenly Master onto the bed. Ha ha. Cough cough cough. The old Heavenly Master laughed boldly, and suddenly coughed violently a few times, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, the old Celestial Master still had a smile on his face. The old Celestial Master waved his hand unconcerned. Master, didn't you say you were just going out to take care of things? How could this happen? He probed the old Celestial Master's body and found that the aura and golden light in his body had all dried up. Even a crack had appeared in his dantian, and there was still a large and massive stream of yin qi in his body corroding the old Celestial Master's body. He hurriedly operated the golden light in his body to surge into the old celestial master's body, and with a large amount of golden light surging in, the yin qi in the old celestial master's body was dispersed. However, the internal organs that had been corroded before could not be restored, and could only be contained with golden light. The old heavenly master's face was as white as paper, bloodless, and his lips had faded from their original redness, taking on a lurid greenish-purple color, like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. There was still dust and blood on his face, outlining a smudged trail on the ghastly white background, and a long gash in his arm, the skin flaring out like a grinning, bloody mouth, and though it was no longer bleeding, the blood stained the fabric around it a shocking shade of red. His body no longer had the fullness and chi it had before. The old celestial masters had survived for hundreds of years, relying on a huge aura and golden light to contain it, and now the aura and golden light had dried up, and even the Pantheon had cracks. It was no longer possible to store heaven and earth aura inside the Pantheon. Having lost his aura and golden light, the old celestial master was at the moment like an old man whose lamp had run out and was about to die. Zhang Xianling was incomparably angry in his heart as he looked at the shocking wounds on his master's body. Where is this going out to deal with things? The old heavenly master this is afraid to go out to fight a ghost king with a ghost domain to the death. Xianling I'm afraid that master won't be able to hold on for much longer. I'll leave the heavenly master's mansion to you from now on. A great change is coming to Taoism. Under Zhang Xianling's golden light containment, the old heavenly master's state was not so bad. Master, why are you doing this? With the Hao Reflame golden body skill bestowed by true Lord Jiang, you can break through to the Yaoguang realm, and then we'll eradicate the Taoist association. Zhang Xianling did not understand why the old heavenly master was doing this, but the old heavenly master spoke plainly. Can't I live too long? Zhang Xianling was dumbfounded. In his heart, he vaguely knew the reason why the old heavenly master and the several masters did so. Master, then tell me who really hurt you. Can't I know? The old heavenly master sniffed as his vicissitudes of eyes stared tightly at Zhang Xianling. Master merely joined the rest of your three uncles and did a battle with those sins of the Taoist Association. The Taoist Association died 3 presidents this time and escaped 2. The old celestial master's words were shocking, and as these words entered Zhang Xianling's brain, the entire person directly froze for a few seconds. What? Zhang Xianling, who had the hindsight to realize this, snapped. What about the rest of the several senior uncles? It's about time. I guess they're all preparing for the aftermath. Your Jingshu master uncle was almost entered by an unjust soul. Although he was forcefully rescued by a few of us, he also had his entire body's tendons and veins shattered, and has been completely reduced to an invalid. Your spiritual uncle and Master Chongshu's inherited magic artifacts have both been broken and lost their spirituality, and the innate 8 trigrams in yin and yang taijutsu that they themselves sacrificed are gone. So these 2 old guys can only be added for about half a month, I guess. What? How? His master and a few of his uncles had joined forces together, and had actually paid such a terrible price in order to exterminate a few sins. Master, don't you have the complete talisman given by the true Lord on you? Why would you still? We do have the true martial demon slaying talisman and the 7-star demon slaying talisman no less, and it was because of the 2 talismans that we didn't all perish at the top of Mount Hua. The old heavenly master said no more. Only some of his gaze became distant and deep. At that time, Jing Suzhenjin was unable to hold back the yin feng in the shadow of the 2. And was extremely tired by the blood curse, and the nightmare of the 2 seized the opportunity. Jing Suzhenjin was not paying attention to the soul-devouring curse to take advantage of the situation. True Lord Punching Void offered the 7-star demon-slaying talisman to save True Lord Jingshu at the critical time and cut through the large formation set up by both Yin Feng and Spectral Shadow. The 2 of them, Yin Feng and Phantom Shadow, who had their great formations broken, had suffered backlash and had been decapitated by the residual talismanic energy without half a life. He also took the opportunity to offer the true martial demon-slaying talisman. But who knew that the Taoist Association's bone spirit had also sacrificed a complete intermediate-level talisman, the Heavenly Dipper-breaking talisman? The quality of the talisman was not the least bit weaker than the true martial demon-swinging talisman. In the end, the old celestial masters paid a terrible price to decapitate Blood Curse, Nightmare, and Yin Feng, and seriously injured the Phantom Shadow and Bone Spirit. A few people had wanted to forcefully execute the Phantom Shadow and the Bone Spirit here, but the top of Mount Hua is still buried in the underground bones of 99 souls. In order to prevent changes, several people did not continue to pursue. In the top of Mount Hua, difficult to solve everything before dragging the lamps and oil body back to their respective Taoist temple. Zhang Xianling looked anxious and wanted to inquire, but once he saw the old heavenly master's haggard face, he didn't pursue the question. Master, the Taoist Association has 3 dead presidents and 2 others who are not capable of fighting. Why don't we take this opportunity to eradicate all of the Taoist Association's tumors? Although Zhang Xianling was shocked that the old celestial master and the others were fighting with the president of the Taoist Association, He could only accept that things had already happened. Now is a great time to eradicate the Taoist association. No, after such a big event, Zhang Nian won't not show up. With him around, the Taoist association won't be able to fall. All you have to do is stabilize the entire Taoist religion. Alright, you leave. Master can still hold out for like half a month. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Zhang Shenling's eyes were red and tightly clenched his fists. In the meantime, an old Taoist staggeringly appeared at the entrance of the Dengxian Taoist temple carrying another old Taoist on his back. You are comfortable, lying on the old Taoist and not moving a bit. It is also the greatest honor of your life to let Laozi carry you up the mountain. The punching void realist planted himself helplessly on the ground, and the Jing void realist on his back fell to the ground with him. Ha ha ha, it's only right that it's your honor to carry the old path. Just get over it. You're a waste of space and all you've got is a mouth. Even if Jing Suzhenjin was like this, Chong Suzhenjin would still have to damage him a few times. Jing Suzhenjin didn't say anything, but only felt infinite emotions in his heart. The two of them had been arguing all their lives, and in the end, it was actually Chong Suzhenjin who sent him back to the Taoist temple. At this time the door of the Taoist temple opened. It was the disciple who was preparing to go into the mountain to prepare to cut firewood for warmth in the evening. This disciple saw two figures fall on the ground as soon as he opened the door. Suspicious of his, rushed forward to check. This look cannot be. The two extremely weak old Taoists were actually Jing Suzhen and Chong Suzhen. End of chapter. At this time, the few high achievers within the Dengxian Taoist temple had also learned of what happened at the top of Mount Hua. At the same time, he also had to accept the fact that Jing Suzhenjin's meridians had been wasted and he had been reduced to an invalid. Master. Looking at the Jingshu real person who had raised him since he was a child, Shen Lingyun's eyes were red and 2 lines of tears flowed out. Shen Lingyun had thought that he would wait for Jingshu Zhenren to come back to tell Jingshu Zhenren the happy news that he had broken through the hidden Yuan realm, but as soon as he saw Jingshu Zhenren's appearance he didn't know how to open his mouth. Lingyun, your aura can't even be perceived by Master. Impressive. Jingshu Zhenren joked and laughed. With his cultivation dissipated and his dantian shattered, he naturally could not sense Shen Lingyun's aura. Master, with the help of the golden light bestowed by true Lord Jiang, my disciple has successfully broken through the hidden Yuan realm. Jing Suzhenjin smiled in relief at his words. Shen Lingyun is the hope of the immortal ascension Taoist temple. Such a young hidden Yuan realm, even if placed in the age of the end of the laws, is still atop heavenly pride. The age of the end is followed by the age of spiritual extinction. Where's Antenna and Green Pine? Why haven't we seen anyone? I'm sure that when he left, Antenna had already brought back Man Ching Song. He had traveled to the top of Mount Hua this time. His heart was throbbing and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back. So he gave the Dengxian Taoist temple's inherited magic weapon to Tiantong, and inscribed a Jinwu demon-slaying talisman to him in advance. After hearing the words of the Jingshu realist, all the elders present fell silent, each bowing their heads. It could also be said that you don't know how to speak. Speak. Jing Suzhenjin felt a little uneasy in his heart, and his breath caught in his throat. Punching void realist lay on the other side of the room without speaking, resting with his eyes closed. The master. Sect master in the Tianshan mountain range was mysterious zombie seriously injured, now still in the Tianshan Taoist temple coma. According to the Xianling Real said sect master's injuries are quite serious, and Qingsong's senior brother, in order to suppress the mutation of the copper armor zombie, was also the body into the body, but now has woken up, but also in the Tianshan Taoist temple to heal the injury. An older elder had no choice but to give an honest account. What did you say? Put. Jingshu Real didn't come up for a breath of air. The gas directly sprayed a large mouth of blood. The whole person's breath continues to weaken, just like a candle flame, at any time will be extinguished. On the side of the room, the charged void realist slowly opened his eyes with a somewhat complicated expression. Real people. The faces of the crowd changed drastically, but none of them dared to channel their aura to maintain the Jingshu reality. Jing Suzhenjin's meridians had already been broken. If he forcefully conveyed aura into his body, it would once again stimulate the broken meridians to suffer a serious secondary backlash. The crowd could already feel Jing Suzhenjin's qi dissipating. The qi and blood flowed backward and attacked the heart. There was nothing I could do. This is the calamity. Jing Suzhenren let out a powerless cry of grief. Even if he were to take refuge in the immortal Taoist temple, he would not be able to circumvent the predestined calamity in his destiny. If Qingsong had followed him back to the Dengxian Taoist temple from the beginning, where would the latter have happened? If Qingsong and Tiantong hadn't gone to the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple, then the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple would probably have been massacred. Jing Suzhen's eyes slowly closed, and the last of his qi dissipated into the heavens and earth. The entire hall resounded with a cry of sorrow. Lying on the other side of the room, Chongshu was also infinitely sad after seeing his old friend pass away. We will avenge the real person. Deception. More than a dozen red-robed elders within the Dengxian Taoist temple were furious. All of these elders were trained by the Jingshu realm, and the death of the Jingshu realm dealt a great blow to them. Beware of your real person jumping up and giving you 2 slaps on the face. The punching void real person glanced at them. After hearing the words of realist Chongshu, everyone in the room quieted down. Taoism is about to flourish, and no one can disrupt the plans of a few of us old-timers. Yes. The crowd of disciples nodded their heads as they forced back the anger in their hearts. That's right. By the way, have Dustless pick me up. In this depressing late night, the news of the passing of the Jingshu real person didn't spread out. The main thing was that Mount Dengxian had a magnetic field shroud. Any intelligent machine would be ineffective here. The several elders were unable to inform the Heavenly Master's palace of the news even if they wanted to. In the late night there were already 2 red-robed elders quickly descending the mountain. After all, within the Dengxian Taoist temple there was still the Chongshu realist lying, and although Chongshu realist wasn't as badly injured as Jingshu realist, he wasn't anywhere near as bad. The 2 elders were afraid that Chong Suzhenjin could not wait for the arrival of Wu Duanzhenjin, so both of them didn't pack up and hurriedly went down the mountain directly. The whole time the aura was boosted to rush, and they didn't dare to delay even for a moment. Inside the Heavenly Mountain Taoist temple, the spirit goodness, the spirit wind, and the yin-yang were seated in the Taoist temple on Tianshan Mountain. A few days passed. Xianlingzhenjin and a few elders also recovered their energy. Only Tiantong and Qingsong were still in a coma. Thank you to the several true masters for sitting in the Taoist temple these past few days. At the first opportunity, Taoist Qianling thanked Taoist Lingshan from the bottom of his heart. It's good that the person is fine. Spirit goodness shook his head. Yin Yang glanced at Qianling and withdrew his gaze after confirming that he had no problems. Master Qianling, I have surveyed a 20-kilometer radius in the past few days, and I have not sensed the aura of an evil spirit. And we also went to the place where the golden coffin was left behind to take a look at it, and there was also no result. Although he didn't sense the zombie's aura, Spirit Wind Realist's face was very grave. Zombies are notorious for holding grudges. The copper armor zombie was suppressed by the Qianling, actually did not take advantage of the opportunity to kill the door. This is too unbelievable. Now there are only 2 outcomes to the zombies never showing up. For one thing, the copper-armored zombie had been taken control of by that Taoist and was controlling the zombie to hide. The second is that the Taoist took the 2 big zombies and left silently. After all, the Tianshan mountain range is so big that it is impossible to want to block all of it. Once they thought about the strength of those 2 big zombies, the crowd's guesses leaned even more towards the second one. I think that the Taoist Association should have slipped away with the 2 big zombies. Spirit Wind Realist opened his mouth in a deep voice. This formation that I have specially laid down seems to be useless. Ling Shanjinjin shook his head. It had been several days since the zombie's breath had not appeared. Not a single ghost shadow had been seen. Damn it, if those 2 great zombies appear again, it will definitely be a disaster for the living. Yin Yang's face was gloomy. We have to inform the old heavenly master of the news and ask him to take action. Xianling Jinjin's back was cold when he thought of the strength of that zombie. That zombie was able to resist the existence of intermediate talismans. It was simply not something they could deal with. The Celestial Master's mansion has known about this for a long time, but it just hasn't replied. And I don't know what Celestial Master Zhang is doing, Spirit Goodness said helplessly. Suddenly a voice rang out behind the crowd. All the real people, Tiantong Realist and Elder Chengsong have woken up. The crowd turned to each other at the words before heading for the room. The 2 who had been in a coma for so many days finally woke up. Both of them had corpse chi in their bodies, and the trickiest part was that neither of their cultivation levels could fight against the corpse chi in their bodies, thus causing them to be unconscious for so long. If it wasn't for the 3 real people taking turns to energize the 2 with their innate chi, there was no telling how long it would take for them to wake up. End of chapter. Jin Demon Watch. And so another quiet day passed for 2 days. Zhang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. In front of him there was a black Dan tripod. This tripod was called the Nine Yang tripod, which was exchanged by Zhang Chen with 500,000 shock points. The quality of the Nine Yang tripod had exceeded that of a top-tier Dao artifact, and internally, it generated a Nine Yang fire of its own, which was not as powerful as the famous divine flame, but it was enough to burn everything when placed on the blue star. Zhang Chen's body surface was bubbling with golden light, and his hands pinched his knots, sending a steady stream of golden light to catalyze the Nine Yang fire. In 2 days, he had already refined 8 furnaces of foundation establishment pills, and now this was the 9th furnace. Rise! Zhang Chen's hand skill changed. The heavy Nine Suns tripod trembled, and the entire courtyard was lifted by a whistling wave of air, and the grass and trees were bent over where the wave rolled through. Zhang Chen was in the core of the air wave. A head of black hair was instantly wrapped up by the gusts of wind and the hair fluttered wildly, and the basaltic-colored robes were rolled and hunted. After the blazing air wave, the Nine Suns tripod calmed down. As Jiang Chen reached out and beckoned, 81 pearly white pills flew out of the Nine Suns tripod, and the 81 pills slowly flew into the gourd. 81 alchemical pills. 81 finished extreme-grade foundation building pills. Not a single wasted pill. Jiang Chen's brows slowly relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. The foundation building elixir sold for 1,000 inside the system mall, and was mainly an elixir needed to build a foundation before the Ding rank, but it was a third-rank elixir. With the help of the upper chain alchemy true classic, in 2 days' time Jiang Chen was already able to refine third-order pills. The 700 or so building blocks were completely enough for the disciples of the demon Jingguan to use for a long time. Because they didn't cultivate the Dharma chapter of exhaling spiritual qi, they couldn't directly refine the foundation establishment pill, and could only continuously perform the hammering method in the Ming Wang grinding wheel to refine the pill. Both methods have the same effect. With the help of the foundation establishment pill, there were already several disciples who had opened their Runwu and Dudu chakras to step into the first realm of the mortal realm, the early stage of the nondescript stage. The disciple who was the first to break through naturally became the senior brother of the rest. Jiang Chen put away the furnace and headed towards the martial arts arena. Now that the demon Jingguan was open, he had to go out and preside over the big picture as well. The sound of people practicing and yelling could be heard after passing by several huge main halls, and in no time Jiang Chen arrived at the steps outside the hall. Hundreds of disciples in the lower martial arts arena were dressed in white Taoist robes, holding standardized sharp long swords and waving them in a neat manner, and the one leading the way in front was naturally Zhao Wu. Wang Zhang, on the other hand, was weaving through the disciples, constantly correcting them. Overall it seems pretty good. A set of Big Dipper sword technique has been able to do the trick. In addition to learning swordsmanship, they also have boxing, leg work, and footwork. Jiang Chen's appearance caused the crowd to become even more excited, and the sound of a sword blade trembling resounded in the martial arts arena. Inside the Kyoto building, 2 smartly dressed men in black suits walked into the office. Well, did you find out? The man in the chair looked up slowly. His gaze swept in, just like a substantial pressure coming on his face. The certainty and composure revealed in those eyes, just a light glance could make people's hearts feel in awe. The 2 men were mentally endowed. Back to Minister Li. We found the source of the spread in. It's an account created by a world-class hacker, and Bloody Mary was passed in by him as well. The other side was wary. We lost our information tracking, but we found out that Bloody Mary is a horror legend in Little Britain, and in their country the words Bloody Mary are taboo. The 2 were sweating a bit from not completing the task. Bang! Minister Li sniffed and slapped his hand hard on the table, which seemed to slap on the hearts of the 2 men, causing them to be shaken. Assholes! Spreading to my country when it's classified as taboo in their country? This dog! His eyes instantly widened as they burned with rage. In Minister Li's opinion, this matter most likely had a lot to do with Little Britain, and maybe they even let it spread in. Minister Li, we haven't found any strong evidence, but we have discovered a horrible superstition that has been passed down from the small days. According to our investigation, there have been deaths. Said here 2 eyes slightly narrowed, a thick killing intent permeated out. Say, what is it? Minister Li spat out word after word. Clearly he was on the verge of an outburst at the moment. It's the Sadako videotape. Littleday first made a horror movie named Midnight Murder Bell, in which the main creepy is Sadako, and then Littleday's Yin-Yang Master Organization brought Sadako images to spread to our country. As far as I know, the crew that filmed the Midnight Murder Bell all died tragically in their homes a week later, an event that caused a big shock in the small days at the time, but they suppressed it. And there are people in our country who watched this movie and became interested in this videotape, so those who viewed the Sadako videotape, without exception, none of them lived. They all died within 7 days. Who gave permission to shelve this movie? Has that videotape been recovered yet? Minister Li questioned. The relevant person in charge has been detained, and the videotape circulating on the internet has been deleted by us in its entirety, and that videotape has been locked up inside a safe by Mimimi. The 2 men have quickly had the entire news blocked since they discovered this chastity videotape and have had people searching for this videotape and finally managed to find the blockade. The 2 acted very decisively to avoid causing more tragic deaths of innocent people. Do a good job. Let the relevant departments to sympathize with the families of the victims. This loss I remembered. Minister Li's face was gloomy. Suddenly he turned to look at the 2 again. You say, if the Taoist masters suffered a loss will do? When a Taoist high priest suffers a loss, he will it back the next day at the latest. Tell the chief minister of the psychic bureau about this. I think he will have a solution. Minister Li murmured. Yes. What? Is there anything else? Minister Li saw that the 2 did not leave and asked in confusion. Minister Li, although this videotape is locked inside the safe, it's ultimately a scourge to keep it here. Our investigation speculates that this chastity videotape should be similar to Bloody Mary. we may be able to ask the true Lord of Taoism to take action to behead this chastity. The last Bloody Mary. The Psychic Bureau tried it, and it wasn't summoned, even by ordinary people. Perhaps after the Taoist true Lord broke Sadako, this band of influence became ineffective. The two men's words made Minister Li's eyes light up. Okay, let's have someone contact the true Lord of Taoism. I believe he should be interested in this chastity image tape, and of course we can't let anyone contribute for nothing. Understand? Minister Li, we get it. The two would smile. End of chapter. A few days later, two well-built men dressed in black suits arrived at the Demon Town Watch, one of them carrying a special safe in his hand, and inside was the blocked Sadako videotape. Arrived. One of them spoke. At this time the Jin Demon Temple is crowded. Ancestor Square, Winding Road, Pavilion are all visitors from all over the country. When the two arrived at the doorway they saw a fox idol dressed in a Taoist robe, which caught the attention of the two. The main thing was that the dignified god statue seemed to have a spirit, and the two of them vaguely sensed that there was some kind of gaze watching them as soon as they arrived here. One of them was guarding the safe tightly for fear of any accidents. The other man already had his right hand on his waist, and he would absolutely draw his gun should anything happen. Huang Er within the idol looked at the two with interest, carrying a gun on his body, with a strong masculine aura, actually able to sense that something is wrong. I think he is a special forces soldier who has been training for many years. But what's inside this box seems kind of interesting. A videotape? But if I let you two brats enter the Taoist temple with such a great evil, then wouldn't this seat's reputation as a protector be a waste of time? These 2 days has been incense constantly Huang Er. With the help of the power of incense cultivation, that cultivation speed is called 1,000 miles off. That's why he wants to prove himself so desperately. Just when the two of them didn't notice anything wrong and wanted to enter the demon suppressor Guan, an ethereal voice suddenly resounded in their minds. Get the hell out of this protector. Before the two of them could react to what was going on, they were shaken out by a strong force, and this scene could startle the surrounding tourists. Ouch me. This young man. Holy burn Kong. What's going on here? I just saw two people trying to get into the Taoist temple and then swish and fly out. It can't be that true Lord Zhang doesn't welcome the two of them, can it? Could it be that the two are doing something unseemly? There are more and more tourists around, and the traffic jam is so bad you can't find your way out. Who was just talking? The two men looked at each other in shock. Look what a capable young man. Why are you stupid? Who is talking to you? That's just it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the words of the people around them, the two remained convinced that a voice had just sounded in their ears. It seems to say, get the hell out of here. Protector. The two of them looked towards the fox idol dressed in Taoist robes under the eaves of the entrance to the Taoist temple, and the label below seemed to be the Taoist god of blessing and righteousness, as well as the Taoist yellow second protector. Could it be the idol under the roof that just spoke? But is it possible? One of them disbelievingly picked up the safe on the ground again and wanted to enter the Taoist temple. However, he was tightly pulled by another person. Don't be reckless. With all the shenanigans that have been going on at Blue Star lately, what else is impossible? Maybe God really does exist. The other man whispered. Huang Er within the idol skimmed his lips. He almost couldn't help but laugh when he heard the two call him a god. He'd be better off if he were a god. The two of us are from the Ministry of State Security. Here are our credentials. We seek out true Lord Zhang to discuss important matters. Please be clear. Protector. Two men had no choice but to show their papers, and the other held up a safe in his hand. This bizarre scene shocked the crowd. Protector? What protector? What kind of ID is this that you didn't see? From the Ministry of State Security? Is it a fake? Have never heard of this department. Are these two out of their minds? The noisy sounds around them continued, but it didn't affect the two of them in the slightest. Huang Er within the idol was a bit elusive after taking a look at the documents. Let the two of them come in. Suddenly Jiang Chen's voice came, and Huang Er's complexion immediately straightened up. His gaze went to the two men again. The two once again felt the same sensation they had before, and this time the two were even more convinced that someone in the shadows was watching them. Two boys, go inside. You can communicate with me without speaking by meditating. People around here look at you guys like you're nuts. Huang Er's voice once again rang in the ears of the two. We understand. Understand. The two of them were listening clearly now, and in their hearts, they were even more in awe of the demon-suppressing temple, and at the same time were looking forward to personally meeting the true Lord of Taoism. After you enter, go directly to the Qiankuan Hall next door to the True Martial Ancestor Hall. The sect leader True Lord is waiting for you there. This time the two of them entered the Taoist temple without any problems and were soon guided by Huang Er to the side of the True Martial Ancestors temple. There was a huge martial arts arena in front of him, on which hundreds of disciples were holding long swords and cutting. And still ahead there are 999 steps, and only above that is the Grand Jinwu Ancestors Hall, and to the left and right are the Qiankuan Hall, and the Dao Chi Hall. It's the two of you who are looking for the sect leader True Lord, isn't it? At this time a pleasant voice rang out, and Lin Wanner's figure appeared in front of the two men. Yes, are you Lin Wanner? The two of them had done an understanding of the demon suppression guan and knew that this person was Lin Wanner, who had previously been haunted by the Demon King. A lovely, lively young girl. She was recognizable because she wasn't wearing a Taoist robe. I didn't expect to recognize me. Let's go, I'll take you guys up. Lin Wanner guffawed. A few people went around the martial arts arena to the steps, and the two of them nodded slightly when they saw Wang Zhang. This Taoist master Wang is also a legend, one of the newest elders of Taoism. Not long after a few people appeared within the Qiankuan Palace. As soon as they walked into the place the whole world was quiet, as if they were in another world. In the midst of this solemn hall, a true lord sat high above the platform. He wore a metaphysical colored Taoist robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns and Taoist runes. His face was cold, his sword eyebrows were inserted diagonally into his temples, and his eyes were as deep as an abyss, flashing with a cold light in the darkness. The golden light in the pupil has not yet dissipated, so it makes people feel that the power is amazing, and the heart does not dare to have the slightest overstep. Sect Master True Lord, the person Wanner has brought you. Wanner will go out first. Lin Wanner smiled wryly, then stepped away and slipped away. Jiang Chen gathered his chi and sighed helplessly as he glanced at Lin Wanner's back. Such a lively girl. He still cannot be ruthless to drive her away. It seems that we can only wait for her father to find someone to pick her up. The main thing is that this free labor smells good to use. The two of you are from the Ministry of State Security? Jiang Chen asked out loud. The two men looked positive at the words. Greetings to you, True Lord Jiang. The two of us are none other than the Ministry of State Security, and this time we've come mainly because we have a tricky matter to trouble you with. The two didn't hide anything. Oh, Jiang Chen was surprised at his words. The people from the Ministry of State Security had something to look for him? Jiang Chen scanned the two men. Besides the two toy guns on them, the only thing left was the image tape with a strong aura inside the safe. Is it about what's inside your safe? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. The two men looked stunned. End of chapter. The two of them didn't expect that the things inside the safe they hadn't even said anything about. Jiang Chen already knew about it, as if they had been seen through by Jiang Chen from the moment they stepped into the Qiankuan Palace. There are no secrets to be had. Yes, True Lord Jiang. It is precisely this image tape. Two people will open the safe. An image tape into the eyes of Jiang Chen. Looking at this image tape, Jiang Chen some surprise. This image tape is difficult to not be able to let people in Sadako Image Tape Association. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this image belt was bubbling with intense chi, almost coalescing into substance. Comparing to the previous Bloody Mary were even more outrageous. And it was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen such a dense chi. Ordinary people put around for a long time, the mind and spirit will certainly suffer from the invasion, becoming inhuman and ghostly. Seeing Jiang Chen puzzled, the two opened their mouths to explain. Jiang Jinjuan, this is the videotape of Sadako that was passed down from the Yin and Yang masters over in the small days. This videotape. Wait, what do you guys call this? The two were interrupted by Jiang Chen before they could finish speaking. A chastity belt of influence. The two were puzzled. But the Sadako videotape that you must die 7 days after viewing? Yes. I didn't realize that this chastity influence band had such a big impact that even True Lord Jiang already knew about it. You guys want me to break this chastity influence belt? Jiang Chen already knew in his heart the purpose the two had in mind. Yes, True Lord Jiang. Of course we won't let True Lord go out of his way for nothing. Our minister said that these two items would be considered as a meet and greet gift. Then the two men took out two square boxes from their arms and opened them in unison. An aura of supreme rigidity and yang came to the surface. And one of the boxes actually had 20 to 30 pieces of extremely high-quality large 5 emperor's coins placed within it, while the other box had a square jade seal placed in it. The jade seal without runes was just like a beautiful jade in a deep mountain valley that had not been tainted by the world, with a warm texture and no decoration, but with its purity and simplicity, one could feel an ancient and elegant aura. A whole square jade seal. The quality of this piece of jade was several times better than even the one Lin Wanner had at the beginning, and it was unknown how many years of precipitation it would take to give birth to such a large piece of jade, and there are no runes on it. This if sent to auction shall not be called to hundreds of millions of dollars. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people the jade seal could be carved and made into a valuable collector's item, whereas in Jiang Chen's eyes this jade seal was fully qualified to be refined into a superb Dao weapon. The demon Jingguan was even able to add another inheritance artifact. What a generous offer from the DSS. The subtle change in Jiang Chen's eyes was captured by the two men, and the two men couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. It seemed that the gift they had specially prepared was very much to Jiang Chen's liking. Previously, the two of them were afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to see it. After all, Lin Wanner had given Jiang Chen a piece of extremely high-quality jade before, In that case then the two of you can leave this with me and I will handle it properly. Jiang Chen should have disposed of this chaste influence bring in a sensible manner. The small-time S are looking for death. Then don't blame this seat for taking the place of heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host triggering the super hidden mission. The Yin and Yang master dares to persecute the future foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. His heart can be put to death. This is tantamount to provoking the Dragon Kingdom, the entire inhuman world. Please the host to the way of their people. Double the return of their own body. The system will be rated according to the host's performance in completing the mission. And the higher the rating, the greater the reward. It's true that even the system can't help it. No one can save the little life this time. Jiang Chen sneered twice. Many thanks to true Lord Jiang. The two of them were relieved to hand over the item to Jiang Chen. Something they were very uneasy about carrying around in their hearts. Now the job is finally done. Say thank you to your minister for me. It's really polite. In the future, if there's anything else, feel free to send it to this seat. Jiang Chen smiled. Understood. The two nodded. Jiang Chen gently waved his hand. A warm wave of air swept away. The two were blown back a step. However, the next moment the two felt warm inside their bodies, and even their strength had increased by about 10%. I see that the two of you are tainted with some evil spirits. This seat has already taken care of it for the two of you, so you two can go ahead. The two men glanced at the chastity image tape. This as an afterthought reaction. Turns out it's not just watching the video that's cursed, but even carrying it around is a threat. Many thanks to true Lord Jiang, the two said respectfully with a solemn expression. Just going along for the ride. The two no longer delayed Jiang Chen, and exited the Qiankuan Palace after respectfully bidding Jiang Chen farewell. As soon as he exited the Qiankuan Palace he took a few deep and large breaths. Few even facing the minister. Isn't this oppressive? Yes, the demon-suppressing one is really not simple, and the Taoist true lord is even more so. Jin Demon Guan is not divided into outer and inner courtyards like the Heavenly Master's mansion, and after tourists buy the tickets, except for a few special places that cannot be entered, the rest of the halls of the Jin Demon Guan can be visited, and you can also see disciples practicing on the martial arts field. With a bit of luck one could even see Wang Zhang's figure amidst the clouds at the top of the mountain from the mountainside. Now the tourists outside were sitting quietly around the martial arts arena watching. Some of them were holding their cell phones and filming the many disciples practicing, and there were even people following along below, but they found that their bodies simply allowed for these moves, and several nearly sprained themselves after posing for one. Tourists enviously bypassed the drill hall in a self-conscious line to visit the major main halls. When everyone arrived at the Pantheon, they were thrown into shock when they saw all the idols of the gods and goddesses above them. When did our country get so many gods? This Jade Emperor hasn't been heard of at all. And this Three Qing, do these really exist? What do you care if he exists or not? Can he be worshipped here? And even more, there is a special god position. Can there be a fake? Could it be that Jiang Jinjuan is a little cutie? Is it? You worship on the end. After this person finished speaking without the slightest hesitation he directly knelt heavily on top of the futon, his hands holding 3 super large incense as thick as a baby's arm, and the rich aroma of incense wrapped around his body. His mind murmured frantically, "Superstars, gods above. I want my wife to give birth to a lovely daughter. Please protect me, gods above." After chanting silently for 3 times, followed by frantic obeisance, he finally reluctantly inserted the incense into the 10,000 gods cauldron. This set of maneuvers was so smooth that it made the jaws of the people in the back of the room drop. The main thing was that this person's incense directly crushed the fine incense in the hands of the crowd. Wasn't it crushing them? Can this be tolerated? "Brother, where did you buy this incense? Why can't I find it in the Taoist temple?" the latter inquired. Hey, heaven forbid. Of course he would not say that. It was a cheeky way to find Wang Zhang to take it off, and this way of kneeling he still specially asked Wang Zhang to teach him. "Look at that incense tripod." Suddenly a voice rang out. End of chapter. The crowd turned back to look at the 10,000 gods cauldron, which had already been filled with burning incense almost to the brim, and the most conspicuous 3 large incense wafting out of the incense gas actually coalesced into a thick incense breath. Like a divine white dragon it first wrapped around the man's body in a circle before slowly floating towards the highest godly position and then continuously downwards. The crowd watched the divine scene with excitement. Could it be a divine manifestation? This person is afraid that he hasn't attracted the blessings of the gods. Holy, what's all this nonsense for? I'll just kneel first. Such a divine thing happened. This time the tourists are even more excited. The back is more and more through the god. What god reincarnation came out? All in all, a strong scent of incense filled the Jin Demon Guan. Even the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion didn't have this kind of pomp and circumstance. Headquarters of the Taoist Association. Inside the dimly lit office, the Bone Spirit Celestial Master and the Spectral Shadow Celestial Master were both sitting cross-legged on top of the podium. The two of them hadn't moved a bit for several days at this point. It wasn't that the two didn't want to move. but there was no way to move. A large hole opened directly in Bone Spirit Celestial Master's chest, and although the wound had stopped bleeding, the deep wound was exceptionally appalling. He had almost no blood left in his veins, and would probably be dead in his office in less than 3 days. And the shadow of the heavenly division is okay. Both arms were directly chopped off. 5 viscera and internal organs suffered a huge trauma. The cultivation of the Great Fall in combat power dropped dramatically. No dozen or 2 decades, I'm afraid that there is no way to recover. Damn old Celestial Masters. They actually have so many intermediate level talismans in their hands. It seems that they have made all the preparations to die with us. We should never have gone to duel with those dying old things. The Phantom grimaced and growled frantically in his office. What's the use of talking about this now? There is no medicine for regret in the world. Save your strength. The Bone Spirit lowered his head and his voice was low and hoarse, as if he was struggling to open his mouth to speak. I'm just not happy. We've prepared for everything and we didn't even get those old mongrels killed. We are 5 against 4. These 2 losers, Blood Curse and Nightmare, were actually directly chopped to death by the true martial demon-slaying talisman. Even if the 2 of them died, they actually killed my brother, In Fong, in order to get the old Heavenly Master and the others killed at Mount Hua. The Phantom Shadow and Indian Wind had exhausted all their reserves to set up the Phantom Shadow Soul Devouring Formation, which was a broken formation found amongst the battlefield ruins. But even the crippled Phantom Shadow Soul Devouring Formation belonged to the category of intermediate level formations. They had thought that it was enough to devour and decapitate the old Celestial Master and the others, but they did not expect the old Celestial Master and the others to have a lot of cards at all. If only the Delusion Breaker was there, would still be able to tolerate those old mongrels being so arrogant. That's right, Breaking Delusion Heavenly Master exploded more than 10 years ago, directly breaking through to the Yaoguang realm. Now the outside world still thinks that Breaking Delusion Heavenly Master is at the peak of Dongming. No one knows that Breaking Delusion has broken through a long time ago, and it threw off the entire Dragon Kingdom and human community. However, after the Delusion Breaking Heavenly Master broke through the Yaoguang realm and went on a small trip, now more than 10 years have passed and the Delusion Breaking Heavenly Master still hasn't returned. Other than the Delusion Breaker Heavenly Master personally contacting the Bone Spirit Heavenly Master, the few of them couldn't contact the Delusion Breaker Heavenly Master at all. Are we just going to wait to die? Tong Fury and Wan Feng also ran off somewhere. 2 damn fools. Stop chirping here. The 2 are more than likely dead. The Bone Spirit seemed to be unable to take it anymore, forcing himself to speak through the pain. The intense pain caused his face to change constantly. Dead? How could that be possible? The 2 must have run away in fear of that old Heavenly Master. After all, Wan Feng was the old Heavenly Master's favorite disciple before. Jia Jia Jia. The Phantom Shadow's somber voice resounded throughout the office. No way. I'm not willing to do it. I simply can't recover from this injury without a few decades. By then everything will be too late. The Shadow's eyes revealed a wolf-like ferocity and unwillingness. He absolutely could not accept this outcome. Humph. What do you want to do then? Practicing evil? Bone Spirit sneered twice in disdain. Phantom Shadow's expression was cloudy without speaking. What could it be that you're really prepared to cultivate evil? Bone Spirit's lowered head lifted up to give him a look. The eyes were calm and scary. Do you want to die just like that? I can't do that anyway. It would be better for us to cultivate that blood spell reincarnation technique and refine everyone in the building, and we'll definitely be able to recover from our injuries by then. Even more, our cultivation will go 100 feet further. His eyes were extremely fierce, as if he was possessed by a demon, and his hair was messily strewn across his face as he laughed crazily, his laughter shrill and piercing, and his entire body trembled violently. Crazy. Bone Spirit does not care to be associated with it. In that case, let me refine you. Suddenly the spectral shadow's voice became treacherous, and a bizarre aura appeared aside. Ha ha ha. Spectral shadow, you have played with the grievous soul for your entire life, but now you have been devoured by the grievous soul and have ended up like this. Bone Spirit naturally knew that the spectral shadow at this time was no longer the spectral shadow from before. He had been devoured by the grievous spirit and had become a grievous spirit with a body, simply called a spirit corpse, a combination of zombie and a grieving spirit. Not only does he have the strong body of a zombie, but he also has bizarre means. At this point, the true face of the Phantom Shadow was already imperceptible. A thick black mist wrapped around his body, and an icy, bone-piercing chill emanated from his surroundings. The 2 arms that were originally broken had unexpectedly given birth to 2 even more terrifying and bizarre arms. It approached the Bone Spirit step by step, and the look was chilling. Jia Jia Jia. I did not expect that here actually on the show such a good show. Only the Bone Spirit cannot let you devour. This is my prey. You say it is not a Bone Spirit Heavenly Master. The door to the room opened, and old Taoist Withered Bones, who had been squatting for a long time, slowly walked in with the Vajra corpse and copper armor corpse. Who are you? The spirit corpse growled at the withered bone old Taoist with a hideous face, that sharp voice hitting the eardrums straight away. Swallow it, without even looking at it. The withered bone old Taoist transformed the Vajra corpse and the copper armor corpse into two residual shadows and directly pressed the spirit corpse to the ground, tearing it madly. The sound of blood and flesh being torn apart echoed through the office. No! A mournful shrill whistling sound rang out as an unjust soul scurried out from inside the corpse, only to be swallowed by the adamantine corpse with its mouth open. At the same time, the aura of the Vajra corpse is even more terrifying, has reached the peak of the Yao Guang, as long as further is the real peak of the Vajra corpse. Perhaps after swallowing the bone spirit celestial master and all the inhumans in the mansion he would be able to make a successful breakthrough. And the copper armored corpse could only humbly devour blood void chi and blood. Wan Feng and Tong Jia are the ones you killed, right? The bone spirit heavenly master raised his head, his gaze staring straight at the withered bone old Taoist. As for the puddle of broken flesh on the ground, it didn't affect him at all. A Vajra corpse and a copper armor corpse. You're not small in your ambitions. The Vajra corpse is not something that a piece of trash like you can control. Don't get backfired like the phantom shadow. The bone spirit laughed lowly, disdain filling his eyes. Then you don't have to think about it. Bone spirit heavenly master. Not wanting to talk too much nonsense with him, old Taoist withered bone ordered the Vajra corpse to pounce on him. End of chapter. The withered bone old Taoist looked at the bone spirit with indignation in his eyes. This scumbag died at his hands. And even after he died he kept a disdainful look in his eyes as he glared at him. This reminded old Taoist withered bone of the time when he had once been called around as a dog in the Taoist Association. And at that time, he was only an A-ranked inhuman, and his status wasn't very high. And these individual presidents and elders of the Taoist Association did not treat them as human beings at all. And disciples like him who were old and had poor talent in cultivating the Tao were even more often humiliated. Even more powerful doesn't die in my hands. Roar! The Vajra corpse that had devoured the spirit corpse and the bone spirit roared up to the sky. And the black as ink corpse chi erupted uncontrollably. The entire building shook, and the terrifying chi wave was too much for even old Taoist of withered bones to withstand. He stepped back one after another, his pupils shrinking like pinholes glaring at the adamantine corpse. As for the copper armored corpse on the side, it had already bent down to show its submission, and it had already looked to the Vajra corpse. Vajra corpse's #1 minion. At this time, the intermediate level talisman on the forehead of the Vajra corpse had become somewhat uncontrollable. The blue runes constantly flickering with light, as if the next moment it would be swallowed up by the corpse chi and turned into flying ash. But the weird thing was that the corpse chi of the adamantine corpse suddenly retracted, and the intermediate talisman regained its calm. The corners of the Vajra corpse's mouth lifted in a grim arc. The Vajra corpse nearing its breakthrough could easily tear the talisman on its head to shreds, or even eat it outright. Yet it didn't do it. In the meantime, another large stream of energy surged from the Vajra corpse's body into the withered bone old man's body. The huge energy directly infected the only remaining innate chi in its dantian, assimilating all of it into the evil chi, and the whole person became even more eerie and bizarre. Boom! Suddenly there was a vibration within the dantian, and the dantian continuously contracted and expanded, and after repeating this several times the dantian directly expanded several times. His aura also rose and kept getting stronger. An aura uniquely belonging to the realm of cavernous brightness filled the air. A look of madness appeared on the withered bone old Taoist's face. Is this the might of a cave-mind inhuman? Surely it's not something that a hidden elemental inhuman can fight against. The withered bone old Taoist who had broken through to the realm of cavernous brightness as he wished, he was even more fond of the Vajra corpse. Without realizing it, his afterglow swept across the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. His own likeness reflected in the glass. His face was as if he had been drained of the dead gray of life. Through a kind of green miserable tone, his eyes were empty and godless, and the depths of his eyes seemed to be covered with a thick layer of haze, like a pool of dead water. The cheeks were deep and the cheekbones were high, making the contours of the face look extraordinarily jagged, just like the dry, fleshless face of a zombie. And most of all, the two sharp fangs grew out, though not as horrifying as a zombie's, but the lips could no longer be wrapped and were bare, and the veins on his arms were blackened, as if infected, and his nails had become pitch black and sharp, able to make a deep scratch on top of the metal with a light stroke. His body also emitted a faint putrid odor that was not strong, but lingered around him like a shadow, as if it was seeping out from the decaying organs inside his body. This is the change of being dipped in corpse chi for a long period of time and having one's innate chi transformed into evil chi. Nowadays, his connection with the Vajra corpse and the copper armored corpse was also a little deeper. Looking at the mirror in their own appearance, the old man withered bones also with an appreciative gaze at their own new body. That corner of the mouth, if not a smile, seems to feel very satisfied. What a power! It's mesmerizing. With the Vajra corpse in place, I'm not sure I can't condense the Yao Guang star. As for now, the abuse has begun. With the thought of the old Taoist withered bones, The Vajra corpse and the copper-armored corpse crashed through the wall towards the downstairs to kill them, while his figure flickered in the shadows, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the top floor. What man? This is a restricted area of the Taoist Association. Entry is forbidden. The place was guarded by 2 aged peak hidden elemental inhumans. Next moment, sharp claws flashed under the light with a gleam of cold light. The sound of a body being pierced through rang out, and the 2 men collapsed helplessly to the ground, their mouths spraying blood in large gulps. The withered bone old Taoist walked into the room. The room is very empty. The center has a platform. The platform is above a formation disc. 2 embracing blockade formation. Rise. Withered bone old Taoist rotated the array disc, and the next moment a circle of invisible energy blocked the building, and the people inside couldn't get out, while the people outside couldn't hear or see what was happening inside. After all, the roar of the Vajra corpse and the monstrous corpse chi that erupted just now could be detected even from a kilometer away. Not to mention that there were still many hidden elemental aliens inside the building. Here is still the capital, although this place has a special magnetic field as a cover, or to lay low. Moreover, these people could be his experienced babies, and also the nutrients for the Vajra corpse to go further. Not a single one of them could be spared. What's going on? What happened? What a terrifying corpse aura. Not good. This corpse chi is erupting from inside our building. That roar just now should be from a zombie. A strong zombie has appeared inside our building. Bang! Not waiting for the crowd to react, 2 zombies with bloodthirsty eyes rushed out, and wherever they passed, people kept falling, and the horrible corpse gas made it difficult for the crowd of foreigners to resist. Even a single voice from a Vajra corpse could rupture everyone's soul. It was a massacre. Everyone was startled by these 2 zombies, and the crowd simply didn't understand why 2 terrifying zombies would kill out from upstairs. Don't panic. Are so many of us still afraid of a mere 2 zombies? Kill the zombie. The people offered up their own magic weapons and performed their own mastery of the Tao. For a time, the building was filled with colors, flames, thunder spells, and talismans surging towards the Vajra corpse. But the next moment the crowd was completely dumbfounded. What did they see? They saw that the Vajra corpse actually revealed a touch of humanized mockery, and then blew out all the Tao laws with a single spit of monstrous corpse chi from its open mouth. The few elders who were closer were directly killed by the corpse gas entering their bodies and died violently. Now the last bottom of everyone's heart is gone. In the face of such a horrible zombie they do not have a little way. Run! When someone ran downstairs and was dumbfounded again, the entire building had been blocked off by the 2-year blockade formation. Everyone sat paralyzed in disbelief. It was only 1 step away from escaping the building, yet it was the 1 step that would never be taken. A step away from heaven and hell. How did the 2-element blockade formation open? I'm afraid this isn't trapping the zombies. It's trapping us. Someone must want us dead. The crowd is desperate. End of chapter. Suburbs on the other side of the capital. An imposing modern building had appeared here at some point, which was brightly lit, with patrols in black trench coats visible from time to time, and heavily guarded. This is the headquarters of the Psychic Bureau. Detection Center. Ding. Beyond detected corpse chi fluctuation level. Level unknown. SSS. Ding. Beyond detected corpse chi fluctuation level. Level unknown. SSS. Ding. Beyond detected corpse chi fluctuation level. Level unknown. SSS. Suddenly the large screen in the testing center was dominated by a red exclamation mark, and a piercing alarm sounded throughout the testing center. The chief commander of the entire region sitting in the detection center instantly stood up from his chair and looked at the large screen with a grave gaze. Danger averted. Suddenly the clear red screen was instantly restored, and the entire detection center fell silent. What's going on? Reporting to the commander-in-chief. Just now I don't know what happened, suddenly detected an extremely terrifying corpse gas. However, the next moment it disappeared. Is detecting whether it is a malfunction. The entire city has been placed with energy detection devices inside and out. How could it be wrong? Any idea where it appeared from? His eyes were deep and introspective, so deep that they couldn't be seen, yet they exuded a power that was impossible to ignore. The light flowing in the eyes was not a spiritual lightness, but a deep color that was suppressed, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, and every time the gaze flowed, it was as if it was telling of those unknown heavy pasts and the great responsibilities that were shouldered. Let people cannot help but fall into that piece of heavy atmosphere, and feel the unspeakable heaviness and solemnity of his heart. He was the overall commander of the detection center, and his duty was to sit in the detection center, and once any weird energy fluctuations appeared, he had to notify the 100 cities general commander at the first opportunity. If he missed something here, it would lead to some heavenly fault he knew, so he would never allow any accidents, even though there had never been in beyond the energy fluctuation level. SSS. I know, it's on the far east side, the easternmost part? Zhang Ke's eyes looked to the screen satellite lock. There was a blur of area that was the headquarters of the Taoist Association. Could it be related to the Taoist Association? However, the next moment Zhang Ke dismissed this speculation. Although the group of Taoist Association and Taoism do not get along, but also do not dare and evil spirits contaminated. After all, this once discovered is everyone to be executed. Notify the nearest patrol squad to patrol from inside the city to the outside, taking care not to alert the commoners. Yes, the team member immediately connected to the command center. Half an hour later, Lord Commander-in-Chief, the patrol squad sent back word that they didn't find any traces of evil spirits. It should be that there was a problem with the equipment just now. What about the Taoist Association's side? Zhang Ke always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. There's nothing out of the ordinary with the Taoist Association. Everything is normal. The team replied respectfully. That's good. I hope nothing goes wrong. Zhang Ke turned around and muttered under his breath. Inside the Taoist Association building, the adamantine corpse had already devoured everyone, and the rushing corpse chi violently churned. And if it wasn't for the withered bone old Taoist suppressing the adamantine corpse, the 2E blockade formation would have been broken through. Tonight's Jiang Chen opened the live broadcast again, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room was still several million. Jiang Zhenjuan has been a bit diligent with his live broadcasts lately. I'm a bit out of practice. Yesterday I had the honor of seeing True Lord Jiang with my own eyes at the Demon Jingguan. True Lord Jiang is really too handsome. I fell straight into it. Yeah, Jiang Zhenjuan offline can be even more handsome than inside the live broadcast. Looking at the title of Jiang Zhenjuan's live broadcast, it looks like there's another save program to watch tonight. Really looking forward to staying. True Lord Jiang is supposed to continue hardcore breaking feudal superstitions, but why hasn't True Lord Jiang gone to a gloomy place? Instead, he's still in the Demon Jingguan. This should be the Qiankuan Hall, one of the great halls that tourists can't enter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our live broadcast. Your guesses are correct. Tonight this seat will be breaking a very hateful feudal superstition. This superstition was passed down from the small days over there in order to destroy the foundations of our country and cause panic. So this seat is very angry. Looks like someone already knows what it is. Yes, it's that Sadako videotape that is rumored to be cursed. Wang Zheng took an ancient image tape and displayed it directly in front of the millions of people in the live broadcast room. What you are seeing is the original Sadako videotape. All the videos were copied from this videotape, and the culprit for everything is this videotape. Tonight this seat is going to see if this thing, in the end, is that fierce. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. After all, this videotape has been a big deal lately, but it's impossible to issue the 5-word Sadako videotape online, so it's obviously been harmonized. However, the crowd realized that they could type out these words within Jiang Chen's live broadcast. Support! This image tape has already caused a number of deaths, and with True Lord Jiang out there I'm sure that Sadako is nothing more than a handful. True Lord Jiang actually managed to find even the original version, so he really does have heavenly means. Awesome! Voice breaking, please start your show. Following Jiang Chen's camera through the corridors, he encountered some free-roaming disciples, and finally a few people arrived in the middle of the movie theater. Gentlemen, before I break this image tape, I need to exhort the residents. The danger of this chastity videotape is far beyond your imagination. It is rumored that this videotape is cursed by chastity, and those who watch the video will also be branded by the chastity curse. After 7 days, no matter where you are, you will die a horrible death. It can be considered a very vicious curse, so you can imagine what the little day has in mind. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Doggone little day. I'm in Neon City. I'm going to visit the flowers tonight. No matter how dangerous it is out there, I must resist the Japanese. Upstairs is awesome. By the way, I have a buddy who said he'd let you record a video when the time comes, and he wants to see it too. Say, what's so dangerous about Neon City? Is it still real-life chicken eating like Ugly Kingdom? Upstairs, you don't understand it. Small day since a few months ago, suddenly all over the country frequently appeared supernatural weird phenomena. Many people have died tragically. At night you go out on the street to meet is not a real person or hard to say. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So exciting? I'm so sympathetic in the Dragon Kingdom, dog's head. Jiang Chen looked at this pop-up, also could not help but lose his smile. This resident also, please calm down. Small day recently is not peaceful. Outside the country people can protect themselves. I'm crying my eyes out. Jiang Zhenjuan actually told me to be safe. No matter, we have to resist the Japanese today. End of chapter. Late at night the Jin Demon Guan disciples were all in the middle of their rooms practicing hard on the Ming King's grinding wheel. Ever since someone had broken through the non-parallel stage and knew about the existence of the inhuman realm, everyone had gone crazy, cultivating by leaps and bounds with the aid of the Foundation Establishment pill. It had only been a few days since the disciple had successively opened up the 2 veins of the Rundu chakra to reach the nonagenarian stage. The aura between the sky and the earth also became denser and denser, and the grass and trees on the mountain grew a head taller. The other side. Everyone, please watch the VCR. Those who are scared can close their eyes for now. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the huge screen began to flicker violently. Suddenly the image appears, and in the middle of it is the final super egg of the Midnight Run movie. Everyone who has seen Midnight Run knows the scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the Sadako videotape that is rumored to be so scary these days? I always feel like I'm being watched by something. You don't say. A chill down my back. Just then a dark arm reached out and peeled itself directly over the side of the dry well, which was not at all like the Midnight Murderer's colorful video. It's not over. The second hand also reached out from inside the dry well, and a bit of a head could already be seen. Something was trying to crawl out from within the dry well. Why is your head pointy? You can play a stunt with this? I'm coming. Ouch, this young man actually climbed out from inside a dry well. That head came out a little bit, and many of the viewers in the live broadcast room had already taken a quilt and covered themselves below their eyes. That was fast. A cloaked silhouette climbed out of the dry well, and it just stood on the edge of the dry well facing Jiang Chen and the others without moving. Although that Sadako stood there without moving, Wang Zhang and the others had felt as if there was a pair of cold and evil eyes that were locking themselves tightly through the layers of darkness, and every inch of their skin was flooded with goosebumps due to that unknown gaze. The feeling of a man's back creeping up his spine, his heartbeat disorganized in an instant, as if it would pop out of his throat in the next second. A great evil thing. Locked by Sadako, Wang Zhang's legs seemed to be as heavy as lead. His limbs were no longer under his control. A few panicked gazes looked toward Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen remained cloudy, without the slightest emotion in the depths of his pupils. The crowd understood that this thing could only be dealt with by Jiang Chen, and they were simply not enough for that thing to stuff its teeth. Suddenly Sadako in the middle of the picture began to shake, her arms twisting dramatically to present weird angles, and then her limbs began to twist as well, flickering a distance with each twist, getting closer and closer to the crowd. Sadako directly performed a mechanical dance for Jiang Chen and the others, something looking for death, actually turning the curse still towards the seat's fans. This seat is really going to go in right now and whip you into dust. It's a pity that you're still somewhat useful to this seat. Jiang Chen sneered twice. It wasn't long before Sadako was very close to the crowd, almost at the tipping point of the picture. A bizarre scene appeared. An arm suddenly stretched out. A black crack appeared in the center of the screen, and Jiang Chen was already able to see Sadako's body. In a flash, the room was filled with a pungent, putrid odor, as if something was rotting in the darkness, and a crack had appeared in the window glass at some point, and a cold wind whistled through the crack, blowing the curtains hunched. The light wavered in the wind, casting its shadow on the wall. It really crawled out from inside the screen. Lin Wanair's eyes were horrified and her lips trembled as she said. The jade talisman in her arms was releasing a fiery aura that stimulated her chest, as if it was reminding her of some great terror. The jade talisman had never reacted so violently, not even the Bloody Mary before it. It's hard to imagine how horrible Sadako was. Plants, you're so slow, Jiang Chen roared, directly grabbing half of Sadako's body and forcibly dragging it out. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen grabbed Sadako's body and directly came to an 18 fall. Under the care of Jiang Chen's golden light, the monstrous resentment in Sadako's body was almost dispersed on the spot. Jiang Chen's speed was so fast that the crowd could only see the chastity in Jiang Chen's hand being swung into a leather ball. Bang! Sadako was slammed hard into the ground. Her body had become spherical and her head was stuffed somewhere. This, terrifying as it is, when will the poor Taoist catch up with the sect master true lord? Nay, the poor Taoist is uneducated, so he can only yell out an awesome cry. Asterisk 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 you mud. Jiang Chen incited Sadako to fly out with another slap, smashing on top of the wall before being rebounded back. The surrounding area was already shrouded by Jiang Chen's golden light. Even if Sadako blew up, the wall wouldn't have a single thing to do. Asterisk and asterisk at UN %. And Sadako slumped to the ground and let out a piercing sound. Yakking about what the? Get your ass over here. Jiang Chen raised his hand in the void and held it. Irresistible golden light locked onto Sadako, whose body was clutched by an invisible force suspended in front of Jiang Chen. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at Sadako's face. The horror was no longer describable, and those resentful eyes nearly fell into the abyss just by looking at them. True Lord, spare your life. True Lord, spare your life. Sadako knows she's wrong. Sadako knows she's wrong. Sadako's dark arms covered her neck, as if trying to break free from control. However, the gap between it and Jiang Chen was too great for it to break free. Ha! You don't know you're wrong. You know you're dying. Jiang Chen laughed coldly, and the power in his hand increased once again by a fraction of an inch. As long as Jiang Chen used that much more power, Sadie would dissipate into the heavens and earth. At this time is watching the live broadcast of their own office ministerly. Look agitated and heavy shot to the table. Bang! The sound can be aside to stay and the two people gave a shock. These two were the two who had delivered the videotape to Jiang Chen earlier. Cough cough cough. Come here and see if chastity is this thing? Minister Li beckoned. Two people close to take a look is also a deep shock. But Li Minister asked if this is chastity they do not know. They are also afraid to look at the image tape before. Minister Li also reacted to the fact that his words had asked a question. And didn't say much. This would be Sadako. See? Just as easily suppressed by our country's true lord. Yes, Taoism is our country's state religion. And the true lords among our state religion are naturally incredibly strong. The two of them had personally seen the divinity of the demon Jingguan. And as for the unfathomable sect master Jiang Chen, the two of them were even more in awe. It seems like there's no need to worry about the Sadako image tape, and I can report back to the top. Minister Li took a sip of tea and said with a change of tone, by the way, what's going on over at the Psychic Bureau? The Psychic Bureau over there was so furious when they learned about this that they directly sent 20 monitoring ambassadors to the coastal areas to fight with the yin and yang masters of the small days. End of chapter. 20 supervisory ambassadors. It seems that the Psychic Bureau's side is also very shaken up. Minister Li couldn't help but say, yes, the supervisory envoy is higher than the supervisory envoy's rank, and there are only 34 of them in total, sitting in each province, and they simply won't make a move until the critical time. I didn't expect to mobilize 20 this time. Speaking of the Psychic Bureau's Inspector General, the two were also envious. The Psychic Bureau's people, although they had all signed a contract with Creepy, also belonged to the normal human race and wielded transcendent powers. By the time reaches one rank and above, one is no longer limited to the means of the trickery itself, and can develop all sorts of skills entirely by virtue of one's own massive yin chi. Who wouldn't want to gain superhuman strength? Alright, there's nothing more for us to do back here. Order it down to focus on monitoring the information coming to our country from foreign countries. Understood, Minister. Restore your original appearance and speak to this seat. Jiang Chen's icy voice rang out. This chaste man's hands were stained with countless human lives. Jiang Chen wouldn't give it a good look. Without the slightest hesitation, Sadako directly regained her original appearance. For a moment Sadako went from a horrible creepy to a churlish innocent beauty. The difference between the two was so much that it was hard to believe that this was actually Sadako's original appearance. I see that this Sadako has a lot of style, too. Awesome. True Lord Jiang is truly majestic. If I hadn't seen it in front of me, I wouldn't have been able to believe it in a million years. Actually, it wouldn't be impossible if it was Sadako. Asterisk. You guys don't want to be outrageous. In the broadcast room LSPs immediately let out tigers and wolves after seeing Sadako's appearance. I think you guys have gotten over your wounds and forgotten how this thing mutilates other people's lives? It's creepy, not human. Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak in a cold voice when he saw this. Have you finally opened your mouth to admit that these things are bizarre? True Lord Jiang? Salt isn't even salt anymore. 666. Jiang Jinjuan is right. You people just haven't been approached by Sadako. Did you see how those who watched the videotapes ended up dying? If you guys had seen the misery of those people, you definitely wouldn't say such things. Wrong. Stop cursing. That's right. I think you guys are just rotten. Sadako's pleading eyes looked closely at Jiang Chen, which if it was an unusual person might have really let it go. But Jiang Chen could know that weirdness was never to be trusted. Don't look at this parasitic bar thing like it's so pathetic. Once you let it go, it'll get over its wounds just like you guys and then go back to maiming others. Say, who sent you to our country? Forget it. No one is watching your video, you can't get out. Asking is for nothing. Listen to every word I say next. Sadako looked at Jiang Chen's icy gaze like a chicken pecking at rice and nodded frantically. Wang Zhang and the others looked at this scene and cried out in their hearts. A trickster comparable to a true lord was just like a chicken in Jiang Chen's hands. The crowd wanted to know more and more what realm Jiang Chen was in. Was this really just condensing the power of the Yaoguang star? From now on, this seat will not allow you to take a single step into the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if someone from the Dragon Kingdom watched your video, you'd still have to give the seat a dance to restore your original appearance before you could leave. At the end of the day, you were killed by the Little Day people. Where you came from, now get back to where you came from. Think about it. Would you have met me if one of them hadn't dropped you off in my country? Your life wouldn't have been in danger if you hadn't met me. And the source of all this is the work of the people of Little Day. Sadako froze at the words, and her pupils, which were already very clear, suddenly flipped. Monstrous grievances rose to the sky, and the violently churning yin chi was terrifyingly incomparable. Very well, it seems like you already know what's trying to harm you. Jiang Chen sneered. Behind them, Wang Zhang and the others looked on with a chill down their backs. You should never have harmed the people of my country. This seat is very angry. This seat would like to act on behalf of heaven to beat you to ashes. How do you think this seat should do? Suddenly Jiang Chen's words changed, his tone filled with killing intent. In a flash Sadako regained her clear gaze and her look became pitiful again. Now I've finally found the player who flips out faster than my daughter-in-law. And that's Sadako. True Lord Jiang scared it to death. If you ask me, why don't we just exterminate it, so that it doesn't come out and wreak havoc in the future? Upstairs is right. It's the best way to handle it. It depends on how True Lord Jiang operates. Pop-ups flew across the live broadcast room, and one by one, they were all discussing how to deal with Sadako, and most of them were telling Jiang Chen to directly exterminate it. I want to take revenge. I implore the True Lord to be lenient. Sadako swears that she will never harm any of the Dragon Kingdom people in the future. Breaking this oath, Sadako is destroyed by divine thunder. Yes, but this seat is definitely not insured yet. Jiang Chen stretched out his left hand and condensed his sword finger. A bit of brilliant golden light flickered at his fingertip as Jiang Chen executed the Tong Tian talisman to carve out a complex purple golden rune in the void. The appearance of each stroke shook the void, and a terrifying pressure filled the air, suffocating everyone present. A purple gold rune formed a complete purple gold talisman. At this time, Sadako was already trembling under the suppression of this talisman. This purple and gold talisman just emitted a hint of aura that made it feel the sensation of facing death directly, and it also struggled more and more fiercely. This talisman gathers all of this seat's power. It is one of the high-level talismans called the True Martial Emperor Talisman. This seat will strike the True Martial Great Emperor Talisman into your body. But if you move a little, you'll wait for death. But if you perform well, this seat can remove the talisman. Without waiting for Sadako to react, Jiang Chen struck the talisman into Sadako's body with one palm, and Sadako let out a miserable and incomparable shrill whine, and black cracks appeared on her face, as if she would explode the next moment. It was fortunate that Jiang Chen had sealed the power of the talisman at the critical moment, and only then did the True Martial Emperor talisman become invisible within Sadie's body. I'm sure you've experienced the power of this talisman. You should know what to do. Jiang Chen was like an uncle who was fooling a child with a lollipop at this moment. I want revenge. I want those people to pay. Sadako made an indignant sound. Very well, this seat will also give you a hand, and then it will be your home turf. Jiang Chen immediately let out a jia strange laugh. Sadako felt the restraints on its body lifted, and it fell to its knees and first bowed 3 times, then crawled into its own dry well, whereupon the image disappeared. The image tape was also spit out by the machine. Ahem! Set your alarm clocks, folks, and you'll see what happens first thing in the morning. Sleep with those early LSP dwellers, and this seat can let Sadako have a good time with you. The crowd in the live broadcast room almost didn't die of shock when they saw Jiang Chen's meaningful smile, which instantly turned the live broadcast room into a large-scale confession scene. End of chapter. Jiang Chen looked at the Sadako image tape in his hand. The image tape no longer had the previous Inchi on it. However, at this point, the system mission was still not completed. Residents, please set your alarms for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, there will be a big surprise tomorrow. Jiang Chen closed the live broadcast with a mysterious smile. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore suppression of Sadako. Shock point +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore suppression of Sadako. Shock point +1. Ding! Detected that the masses are shocked by the host's hardcore suppression of Sadako. Shock point +1. Although he didn't get the first system reward, he did harvest a large wave of shock points. Wang is giving this videotape to the people from the Psychic Bureau and telling them to follow the plan. Yes, Sect Master True Lord. Wang Zhang walked out of the room after receiving the videotape, and then his figure flickered like a ghost in the darkness of the night. At the same time, the Taoist temple was in another part of the hall. Xian Lei and the other people from the Rongqing Psychic Bureau's Harnessing Guile Team 1 had already been waiting in the middle of the side hall at this time. It was incredibly quiet in the side hall. When Wang Zhang's figure appeared in the middle of the side hall, Taoist Master Wang, things are over, right? No problems have arisen, right? Xian Lei and the others rushed to welcome Wang Zhang when they saw his figure. Hee, what problems can there be with the Palm True Lord himself? Things have been taken care of. The Palm True Lord said that everything is going according to plan, and this thing will be handed over to you. Wang Zhang smiled gently, then handed Xian Lei the Sadako image tape in his hand. Xian, you took the image tape. Alright, leave it to us. In that case then we will leave. Aha! A few top hackers from the Red Hat Alliance received this assignment late at night, and after a few tugs and pulls they easily hacked their way into the network of the Small Day. In a blink of an eye, the video of the Sadako videotape appeared steeply above the major electronic screens of the Small Day. When the people of the Small Day saw the black and white video on their cell phones, they were all dumbfounded, and the next moment ghostly screams rang through the streets. The image tape carrying Sadako's main body was being escorted all the way to the coast by Xiang Lei and the others. The next day it was 10:30 capital time. Because the last words left by Jiang Chen last night had left the crowd puzzled. One by one they waited for 10 o'clock the next morning. Open your cell phone and swipe through the short videos. It turned out to be all morning news. And oddly enough the morning news was surprisingly absent today. Instead relaying a small day's worth of morning news. All that could be heard was the little day's host yakking away. Although the crowd couldn't understand it, they were able to read the subtitles. When everyone watched the morning news afterwards, they only then realized what exactly had happened. Actually attracted the whole network is a small day morning news broadcast. One cannot help but vocal laughter straight call awesome. It turns out that Little Daylight was attacked by a mysterious super hacker last night and distributed the Sadako video without discrimination. If the hackers over at Little Days hadn't reacted in time and cut off the national network in the first place, Sadako's video would have appeared wherever in the country it was. Even so, but that mysterious hacker still invaded a major city, causing 2/5 of the entire city to watch the Sadako video. That means all these people who watched the video will be approached by Sadako in 7 days. And none of them will escape. And to top it all off, this city is Sadako's hometown. What's going on here? Why don't I get it? Upstairs, all you need to know is that anyone who watches the Sadako videotape will die a horrible death after 7 days without exception. Holy, is that so outrageous? But we saw it during the broadcast just now. Relax. We dragons look fine. What the hell is going on here? Just go straight to the replay of Jiang Xinjuan's live broadcast from last night and you guys will know. This can't be the surprise that True Lord Jiang was talking about, right? This is too damn much of a surprise. All I can say is deserved. Jiang Chen opened his system panel as soon as he woke up. Name, Jiang Chen. Dao, 560 years of golden light. Late Jade Balance Realm. Physique, 3-star Buster. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. Celestial Masters Qi Watching Technique, 3rd turn. Secret Art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian Talisman. The Great Cave Sutra of Shang Chang. The Complete Book of Formations of Mao Shan. The 7-star Overbearing Technique, Heavenly Powers. The Green Cloud Dragon and Tiger Fist. And Haori Fiery Golden Body Technique. Items, Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Jinjuan Daoxian Robe. Demon Suppressing Floating Dust. Shock Points, 5. 320. 000 shock points, continues to grow. Having been certified as a true monarch, your Dao has reached the Jade Balance realm. Perhaps you can live on by keeping a low profile, but you are still a mole in their eyes. And as you have become stronger, you may have been targeted. After 2 waves of hardcore maneuvering, his shock point built up affluence, and it's still growing fast this morning, and watching the growth should probably break 10 million shock points. In this way he could also proceed to raise his cultivation level some more. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. System rating in progress. Rating successful, SSS grade. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the true canon of the 3 Qing Sword Dao. The system's voice fell, and a large stream of knowledge surged into Jiang Chen's mind. And in order to help Jiang Chen comprehend the 3 Qing Sword Dao true canon, the system thoughtfully allowed Jiang Chen to directly enter the state of enlightenment. The entire courtyard was shrouded in a rich Taoist rhythm, and a soft haze spread out. The disciples practicing on the martial arts field also saw the depths of the Taoist temple, the endless haze of light that shone from it, as well as the Taoist rhythm that was so thick that it was about to explode. Is this cultivation by the sect master True Lord? This is the real immortal cultivator, isn't it? What's the point of chirping? Why don't you hurry up and comprehend the Bright King's grinding wheel? This is a great opportunity that is hard to come across for hundreds of years. The entire Wang Zheng above him was thrilled after feeling this rich Dao rhythm. Hastily, he had the group of disciples all mindlessly move towards the sky to sense the gong method. Wang Zheng's few people were no exception. After everyone had entered the state of cultivation, a dense cloud of Dao rhythms enveloped above the crowd. Alas, one by one is really big-hearted. Cultivation also does not close the door. Huang Er, whose spirit body was patrolling above the Taoist temple, shook his head at the situation, only to see that with a wave of his hand, the gate on the road leading to the main hall slowly closed, and no one was able to come to the ancestors' temple side, though he was also cross-legged in the air sensing the airborne Dao rhythms. Time passes by, and in the martial arts arena a thick qi and blood rose up. There were constantly disciples breaking through to the XIN rank, and the worst disciples had broken through to the early stage of the non-rank. Most of the disciples were at the peak of the nonagenarian order. The meridians branching out within their bodies were once again partially opened. The human body, in addition to several major veins, there are countless small meridians. Once all the meridians can be opened to run through the spirit of the day to break through the C stage. End of chapter. My cultivation level has broken through. Ha ha ha, me too. My cultivation broke through to the early XIN rank. What the hell is going on here? Why did it just feel so easy to cultivate? Even the sense of the gong method is more thorough. The faces of the group of disciples were filled with smiles. Since joining the Jin Demon View to learn the cultivation technique, their legs also do not hurt. Waist also does not hurt. The whole person off the bone has never been so easy. Just then the aura in the sky and the earth was suddenly gathered. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The gale wrapped in thick sand and dust, forming a violent tornado with him as the center, sweeping all around. Wang Zhang's body shook violently, and the majestic innate purple chi in his body instantly erupted, like a raging river breaking its banks, and rushed through the bottleneck at the peak of hidden Yuan. Accompanied by a roar, he rose up. The purple light in his eyes is bright, as if the vast stars are generally mysterious. Wherever the light goes, the pressure rolls in. The black Taoist robes are now windless, hunting. Each piece of the corner of the coat seems to contain the power of 1,000 pounds. The disciples below became vulnerable under Wang Zhang's pressure, and each of their faces turned red, and if they continued like this, they might be injured at their roots, unable to move. What a strong aura. Elder Wang, this is too terrifying. What should I do? I can't hold on much longer. At the critical time an invisible force descended to block the breath released by Wang Zhengang's breakthrough. Concentrate. Huang Er's voice resounded in Wang Zhang's mind. The purple intent in Wang Zhang's eyes dissipated, and he hastily converged his own aura after seeing the disciples below. After breaking through the realm of insightfulness, his mind became as agile as lightning, and the Heavenly Master's Yang Five Thunders and the Heavenly Father's Puhua Thunder method directly broke through to another level. Breaking through the cavernous brightness realm allowed his understanding of the Supreme Qing Grade Cave True Scripture to reach a whole new level as well, which was simply beyond his own comprehension before. It was as if his face had been resculpted by the years, fading some of the folds of the past, and replaced by a tranquil temperament, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, with a kind of transcendent worldly lightness. An invisible aura emanated from him. It was a kind of composure that penetrated the world. His every look and every action was full of confidence and calmness, as if he had already penetrated the true meaning of life. This time the Tao rhythms between heaven and earth also slowly dissipated. In the middle of Jiang Chen's courtyard, Jiang Chen had already comprehended the true code of the three Qing sword Tao, and this sword code set off a monstrous shock in his heart. This was not a sword technique at all, but a general outline of the sword way. It contained many sword Tao dharmas, among which were the 10,000 sword technique, the royal sword technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the Father, and the divine sword royal thunder true technique, and the most powerful of all were the three types of sword Tao divine abilities of the three pristine ones. Unfortunately for me, my strength is simply unable to activate the three clear sword Tao avatar. Jiang Chen gathered his mind to look at the sky. I didn't expect it to be late into the night. I didn't think that it would actually take this long to comprehend the three clear sword Tao true canon. Oh, Wang Zhang actually broke through to the cavernous brightness realm. Zhao Wu has also reached the middle stage of hidden Yuan, and Lin Wanner is close to having her aura enter her body. She actually broke through an entire major realm directly. The cultivation speed of the innate Tao body when is truly terrifying. This is still in the age of spiritual extinction. This would have taken off long ago if it was placed in the ancient times. Jiang Chen appeared in front of Wang Zhang with a single step. Greetings, sect leader true lord. The crowd all bowed respectfully after seeing Jiang Chen's figure, and the gazes of worship and awe of the crowd of disciples all gathered towards him. Not bad. With your strength nowadays you are also able to sit on one side. It's all thanks to the cultivation of the sect leader true lord. If it wasn't for the sect leader true lord, Wang Zhang would have died a long time ago. Wang Zhang still couldn't sense Jiang Chen's aura after he broke through the cave brightness, which made him even more in awe of Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen before his breakthrough was like sitting in a well and watching the sky, and seeing Jiang Chen after his breakthrough was like a mayfly seeing the sky. When did you learn Huang Er's ass-kissing technique? Jiang Chen glanced at him. Wang Zhang smiled awkwardly. Congratulations to sect leader true lord on your great advancement in cultivation. Huang Er's praise for sect leader true lord is like a torrent of water. At this time, Huang Er's figure solidified and appeared in front of Jiang Chen, opening his mouth with two huge eyes. Stop, stop, stop. I haven't even practiced yet. Where did I get any great advancement in my cultivation? Lin Wanner and the others couldn't help themselves. Sect Master True Lord, dare I ask what realm you are in today? Wang Zhang asked. Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything, only raising his head to look at the sky. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared. Greetings to the sect leader True Lord. The crowd shouted. That's how most of the month went by. The Sadako incident directly made the small days pay a terrible price, but also made the small days of the Yin and Yang master broke defense. The last skin also do not want to start a crazy counterattack on the Psychic Bureau. The Spiritualist Bureau camp set up at the border was also a bit tepid, and vaguely had become somewhat unable to hold back the counterattacks of these yin and yang masters. As for the disciples of the Jin demon Guan, their cultivation skyrocketed under the various pills as well as Jiang Chen's preaching. The most outstanding disciples had already broken through to the middle stage of the hex rank. This disciple was none other than the first one to pass the test in the first place, Li Jianguo, the 40 to 50-year-old uncle. His cultivation talent was very good, and he wasn't even close to comparing to Wang Zhang, and there was only such a Li Jianguo among tens of thousands of people. As for Lin Wanner, she was already able to absorb the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, and she had already learned some minor spells. On the day of the breakthrough, Lin Jingxiong hurriedly came to the demon Jingguan and took this girl away, but after a few days this girl ran back on her own, saying that he was sent over on behalf of Shangqing to exchange and learn. Jiang Chen didn't care about her and let her go. Jiang Chen clearly felt that the richness of the heaven and earth aura had skyrocketed by more than 5 times, and bizarre injuries were occurring all over the world. The Dragon Kingdom is naturally no exception. It's almost to the point where it's almost too much to suppress. In the previous appearances of some bizarre events, the people of the Psychic Bureau quickly dealt with it and were still able to suppress it, but the bizarre appearances of these days became more and more powerful, and the unusual trick masters were no longer able to deal with it. The commotion caused by the battle that took place was so great that it was hard not to draw the attention of ordinary people. It goes without saying that the small days were long ago weird and rampant, and today a piece of news came out that made the entire inhuman world tremble. Dangxian Daoguan Jingshu Jinjin passed away. Ask Mountain Lingxiao Jinjin passed away. Yin Yang Mountain Changshu Jinjin passed away. The news of the simultaneous fall of 3 Taoist titans was too much for Taoism to take in for a while. Jiang Chen, who had received the news, also felt incredulous. How could this happen? How could the 3 seniors pass away at the same time? Wang Zhang felt that something was not right, but he could not tell. Prior to this seat clearly saw through that several seniors still had at least 20 to 30 years of longevity. How could they pass away at this time? Could something have happened? End of chapter. The remains of the 3 true masters had already been transported to the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain, and all the Taoist temple's head true masters had rushed to the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain with their disciples. Huang Er's figure appeared behind Jiang Chen standing respectfully. You sit in the Taoist temple and watch the disciples under your door well. There seems to be some unknown changes in heaven and earth. Do not go down the mountain without permission. Jiang Chen looked serious as he stared at the I understand Sect Master True Lord. Huang Er nodded respectfully. Sect Master True Lord, I've already bought the tickets. We'll take the airplane directly over there and arrive at night. Wang Zhang put down his cell phone and said, on an airplane? Jiang Chen raised his hand and beckoned. And while the crowd was still trying to understand what Jiang Chen meant, a stream of light broke through the air from the depths of the Taoist temple. The 2 men's eyes were fixed in a divine convergence. It's a sword. Wherever the divine sword went, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by a powerful force, bringing about a strong sense of oppression. The aura it emitted was like a bitterly cold wind, causing one to feel an icy sting. However, in the blink of an eye this long sword hovered in front of Jiang Chen. This sword was snow-white in color, with the word Jin Demon engraved on the hilt, named Jin Demon Sword, and was about 3 feet 6 inches long, with a broad and thick blade. The whole body was made from the essence of pure yang. The blade of the sword was incomparably sharp. The tip of the sword gulped cold light, and the sword was engraved with mysterious runes that emitted a golden glow, and the runes intertwined with each other to form a unique pattern. This was exchanged by Jiang Chen at a special cost of 1 million shot points. Miku, only to see Jiang Chen a hand trick pinch out. Jin Demon Sword rose against the wind. Originally 3 feet 6 inches of Jin Demon Sword surprisingly reached a huge sword about 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Even with 2 people standing on it, it's perfectly fine. Under Wang Zhang's dumbfounded gaze Jiang Chen just stood on top of the sword. The demon-suppressing sword was smooth and unparalleled, with just the slightest ripple of energy rippling through the sword. What are you waiting for? Come up here. Ooh-hoo. This is coming. Wang Zhang carefully stood on the demon suppressor sword, and the sword still only rippled with the slightest energy. Blast! Asterisk. Wang Zhang only felt a strong pushing sensation coming from his back, and then he saw that the demon-suppressing sword was elevating at an extremely fast speed, and the scenery on the ground was frantically regressing, and he was a little out of breath himself. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing sword smoothed out after rising to a certain height, and after locking onto a direction, it broke through the air, so fast that a long trail was pulled out from the hilt of the sword. An energy barrier formed in front of the demon-suppressing sword, and the violently shaking air was unable to have any effect on the two. Hibiscus International Airport. A newest type of big domestic airplane takes off. This is the first flight of this airplane. There is not a single empty seat and the airplane is already full. Mommy, this plane is so big, so much bigger than the previous planes. The cute girl in the beautiful woman's arms exclaimed. Of course, this is our country's newest big airplane. It's definitely more luxurious and spacious than previous airplanes. The beautiful woman rubbed the little girl's head and said with a smile. The passengers around them sniffed and wore smiles. The inaugural flight of an airplane is of great significance, not to mention the fact that it is a state-of-the-art, one of the world's largest civilian airliners. Maybe by now the end of the line has been set up with a watergate and a dedicated reporter. After the captain finished testing without any problems, according to the specified time to enter the runway, not long before the aircraft's engine issued a roaring whine. Such a large aircraft directly staged a dry land pulling high-performance maneuver. The tail is very close to the ground, but everything is calculated. The plane took off in an extremely combative stance. Brother Hang didn't realize you had this skill. I'm envious of this skill. The co-pilot saw this and looked at the captain adoringly. That's nothing. That's if you haven't seen your flight brother when I was flying a fighter jet. The captain smiled easily. This dry takeoff was very simple for him. Before taking off he had a full understanding of the performance parameters of the airplane. Don't look at the huge plane, but the heart of this plane is amazing. And with a little improvement it can be completely used for heavy transport aircraft. That's why he was able to complete the dry land takeoff maneuver so easily. Just as the two men were talking and laughing, the tower's voice rang out. Captain Wei, do you want to die? The captain scrunched his neck at the sound, his face slightly embarrassed. The co-pilot sniffed and forced a smile. Don't be mad, wife. It's simple for me. It's not like you don't know my driving skills. Get a grip on yourself. And work, please call it a job title. Yes, your wife. It took a long time for a voice to come from the tower. Have a safe trip. Got it. Captain Wei Hangyuan pulled the plane to a certain altitude and then directly began constant speed cruise. And the plane flew in an extremely smooth attitude. After 20 minutes of flying, the plane penetrated into a cloud of clean white. The wings cut through the clouds and blinding sunlight shone through the portholes into the plane. And all the passengers inside the plane were startled by the sight. Unknown creature approach detected. Suddenly a red dot appeared on the screen on the airplane and it was approaching at a very alarming rate. Voyager, there is an unidentified flying object approaching. The co-pilot panicked. Is it a bird? Are you kidding me? This plane is equipped with the latest in bird repellents. And you think what kind of bird is capable of reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters and flying at speeds in excess of an average of 800 kilometers per hour? Fighter? You're stupid. The route overlap was changed a long time ago. And what's this? Unless this is a test flight of our newest fighter jet. But there's no way a fighter jet test flight could be detected by an airliner's radar. Hurry up and reply to the tower so they can find out what's going on. Wei Hangyuan looked at the red dot that was about to approach. The palms of his hands were already filled with cold sweat. Say he does not panic, that is false. But he knows so. An airplane, 900 people's lives are all in his hands. Once the consequences of the accident is unimaginable. He as a captain absolutely cannot mess up. At that moment the nervous voice of the co-pilot sounded off to the side. The tower is back up. Sister-in-law says the military didn't test fly the plane. They say it's an unknown flying object. The military detected it a long time ago. And two stunning fighters are chasing after it. Understood. He grimaced. Wei Hangyuan immediately made a decision to drop the altitude to avoid this unknown flying object. The extreme speed of the stunning fighter can reach Mach 15. I think it will soon be able to catch up with this unknown flying object. Better leave it to the military. He's not much of a fighter in this airliner. Meanwhile Jiang Chen, who had broken through the air with his imperial sword, naturally sensed the smoothly flying airliner in front of him, while there were still two fighter jets behind him chasing him. Sect Master, True Lord, we won't get missiles, right? Wang Zhang asked carefully. Who knows? It's not like this seat reported it. Jiang Chen gave a belly laugh. Wang Zhang's body shook and swallowed his saliva. He only cave Ming realm unusual shells on him, no harm. But missiles can be different End of chapter. Instead of firing missiles one by one, the interceptor planes kept firing missiles until they were intercepted. Wang Zhang panicked yuppie in his heart. But in no time at all, Jiang Chen's imperial sword caught up with the airliner. Shadows covered the airplane portholes in the sunlight. The passengers of the plane were puzzled when they felt the shadow. It was 10,000 meters high and there was no shade. How could there be a shadow? Just then the girl from before let out a shocking exclamation. Mommy, look. Someone is flying outside. It's so cool. Passengers who heard the girl's voice looked out. The next moment the passengers saw a scene they would never forget. The crowd stayed in place like that, as if they had been cast under a spell, their movements instantly stopping, their eyes staring straight at the shocking scene in front of them, their pupils filled with disbelief. Imperial sword flight. Legendary immortal cultivator. Asterisk. Passengers who had slowed down made yelling noises and took out their cell phones to take video recordings. The beautiful woman was also deeply frozen at this moment. Jiang Chen slightly skimmed his head if he felt something, looking through the porthole at the people inside the airplane. the two big guys in the back are coming, so it's just right that they should be somewhat mentally prepared, or else they'll cause a panic. Jiang Chen thought secretly. This time, when he was rushing on the Imperial Sword, he also wanted to try out whether the Imperial Sword skill was good or not realizing that it would add so much trouble to the military. The main thing is that as a pure earthling who traveled across the world, who wouldn't want to ride the sword to the end of the world and subdue the demons? He didn't think of that much at the time. Behind him, Wang Zhang revealed a harmless smile and extended his right hand to compare. Interested, he also greeted the passengers of the airplane. This made the passengers inside the airplane even more excited. It's real people, not generated by airplane effects. Meanwhile, the military sitting in Young City had filled up with chiefs. What is your radar department doing? Actually allowing an unknown flying object to penetrate deep into Young City and still take off from it. The chief became furious. Report, chief. Our department did not detect how this unknown flying object came in. We only detected that it left the city at a very high speed after appearing over Young City. I'd like to see what dares to come to my ministry's military region to spread its wildness. Connect to the satellite. The atmosphere in the entire command center was oppressive and suffocating. The satellite zoomed in on the picture directly after locking onto the location. However, the picture was so blurry that all that could be seen was a dark shadow and nothing else. What? The entire command was in an uproar. The Star satellite is the world's top military satellite. As long as it's within the Blue Star, where can't the Dragon Kingdom see if they want to? Even ants on the ground can zoom in. Yet unknown craft at 10,000 meters are undetectable. How is this possible? No stealth fighter of any nation known to Blue Star is capable of evading detection by Star satellites, unless it is not a Blue Star craft. Fart. According to you, could it be an alien craft? It's not impossible. Hasn't this been found before? Stop arguing. The amazing fighter will catch up with this unknown craft in 10 seconds, and then we'll know what it is. The room was so quiet that you could hear the ticking of the clock, each sound echoing in the silent space as if it were a beat to the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked like they were waiting for something, but also like they were worried about something, and the entire command post seemed to be shrouded in an invisible haze that took one's breath away. In the meantime, the two stunning fighters dashed headlong into the clouds, the sunlight spilling over the fighter, instantly lighting up its silhouette. The metal surface of the fuselage reflected a dazzling light, resembling a mirror that scattered light into the surrounding air. The angularity of the fighter jet was sharp, appearing particularly sharp under the sunlight, as if it were a sharp blade, cutting through the air. The surface of the fighter took on a cold and hard texture under the sunlight, as if it had been given a layer of golden armor. The paint of the fuselage reflected the sunlight, and the colors were bright and eye-catching, highlighting its sense of power. The glass cockpit of the airplane shimmers with crystal light under the sunlight, through which you can see the pilot's concentration. 4, 3, 2, 1. Two majestic and incomparable stunning warplanes whistled and just appeared in the back of Jiang Chen, to the right of the airliner, in such a watery manner. The speed of the amazing fighter was so fast that people couldn't keep up with it. It was as if it had come over instantly. The appearance of the stunning fighter caused the passengers inside the plane to yell with excitement. The two fighter pilots were ready to fight, but who knew that the targets they were chasing were actually two people, two Taoist masters in Taoist robes flying with swords. Legendary immortal cultivator. The pilot who was about to make a radio shout froze. What a shout! Just when the two were somewhat at a loss for words, a voice appeared in the ears of the two. The Sichin demon view sec master Jiang Chen, Taoist number Dao Xianjinjuan. Today's royal sword did not want to add trouble to the military. It is really sorry. Don't worry, the two of you. This seat just has something important to do, so this is why the imperial sword is traveling. The two of you can report truthfully, and you can report the pictures you just took to your own leaders. The words fell, and the two men froze in their tracks. Blast! The golden light in Jiang Chen's body surged instantly, and the two were instantly enveloped by the golden light, and now everyone couldn't see the two's silhouettes. They could only see a dazzling and brilliant light, just like the Haori that hung high in the sky. The demon-suppressing sword let out a sword roar, and the surrounding void was stirred and shaken, and then it turned into a stream of light and sailed away. The two pilots glanced at the fighter screen tracking lock and their pupils snapped shut. Speed. The speed reached Mach 30. How was he able to withstand that without the shelter of a fighter plane? The two had never been in this situation before. They had piloted their fighters to track the unknown craft when they appeared in the past, but those unknown things didn't give them a chance to track them at all, and they disappeared without a trace just after they took off. This made them speculate in their minds. Could it be that the unknown traveling artifacts they had discovered earlier were the legendary immortal cultivators? For example, the meteorite that fell from the sky before, when no country in the entire blue planet detected the landing. When the meteorite appeared over the head of Mao, this was detected, but the meteorite's speed was so fast that Blue Star had no missiles capable of intercepting it. The meteorite fell in the territory of Mao. If this meteorite falls, half of Mao will be overthrown, and even the border of the dragon country will be affected, the consequences of which are unbearable. But at the critical moment, a black shadow caught up with the meteorite at an even more astonishing speed and shattered it from behind to relieve this crisis. At that time, all the countries of the blue planet enlarged the photo of the black shadow, but no matter how much it was enlarged, it was just a black shadow, and could not be seen clearly at all. After that, it was a non-event. End of chapter. At this time, the whole Tianchi mansion was hung with white damask, and the headmasters of all the Taoist temples had already hurriedly arrived at the Tianchi mansion with their disciples, all of whom were wearing white Taoist robes. Their faces were cold, and they all had a feigned killing intent on them. There were 3 coffins placed in the middle of the main hall, and the remains of the 3 real people were lying in them. The coffins were sealed by spiritual power, and the corpses inside were preserved for hundreds of days without any problems. However, the current Heavenly Master's mansion was terribly quiet, and it was all the calm before the storm. Just then the crowd sensed a violent surge of chi in the air, and they hurriedly looked up, only to see a ball of light flashed in the sky for a moment. It seemed that something was approaching this place in a hurry. A flash of stream of light came at great speed, however in 2 breaths it appeared above the heads of the crowd. This, see you, true Lord Daoxian. See you, true Lord Daoxian. All the people looked excited and raised their hands in greeting. What a means and strength this is. Zhang Zhenjuan had finally arrived. Zhang Chen nodded his head slightly in greeting as he saw this, and he glanced suspiciously at the crowd in the Heavenly Master Square. He could sense a solemn aura permeating the entire Heavenly Master's mansion. Wang Zhang dismounted the demon suppressor sword to follow Zhang Chen in silence. Just as Zhang Chen was about to enter the hall to look at the bodies of the 3 real people, Zhang Xianling and the others quickly stepped aside to welcome him. True Lord Jiang, the old celestial master has something important to tell you, and you will know everything later. Although Zhang Chen had doubts, he was about to follow when a Taoist pushed the old Heavenly Master and appeared in the main hall. There's no need for that. If the old man comes out, will the true Lord not have an audience with the old man? Everyone out. The old Heavenly Master finally appeared in the middle of the great hall, and everyone looked at the old Heavenly Master incredulously. At this moment, the old Heavenly Master was sitting in a wheelchair as if he was an old man who was about to run out of light. He raised his head to look at Zhang Chen, and the lax look in his eyes made Zhang Chen's heart startled. How did the old celestial master become like this? Zhang Xianling's eyes reddened as he quietly exited the great hall. Real Dustless followed suit and exited the hall, and the door to the hall slowly closed, leaving only the old Heavenly Master and Zhang Chen, as well as the 3 coffins in the center. Inside the hall, no, to be precise, there were 4 coffins, which were carried into the main hall at an unknown time. How did you become like this, old celestial master? Zhang Chen could feel that the old celestial master's chi was about to dissipate at this moment. He pierced through the old celestial master's body, and was shocked to find that his body was deficient in chi and blood, no matter whether it was the aura or the innate chi that had disappeared long ago. And even the dantian in his body had a deep crack. The dantian was shattered, no longer able to store aura, and without the aura to support it, the old celestial master would be feathered in a matter of days, and it's a miracle he lasted this long. In this state of the old celestial masters, the elixirs he could exchange were useless, while the useful ones he couldn't exchange. Don't you say anything? The old man has another major thing to tell you. The Tianchi degree has not been passed down. The old man can't die yet. The old Heavenly Master looked a little agitated. A few times he tried to stand up but was unable to do so. All right, old celestial master, please speak. Zhang Chen was afraid that this old man would just feather. He measured into a golden light into the old celestial master's body, but found that his golden light was actually unable to stabilize the old celestial master's heart chakra. Obviously the old celestial master had already renewed his life for a long time, and at this moment, he was already powerless to return to the heavens. Old me will pass the celestial master's degree to you. It contains the answers you want to know. The old celestial master gathered his essence and a ball of light vanished into the center of Zhang Chen's forehead. In a flash, a large strand of long ago memories surfaced one by one in Zhang Chen's mind. He saw his master in his memories, as well as numerous sect masters, and a few sect masters he hadn't seen before. After a long time Zhang Chen absorbed all the memories. He slowly opened his eyes. There were a few complexities and a few realizations in his eyes. At this moment he had understood everything. This mass of memories was very huge. From the Jin Demon View Formation, the Devil's Way War, the Age of the End, the Age of Spiritual Extinction recorded the truth of what happened back then respectively. And finally there was also a mass of memories belonging to the old Heavenly Master. It should be reserved exclusively for Zhang Chen. It turns out that the Celestial Master degree isn't a Gong method, nor is it some ancient Celestial Master's inheritance, but rather, It's a memory that has been passed down from the age of the end of the laws. The Celestial Master degree is only known to the contemporary Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's house, or the head of the Taoist sect, and Zhang Chen belonged to the second type. The successive generations of Jin Demon Guan sect masters cultivated a technique that was derived from the Wind and Fire order among the 7 killing orders of the divine ghosts, and because this technique was too heaven-defying, it was targeted and hunted down by a power that claimed to be from the upper realm. Successive generations of Jin Demon Guan masters have been hunted down and have renamed this technique as the Jin Demon skill in order to hide it from the public. As for how this technique came to be, there was no record of it in the Celestial Master's degree. The reason why Zhang Chen's master pretended that he didn't know how to do anything was to preserve the legacy and for Zhang Chen's sake. And the old heavenly master didn't know why Zhang Chen's master hadn't passed on the demon suppressing skill to Zhang Chen, who practiced the Golden Light Divine Mantra instead. Zhang Chen then realized that his master was not as simple as he thought. His master was also forced to feather his nest. You cheap old man. Actually to death hard, not a word more with me And this demon suppressing skill Zhang Chen didn't know where it was, and there was no record of it in the Celestial Master's degree. However, Zhang Chen guessed that it should be inside his cheap master's grave. In addition to the inherited techniques of the demon Jinguan, the demon Jinguan also had a heavenly secret, the Lin Tian Peak to be exact. Lin Tian Peak sat at the center of the entire blue star, and its interior had a 10-square extinction formation, which blocked the blue star's spiritual eye, causing the thinning of the blue star's spiritual chi, which led to the formation of the spiritual extinction era in the back. Once this big formation is lifted, the entire blue star's aura will be revived, and as the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and the weirdness will invade in full force. And this big formation was like a protective tire membrane or a cage. Although it blocked the invasion of the powerful and weird, it also limited the cultivation of the blue star inhabitants. The highest cultivation level of an inhuman who was in the age of spiritual extinction was only at the cavernous brightness realm. No wonder the previous Ghost King said before he went up in smoke that there shouldn't be such a powerful inhuman like him in the blue star. And even if the old heavenly master was trapped in the cave brightness realm, he wouldn't dare to go to the demon suppressing Guan to lift the great formation seal. And of course he wouldn't be able to lift the seal. And the token to disarm the grand formation is the sect leader's token of the demon Jinguan. Zhang Chen didn't even think that the demon Jinguan sect leader token actually had such a great role. No wonder his chief master instructed him very seriously to keep the sect leader token safe before he died. No one can give. It was also fortunate that when the system came down, he didn't just sell it for money. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh as he returned to his senses. The old celestial master in front of him no longer had any chi. His eyes closed mercifully lying on top of the wheelchair. The old celestial master who had completed his task could no longer hold on and directly feathered himself on the spot. End of chapter. Buzz. The thick door slowly opened, revealing the scene within the great hall. When the crowd felt the old heavenly master's chi dissipate, their expressions couldn't help but become gloomy, and the last Taoist titan passed away with him. Nowadays, the entire Taoist religion only remained for insightful foreigners, namely Zhang Xianling, the contemporary heavenly master of the heavenly master's house, Tian Tongjianzi, the head of the Deng Xian Taoist temple, Wu Dusjianzi of the Taiji Taoist temple, and Wu Jijianzi of the Tian-Yi Taoist temple. There were 54 hidden Yuan sect leaders and hundreds of hidden Yuan elders, and of course there was Zhang Chen, the true lord alive. The several real people who had been waiting at the door for a long time were still having a hard time in their hearts even if they were mentally prepared. At this moment, Zhang Chen also was a complicated look at a few people. These people had already known what their master had done and that the remaining 3 real people had passed away long ago, dragging out the news hard for half a month. True Lord Jiang, did my master, his old man, pass on the heavenly master's degree to you? Zhang Xianling hurriedly stepped forward and asked, his expression somewhat expectant. The remaining few people also clenched their fists. Do you think there's any chance of me refusing? Zhang Chen helplessly glanced at a few people. A few people snapped their heads up at the words. A flash of light suddenly flickered in their eyes, and a dense murderous intent rose from the bodies of a few people. They want revenge. Once Zhang Chen accepted the old Tianchu's Tianchu degree, it meant that Zhang Chen had already acknowledged, in disguise, that he was the Taoist sect leader, and all Taoist deviants will be at its beck and call. From now on Taoism will be led by the demon suppressor Guan. Didn't the old celestial master and the others open the game with their bodies in order to lift Zhang Chen to this position? In Zhang Chen's opinion, the old celestial masters were still too pedantic, but where the old celestial masters spoke directly and explicitly to Zhang Chen wouldn't have the slightest regard for the unified Taoist church, and not so much as with those of the Taoist Association to go to war. But things have happened, and there's nothing to be done about it but to go with the flow of heaven. By order of the old heavenly master, Zhang Xianling roared out with his aura. From now on, Daoyuan Jinjuan is the head of Taoism, and all Taoist deviants will follow his orders. Cu. True Lord Daoxian. All the Taoist masters in the Tianshi Square suddenly shouted loudly together, and the voice was like 1,000 armies. Majestic. Echoing in the Tianshi Square. The chi cohesion of the crowd rose up to the sky, surprisingly causing the surrounding air to seemingly quake with it. It seems like you all know about it, but only this seat doesn't know about it. Jiang Chen swept a meaningful glance at the crowd. The few real people in front of them all looked away when they met Jiang Chen's eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed. Let's deal with the aftermath according to the rules. This seat will personally lead you to kill the Taoist Association tonight to avenge the old Heavenly Master and the others. There's no need for the Taoist Association to exist anymore either. It's enough for Blue Star to have a Taoist church. The crowd sniffed and held back the anger in their hearts. They believe that after tonight, the Taoist Association will cease to exist. And just as the Taoist church was dealing with the aftermath of the old Heavenly Master and the others, a video and a photo exploded all over the internet and rushed to the top of the internet's hot searches with great speed. And it just so happened that Hannah, who had posted his song and bought a hot search, was about to enjoy his song's data skyrocket. Yet he was told that the hot search he had bought had been toppled. Exasperated, he glanced at the hot search afterward and was only angry for a moment, eventually venting his anger on the objects in the room. Although he was hailed as a venerable master, he didn't dare to give a single fart in the face of this Shin Demon Guan sect leader True Lord Ah. Against all odds, my brother. This time, True Lord Jiang is flying directly on his sword without even acting. Recently more and more uneasy. Even if the end of the world tomorrow came, I also believe. Not to mention that this video is simply not the slightest trace of P-picture Ah, but also the original picture of the original ing out. When True Lord Jian was wrapped in golden light, the amazing war machine became a companion. Ah! I want to cultivate immortality. I want to cultivate immortality. 10,000 bloody books. True Lord Jiang is once again recruiting disciples. Ha 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 ha. I just want to know what Flower Archmage is feeling at this moment. This time the bot hot search has been topped again. Last time his hot search was directly topped by Gon. And this time it's Jiang Jinjun. I'm guessing he's smashing things inside his room at this time. Do you guys know why True Lord Jian took Wang Zhang on a sword flight? There's no need for you to say. The Taoist Church has already announced that the old Heavenly Master of the Taoist Church and several sect masters of the Taoist Church have passed away, and Jinju and Jiang should have gone to preside over the aftermath. Ding! Shock points detected from the masses towards the host manifesting himself directly in front of people and traveling with a sword +1. Ding! Shock points detected from the masses towards the host manifesting himself directly in front of people and traveling with a sword +1. Ding! Shock points detected from the masses towards the host manifesting himself directly in front of people and traveling with a sword +1. Jiang Chen, who was far away in the Celestial Master's mansion, saw the increase in shock points. Name, Jiang Chen. Dao, 560 years of golden light. Late Jade Balance Realm. Physique, 3-star Buster. Taoist Laws, Golden Light Mantra. Heavenly King Mantra. Celestial Master's Qi Watching Technique, 3rd turn. Secret Art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. Tong Tian Talisman. The Grand Cave of Shangqing. The Complete Book of Formations of Mao Shan. The 7-star Overlord Technique, Heavenly Power. Qingyun Dragon and Tiger Fist. Haori Flaming Golden Body Technique. And the True Canon of Sanqing Sword Dao. Items, Yin Yang Dharma Robe. Jinju and Daoxian Robe. Demon Suppressing Floating Dust. Shock points, 13. 780. 000 shock points, continues to grow. Your Dao has already reached the late stage of the Jade Balance Realm and has inherited the Heavenly Master's degree. You already know most of the secrets of the Blue Star. You're already considered a bigger grasshopper. At this point, the shock points had broken 10 million, and the system's evaluation had changed. It's time to raise the Dao. The system redeemed 4 golden light gathering pills for me. Successful redemption consumes 4 million shock points, and the golden light gathering elixir has been placed in the system backpack. Jiang Chen took out the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir transformed into a stream of pure golden light at Jiang Chen's throat, which was not large, but had an extremely terrifying density, and a single strand of it weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. The golden light surging into Jiang Chen's body was like a fuse, instantly boiling the massive golden light within him. The golden light in his body is like a surging tsunami, with the momentum of the mountains and seas swept away, constantly impacting the Dantian, just like the Haori General Dantian constantly shrinking and expanding, and so on repeatedly after hundreds of Dantian, just like the beginning of the chaos, constantly expanding. In the end, it had expanded by more than 10 times, and it was as if there was an innate space within the Dantian. Such a big change that Jiang Chen was astonished, and the 3 stars above the Dantian converged to create a line of star power opening up the sea of stars until a 4th ancient star appeared, the stars of heavenly power. The 4 ancient stars rotated at the same time, emitting an ancient, vast, and mysterious aura. The majestic aura after reaching the heavenly power realm caused the void to tremble and the wind and clouds to change color. End of chapter. An indescribable necrotic aura filled the Taoist association. Ha 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 ha. The Vajra corpse has finally completed its metamorphosis. I'll see who can still be my opponent today. The dimly lit office echoed with the loud laughter of old Taoist withered bones. Except for a few parts of the Taoist association that escaped outside, the rest of them all died inside the Taoist association and became the sustenance for the Vajra corpses. Now that half a month had passed, the adamantine corpse had completed its metamorphosis. The Vajra corpse's face unexpectedly had chi and blood. Its skin was already similar to that of a normal person. Its fangs and claws had faded, but instead of weakening, its combat power had been greatly enhanced. It looked like a normal person at the moment. Yeah, my metamorphosis is complete, and it's time for you to go to hell. An abrupt voice sounded immediately afterward. The withered bone old Taoist's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he looked at the Vajra corpse with disbelief. He could be pretty sure it was the adamantium corpse that had just spoken. How can a zombie talk? How can you possibly speak? The withered bone old Taoist's voice trembled a little, and the Heaven's Supreme Suppressor bell had appeared in his hand. I was already able to speak. Don't you know that? The Vajra corpse raised its head slightly, a bizarre arc appearing at the corner of its mouth, and those bloodthirsty eyes stared deathly at the withered bone old Taoist. A horrible killing intent struck his heart. It went so far as to commit regicide. The withered bone old Taoist was shocked. That bone spirit old man has reminded you a long time ago. This seed also thought that you would take any action. I did not expect that you are also thanks to your cultivation these days, dead bones. If you hadn't dug me out, it might have taken me a few more decades to reach such a point. Vajra corpses have extremely terrifying spiritual intelligence. It had long been able to break free from the control of the withered bone old man, but it hadn't made a move until after it had drained all the usefulness out of the withered bone old man. Otherwise it would have stayed hidden. After all, one's own cultivation in the earth by absorbing the chi of evil spirits, which someone specializes in cultivating fast. You actually still have memories from before you were born. The withered bone old Taoist was horrified in his heart. He quickly changed his tone. A fawning smile appeared on his face. How about old Rin letting me off the hook? Seeing as I nurtured you, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Gia let you go? Vajra corpse disdainfully muffled laughter. But this seat has become like this. It is your harm. You are not in this seat's head to arrange what dragonfly point water. How can you let this seat spare you? You'd better go to hell. The Vajra corpse's tone changed, and the terrifying corpse chi around him shook. The withered bone old Taoist's chest was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and the whole person smashed heavily on the wall, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! A Vajra corpse comparable to the Kayan realm was simply not something he could deal with. Since you are unrighteous, don't blame me for being unkind. Life-devouring technique. Tianzuan Jinshi. With the help of his evil power, old Taoist withered bone cleansed the spiritual wisdom of the Vajra corpse, trying to bring its sanity back to what it was at the beginning once again, while manipulating the heavenly zenith suppressor bell to suppress the Vajra corpse. Xuanwu suppressing fury. The talisman on the Vajra corpse's forehead once again erupted with amazing energy. Knowing this seat's power and still wanting to resist. What an unknowing thing. Is that what you're banking on? The Vajra corpse looked at the withered bone old Taoist playfully, and directly in front of him, he cut down the intermediate level talisman on his forehead, then stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. All the way down that blue intermediate level talisman just flickered with light and collapsed. What? Just saw the Vajra corpse shape flickering appeared in front of the old man withered bones. A slap out of the Tianzuan Jinshi bell to the ground. A foot down Tianzuan Jinshi bell shattered. The building trembled. The withered bone old Taoist was so frightened that he retreated again and again. Dogs, don't come over and help me. It rushed from maneuvering the mutated copper armored corpse in the shadows. However, as soon as the copper armored corpse just jumped out, when it saw that it was facing the Vajra corpse, it even directly knelt down on the ground and threw itself on the ground, its body still trembling. Well, you're a good kid. Get lost. Vajra corpse smiled at the sight. Copper armor corpse like a big jump of relief then hid in the dark silent. You should be on your way. The Vajra corpse grabbed the withered bone old man's neck and lifted him into midair. The 1.6 something withered bone old Taoist was lifted in midair by the 2.5 Vajra corpse, just like lifting a small chicken. Old Ren, listen to me. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, I'll disarm the big formation. Once you leak a trace of corpse chi, it will be detected by the Psychic Bureau. After all, the corpse chi on you is very special. You won't live through the night once the Psychic Bureau detects you. Those things that are inside the museum, just take out one of them and it will be able to suppress you. The withered bone old Taoist looked terrified and was still struggling. Do you really think this seed is Want to disarm the big array? Need to go up to the top floor to close the array disk. In this building, not to mention the people, is a bazaar or not? You think who can close the big array? You count on it? The adamantine corpse said, looking to the shivering mutated copper-armored corpse on the side. Die. After saying that, the thick arm of Vajra corpse slightly force, only to hear the sound of sound. Withered bone. Old Taoist head in the torso rotated 360 degrees. Click click click. Bones broken. Meridians broken. Nasal cavity in the sudden spray of blood. Pupils turned white. Convex already dead can no longer die. After killing the withered bone old Taoist, the Vajra corpse had already felt that the aura within it that belonged to the withered bone old Taoist had dissipated. How can I, the titular corpse king, be controlled by you? Ridiculous. Cultivating the small days of evil kung fu stuff. Not to mention your fellow disciples look down on you. Even this seat also looked down on one. Humph. Vajra corpse grunted coldly. Come over here and he'll reward you. A cave brightness midstage cultivator. This seat can't look at. Vajra corpse beckoned. The mutant copper-armored corpse rushed out as a stump and grabbed the body of the withered bone old Taoist and sucked it up. The old man with the dry bones is dead though, but the chi in his body hadn't dissipated, and he was no different from a living person. Sure enough, it's a dumbass that only knows how to kill, and even if it mutates again, it's still a dumbass. The Vajra corpse frowned slightly and sat down on the chair with a flip of his wide-sleeve robe. Zombies that had reached its level were no longer much different from humans. Vajra corpse's icy eyes looked out at the skyscrapers in deep thought. Going back this evening to see how my daughter is doing? Well, no. Going back at night mustn't scare her to death? It shook its head to dismiss the idea. Take a look in the dark? It seems possible. This seat can conceal its own aura. As long as this seat conceals its aura, the people from the Psychic Bureau won't be able to detect me. After visiting my daughter, this seat will hide in the mountains and not come out. Don't look at it now, comparable to the Kayang realm, but it knows that more than 30 provincial museums can suppress it by casually taking out an item that is thousands of years old. Unless one reaches the legendary zombie comparable to Tian Xian. End of chapter. In the meantime, hundreds of white-robed and heavily armed Gaokong appeared outside the capital, but in front of them there was a man in black robes blocking the way, and behind him stood hundreds of guile harnessers as well. May I ask, true Lord Jiang, what you are? The lead watchdog envoy made a tentative inquiry. After all, in front of him all the Taoist identity is not simple. All the dam is the Taoist master, and Taoist elders. A group of people gathered together the vast Taoist chi. The direct pressure of the bazaar in his body did not dare to make a move. He might not even be able to enter the harnessing guile state at the moment. The main thing is how this group of people feel that there is a hidden knife in their eyes. He always feels that there is a killing intent on this group of people, but he doesn't know where the killing intent comes from. However, he was also ordered to patrol the capital city, and it was really strange for so many high-ranking officials to suddenly want to enter the city in the middle of the night. Such a move was just too strange. After he reported it to his superiors, they told him to stop and poke around. Honored. True Lord's order. Ordered to eradicate the deviant scum in the Taoist Association. I wonder if this resident has any more questions? The leader, Zhang Shenling, spoke blandly. Zhang Shenling didn't make things difficult for the supervisory envoy either. The supervisory envoy sat on one side and led the tricksters to eradicate the weirdness. For this kind of people who subdued the demons and eliminated the devils, and returned the heaven and earth to a clear sky, they still admired them in their hearts. So it is. I'll have someone set up a blockade boundary in the vicinity, and there won't be anything different inside even if the sky collapses outside. After learning that it was a family matter of someone else's Taoist religion, this supervisory envoy didn't talk nonsense and kindly tried to help. Zhang Shenling sniffed in surprise and glanced at the man in front of him, who was no more than 25 or so. You've taken the road too wide. Young man, how can people be so uptight? No wonder your boy can patrol the capital. There's a reason for all this. In that case, many thanks to the supervisory envoy. Zhang Shenling was not in a position to brush people off, and they would also be able to set up one less formation and save a lot of materials. Then I won't delay any more of your high Taoist feats, and I hope that Heavenly Master Zhang will be able to fulfill the wishes of the many Taoist seniors. The supervisory envoy then waved his hand, and the subordinates behind him made way. Many thanks for understanding. Zhang Shenling arched his hand in thanks before regaining his composure and leading the crowd to continue rushing towards the Taoist Association. After crossing the city gates, there was still half an hour to go before we reached the headquarters of the Taoist Association. Quickly go! Notify the nearby brothers to set up a blockade boundary within a 1-kilometer radius of the Taoist Association. Yes, the two tricksters disappeared into the darkness. Lord Supervisory Envoy, how could all the Taoist high achievers suddenly make a move against the Taoist Association? Didn't the Taoist Church just pass away for Taido? A close associate behind him asked suspiciously. Yeah, why the sudden strike? But then again, what business is it of ours? This is someone's family matter. Besides, are you qualified in this strength pipe? we just follow the order to act. The group of the Taoist Association, isn't it just right that is dead? Save us the Psychic Bureau to spare our hands to deal with this group of scumbags. And we might even have to pay a painful price by then. Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's only because you're my close friend that I'm talking to you so much. The face of the cronies behind him changed at the words and hurriedly nodded his head. Half an hour later, the crowd arrived under the Taoist Association building. A few elders immediately want to kill and can be Zhang Xianling and others to stop. Several elders were puzzled. Just see Zhang Xianling palm condensed golden light slowly reach forward. Buzz golden light and an invisible energy contact flooding 4-4 ripples spread. This invisible energy into a barrier to block the crowd. This is the Taoist Association's Tui blockade formation. Zhang Xianling had followed the old celestial master and had seen a lot, so he recognized this formation. There is indeed this formation at the Taoist Association's headquarters, but this formation is the Taoist Association's bottom card. It's all used in times of life and death. But why is it open now? The dustless realist on the side frowned. Did they know we were going to move tonight? There's a mole? Real Wuji immediately turned back, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. The crowd looked at each other, spreading their hands and looking confused. It's not a mole. Something happened within the Taoist Association. Suddenly a silhouette descended from the sky with his feet on the demon suppressor sword. This time Jiangchen used an intermediate level talisman to conceal his aura, and the radars of the world were unable to detect him. Jiangchen was able to see that the Taoist Association was filled with corpse chi and was filled with corpses, and the smell of blood was horribly thick. This was nothing more than an intermediate level formation that could not resist his insight. What interested him was that this formation was actually a complete intermediate level formation. The Taoist Association seemed to be very rich in its heritage. Greetings, true Lord Jiang, the crowd hurriedly shouted. Something's wrong? The Taoist Association is in a mess. It is indeed long overdue for something to happen. The crowd was furious. Let me try. Wang Yi, who was eager to perform, jumped out in spite of real Wuji's obstruction. The Wuji real person was helpless. Although Wang Yi had cultivated the innate Qi sect, which contained a method for breaking formations, Wang Yi was only a minor success, and even his major success of the innate Qi sect was unable to do anything about it. How can Xiao Wangye do that? That's all. Let him try it, just to thwart his recent demoralization. Innate Qi men. Wang Yi let out a low gulp. The next moment a breeze appeared out of thin air around him. A huge innate 8 trigrams pattern immediately appeared under his feet. The trigrams appeared all around him, and they were constantly changing. As the breeze blew by, the hair and whiskers on the temples of all the people swayed, and their Taoist robes slowly danced. It is indeed a formation. Wang Yi, who had unfolded the innate Qi men, sensed the existence of this formation in an instant. A few minutes passed and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Wang Yi never made a move. The Wuji realist was also silent. But I can't even perceive the eye of the formation. This is embarrassing. Wang Yi glanced at the odd looks on the faces of all the real people, and he realized that there didn't seem to be a way for several real people to do anything about this formation either. The word koan, tu he che. It was indeed a bit awkward to keep not making a move, and Wang Yi roared out a symbolic move. The innate 8 trigrams suddenly changed for a while, and the ground shattered and coalesced into a huge stone, like in speeding at full speed SUV crashing into the large formation barrier. Boom! The energy collision spread a faint ripple, the dust dispersed, and the grand formation remained intact. Back off, little Wang Yi. This formation is not something you can break. Zhang Chen smiled at the sight. Wang Yi smiled twice and hurriedly retreated into the crowd. What's your hurry? Can't you see that Heavenly Master Zhang hasn't even made a move? Wuji Jinran counted down for a while. Oh, Wang Yi bashfully replied. True Lord, wait for a moment. I have already prepared the things used to break the formation. Wait for me to properly. No, it's too much trouble. Without waiting for Zhang Xinling to finish, Zhang Chen interrupted him with a voice. It was just an intermediate level formation. By the time Zhang Xianling had set up everything to break the formation, it would be long past dawn, and they didn't have that much time to waste. End of chapter. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Chen casually waved his hand, and the demon suppressor sword suspended behind him chopped out, easily tearing a crack in the large formation. The moment the crack appeared, it was only then that the crowd clearly saw the scene inside the hall on the first floor. Hiss dash, I don't know who sucked in a breath of cold air. The hall was littered with bloodstains, as well as a jumble of chairs and stools, and a strong stench of foul blood came over the crowd, who couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. There was also a horrifying corpse aura amidst the rich smell of blood. The crowd had never encountered such a huge corpse chi before. The crowd speculated about what had happened to the Taoist Association. Everyone's aura protects their body. Once this corpse chi enters their body and is not dealt with in time, they will perhaps turn stiff within 3 breaths. Zhang Chen reminded in a loud voice. Yes, the crowd dared not be careless. Enter. Zhang Xianling waved his hand and the crowd rushed inside the hall. Fortunately, the hall of the Taoist Association was very large, and even if hundreds of people poured in at the same time, they did not feel crowded. The large formation crack slowly closed after the crowd entered. At the same time, Vidra Corpse, who was preparing to think about how to leave, sensed that the building's great formation had been torn open by an external force, and that an extremely nasty aura had broken in. The aura was similar to these inhumans from the Taoist Association. The adamantine corpse sensed the change in the corpse energy inside the building. It's new busy. The adamantine corpse snapped its head up, its icy gaze flickering in the darkness. I don't know what to do. You go down and try their strength. The bronze-armored corpse nodded stiffly at his words, then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of necrotic gas, quickly disappearing into the shadows after sensing the scent of a living person. Vidra Corpse didn't put this group of bull noses in its eyes. The whole building was in its perception, except for the leading ones who were cavernous. The rest of the people were all hidden elemental aliens, and it is comparable to the Kaiyang Jinjuan foreigner. Placed in the zombie, it is also the role of the corpse king level, and then further will be able to reach the glazed corpse. Vidra Corpse smiled cruelly. Its eyes looked towards the shivering withered bone old man at its feet, the withered bone old man who had turned into a zombie to be precise, and the entire office once again fell into an eerie silence. Everyone be careful. The Taoist Association should have been massacred by zombies inside. There are many zombies hidden inside the building. Zhang Xianling and the others could clearly sense that there was not a single living person in the Taoist Association. All of them were ing zombies. They're coming. As soon as the dustless realist's words fell, a zombie hissed and lunged out from the shadows, and the dustless realist's eyes flashed with a cold, chilling light, and the floating dust magic weapon in his hand was drawn out. The floating dust pumped the air with a burst of force. The Dao weapon and the zombie body collided. Bang! The sound rang out. The zombie that hadn't been mutated for long was jerked out and smashed heavily on top of the wall. Its chest was dented by the jerk. The corpse chi on its body was directly dispersed, and its stiff body then went soft, but it rotted away in a moment, and a foul odor filled the air. The zombie that appeared was like lighting a fuse, and more than a dozen green-faced and fanged zombies instantly rushed out from the shadows, and were still rushing out from within the building. However, these zombies are not enough for hundreds of high merit points. Slow more than 10 rounds to end the fight. Fast like the dustless real person. A direct move to draw away the corpse gas. And these zombies have only been mutated for a short time. The strongest strength is only comparable to the A rank. After a few minutes no more zombies appeared within the building. However, things didn't end there. The crowd was able to perceive that there were still 2 more great evil creatures within the building. Perhaps the people of the Taoist Association were by these 2 heads slaughtered. As for why the zombies appear in the Taoist Association, the crowd is not interested. For this group to die in the hands of zombies is simply a relief for them. Dang! 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 Just then a dull throbbing sound rang out from the passage. The sound came from within the passage, from far to near, and for a moment the ceiling lights flickered, and it was possible to make out the hideous face of the thing, which was approaching the crowd at a great speed. A few breaths later the mutant copper-armored corpse jumped out from within the passageway, its bloodthirsty pupils staring at the crowd in death. The Tiantong realist and Xianling realist among the crowd instantly recognized it. This zombie is the silver-armored corpse that appeared before in the Tianshan mountain range, but it mutated into a bronze-armored corpse after being struck by thunder. This thing is immune to thunder and resistant to fire spells. Everyone must be careful. The poor Taoist owes his injuries to it. Ching Song looked at the bronze-armored corpse with a grave expression. So this is the silver-armored corpse from before. It is indeed terrifying. But well, one of the elders hemmed and hawed, a vicious arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Present here which is not a hidden Yuan alien. The crowd swarmed this thing to resist but around. Humph. If this seat hadn't been seriously injured by that mysterious zombie earlier, otherwise it would have beheaded it long ago. Tiantong Zenith's expression was ice cold. I'll leave this zombie to you guys to practice on. Now that the heavens and earth are changing drastically, there's a good chance that something even more terrifying will appear behind it. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and said, "It's true, Lord Zhang. Couldn't help it a long time ago. Such a powerful zombie. It's the first time we've encountered one since we've been cultivating. It just so happens that we haven't personally struck out for a long time, and now practicing couldn't be better." A few cave bright real people holding magic weapons and stepping on the Big Dipper rushed up, and the elders at the back only had to watch dryly. After all, they didn't have the need to go on at all. In no time the mutated copper-armored corpse became cloaked under the careful care of several real people. Its body cracked, its skin and flesh exploded, and its corpse chi was almost dispersed, having lost its previous ferocity. At this time, the bronze-armored corpse fell to the ground and shivered continuously, unable to run away even if it wanted to. In the end, Tiantong Jinren's hands forcefully inserted the 7-star copper sword into the body of the copper-armored corpse. Zzz. The collision between the innate chi and the corpse chi made a piercing sound. The copper-armored corpse turned into a puddle of blood and water after struggling for a while, and a foul smell rose. Zhang Xianling's golden light bulged, and the pungent odor in the hall was blown away. Let's go. The main man is waiting for us upstairs at this moment. Jiang Chen smiled meaningfully, and then led the crowd onward to the upper floors. A few minutes later inside the 18th floor hall, the crowd arrived and the hall lights flickered. The corpse gas here was the most dense, and the people had been forced to use their innate chi to protect their bodies. Instead, a sofa was placed in the center of the empty hall, and a silhouette sat on top of the sofa looking at the crowd with interest. This is the mysterious zombie that injured me. It hard resisted the true martial demon-slaying talisman inspired by this seat before. Tiantong Jinjin pointed at the figure and said in a low voice. The crowd was shocked and rushed to look. Are you mistaken, Tiantong Jinjin? He's a zombie? Isn't this a normal person? Nope. I can't sense any chi in him. Any living thing, even a flower, a blade of grass or a tree possesses chi. This he doesn't. Unless it's a dead person. End of chapter. Even if he turns into ashes the seat won't recognize him. Before this thing was just like a normal person, only with corpse spots on its skin, and this time it's already the same as a normal person. It can only mean that it's gotten stronger again. The crowd was shocked beyond belief at hearing the words of the heavenly passage reality. A zombie that was almost as strong as a normal person. If it was left alone and became stronger, wouldn't it be able to blend in with the crowd and not be discovered? The thought that the person next to you is actually not a living person, but a zombie, that's too scary. This is indeed a zombie, and it's the long-lost Vajra corpse from the legend. Jiang Chen could tell the zombie's details at a glance. What? This is actually the legendary Vajra corpse. No wonder it was able to resist the intermediate-level talisman inspired by this seat. Tiantong Zenith said in shock. The rest of the people were also very shocked at hearing this. That's the old Taoist who took control of the Vajra corpse and snatched away the copper armor corpse before. It looks like this was regicide by the Vajra corpse. Tiantong glanced at the withered bone old Taoist who had turned into a zombie. This fellow is named Dead Bone. He has only cultivated to the B stage since he was 50 or 60 years old. His cultivation talent is far worse than ours. A high gong recognized old Taoist withered bone. Jia. The Vajra corpse let out a weird, strange laugh from its throat, enjoying 2 deep breaths as it looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a greedy gaze. Asterisk. Still talking. Nima, zombies can even talk these days. It's so counterintuitive. Taoist high gongs thought they had seen a lot, but they hadn't come across a zombie that could talk. Rumor has it that when a Vajra corpse reaches its peak, its throat will change and it will be able to make sounds no different from humans. But that's something you have to be comparable to a Kaiyang true lord to achieve. Can it be that this Vajra corpse is already comparable to the Kaiyang realm? Damn it! The crowd was a little disturbed and looked a little worried. Ah, the Kaiyang true lord. In their perceptions Jiang Chen was also only at the Yaoguang true lord. Yaoguang true monarch is still able to travel with a sword. So wouldn't the Vajra corpse, which is comparable to Kaiyang true monarch, be able to fly through the sky and hide from the world? And be omnipotent? But the next second Jiang Chen's words shocked Zhang Xianling and the others. An ordinary Kaiyang true lord isn't a match for this thing. But there is also a gap between true lords. Don't you guys think you're talking a little too much? The Vajra corpse had been a bit unable to hold back at this point. So many profoundly cultivated inhumans were standing in front of it. How could it stand it? Be quiet. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out 5 great 5 emperor copper coins from within his golden dantian. And the 5 great martial emperor copper coins that emitted a gleaming golden light flew and hovered in the air. 5 large 5 emperor's coins appeared flipped in the air. The yang lines among the yin and yang lines. The Qiangua. Feng Shui secret art of 6 lines of money lesson. Qiangua. Zhen Shi. The 5 large 5 emperor money was like a titanic pressure, firmly locked in the circumference of the Vajra corpse. And the strong blocking force suppressed the Vajra corpse in place unable to move. 6 lines of money class. Is the secret art of Feng Shui in a mysterious magic? Learn this art not only can predict the good and bad luck can also be quashed to drive away evil spirits. This technique is the top metaphysical magic among the Feng Shui secret techniques. Bang! The Vajra corpse charged the golden energy shield with force, only to find that its strength comparable to the Kaiyang realm was unable to break through the blocking energy. Roar! The angry adamantium corpse roared. What kind of Tao is this? The Vajra corpse was just suppressed? The crowd's jaws dropped. The hallowed Vajra corpse was suppressed by 5 pieces of Great 5 Emperor's money. When did the Great 5 Emperor's money have such a strong suppressive power? This is the hexagram money lesson, one of the top Shin Men Chi techniques, similar to the innate Chi Men. Jiang Chen explained blandly. Then, True Lord Jiang, what are we going to do with this Vajra corpse? Are we going to transport it back and then use a formation to dissolve the corpse's chi? Zhang Xianling asked in doubt. But Jiang Chen's actions told Zhang Xianling what to do with this adamantine corpse. Jiang Chen pinched out his sword fingers and recited a mantra under his breath. Tai Shang Tai Xing. Strain without stopping. Drive away evils and bind the phantoms. The Taoist chi will last forever. And the rush is like a lawful order. This is God. Ghost. 7. Kill. Order. Zhang Xianling and the others' pupils shrunk violently like pinholes, and their faces were mute. Broken kill order. Jiang Chen's majestic voice echoed within the Taoist Association building. The dark blue sword order shot out from the fingertips. The terrifying power shook the surroundings. The crowd couldn't help but take 2 steps back by the gusty winds, and their Dao robes were blowing in hunting. The deep blue Excalibur order passed through the Jinshi golden light and easily pierced into the body of the Vajra corpse, whose proud body was as fragile as tofu at the moment. The huge force of the mountains above the divine sword was declared, and even the Vajra corpse rushed through the thick wall, still rushing towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it even crashed on top of the blockade boundary arranged by the Psychic Bureau, and only stopped when the blockade boundary was all smashed out with a huge crack on one side. You give this seat to wait. When this seat recovers from its injuries, will surely slaughter your Taoist temple cleanly. The Vajra corpse turned his head to run away without even thinking about it. Run? Run where? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the Vajra corpse felt a terrifying force erupting within its body. Its corpse chi was collapsing at an extremely fast pace, and its body was absolutely incapable of suppressing this pure Taoist power. No! No! Rumble! Huge flames rose and deafening explosions spread over a 5-kilometer radius, and the watchdog envoys who were 2 kilometers away also changed their faces when they saw the scene. He had just heard his subordinate report that the blockade boundary had been shattered and in beyond the bin detected unknown energy fluctuation level had. Yet before his subordinate could finish his report, he had witnessed everything. SSS. That ghostly sound was still echoing in the air. Have someone rush to calm the surrounding crowd. And watch out. It's a lab explosion. The Inspector General turned back and commanded without moving. The 2 subordinates in the back smiled knowingly. Lord Inspector, we understand. This we are familiar with. The 2 figures disappeared into the shadows. Notify the monitoring ambassadors in the center, south, west, and north. Tell them not to be nervous, things are over. The rest of you follow me. Time to wash the floor. He had already sensed the smell of blood within the Taoist Association, as well as the remnants of the terrifying corpse aura. Inside the Taoist Association, Gulp Zhang Xianling swallowed his saliva. The crowd's shocked, adoring, and fiery gazes all looked at Jiang Chen, a Vajra corpse comparable to the Kaiyan realm. Killing it when you say so. True Lord. The bodies of the Taoist Association's president were found in the middle of the room, all dead, by the hands of zombies. Suddenly the voice of an elder came from behind. Aha! There's no need to look for them. All of these people have become feed for the adamantine corpses. Let's go. Jiang Chen turned back and waved his hand. After a few steps he suddenly stopped right. There's no need to disperse the corpse chi here. Consider it a gift to that Inspector General. The corpse chi of the Vajra corpse must have worked well for them. When people come to wash the floor, we have to let them get some oil and water, don't we? The crowd would smile. End of chapter. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, 2 meditating cultivators within an immortal island violently opened their eyes. Feel that? It's the aura of the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, and it's still a complete broken killing order. In the direction of the East Sea coast connecting to the Pacific Ocean, the 2 brothers, Luo Yuan and Luo Tian, had been cultivating here for an unknown number of years, and today, the aura of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order had awakened the 2. Although the aura of the Divine Ghost 7 killings order disappeared quickly, the 2 of them still locked onto the precise direction. It seems like it's in the lower realm. Could it be that Dao God Hall that escaped to the lower realm? But that Grand Elder of the Dao God Temple shouldn't have lasted more than a year. The Dao God Temple has long since become history, regardless of how this person obtained the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order. But this person we must deal with. The appearance of the Divine Ghost 7 killings order reminded the 2 of the Dao God Temple that had shaken the upper realm 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, the Dao God Temple, the Underworld Temple, and the Haoran Temple were the overlords of the upper realm. One of the inherited techniques practiced by the Dao God Hall was the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, and the Dao God Hall master at the time had cultivated the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders to the 5th order, the Killing God Order. The momentum directly overshadowed the Underworld Hall and the Haoyan Hall, and the Haoran Temple had been suppressed for 3,000 years long, and the unwilling Haoran Temple master, behind his back, colluded with the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld Temple to start the Great War in the upper realm. That battle was fought in such a way that heaven and earth lost their colors, the sun and moon lost their light, and the holy spirits of the upper realm were killed and injured in countless ways. Although the Tao Divine Hall was strong, it faced two equally strong overlords, and in the end, the Hall Master raised the entire hall to try to fish out of water. But in the end, the Hall Master of the Tao Divine Hall failed. However, the Grand Elder of the Tao God Temple, with the help of a top immortal weapon to perform a secret method, found the weakest part of the world barrier and forcibly tore an opening to escape to the lower realm. Although this Grand Elder had escaped, he had also used up all of his cultivation, and the Master of the Hall of Vastness had said that he wouldn't live for more than a year. The end of the Great War. Howran Temple Hall Master was seriously injured, and now thousands of years have passed. Howran Temple Hall Master is still not out of the gate, and the Ghost Emperor is only slightly injured to become the biggest profiteer. Thousands of years had passed since the Great War in the Upper Realm, and new forces continued to rise out of nowhere. No longer when the three temples occupy the Upper World. The Upper World now distribution of forces. From strong to weak are 2 temples, a pavilion, 3 holy places, 5 absolute city, 10 cave days dominate the Upper World, and the 2 of them were the outer disciples of the Haoyan Hall. The cultivation level was the second sky of human immortal. The people of the lower realms were nothing more than ants in their eyes, and the 2 of them could blow out a city with a single breath. Aren't there our believers in the lower realms? Just let him handle it. It can only be that way. The Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Order cultivator must never be allowed to become established, or else we won't be able to deliver. Outer disciples like them who had poor cultivation talent only had the ability to complete tasks outside. If they could hunt and kill this person who cultivated the God's Ghost 7 killing orders, they might be able to achieve a great feat. Even if they were to break the rules and be promoted to inner disciples, it would not be impossible. The cultivation resources of inner disciples could be much better than those of outer disciples. One of them took out an ancient disc magic weapon, which they had found in the ancient battlefield, and they found that this magic weapon could contact the lower realm afterward, and could transmit an immortal chi to help the person who was contacted in the lower realm to cultivate. After all, this magic weapon could ignore the world barrier. The effect was too damn heaven-defying. It might as well be a top immortal weapon. So the 2 didn't tell anyone. After the 2 of them injected their immortal chi, the spells began to flicker with light. Inside a valley on a small day, the Taoist cultivating on the platform felt the energy emanating from his chest and violently opened his eyes, pulling out the disc spell with an excited expression. Immortals, is that you guys? Broken Delusion was so agitated that his speech became a little shaky. After all, in the eyes of the delusion-breaking Heavenly Master, the ones who contacted him were 2 true immortals from the upper realm, and it was thanks to the 2 immortals that his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of Jade Balance now. Without these 2 immortals, he might have been stuck at the Cave Brightness realm for the rest of his life. It's me. Luo Yuan's hoarse voice came from the magic weapon. I don't know what the 2 immortals want. Even if it's to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, kid will do nothing. Heavenly Master Delusion Breaker responded respectfully. As his cultivation became stronger and stronger, the more he felt the slowness of his cultivation enhancement, and he still wanted to obtain the things of the upper realm from the hands of the 2 Luo brothers to help him cultivate. He would have to serve the 2 well before then. The 2 of us sensed the aura of the Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Order appearing in the lower realms. Find a way to locate the person practicing this technique and then kill him. This seat will reward you heavily after this is accomplished. Luo Yuan's voice came from the end of the spell. Divine Ghost 7 Killing Order? What kind of gongfu is this? The delusion-breaking Celestial Master inquired doubtfully. A merit law is just a merit law that can actually cause 2 immortals to make such a big fuss. Could it be that this merit law is very powerful? If this seat could obtain this gongfu, would it be possible to become immortal as well? Thinking of this, the breaking delusion Heavenly Master's hands trembled, and a flash of greed appeared in his eyes. Ryoko. It was only then that the voice continued to come from the end of the magic weapon. The Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order is a technique that belongs to the upper realm. You only need to know that this technique is very overbearing, and that this technique also belongs to the taboos in the upper realm, and is never allowed to appear in the upper realm. So it must be annihilated, and you don't need to think about the rest of it. You also don't presume to think that after you kill this person, you seize the technique and quietly cultivate it. But whenever the seat senses the aura of the Divine Ghost 7 Killing Orders again, this seat will definitely thwart you. You know, this seat has this strength. After hearing the hoarse voice from the other end of the spell, the delusion-breaking Heavenly Master looked terrified and hastily bowed down to the ground. Cold sweat kept flowing down on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Immortals know what they're talking about. I wouldn't dare. The delusion-breaking Heavenly Master had just thought about it for just a moment, and Luo Yuan guessed what was on his mind. You naturally don't have the guts to do this. Remember, don't think that with the world barrier in the way, those in the upper realm can't do anything to take down the ants in the upper realm. An ant is always an ant. Yes. The delusion-breaking heavenly master nodded his head hurriedly, followed by a change in his tone. But two immortals. How do I find this person who cultivates the divine ghost 7 killings order? Kid doesn't have immortal-like strength, and Kid hasn't seen the divine ghost 7 slaying order either. You don't have to worry about that. Wait until the next time he uses the divine ghost 7 slaying order. This seat will cast a secret technique to directly lock onto his location. Kid understands. There was no more sound coming from the end of the magic weapon for a long time, and the delusion breaker knew that the immortal should have broken the connection. He resumed his previous haughty countenance and blandly placed the magic weapon within his Tao robe. After being away for so long, it's time to go back and see how the Taoist Association is doing. Senior brother, I wonder how your cultivation level is nowadays. Still at the cave brightness realm like before? Ha 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 ha. The moment he thought of that senior brother of his, the old heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion, the loud laughter of the delusion-breaking heavenly master resounded within the valley. The next moment a silhouette broke through the air and headed in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. End of chapter. West, Little Thunderbird Temple. Inside the underground Buddha Hall, the huge stone Buddha statue stood in the center. The surface of the Buddha statue in many places exposed the green-gray background. The Buddha statue's face thin and twisted, the corners of the mouth slightly up, but not the usual Buddha statue that kind of transcendent smile, but through a kind of spine-chilling treacherous curvature. The Luohan statues on both sides were arranged in a staggered manner. Some missing arms, some missing heads, their mutilated bodies hidden in the shadows, only vaguely revealing the outlines of their bodies by virtue of the faint light. Only one or two Luohan faced the remnants of the painted pigment. In the dim light actually revealed a few bizarre. In the center of the statues there was a pool of blood, and a pungent odor permeated the hall. Gurgling, Shin Koan stood in front of the Buddha statue, his face cloudy and uncertain, as if he was making a difficult choice in his mind. The Taoist religion now has a true lord in charge and has already overthrown the Taoist Association, and now there are only 3 major forces left in the Blue Star: the demon realm and the Buddhist sect, as well as the Taoist religion. The demon world inhabits the deep mountains and does not enter the world. That only leaves Taoism and Buddhism. The two great religions were not dealing with each other, and in recent years there has been even more friction. Now that the Taoist Association has been eradicated, Taoism has completely freed up its hands. Taoism with a true lord in charge has become unstoppable. The Buddhist sect no longer has the strength to be equal to Taoism. If the people of Taoism are made aware of what this seat has done over the years, perhaps the Buddhist sect will become the next Taoist Association. My little Thunder Sound Temple must have true lord combatants to do so. Buddha 1 and Buddha 2 must be cultivated as soon as possible. Shin Koan clenched both his fists and made up his mind. Just then a demonic voice rang in Shin Koan's ears. You want to cultivate your own disciples, and your 2 disciples are indeed very outstanding, but wanting to break through to true lord as soon as possible is simply impossible, unless the entire Little Thunder Sound Temple's inhuman cultivation is all poured into one person. But do you give it up? Little Thunderbolt Temple is your whole life. On the contrary, you are infinitely close to the Yaoguang realm. As long as you devour any of your disciples and condense your Buddha body, by then you will definitely be transformed. Breaking through the Yaoguang will be a breeze. Instead of training disciples, wouldn't it be better for you to achieve Yaoguang yourself, while your lifespan would still skyrocket? With my plundering method, there must be no problem with the body change. It's not in your character to be hesitant. Shin Koan sniffed and looked violently at the huge eerie Buddha statue, his eyes scarlet emitting a creepy glow. A bunch of nonsense. That's my disciple. You're nothing but a soon-to-be-dead trickster Buddha. So what if you were incredibly powerful in life? Aren't you going to die just the same after all these years? Shin Koan angrily rebuked the giant Buddha statue. Ha ha ha. Grotesque laughter emanated from the creepy Buddha. Disciple? What about disciples? Disciples are meant to honor their masters, and it's time for you to enjoy them after cultivating them for so long. Yes, this seed is dying, but this seed has at least reached the Jade Balance realm. Have you mole crickets ever seen the peaks of the Jade Balance realm? Do you understand the feeling of walking on air? Like your district, a whole-mind mole cricket. This seed was able to slap to death I don't know how many of them with a single slap in my lifetime. And you haven't died after living for hundreds of years, thanks to this seat? Wait for your affair to be exposed out. Wait for that group of bullnoses to kill your door. For what you have done in secret, 100 deaths are not enough. And how are you different from the trickster Buddha? Creepy Buddha's voice echoed within the underground Buddhist temple, and his voice was like a burst of demonic sounds haunting Shin Koan's ears, constantly attacking his heart and torturing his divine soul. A startling voice was suddenly born in the back of his mind. Promise him, devour the disciples, condense the Buddha body, achieve true lord. Your disciples will understand your pain. Shin Koan lowered his head, his body trembling one by one, and suddenly he jerked his head up. His eyes had completely transformed into scarlet, and his thin cheeks were covered with greenish-black veins. Ha 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 ha, griffins are just ants, presuming to resist this seat, but in the end, they are still not controlled by this seat. When you have devoured and condensed the Buddha body, this seat will devour you as well. Sooner or later this body will be this seat's. Eerie laughter came from within the eerie statue of Buddha. This is the power of the trickster Buddha. Once you have a grudge in your heart, the trickster Buddha will find your weaknesses and you will eventually become a puppet of the trickster Buddha. The entrance to the outer hall of the little Thunderbird temple. What are you dragging me here for? Senior brother? I still have to go back to cultivate. Buddha 2 broke away from Buddha 1 and looked at him with a dissatisfied face. Cultivate? Cultivate my ass. You hurry up and escape. After glancing around and not finding anyone else, FOE hung the long-packed package onto FOE's shoulder. What are you doing this senior brother? Did something happen? Buddha 2 looked at Buddha 1 suspiciously. Today's Foichi was indeed too abnormal. You know, elder brother, I have a Buddhist body, and I have a keen innate sense of danger. Oops. You always listen to me. Stay away from Little Thunder Sound Temple. Run as far away as you can. Buddha 2 glanced at and Cutie, the same Buddha 1, without even saying a word, turned around and walked towards the temple. He didn't know that Buddha 1's Buddha body was so powerful that it was able to sense danger even before it had descended. And even his master doesn't know yet. What do? You don't listen to me? Buddha 1 stopped Buddha 2 and stared at him with a serious face. It's not that senior brother doesn't listen to senior brother. It's that you're being too perverse and saying confusing things. I have to go back to my cultivation. Buddha 2 shook his head. What exactly do you want before you leave? Buddha 1 angrily rebuked. Senior brother is not leaving. Buddha 2 looked determined. I'm begging you, okay? Think of it as going out to practice your heart. How about it? Elder brother hasn't begged you for so many years, so how about you promise elder brother? Buddha 1's complexion softened, and he wasn't as serious and cold as he used to be. FOAR froze at the sight. He had never seen a senior brother like this before. Thinking of how good his senior brother had once been to him, ghostly he actually nodded his head and agreed to Foichi's strange request. Okay, you go now. Foichi, Master Shinkuan has asked you to go there. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. This high priest did not notice the package on Foji and left after giving his explanation. Remember, you must not return to the Little Thunder Sound Temple without senior brother initiating contact with you. No, when I contact you, senior brother, I will definitely have a token. And this token just like that the clueless Buddha 2 was directly gotten out of the Little Thunder Sound Temple by Buddha 1. Wait senior, what's the wait? There's no hurry. My cell phone. Oops, I was in a hurry and forgot to use mine. Buddha 1 handed his cell phone to Buddha 2, then witnessed Buddha 2's back as he left. This farewell may be an eternity of yin and yang. Senior brother, live well. As for the token, Buddha 1 pulled out a strangely ugly pocket-sized wooden sculpture in his hand, which was ugly but able to be seen as Buddha 2's likeness, and conversely Buddha 2 had his wooden sculpture in his hand. Aura surged in his palms, and the wooden sculpture dissolved into wood shavings in his hands and dissipated into the air. End of chapter. Sect leader True Monarch. This is my True Dragon Taoist Temple's inherited Taoist weapon, the Heavenly Dawn Suppressor Bell. Wang Zheng had a streak of ancient debris in his palm. It seems that the Taoist Association was involved behind the destruction of the True Dragon Taoist Temple, and it's really fortunate that this group of scumbags died at the hands of zombies. Zhang Xianling snorted coldly at the sight. True Lord Zhang here has found many Taoist techniques. The crowd was drawn to the sound. Zhang Chen and a few real people came into the middle of this room, and there were 3 rows of storage cabinets as far as the eye could see, with many Taoist techniques and Tao laws neatly placed on them. Zhang Chen casually picked up a gonfu and flipped it open. This is for the Mortal Realm Foundation building. Look backward. A few people headed deeper. The storage cabinets here are much smaller and have very few feats on them. This is the Yin Yang 5 Thunder method of the Heavenly Master's house. Realist Wuji closed the ancient book in his hand and muttered under his breath, 10,000 seals. Zhang Xianling recited in his heart. Wan Feng was his senior brother and also a disciple of the old Heavenly Master. It was just that he was adopted by the old Heavenly Master and did not have the Heavenly Master bloodline. Just because of a misunderstanding, Wan Feng steals the Yin Yang 5 Thunders as well as the Golden Light Mantra from the Heavenly Master's mansion and defects from the Mountain Gate to make a high-profile announcement of joining the Taoist Association. At that time, the old Heavenly Master was enraged and personally tried to clean up the door, yet it was forcibly preserved by the remaining presidents of the Taoist Association. Now it is supposed to have died at the hands of the zombies as well, and none of the bodies have been found. Zhang Xianling sighed. Not only are there the Yin and Yang 5 Thunders of the Heavenly Master's mansion, but also the Great General's fury-suppressing mantra of the Heavenly Mountain Taoist Temple, and even the gong methods of other Taoist temples. Since they are things of my Taoist religion, let's take them all. With a wave of Zhang Chen's hand, All the feats on the storage cabinet were collected into his Pantheon. Go! The group walked out of the Taoist Association building, just in time to run into the Inspector General who had come to deal with the matter behind them. The Taoist Association harbored zombies, but they were turned back by the zombies, and all of the xenomorphs died at the hands of the zombies. And all of these people have been necrophiliacs for quite some time now. The bodies are in there. You'll see when you go in. Containing zombies. The supervisory envoy's face changed at the words. This Taoist Association is really a group of crazy people. Actually dare to harbor zombies in the middle of the city. Able to overthrow the entire Taoist Association of zombies is difficult to imagine how horrible. Even if he faced this kind of zombie, perhaps he could only run away in a mess. If this kind of zombie runs out, the consequences are unimaginable. No wonder I just sensed a monstrous corpse gas. I don't know about that zombie, inquired the supervisory ambassador. It has already been destroyed on the spot by Lord True Lord, no need to worry. But the corpse chi inside has not been dealt with. I'll leave it to you guys next. Zhang Xianling said in a deep voice. No problem. I'll report the situation here. The corners of the inspector's mouth cracked with laughter at this. I didn't think that there would actually be a windfall this time around. This corpse chi must have a much more powerful effect than the yin chi remaining from the Ghost King that appeared before. He had also heard about the Ghost King's yin chi that remained in Ronqing before. At that time, everyone from the Spiritualist Bureau of Ronqing had been mobilized. But that Ghost King had been destroyed by Jiang Chen, and only the residual yin chi of the Ghost Domain remained in heaven and earth. But it was this residual yin chi that directly doubled the strength of the entire Ronqing Psychic Bureau. Everyone's level broke through one level. He didn't expect such a good thing to fall on his head, so how could he not be happy? In that case, we will take our leave. True Lord Jiang is truly polite. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then broke through the air with his foot on the demon suppressor sword, leaving a group of people looking enviously at the sky. This is a true cultivator. The supervisory envoy deeply lamented at the sight, but he quickly regained his composure. Let's go. Get to work. The crowd fishtailed. As soon as they entered, the crowd sensed the deliciously evil aura of the building, and the trickery contracted within them trembled. Looks like the necrotic auras got them excited. However, the crowd still did not forget the main event. In the end is not killed by zombies, they still have to test. Anyway, the corpse gas in the building is not dealt with if not a week is not dispersed. Lord Inspector, it was indeed killed by a zombie. It didn't run away. Okay, work. The crowd roared with joy, and then they turned on the state of harnessing the bizarre. And bizarre shadows kept appearing behind the crowd, each one of them devouring the building's corpse chi in big gulps with open teeth and claws. And in the meantime, on the Save the Power live streaming platform, Listening Water's super large banner hung on the platform's first level page, and now there were two super hot anchors across the network. Jiang Chen, who often appeared in meditative scenes, and Listening Water, who often appeared in jail scenes. Once Jiang Chen didn't go live, his popularity was the highest. At this moment, Listening Water, who was sitting in front of his cell phone, was slightly squinting his eyes and listening to the that was being played from his Empire Stereo BGM. Sorry brothers for being late. Late. Smoke a set of chicks to the house for everyone. The unreasonable Listening to the Water coiled his own copper cheap grin, and with all the complaining pop-ups on the air, he acted as if he didn't see them, just yelling his catchphrase one after the other. No one helps me to reach the green clouds. I'll walk on snow to the top of the mountain. Daily chant. The poetry slam has begun. The next line I know. I dare not speak aloud for fear of frightening the heavenly beings. No one to help me to the green clouds. I loaned myself to the overdue. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs dude is so damaged. After hearing these words from Hearing Water, I got my oxen up and running straight away. And I plowed 10 acres of land straight away with a rope harness on. Nobody cares. Finally, after 10 minutes, Listening to Water finally finished his daily chant. And with that, the Imperial audio went silent. Come on, we're on the air today as usual. Whether it's a night of rags or a night of surprises. Come on, we have our first treasure holder. Listening to the Water skillfully held the first VIP on the mic. The screen was split into two sides, and a beautiful girl appeared in the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. The girl was pleasantly surprised to see she was the first. She was a little nervous about appearing in front of so many people for the first time, and looked flustered to the naked eye. Ugh, how do I flip this? How does this not flip? The girl's voice came into the live feed. The crowd instantly broke into at the sound. LSP smiles. There were even pop-ups flying in the live room. The girl became more anxious. Girl double-tapped the screen. There's a flip camera. No need to rush. Don't pay attention to the brothers. Listening to the Water smiled and took a tactical gulp. After getting instructions from Hearing Water, the girl instantly flipped the camera. This one is not going to be good again. This inadvertent pair of straight jade legs was captured by the camera again, and even Hearing Water touched his mouth. The girl then took out a rounded bead. Shui, I want you to take a look at this thing of mine for me. This thing was bought by my dad when he went on a trip. Can you see if it's real or fake? End of chapter. Listening to the water to take a look to find that it is a bead. This bead in the light of the light refracted blinding light. The first look is indeed not simple. With hearing water slightly gazing at it. In his gaze this bead instantly changed. The bead surface light is still being virtualized. The surface is dull. A trace of artifacts should be aura or not. The internal color is colorful. All chemical substances. A glimpse of the fake. Girl, is your father around? Listening to water asked with an unchanged expression. Yes, he's watching from the side. I told him the beads must be fake and he still doesn't believe me. That's why I want you to see them. So, at the risk of asking, how much did your father spend on this in the first place? Hearing water asked curiously. $8,000. The girl said directly. How many? 8,000? Listening to the water, he was shocked when he heard. Damn, this dealer really dare to ask. This person is also really dare to buy. The girl honestly tell you. This bead at a glance home. It cannot be true. You this bead surface pitted. It looks like it is not dealt with in a hurry to leave the factory. And don't ask why I say the beads are pitted when they're obviously smooth. You'll know at a glance if you have a microscope in your house. Hearing water spoke with a helpless sigh. Look dad, people listen to the water and say it's fake. You're being lied to. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can he look fake at a glance? And say that this Z of mine is pitted? I think he's the liar. For a while the two were arguing directly on the air. Listening to water had wanted to just hang up the connection. But once he heard this old man questioning his level, so he couldn't hold back. Old man, I know you don't believe this bead is fake, and you don't believe what I'm saying, so here's the deal. You go to the vet hospital right now and get a machine to take a picture of this bead. If I'm wrong, or if there's any mistake, how about I directly compensate you 10 times the selling price of this bead? Listening to the water is also stubborn. It's a show effect delivered to your doorstep. Don't take it for granted. The popularity of this livestream is rubbing off on me. In the past, Brother God questioned True Lord Zhang and was punched in the face. Today I, Listening Water, will also be the hero of a novel. Ha ha ha. Listening Water sipped his water and smiled smugly. Good. It just so happens that there's a vet hospital downstairs from me. I'm going to shoot it right now. The old man picked up the beads and went straight out of the room. I'm sorry Shui, my dad he's just like that. Whoever tells him just doesn't believe it. The girl apologized with some embarrassment. It's okay girl. Your father just can't believe he was cheated out of $8,000. He just can't save face. He's just a victim too. Listening to the water didn't blame the girl, but instead calmly chatted with the girl. Fans in the livestream were also very curious as to what the final outcome would be. It wasn't long before the old man returned. Shui, my father is back. It looks like he should know the results. The girl said. Let the old man say it himself. Whether this bead is real or not. Listening to water said loudly with great confidence. The camera flips. The old man held the beads in one hand and the dialysis photos in the other as he sank back. Young man, you're very good. It's really as you said, this bead is fake. And it's not even close to what you said. He took the picture out and put it on the table. Countless fans fixed their eyes. Just see, the dialysis photo is a round bead. By the dialysis light any defects are illuminated. The surface is indeed pitted. If not magnified, is not at all visible. And its internal is an unknown component of the wiring tangled together. You don't have to think about it to know that it's a chemical ingredient. Awesome water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Shui, you are the second person after True Lord Jian to convince me. Water brother, this how do you see out the surface potholes? This is a ING live link. And there is a cell phone comes with a filter. You can see this? Brother Shui's age is comparable to that of Jiang Xinjuan. But both of them are at the top of the industry. One is a science track and the other is a treasure hunting track. And the two are killing each other directly online. Listening to the water directly transformed into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. A small space is pressed as a BGM played. Shaking his head. People want to beat him, but have to admire his ability. You think you can fool me with these beads? These eyes of mine can not only see through artifacts, they can also see things that normal people can't. Well, the old man can be more careful next time. $8,000. Let's have the next treasure holder. Listening to water regain his composure hung up the connection. Next moment. The screen was once again divided into two halves. This account is all letters. The avatar is also someone else's avatar. Click into the home page to see into is a private account. Any profile information is not. Private accounts are good at first glance. Looks like tonight is the night of surprises. Is there going to be another famous scene? I've recorded the screen. Not to mention these fans, even listening to water is very curious about what this private account can bring to his show. The picture unfolds. The camera shone for a moment. And the man's appearance was revealed on the air. He was wearing a mask as well as a hat, and all that could be seen were his narrow eyes. Hearing Water frowned at the sight of this person. This was not a good start. Listening to the Water, you can even see the surface pits of the jewelry clearly. Come and take a look at this baby of mine. The man's voice was a bit hoarse. Take it out. I'll just hang up if you're abrasive. Listening to the Water's attitude towards this person is completely different from the way she treated the last girl. The man laughed grimly twice without saying anything, and after flipping the camera over, an ancient box appeared in everyone's eyes, which had unknown patterns on its surface, and looked a bit like something not good. Listening to the Water look at the box, still do not know the material is made. Open up. I'll see what it is. Listen to the Water look serious. The man didn't say anything more and slowly opened the box, exposing a bizarre pocket statue of a child to everyone's eyes. This is. Listening to Water took a look at the statue was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but for a moment he was stuck, which made him scratch his head. He once again gazed at it, which is not good, but a look cannot be only to see this pocket-sized creepy child statue. A steep shadow of a creepy child appeared, with blood flowing from the corner of its eyes, and the corner of its mouth split all the way to the root of the back of its ears. Scarlet Eyes stared at Hearing Water, and was accompanied by a creepy, strange laugh. He cluck 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 cluck. It was as if the laughter had appeared directly in his ears. Plants! Hearing Water yelled, hurriedly closing his eyes before hanging up the connection. Stunned, he reached out with a trembling hand and took a sip from his glass of water, his breath coming in short gasps. End of chapter. Ghost Mantle. Listening to Water was still in shock at this point even after hanging up the connection. Nima, I'm showing you a treasure, and you're actually trying to harm me. What do I have against you? Listening to the Water. He also didn't know if this person had left the live broadcast room yet, and he angrily cursed the person who had just been there. Listening to Water was a bit of but he still had a good temper and never broke his defense while working live. And tonight he broke defense. A bunch of fans also realized that something was wrong. What's going on? What's a ghost mantis? Why is Shuei reacting so much? I don't know, but expect something bad. That box looked pretty weird to me just now. And sure enough, what's inside is weird too. This is not what a collection should look like. Where's that dude? You got the balls to try it again on the mic? Don't look for it. That account is private and has been logged out now. There's no way to find anyone. Shuei, don't curse. It's not like we messed with you. What are you pointing at us for? You'd better continue to appraise the treasure. Listening to the Water to see this pop up instantly also calmed down. The brain hard to think about what should be done. The teacher who had brought him into the profession had warned him that there were some things he could look at, and some things he should never look at, or else he would attract disaster. And that's the case with this ghost mantis. And this wasn't even an ordinary ghost mantis. Just now that ghost mantis was already psychic and could affect him even from a distance of thousands of miles. Treasure hunting? Today's treasure appraisal is simply impossible. This matter is not resolved. Cannot live. Do not know. What's so serious? Was there something wrong with that thing just now? Check it out. Ghost mantis is an extremely scary witchcraft in Southeast Asia. It's used to curse people, but anyone who is haunted by it must die within 3 days. But you can't find out anything more carefully. Naya, that damn thing. It actually harmed my water brother like that? Brother Shuei, our side suggests that you run away from the demon Jingguan overnight. You can't deal with that thing. Now fans are concerned and have come up with the best ploy for Water. I don't need you to remind me to run away, brothers. Run away. Shuei stood up with a panicked look on his face, and just as he brought his cell phone up, he suddenly saw a short black shadow running through the doorway. Who? Shuei yelled. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly shouted, Cousin. Cousin won't dock your paycheck anymore? Come protect me. In the past, his cousin would definitely respond within 10 seconds. However, this time, Water didn't get a response. That's when a floating pop-up appeared in the live stream. Cousin, I see you working so hard. Cousin will go home from work first. Take care, cousin. Put. I'll be damned if I'm going to burn just Cousin actually ran away early. I suspect he's run away early several times before. Just no proof. Shuei, grow a pair. You're the only one in the whole company. How come there's a vestigial feeling of the live streaming effect of true Lord Jiang? You don't say. You don't say. At this moment, Hearing Water's face turned green the moment he saw his cousin's pop-up, and his mouth shouted that his cousin was not righteous. You come back here. If you don't come back, I'll garnish your entire paycheck. Cousin, I really can't help you. Damn you. Listening to the Water eyes staring at the door, the hand movements ceaselessly quickly pack up their own things. Will be after the codon is ready to leave. Suddenly his company, this floor lights suddenly flashed up. You come. I'm not afraid of you. Come and try. Only heard snap. A bag of copper coins was slapped on the table by Listening Water. not knowing whether this thing was frightened by listening water's aura or by the copper coins. The lights inside the flat floor resumed and stopped flickering. What do you think I'm specializing in collecting the big five for these days? There was a large bag of copper coins on the table, and the copper coins inside were of good quality, emitting a blinding yellow light under the illumination. Listening to the water, he took out the large 5 emperor's money and put it on top of his neck. Then he took out a red rope from inside the drawer and tied it around his wrist, followed by a special wooden box. The moment the box was opened, a money sword, all compiled from the great 5 emperor's copper coins, appeared in the gazes of countless people. Unsafe, he also kept the sea beast bronze mirror in his pocket. That's what makes you feel a little more at ease. See? That's how strong your brother Shui is. Listening to the water smiled smugly, then picked up his things and began to run away. After all, professional things need to be left to the professionals. Even if he had a genuine money sword to protect him, there was no way he could go and fight that ghost mantis. Awesome. Still have to listen to the water. If I had known, I would not have sold the dog to listen to the water. This thing is used to ward off evil spirits. How good. Regret. Just now the building lights flickered and flashed. I felt that listening to the water to karma. I did not expect that this kid actually has this kind of pressure. Yes, it's good to have a big piece of 5 emperor's copper coin at home. This kid actually has hundreds of pieces in his hand. I thought that the army's escape technique has reached its peak. Today I see that there are still masters. Listening to the water's running technique is not on par with the army's. With a few artifacts to protect him, he hadn't encountered anything strange along the way, and it wasn't until he got on the plane that he breathed a slow sigh of relief. Listening to water was about to take a good rest when a stewardess walked out from the cabin, and a creepy child, covered in pitch black and bubbling with black gas, followed her. She couldn't hurt the stewardess, though, and she couldn't have an effect on anyone else. It stood right where it was, scarlet eyes locked onto listening water, with the artifact shielding listening water. It couldn't even approach within 3 meters of its circumference. Damn, the ghost is still alive. Don't ever let me know who the hell is trying to hurt me. Listening to water took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Yet as soon as she closed her eyes and let herself go, she would hear the eerie cry that followed her like a shadow. It wasn't laughter anymore. It was the mournful, unmistakable sound of a child crying. That cry was like a magic voice, frantically surrounding listening water's ears. Cry. I'll make you cry. Listen to water take out his headphones and put them on. Then play the Great Compassion Mantra chanted by a group of Buddhist monks. The moment the Great Compassion Mantra sounded, listening to water only felt that she was instantly purified in general, and the cry that sounded like a demonic voice disappeared. Now the whole world was quiet. You're not even close to fighting with me. End of chapter. Southeast Asia. In a remote hut, the man sitting cross-legged in front of the desk opened his eyes and said it's not easy to get this man killed. With the help of his ghost mantis, he saw that hearing water's circumference was radiating a golden light, and the ghost mantis he had embedded was unable to get close to him at all, and even the demonic sound was unable to affect hearing water's mind. Listening to the water, this little witty ghost head smart. He knows that once disturbed by the ghost mantis, then he is not far from karma. So let ghost mantle terrorize him all he wants, and played the Great Compassion Mantra chanted by Buddhist monks. However, the man's face was calm. Even if he knew that listening to water was going to run to the demon suppressing temple, he didn't panic. If you break the trap I made, you have to be prepared to die, no matter where you go. It's just a lingering death. The man picked up the ghost mantis statue on the desk with both hands and poured it directly into a basin of blood after reciting a mantra. In a flash, the blood within the basin continued to bubble, and the fury on ghost mantis' body instantly skyrocketed by a hair. In the meantime, Hearsay got into a car after getting off the plane, and then rushed to the demon town view without stopping. If nothing else, in an hour hearing water would be able to make it to the demon suppressor temple. But there was an accident. Brother Shui, the car broke down. The driver spoke trembling, and he did not dare to skim his head. He always felt that there was something sitting on the passenger side, and the temperature inside the car dropped a lot. Don't turn around. It can't hurt you. How far is this place from the demon suppression temple? I'll go by myself. Listening to the water swallowed and looked at the co-pilot with a grave expression on his face. That just disappeared ghost manton. I don't know when actually appeared in the co-pilot. Brother Shui, it's still a half-hour's drive from the demon Jingguan, and you'll have to climb up the mountain even if you get to the foot of the mountain, which is impossible without an all-nighter with your physique. The driver was equally scared in his mind. Asterisk. What are we going to do? This thing's gotten a lot meaner. It's getting close to me. The money sword in listening water's hand was emitting a warm glow at this moment. He didn't dare stab it. He was afraid that if he did, it would appear directly next to him. Although this place is still some distance away from the demon suppression temple, it is very close to a temple. This temple is called the Golden Light Temple. It only takes 10 minutes to get there. Yes. Listening to the water nodded heavily, and then with a hard heart, he held the money sword in both hands and stabbed out fiercely. Ghost Mantis instantly turned his head and stretched out his sharp claws to grab the money sword. A piercing sound erupted from the claws colliding with the body of the money sword. Ah! A mournful and incomparable scream rang out in the car. Listening to the water without the slightest hesitation turned around and got out of the car and ran. Ghost Manton's figure disappeared into the car, and the wounds in its claws from the money sword actually recovered instantly. Just then all of the car's systems returned to normal. The gauge needle turned around, and the engine actually started. It's time. Shui, take care of yourself. I'll leave first. The driver kicked the floor oil and directly ejected the start. Listen to the water as it follows the route all the way through. Dead. Eat you. He could hear voices in his ears and footsteps close behind him. After a few minutes of running furiously all the way to hearing water, finally saw the lights and a modestly sized temple came into view. Seemingly sensing the aura of Buddha's light emanating from the golden light temple, the ghost mantis behind hearing water directly pounced. Several pure yang artifacts in listening water's arms immediately emitted a fiery aura, and an invisible energy barrier formed, directly shocking ghost mantis away. But artifacts without an aura boost wouldn't be able to resist for long at all. Just by being hit like that, a crack had appeared in the golden barrier around him. Bang! 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 The door of the golden light temple has been closed. Can listen to the water pipe cannot be so much frantic patting the heavy door. Master, help! Ah! The golden light temple has taken a break from receiving visitors. A voice came from inside the door. I'm not a tourist. Master, help! As soon as he heard hearing water's cries for help, the shaman inside the door hastily opened it. He only saw listening water's eyes looking tightly behind him as if something was chasing him. He was breathing heavily, his face was covered in sweat, and he was holding a money sword in his hand. What are you doing, scholar? Saya was puzzled. There's a spooky trying to kill me. It's Ghost Mantis. Listening to the water flashed into the temple, closing the door in his hand. Creepy. Scholar, you come with me. As soon as Shea heard the word bizarre, he was instantly startled. Listening to water followed Shea to the main hall. In the golden light hall, what kind of person was knocking on the door just now? Within the restored Buddhist temple, although the aroma of incense was not as rich as the demon-suppressing temple, it also emitted a refreshing aura. Hui Ju, who was sitting under the statue of Buddha and practicing, said slowly, Greetings, Abbot Huijue. It was this monk who said that there was a weirdness trying to kill him, and he ran to our golden light temple to ask for help. Sha Xin said with his hands folded and bent down respectfully. Creepy? Huiju violently opened his eyes to get up. This abbot is already old, but his face is permeated with a peaceful light. Wrinkles between his eyebrows. His eyes are a little cloudy, but they are shining. He was slim, with a red robe draped over his body. His gait was slow but steady as a mountain. His breath was mellow and thick, and the whole person exuded an aura that made people's hearts feel at ease. A light flickered under his eyes. He did see a strong baleful aura on listening water's body. Indeed, it is bizarre. Abbot Huijue nodded his head. I implore Master to save me. I'm being framed. I didn't even attract this thing. Listening to water's face was anxious. Now only the golden light temple could save him. You're a Taoist disciple? Huiju oddly glanced at the money sword in listening water's hand and asked with a raised eyebrow. No. I watched all those Taoist masters use money swords and then I learned to make up one myself. But these copper coins are real. I collected them myself. Hearing water explained. Sure enough, Huijue seemed to have thought of something and shook his head and lost his smile. Ha! Listening to the water for a moment did not react to what this master meant. This master's speech is different. Hiding. The red rope you used to prepare the money sword is not right. And your technique is also not right. And the listing of the Great Five Emperor's coins is also not right. All of them are wrong. And it is a pity to make a mistake. But it is a pity to make these Great Five Emperor's coins instead. You are reading some pirated version, aren't you? But that's right. How could the real method of preparation be shown to ordinary people? Ha ha! Master Huijue explained. This is the turn to listen to the water confused. He is in order to prevent being deceived. Specifically consult a large number of ancient books. And finally compiled according to the steps above the ancient books. What the is wrong with that? I said that I just stabbed that thing with my money sword. And it turned out that the thing actually grabbed it with its hand. And in the end, didn't happen. Listening to the water, he then reacted. He thought that his Great Five Emperor's money was too trashy. But it turned out to be that he had gotten the whole thing wrong. That's for sure. This compiled red rope should be soaked with black dog's blood for 77-49 days, and then embraced with heaven and earth's spiritual chi. And the Great Five Emperor's money itself is pure yang, after 10,000 people's hands, and if it is then enshrined with incense for a while, it will be even more powerful. Preparation techniques are second to none. Of course, the last step of enchanting the money sword with a spell to enlighten it. Master Huijue didn't say much about it. End of chapter. Then Master, is it alright for you to say it out like that? Listening to the water was afraid that he had heard some unimaginable secret, and then said uneasily, it's not like it's a secret. Many high folk know about it. Master Huijue smiled as he made a Buddha sign. Then Master, please save me. I feel that thing still haunting me. Don't worry. With the presence of the relics within the Buddha statue, that thing can't get in outside the door. Huijue turned to look at the huge Buddha statue sitting cross-legged, and took a closer look at a dark yellow pearl sandwiched between the Buddha statue's closed palms. Listening to the water to gaze at, the interior of the relic has a rich Buddhist light. Even if it is exposed in the air for an unknown number of years, the surface is still flawless, without a trace of dust, and surrounded by the smell of incense. This is the inherited Buddhist artifact of the Golden Light Temple. It is an ancestor with profound Buddhist teachings, coalesced into a relic after sitting down. Originally it was just a relic to enhance one's cultivation. However, with so many years of offering the energy of incense, it has now become a Buddhist artifact, with the ability to deter evil spirits and the blessing of Buddha's light. No, Master. Although that thing doesn't dare to come in, is it waiting for me outside? Hearing water instantly reacted. Abbot Huijue grinned amiably. He looked rather comical when he smiled with his tiny eyes visible only as slits. He is indeed smart enough to react at once. Then can Master exterminate that thing? Just like true Lord John did? It can't be killed, and even if it is killed once, it will reappear again. All the time, week after week. Ha! Wouldn't I be dead then? Or would I just hide inside Taoist temples and monasteries from now on and not go out? Listening to the surface of the water showed a bitter expression, and his face was ugly to the extreme. He hasn't driven enough sports cars? He hasn't had enough of live treasure hunting. How could he? I blame that dam for doing this to me. Listening to the water at this time in his mind had already pulled out and brushed the man's ancestors. Everything has a silver lining. It's not like I said you're hopeless. Master Huijue's whitened eyebrows raised, giving the young man in front of him an odd look. He used his aura to observe listening water and found that listening water's pair of eyes could actually be able to manage to pass through yin and yang, and the light of intelligence at the top of his head was piercing to the extreme, and the three fires of heaven, earth, and man were more vigorous than the average person. Although the face looks like a life of bumps and bruises, but after this difficult time is the life of great wealth and prosperity. If you are so intelligent, you might as well come to practice Buddhism, and your cultivation speed will surely increase by leaps and bounds. Amitabha Buddha. This seat's Dharma name is Huijue, the abbot of the Golden Light Temple, and the Golden Light Temple is also able to rank in the top 15 among the 81 temples. Huijue once again hit a Buddha's name and spoke with a serious expression. Listening water meets Master Huijue. Would you be willing to disappear into the empty door and cultivate supreme Buddhism? If you promise the seat to personally fight with the person behind that. Master Huijue's deep eyes looked at listening water. A string of bodhi coiled in his hand waiting for listening water's answer. No, absolutely not. Recluse into the empty door will not be able to marry a wife and children, and subject to the rules are also more. The kid is used to unrestrained, and all the body is full of red dust breath. How can recluse into the empty door it? Hearing water rejected it outright without even thinking about it. Since Master is not willing to help, then the brat will just leave. The grace of a short shelter brat, thank you. After listening to water's respectful salute, he picked up his things and was about to go out. It's a pity that it's not destined to be with my Buddhist sect. Come back. Since you don't want to, the seat won't force you. Master Huijue let out a helpless sigh. He opened the golden temple wide and let tourists in for free. In order to find a closed disciple who can inherit his mantle among 10,000 people. Now it is not easy to meet one, but I did not expect that it is not related to the Buddha's door. God forbid. Scholar. Master Huijue is known to be kind, amiable, and admired between Taoism and Buddhism. Even if you don't agree, Master Huijue won't see death. The two disciples standing at the door opened their mouths. Forgive me, Master. Unhindered, spiritually blessed, good thoughts rise to the altar. Listening to the water, he sensed that the aura on Master Huijue had changed. The amiable aura on his body had disappeared, leaving only a strong sense of oppression. Yes, the two disciples at the doorway quickly left, and by the time the two returned again there were many more things above their hands. There were things in there that hearing water had seen before, and things he hadn't seen before. He knew these were things that had come specifically to be used in the practice. Two people move quickly. A magic altar has been set up in the doorway. Above the altar a bronze Buddha statue sitting, beside the two children. While on both sides there are 18 Luohan protection, lotus lamps, burning incense, Buddhist vessels, and Buddhist orders are essential. Is this a practice, Master? Listening to the water asked suspiciously. That's right, A spell was put on you. That person wanted you to die by tricky hands. And to save you completely, you had to have done battle with the person who put the spell on you. Otherwise just killing Ghost Mantis won't solve the root of the problem. I see. So what does the master need from me? You can just stand here. This seat will make the Shirizi stop emitting Buddha's light. Then lure the Ghost Mantis in. And then use the Ghost Mantis to find the person behind that. Okay, leave it to the master. With a flash, listening water appeared beside Master Huijue. Only staying beside Master Huijue could make him feel safe. Master Huijue clenched his hands together and whispered a mantra in his mouth. In hearing water's gaze, the surface of Master Huijue's body actually began to whistle with crimson energy, which he saw with his magical eyes. Ordinary people can't see it at all. Is this the inhuman that Master said? It was the first time that listening water had come into close contact with a real inhuman. He was also very interested in the inhuman hearing water, but he wasn't foolish enough to investigate the inhuman. This is aura? The most mysterious and magnificent chi in heaven and earth? The origin of all things? In fact, all human beings have aura in their bodies, and it's not about innate and acquired. The innate person is an alien since birth, only unable to master this magical power, while the acquired person cannot use this power. But the essence of the body is aura. The huge Buddha Dharma rose up and appeared before the statue of Buddha, slowly shrinking until it completely blocked off the establishment. The Buddha's light inside does not emanate. Without the release of the Buddha's light from the Shirizi, the Buddha's light within the Golden Light Temple was rapidly passing away between heaven and earth. Without this Buddha's light to hinder it, a bizarre aura permeated within the Golden Light Temple. Coming, Master Huijue spoke slowly, listening to the water along with his gaze to the door, only to see the Ghost Mantis with a body wrapped in black aura walk straight in through the door. Every step it took left a dark footprint on the ground. Swallow you. Swallow you. GGG. End of chapter. Alas, Master Huijue sighed sadly at the sight of the situation. This ghost mantle does not look like itself. It is just a child that has just been born, but it has been killed and utilized by those who have the intention to use it. And eventually it has been provided to become a ghost man-child, and has become a killing weapon in their hands. An innocent life. Asshole. Master Huijue snorted coldly. The two disciples on the side. One held a wooden fish and struck it regularly, while the other added aura and recited the Great Compassion Mantra reverently. The Great Compassion Mantra echoed in the empty courtyard, and the pitch-black ghost mantle was blocked 5 meters away by the Buddha's mantra. As the Buddha's light continued to pour into the ghost mantle's body, this Buddha's light is not only capable of calming the mind, but also removing the demonic energy from Ghost Mantis's body. The baneful aura and the Buddha's light collided, and Ghost Mantis let out a miserable roar as the baneful aura on his body continued to tumble. Huge resentment wanted to break through the Buddha's light. The little thing has quite a grudge. What then, Master? This seat wanted to purify this ghost mandarin's baneful chi, but this ghost mandarin's resentment was too great to be saved, so I could only exterminate it afterward. Master Huijue said truthfully. Hearing water sniffed and stopped disturbing Master Huijue, only to see Master Huijue once again cast a Buddhist spell. The ghost mantis was suppressed by the Buddhist spell and completely immobilized, only that the fury in its body remained unabated. In the middle of a gloomy room in Southeast Asia, the ghost mantis in the blood basin was trembling violently, and a rich Buddhist dharma permeated out from the blood basin. Vultures? Buddhism? You want to fight with this seat to save listening water? Do you have the strength? Jia. The man smiled disdainfully, and then collected his mind to mobilize the body of the aura to add in the body of the ghost mantis. The ghost mantis, who was still trembling violently just now, no longer trembled, and the body of the fury once again strengthened a few times. On the other side, in the middle of the Golden Light Temple, bang! The wooden fish in the spiritual blessing disciple's hand shattered with a loud bang, and he himself was shaken out by a strange force. When Shan Nian saw his senior brother being shaken away, his mind was distracted, and the moment the Great Compassion Mantra came to a halt, the Buddha's teachings were directly consumed by the fury. The good thoughts were also backfired by the baneful energy, and a mouthful of blood spewed out directly. Ling Yu, good thoughts guard your mind. Master Huijue clasped his hands together to maintain the Dharma, once again suppressing Ghost Mantis. At the same time, the heart was jealous of the person behind that curtain. In just a single glance, the two disciples of the Golden Light Temple were nearly killed by the fury into their bodies. Abbot's disciples are not learned enough to help the abbot. It's not something you two can handle. It's my seat's carelessness. Go call the hall master over. Huiju had thought that the person behind it was just a curmudgeon who didn't dare to show his face, but he didn't expect the strength to be so terrifying. So it seems that this person's strength is even above him. However, at this time, there is no turning back arrow. The beginning of the fight cannot be stopped directly, until one side is dead and defeated. Otherwise it will suffer a huge backlash. This is a price neither side is likely to accept. No, we're coming. Such a dense baneful aura appeared, and we noticed it the first time. 5 masters in single monk's robes rushed together. They did not question Master Huijue as to why he had blocked the Sherpa and allowed such a ferocious thing to break into within the Golden Light Temple. This time it was this seat that was careless. Master Huijue was a little sweaty. This blockade of the Sherpa almost led to a heinous disaster. We have been informed. Together we will make a move to suppress this ghost manton. Otherwise there will be no peace in the Golden Light Temple. Even the abbot is no match for him. The person behind him must be a caveman cultivator. Today we will join forces and fight. Several people were about the same age and were all disciples of the same generation, so there wasn't that much etiquette. Namo Shakyamuni Buddha. Invoke wisdom. Drive away ghosts and demons. Purify the dry land. The Buddha's teachings are boundless, and all dharmas are one. Several people struck out several Buddhist spells in succession, and several channels of thick pure yang qi surged into Huijue's body. Shun. Huijue voice like a bell resounded through the Golden Light Temple. The Buddha's light around the body is more and more intense. Behind the back of the Buddha even vaguely emerged in the shadow of a Shakyamuni Buddha statue, compassionate and solemn, overlooking the ghost mantu. On the other side of the gloomy room, a dazzling Buddha's light suddenly surged out, and the strong airwave transformed into a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the sorcerer's chest. The whole room shook as the wizard's body slammed into the wall, which had developed a groove in it. Damn Dragon Kingdom vultures! This seat kills you all! The exasperated sorcerer roared up to the sky, and with one hand, he ripped off the broken clothes from his body, revealing a somewhat parched body. The aura of the cavernous realm fully erupted, and the augmented aura transformed into innate evil aura. In one breath, he extinguished the pure Yang Buddha Dharma, and having the innate evil energy was not enough. He also cut his finger open, forcing a drop of essence blood to fall on the ghost mantis carving. Inside the Golden Light Temple, the entire satsang surrounded one side of the courtyard and recited the Great Compassion Mantra in a neat and unmistakable manner. Spare some effort to suppress ghost mantis. The pure Yang Buddhism is constantly being torn to shreds, and the pervasive fury is terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, it was no longer a hatred between Hearing Water and that person, but a battle of life and death between the Golden Light Temple and that person. Hearing Water somewhat regretted coming to the Golden Light Temple. He wasn't a little cutie. He had seen that he had brought a disaster to the Temple of Golden Light. An unmitigated disaster of heavenly proportions. But, at this time a hall master actually spewed out a mouthful of blood. The Buddha formation faltered and almost shattered as he forced himself to stabilize his Buddha Dharma, listening to the water on the side of the anxious, but did not dare to enter the Buddha formation to disturb the masters. Listen to the water. Lend you the artifact. Master Huijue spoke with difficulty. Master Huijue, as long as you can use it, feel free to take it. Upon hearing that the things he brought with him were still useful, listening to water was thrilled. Master Huijue stifled a grunt. The money sword shattered and transformed into a scattered piece of large 5 emperor's money suspended in the air, and all the bronze mirrors and copper coins in Listening Water's pocket flew out as well. Hundreds of large 5 emperor's coins carrying thousands of Buddha's hair descended from the sky. Buzz, dull and heavy air waves spread. Sand flew within the courtyard. Grass and trees were all crushed. The great 5 emperor's money had the blessing of the Buddha's teachings, and finally exerted its proper power. The ferocious ghost mantle was once again subdued. However, Master Huijue knew that the baleful aura within Ghost Mantis had not diminished in the slightest, and even continued to expand, so this was not the way to go on. When the pure yang qi of the crowd was exhausted, there would be no one left to hinder Ghost Mantis. Listen to the water. You quickly go to the demon suppressor Guan and ask for help. Otherwise the Golden Light Temple will cease to exist. Only the high kung fu of the demon suppressing concept can deal with the person behind that. We are not good at fighting. We will delay the moment for you. The way to break the game is all in you. After Master Huijue finished speaking, he once again closed his eyes tightly without further distraction. Listening to the water, did not dare to hesitate to rush out of the temple, and took out his cell phone and frantically called Jiang Chen, but it kept showing that it was not in the service area. He had no choice but to post an emergency video. I beg you fans to help me. Help me on the official website of Jin Demon Guan. Send a plea for help to the Golden Light Temple. I'm in a heavenly situation. The masters of the Golden Light Temple are helping me to stall for time, and I'm frantically rushing to the Jin Demon Guan. Listening to the water is really no way out. Now it is not his small life alone, but the life of all the Golden Light Temple masters are pressed on him. End of chapter. The official website of the Jin Demon View was about to be burst by fans. However, Jiang Chen was at this time at a height of 10,000 meters in the sky imperial sword, and used the golden light to hide his figure. The outside world signal cannot be received at all, so it is not in the service area. While Wang Zhang and a group of elders were rushing back to the Tianchi mansion, They naturally didn't have time to look at their cell phones. Inside the demon Jin Guan, the lazy Lin Wan heir was surfing on the internet, and when she saw so many private messages in the background of the Taoist temple, she realized that something was wrong. The Temple of Golden Light was strangely attacked? But how is that possible? Lin Wan'er naturally knew about the Golden Light Temple that was also situated in Rongcheng. And some time ago Master Huijue even brought his disciples to pay a visit. And Huijue Master is the peak of the hidden yuan of the foreigner. The inheritance of the Gong method of voodoo purification incantation to play that Once the Jin Demon Guan fell into despair. Are the Golden Light Temple and the handling of Rongcheng territory of the bazaar, and so Daoxian true monarch's crossroads. Jin Demon View also rises again. With the existence of the Jin Demon View, the Golden Light Temple's Huijue Master also clears the air. The Golden Light Temple was blessed with Buddha's light. Even if it was placed within a group of temples, the defense could be ranked in the top 10. How could there be a weird invasion? Never mind, whatever. I'm going to find out what's going on no matter what. Zhao Wu stopped practicing. The Golden Light Temple asked us for help. Let's go check it out. Lin Wan'er walked out of the room and shouted at the martial arts arena below. Zhao Wu and more than a dozen disciples stopped their movements at the words. Even late at night Zhao Wu and some of the disciples were still practicing hard. Mayday? What's the situation? Don't you ask. Just pack up and go. Meanwhile Lin Wan'er had already brought the guy with her. Alright. Zhao Wu nodded his head, followed by his gaze to the remaining few disciples. Let's call it a day. It's dawn in another 3 hours. Go back and rest. Yes. Senior brother Zhao Wu. After the several disciples saluted, they all collected their swords and rushed towards their rooms individually. The two figures descended the mountain at an extremely fast speed, but in 10 minutes the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Wu, do you think the two of us can do it? Lin Wan'er said with some uneasiness. Don't worry. I'm now a hidden elemental fae, and the thunder methods have all come to fruition. Unusual shenanigans aren't my match at all, and I've brought what I should have brought. Zhao Wu laughed with a big grin. His expression was confident. Hidden yuan foreigners were existences that could become elders. And the heads of many Taoist temples and monasteries were also at the peak of the hidden yuan realm. Anyone who reaches his point can get out of the division. Ha! There's someone ahead. Isn't that Hearing Water? The two had already been able to achieve night vision, and with a glance, they could see who the visitor was. Hearing Water's eyes were not simple either. So naturally, he could see the two. He instantly recognized Zhao Wu as a disciple of the suppressive view and Lin Wan'er as Lin Jingxiong's daughter. He ran up to the two men and took a few breaths, was about to speak but was stopped by Zhao Wu. There is no need for words. Walk and talk. Zhao Wu lifted Listening Water and scurried out. Along the way, Listening Water told Zhao Wu what had happened, and Zhao Wu realized the seriousness of the matter. The person who harmed Hearing Water was not even a match for Master Huijue, so he must be a cavernous foreigner. But fortunately, he didn't descend in person, or else everything would be over. Zhao Wu thought secretly in his heart. Not long after, Zhao Wu and Lin Wan'er successively came to the entrance of the Golden Light Temple, and before they even went in the two of them had already sensed the dense fury. The two didn't hesitate to rush straight in. Master Huijue and several hall masters slowly opened their eyes if they felt something. Zhao Wu brat, why isn't Realizer Wang Zheng here? Did he go to the Heavenly Master's mansion as well? Do you have a way to deal with the person behind this? If not, you guys better run. This thing is not something you can deal with. Huiju Master saw only Zhao Wu and Lin Wan'er. Two people heart cannot help but sigh. Wang Zheng really went to the Heavenly Master's house together. The Golden Light Temple this robbery is afraid to pass. Master Huijue, don't worry. Let the kid fight this person. You don't want to get caught up in this. Let's go. However, Zhao Wu did not care about Master Huijue's advice. Lin Wan'er placed everything on top of the Dharma altar and then threw out 4 token flags to first stabilize the Buddha light that a group of masters had condensed. He was seen holding a mahogany sword, his feet stepping on the Big Dipper, and his sword dividing yin and yang. After first a burst of intimidation. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Puhua Heavenly Thunder Dharma. Ancestral Master help me. Zhao Wu roared. Hands entwined between the light of thunder. Splitting sound unceasingly. Violent incandescent thunder drumming the air filled with the fury. Thunder surged into the body of Ghostman Tong. Split Ghostman Tong's mournful whistling. Its body stacked up the baleful chi directly be split off half. Huijue masters and other people suddenly pressure greatly reduced. Thunder is the most violent force in heaven and earth. This ghost manton is not as perverse as the mutated bronze armored corpse, by the thunder so chopped. Even if the back has the support of the cave Ming foreigner, it is still inevitable to dissipate the fury. The people from the Demon Watch. The Southeast Asian sorcerer saw the person casting the spell through the ghost manton's perspective, and although he didn't recognize Zhao Wu, he was able to distinguish his identity through the Taoist robes he wore. So what if they're from the demon suppressing one? As long as that Zheng Chen isn't around, It's just 3 little kittens. If this seat wasn't too far away to personally take action, would I have let you guys hold out for so long? This ghost manton's bane is still not enough to withstand even more massive power. Killing an ordinary person listening to water is actually so troublesome. The Southeast Asian wizard was a little annoyed. He smashed an altar with a slap, and all of a sudden an aura of the most and evil came over him, and 5 kinds of bizarre and extreme energies were intertwined. And even this sorcerer did not dare to come into contact with them. These 5 types of poisonous insects were soul eroding compound insect, blood shadow centipede, dark moon poison moth, swamp leech, and underworld centipede, and he had paid a small price to catch these 5 types of poisonous insects. Over the years, according to the various and evil cheese containment, the metamorphosis had been completed. Go on. The aura was waved, and the 5 types of poisonous insects scrambled to jump into the blood basin, only to see the blood continuously rolling over, and the scarlet blood actually gradually transformed into a purple-black color. The thunder spells that fought against Ghost Mantis were devoured in an instant. Zhao Wu inside the Golden Light Temple was directly enveloped by the furious qi, which was so pervasive that he didn't even have a chance to react before the furious qi entered his body, and the thunder law he had cast dissipated into the heavens and earth. Put! Zhao Wu spewed out a mouthful of blood, and after pointing a few life points one after another, he hurriedly operated the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Sutra to stabilize his heart veins. Zhao Wu, how are you? Lin Wanner asked anxiously in shock. Don't come over. I'm surrounded by the most and evil qi. Once you're contaminated you'll die for sure. Zhao Wu hurriedly stopped Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner actually wanted to say that she had a jade talisman to protect her body, but she was afraid that Zhao Wu would be furious. Zhao Wu kid, I told you that you shouldn't have gotten into this muddy water. Now you've gotten yourself into it. Because there was no more Zhao Wu's innate purple qi to suppress it. The Buddha's light had slowly dissipated by now. End of chapter. That's just it. Later on, this seat will stimulate the Buddha's light of the Shirizi to protect you and the others. This calamity was born because of me, so let me I solve it. Master Huijue made a Buddha sign. Never, Abbot, the 5 hall masters exclaimed. In order to activate the Buddha's light contained in the relics, an equally pure stream of Buddha's light must be required, and Master Huijue, who was at the peak of hidden yuan, was definitely not able to do so unless he burned the Buddhist teachings that he had cultivated all his life. Then in that case Master Huijue had completely passed away. Master, there is no need to panic. It seems that at this point I will have to use my connections above me as well. Zhao Wu frowned with a grave expression and slowly got up from the ground. Relationships from above. Master Huijue and the others' hearts were shaken. Yeah, Daoxian True Lords means were mysterious to the extreme. Not only was his golden light as bright as the Haosi, but he was also able to suppress peak Dongming Huang Air de Xian with one hand, and he could also communicate with the divine heavenly king. And Zhao Wu, who was a disciple of the demon suppressing Guan, even if he couldn't do the same as Dao Yuan Jinjuan, I thought that he would be able to petition the ancestor master and ask him to come down. Only Zhao Wu got up and fished out 3 burning joss sticks from inside his pocket, closing his eyes and reverently strangling out an evocative hand technique. The burning incense ignited itself out of thin air, and the faint aroma of incense hovered for a while before rising up. Demon Jingguan disciple Zhao Wu is in trouble. Please, the Taoist god of protection and righteousness, Protector Huang Er has descended. Although he and Huang Er were usually on good terms with each other and joked with each other, this was a ritual that had to be performed if he wanted to invite Huang Er to descend. Unless Huang Er broke through to the Yaoguang realm, so that Zhao Wu only needed to silently recite Huang Er's name in his mind, Huang Er would be able to instantly rush to descend in his true form. The rising aura of incense seemed to lead somewhere, just when the crowd is looking forward to a pure yang to the extreme breath from the sky, like a haze light illuminates the Golden Light Temple. The ghost manta who was about to get out of the trap is once again suppressed on the ground, lying on the ground. Even if it clawed frantically at the ground it couldn't break free from the suppression of this force. A little brat, a monkey sorcerer, also dares to injure my demon suppressing Wan disciples? Huang Er's extremely tawdry voice resounded through the Golden Light Temple, and a ball of radiant golden light slowly coalesced and took shape in the air as Huang Er's spirit body descended from the sky. Little pussy, I'll you up. Huang Er slapped out with a claw. The terrifying power poured out. The pathetic short ghost mantle was directly slapped to ashes. The hard ground was slapped out, a big pit up to 1 meter deep. Master Huijue and the others were shocked in their hearts to see the visitor. Isn't this the yellow immortal who was suppressed single-handedly by Daoyuan Jinjuan? Wasn't it agreed that he would be suppressed in the demon suppression temple for 100 years? How come you're a Taoist god of blessing now? Huang Er's fur at this time was golden, completely condensed from golden light into a spiritual body, but also wearing a set of silver white wide Taoist robes. Master Huijue was able to feel that Huang Er's body did not have a trace of demonic power. and the pure yang qi in his body was so rich that it not only made him doubt his life, but it was also mixed with a strong Buddha nature. The moment Huang Er descended, he couldn't help but worship. However, at this moment, the baleful energy coalesced and appeared again, and the ghost mantle that had been slapped to pieces actually reappeared in the courtyard, and it was even more terrifying than the last time. Second Protector Huang. Ghost mantis can't be killed. It's only possible if you repel the person behind that. Zhao Wu, who was sitting on the ground, explained. This seed is not good at fighting. Let this seed get on you to deal with him. Hey. No. Zhao Wu felt an irresistible force descend before he could finish speaking, and then Huang Er appeared in his sea of consciousness, taking complete control of his body. Kid, you stay here and watch how this seat gets him. Outside, Zhao Wu suddenly jerked his head up. His pitch-black eyes were now entwined with golden light, and a huge pure yang qi that didn't belong to him erupted. The fury inside the golden light temple was dispersed. Suddenly, anomalies were born, and the relics within the Buddhist temple absorbed this pure yang qi actually broke through the blockade, erupting with a brilliant and extreme Buddhist light. The Buddha's light shone in a 500-meter radius, and the crowd was enveloped in the light. It's dawn, Lin Wanner muttered as she stared blankly at the sky. In a flash, there was a burst of Sanskrit sound, which was like the sound of a great bell that had traveled from hundreds of years ago, carrying a power that shook heaven and earth. The sound was like 10 million monks chanting in unison, magnificent and mighty. When the Sanskrit sound rang out, the surrounding emptiness was enveloped by an invisible force. The relics that have been silent for hundreds of years have been activated. Master Huijue was in tears. This Brahma sound was left behind by that ancestor. Although this relic became a Buddhist artifact, it was only able to emit Buddha's light to bless the Golden Light Temple, but the successive abbots were unable to use the power of the relic, because the Sherpa is not activated. They also failed to live up to the standard left by that ancestor, and that standard is the Buddha's light in the realm of insight. It just so happened that the technique Huang Er practiced was the Haori Flaming Golden Body technique, which Jiang Chen had fused with the Haori Golden Body and the Flaming Golden Bell, a dual cultivation of the flesh technique. The rich pure yang flame within Huang Er's body also contained pure Buddhist light. He was a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism, and his strength was incomparably strong. So by chance, the Sherpa was activated. God help me. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wu mixed with Huang Er's voice rang out. A thick thunder wrapped around Zhao Wu's right hand. This was the heavenly dignity thunder technique that Huang Er had activated, while his left hand slowly gathered qi, and a fiery golden bell appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The flaming golden bell absorbed the endless Buddha's light in the air, and the vast and profound sound of the bell resounded in the heavens and earth. You can devour this brat's thunder law, so come and try this seat's thunder law. Go! The fiery golden bell carrying endless Buddhist light and the incomparably violent heavenly dawn thunder dharma rushed into Ghost Mantis's body in unison. Huang Er wasn't taking a shot at Ghost Mantis, he was taking a shot at the person behind that. Inside that gloomy room in Southeast Asia, the sorcerer who was about to endure the backlash and withdraw his hand was still a step too late. The power that could not be resisted rushed out from the blood basin. No matter whether it was the baneful qi or the most and evil qi, all of them collapsed. Bang! The blood basin exploded and shattered. The poisonous insects and ghost mantis carvings inside all exploded into pieces. A golden bell carrying Buddha's light and thunder was originally relatively small, but after the blood basin exploded, it directly rose against the wind, expanding by an unknown number of times in an instant. But in the blink of an eye this golden bell reached the size of half a house, and the blazing flames of Buddha's light and thunder that burned on it made this sorcerer shiver. He was so tiny in front of this golden bell that he didn't know how to resist. How could the demon-suppressing one have such a character besides that Jiang Chen? The sorcerer threw his head back violently and growled hoarsely, his voice sounding as if it had been viciously torn by fear, each word shuddering and squeezing through his teeth. He could already feel the smell of death coming his way. In his pupils the terrifying golden bell whistled. The sorcerer's figure was completely engulfed by the golden bell, and this room was smashed by the golden bell and collapsed. End of chapter. The endless Buddha's light within the golden light temple slowly dissipated, leaving only the relics flickering slightly in the air, and Ghost Mantle completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Huang Er separated from Zhao Wu's body, and Zhao Wu regained control of his body. How is second protector Huang doing? Is the person behind that dead? Zhao Wu asked weakly as he sat paralyzed on the ground. He was possessed by Huang Er and exerted a power that didn't belong to him, and his body had trouble withstanding that power. Like a calf pulling a big cart, it would have been difficult to kill the other party in a space fight, and the other party is still a caveman mid-stage sorcerer, so this Sherpa has been a great help. With the support of this relic, this seat directly killed him on the spot. If I'm not mistaken, this relic must have been transformed by a true Lord-level senior. Huang Er's claws rested on it, and the relic sank into silence once more, returning between the Buddha statue's palms. The protector guessed correctly. This relic is the inherited treasure of my golden light temple. It is said to have been transformed by a true lord of the heavenly power realm, but it has been many years in the past and cannot be verified. While only something left behind by a true lord is still able to suppress the curfew even after so many years. Huang Er's mind recalled Zhang Chen's back that day when his sword broke through the air. The matter is over. This seat should also go back to sleep. Huang Er glanced at the crowd before his figure gradually vaporized, eventually dissipating into a grain of light. The 3 burning joss sticks in the cauldron also went out, and a wisp of green smoke rose and floated away into the distance. Huang Er's spirit body could only descend for 1 incense stick. Greetings to the protector. Zhao Wu and Lin Waner bowed. Greetings to the Taoist protector of the righteous gods. Master Huijue and the others bowed their heads slightly and saluted. Although they weren't Taoist, Huang Er had lifted the crisis of the Golden Light Temple and fully deserved their respect. Oops, I forgot to thank you in person. Huang Er disappeared too quickly, and his face instantly pulled down, fearing that he had offended the protector. He remember that last look from second protector Huang? I think he remembered you. Zhao Wu wrapped his arm around Listening Water's shoulder and laughed belly laughingly. Ha, that's that up. Don't listen to him, he lied to you. Besides being careful, vindictive, dark and middle-aged, second protector Huang is still very good at talking. Lin Waner blankly glanced at Zhao Wu. But the ones you mentioned don't seem to be very nice to talk to. As long as you go to the demon suppression temple and offer him a few sticks of incense, he will definitely forgive you. Master Huijue, the matter is over. We'll go back first. It's not too peaceful lately. The sect leader True Lord has instructed us not to go down the mountain at will. Zhao Wu walked over to Master Huijue and the others after packing up his things. Yes, the aura between heaven and earth is becoming more and more dense, and the probability of weird appearances is also increasing. Many cities are not too peaceful. Master Huijue naturally sensed the recent abnormalities. This time thanks to the 2 little friends, this seat owes Jin Demon View a heavenly favor. If there is a need to only one. This seat will never say more. Master is serious. There are too few people like Master in the Buddhist sect. Words. Master Huijue shook his head helplessly. Everyone knew what was going on in the Buddhist sect today. The Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Chen had already received the 1,000-mile transmission that Huang Er had cast with a secret technique at this time, and knew the full story. This listening water can actually be targeted by a cave bright realm sorcerer. There's no one else. But, Zhang Chen's words turned. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's, and his entire person appeared to be a divine sword emitting endless sharpness. A sorcerer from a small, bullet-ridden country dares to move the earth on a Teiyukai. If it wasn't that this seat couldn't spare a hand, otherwise I would have annihilated your little curmudgeonly Taoist lineage. Zhang Chen walked out of the hall to the doorway. Zhang Xianling and the others had already returned to the mountain gate. The aftermath of several real people will need to be dealt with in all 7 days, and at this time in a small building in Rongqing. Bang! Bang! From time to time, the sound of collision came out of a room, and at night, several people next door could not sleep. Inside the room, Lu Yu, who had been on vacation for almost half a month in a row, was struggling in pain on the ground, and Lu Yu, who couldn't endure this pain, swung out with a slap. Bang! The glass bottle shattered with a sound. Her pupils trembled as she looked at her arms. The greenish veins on one of her arms had gone completely black, and even her nail polish painted nails had become black, with sharp nails still growing. The urge for bloodlust reappeared in his heart. The urge was extraordinarily hard to bear this night. Hiss ha! She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. No, don't. Lu Yu's eyes were red and streaming with tears. The bottom of her eyes revealed a touch of desperation. The abnormality of her body was discovered by her long ago, but for fear of being treated as an alien, she chose to remain silent and keep the secret inside her heart. As she went back to work at the end of her vacation, her health problems returned. It started with bloodshot pupils, hands that couldn't resist trying to grab things and rub them together, and a desire to bite a coworker's neck when he saw it. But that feeling wasn't strong enough at first. But as time went on, she could no longer stand the feeling somewhat, and she applied for her year's vacation directly for fear of hurting her colleagues. She could feel what seemed to be inside her. Please don't come out. I'm going to draw blood. Ryu struggled to crawl towards the kitchen. Yes, by crawling, she was already somewhat unable to do anything to control her body, and she knew that once she couldn't control it, she would be reduced to a complete bloodthirsty monster. She crawled to the kitchen and pierced a chicken with her sharp claws. Uncontrollably, she opened her mouth and bit into it, but the chicken's body already had several bloody holes. The blood inside had already been sucked dry, and the chicken was already stinking, and there were maggots wriggling on the surface. Disgusting to the extreme. Blood, I want blood. A suddenly cranky Ryu smashed all the cabinets in the kitchen with one swing of her arms. The loud noise was so loud that the neighbors a few doors down couldn't stand it at all. Don't think you're the governor, you can disturb people in the middle of the night. The doors of the 3 rooms opened one after the other. 3 men in pajamas came out full of anger. You guys didn't do any of this, did you? Who's crazy enough to stay up in the middle of the night to disturb the people? It's confirmed. It's this female governor next door. Usually it's just a matter of being high and mighty. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people knocked on the door. Inside the kitchen, Lu Yu's ears twitched, and her head twisted stiffly to make a clicking sound. At this time, Lu Yu is no longer considered human. The limbs have become extremely long and thick, has burst their clothes, covered in black gas package bizarre to the extreme. Ho! The corners of his mouth forcibly split, breaking through the skin of his face directly to the root of the back of his ears. End of chapter. No movement? One of the men said. What, nothing? When you guys go back she'll start going crazy again. Then everyone will stop sleeping. What's the point of going to work? Shout at her directly. The man sniffed and nodded. Are you there, Inspector Lu? Can you open the door? What the hell are you doing up in the middle of the night? We'll call your co-workers later. A footstep sounded within the room. Coming to open the door. Except that none of the 3 realized that the footsteps were wrong. After a normal person hears a knock on the door, the footsteps should be in a hurry and the sound of slippers rubbing against the ground. The footsteps, however, were extraordinarily heavy and extremely regular, one after the other. Do you guys feel a little cold? It's true that it's a bit cold, but it's so hot in this Rongqing. Isn't it good to be a bit cold? A few people didn't notice anything wrong. Suddenly, crunch piercing and shrill, in the quiet hallway, instantly breaking the surrounding tranquility and sending chills down one's spine. As soon as the 3 men saw that it was pitch black inside, yet in a split second, the man who had knocked on the door was dragged inside by an arm. Then there was a sound of blood and flesh being torn apart, and it was accompanied by the man's terrified screams. But the screaming didn't last 2 seconds before it stopped, followed by the man's whimpering, and a sucking sound. Naya. Weird. Plants. The 2 didn't dare to turn around and run. However, a pitch-black figure sped up even faster than the 2, and a sharp arm pierced through their chests, directly pulling out 2 bright red beating hearts. The creep swallowed it right in front of the 2 men, then walked into the 2 men's room under the last watchful eyes of the 2 men. No. Run. The 2 were completely out of breath. Received a call from a resident. There's a weirdness in the Mingyuan neighborhood of Rongqing. 2 families have already died. Notify Xiang Lei to harness the Guile squad and head there immediately. Yes. After Xiang Lei's squad patrolling a certain bar was notified, they quickly headed to the Bright Moon neighborhood. At this time, the Bright Moon neighborhood had already been blockaded by the governor, and all the residents were hiding in their own homes, all of them not daring to go out until the people from the Psychic Bureau had finished probing the entire neighborhood. Below, the second building had been surrounded by governors, and several bodies lay downstairs. A few windy sounds rang out, and several figures approached sharply from the shadows. Who? A group of governors drew their guns in warning. It's us. Xiang Lei's several figures appeared in front of the crowd. Captain Xiang? Gao Pengyuan raised his eyebrows at the sight of the arrival, not expecting an old acquaintance. Minister Gao didn't expect you to even come in person. Xiang Lei smiled at the sight. It can't be helped. There's another one of our female governors as a victim. Ah, and the door to her house is open, and a lot of strange things have been found inside. Strange things? Xiang Lei was puzzled, then greeted Go up and take a look. The group went upstairs to the door of the building where the incident occurred. There was also a puddle of blood in the hallway the inspector did not dispose of. Xiang Lei's few people inspected the 2 victims' homes and did not find anything unusual, obviously rushing into the room in a weird way. According to what you're saying, Minister Gao, none of the 2 victims' families survived, and a female governor under your command is missing? Xiang Lei turned around and looked at Cao Pengyuan somewhat speechlessly. Words. Yes, this is just my speculation. Cao Pengyuan was silent for a while, then spoke up. Your heart was beating 160 times a minute when you said that? You weren't sure. You hesitated. Maybe you lied? Xiang Lei said expressionlessly. Which of the governors present is not an old man? Ah, this is what the situation can be analyzed at a glance. But Gao Pengyuan and others still believe that Lu Yu is also a victim. You're the head of the major crimes unit. Do you believe yourself when you say that? I know, but I can't believe it. Gao Pengyuan, tiger eyes wide, double fists clenched, looked somewhat excited. This was a disciple she had brought up herself. How could a good person turn out to be weird? I understand your feelings. Tell me, what's the situation with this Lu Yu? I sensed a strong corpse aura in her house, and with all these live chickens, she should be the one who sucked them dry. After a number of work distractions and lack of concentration some days ago, She applied for a year's vacation of her own, which I assumed was because she had been tired lately. So I agreed. And we didn't know the rest. Gao Pengyuan spoke feebly after calming down. That's the problem. I see that her attendance record has always been regular and she consciously works overtime. But why was she suddenly out of sorts some time ago? 1. Either that or, as you say, she is indeed tired and wants to rest. 2. Either that or she knows what's happening to her body. And since Ryuju is a workaholic, I think it would be more towards the second. As Xiang Lei's words fell, the entire building was silent. Captain. A member of the team walked out from the middle of the room. The box in his hand contained many things from Lu Yu's body, like clipped ebony nails, hair, blood, without exception. All of them have a corpse gas, and the result is known without thinking. Minister Gao investigated clearly. The residents upstairs who stayed up late and didn't sleep did hear the commotion created by Lu Yu downstairs, and there were men screaming and saying disturbances, spooky and so on. Now Gao Pengyuan had to believe the fact that Lu Yu had turned out to be downright bizarre. Alas, Xiang Lei sniffed inside actually. This similar situation has occurred in various places. The few remaining members of the team sniffed. What the hell is going on here? I hope Captain Xiang will tell us. Gao Pengyuan spoke with difficulty. Word by word. This situation is similar to that of the trickster harnesser. That is, us. But the trickster in this kind of person is either too powerful or too extreme and refuses to sign a contract with a human being. Unless an even more powerful trickster harnesser steps in to suppress the trickster and force a contract to be signed. The end is obviously either creepy dies or becomes a whole new creepy. And as far as I know, people who get into this situation end up becoming creepy, even if they kill themselves. But of course there are people who report it and are saved and become part of the creepy harvesters. Such is the case with a certain Lord Inspector General in the capital. I'm wondering something right now. If Lu Yu knew about her body's abnormality, why didn't she report it? As far as I know, there is a period of time when being weirdly parasitized is a latent period, or a peaceful state. This kind of person is extremely sad. It is obvious that they can be able to obtain transcendent power, but life and death are between their own choices. Some chose to report it, and the higher-ups of the Psychic Bureau stepped in and gave them access to transcendent powers and were very powerful right out of the contract. Some choose to hide it and end up harming others. But don't worry, Minister Gao, we'll recover this creepy and exterminate him. Xiang Lei placed Lu Yu's things within a roulette wheel, which activated to emit a blue glow as the pointer on it began to change. End of chapter. Half a month later, half a month passes, and the necrophiliacized Lu Yu is also captured by the people of the Psychic Bureau, and Xiao Yu, the director of the Psychic Bureau, personally kills Lu Yu, and forcibly drew out the weirdness in Lu Yu's body. But unfortunately, Lu Yu had long since lost his qi, and after the weirdness was drawn out, Lu Yu also instantly rotted. Jiang Chen and Wang Zhang didn't have much fluctuation in their hearts after hearing about this. The creepiness got more and more terrifying, and the entire Inhuman community had an extremely hard time, with many of the weaker Inhuman clans no longer having the means to move to the city. Today, the Zhendimenguan is crowded with people, praying, blessing an endless number of people. The incense gas is thick to the extreme, and at the moment the inner courtyard was on lockdown. All of the Taoist temple's headmasters and real people had gathered here. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to walk out from within the hall. All of them saw this and raised their sword fingers above their heads to salute Siyu, true Lord Daoxian. It was hard for the voices of the crowd to converge without attracting the attention of the tourists outside. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Looking down at the 70 to 80 masters of the real people could not help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. Usually these masters need to sit in their own Taoist temple. Even if the Taoist church has any activities, it is not necessarily able to call all of them to come. And now that Jiang Chen had only sent a 1,000-mile message, everyone had rushed over within 2 days without a single complaint. The headmaster of the newly built Shinqing sect was also here, and it was none other than Lin Wanner's father, Lin Jingxiong. Only after Lin Jingxiong had finished dealing with all the matters of his own family, his cultivation speed was growing by leaps and bounds, and a few days ago, he had already broken the shackles of the peak of Huanjing and successfully stepped into the realm of holding the Dan, successfully transforming his Dantian into the golden Dan of martial arts qi and blood. Clasping Dan martial artists were already able to transform their qi and blood into 1,000 pi refining, and their physical bodies had a hint of the golden light unbreakable characteristic, which would almost get rid of the bondage of the mortal body. As the saying goes, when a golden elixir enters the abdomen, my life is up to me and not to heaven, and my lifespan is raised by 500. Lin Jingxiong's lifespan was also much more than that of a cave brightness realm Inhuman, the first person in the martial arts world. Jiang Chen slightly raised his hand and pressed. This seat has inherited the Celestial Master's degree. There are some secrets that I can't tell you, but there is one thing that I can tell you. Could it be that Lord True Lord is going to tell us the secrets of the Celestial Master's degree? Is the celestial mastery degree a supreme inheritance? If it was a supreme inheritance, successive generations of celestial masters would have been invincible long ago. So why was the old celestial master trapped in the cave brightness realm for so long? I'm guessing not. Don't make any wild guesses. Wait for True Lord to announce it. Upon hearing that it was a secret of the celestial mastery degree, it immediately caused a group of sect masters and realists to shake. The great name of Tenchidu was as famous as it was, but only the successive generations of Tenchidu knew what Tenchidu really was. Your guesses are correct. The celestial master degree is not a supreme inheritance, and there are no heaven-defying feats in it. What there is just a section of secret stories from many years ago. None of you need to care about these. All you need to know is that the heavens and earth are undergoing an unknown change, and the weirdness that will appear later will become more and more terrifying, and the cave Ming inhabitants are already a bit out of reach. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the group of sect leaders nodded helplessly. They also knew that the frequency of bizarre appearances had been increasing lately, even within the village below their Taoist temple mountain. It's almost as if they don't care about them and have practically stood over their heads and on them. What was extremely unfair was that the bizarre strength was getting stronger and stronger, while the recovery of the aura in the heavens and earth was extremely slow, and their cultivation speed was naturally slow as well. That is why this seat will teach you the pure Taoist technique, the Yellow Quartz Sutra. The Yellow Quartz Sutra? But the Yellow Quartz Sutra that evolved the Grand Cave True Sutra of Shangqing? The people's hands trembled, their eyes widened, and their expressions couldn't help but be agitated, as the aura in their bodies bulged out of control of the Tao robes on their bodies. That's right, it's this very Yellow Quartz Sutra. In order to raise the strength of the entire Taoist religion, Jiang Chen had specifically exchanged the Huangting Sutra, which was worth 15 million shock points, from the system. This gong method was capable of feathering and was compatible with all pure innate chi, and the effect was heaven-defying and incomparable. In addition to the Yellow Quartz Sutra, this seat will also pass on to my disciple the Shangqing Qi practicing technique, as well as the Imperial Sword technique. You can also hand over the heavenly materials to me, and this seat will refine them into spirit-gathering pills, and split them 37 according to the rules. As soon as the crowd heard Jiang Chen's words, the field was even more in an uproar. Could it be that True Lord Daoxian is capable of refining pills? Jiang Chen didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Jiang Chen raised his hand and made a slight point, and golden light vanished into the minds of the people, who only felt that their heads almost exploded. It took a long time for the crowd to receive all the inheritance. All Taoist disciples pass on the Shangqing Qi practicing technique as well as the Royal Sword technique, and anyone of good character may come to the Jin Demon View to participate in the examination. And those who succeed in the examination will be passed on the complete version of the Shangqing Great Cave Sutra. The Yellow Quartz Sutra must not be spread out. Only the sect master's real person may cultivate it. Jiang Chen's words resounded in the minds of the crowd. Depart, and I will not keep you for dinner. It was only then that the crowd woke up as if from a dream, and they all came back from their shock, by the order of the True Lord. However, by the time everyone looked up, Jiang Chen had already disappeared in front of the main hall. Gentlemen, the Supreme Qing Great Cave Sutra is the core inheritance of my Maoshan sect. If someone passes the examination and gets the inheritance, please keep it properly. Do not divulge it. Lin Zhengxiong's voice rang out. This time Jiang Chen announced the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture was also permitted by Lin Zhengxiong. As compensation, Jiang Chen not only gave him the Huangting scripture, but also gave him the method of dual cultivation of the Yuan Shen and the physical body, the Haori fiery golden body technique. Lin Zhengxiong was naturally willing in 100 ways. While he could cultivate the Haori flame golden body technique by himself, the Huangting Jing could be given to a group of elders and Lin Wan Air to cultivate. It was important to know that the Huangting Sutra could be more than 100 times stronger than the Shangqing Great Cave True Sutra. Don't worry, Patriarch Lin. There's no way a single word of the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture will be leaked out. Lin Jingxiong is a generation of holding pills master. The strength of the body is not weaker than Zhang Tianzhi and others. He was able to come to this point the crowd admired incomparably. Patriarch Lin is highly righteous. In the future, just let us know if there's anything in the Shangqing sect. Although the group of pal mistresses had the Huangting Sutra bestowed by Jiang Chen, the Inhuman Realm's prestigious Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture was still very tempting. And it was a complete Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture. Just now, Jiang Chen hadn't said that there were any restrictions on obtaining the inheritance. He had only said that if he passed the examination, he would be able to obtain the complete Upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture. Right now, the group of sect masters and real persons only wanted to hurry back to cultivate the Yellow Quartz Sutra at the same time, so that the outstanding disciples and elders within the Taoist temple could come to participate in the examination. That's good. Lin Jingxiong nodded his head, then walked towards Lin Wan'er. Several people who were watching from the corridor. Wan'er, you will stay in the demon Jingguan and cultivate. My father can't teach you anything. And you can also make rapid progress by following True Dragon Master. He daddy bye bye. When I learn the royal sword technique, then I'll come back to you by royal sword. Lin Wanner smiled playfully, her cherry mouth slightly opened, revealing her pearly shell teeth. End of chapter. Thank you, True Dragon Master. Please forgive me if my daughter has done anything wrong. Wanner is very intelligent and her cultivation talent is extremely heaven-defying. I will teach her well. Wang Zhang did not refuse. At the very beginning it was Lin Jingxiong who allowed him to cultivate the upper Qing Great Cave True Scripture. If he did not have this gongfu, he would not have been able to make it this far even if he had the assistance of pills. At the very least, it's impossible to break through to caveman now. And nowadays, he was already close to the middle stage of cave brightness. And with him switching to the Yellow Quartz Sutra, his cultivation speed was 10 times faster. And the speed of refining the medicinal power in his body was also a great deal faster. Lin Jingxiong and Wang Zhang left after talking for a while. A group of real people also left in pairs one after another. The tourists outside caused quite a shock when they saw so many real people from the Taoist temple that they usually don't see coming out of the inner courtyard. And they all picked up their cell phones to record the video. After the departure of the real person, the ceiling of the inner courtyard was lifted, and the tourists lined up in a regular manner to enter the inner courtyard to visit and offer incense. In the past, many disciples could still be seen practicing on the martial arts field inside. Yet now not a single disciple was in sight. They didn't know that the disciples of the Suppression Watch were all in the back of the mountain diligently practicing the royal sword technique. Although their cultivation level had not reached hidden yuan, they were also unable to condense aura. But the royal sword art is not just a technique for catching the road. It contains a subtle sword technique. And wanting to ride a sword is not only possible with only a huge amount of aura. You also need to sense your saber daily and practice swordplay. By the time the group of sect masters made their way back inside their own Taoist temple with all their might, night had already fallen. Zhang Xianling returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion, also passed down the Shangqing Qi practicing technique that Zhang Chen had bestowed upon him. And even more so, the royal sword technique was also passed down. A few of the elders were itching to try their hand at sword riding. After all, they had witnessed Zhang Chen's sword riding style before. However, after they memorized the royal sword technique, they followed the mantra to condense their aura to imperialize the sword. It was originally a very simple mnemonic, and the operation of the gong method was also very simple. But several people used their best efforts, and the aura was drumming madly in the hall. But in the end, they only managed to lift the longsword half a meter into the air, and it was so shaky that a gust of wind could make the longsword float away a meter. Several elders exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A clanking sound rang out as the long swords of several elders fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The aura within the dantian of several elders had already consumed most of the aura, and bean-sized beads of sweat were constantly dripping from their foreheads as they continuously gasped for air. This sword royalty technique is by no means that simple. Several elders lamented. Zhang Xianling nodded slightly. Ruochen, you've also broken through to the hidden yuan realm. Tomorrow you'll go to the demon Jingguan to try and see if you can pass the test and obtain the Supreme Qing Great Cave True Scripture. Zhang Ruochen, who was in the middle of the crowd, nodded his head in response. Night. A silhouette fell smoothly from the sky to the outskirts of the capital, and the innate purple aura dissipated to reveal the person's true appearance. This person was none other than the delusion-breaking Heavenly Master who had floated back across the ocean. To be precise, it should be called the Delusion Breaker. The Psychic Bureau? That's interesting. Broken Delusion True Lord already knew about this organization that hadn't been established for long. He hid his figure and vanished towards the place of the Taoist Association. He didn't want to expose his scent within the capital. The Dragon Kingdom wasn't like the small days. The small life has been fully invaded by the spooky. And the people you meet walking down the street in the middle of the night aren't necessarily alive. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are supernatural beings in the dark to eliminate demons, the Psychic Bureau in the open to deal with supernatural events, and there is even a national fortune suppression within the country. Even with the frequency of bizarre events, the city's foundations cannot be shaken for the time being, barring a bizarre full-scale invasion. Not long after, by the time Broken Delusion True Lord appeared in front of the Taoist Association but was dumbfounded. The signboard of the Taoist Association had been torn down, and the big formation he had set up when he left had been taken away. There was even less of an inhuman scent in it. The building appears to be undergoing remodeling. The Breaking Delusion True Lord instantly realized that something was wrong. Who is trespassing here? Suddenly a group of figures dressed in black trench coats appeared around. The head watchdog ambassador stepped out of the shadows. Trespassing? The Breaking Delusion True Lord muttered. Can't you see the cordon 500 meters away? This place will be demolished soon. Hurry up and leave. The supervisory envoy was so nervous at this point that he didn't notice that his breathing had become a bit rapid. The cordon he was talking about was the blockade realm, and for this person to enter the blockade realm silently, his strength must be unfathomable. at the very least exceeding that of him, a SSS plus ranked Guilemaster. Since the last time he had absorbed the remaining corpse chi of the Vajra corpse, his strength had once again skyrocketed, reaching after re-rating SSS plus. And even though his strength had skyrocketed, he still couldn't sense this person's aura. The more unknown the more terrifying. And please tell me, Your Honor, who is going to demolish this place? The breaking delusion True Lord slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a purple intent that was extremely visible in the dark night. An invisible pressure came from all directions, and the throat of the monitoring ambassador who bore the brunt of the pressure moved, and the atmosphere was suddenly tense. I have no malicious intent, and this seed doesn't want to make an enemy of the Spiritualist Bureau. Broken delusion True Lord's low voice sounded again. Under pressure, the inspector finally spoke up. Taoism, Daoyuan Jinjuan. Very well, thank you, Your Excellency. The corners of the breaking delusion True Lord's mouth rose slightly, revealing an extremely dangerous smile as his figure flickered a few times and disappeared from the crowd sight in the blink of an eye. Lord Supervisor, we just sold Daohuan Jinjuan. Why did we turn against the Taoist religion? A member behind him asked cautiously. I don't want to either, but that person's aura is like an abyss, just like that Daoyuan True Lord. This kind of character is simply not something you and I can fight against. The supervisor's face was equally ugly to the extreme. You immediately contact Taoist Xianjinjuan and inform him that the remaining members of the Taoist Association may take retaliation, and their strength should not be underestimated. I have to go back and report to the town's governor that this man seems a bit like the one. The Zhenfu envoy, with his strength and position above the supervisory envoy, was also the supervisory envoy's top boss, outside the suburbs of the capital. The breaking delusion True Lord who was on his way to the Demon Jingguan stopped in his tracks and took out the disc mystic artifact in his arms with a respectful face. At this moment, the disc was flashing a silver-white light, which was the two immortals contacting him again. This seed has just sensed the remaining aura of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Where were you just now? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the disc, reporting to the immortal. I've been able to lock on to that person's identity. That person is the sect leader of Jin Demon Guan's real person, and also the leader of the Taoist religion nowadays. I expect that he should be in possession of the Divine Ghost 7 Killing Orders. He's also the one who eradicated all my Taoist associations. Very well. It's just a trash True Lord. You can take care of it yourself. Make sure it's foolproof. I see. I don't know what happens when it's done. Broken delusion True Lord carefully asked in a tentative manner. Humph. You won't be spared any favors when it's done. Yes. End of chapter. Capital City Psychic Bureau Headquarters. Lord Zhenfu Envoy. This is how things are. This Zhenfu Envoy of the capital city was currently standing respectfully behind a tall silhouette. Oh, you're saying there are remnants of the Taoist Association that haven't been eradicated? An indifferent voice came out from the black-clothed man's mouth. Yes. The watchdog nodded in awe. Even though his rank had reached SSS plus level, he didn't dare to breathe a single breath in the face of this Zhenfu Envoy. And even more so, he didn't dare to have any small thoughts. In order to become a Zhenfu Envoy, one's level must exceed SSS rank, and the trickery of one's own contract is even stronger. And the town marshal in front of him, the trick of his deed was a grand marshal of some dynasty. This town crier slowly turned around. The Zenfuzho stood with his arms folded. His height was more than 8 feet. His shoulders were broad and his waist narrow, just like a tall pine. And the muscle lines were still hidden even under the cover of the black trench coat. It can be described as both a swimming dragon and a rock. Its body exudes a metaphysical atmosphere. Sharp eyes, shooting out a gaze like a sharp sword. People look at it and dare not look directly at it. Is this the strength of a Zhenfu Envoy? Simply irresistible. The inspector's heart, which had been somewhat inflated, contracted. Facing this Zhenfu Envoy, the weirdness within him couldn't help but tremble, sending him messages of fear. Xu Yon, one of the capital's 10 great Zhenfu envoys, powerful and incomparable. Once a person single-handedly killed into the Ghost King's ghost domain. Hard to subdue that head of the Ghost King, that ghost domain for his own use. This ghost domain is the famous Silent Ghost domain. Many tricksters had entered the Silent Ghost domain to become stronger, and it could be said that this ghost domain had benefited the entire Psychic Bureau, and Xu Yon had gotten the most credit. I know. I will personally make a trip to the Demon Suppressor Temple and help Daoyuan True Lord eradicate this remaining evil. Since the Taoist Association has become history, let him sink permanently. Xu Yon turned toward the door. Greetings to the Zhenfu Envoy. Everyone bowed their heads and yelled. That night, a black helicopter took off from the Psychic Bureau headquarters. Xu Yon didn't head to the Rongtown Demon Watch first. The delusion breaker is not an enemy of one person. Xu Yon muttered under his breath. With a flip of his palm, a token appeared in his hand, and then he punched an energy into it. This token is called the Zhenfu Order, which is a token for contact between Jinfu ambassadors. That's right. Xu Yong was ready to go and pull in a few more Jinfu envoys to assist Jiang Chen. Where are we going? Lord Jinfu? Aurora City. Cthulhu City. Yes, my lord. Xu Yong nodded lightly and closed his eyes in deep thought. I don't know what that brother of mine is doing again. Is he standing guard again? Xu Yong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. The pilot flying the helicopter's pupils snapped. He saw something. Zenfusong Xu Yong actually revealed a smile. Xu Yong sensed the expression on the pilot's face, and then he collected himself and resumed his previous indifference. Xu Yong had become a trickster for several months now, specifically on the night he sent his brother Su Kuan off to see him off. The shenanigans of his pact are very powerful, and he's been off the hook for the past few months. It has become one of the 10 major town governors in the capital, holding a high position, and he hadn't told his brother Su Kuan about it, and Su Kuan should have thought he was at work at this point. Xu Yong was there to surprise Su Kuan. The helicopter turned its course and disappeared into the night, and at the same time the other side of the dome of the sky above the broken delusion true monarch feet on the void speed is extremely fast. Not more than half an hour he will be able to reach the Lin Tian peak. Half an hour later, the breaking delusion true lord appeared in the void, and in front of him an invisible barrier blocked his path. Formation? Broken delusion true lord smiled disdainfully. He was a Yu Hong true lord. What formation could hinder him? Break! He blandly extended his palm to blast down through the air. The majestic aura palm and the invisible barrier collided, and the collapsing energy spread out as waves of air. The invisible barrier merely rippled, showing no sign of breaking at all. What? Broken delusion true lord looked at the array in front of him, some uncertainty in his heart. Even he could not break the array. That means that the person who laid the array cultivation above him, facing an unknown powerhouse. His heart flinched. After all, it had taken too much to get to this point in his life, and he didn't want any surprises. And just then the spell wheel in his arms radiated a blazing temperature. The two immortals were contacting him again. Kid, we sense you're in that man's neighborhood. Reporting to the immortal. The latecomer has already arrived at that person's mountain. That this mountain is protected by his formation. Even if the latecomer puts out his full strength, it is impossible to break the formation. This person's cultivation is above the latecomer's. Broken delusion true lord reported truthfully and could only hope that the two immortals would have some means. Kid, no need to say much. The two of us will step in to help you, allowing you to temporarily possess the strength of the heavenly power realm. That man is certainly no match for you. The Luo brothers in the Immortal Mountain were also unusually shocked. Nowadays, the people in the upper realm of the Blue Star are all clear in their hearts, with the isolation of the heavenly Tao barrier, and there is also an ancient great formation blockade. The Blue Star and the upper realm lost link. Nowadays it's already a thin aura. Instead the weirdness is rampant. For that to still give birth to a cultivator that surpassed the Jade Balance realm. A terrifying talent. Could it be the Tao God Temple's backhand? That should be right. This group of scumbags actually haven't died out yet. Should we report it to the Haoran Palace? Report it. Once it's reported, then this heavenly merit will become a verbal commendation. If we can turn in the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order, that would be a heavenly merit. What is said is true. Two people made a decision in their hearts. Later, regardless of whether this broken delusion died or not. Anyway, the gods in Ghost 7 kill order two people are bound to get. Blue Star Realm. The bottom line of broken delusion, who had received instructions from the two immortals, was greatly increased. So what if you are powerful? I have two immortals behind me. What are you? At that moment, breaking delusion no longer hesitated. His aura gathered in his chest, only to see him open his mouth and whistle. Taoist Shin true lord, get out and die. Nowadays, even at night, there are still scattered tourists on top of the mountainside. And in the city you can still encounter weirdness, while in Lin Tian Peak, you don't have to worry about these. With true Lord Daoxian sitting here, the weirdness in a 20-kilometer radius had long since migrated. A long whistle not only startled the tourists, but also Huang Er, who was sitting in the Taoist temple, as well as Wang Zhang, who was in submerged cultivation. Plants, which unqualified yells. My ears are ringing a little. What's going on? What's happening? Where am I? Look at the sky. There's someone flying in the sky. Damn, finally I found the evidence of you guys practicing immortality. Woo woo. Inside the demon Jingguan, Huang Er burst into a rage. Jiang Chen's image was one that could not be insulted in his mind. And tonight there was actually something looking for death insulting his sect leader. Simply not putting him Chang Bai Huan Laozu, Taoist protector of blessings true lord in his eyes. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. End of chapter. Unbridled. Huang Er directly rose up with his sword from within the Taoist temple, appearing in mid-air to stare at him from a distance. That's Yellow Fairy? What yellow immortal? Isn't that the god of blessing at the gate of the demon Jingguan? Didn't you just worship it? Holy manifestation? That's awesome. Big brother Jiang Chen really gave someone else the reins. Ha! Huang Er's appearance immediately caused a stir, and Jiang Chen, who was cultivating at the moment, was also startled by the system's beep, only to see that his shock points were rising at an extremely fast rate. He raised his head slightly, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and in his pupils the buildings in front of him instantly vaporized, and at a glance, he saw Huang Er in the mysterious Taoist silhouette. A jade balance cultivator? There are actually still jade balance cultivators today? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and at this time, Huang Er also realized the seriousness of the matter. The moment he faced this Taoist person, a large sense of oppression surged to his heart. Although this oppression was not yet as terrifying as his own sect masters, it was not something he could deal with either. Careless didn't flash. In the eyes of outsiders, Huang Er's body is surrounded by the light of Xian Huang, and his feet step on the long sword that slightly gulps flames, which is really a fairy appearance. But the reality of the situation was only clear to him, and the man in front of him didn't need to think about it to know that he was a big shot. Oh, a mid-Yaoguang stage demonic cultivator. Actually has a strong aroma of incense and fire on his body, or a book's body of incense and fire. What a precious herb. This seed has decided not to kill you. I'm going to refine you into an elixir to enhance this seed's lifespan. Broken Delusion True Lord also didn't expect that there would actually be unexpected gains from this trip. In his opinion, Huang Er's qi and blood were deep and the fragrance was rich, but it was an extremely precious medicine. It's a once-in-a-century thing. Come over here you. The delusion breaker gently raised his hand, but a terrifying spiritual power coalesced in his hand, and a wide palm of spiritual power descended from the sky, and a vacuum zone was pressed out beneath the palm. Before the great handprint came, there was a huge pressure that descended from the sky, almost pressing Huang Er down into the heavens. Fiery golden body. Open. Huang Er roared his arms to open a barrier. A brilliant golden light appeared. The next moment Huang Er's body was as dazzling as if it was poured in gold. Bang! The large handprint pressed strongly on top of Huang Er's head. Huang Er's face grimaced and roared. He had already exploded all of his pure yang qi. It still couldn't hold up this incredibly thick and heavy large handprint. The shocking aura explosion spread in all directions, and although the crowd couldn't see Huang Er's body, they were able to see the huge handprint continuously pressing Huang Er towards the ground. A circle of spreading golden aura was as shocking as Mach's ring. The tourists halfway up the mountain were sweating over Huang Er, and at the moment they didn't know how to describe it. Dumbfounded, he held his cell phone video. Although the crowd didn't know why the Taoist had let slip that he was looking for Daoyuanjinjuan, the crowd still hoped that Huang Er would be able to hold out. After all, the people from the demon Jingguan didn't look like bad people in any way. Unbridled. Just then a sword light came from the depths of the Taoist temple cutting through the sky, and that bright light illuminated the entire sky. The sword chi swept over Huang Er's head and chopped the large handprint, and its might unexpectedly did not decrease at all towards the Breaking Delusion True Lord. The Breaking Delusion True Monarch's pupils shrunk violently when he saw the sword chi, and he understood that the rightful owner had appeared. Mountain River Treasure Seal. Broken Delusion True Lord didn't dare to be careless and directly offered his bottom card. The Mountain River Seal dropped 100 channels of haze to collide with the sword chi. The moment the sword aura shattered, the sound shook the heavens, the aura swept and the wind swept in all directions. However, he saw that the Breaking Delusion True Lord, who had been domineering and incomparable just a moment ago, was unexpectedly chopped 400 to 500 meters away, and the shattered sword chi blew away a small mountain. Heavenly Power Realm Terrorist Cultivator. How could it be a Heavenly Power Realm Cultivator? Impossible. Impossible. Broken Delusion True Lord trembling pupils look into the air that is like an immortal silhouette. In his eyes Jiang Chen behind the 4 dazzling incomparable stars, the top of the head is a wide incomparable star river through the 4 stars. Each star was dropping thousands of starlight power all the time. There is also a gap between true lords. If his star was like the quality of a goose egg, then Jiang Chen's star was like the quality of a giant millstone, with the total amount and purity of aura crushing him to death. The Breaking Delusion True Lord's eyes were cloudy, as Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze appeared. Broken Delusion True Lord was stunned as if his heart was being pinched by an invisible palm, making it difficult for him to raise his resistance. When one's cultivation reached their level, each star was a heavenly difference. Injuring the people of my Taoist temple and disturbing my cultivation, you already have a path to death. Flaming Golden Bell. Jiang Chen's voice was like a great bell resounding between heaven and earth, echoing in the ears of the crowd. And it was only at this moment that the crowd realized what it meant to be like a god. Gods don't show. We have our own gods. I'm afraid True Lord Jiang isn't the reincarnation of a god. Damn. All I know is that it's completely messed up and Jiang Jinjuan isn't acting anymore. The golden bell that gulped fiery flames surrounded by thunder was hundreds of meters large. and the golden bell tore through the obstacles of the air, carrying the power of 10,000 pounds to bombard. Immortals touch my top and tie my hair to grant me immortality. Please immortal help me. Broken delusion true monarch roared. Black hair fluttering madly. The robe in the wind fluttering clothes. Seems to have a fairy atmosphere around and with a few points of severity and arrogance. The aura of the delusion breaker true lord suddenly became metaphysical. His aura surprisingly elevated to the peak of the heavenly power realm in an instant. And it was even lifting upwards. Boom! The heavens and the earth tremble. The terrifying and overwhelming aura of a Tiangui realm cultivator filled the sky, and the ordinary people below were subdued to the ground by this pressure. Unable to raise their heads one by one, the broken delusion true lord slowly opened his eyes, which were a pair of eyes that didn't belong to mortals at all, seemingly coming from the immortal realm. This brat's flesh is still too weak, or else this seat would be able to elevate him to the peak of the heavenly chi realm. The original intention was to elevate to the heavenly power realm, but this kid is actually a peak heavenly power realm cultivator. But peak heavenly power still can't fight against us. If it wasn't for the blue star realm's suppression, a single remnant of this seat's thoughts descending would be able to crush him, but it doesn't matter. As he spoke, the breaking delusion true lord blocked the huge flaming golden bell with one hand, and just such a terrifying golden bell actually couldn't shake him one iota. Who are you? Zhang Chen asked gruffly as he felt this oppressive aura. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered from the beginning. Even the Ghost King could only kneel on the ground. He actually can still tell that it's not me. This pupil art of yours. Is it the Heavenly Master's chi-looking technique of the Xian Tian Holy Land? The two Luo brothers saw the origin of Zhang Chen's pupil technique at a glance. This kid is connected to the Xian Tian Holy Land? Things seem to be getting interesting. The Xian Tian Holy Land was also a behemoth in the upper realm, but it was still a bigger ant in front of the Haoyan Palace. I didn't expect there to be a windfall. Big brother, hurry up and do it. The technique this kid cultivates also seems to be uncomplicated. The two Luo brothers had thought it was a miscellaneous fish, but they didn't expect it to be a large golden dragonfish. End of chapter.